detected that the host has no money and no partner. The 10,000-fold return love fund system has arrived. After signing into the system, the host can immediately obtain the permission to receive a 10,000-fold return for every 1 yuan charged. The cash price is 3 dog heads. May I ask if the host will sign in? You think this is another blogger trying to entertain the audience. But who would have thought that after you tried to check in, a gold card appeared out of thin air in your hand, so you hesitantly added 10 yuan into it, and then the system voice sounded in your ear, saying that your balance is 100,000 yuan. This is 100,000. So casual. Not even a first top-up gift pack. You shrugged. Not even sure if this 100,000 can be spent. A series of operations. Binding the gold card that just appeared out of thin air to a certain letter. And then tentatively transferring all the money to Xia Ting, the school flower you have been secretly in love with for 2.5 years. The transfer was successful. And you were stunned to see a clear message on WeChat saying that you initiated a transfer of 100,000 yuan. Your savings have never reached 100,000 in your life. And suddenly transferring so much money made you feel like your heart was being cut by a knife, thinking how nice it would be if this money could be refunded to your own card. At this time, the system voice sounded again. As long as the host increases the goddess's favorability to 80%, the funds spent on the goddess will turn into cash and be fully refunded. Increasing the goddess's favorability to 100% will earn you strategy rewards. Hearing this, your eyes lit up again. Quickly deposited $5,000 into the system. Looking at the 8-digit figure in the fund, counting repeatedly, excitedly slapping your thigh. On the other side, in a regular suite, Xia Ting was stunned after counting the transfer amount, turning around to see 100,000 yuan, leaving her dumbfounded. Is this a new scam? She calmly asked you what this meant, and you replied that it meant nothing, just wanting to get to know each other again. Xia Ting clicked on your moments to see who you were, but your moments were set to be visible for 3 days, with no photos of anyone. After thinking for a while, she had no clue, so she straightforwardly asked who it was. You quickly replied with 2 words, Qin Feng. The Sons of Qin? Xia Ting thought carefully and finally remembered a plain-looking, poor boy from the corner of her memory who didn't have much money at home. Could it be that he's successful now? Looking at the tempting transfer information, she resisted the urge to accept it directly, fearing that it would make her look materialistic. Shouting thought for a moment, and sent a voice message reservedly, what do you want to do? Hearing the goddess's gentle voice, his heart raced for a moment, and boldly sent a finger-snapping emoji. Shouting knew this meme, and a blush appeared on her cheeks instantly. Normally, she would block someone who acted so frivolously, but considering that this guy had transferred 100,000 right from the start, Shouting was willing to give him another chance. Why did you transfer money to me? This is a little token of my heart. Consider it as a gift for our meeting. No extra conditions. Absolutely none. Xia Ting became suspicious. Is there really someone who uses 100,000 yuan as a meeting gift? What kind of person would dare to be so extravagant? She scrolled back and forth on the screen, repeatedly checked the chat records, and after feeling that there was no problem, she excitedly clicked to accept. Hearing the sound of coins falling into the bag, she eagerly opened WeChat balance, and unsurprisingly found an additional 100,000 yuan. A brilliant smile appeared on her face. Qin Feng, you are so generous. Did you recently come into money? You didn't reply because you were studying the expansion materials appearing in your mind. Goddess Xiaoting, 25 years old, 165 centimeters tall, 53 kilograms, professional beauty sales, favorability 15, characteristic, kissing, 1 dating experience, strategy reward, super strong physique. After reading it, you can't help but exclaim, wow, the goddess is truly a goddess. Her characteristic is unique, and the strategy reward is also very good, with a super strong physique, sounding very domineering. Just don't know if I can handle these thousands of dollars. Whatever, let's just throw in 10 million first, see how deep the water is. Anyway, 10 million is equivalent to $1,000. Your gaze became firm, and you replied, I made some money from investments recently. Are you still in Zhangcheng? Yes, I work in Zhangcheng, earning a meager salary compared to you free-spirited entrepreneurs. As long as you're still in Zhangcheng, it's easy. You take the initiative. Are you free tomorrow? Let's meet up. Xiaoting hesitated. Just the 2 of us? You joked, if you're afraid I'll eat you up, you can invite more people. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoting glanced at the transfer records, as if making a firm decision. Alright, let's meet at Wanda Plaza. It's convenient for me since I work here. Nice. Didn't expect to successfully invite the school beauty out so smoothly. You rubbed your hands excitedly like a fly, secretly thrilled. In the past, even if you were asked out, you wouldn't dare to meet up. But now, Looking at all those zeros in the system, you feel especially confident. Then you lay on the hard bed, staring at the system in your mind, and laughed foolishly, thinking with this thing, why bother being a security guard tomorrow? Isn't it better to hang out with the campus belle every day and enjoy life? You fantasize about a better life and soon fall asleep. The next day, when you woke up and confirmed that the system was still there, you took off the security guard uniform and threw it into the trash can. Then you rode an electric donkey to the agreed location. From a distance, you saw the goddess you had longed for in college standing next to the fountain in the square. Xia Ting was dressed particularly sexy, with a white v-neck long-sleeved shirt on top, slightly transparent in the afternoon sun, and a black mini skirt on the bottom, with a pair of fair and tender jade legs, wearing black stockings and high heels, highlighting a straight and slender figure. She deliberately applied delicate light makeup on her face, making her exquisite features appear somewhat mature. Her once lively and beautiful big eyes are now full of endless charm. You seem a bit dazed. This black silk school flower is a bit too dazzling in the crowd. Passing men, more or less, will unconsciously look at her, and even some bold ones will stand still like you, staring straight at her to admire. Xiaoting turned her head and recognized you at a glance, who hadn't changed much since the past, and called out. You were awakened and came to her, smiling and saying, Xiaoting, we meet again. You are still so charming. For some reason, with the system in place, although you felt a bit nervous, you didn't show it on your face and spoke very calmly. Thank you for the compliment. Xiaoting smiled slightly, quietly sizing up this man, about 1.78 meters tall, thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking a bit handsome, but his clothes seemed a bit cheap, more like two 9.9 yuan t-shirts from Taobao. Then she glanced down at your old sneakers, her expression somewhat unnatural. This person's appearance didn't look like that of a wealthy person no matter how you looked at it. Even if a wealthy person didn't pay attention to appearance and dressed casually, they wouldn't look as shabby as him. In an instant, she suddenly had a ridiculous idea. Could it be that this 100,000 is all his belongings, just to meet her? You looked at the beautiful school flower in front of you, smiling brightly. I feel like you look even prettier now than at school. Really? Xiaoting heard such a straightforward compliment. Although she was happy in her heart, her expression was still a bit embarrassed. She lightly twirled her hair with her hand, then casually asked, didn't I see you drive over? You didn't dare tell the truth. So you casually said, I thought it was close, so I walked over. Xiaoting looked at you suspiciously, but didn't pursue it. After a few questions and answers, the two of them ran out of topics, and the scene fell silent for a moment. You see such a beautiful goddess, standing there, feeling a little nervous, not knowing what to say. To avoid embarrassment, you suggest, how about we go shopping together? Xiaoting hesitated for a moment. She had already prepared for a shopping date when she agreed to come out with you, but she didn't expect you to dress so casually. She felt reluctant and a bit embarrassed to go shopping with you, worried about being seen by people she knows in the mall with such a low-class man. She doesn't know how to politely refuse. After all, you gave her 100,000 yuan in cash, which is equivalent to her 1 year's salary. After much thought, she put on a formulaic fake smile and replied, okay. You also smiled and said, if there's anything you want to buy, you can tell me. Really? Xiaoting raised her eyes, looking somewhat incredulous. What? You don't trust me? You raised an eyebrow. It's not that, it's just that I feel like we're not that close yet, so it's not right to spend your money like this. Xiaoting's eyes flickered. We've known each other for so many years, and we're still not close? You joked with a smile. Your appearance is unremarkable, but you speak with exceptional confidence, which makes Xia Ting doubt her own judgment. Could it be that you are hiding your true self and pretending to be poor on purpose? After hesitating for a while, she finally made up her mind and took the initiative to hold your hand, smiling sweetly, saying, then I'll take you to see where I work. Being held by the hand, your heart trembled. Oh my, so enthusiastic right from the start. This scene instantly made your face slightly blush. Passers-by couldn't help but stare at you too. The girl was charming and attractive, dressed in a pure desire style that looked dazzling, while the boy next to her looked like a loser, with a messy hairstyle and an embarrassed face. Watching the intimate scene between the two, they must have a close relationship. Everyone sighed for this top-notch beauty. This is definitely a flower inserted in cow dung. Xiaoting also caught a glimpse of your slightly embarrassed appearance, secretly pleased with her own charm, but pretended not to see it. After the two of them stepped onto the escalator and Xiaoting couldn't stand your undisguised gaze, she pinched you and coquettishly said, have you seen enough? You chuckled and said, sorry, my eyes are out of control. Xiaoting's eyes turned, gently glancing at you, looking like she was angry, but still not letting go of your hand. You were enchanted by her charming glance, smelling the faint scent of perfume around her, feeling a bit intoxicated for a moment. You never expected that. The first time you met, Xia Ting would be so enthusiastic. And this woman dressed coolly. In this air-conditioned mall, your body felt slightly cold, and you unconsciously tightened your arms. As a newbie, how could you resist this temptation? This woman is like a fireball, making you hotter and hotter. Xia Ting felt the warmth from your arms and curiously asked, Qin Feng, why are you so warm? You couldn't tell the truth, blushing all over. Fortunately, not long after, the two arrived at her workplace. The store was not big, but it was decorated magnificently, with various lights shining brightly on the cosmetics. There was only a beautiful woman in a white work uniform in the store. Seeing Xia Ting holding hands with a strange man, looking very intimate, she greeted, Ting Ting, brought a friend? Yes, Yun Jia, this is my old classmate Qin Feng, who was very caring for me. Yun Jia. Xia Ting introduced the two of them. You nodded at the beautiful woman in front of you. Yun Jia is the manager here and has known Xia Ting for a long time. Seeing that you don't look like you're wearing high-end clothes, her expression became somewhat strange. She has seen several men by Xia Ting's side, but she has never seen a guy like this, so casually dressed and unkempt. She was puzzled, but managed her expression well, politely smiled, and said, there's a sofa over there. Feel free to sit. You thanked her, didn't sit on the sofa, but instead looked at the dazzling array of cosmetics in the store, picked up a small bottle and felt it in your hand. It was light as a feather, with no weight at all, yet they dared to sell it for over 3,000. Xia Ting saw you picking up the valuable item and quickly reminded you, be careful, this is very expensive. You smiled and asked, do you like it? Xia Ting followed your words and smiled, yes, I like it, buy it for me. She now has certain expectations of you, although you may look a bit shabby, but the 100,000 yuan in your phone cannot be fake. I'm not very familiar with these cosmetics. Which ones do you like? Pack them up together. I'll pay for it. Xia Ting couldn't believe you dared to say that, her beautiful eyes staring at you in surprise. You were overwhelmed by the adoring gaze of the campus belle, feeling a little intoxicated and couldn't help but boast. Of course, you can empty the store. Hee hee. Yun Jie heard you bragging from a distance, couldn't hold back and laughed, thinking that this person is dressed like this and still dares to boast. Probably just here to be funny. You heard someone laughing, not angry, but excited instead, thinking that the plot of pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face has finally come to me. And Xia Ting on the side, pretending not to hear Sister Yun's laughter, skillfully walked to the counter, bent down and took out a larger box set from inside, saying to you, can I take a New Year set? It's 38,000. She wanted to test your strength and deliberately took the most expensive set, since she dared to say that even moving out is fine. She should have some strength. Upon hearing this, you seem afraid that Xia Ting won't give you a chance to perform. Is one box enough? Do you want to take a few more boxes? Seeing you spend money so carelessly, Xia Ting happily jumped up, as cute as a jade rabbit. That's enough. That's enough. One box can last for half a year. Thank you, brother Qin Feng. Upon seeing the situation, your eyes widened. So attractive. Even calling yourself brother, with a soft and gentle voice, like a summer ice cream. Cool and sweet. Xia Ting held the box in her hands, feeling happy in her heart, giving you a sweet smile. Xia Ting's affection level +5. Increased favorability. At this moment you are all smiling foolishly. The corners of your mouth are curved enough to hang mineral water. This time you really want to empty this store and give it to Xia Ting. Really not necessary? Take a look at what else you want to take. Don't be polite with me. Most of the items in the store sets are available, and Helena's skincare products are considered expensive. Ordinary people can't afford them. Okay, let's go to another store and take a look. Qin Feng felt a pang of pity when he saw her contentedness, and didn't hold out for more. Picking up girls is a psychological battle, and spending money on the wrong things is a big point deduction. He pulled out his gold card and waved it in front of the dazed Sister Yun's eyes as a reminder. Swipe your card, pretty lady. Sister Yun then reacted, took the card with both hands, and said in a panic, oh, good, good. She had just been wondering what kind of person Qin Feng was. Over $30,000 of skincare products to say bye, casually like in the grocery store seems to buy. Had he been mistaken? Was this really a rich man? As the card is swiped, the machine is spitting out small tickets. She looked deeply at Qin Feng, and rightly so. That girl is so discerning. How can the man she sees be a poor man? Chapter 5, What's with the blush? Qin Feng kept staring at Sister Yun's expression, hoping to see a hint of mockery on her face. Didn't you laugh out loud before? If you could say something shady now, then one can rightfully shout the classic line, here's what I've got. I've got it covered. He'd always been bitter about not being able to fake it and punch him in the face. He just looked at Yun quietly, hoping she would give him a chance. But after looking at her for a while, she only saw that Sister Yun's face, which was wearing a faint smile. suddenly turned inexplicably red. This scared Qin Feng. You're sick. What are you blushing about? When Sister Yun saw Qin Feng leaning his hand on the counter and leaning his body to look at himself all the time with a smile, she thought that he had taken an interest in her. She smoothed the broken hair around her ear, glanced at Xia Ting, who was packing her own bag beside her, and revealed an intriguing smile that clipped her soft voice with intent. Mr. Qin is so bold. He's such a good match for our Xia Ting. Big sister, can you not smile so flippantly when you say that? Qin Feng pulled the corner of his mouth. Just now this woman looked at herself like she was looking at a country bumpkin. Now that you're out of pocket, you're smiling like a daisy. God knows what's going on in this woman's head. He smiled perfunctorily, reaching for the gold card she handed him. He suddenly noticed the woman's hand, hooked in his own. Lifting his head, he looked again at the teasing look in her beautiful eyes. What does this mean? Being teased by an aunt herself? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with shock, looking at his aunt who was pretending to be shy. There was a delay in his throat. Big sister, you're not. Qin Feng swept his eyes at her figure. There was no comparison to the proud Xia Ting. And look at the powder on her face. It's thick like shaving putty. At once, he shook his head firmly at her. Not a word was said, deeply afraid that she would misunderstand. He can still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. Don't pick up the pieces and lose them. And Yun's profile says she's 39 years old, has a charisma value of 67, and has been in 59 relationships. Nice guy, quite a network. Yun's smile faltered. Obviously he took the initiative to make secret advances to himself. How did he agree to it and instead reject it so mercilessly? It couldn't be that he was purposely embarrassing himself because he had just laughed at him for that sound, could it? She was furious inside. He gave him a vicious glare. Classless man. Qin Feng saw the two eyebrows wrinkled together on her forehead, fearing that she would squeeze the powder out of her face into creases, and fled in fear. Xia Ting didn't see their exchange and said to Sister Yun, Sister Yun, put the stuff in the store first. Let's go somewhere else to shop. Sister Yun smiled forcibly. Okay, you guys play your games. Xia Ting naturally took Qin Feng's hand again. Brother Qin Feng, where are we going next? Qin Feng thought for a moment. Go wherever you want. Xia Ting was a little embarrassed. She wanted to go shopping Chanel. She wanted to go to LV. But when old classmates meet, they drag people to this kind of expensive place. It looks like she is materialistic, but this kind of kaiju, miss this time, I don't know if there will be another chance in the future. After dwelling on it for a while, she timidly raised her head and tried her luck at Qin Feng. I'd like to check out the Chanel bag. Qin Feng waved his hand. Go. And Xia Ting's eyes bristled as she watched him agree so readily. This is obviously a real bigot. It's a shame to fish it out only once when it's so powerful. It should be fine-tuned and slow. Xia Ting looked at his clothes and had an idea in mind. But, it's always me who buys. Don't you have anything you want to buy? Qin Feng said with bravado, I don't care. I'm too lazy to spend money on myself. Xia Ting pinched up his clothes. How can that be? Look at this t-shirt on you. It's all white and yellow. As a courtesy, I'll buy you a few better ones. Qin Feng was a bit embarrassed and mused. You've spent so much for me. Let me return the favor. Shatin has extensive fishing experience. Knowing that you have to show that you care about him appropriately and not just keep asking for it. Qin Feng had no reason to reject Xia Ting's intentions. Walked her into the Armani boutique. Shatin fishes very sparingly for bait. And with Qin Feng's transfer, she was fearless. Generously changed Qin Feng from head to toe. Once you check out, it's only a little over 4,000. Men's stuff. It's just cheap. At this time, Qin Feng looked quite the type of man dressed up. The top is a black slate cotton slim-fit short sleeve, paired with men's denim casual pants and a pair of inner height sneakers. The whole spirit is renewed. A 5'7" man, he leapt to 5'2" with the new shoes. The air was a little fresher as we walked along. People rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. Sure enough, it's not wrong at all. If the original ordinary Qin Feng belonged to the 60-point passing grade, then after changing into the appropriate new clothes, it could almost reach the 80-point level. There were more ladies walking down the street smiling at him. Xia Ting was also very satisfied with the current Qin Feng, so that when she walked with him, she wouldn't have to worry about being looked down upon. She went up 2 more points in favor. Came to 2200 hours, acquaintance. Xia Ting straightened Qin Feng's shoulders and inquired as if casually. Brother Qin Feng, don't you have a girlfriend to dress you up? Qin Feng, even more stupid, can hear that she is asking if he has a girlfriend. Immediately without thinking said, yeah, I've been busy with work, but now that I'm making some money I'm thinking about it. Xia Ting took it at face value. In her impression, successful men were busy with their careers and their feet. A confident smile appeared on his face at the thought of him coming to him as soon as he had the money. and he reached out and poked him in the chest with his finger in a questioning tone. So what made you want to get up and find me? Qin Feng said sincerely, because I thought you were pretty before. Xia Ting was hit by the straight ball that wooden corner, and smiled more and more delicately. He, did you secretly have a crush on me back then? A little, Qin Feng said bluntly. Xia Ting gently hammered his fist. That force, ants cannot get dead. You are bad. Oh. I remember in school seems to have a girlfriend to come. Qin Feng immediately explained. I didn't have a girlfriend in college, but I chased a girl for 3 years. But unfortunately I didn't get it in the end. It was a past he didn't want to bring up. Just as every good woman is hurt by a scumbag, all good men have a lover they can't lick. When love disappears, it's as if it never came. He was sure he wouldn't have any more mood swings if he saw the woman again. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Xia Ting comforted. That's because she doesn't have an eye for it. Don't take it to heart. Qin Feng gave an expressionless Seeing this, Xia Ting simply took his hand and said, let's go shopping at the mall. To be honest, I don't even do much shopping after coming to work here. Qin Feng said strangely, I remember you used to be quite popular. How come you don't have anyone to go shopping with? Xia Ting gasped. Don't mention it. They are all look-alike goods. Some time ago I met a lower-head man, renting a sports car to pretend to be a pussy. As soon as it was time to pay for it, he tuned his cell phone alarm out, saying that someone was looking for him. Chapter 6, Ouch. I'm an old auntie. Xia Ting spat while leading Qin Feng to an LV boutique. SA went up and slightly sized up the two, only to see that the male was well built and the female was glamorous, and smiled a little more enthusiastically and inquired cordially, welcome to Louis Vuitton. How may I help you? Shatin returned, we'll just see for ourselves. Okay, make yourself at home and holler at me if you need anything. SA smiled and stood off to the side. Luxury counter assistants are called SA or BA, which is an acronym for the professional designation of sales advisor. Not only do these sales have to have a good image and a good temperament, but they also have to be undergraduate students to do so, and preferably they have to know English. They are emotionally intelligent and understand the human condition, which makes them hard to turn people off. Xia Ting walked into the display case where the bags were kept and took out a black bag, hung it on her body and smiled at Qin Feng. Brother, does this bag look good on my back? Qin Feng a straight man where to see if the bag is good or not. Without batting an eye, he simply said, it looks good. Buy it. What's going on? His words startled Xia Ting and the waiter. This man didn't even look at the price and just shouted buy? Keep in mind that some bags are luxury items and extremely expensive. Xia Ting looked at Qin Feng's eyes a little differently this time, and immediately came up to him, reminding him in a low voice, brother, this one costs more than $60,000. When it comes to spending money, Qin Feng's expression is more or less unselfish, and he has the nerve to take out $6? He smiled gently at Xia Ting and said, as long as you like it, I'll buy it for you. It was a line he'd been thinking about for a while before, and he finally got the chance to say it in front of everyone, looking at their surprised eyes. Qin Feng only felt so cool that he couldn't describe it in words. No wonder so many people throw their money away for a good laugh. It turned out that it was just a matter of wanting to show off in front of the crowd. Qin Feng empathized. Xia Ting's eyes became mesmerized when she saw his gold-splashing gesture from the side. She admitted that for a moment. She saw Qin Feng's body glowing. A glow full of masculinity. Looking at his increasingly handsome side face, Xia Ting didn't know what was going on, and ghostly stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek with a shy cry. Nianai is so nice. Qin Feng was successful in her sneak attack. All I felt was a faint electric current crossing my face. He covered his face and stared in a bit of disbelief. It's amazing that this schoolgirl would be so forthcoming. Looking at her blushing face, Qin Feng also wanted to taste the red apple. So far he's been able to make that kind of progress for $200,000. What happens if $10 million goes into it? His nose had the urge to bleed just simply thinking about it. At this point, the system gives another notification. Shaitan's favoritism +5. This time, it gave Qin Feng a bit of a daze. The happiness came so strongly, in waves, that he was a little overwhelmed. At this rate, I don't know if there's any drama today. Thinking of this black silk schoolgirl's specialty, Qin Feng involuntarily revealed a smile. He looked into her face and his gaze became red hot. Xia Ting was originally looking down at her bag when her afterglow swept over his gradually perverted smile. Winks glared at him, signaling him not to get carried away. Qin Feng couldn't stop thinking about it. But looking at Xia Ting frowning, she also understood that she couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It took a while to calm down. Pay up. With a warm welcome from the waitress, he walked out the door with his bag and Shatin, wandered around the mall a little bit and bought some perfume and other odds and ends. I ended up at a women's clothing store that only sells boutiques. It's September and just about still the tail end of summer. The racks were full of fancy little dresses and all sorts of cool clothes. Xia Ting picked a floral halter dress and went into the fitting room. When he came out, Jin Feng looked straight in the eyes. This skirt in her body beauty more people heart. Waist design highlights her beautiful curves. Natural flowing skirt hem let her temperament into pure incomparable. The cool sash was tied around the luscious puffy shoulders, and the winding collarbones were drool-worthy to look at. Moreover, after Xia Ting took off her stockings, she revealed her long snow-white and glossy legs, and just stood there in a pavilion. Jin Feng couldn't help but say, "Ting Ting, you look exactly the same now as you did back then." Xia Ting spun around, holding up the hem of her skirt and looking down. "Really? I think it's a little too girly." Jin Feng said heartily, "You were originally a young girl. Shaitan's favoritism +5. Nice guy, can you add favor by moving your mouth? I'm 26 years old, and several of my girlfriends have children, so it's a shame to dress like a little girl." Xia Ting said shame on her lips, but her eyes were staring straight at the dress. Jin Feng this to not be able to read her meaning, then all these years of novels are really in vain. He called out directly to the ladies selling the dress, "Waiter, wrap up her original dress. We'll wear this one straight away." Then added to Xia Ting, "A 20-something-year-old girl should wear something brighter." The clerk smiled and said, "Mister, really have a good eye. Your girlfriend wear this skirt really good, especially show the body. You see this little waist how thin I am envious of the death of." Jin Feng didn't care if she meant what she said or not. Cupping, indeed, much prettier than those Korean actresses. Xia Ting looked at the two of them kissing their own asses. Her heart was beautiful. So listened to him and cut the dress tags off, straight out of the gate. When he took his arm again, the two of them were skin to skin, unlike the long-sleeved shirt a moment ago that had clothes covering it. Xia Ting also felt something strange. Her eyes fluttered and she looked away unnaturally. Jin Feng's heart grew hotter and hotter. The look in her eyes was like a hungry wolf staring at a white rabbit. He poked his head over and came a little closer, gently sniffing the fragrance around her neck, with a hint of fascination in his expression, and said deliberately, "Ting Ting, why do you smell better after changing your clothes?" Xia Ting crossed her orchid fingers, pinched the lapel and sniffed it, wondering, "There's no difference." This action of hers caused Jin Feng, who was standing beside her and watching her, to inadvertently see some scenery. The delicate clavicle, the beauty of it all. Jin Feng stared straight in the eyes. Tongue-tied words could not be said clearly. Xia Ting found Jin Feng's wolf-like eyes glancing at her body. Noticing that she was being taken advantage of, she stomped her foot and grunted, "Pervert." With that, she let go of his arm and, with a twist of her head, pretended to be angry as she walked forward on her own. Jin Feng immediately followed, thinking about how on TV at times like this it's usually just a matter of wrapping your arms around the heroine and apologizing softly. He raised his arm and wrapped it around Xia Ting from behind, but stopped a palm's length from her shoulder. Chapter 7, Where are you touching, asshole? This was the second time Jin Feng had straddled a girl, and he was in a very nervous mood. I wonder if this one will end as awkwardly as the first. The woman he had once chased for 3 years had left an indelible impression on him. I remember when he saved up for a long time and finally bought her an expensive necklace. She smiled a lot when she put it on. It was a spring season, and the two were walking through the campus, the roadside scenery springing up and conveying the scent of love. It gave him the illusion of an opportunity. So then he plucked up the courage to try to hug that woman for the first time, resulting in a look of disgust on her face that he has never forgotten to this day. The woman said to him seriously, "You're disrespecting me, saying that you can't touch me until after you're married." That voice had stuck with him for a long time, always appearing in his head to tell him over and over again every late night. So much so that he's developed a shadow of a sister snuggler. I'm afraid that Xia Ting has the same attitude. His hand froze there for a second, even shrinking back a bit. Xia Ting was a bit puzzled at this point. She had long seen Jin Feng's hand in her afterglow, and the fact that she hadn't purposely accelerated away from him already indicated that his contact was permitted. It wasn't a big deal for him to steal a glance just now. It was just an accidental delivery of some benefits. That's where. She didn't get angry, just put on an attitude of needing to be coaxed. Shaking off the man's hand was also because he was the one who had deliberately tricked himself into lifting his collar, thinking that the man was a bit tactful. It's not quite the same honest, straight man style he's shown before. Xia Ting was worried that this guy's segment was above his own, and that his previous foolishness was all his disguise. But pretending or not, there's no reason for him to be slow to make a move. You've got your attitude all over the place. Thinking of this, Xia Ting couldn't help but turn her head and swept a glance at him, wanting to see what this man really meant. It turned out that the man's eyes were glazed over, as if he was remembering some bad scenario, and a hint of fear actually appeared on his face. What's so scary about hugging a girl? A question mark slowly popped up over Shatin's head. At this time the man looked a little pitiful, like a dog that had been kicked, trying to approach people but not daring, very timid. The more Shatin looked at him, the more she thought he was trying to get away. Do you purposely put on an attitude that you've been rejected by a girl? Make yourself bleary-eyed and heartbroken, and then voluntarily move into his arms. Ha! I'm afraid this isn't too much of a novel. Shatin tugged at the corner of her mouth, breathless at the special affections of the rich. She sighed silently. What can I do? It's still all about cooperating with him. Who called him a grandpa? She gathered her composure and adjusted the curve of her smile, slowing down the pace. Voluntarily, he leaned his body back to meet his arm. The moment the two of them made contact, it was detected that Qin Feng's body trembled. Shatin's eyes rolled quietly upward. This guy is acting like a real piece of work. She arched her body into Qin Feng's arms and tenderly said, "What is brother thinking?" Qin Feng touched the girl's slippery fragrant shoulder and instantly panicked. He was just thinking about things and didn't notice how he had her in his arms. Hearing the inquiry, he replied at a loss for words. I didn't think of anything. Xia Ting's smile did not diminish. Seeing how nervous you are, it wouldn't be the first time you've hugged a beautiful woman like me. Qin Feng was filled with embarrassment at being guessed at the actual situation and didn't know how to reply. Seeing this, Shatin thought he was still pretending to be innocent. Her eyes skittered around and she reached out to put her hand on the back of the man's arm around her. Qin Feng was startled, thinking that she wanted to remove her hand, so he hurriedly planned to apologize first. But there was no time to think of lines. I only felt Xia Ting grabbing his hand and slowly going down. Move slowly from your shoulders over your ribs and stop at the waistline. This one made Qin Feng completely unable to play. Looking at Xia Ting's smiling face, beautiful and moving, he heard her tease. Brother, it's weird to ride on a girl's shoulder. You know. Qin Feng did not expect this woman not only did not reject him, but also so active. Froze and stupidly asked, "Where's the weirdness?" Xia Ting glanced at him. "Only between you boys, okay? Do you want me to be your brother?" Qin Feng listened to the girl's petulant whine and smelled the faint perfume on her body. Beneath thick lashes, a pair of mesmerizing eyes were winking at him. In this moment, he only felt that Xia Ting was somehow better than she once was. At first he was really stupid, blind to that, pouring his heart out for her, only to realize in the end that he wasn't even a spare tire. At best he was a tool man who could pull wool over his eyes. A big, angry bastard. He doesn't want to be a lickspill anymore. He wants to be a war wolf. Shatin's bold movements filled him with courage. Qin Feng slightly forcefully wrapped his arms around Xia Ting, keeping her petite body next to his own, and directly showed his cards. Why don't you be my woman? Xia Ting was not surprised that he confessed so suddenly, shyly lowering her head and saying slowly, "We used to talk no more than 5 sentences total in college. Is this going to be too fast now?" Qin Feng said seriously, "I think it's good to progress a little faster." Xia Ting was worried. "But I don't even know you. I don't even know where you live." She finished quietly observing Qin Feng's expression, wanting to see what his reaction was. In fact, she also preferred that kind of drama where the bully falls in love with me than warm water boiling a frog. Moreover, Qin Feng was stupid and rich, and he was also more handsome than those bald uncles, so she had now ranked him in the first sequence. As long as his house and car all add up to more than 8 figures, she could consider being with him. Qin Feng instantly calmed down when he heard Xia Ting talk about the house. He is still living in a rented house, less than 40 square feet. To let Xia Ting know that he lives in such a shabby place, I'm afraid that he won't even look at himself more than once. He heard Xia Ting's words, almost as if he wanted to see his strength before saying anything. But where is his strength? There's nothing else to take except the $50 million in the system. He'd also like to pokies up a bit to drop the money over and then just pop the machine for cash back. But he also knew that this was unrealistic. Maybe by then the money would be gone. The goodwill would not have increased much, and he would be secretly ridiculed. The thing about relationships is that they are meant to be taken slowly, and it's all about the day-to-day and the long term. The two of them have only known each other for less than half a day, and it's really not a good idea to rush things. Qin Feng changed the topic. You'll know later. Where do we go shopping next? Xia Ting saw that Qin Feng was avoiding answering and his eyes were dodging, as if he had something difficult to say. The mind is not free of some strangeness. For a man as generous as he is, the house shouldn't be too bad. But when people didn't say anything, she could only bury her doubts in the bottom of her heart and stop asking questions. Taking out his cell phone, he glanced at it. It's after 5. Is brother hungry? The two of them walked and strolled around for the rest of the afternoon. Shatin was so good-looking that she made him forget his physical exhaustion. Now after she reminded him, Qin Feng then felt famished and rubbed his stomach, saying, "Hungry. I could eat a cow right now." Hearing Qin Feng's honest answer, Xia Ting was a bit embarrassed that she had been dragging people to buy things without realizing that they were hungry. In order to express her apologies, Xia Ting proposed that she wanted to treat Qin Feng to dinner. Qin Feng refused on the spot. Kidding aside, he can be reimbursed for dinner for two. Eating until you puke for $1 is certainly more cost-effective when you pay for it yourself. Qin Feng brought Xia Ting to an upscale seafood restaurant, ordered the most expensive king crab, elephant mussels, unknown huge conch, australopithecine, scrambled eggs with sea urchin. He'd had his eye on a seafood dinner for a long time and had never dared to order it alone. On the contrary, I've had AO lung at other people's weddings, and before I could taste it, it was gone with one chopstick per person. This time it's as good as it gets. He spent a total of $250,000 in one afternoon counting WeChat transfers. Xia Ting's favorability rose rapidly. It's currently at 42 points, familiar. Chapter 8, My Mom Called Me Home. This seafood hotel is expensive. Couples' rooms are required to spend a minimum of $2,800, but the stuff is really not bad. Mainly a visual treat. Their house specialty is the surveillance video of the back kitchen, which is placed in the box so that everyone can watch the preparation process. All ingredients are put in front of a camera to ensure that they are all fresh seafood. A conch that size is hammered straight through, and the meat is still moving. It's just bunker, sliced and sautéed in a pan. Even just with scallions, it's served up with an explosion of flavor. The meat of the conch is very firm, tough, moist and tasty, with a chewy and bouncy texture in the mouth. The two ate it to their heart's content. Something like seafood, live and dead are two completely different flavors. When the king crabs were served, they were red in huge pots. Qin Feng looked dumbfounded. He had always heard people talk about king crab, and when it was actually on the table, he realized the portion was so large. The meat of each crab leg was cleanly scraped and drizzled with crab meat, and the red and yellow color scheme was appetizing. One bite was all tender and meaty with a distinctive fresh flavor, and it seemed to have a bit of salted egg yolk that was a bit grainy on the tongue. Not only was it delicious, but there was so much of it that one person couldn't finish it, and Xia Ting ate just a little more than the cat, just tasting each dish. I put down my chopsticks without taking a few bites. He expressed sadness as he relied on Qin Feng to fight alone. Either you can't afford it, or you'll eat until you're full. He ordered a bottle of red wine called Penfolds, 7,500. Originally, I wanted to drink more than 20,000 la fight, but I was afraid of pretending too much and attracting Xia Ting's resentment, so I ordered a cheaper one. The waiter brought the red wine, showed the two men the red wine label and bottle, then opened it in person. First, he poured a small glass of red wine to Qin Feng, signaling to taste how it tasted. Qin Feng thought that the flavor was not good, so he might as well be brave, but the face sheet was a slight nod of praise, a pretense that it was okay. Then the waiter brought tall glasses to pour wine for both. Xia Ting hadn't wanted to drink. Girls drinking easily gave boys a chance, but when he saw that Qin Feng had ordered such an expensive wine, he couldn't hold it at once and clinked 2 glasses. After eating, Xia Ting's eyes were already 3 times hazy, and her cheeks were flushed and beautiful. Walking out of the hotel, Qin Feng saw that her footsteps were fluttering, so he wanted to go and embrace her. Instead, he didn't expect to have his arms wrapped around her instead, and then felt the girl actively rest her head on his shoulder the next moment. Qin Feng was apoplectic and instantly became nonchalant again. The city swings at night with neon lights, reflected on school flowers' cold white skin, making her even more delicate and attractive at the moment. The refreshingly cool breeze blew across the girl's skirt, adding a touch of moving spring color. Qin Feng lowered his head and called out softly, "Ting Ting, let me open a room for you to rest." The sound seemed as if it had awakened a sleeping beauty. Xia Ting regained a trace of clarity, the disorientation in her eyes gradually receding, and a flash of vigilance flashed between her brows. She was actually a pretty good drinker, and the small half bottle of red wine would just go up in her face a bit, not bother her at all. She knew very well that everything she should have bought in the afternoon had been bought, and that the evening was the time for the girls to pay their dues. But she didn't want to give herself away so quickly before she had probed the bottom of this Qin Feng, so she wants to pretend to be drunk and run away. Xia Ting raised her head and reluctantly said, "I can't, my mom said I have to go home at night." Qin Feng also knew that he had asked too hastily, so he smiled and explained, "What are you thinking? I mean, let's find a place to sit and sober up first." Xia Ting laughed. "That little bit of mind, hidden from Hua. Are you sure you're just going to sit down?" Qin Feng said with a serious face. "Sure, the hell with believing you." Xia Ting glanced at him in a million different ways. Qin Feng was electrocuted. His brain was filled with unhealthy thoughts, and he lowered his head for a while, unable to speak. When Xia Ting saw that he didn't say anything, she thought that she had upset him by refusing his invitation. "It is still necessary to pamper care for this quality fish. Let's go around to the park across the street and cool off," she suggested. Qin Feng responded dully, The two walked down the winding stone path into the refreshing park. On both sides were lush trees, their leaves swaying gently in the breeze, and the air was filled with the faint scent of flowers and grass, which was refreshing. Chin Feng, however, was getting hotter and hotter the further he walked, simply because this black light environment is really easy to attract people to commit crimes. Take 2 steps toward the grassy area next to the road to avoid the faint glow from the streetlights, and the schoolgirl next to him was still smiling. That look of being at the mercy of the king was challenging his bottom line of being a human being at all times. Finally, he still can't help it. Without saying a word, he walked around to Xia Ting's body, wrapped both hands around her thin waist, and looked straight into her eyes. Seeing the teasing in her eyes, there was no resistance. Chin Feng then gathered enough courage, lowered his head and kissed. He was about to kiss her vermilion lips, but a slender finger was pressed against the pouting mouth. Who can stand to be pressed against the mouth at a critical moment? Chin Feng opened his mouth wide in anger and bit down on that annoying finger. Shatin was startled. She didn't expect Chin Feng to be so shameless. This one sent her into a panic, and her original stance of being in control crumbled instantly. Aya, don't do that. Xia Ting tried to pull her finger out, but Chin Feng held her arm and her arm couldn't move. She didn't have room to cast, and was suddenly shy. Nasty. Let go. It takes a licking dog to get loose, and a werewolf won't get loose. Xia Ting lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. If you keep this up, I'm going to yell play hooligan. There are still quite a lot of people walking in the park at this time of year, and several night runners. Passing by Chin Feng's place, he saw the two of them cuddling together and didn't even take it seriously. The park is supposed to be a place to talk about love, and cuddling is normal. Just seeing that Xia Ting was so beautiful, but was arched by another pig, they all cursed in their hearts and offered sincere curses for this pair of dogs. Chin Feng had a thick skin. A takeaway worker is basically a windy and rainy person with a thicker skin that can withstand the cold. He nipped Xia Ting's finger lightly with his teeth and said vaguely, "So are you still blocking?" Seeing that he wouldn't stop, Xia Ting first smiled at him in a pleading manner. Then he suddenly stomped on Chin Feng's foot and took the opportunity to pull out his finger amidst Chin Feng's cries of pain. Then pushed Chin Feng away and turned around to run, leaving a trail of silver bells of laughter. Chin Feng clasped his feet and hopped twice on one leg behind him. Immediately after the pain subsided, he took a big step to catch up. Goblin. Offended the abbot and still wants to run. Chapter 9, My Wish to Buy a Car. Although Xia Ting had long legs, she was wearing a thick soled sandal, and she simply couldn't run past Chin Feng, who was wearing sneakers. It didn't take 2 clicks to catch up, then to be cradled in a man's arms and ravaged. After being taken advantage of in a not-so-cheap way, Shatin caught his hand out of his clothes. Turning his head, he gave him an exasperated glare. "If you keep this up, I'm going to ignore you." If it were the Chin Feng of old, he might have been intimidated by these words and thus backed off. These days, though, he's let himself go. There was money on the table, and there was no panic at all. There are so many 90-cent beauties in the world. If this one doesn't work, the next one will. If you have money, are you afraid you won't be able to find a woman who will tolerate you? Chin Feng's other hand raced behind Xia Ting. At Shatin's exclamation of surprise, she slapped her thigh and lectured. "Let's see if you dare to step on my feet again." Xia Ting hummed, "You're the one who started the conversation." Chin Feng secretly lamented that the schoolgirl's hands were really great. Such an extreme girl. He wanted to have it so badly, but he didn't have much experience in picking up girls and didn't know how to take her. Thinking that the book said that bars were the easiest place to pick up girls, he went up and tried to put his arm around Xia Ting's waist and whispered, "Well then, my bad. How about I treat you to a bar?" Xia Ting dodged his embrace and said disdainfully, "Humph. Stinky man, trying to get me drunk, aren't you?" Seeing the dryness of her refusal, Chin Feng didn't dare to continue to take advantage of her and said in a tone of compensatory smile, "Mostly because I've never been and wanted you to show me the ropes." Xia Ting looked him up and down, skeptically saying, "That's a nice thing to say, but the way you looked just now, you don't look like a good person." Chin Feng said seriously, "It's true. I used to be too busy to go. True or not, with what you just did, you don't stand a chance tonight." After Xia Ting finished speaking, she turned around and left. "The bar is out of the question. Enough sweetening for tonight. Fish have to be fed little by little. If you pour all the food down at once, people will not swim up when they are full." Shatin is very experienced in this area. Put on a little face. Wait for him to bring a gift to coax himself tomorrow, and then see how it goes before continuing to date him. Chin Feng chased after him and said, "Don't be angry. Let's talk things over." Poof. Xia Ting's steps did not stop and her head twisted to the side, ignoring Chin Feng. Chin Feng hung a smile on his face and followed beside him. The book says that usually if a girl is really angry, she usually doesn't respond. She returned a grunt, indicating that she wasn't really angry. just a little emotional. If you can't be coaxed by words, you can more than likely be coaxed by gifts. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, Ting Ting, don't be angry. Why don't we do it this way? How about fulfilling one of your wishes within my power? Attracted by Qin Feng's words, Xia Ting slowed down her steps, looked at him suspiciously and asked, what do you mean by that? Qin Feng's gaze was filled with sincere apologies. I shouldn't have treated you that way just now, and would like to ask for your forgiveness. Seeing his sincere face, not like he was joking, Xia Ting became even more puzzled. So you want to fulfill a wish of mine? Anything? Qin Feng said confidently. Well, anything normal will do. He purposely emphasized the word normal, fearing that she would make some outrageous wish. Xia Ting was amused by Qin Feng. What does it mean to be more normal? Her wish is to buy a sports car. Is this considered normal? Simply hilarious. I just heard him say that he fulfills his wishes and looked forward to it. Add a normal wish this time. He's afraid he's not talking about a small wish within a few tens of thousands of dollars. Can you call tens of thousands of dollars a wish? She'd have it with any random middle-aged guy. So what need did she have for him to make it happen? Shatin disdained it and quickened her pace to continue walking. She felt a little upset that the word wish had been insulted. Maybe her mood would be better tomorrow, but right now she didn't really want to talk to Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt a bit puzzled when he saw her suddenly cold again. What's going on here? One is just afraid that she will make some strange wish. For thinking of the various oddly named scenes from Stephen Chow movies. That's why the word normal was added specifically. What's with the flip-flopping? Qin Feng was very puzzled and ran up to ask after him. You name your wish first, and as long as it's not particularly outrageous, I'm sure I'll fulfill it. Xia Ting got angry and said in a gambling tone, I want a Porsche 911. Can you afford it? That's her biggest wish at the moment. Although Qin Feng acted like he was rich, she didn't believe that Qin Feng would buy her a car that was several $1 million. Qin Feng was relieved when he heard her wish. Thought it was such a strange wish. That's it? It's okay to buy you two. And you can even give me one if you have too many. But not knowing if such behavior was considered cheating, Qin Feng didn't dare to risk his life. So he gave up on this dangerous idea. He calmly took Xia Ting's hand and gave a confident smile of agreement. Okay. What? Xia Ting's eyes widened as she resized up the man. The man smiled with a calm face, as if he was talking about 100,000 or so Mercedes. That's a big multi-million $911. Saying yes so easily couldn't be a tease. Could it? Xia Ting lightly covered her lips and said incredulously, Are you serious? Qin Feng smiled and affirmed. Aha. Shatin double-checked. No lies? Qin Feng said seriously, lying to you is a puppy. Xia Ting stared at his eyes, scrutinized them carefully, and did not see any look of weakness, dodging, hardening, or anything like that, only frank confidence shining in his eyes. She had some ability to tell if what a man said was true or not. Qin Feng gave her a sincere and calm feeling. It was as calm as the afternoon when I bought her a bag. At this moment, Shatin had an intuition. If you miss this man, you miss 911. So, does that mean I have to fulfill some condition to get it for me? Xia Ting seemed to have thought of something and glanced at Qin Feng's new pants, her face heating up slightly. In case this guy wants to make a deal with her, will she say yes or no? To be just that, it's something to consider. Just be afraid he'll say he'll buy it after he has kids. The conditions of these rich people were always very harsh, as she knew all too well. Qin Feng rubbed her delicate hand and smiled dashingly. I'll get it for you tomorrow. It's only $200 or $300, a slight heartache, but that's nothing to coax a girl with. Shatin squealed at once. Tomorrow? That's too much. Straight up tomorrow? Qin Feng wondered. Yeah, didn't the forest store get off work early today? Shatin was thrilled in disbelief. Is it true what brother said? Her voice trembled, and even her address changed. Do I look like I'm joking? No, not like Xia Ting excitedly incoherent, but this is a Porsche 911 ah. Qin Feng laughed lightly. What's wrong with that? As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you. Brother, I love you so much. Xia Ting took the initiative to embrace Qin Feng and gave him a wild kiss on the face. Xia Ting's favoritism plus 10. Chapter 10, There's a lot of dogs in the bar. Qin Feng was kissed all over the face lip prints. Could not wipe. Joyful straight smile. He also didn't expect that the car hadn't been bought yet. And the goodwill actually added 10 directly. Women really are sensual creatures. No wonder some men can hold women captive by cheating. There are even some girls who have been scammed and cheated and at the end of the day they are dead set on taking out a loan to spend on a guy. Which is outrageous. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with emotion. Xia Ting was very much looking forward to Qin Feng's performance. Judging from today's performance, Qin Feng's financial power was bottomless. She wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck and hung onto him, saying softly to him, Doesn't brother want to drink? Then people will drink a little with brother. Qin Feng deliberately snickered. Didn't you say you didn't have a chance? Xia Ting said. I suddenly want to drink again. Qin Feng smiled and didn't say anything more. The two got bored for a while and took a cab to a fancy-looking bar. The name is Dragon Bay. The venue was large, single-styled, with a vertical strip of blue running lights on the outside wall that flashed. When he entered the bar, the marketing guy at the door came out to greet him, sizing up the beautiful Xia Ting, and his smile grew a few points thicker. Usually the men who come here, the prettier the women they bring, the higher the expenses. Mr. Beautiful, how many? Do you have a reservation? Would you like to make a reservation? Qin Feng hadn't been here before, so he looked at Xia Ting for her to make up her mind. Xia Ting directly ordered, come to a card seat with a better environment. Okay, there's room in the S-class deck right now. Do you guys need it? Qin Feng heard that all the card seats were expensive, so he asked curiously, how much? The S-class deck is the best area we have here, and you need to spend a minimum of $6,000. Only $6,000? Qin Feng dashed off. Okay. The marketing guy was even more excited to see how easily and comfortably he had settled on a card holder, and was looking forward to the spending power of the two men. He hurriedly led the two men to the card table labeled S3. It's situated on the high side, the equivalent of the second floor, and a slight glance down gives you a panoramic view of the entire bar. The card seat is equipped with gauze curtains, surrounded by dry ice, rising mist to a certain extent, blocking the surrounding line of sight, so that the scene inside is hidden, like a fairyland. The bar is very dimly lit, but the lighting is very cool, with all kinds of stage lights, spotlights, and neon illuminating the atmosphere like a dream. There was a band playing popular songs in the center of the stage, probably due to the early hour, when the music was relatively soothing and not loud. The marketing guy receives the two men and sits them down, brings them a drink menu and asks them to order. Xia Ting looked at him for a while, afraid that ordering expensive would cause him to be offended, so she said, let's have a small mixed set of 6,800. This is just enough to cover the cost of the deck. The marketing guy's face changed slightly when he heard that. This most expensive card seat. According to the process, he was required to stand on the side and wait on them until the end. If there was only a minimum spend, his commission would be pitifully small for that one night. Qin Feng glanced at the menu. There was some kind of small divine dragon 38,000, supreme divine dragon 88,000. He didn't know much about this, so he asked Xia Ting, what is this supreme divine dragon? Xia Ting patiently explained, this is Ace of Spades, the top of the line champagne. The small divine dragon is 3 colors, the large 5 colors, plus a bottle of black gold. The average person can't afford to drink it. Qin Feng gave an oh-so-quiet sound and asked, have you ever drank it? How does it taste? Xia Ting heard Qin Feng's inquiring tone, like he was a bit interested in the divine dragon set. She'd only had a couple of small shenanigans, and they tasted unexpectedly good. The palate is delicate and fruity, with flavors of peach and vanilla that smell fresh. The bottom line is that every bite is money fragrant and very memorable. But Shatin didn't want to order such an expensive drink right now, not worried that Qin Feng couldn't afford to order it, just afraid of spending too much money and not enough money to buy a sports car tomorrow. She pretended to be disgusted. It's just so, about the same as regular champagne. The marketing guy standing on the sidelines heard the boys keep asking questions and didn't even know the bar's most famous little goddamned dragon. With a look of having never seen the world, his heart was half-cooled, and he guessed that this might be a bumpkin. The thought of being dragged here tonight made him want to cry a little. He looked at the well-dressed Qin Feng with contempt, feeling unworthy for Xia Ting. The average woman in a paper drinking place like a bar would be desperate to squeeze her boyfriend in order to save face. Where can you find such a nice girl like her who looks beautiful and saves money for her boyfriend? He couldn't help but prod for Xia Ting. Sir, it's going to be the 6,800 mix and match set, isn't it? Qin Feng had never drunk champagne, and at the moment he was a little curious about the Ace of Spades and asked Xia Ting, is it hard to drink? Xia Ting is very entangled. See Qin Feng look a little want to drink. I'm afraid to say that they are difficult to drink will sweep him away. She thought for a moment and returned. It's okay, you don't want to spread it around. It's fine just the way it is. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Ask the system in your head if you can be reimbursed if the goddess doesn't want it and you force yourself to order drinks for the girls. System answer, all expenses for a date between two people can be settled with the fund. Qin Feng's heart settled down, and he just wanted to open his mouth to order a divine dragon set to see what it was like. That's when the marketing guy chimed in again. Mix and match package then. It suits you fine. He saw that the girl had been giving the boy's face by letting him order cheap drinks and giving him a leg up, and the boys were hesitant, like they wanted to play hard to get but were worried about not having enough money and were stingy. This made the marketing guy inexplicably angry, and he couldn't help but open his mouth to dislike it. Xia Ting listened to the marketing guy's tone a little off, as if he was shading them. She was worried that Chin Feng would get angry, so she got up and questioned. What do you mean? The boy tugged at the corner of his mouth, and said that she didn't know what was good for her. He had helped her recognize this man, and she had snapped at him instead. The marketing guy came on too, apologizing forcefully. I'm sorry, beautiful. I'm rather stupid and can't speak well, so don't be offended if I've offended you in any way. Couldn't fault the man's attitude, but it always felt diabolical. The leathery smile gave the impression that the old man was not to be served. Xia Ting didn't like this person's tone, but people had apologized, and it wasn't good for her to get angry if she wanted to remain a lady, so she sat down with a huff. Chin Feng is used to this kind of cold eyes when he works as a takeaway as a security guard. He could hear the contempt in the man's tone and guessed that he might have ordered less and the person was not happy. But you can't make his woman angry even if you're not happy. When she gets angry and doesn't want to drink, won't she have to wash herself out for the night? He felt the need to play hard to get and teach this dog-eared youngster a lesson. He blandly said to the marketing guy, "Go get your supervising manager." The boy sneered, no fear in his heart. He wasn't the least bit rude the whole time. Even if the manager comes over, he can't do anything to him. Moreover, Chin Feng was occupying the highest level card seat and only consumed such a small amount, and the manager must also have the same attitude as himself. He muttered something small under his breath, then shrugged it off. That high and mighty attitude, looking a little proud, and not knowing what to be godly about. Chin Feng smiled at Xia Ting and said soothingly, "Don't be angry. I'll teach him a lesson for you." Xia Ting in turn felt a little guilty. She was full of thoughts about the sports car and ordered cheaper drinks, causing Chin Feng to make people look down on her. "It's okay, brother, why don't we stop drinking?" Shaitan said weakly. "No, this pussy, I'm going to pretend. No one can stop me. I said so." Chin Feng said furiously. He'd been holding it in all day and finally found somewhere he could splurge. It's true that it still takes a place like a bar to be suitable for people to show their sainthood. On the other hand, the marketing guy comes backstage at the bar and finds the lobby manager. The manager's name is Shifuya, a very imperial beauty, supposedly with a hard background. As soon as the marketing guy saw her, he immediately complained that a table of guests had come in poor and choosy, dawdling for half a day without ordering a drink. Suspecting that those two had come to the S-zone to pretend to take pictures, they now resented their bad attitude and called her in for questioning. Shifuya gave him a faint look. She had a few moments of distaste for the kid who spent his days being lazy and juggling and shaking his little wit. This isn't the first time he's had complaints from guests. If it wasn't for the fact that this kid knows two rich dudes who often come here to spend $1 million, she'd have told him to off a long time ago. Shifuya sighed and helplessly followed him to Chin Feng's card seat. Chapter 11. She's so handsome when she beats up a dog. Shifuya was a standard melon face, with delicate and unassuming features, skin like gelatin, and slightly upturned eye tails, giving a cold and enchanting feeling like a fox. Long curly chestnut-colored hair falls sensuously behind her, wearing a simple yet elegant white shirt with a slightly open neckline that shows off a stunning neckline. The blouse is lightweight and flattering, emphasizing her figure. The cuffs are slightly rolled, revealing slim wrists for a casual, no-nonsense look. A wraparound skirt perfectly outlined her body lines. The fabric of the skirt was smooth and shiny, and with a pair of black stockings, it showed off her slender leg lines and gave her a competent look. Chin Feng was slightly lost in thought as he watched. This woman had the kind of high-cool imperial style that came out of the comics. She has a confident demeanor and cold eyes, but she smiles and makes the wind and sun warm, like the ice is melting and everything is reviving. Chin Feng took a look with the scanning function. Name, Schiffer. Age, 27. Charisma, 90. Number of relationships, 2. Only 2? It can't be. Would a place like a bar and nightclub have such an innocent girl? How can you keep your body working in a place like this? Chin Feng was a bit surprised. He scanned the girls around him roughly as he entered the bar. Most of the girls who come here are very good looking, with a few 90-point beauties, but they also have a lot of relationships, most in double digits, some in triple digits. The most exaggerated was seeing a beautiful woman with a charisma score of 86 and reaching 1,000. Scary as hell. One a day is also 3 years long. How did she manage to make 2 vermilion lips for 10,000 people to taste at the age of less than 30? Chin Feng couldn't imagine it. And don't dare to mess with these sisters. The main reason was that he didn't dare to flirt with a girl in front of Xia Ting, and it was a bit dangerous to test the poison with his body. At the very least, you have to get a super strong body before you dare to attempt it. Shifuya was secretly puzzled when she saw Chin Feng looking at himself so straightly. She'd seen it all before with men's lustful eyes or admiring candid glances, but it was the first time he had seen eyes like these that seemed to be able to see through him, and his eyes were filled with amazement within them. It's like looking at the unthinkable. She glanced down quickly at what she was wearing and saw that there was nothing wrong with it. I also looked in the mirror before coming and my makeup was normal. couldn't figure out what Qin Feng was looking at. Walking up to Qin Feng, she pressed down the doubts in her heart and said with a smile, "Excuse me, both of you. I'm the person in charge here. Yeah, I'm very sorry that our service didn't satisfy you. Please forgive me," said bowing slightly. Right or wrong, it's always right to apologize first when you're in the service industry. Schiffer is quite experienced. She continued, "To make up for it, we'll serve you both 2 special cocktails. What do you think?" Her attitude was impeccable, but the marketing guy behind her looked impatient. Qin Feng sat on the sofa and said indifferently, "No need. I didn't look for you to ask for a drink. So what you're saying is, just now I wanted to order a Supreme Divine Dragon set. The guy said something about how you're only worthy of ordering a mix. I think there's something wrong with your service here, and I wanted to talk to you about this." Shifuya heard Qin Feng say that he was going to order a Divine Dragon set and was a little surprised. Looking at him in a line, together with the beautiful beauty next to him, he believed in his heart for a few minutes. And then I heard him say that his marketing guy here wouldn't let him order alcohol, and I was furious. This dumbass. He likes to dogpile every day. The last time he taunted a table of guests by kicking them out to sit at a loose table, saying the card table was reserved for his friends. As a result, at the end of the day, the table of guests at the loose table 20,000, much higher than his friend's minimum spending. Shifuya made a decision in her mind that if the man in front of her really ordered the dragon set, then she would fire this brainless one on the spot. "I'm sorry, Xiaoya sincerely apologize to you. We promise to train our staff well in the future and give you quality service. We hope you forgive us this time." She bowed once more and apologized. Bending over much more than earlier, she could see the snowy complexion through the neckline. Qin Feng got a bit of eye candy and didn't intend to do anything about it. He had only wanted to complain about it. Why is it so hard for a hitman to be a hitman? But just then, the marketing guy was heard to let out a hum and muttered with a mocking face, "What's the point of pretending? Just like you and still a little dragon set. Afraid not to come to laugh, right?" He simply didn't believe that these 2 poor bastards could afford to order a divine dragon set, and didn't want to lower his voice in front of such poor bastards. His voice was low, but everyone on the field heard him. Shifuya sank her face. This kid offended the client in front of her. This was really not putting her in her eyes. With little patience, she turned to him and said coldly, "You're fired. Pack up and get out of Royal Dragon Bay." The guy shouted, "On what grounds? I'm telling the truth." Just like him, he doesn't even know what a divine dragon set is. How can he possibly order it? Shifuya gave him a disgusted look. This unlucky. No wonder there are always people on the internet saying that they have bad service in the store. So it's this idiot who is messing things up inside. Not wanting to waste time, she pulled out her cell phone, intending to call for someone to pull him away. The guy got anxious and arrogantly said, "Then you can think about it. My group of friends will never come to spend money with you again in the future." Shifuya turned to her cell phone and coldly commanded, "S03, come a few men. Move fast." She has a lot of authority in this bar and everyone is under her command. It only takes a few minutes to call in a couple of sluggers. When the guy saw her so determined, he was angry and cursed, "You stinking! Fire me for an iron rooster. Grass you, pop." Shifuya slapped him, hard, in the face. The boy was struck dumb. Unbelievably, he looked at her. Qin Feng and Xia Ting also looked dumbfounded. "I didn't realize this woman was so fierce." Xia Ting was just now wondering if these 2 were here to play a double act so that they could trick her brother into shelling out money. The slap left her with no doubt at all. What bar would act so realistic and get right on such a big mouth when her brother hasn't even bothered to cough up any money? At that moment, several uniformed brawny men came rushing in and stood in front of Shifuya waiting for instructions, only to hear Shifuya coldly say, "Strip this fool naked and throw him out." The big men clamped their arms around the boy left and right, picked him up and left. That little guy with thin arms and legs, being pinned down, didn't dare to say anything, and could only stare at Shifuya with spiteful eyes. Shifuya saw the look in his eyes, frowned, and added, "Not a single piece. Remember the video." Looking at the woman's murderous and decisive appearance, Qin Feng swallowed his saliva. Kill the idea of picking her up in your head. Chapter 12. Ting Ting, I want to marry a Remy Martin. After dealing with this, Shifuya was a little tired. These little peas don't know what the world is like until they are educated. She returned to her senses and smiled faintly at Qin Feng, politely saying, "Sorry to make you laugh. Everyone has their own ideas. We can't restrain them." Qin Feng quickly and generously said that it was fine, then curiously asked, "How much did his friends spend with you?" Shifuya blandly said, "Probably totaling about 100,000 or so." Qin Feng had something in mind and laughed, "Then you can directly serve me 2 Supreme Divine Dragon sets to slightly make up for your losses." When Shifuya heard this, she looked up in surprise and surveyed Qin Feng. Just see his thin but rigid face. Features angular, thick eyebrows, soft eyes, look a little handsome. It's just a thin lip. This man spends more than 100,000 so lightly. Eyes do not blink, not the arrogance of the kind of thugs, but rather give people a sense of deservedly so. Should be a son of a big family. She didn't dare to treat this kind of big client with negligence. Shifuya changed her address and reminded softly, "Brother, we charge in advance for ordering this expensive wine here." Qin Feng nodded his head in understanding and directly swiped 180,000 on the POS. In the spirit of the stingy character, it was said, "For the extra money, you watch out for some peanuts and squash or something." Shifuya thought he was joking. After looking at the POS machine spitting out small tickets and confirming that this was a big shot, he hurriedly took out his business card and handed it over, smiling, "Brother, the next time you come to me directly. I'll make sure you're taken care of." Qin Feng scanned the QR code on her business card and added a friend. Xia Ting looked at Qin Feng adding another woman's friend and immediately hugged Qin Feng's hand tightly, swearing sovereignty as she glanced at Shifuya. Shifuya smiled faintly in a very understanding manner and after asking Qin Feng's name, she said that she would go down and arrange drinks for the two of them. Then he left the deck. Xia Ting pressed against Qin Feng's ear and exhaled, "Brother, why are you compensating her?" The warm breath sprayed on Qin Feng's ears, making not only his ears itch, but also his heart at the same time. At the moment, Xia Ting was hanging onto him with her entire body, very close, and her shoulders were soft to the touch, and a distinctive scent of the schoolgirls drilled into his nose. For a while, Qin Feng was a bit mesmerized and was dizzily hit by Xia Ting with a ball. Xia Ting saw that Qin Feng was dumbfounded and didn't say anything and twisted her body to pout. "Well, do you have your eye on that woman?" Qin Feng was shaken back to his senses and hurriedly said, "No, it's just that the matter was caused by himself, so he had to show it." Xia Ting hummed softly, "Then there's no need to spend so much. Ordering one is enough." Qin Feng generously said, "Oh, it's fine. It's only a few dollars." Xia Ting's eyes lit up as she sniffed. The fact that this man can spend over $100,000 on a drink order without a care in the world shows that he has a lot of money. If you can behave yourself, you should be 10 out of 10 for the sports car tomorrow. Thinking of this, Xia Ting got excited and hugged Qin Feng and rubbed hard, until he saw the little Qin Feng, who had been woken up by himself, and reddened his face. She kind of wanted to do it, but she was afraid that Qin Feng would think she was too cheap. Just as she hesitated, the music in the bar suddenly changed. Switched to a move-it-all DJ style. The huge subwoofer began to vibrate wildly. Wave after wave of sound came. A dozen sexy ladies with bunny ears came out, holding up glittering spade gift boxes, each holding a bottle of glorious Ace of Spades champagne. They wiggled their asses and began to circle the bar. That's when the DJ's voice added in. Scream. As soon as the bar patrons saw the gesture, they knew a boss had ordered the Ace of Spades. It was followed by a boil. The whole atmosphere was triggered by the sound. Congratulations to S03's Mr. Sheen. He's happy to have 2 sets of divine dragons. Let's wish the boss all the best in his heart and all the best in his life. DJs shout out. A group of bunny girls walked in style to Cardinal S03, the first few placing the Ace of Spades on the table. They danced around Qin Feng and Xia Ting's sofa, pulling salutes, spraying fake coins, and scattering gold paper with their slender jade hands in a familiar manner. The woman in the back holds up a glowing gift box and stands in front of the card table swaying back and forth in a striking manner. The lights hit Qin Feng, and for a while the paper money props flying all over the sky, letting Qin Feng experience what is called the real paper drunkenness. The girls downstairs let out high decibel screams when they saw that it was a handsome man who drove the dragon, kept throwing flying kisses at him. Qin Feng's brain was in a daze when he saw so many people cheering for him. Is this what it feels like to spend over $100,000 at once? Is this the life of those big young men? Honestly, it's really cool and makes you float a bit. It was also the first time that Xia Ting was surrounded by people in the center as the heroine. The mood was equally exciting. The most she had ever felt this vibe before was huddled with a group of women. Occasionally look at other couples too open wine so warm and romantic, but also secretly envy. Fantasy. I didn't expect to experience this star-crossed feeling by Qin Feng today. She looked at Qin Feng, her eyes glowing with tears of emotion. Shaitan's favoritism +5. Qin Feng received a system message and scanned Xia Ting's profile. Current favorability is 57, familiar. Consumption, 420,000. Qin Feng was happy in his heart at the moment, but didn't show it on his face, continuing to act like he was on cloud 9. Ting ting, just now I see at the bottom of the list, there is a bottle of what is called Remy Martin something 13. Do you want to try it? Shatine was startled. That kind of wine is the same price as gold. A bottle costs $200,000 or $300,000. She'd seen that kind of wine out on the deck. It's like a marriage, with a group of girls in front of them holding up a lighted sign. and 8 fierce men behind them carrying an emperor-like sedan chair. The sedan chair is leaning against the Remy Martin Louis XIII Black Pearl. That force, that aura. It blew up the room when it came out. Xia Ting was genuinely feeling that it wasn't worth it for the sake of pretending to order it. Drink it rather than buy yourself gold. Brother, don't order it. We can't even finish it with so much wine. Xia Ting was heartbroken. All she wanted to do at the moment was to save a little for Qin Feng and then hope that he would give all the money he saved to himself. Qin Feng was slightly disappointed. He so wanted to order more drinks a couple times and get his favor up quickly. But Xia Ting said that she didn't need to, so forcing herself to play hard to get might backfire. Had to stop. The crowd slowly left the stage after a while of fooling around. An individual girl asked Qin Feng in a low voice if she needed herself to stay with him. Qin Feng all shook his head and refused. One by one. Not even over 80 points. Dancing around with a sword in his face. Looking fake as hell. Keep them. Might as well go for that 85,000 man chopper, who was at least really sultry looking. Just now, she was the one who flung flying kisses furiously at Qin Feng at the bottom, watching Qin Feng's heartbeat accelerate. It was estimated that if Shatin wasn't there, she would have rushed up long ago. Young Qin, let me open a few bottles for you to drink first, and save the rest for you. At this time, Shifuya came up with peanuts and melons, as well as a fruit plate, and said with a smile. Qin Feng's heart stirred as he looked at Shifuya's beautiful face, wanting to take a closer look at her details, but the system prompted that it needed the host to spend for the target to update the goddess's details. Qin Feng smiled. Giving away money wasn't simple. Chapter 13 10 Men in Black favored me alone. Qin Feng mused and said, don't store it, give it away if you can't finish it, take 2 bottles first. It was the first time Shifuya had heard of ordering a drink and giving it away straight away. Staring blankly, he asked, is this a gift from young Qin? If Qin Feng said he would let her drink it, she wouldn't be surprised, but to give it away directly would be a bit interesting. She's in charge of the bar. Taking drinks is like taking direct payment. She has a high annual salary, but who would mind less money? This ace of spades by the price in the store, all 10 or 20,000 a bottle. The black gold is more expensive. Qin Feng nodded. Take 2 bottles straight away when you leave. It's for you. The jealousy in Xia Ting's eyes was almost overflowing as she wrapped her arms around Qin Feng and stared hatefully at Shifuya without saying a word. Shifuya couldn't help but laugh as she watched Qin Feng's girlfriend by his side and still dared to be attentive to her. Guess he probably wanted to pay to set himself up because he wanted to drink with him. Shifuya was quite fond of Qin Feng's frankness. Then he opened 2 bottles of wine and poured them for the 3 of them, then raised his glass and said, then Xiaoya would like to thank young Qin for the reward, and wish the boss good luck and prosperity. Finished with a boozy drink. Qin Feng heard the system's voice at this moment. Goddess database updated. Name, Schiffer. Age, 27. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Charisma, 90. Occupation, bar manager. Features, judo. Favorability, 5, unfamiliar. Number of relationships, 2. Raid reward, 10 cyborg bodyguards. Amount spent, $30. 000. Qin Feng looked at the raider reward and asked the system what is a biochemist. System explanation, black tech clone. Excellent IQ. Proficient in various skills. Combat ability equivalent to Xia's ace special forces. No feelings, no pain, no gender, and has a legitimate Xia identity. Qin Feng's eyes instantly turned loving. This treadmill is too much. Sent out to work. At least 10. 000 a month each. I think, 10 is 100,000. Straight up laying down and making money. Doesn't this smell good? If this thing were to be obtained by the previous emperor, he would be afraid that he would die of laughter. There's still eunuchs and stuff from here on out. After Shifuya finished her drink, she saw Qin Feng with wild eyes, like a big bad wolf seeing a white rabbit. Guess he probably thought he was like the escorts, the kind of woman you could just take. Shifuya couldn't help but smile and didn't explain that she was different from those women. After all, people hadn't picked up on the question, and it seemed dorky to emphasize that she was a proper girl in such a hurry. But it's still a good idea to play along in order to get him to come back more often in the future. She laughed. Why doesn't young Qin drink it? Qin Feng took a sip of wine and said, it's better if you don't call me Qin Xiao. It sounds like a beast. It's weird. Shifuya snorted a laugh. Then is it okay if I call you Mr. Qin? Qin Feng felt that the title was slightly old-fashioned, but it was still acceptable, so he nodded. Xia Ting looked at Shifuya bending over there to open the wine, deliberately revealing the scenery of her neckline, and cursed her in her heart. However, Mingjin smiled as she got close. Sister Xiaoya must be having a hard time managing such a big bar all by herself. Shifuya smiled back. It's not hard. It's all small things. If you guys want to come and play every day, it's considered supporting my work. After she opened the wine, She took another slice of watermelon and handed it to Qin Feng. Then she habitually gathered the skirt around her hips and naturally sat on Qin Feng's right side, and Xia Ting were next to Qin Feng on the left and right, smiling profusely and probing his bottom without any trace. Mr. Qin looks young and generous. I think his family is not simple. There was a fascinating smell about Shifuya, tangy and sweet, like a fine wine. Qin Feng smelled it and went to his head, unknowingly spitting out the truth. There's not much to say about the family. It's all about serving the people. That's what the other guards said to their faces when he was a security guard. To put it nicely, it's a service to the people, but to put it badly, it's a watchdog. Shifuya was secretly shocked when she heard that. Turns out the man wasn't rich. This is a second generation of Red. Only an official in the family would be so humble as to say they serve the people. It doesn't look like he frequents this kind of entertainment. I guess my family is so strict that I seldom come out to play. No wonder that marketing said at the beginning that he didn't know anything about Shinran sets. The way she looked at Qin Feng was instantly different. Sylvia's favor +5. Current favorability 10, acquaintance. What? Qin Feng was puzzled. How did he add favorability? Xia Ting didn't think about it that much, only seeing Shifuya's eyes become strange. She was instantly wary. She rushed to attract Qin Feng's attention, fearing that he would lock eyes with that. Brother, let me toast to you. Thank you for giving me so many gifts. I'm very touched. Qin Feng looked at the suddenly enthusiastic Xia Ting and became even more strange. This atmosphere is getting a little fast. Smiling face on the left, frowning eyes on the right. I didn't do anything myself. Shifuya heard Qin Feng's girlfriend showing off. Unable to help, she secretly laughed. She didn't dare to have any special thoughts about Qin Feng. This kind of family lineage is not something that ordinary people can climb up to. As long as a nobleman like that could bring a few more friends over to play, she'd be happy. Shifuya picked up her glass and said, Mr. Qin, I'll toast to you as well. Tonight the venue was warmed up by you. Thank you very much. Qin Feng didn't know how to refuse, and he drank from the left and finished the right. Combined with the wine from earlier, it was a trifle tipsy at the moment. Listening to the dynamic music and exciting atmosphere, a group of men and women downstairs unleashed themselves under the vibrant lights. Then there's the DJ beat girl who leads the housebeat from center stage. She covered her headset and pointed her other hand at the dome, waving as she danced to the beat. It's really easy to get your heart pumping in this passionate place. When Xia Ting saw that he kind of wanted to move, she took Qin Feng's hand and led him to the dance. They had a small, separate dance floor to the side of their deck. Xia Ting jumped very boldly in front of Qin Feng, her hands raised high, facing him left and right, twisting with great amplitude. Although Qin Feng wasn't very good at dancing, but the atmosphere was here, so he could only follow and jump around randomly. Plus Xia Ting had taught him well, tugging on his hands, placing them on her waist and leading him to sway. This kind of blind chicken dancing was not much difficult, and Qin Feng gradually learned the craft. Shifuya didn't go up to play together, sitting on the card seat and smiling as she watched Qin Feng make a fool of himself. The fact that this kind of nobleman had come to play with her for the first time made her feel guilty about bringing up someone else's child. Qin Feng played for a while and touched the fire. It's quite a grudge when you can't eat with a great beauty in your arms. He let go of Xia Ting and sulked back to being on the couch, drinking and chatting with Shifuya, trying to calm down. Xia Ting looked at his less than pleased appearance and thought she had made him angry somewhere. Hurriedly running down and sticking to Qin Feng, he said, "What's wrong with brother? Don't you like dancing?" Qin Feng liked dancing, but he couldn't do it for real, so he always felt suffocated. He didn't dare to pick a fight with Xia Ting, so he had to say it perfunctorily. "It's okay, it just doesn't feel like much fun." Shifuya glanced at Xia Ting and said badly, "Isn't it no fun with fewer people?" Chapter 14, It's amazing how a boop can water down a chapter. Xia Ting was nudged awake. Thinks Shifuya has a bit of a point. What guy doesn't want to be surrounded by a bunch of girls? I guess he's a little uninspired because he's in the way and can't call Missy to liven things up. Then one should be generous and let him have fun. After all, he was happy that he could make his dream come true tomorrow. Thinking of this, Xia Ting twisted slightly and impulsively said, "Why Don? I call a few little sisters for you and drink and play together?" When she finished, she saw Shifuya's treacherous smile and instantly reacted. "Cursing myself for being so stupid to be taken for a ride. What kind of person takes the initiative to call their man miss? In case Qin Feng looks at other women, then what will he do?" Xia Ting hated to slap herself at the moment. Qin Feng wanted to take off happily when he heard Xia Ting's words, left and right, and a young lady feeding grapes. What man hasn't fantasized about this scene? He didn't expect Xia Ting to be so generous, but looking at the far-fetched smile on her face, Qin Feng quickly reacted that she wasn't very willing. Indeed, what kind of girl can stand to be out and about by herself? And the purpose of one's trip is not to have fun. It's to pick up girls and get cash back. He thought on his ass for 2 seconds and made up his mind. In a gentle voice, smiling, he said to Shateen, "No, I prefer to be with you." As soon as the words fell, he received a message from the system. Shaten's favoritism +5. It's not hard to beat yourself at all. Look at the happy smile on Shateen's face. Chin Fong was secretly pleased with himself. It's getting more and more comfortable now that I'm getting used to dealing with women. Some of the tawdry words came out of his mouth. Xiating's favorability has come to 62, intimate. It took a day. Chin Fong was very satisfied. At this rate, it's not that hard to get to 80 rebates. Maybe even hopefully reach 100 favorability and take that super body. Speaking of superb physiques, it seems like there are cheat bonuses for 90-point beauties, and there were 2 90-point beauties in the bar. A little too many relationships, though, but what's that saying? Good girl to cherish, bad girl, don't waste it. Chin Fong wanted to see the rewards of their raid, so he said to Shifuya, "Sister, yeah, this wine can't be finished anyway, why don't you give them away for me?" Shifuya was no stranger to such episodes of giving away booze to pick up girls, and snickered at the thought of some thug pretending to buy the whole place a drink. Is Mr. Chin going to treat everyone to Ace of Spades? Do you want me to ask the DJ to call out for you that Mr. Chin is paying for tonight's consumption? Chin Fong hurriedly shook his hands and begged for mercy. Don't, my scalp is tingling. It's too social. This is the kind of thing that only a great injustice would do. Even if you have no place to spend your money, you don't have to spread it like this. Shifuya covered her mouth and laughed softly. It does seem awkward. She'd been in the bar for 2 years and had been fortunate enough to see that kind of scene. The mood arrived and the thug, once he got on top of his drinking, said he'd pay everyone's bill. The whole crowd cheered, shouted for the boss's cowhide, and then desperately ordered expensive drinks. At the final checkout, the owner cried on the spot. Then there was a discount, so I could barely pay. It's humiliating. Chin Fong agreed. Everyone wants to save face when they come out to play. They won't necessarily be happy if I show off like this. And how do you deliver this wine? Shivya asked. Chin Fong stood up and glanced towards the bottom, making a show of ordering 2 tables as if at random. He said, "Just that table A06, and the 3 girls over there at the loose table. Just send me a bottle of wine for each table." Shifuya looked at Xia Ting and asked Chin Fong with a smile, "Should we invite them over to play?" A 10,000 plus bottle of wine still buys the girl. Xia Ting sniffed and beamed her little mouth, hugging Chin Feng's hand and shaking it to express her unhappiness. Chin Fong said on the spot, "No need for an invitation." He was very measured and didn't dare to mess around too much before Xia Ting's favorability was full. It's better to look at the information first. Shifuya was a human savant, and when she saw that there was an extremely beautiful-looking girl at each of the 2 tables that Chin Fong was pointing at, she instantly understood what he was playing at. Then he saw Chin Fong unconsciously turn his cell phone, implying that he wanted the contact information of those 2 girls. Shifuya gave him a slightly thoughtful look and said, "I see. Fill a chilled case with 4 bottles of Ace of Spades and go down to do your business." It had 2 bottles of her own in it. After she left, Chin Fong saw that Xia Ting was still wobbling, so he pulled her onto the sofa and coaxed her. "Tina, what's wrong with you?" Xia Ting gave him a blank look. "You're having a great time delivering the wine. Why do you still care about me? Go and drink with those girls." Chin Fong saw her jealous look cute and adorable. Growing up, no girl had ever been jealous for him. He laughed. "Don't be angry. It's just a little drink. We can't finish it. If you don't like it, I won't give it away later." Humph. Flowery words, and pretending to be honest at first to trick me. Didn't lie to you. I really haven't come out to play much before. I promise to come to this kind of place to play in the future and listen to you and everything. That's always okay, Chin Fong seriously said. Xia Ting's heart warmed when she saw him speak with conviction. Regardless of the truth, as long as he coaxes you, he cares about you. She pressed herself against Chin Feng's chest and drew circles with her fingers, her tone carrying a bit of arrogance. Then you can't sneak into a bar by yourself behind my back from now on. Okay, I'll take you everywhere from now on. Trust me. Chin Fong couldn't wait to pin her to the waistband of his pants. Until his goodwill was full, he could only rely on Shaitan to be able to use his money. Of course, it's the desire to be with her all the time. Shaitan didn't know if what he said was true or not, but the flowery words were really heartwarming to hear, and she lay on top of Chin Fong, looking at his handsome side face in a slight daze. The live music was so loud that the 2 men needed to talk into their ears to talk. Chin Fong listened sideways for half a day without hearing a sound and turned his head to see what was going on. As a result, when they turned their heads, the 2 touched noses first, followed closely by the mouth. Their lips were like magnets at the moment, attracted to each other and gently pressed together. In an instant, their hearts beat faster and they couldn't help but embrace each other, their breaths mingling with each other. This was Qin Feng's first kiss, without a bit of defense. It was taken by Shatin just like that. Qin Feng was very reluctant and tried hard to claim it, constantly savoring her honeyed pistol. You don't need to be taught this honey harvesting technique, the boys are born with it. Shatin couldn't catch her breath from the kiss. Her eyes were full of ecstasy, her body was soft, and the electrifying sensation made her respond to Qin Feng uncontrollably. For a long time, the lips parted. A crystalline thread was attached to the mouths of both men. Qin Feng knew that if he could say something nice at this time, it'll be he at night. He searched his mind, thinking about what the hero said in the novel, but the key moment just doesn't come to mind. Looking at the white and red face in front of him, the watery eyes, the fragrant red lips, so close that the hot breath Shatin exhaled could be felt. The two men stared at each other half-heartedly. Qin Feng was grasping at straws and couldn't say a word. Just when he wanted to go up to Mang and say bluntly if he wanted a shot, Shatin spoke up. Brother, I'm a little dizzy from drinking too much. Chapter 15, Camisoles are so convenient. Shatin finished skimming her head slightly. The shyness, the cuteness, both could hear the meaning of her words. I will take you to rest. Qin Feng returned with a trembling voice. Xia Ting bit her lips lightly and said weakly with an embarrassed look. Going to your house? To the hotel. Qin Feng didn't wait for her to agree, took her hand and was ready to take her to a room. He's not an abstinence saint. Xia Ting has taken such an initiative. If he takes a step back, then there's no use keeping a couple of pounds off flesh on him. Chop it up. The system is also given to all the audience members. There's no hanging on him anyway. Xia Ting gave him a slightly complaining look when she heard him say that he wasn't going to his house. The heart is furious. Is he that out of his league? Even if his parents were at home, his own looks wouldn't disgrace him. Even the home is hidden. Stinking man. But upset as she was, she knew something was definitely going to happen tonight. Qin Feng spent $300,000 to $400,000 in one day today. Cheap houses even have enough for a down payment. A man of this quality should definitely take advantage of the opportunity. Xia Ting got up and followed Qin Feng out 2 steps, looking back at the table out of habit. After making sure that the cell phone and everything was taken, he found the 6 bottles of wine on the table that were not opened, and hurriedly tugged on Qin Feng. Heartbroken. So no more of this wine? Seeing her reluctant look, Qin Feng smiled. How about I get you a membership card and deposit it with you? Only then did Xia Ting smile joyfully, wrapping her arms around Qin Feng's neck and looking at him with affection. Qin Feng read the longing in her eyes and reviewed his kissing skills with her again. It was only after kissing Shatin so much that her cheeks were scarlet and she was on the verge of oxygen deprivation that she let her go. That's when the phone vibrated. Qin Feng took a look and it was a message sent to him by Shifuya. First, a sneak peek. The photo was of the 3 girls from the loose stage, and one of the extremely pretty girls was circled in red, labeled with a string of cell phone numbers. Then there was another text message. It probably means that the 2 men and 2 women in the A06 deck did not accept Qin Feng's wine, so they did not ask for the girl's number. Qin Feng laughed, not caring too much about people refusing his wine. Serving yourself a drink is a bit of a slap in their face if there are boys around. He liked the meticulous way Shifuya did things, everything at a glance. Those 3 girls accepted Qin Feng's wine and he received a system alert. Goddess database updated. Name Tang Yao. Age, 29. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 41 kilograms. Charisma, 90. Profession, voice actor. Characteristics, different voices. Favorability, 0, unfamiliar. Number of relationships, 49. Raid bonus, top fighting skills. Amount spent, $20. 000. This girl's specialty is pretty good, and she's supposed to be able to disguise a variety of voices. For example, lowly sounds, imperial sounds, bubbly sounds, and so on. It must be fun to play. It's the number of relationships that makes it a little hard, and the raid rewards aren't very good. What's the point of top fighting skills in the modern world? To go to the ring? What's the point of knowing how to fight? It's all about background and power when you're out in the world. Knowing how to fight would be best, of course, but it doesn't matter if you don't. You can pay for bodyguards. Those 10 cyborgs smell so much better than this whatever top-level fighting can be. Even Shatin's superb physique felt better than being able to fight. As for the other girl from A06, Qin Feng got up and scanned her. Charisma 93. Number of relationships 96. More times than charisma. Forget it, don't read it. He wasn't a clean freak. He just felt that chasing this kind of girl who was highly likely to be green. Qin Feng always felt weird. It's not good to cheat people out of their true hearts, even if it's simply for a reward. You have to look like a human being even if you're a slag. Xia Ting and Shifuya. These 2 girls look much better than those demonic ES. He sent a text message to Shivya to come over and get a membership card. Shivya obeyed and rushed over. After Qin Feng saved the wine, he charged another 200,000 into it in front of Xia Ting. This expansive gesture made Xia Ting excitedly wrap her arms around him a little tighter. Along with that, Shifuya's favorability was also increased by 2 points. His attitude towards Qin Feng was also more respectful. It's hard for a woman not to like a man who is rich, powerful and good-looking. Qin Feng held Xia Ting and left the bar under Shifuya's pleasing gaze. Out the door. Find a 4-star international hotel and take a car straight to your destination. 5-star hotels are too far away to quench a thirst. Entered the hotel and chose a presidential suite. Originally priced at 38,000, now priced at 9,800. Equipped with a dedicated butler for attentive service. Qin Feng's housekeeper is a woman, in her 30s, wearing a cheongsam, with an elegant and calm demeanor. The charisma value is over 70. Shushing the two in the elevator. Asking if they wanted a late-night snack and if they needed a massage to relax. The functions of each floor are then described. For example, basketball court, gym, swimming pool, boardroom. Qin Feng didn't care much about this. All he cares about is the size of the bed. Come to the top. Push open the door to the room. Let's not talk about the bed in the bedroom. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows alone are a sight to behold. Looking through the window, there were not many buildings outside, and the view was unobstructed, so you could take in the charming night view of Jiangcheng at a glance. The bright lights and starlight reflect each other, painting a fantastic view. The entire suite was extremely spacious, about 200 square feet. With a 2-room layout, the living room is luxuriously and stylishly decorated, with a couple of ostentatiously styled sofas accentuating the nobility. There is an oversized outdoor terrace outside with a small pool on the side. September weather is the most comfortable time to swim. It's not too cold and not too hot, so the two of you can enjoy the undisturbed evening breeze as you swim and look at the view. The scenery is unique, but Qin Feng had no time to appreciate it. After shutting the housekeeper out, then he couldn't wait to hug and nibble and touch Shatin. The halter dress Xia Ting wore was easy to take off. Flicking the halter straps towards the sides, the clothes on her shoulders instantly slipped to the ground. Qin Feng's movements were slightly green and clumsy, and he overcame all the difficulties under Xia Ting's careful guidance. Half an hour later, Qin Feng lit a cigarette, not very happy with the first time, but it was too intense for him to control. At this time, Xia Ting was in the bathroom taking a shower. Her blurred figure was visible through the glass window. Wow! The stream of water from the showerhead made a hypnotic sound. Qin Feng slowed down on the bed, put out his cigarette, and followed him in. Gee, what are you doing in here? You tell me. Shatin let out a gasp. She looked a little shy. Afterward the two took a bath together in a large luxurious tub, which took another hour. Chapter 16, So You're a Woman with a Husband. Dragon Bay Bar. Tang Yao was still staring at the empty S03 card seat. She'd been watching the man upstairs earlier when he'd ordered 12 bottles of Ace of Spades. He looked a little younger than himself, with age-defying vicissitudes in his eyes, and handsome. Surprisingly, a hint of consternation would appear on his face as he was surrounded by the ladies. It's just too cute. For a woman like her, who was almost 30, this little wolfhound had a fatal attraction. The key thing was that he could afford to order 2 sets of great divine dragons, which meant that he was still a little rich. Tang Yao was so moved that she wanted to rush up and initiate a conversation. She was so confident in her looks that very few guys would turn her down. But when she saw that the little handsome man was already accompanied by 2 women not inferior to herself, Tang Yao flinched again. It's true that a bunch of girls grab a good man. She had suffered enough and didn't want to compete with those young-spirited girls. Just when she was lost thinking that she was not going to get along with that handsome guy, he called for the Ace of Spades and asked for her number individually. She was happy to think that the man was impressed by her beauty and fell in love with her at first sight. In the envious eyes of her 2 companions, Tang Yao directly reported her number, fantasizing about how people will talk. I don't know if I should play the good girl or if the big sister in the know knows better. Tang Yao sat in her seat and rambled on, holding her cell phone and waiting for the phone to ring, and also clicking on WeChat from time to time to see if there were any new friend requests. Both little sisters went down to dance and hook up with men. She's still fooling around. During the period several came over to accost the opposite sex. Tang Yao ignored them all, just to show that S03 hottie his reserved side. As a result, I waited half a day and looked up. Lean. People are long gone. Tang Yao gaped at the empty upstairs card table. What kind of person takes a girl's number and leaves without saying a word? She's upset. Just when she thought she was being molested, the woman who had just been sitting in the S03 deck returned, sitting there alone with a drink, as if he was waiting for someone. Tang Yao thought that the man would come back, also followed the silly wait. It had been a long wait. Her friends had come over to rush her to the barbecue, and the little handsome man still hadn't come back. She grew desperate. After sending Qin Feng away, Shifuya returned to the card table to help warm up the room. See, that girl downstairs keeps looking at her. The mind is wondering. I'm watching the field. What are you watching? At this time, inside the presidential suite, Qin Feng hugged the naked Xia Ting and lay under the covers, not even realizing that there were still people who couldn't get enough of him. Smelling the scent of the girl's hair on his pillow and gently caressing her smooth skin, the two bodies were close together. 4 eyes. Xia Ting's brow was filled with love, and her shy appearance was written with longing. Qin Feng couldn't help but get excited. The two tossed around some more sage moments. The two talked about their old days on campus. Listened to Shatin talk about her life after graduation. She said her mom forced her to go on blind dates, and the men were all weirdos who wanted AA for dinner, afraid to spend money on her. Unlike her brother, who was so generous and kind to her, her brother was the best boy she had ever seen in her life. Her words teared up, charmed Qin Feng to death. That's what men love to hear. Only she fell asleep talking about it, probably caused by the day's exertion. Qin Feng didn't listen to too much. He closed his eyes for a moment to hold up the corpse without the slightest hint of sleep. So gently, he pulled his arm out from under Shatin's neck. A man came out onto the balcony and sat in a rocking chair. There was a fruit plate of snacks and drinks on the coffee table at hand. It's late at night. The evening breeze is cool. Pulled his cell phone out of the pocket of his robe, flipped out the photo album and looked at the glorious evening at the bar. The photo of him and the group of bunny girls. Some beautified girls in the photo came together next to Qin Feng, showing bright smiles, and Qin Feng smiled faintly among the group of girls, like a wave of unperturbed, a smile that only someone with an extremely honorable status would have. Qin Feng picked 2 of them and sent a friend circle together with the photo of the night scene in the hotel room at night. I'm not sure if I'll be able to cope with the pressure of going from a boy to a man. There are no relatives and elders in his WeChat, just some classmates and friends, so he has no fear of sending anything. The circle of friends doesn't mean anything special. It's just a way to commemorate his lost virginity. After sending it, Qin Feng shook his head and secretly laughed at his naivety. It's not a boy from now on. You've got to keep your head in the game when it comes to things. Don't make a big deal out of it. Qin Feng despised himself and clicked on WeChat, wanting to find Shifuya to talk about his feelings. The biochemical bodyguard was just too appealing. And even though Shifuya looked like a hard nut to crack, he still wanted to give it a try. He sent a, "Still busy?" greeting. The other side returned quickly. "It's almost over." "Not too busy." "Qin Feng, it's so hard. Working so late every day." "Shifuya, we have to eat. Just get used to it." "Shifuya, Mr. Qin is not in the company of his girlfriend. How can you have time to send messages to me?" Qin Feng looked back at Xia Ting, who was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Was going to reply that she was asleep. Snappy response. If you were the girl on the other side of the room, you would probably just pull the plug on yourself if you heard this kind of scumbag speech. He slurred, "I'm out there alone in the wind." Shifuya smiled faintly, mistaking Qin Feng for wanting to ask her out to play. She was also very experienced with this kind of pissed off customer, and typed, "Where are you? I'll get some of my beautiful sisters to go with you." Qin Feng is completely resting today, and if he calls women again, he is afraid that he will die of exhaustion, and there was no way he would leave Xia Ting alone in the hotel and sneak out to play by himself. Shaitan drank and slept too much, in case he came back and found that her love count had become 6 and asked her what was going on, and she still had a confused look on her face. Qin Feng couldn't stand it. He excused himself. "No, I just wanted to talk to you." Shifuya flirted with her voice. "Brother sneakily looking for me to chat. To be seen by your girlfriend. Won't be angry, right? Another girl in tea." Qin Feng laughed a little. The beautiful woman's tea art seems to be innate, as if she was born with it. He remembered the novel he had read earlier and replied in a scummy way. "No, she's a good girl. Scum are only qualified to match green tea." Shivya smiled and hinted, "But I'm not good. Oh, if my husband dares to cheat on me, I'll send him to the palace." Qin Feng was startled and asked, "You have a husband?" Shifuya saw that he kept texting, so she had to accompany him with the text. "Yes, I'll be 28 by New Year's Eve. Isn't it normal for me to have a husband?" Qin Feng's heart wowed. He just wants to be scum. Not the scum that breaks up other people's marriages. If she had a husband, she wouldn't be able to get down at all. Only someone like Chawa Zhou would be more excited to see a human wife, right? His heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe when he thought of Shafiria's raider reward, a full 10 loyal super sluggers, leaving him just like that. Words don't even want to be said. Shifuya smiled faintly when she saw that he was scared off by herself. Although her bar's business would suffer if such big clients were not to come to support her in the future, she did not want to be targeted by such dignitaries. These people are trenchant and unethical, starting and ending things, and doing whatever they want with their money. She didn't want to be a plaything for these people, and it's true that she had a husband, Only he died almost 4 years ago. Chapter 17, Remember the Dreams of Your Youth? Shin Feng stared at the stars in the sky. Didn't think much of it. He's a man of principle. A married woman should not be messed with. He reassured himself that the biochemist was no big deal. As long as one is willing to spend money, bodyguards are not a big recruit. Shafiria's raider rewards aren't the top of the line either. Maybe the next girl's raid rewards are better. For example, Vajra, immortality, calling the wind and rain, and moving mountains. In case it does, it's still beautiful. What's a few biochemicals in the district? Shin Feng finished his thought process and positioned Shifuya as an ordinary friend in his mind. Send a message for a random rant. Does your husband mind that you work in a bar? Shifuya frowned, thinking he still wouldn't give up. He added a kick in the pants. Our daughter is 5.5 years old. Why should she mind? Well, even the daughter. It's utterly hopeless. Schiffer's profile shows that she's only had intimate behavior with 2 people. It shows that she's devoted to her husband. And with her being so attractive looking, the two should be very much in love. Couples work together to raise children and build a cozy home. Shin Feng couldn't help but sigh, so happy. This had been Shin Feng's dream. But now he wouldn't be so naive anymore. Even if it's for the system's raider reward, you have to be a scumbag. He wouldn't give up the whole forest for one tree. Oh, okay. Shifuya returned the message absently. The smile became a little bitter. With a widow's door and a drag queen, you can imagine how hard she's been working these past few years. It's a good thing that her husband did well during his lifetime. And many bigwigs on the road had friendships with her husband. The bar is owned by her husband's brother. Her husband's brother admired her abilities and asked her to manage the bar. But as time passed, her husband's death faded into oblivion. Her husband's brother, the owner of the bar, is slowly getting the better of Shivya, always hinting at wanting to adopt her. From the beginning of the verbal molestation, to the recent hands and feet, all kinds of mooching to take advantage of, and constantly implied that she went to bed with herself. Shifuya has high self-esteem and doesn't want to be a mistress to this family man. But she had to keep her job for the sake of her children, so she forced herself to endure being molested by her boss and didn't have a fit. Such an attitude, in the eyes of outsiders, is having an affair with the boss. Shifuya didn't explain and looked at Shin Feng's 2 words of happiness. Struck dumb. Happy? If you are as young as a flower, but you have to carry all this, you have no chance with happiness long ago. The cold text could not be read with joy and anger, and Shin Feng saw that she did not want to talk much, so he made up a couple of sentences. Said I'd buy you a drink at your bar sometime. I got a reply from Shifuya. We are looking forward to Mr. Shin's visit. Shin Feng turned off the dialogue box with her. Got a message from another girl at the same time. Looking at the red circle in the upper right corner of the girl's avatar in WeChat, he smiled. Her name is Jiang Manhwa. Usually it was Shin Feng who took the initiative to look for her. And there weren't many times when she took the initiative to contact Shin Feng like today. Open the chat window. The last conversation between the two was 6 days ago. A comment she explained. I was too busy working late last night to see the message. Here's the news now. Shin Feng, you went to the bar? Shin Feng flipped out her photo and scanned it. Charm value 82. Number of relationships 21. Seeing 21, Shin Feng's mood rose and fell a bit. He'd spent all his paychecks for years on this woman, but she never gave a hug or a kiss, saying she'd save it for her wedding day. Thought she was as innocent as she was. Didn't realize she'd undressed for so many people. 3 years of dedication. And in the end, I can't even get a turn. Shin Feng was crying from his own stupidity. Licking dogs have nothing after all. How can you go to a bar? Didn't we agree to work together to save up for a house? Can you afford me? Seeing the questioning sent by Jiang Manhwa, Shin Feng's blood pressure came up immediately. A million straw horses raced by in his mind. He didn't expect this woman to come and accuse him of. You almost shook in the car with another man, and you have the nerve to say you're sorry for her? Thought I was the same ingrate I used to be. Shin Feng took a deep breath. Try to calm yourself down. It's not worth it to get angry over a woman like that. He returned nonchalantly. I'm not your boyfriend, so how am I sorry? Jiang Manhwa, our relationship we know in our heart is good. Have to pick it out? Jiang Manhwa, you're not trying to force me to agree to be your girlfriend by going to a bar, are you? Jiang Manhwa, are you childish? Jiang Manhwa, the circle of friends still talk about becoming a man. It's disgusting. You disappoint me too much. Good. That's the way to play it, isn't it? Shin Feng was infuriated and incarnated as a Zhuan pianist, and directly disliked him. Girl, wake up. Don't you look in the mirror and see what the word disgusting means? I'm too dirty to call you names. You're too good for the garbage collector. I was blind before, but my eyes are better now. Please don't bother me again. Thank you. To make her even more unhappy, Shin Feng added, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you that I won $90 million yesterday. but you're not qualified to spend it. Jiang Manhwa was scolded silly, holding her cell phone and not knowing how to reply. She definitely didn't believe that a beggar like Qin Feng would win the lottery. How can any outsider even win these days when all the lottery companies know how to do a scramble for money? Seeing him scolding himself like this, Jiang Manhwa was furious and wanted to pull the plug on him. With so many fish in her pond, one more or one less won't matter. But on second thought, it's a bit of a shame to just throw it away. Of all the fish, Qin Feng was the dumbest. A gift of $3,000 or $4,000 a month, to say the least. And look at the way he dresses like a man at the bar, just in case he does get rich. Jiang Manhwa forced her anger to type. What's wrong with you? Are you irritated by something? Qin Feng, grimacing, no, I'm just a little sad that I'm suddenly rich and can't share it with you. Jiang Manhwa, can you talk properly? We were fine before. Qin Feng, you also said it was before. Now you're you and I'm me. There's no relationship. Jiang Manhwa saw that he said so decisively. Her heart was shocked, and she asked, are you in love with another woman? Qin Feng, it's none of your business. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. Jiang Manhwa, you come back. Make it clear. Who is that woman? Aside from a third-party insertion, Jiang Manhwa couldn't think of a reason why Qin Feng would suddenly change his face. She had been very satisfied with Qin Feng's performance over the past few years. Do whatever you're told. Obey like a dog. Even late at night in winter, when she wanted to eat some spicy hot pot, Qin Feng would get up from under the covers and bring it to himself. And as long as he himself lost his temper, Qin Feng would be the first to soften, lowering his voice and accompanying a smiling face to coax. If it wasn't for the fact that he was making less money, Jiang Manhwa would have wanted to give him a boyfriend slot, but now he suddenly said that the two did not have any relationship. Jiang Manhwa's heart was unusually difficult. It's as if the fish you've worked so hard to raise for 2 or 3 years somehow slipped into another woman's fish pond. She wanted to catch Qin Feng back and kept sending messages. Can you afford me? After all these years of talking to you, you're going to break up with me because of another woman? I wear the necklace you gave me every day. People laugh at my ugly $8,000 chain, but I still wear it because it's from you and I can feel you by my side. But what have you become now? Have you forgotten your previous vows? Chapter 18, thank you for making me grow up. Qin Feng, sorry. Jiang Manhwa saw him apologizing and her anger subsided a little. Guess he probably spent a lot of money at the bar tonight and wasn't in a good mood. She was going to forgive him for the offense he had just taken when she didn't expect another message from him. I realized the beauty of the world after letting go of you. Thank you for letting me grow. Jiang Manhwa was uncertain and sent a message of inquiry, only to see an infuriating exclamation point in front of his text. That lickspittle deleted her. Jiang Manhwa was so angry that her liver hurt. She similarly pulled Qin Feng into her blacklist and swore that she wouldn't release him even if the man begged on his knees. Jiang Manhwa was convinced. A man with no car and no house like Qin Feng was probably going to be dumped by a woman soon, and he would definitely come back to beg for himself at that time. At that time, if he didn't buy himself an Apple phone, she, Jiang Manhwa, would never forgive that licking dog. Qin Feng stood up from the lounge chair on the balcony and glanced at the time. Found out it was almost 2 o'clock. Thinking that I have to go buy a car for Shatin tomorrow, so hurry inside and go to bed. He carefully put his cell phone on silent, lay down carefully next to Shatin, afraid of disturbing the sleeping beauty beside him. But Shatin is still awake. She felt someone coming over while she was half asleep and barely opened her eyes. After confirming that it was Qin Feng who was going to buy her a sports car in her dream, it wrapped around like an octopus. The coquettish nose rubbed against his face, catching a faint whiff of tobacco, muttered, "Smoke less. It's bad for you." One had to admit that her unconscious concern was more damaging than any words. Qin Feng answered softly, looking at her well-behaved appearance and thinking. At this moment, the moonlight through the glass, gently sprinkled on the side of the girl's face, for her already stunningly beautiful face, adding a hazy color, just like a natural fairy. Qin Feng couldn't help but give her a kiss on the cheek, which was rewarded with a delicate dreamy cry. He lay down in peace and fell into a deep sleep. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Shatin woke up early. Glancing at the clock and realizing it was still early, she tried to close her eyes and go back to sleep, but she couldn't. All that was on my mind was the Porsche 911. It's hard to make it to 8 o'clock. She ruffled Qin Feng with the end of her hair, trying to wake him up, but it didn't work well. Push with your hand and it doesn't respond. The man sleeps like a pig. He can't be woken up. Xia Ting didn't dare to wake him up very loudly, fearing that he would get up and get upset and let today's plan go down the drain. She wanted a gentle way to wake him up. Suddenly a flash of insight and a plan came to me. A flash of shyness flashed in her eyes. Qin Feng felt someone calling him and woke up in a daze from his dream. The force group did quite a bit last night and he didn't want to get up so early, but Shatin seemed to be in a bit of a hurry. making a scene and insisting that he get up. After a few minutes she ran to wash her face and brush her teeth. Shin Feng lay on the bed like an old monk in meditation. Not a single movement. After being refreshed, the two men dressed. Shatin is black sheath dress length today. The black tone made her skin look cold and white, and the neckline was wide open, revealing her charming collarbone. There was some lace outlining the dress and the cinched waist accentuated her figure to the fullest. The side split is so high that your legs are hidden when you walk, paired with cool heels for a very royal look. This set was also purchased yesterday. The more Shin Feng looked, the more beautiful he felt. This is a really beautiful outfit, similar to those famous girls on TV. I'm going to the 4S store today, so of course I need to dress a little bit more decently, Shatin said as she twisted around in front of the floor-length mirror and gesticulated. No need to be so grand. It's just a car. It's a big deal. Shin Feng stepped forward to wring her waist. A straight shirt and suit pants appeared in the mirror, and Xia Ting stood together looking very well matched. Xia Ting listened to his tone, buying a few $1 million of cars as casually as if he were going to buy food, and did not feel that he was bragging at all. That 400,000 or 500,000 laid out there last night was pretty convincing. Xia Ting naturally helped him straighten his collar. I know. I'll put on some more makeup. It'll be ready soon. Very soon. Shin Feng saw that Xia Ting still had to put on makeup, and decisively took out his cell phone and opened King Pesticide. When a girl says, soon, right away, that means at least half an hour or so. As expected, the pesticides have lost 2 handfuls before Xia Ting finished. But there's one thing to be said for the fact that Shatin's entire body looks radiant after her makeup is applied. The light bangs are slightly curled, vaguely revealing a playful brow, showing a fresh and sweet feeling like a neighbor girl, but also can have a sexy and seductive charming temperament. The pink lips were slightly pursed, and it was a sight to behold. Looking at the glorious Xia Ting, Shin Feng had nothing to complain about. With everything ready, the two of them went out and got off the elevator. Just after arriving on the first floor, the housekeeper greeted me, and after checking out of the room, she still thoughtfully asked if she needed a ride. Shin Feng nodded. She immediately called for a Mercedes business car. The housekeeper's eyes lit up when she heard Shin Feng's address was a Porsche 4S store. Was wondering why these two didn't drive over earlier. Turns out the car was at 4S, presumably for maintenance or repairs. It's still necessary to have a good relationship with such rich people. The housekeeper hurriedly went to the counter, took out her business card and handed it over to Shin Feng. He said that he could be of service to him if he needed anything in the future. Shin Feng was quite satisfied with her service, so he added her WeChat. The two of them arrived in a car in front of the Porsche 4S store. As soon as you get out of the car, a beautiful saleswoman comes over to greet you. The service was very welcoming and smiled like a coming father. Miss and sir, may I ask if you are looking at a car or taking a test drive? Shin Feng sized her up. Quite pretty, good figure, makeup drawn exquisitely, very tall, wearing high heels and about the same as himself. He glanced at the 40 million or so in the system and returned with a great deal of air. Look at the car. The beautiful saleswoman smiled. Yes, do you have an appointment, please? Shin Feng questioned. Are you not allowed to see it without an appointment? The beautiful saleswoman waved her hand repeatedly. No, I mean if you don't have an appointment for the sale, would it be okay for me to introduce you? So it is. Shin Feng thought that this kind of luxury car store liked to play big and wouldn't let him buy a car without an appointment. He used the system to scan the sales profile. Name, Peng Jinyan. Age, 26. Charisma, 81. Number of relationships, 7. It's not bad. It's pretty middle of the road. The fact that a Porsche salesman can be so self-conscious shows that she's not the kind of girl who messes around. Fine. Just you. Take us to C911. Shin Feng said indifferently. Yes, please follow me. Peng Jinyan smiled and reached out to guide her. You can tell if someone is confident by the way they talk. Like the handsome man in front of us, who speaks calmly and with a strong voice, plus the beautiful and generous female companion next to him. The possibility of such a combination to buy a car is still very high. Peng Jinyan couldn't help but smile a little more enthusiastically. She looks good on the outside as a luxury car salesman, but she's actually miserable. The supervisor at their store is pretty disgusting. All sales are required to turn in $100 of incentive money each day they come to work. Whoever can bill for it can take it all. It is truly paid work. She hasn't opened it yet this week. That's why he's so dedicated to Shin Feng. Chapter 19. This car must be a blast to drive. Shin Feng and Xia Ting followed the sales into the Porsche 4S store. As soon as they entered, they saw 3 good-looking saleswomen bowing and smiling at them. Shin Feng also politely nodded towards them. Legend has it that for every Porsche sold, there is one less saleswoman. And I don't know if that's true or not. Xia Ting saw Shin Feng staring colorfully at the group of sales and gave a light grunt. indicating that she was still there. Qin Feng hurriedly smiled and coaxed a couple sentences. Explained that you were wondering why it was all female. Xia Ting glared at him and didn't say anything more. It was a critical time now, and she didn't want to mess with Qin Feng because of this small matter. Besides, it's just a look. It's not like it's anything. You can't be too cheap yourself. The trio arrived in the lobby and there were 3 cars parked in the booth. One was the vaunted Cayenne, one was the Panamera, and finally the Porsche 911 Carrera. Xia Ting saw her beloved sports car close at hand, and her 2 big eyes looked at it with unblinking fascination. It was the car she had dreamed of buying. She excitedly grabbed Qin Feng's arm tightly. Her hands pressed so hard that her fingers started to turn white from pinching, and her nail even poked into Qin Feng's flesh. Hiss! Qin Feng sucked in a breath of cool air in pain, thinking this chick must be doing it on purpose. She had only looked at another woman, and she had hit her so hard. This girl's heart is really small. Xia Ting realized that she had lost her temper and was busy rubbing Qin Feng's arm in a pitiful manner. I'm sorry, brother, did it hurt? Qin Feng was in pain, but he still had a steady smile on his face and pretended to be indifferent. It's okay. It's okay. In fact, he was wincing in pain. Secretly, he was looking for an opportunity to persuade Shatin to cut her nails. Too long to suffer yourself. Why don't you sit in it and take a look? Qin Feng endured the pain and went forward to open the car door. As soon as the door of the car opened, Xia Ting was deeply attracted by the interior inside. And at that moment, she didn't care if Qin Feng's hand still hurt or not. Straight up on my ass. Touch east. Look west. Feel the taste of money. Seeing her so excited, Qin Feng asked with a smile. Like it? Xia Ting closed her drooling mouth and nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Aha! Qin Feng walked to the other side and leaned over the car window, raising an eyebrow. So you're sure it's this one? Not considering any other cars? Shatin rejoiced. This is the one. Pang Jinyan, as a professional sales, saw that their desire to buy a car is so strong. Immediately went forward to introduce dutifully. This 911 is the world's most iconic sports car, with a smooth and elegant exterior and a minimalist interior. It features a 3.0T engine with 385 horsepower and a luxurious leather interior. Qin Feng opened the passenger seat and sat on it during the sales explanation. To the eye is the brownish-red interior, which looks a bit tawdry. It has the premium feel of $1 million luxury car. The fresh air has a perfume scent if nothing else, and it smells classy. There's a huge Porsche logo on the steering wheel, which keeps you in the mood all the time, whether you're taking pictures to pretend to be a Porsche or just enjoying it for yourself. The leather that surrounds the wrap is soft and feels impeccably textured. The front is very roomy, and a 178 person can actually sit in it with their legs straight, but the downside is that it doesn't seem to fit anyone in the back. After all, with a double door, you probably didn't consider seating 4 people either. It's worth noting that the center gear handle on this car is designed to be very small and forward, making it easy for 2 people to move around. Qin Feng sat in the passenger seat, effortlessly burrowing his head into Xia Ting's arms, winking at her meaningfully, then nudging toward her thighs. Xia Ting read the code word and pushed Qin Feng's head away, whining, "Hate it." Qin Feng laughed and teased, "I didn't say anything. What do you hate?" The roots behind Xia Ting's ears were slightly reddened as she stared at Qin Feng, unable to open her mouth in shame. Qin Feng pretended to lecture. "Little girl, don't think about unhealthy things all day long." Xia Ting couldn't bear it and lightly hit him, then hugged his hand again and pouted. "Stop it. Hubby, are you really buying me this car?" The sound of her husband was even more provocative than last night's swing. Hearing Qin Feng's bones crumble, he smiled dotingly. "I'll buy you whatever you like." Shatin squealed with excitement. "Honey, I love you." Shatin's favoritism +5. Qin Feng smiled faintly. When modern girls hear about buying, they really don't have the slightest resistance. Schoolgirls are no exception. +5 points for working hard 5 times last night. Currently, Shatin's favorability has come to 72, intimate, only 8 points away from 80, adore. When I think of all the hard work and diligence I put in last night, Qin Feng couldn't help but rub his waist, secretly sighing that he couldn't eat. Other people have 7 times a night, but he can't do it after only 5. Looks like this superb physique needs to be gotten in a hurry. The corner of Pang Jinyan's mouth twitched when she stood on the side and heard the mushy conversation in the car. You know, this is a car that costs over $1 million at the minimum, and this man is talking about buying it for a girl. This woman looked nothing special except for being a bit prettier, with a look that she hadn't seen much of the world, like a silly white sweet, spending so much money for a vase. This man is afraid that he's not being mesmerized. Pang Jinyan only felt like she was force-fed 10 pounds of lemons, so sour that she wanted to cry. She couldn't help but let out a growl in her mind. Why is it that this drama of a domineering president falling in love with me always happens to someone else? Beauty, is this car available? Qin Feng saw that Sales was walking away and waved his hand. There. Are. Sir. Pang Jinyan returned to his senses and said in a hurry. How much did this car land for? Qin Feng asked carelessly. Seeing that he seemed to have the intention of fixing the car, Pang Jinyan hurriedly threw away the chaotic thoughts in his mind and concentrated on the explanation. The Carrera you're looking at costs $1. 370,000 bare bones, and with purchase tax, insurance, license fees, etc. The total is about $1. 600,000 inch. She paused and continued. What is your name, sir? If you're satisfied, we can talk about the price and the parlor inside. My name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned his head to look at Xiating and symbolically inquired. Are you sure it's the right one? Then I'll pay up? Xiating was busy nodding without hesitation, looking at the 911 that was soon to be hers. Her eyes sparkled with stars. At this point, even if Qin Feng made strange demands of her, she would do as she was told. However, Qin Feng didn't have a little bit of crooked thoughts right now. He handed the card to Sales and said lightly, swipe your card then. I won't cut the price. And arrange for me to get all the gas cards or maintenance and other gifts you can give within your purview. Pang Jinyan received the bank card with both hands and was stunned. She'd never seen a lord who came in for 3 minutes and just paid for it without even a cup of tea. Looking at Qin Feng's calm demeanor, her eyes carried a hint of hope. No problem, Mr. Qin. May I ask if you want to add a little bit of configuration, such as a power sunroof, surround sound or something? Chapter 20 Hubby. I want it. Qin Feng lowered his head and pondered for a while. Himself is spending a little less on Xiating right now. It's only cost $430,000 so far. The system's rule is to get to Goodwill 80 and return the cash. At the current rate of development, it shouldn't take long to accomplish the goal. He checked with the system to see if he could only get one cashback. System reply, in the event that the goddess develops affection for the host, the entire expenditure on her can be returned at once, after the favorability exceeds 80. The fund invested cannot be returned. To put it in human terms, there's no money to be had after 80. He didn't quite understand how to play the system before, plus his capital wasn't strong enough to be slightly stingy. Now with victory in sight, if you don't pike at this point, when will you pike? Qin Feng directly waved his hand in a domineering manner. Add on. Add it all. I want top of the line. Luxury car options come and go great. If you really want to pull all the stops, almost add another couple $100,000. Pang Jinyan was defenseless against this kind of man who spent money without blinking an eye and especially favored his girlfriend. Her heart was racing at the moment, her cheeks blossoming with peach blossoms. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiating was present, she really wanted to take the initiative and stick it on. If such a rich and handsome man was her boyfriend, she would have laughed out of her dreams. Wouldn't she? No need for that. It's just fine with me. At this time, Xiating spoke out to interrupt Pang Jinyan's unrestrained thoughts and hesitantly said, if you add it, people can't tell. There's a Porsche logo on it. You don't have to spend a fortune. It wasn't that she didn't actually want the add-on. It was just that the optional customization would be months away. Xiating didn't want the night to be long and wanted to have one to drive first. Qin Feng thought she was saving money for herself and said generously, any money spent on you is not wasted. Xiating wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck and pampered him. It's okay. I'm saving you some money. Besides, it's a pain in the ass to choose. I have trouble choosing. When Pang Jinyan saw Xiating's look of heartache for her brother, a flash of contempt flashed in her eyes. Secretly, he cursed the green and pretended, but with a smile on his face, he persuaded, Miss, many of our customers buy their 911s customized. From the body color to the choice of wheels, to the interior components and comfort features, everything inside and out can be assembled to your liking, so you can have a one-of-a-kind, exclusive sports car. Qin Feng also echoed, right? Add some configuration appears to be different. You a girl, driving such a black car, how dark, a little brighter look good. Xiating's small hands were entangled together, her expression a little difficult. Qin Feng is right, the black does seem a bit dark, and when there is clearly an opportunity to add to the match, it looks like a wave of pettiness when you foolishly don't want to do it yourself. But she really didn't want to wait that long, so she looked up and asked for Sales. So do you have a top-of-the-line current car here? Pang Jinyan thought for a moment and said, I remember a previous female customer customizing a convertible turbos with luxury features. Then because her company had a situation and broke the bank, she defaulted and didn't close the deal. The car has been sitting in our store, and I can show it to you, but you can't open the door without the key and you can't see the interior. The car had been sitting in their store for months and had been unsold. Because that car was a Thai red women's model with luxury additions, it was slightly more expensive. Qin Feng doesn't have much of a concept of a car, and anyway, there is nothing to lose by looking at it. So he said, Then go take a look. Pang Jinyan excitedly led the way in front, twisting her sexy buttocks, while holding the information of that car and introducing it to Qin Feng. This car has added tires with grey carbon fiber wheels, adaptive sport leather seats with ventilated heating, added welcome ambient lighting on the doors, matrix headlights on the front end, Racetex fabric GT sport steering wheel with heat, optional sport chrono package on the chassis with full image parking assist, and Berlin high-end surround sound audio. Qin Feng couldn't understand it, but thought it was awesome. A few people arrived at the indoor parking lot where a car covered by a car cover was parked quietly, like a rose that hasn't had time to bloom. Unassuming. Wait for the crew to come up in gloves and lift the car cover off. In a flash, a shiny red sports car appeared in front of the crowd. Its body lines are smooth and dynamic, and every detail reflects exquisite craftsmanship and excellent quality. The color combination of red outside and black inside gives a gorgeous and enthusiastic appearance, but the bones are introverted and dignified temperament. Especially the radiant red sheen on that car looks dainty, combined with the black soft-top convertible fleece. It's like a princess in a black bonnet. Only the first look, Shatin became deeply enamored with the car. Instantly, the previous one didn't smell as good. She cautiously reached out to touch the car. Pang Jinyan hastily opened her mouth to stop it. I'm sorry, ma'am. This car is not to be touched by rule. She said she was sorry, but her expression was not very apologetic, and there was even a hint of disdain in her smile. She knew that Qin Feng was the one who paid out the money. This woman says it doesn't count. If Qin Feng had reached out to touch it, she definitely wouldn't have said anything to remind him. And if necessary, she would have even gone as far as requesting the key to let him into the car to experience it. Inside, the seats are covered with protective film, so it's okay to take a seat. But apparently Shatin doesn't have the credentials. In Pang Jinyan's eyes, Xia Ting is only relying on a little bit of posture. Good luck to catch such a rich fat person. It is not worth licking yourself. I'm just touching it. It's not going to do anything, Shatin said in a nonchalant manner. I'm really sorry. This is a new car and can only be viewed from a distance. You don't want someone else's handprints on the car you bought. Pang Jinyan smiled. The words sound fine, but they always feel bad. Xia Ting frowned, didn't say anything, reluctantly retracted her hand, then looked at Qin Feng with bated breath. This convertible, just by looking at the styling, you can tell it's going to be much more expensive than the $1.3 million one before it. She wasn't too good at opening her mouth to say that she wanted to buy this car, and only hoped that Qin Feng could understand her feelings through her eyes. How much does this one cost? Qin Feng asked knowingly. The price of this car previously negotiated with the customer is 3.2 million. Pang Jinyan looked at the list and smiled. Xia Ting was secretly shocked when she heard the sales offer of $3.2 million. Stealing a glance at Qin Feng's face, he found that his eyes were hesitant, like he was in a difficult situation. Shatin guessed that the car was probably over his budget. Indeed, compared to the previous one, this car is a whole lot more expensive. It's normal for anyone to have a hard time, but she really likes this car. The moment it was lifted, it gave her the illusion that she was the car. The same is obscured by the dirt and dust of the world. Cannot find people who know how to appreciate their own. Can only stay alone in the corner of the lonely. She was really heartened and wanted to get up there and drive it away. However, Qin Feng's silent appearance made her fearful and unsettled. Qin Feng rubbed his chin and sked. He also thought the car was beautifully styled, but in his heart he wasn't too happy with the price. Just over 3 million. Who to look down on? You know that inside the tomato gods, there's a Lamborghini poison in hand. This $3 million car drives out and can't even hold its head up in front of them. The current situation of Shatin's stock price is so good that it feels so bad not to raise a bet on a $10 million luxury car. Hot damn Porsche. Don't you have one of those tens of millions of dollars cars out there for me to consume and spend? Brother, can I buy this one? Xia Ting gritted her teeth and pleaded. I still have more than $300,000 saved up on my side. Look at how much is still missing. Big deal. I'll take out another loan? Chapter 21. There are no shortcuts in life. Qin Feng smiled when he heard Xia Ting say that she wanted a loan. How little faith that is in him. One is just afraid that the money will not be spent properly and the cashback will be less. It's not like you can't afford it. He smiled and gently scraped Shatin's coquettish nose, just as he was about to promise her a car, but seeing her eyes full of longing, her heart fluttered. From the fact that she was willing to put up her entire savings to buy this convertible, it is clear that she is very much in love with this car, even going so far as to take out a loan to buy it. In that case, it's perfectly fine to act as a bank and lend her money, employing her again to take care of her own living, counting 20,000 a month. That's only 240,000 a year. In that case, wouldn't he or she be able to whore her out for nothing for 10 years or so? The smile on Qin Feng's face swung a bit more when he thought of his future cohabitation. There are two small problems here, though. For one thing, I don't know if borrowing money counts as spending. Secondly, in case she can't stand it and sells the car to give the money back to herself, will the system decide that she cheated? Chin Feng was very timid, and after thinking about it for a while, he decided not to take the risk. Anyway, there's plenty of money. There's no need to squeeze the schoolgirl so much. After all, they're all classmates. Taking advantage of a little can be taken advantage of. He thought of a compromise and said, I want 5 of your obedience cards. Shatin didn't react for a moment and asked dumbly, what obedience card? I promise to buy you this car in exchange for you handwriting me 5 paper cards of good behavior. Chin Feng picked up Xiating's chin and laughed badly. Every time I use the obedience card, you must obey my commands completely. Do you know what I mean? Xiating froze, her head instantly filled with filth. Guess the smelly man probably watched too many little movies and wanted to play something special. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly glared at Chin Feng and lightly hummed. Not if it's too much. I don't like that. Chin Feng said with an innocent look on his face. Baby, what are you thinking? I mean things about life, like laundry and cooking for a week and other chores like that. After saying that, Chin Feng deliberately widened his eyes. You can't be thinking of that, right? Xiating was instantly annoyed and raised her small fist to hammer on Chin Feng's shoulder. Finding that the damage was not high and the opposite side did not hurt, she was so angry that she disregarded the image of a lady and opened her mouth to bite Chin Feng's arm. Chin Feng hurriedly smiled playfully and begged for forgiveness. The two of them were fighting and joking around in an extraordinarily cozy way. Pang Jinyan looked at it, but it was unusually difficult. And to think that some women are so lucky that they do housework for a month and have a turbos to drive. Instead, they have to go to work every day and look at their supervisor's face. And they have to grovel and keep smiling at their customers. Like today, meeting someone else's Prince Charming and even having to have a mouthful of dog food forced down your throat. Her mind was broken. I was thinking about it in my mind, but it was a crooked way of doing things. She kind of wants to take life's shortcuts, especially after seeing the gentle look in Chin Feng's eyes as he held Xiating in his arms. She secretly made up her mind of some sort. It's time to fight for a man as good as this. It's not a crime to steal a boyfriend. These two don't look like they're already married in any way. Couples don't mess with something as sentimental as a listening card. Pang Jinyan's heart was slightly settled and said to the two with a smile. Excuse me, Mr. Chin, are you sure you want to buy this car? Chin Feng was busy taking advantage of Xiating, freeing up a hand to swing at her and said, the card is with you. Just swipe it. Then please come with me to sign the contract. I can give you some special discounts, Pang Jinyan hinted. She wanted to take Chin Feng to the office alone to have a good chat and see if he was interested in her. She still had some confidence in her looks. With a slim waist, long legs and great hips, used to practice the one horse while modeling. Given the chance, she could also write obedience cards to Chin Feng and do anything. Chin Feng didn't hear her strings. He wasn't interested in girls with no raid rewards below 90 points. To get down to business, he stopped Xiating's nonsense and held her hand, gesturing to Pang Jinyan. Let's go then. Pang Jinyan laughed. As long as the car buyer comes to sign, I'll help this lady apply for a car key, so she can go to the car to experience the details of the car's workmanship. Shatin was a bit impressed, but the car was going to be bought, so there was no rush. Moreover, she saw that this female salesperson was smiling with spring in her eyes, and she didn't feel comfortable with Chin Feng going with her alone. No, I'll go with you guys and check it out. Chin Feng pointed at Xiating and asked Pang Jinyan strangely. She's the owner of the car. Doesn't she have to sign? Pang Jinyan was slightly startled. Do you mean to register the car in her name? She thought cars were just bought for girls to drive. It is important to realize that once the registration of the vehicle is completed, the ownership of the car is that woman's and has legal effect. Who picks up a girl and spends over $3 million to give her a car? Look at the man's glib attitude. As if the money was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Pang Jinyan couldn't help but become infatuated with Chin Feng as she looked at him. Yeah, originally I wanted to transfer money to her so she could buy it herself. But large transfers are too troublesome and I'm afraid she can't wait. Chin Feng smiled dotingly at Xiating. Xiating suppressed her inner joy and gave Chin Feng a blank look with her charming eyes. Can't wait. Chin Feng revealed a bad smile. Then why were you in such a hurry to rush me this morning? You're obnoxious, Shatin said as she reached out to pinch him. Pang Jinyan was not interested in what the two had done in the morning, and seeing that he didn't want to be alone with himself, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Well then, you two please follow me and I'll take you through the formalities. The three returned to the store's parlor. Pang Jinyan ordered people to bring tea, and then brought the car purchase contract and POS machine. After introducing free lifetime maintenance, a nice gift, 20,000 gas card and other offers, Chin Feng painfully made the payment. When the transfer is successful, all formalities are completed. Xia Ting was still somewhat dreamlike, clutching the pen tightly in her hand and refusing to return it, afraid to let go and the car will run away. How could she not have imagined that the first car in her life would be a 911, and a top-of-the-line 911 that is entirely its own? As she walked out of the parlor door in a trance, the store sales were already standing on either side of her while bending over and smiling. Congratulations on becoming an honored Porsche owner. May the Dark Horse Gold Shield guard your noble life. The sales executive then leads the applause in front of the group in a warm celebration. Xia Ting's entire body was confused, completely at a loss, when the salesman, who was always staring at her man in a nymphomaniacal way, bowed his head in front of her and handed over the keys with both hands. It took Xia Ting a moment to come back to her senses. She took the keys shakily, feeling the envious eyes of everyone and drifting with pleasure. However, she didn't forget that all of this was given to her by Qin Feng. She couldn't help but turn back and hug Qin Feng, pressing her face against his chest and asking with an expectant face, "Brother, is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I? Really? If you were dreaming, you'd have woken up when you asked," that Qin Feng coaxed with a smirk. It was only at this point that Xia Ting was truly at ease. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, she couldn't help but ask a classic question. "Honey, why are you being so nice to me?" Chapter 22, She really looks like my mom. It's a giveaway question. It's easy. It's as easy as when you were a kid and your mom asked you if you liked your mom or dad better. Resourceful kids know to say they like their mom in front of her. Honest children will choose to speak from the heart. A rebellious child would say, "Climb for the old man." Qin Feng is a somewhat stuffy, honest kid, but he was familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics and knew the correct answer in his heart. "You're so beautiful. You deserve to be treated so well." Shaitan's favoritism +5. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Feng received a system reminder. The corners of his mouth curved lightly, and he was in a pleasant mood. That's pretty much what it means to answer correctly. But now it's only 3 points short of 80 favorability points. Looking at Xia Ting's happy face right now, I guess it won't take long for her to return. He'd have to find a way to spend more money before he could do that. But where would be a good place to take her to spend her money? Qin Feng hugged Xia Ting, pondering, and Xia Ting felt sweet and fluttery when she heard Qin Feng praising her beauty. She rubbed the tip of her nose against his neck affectionately, sniffing the man's scent, like a cat using its nose to confirm its owner. Lifting her head, she looked at his handsome and confident face, a little worried that he had been abducted by another woman, and couldn't help but suffer. "Honey, you're not going to leave me, are you?" She herself hadn't realized that in just 2 days, she had taken this man deeply to heart. Although she knew that Qin Feng wouldn't say no, she just wanted to hear his assurance. "Don't worry, I won't leave you even if the sky falls." Qin Feng smiled and pacified. Xia Ting was very satisfied and boldly stood on her tiptoes to give Qin Feng a fragrant kiss in front of a large crowd. The people in the store turned their heads away, not wanting to see anyone else show their love. The supervisor, seeing that there was nothing more for them to do, told everyone to go back to work. A couple of saleswomen got together and whispered. Swallow said the man bought the car for the woman and paid for it in full. "Wow, this man is too rich. Isn't he the son of some noble family? It's true that people are more angry than people. That woman doesn't have one more eye than us. How come she's so lucky to have found such a rich and handsome man?" If you're not convinced, go ahead. They don't look married. You still have a chance. On it goes. I'll get his number from Swallow later. I envy you single people. You can whenever you want. Married ones like me don't have any freedom at all. And I have to fight if I go back a minute late. Your husband's heart is also too small. If I were you, I would have divorced long ago. Sister Zhao's husband is still a good person. He shushes her every day and comes at her beck and call, so I can see that he really means it to her. What's the point of being genuine? If he can buy me turbos too, I don't care about him even if he's out playing. Pang Jinyan didn't participate in their conversation. At this time she was holding various sheets of materials and standing next to the 2 men eating dog food. It took a while to see them separate, and she took the opportunity to go up and interrupt. "Excuse me, you two. The car license plate will take a little time. The fastest day after tomorrow can come down. Please need to apply for a temporary license plate?" Qin Feng let go of the passionate and fiery Xia Ting, bowed his body to hide his weapon, and said, "Don't bother. You guys just let me know when you're done the day after tomorrow and we'll pick up the car then. Okay? I'll contact you again when I choose the license plate in the afternoon. Also just now I notified the original buyer of this car. She asked me for your number. Can I give it to her?" Peng Jinyan asked. "It's fine," Qin Feng said indifferently. Xia Ting opened her mouth to say something, but it didn't come out. It just gave Qin Feng a grudging look. Qin Feng didn't see her eyes as he was finalizing some notes about the new car with Peng Jinyan. When it was done, Peng Jinyan took a bunch of information to submit. Only then did he turn back to see Xia Ting beaming with unhappiness written all over her face, and somewhat wondered. What's wrong with you? Poof. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Xin Feng scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Xia Ting sullenly said, you can't give your number to other girls indiscriminately in the future, okay? You're going to eat all this vinegar? Xin Feng laughed. Just eat it. You can't give another woman a chance anyway, Shatin said seriously. Well, listen to you. No give, no take. Xin Feng was pacified for a while, and Xia Ting also took it in stride and didn't dare to make a great deal of noise. It would be stupid to play with sex to piss off a man like this glowing gold. The two walked out of the 4S store after buying the car and discussed where to go for lunch. Pang Jinyan chased him out to see him off. Upon seeing Xin Feng preparing to take a taxi, she immediately said, Sir didn't drive here? Why don't I drive you? Shatin grabbed it and refused. No, we like to take a taxi. She didn't like the way the woman was looking at her man. There's a dewy-eyed wink. As a woman of the same gender, Xia Ting could easily see the longing in her heart. It's fine. You can use the company car, Peng Jinyan smiled. In the middle of the day, Xin Feng stood on the side of the road not quite wanting to wait, just ready to agree. Then he caught sight of Xia Ting's reluctant face. He immediately changed his tone and said, don't bother. Go ahead and get busy. Peng Jinyan was not angry at being rejected and laughed. Well, I won't be a light bulb here. Have fun, you 2-inch. There was a slight bow when he finished. Great attitude all around. Shatin gave her a slightly thoughtful look, and Peng Jinyan similarly met her gaze with great generosity, a hint of sizing up flickering in her eyes. In terms of face, she may be slightly less impressive, but she has an advantage. There are definitely more tricks or poses that can be played, for example, than these little girls who can't let go. There are some interests that can be more pleasing to a man than a face. She didn't believe there was a man under the sun who didn't cheat. As long as she was allowed to find the opportunity, she thought she would be able to sleep with Mr. Qin. Peng Jinyan turned around and went back, cheering herself up in her mind. Xin Feng looked at the beautiful saleswoman who left with a twist of her ass and secretly said it was a pity. This girl has a well-proportioned body, with a nice front and back. It's a superb beauty. But there's no system bonus for not having 90 points in charisma. It takes real money to pick her up. It's very uneconomical. But seeing as she seemed to be interested in herself, I wondered if I could whore myself out. Better to wait until after the rebate. After all, you can't make people pay for a room for nothing. You're still looking at her. Xia Ting shook Qin Feng's hand away and huffed. Only then did Qin Feng think that there was a bull beside him. He hastily apologized. Sorry, I was looking at her back. Oh, that. Qin Feng thought about excuses and suddenly said with a tap on his head, she kind of looks like my mom. Yeah, like my mom. Xia Ting was stunned by his poor excuse and forgot to get angry for a moment. She had never seen such a shameless man. Even his mom used it as a shield. She couldn't help but ask, does your mom walk that tie too? Chapter 23, Why don't I give you a cell phone? Seeing Xia Ting's surprised expression, Xin Feng was afraid that she wouldn't believe him and forced another explanation. The day I last saw my mom, that's how she left. Dressed in pretty much everything. Xia Ting didn't believe it, but keenly grasped the point of his words. Where did Auntie go? I don't know. As a kid, can't remember. Xia Ting asked hesitantly after carefully sizing up Qin Feng and seeing that he didn't look like he was lying. So are you a single parent? No. Qin Feng laughed. Shatin breathed a sigh of relief, guessing that maybe his dad had found him another stepmother in a reconstituted family. She didn't continue to pursue the question, fearing that Qin Feng would dislike her for having a broken mouth. If the two have a stable relationship, we will naturally know later. There is no need to rush. Qin Feng also didn't want to publicize the fact that he was an orphan everywhere, so he didn't say anything else when he saw that Xia Ting didn't ask. For a moment both men looked a little silent. Qin Feng took out his cell phone and wanted to see where the internet car had arrived. Who knew that the phone was stuck and wouldn't move? He muttered, asterisk 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 asterisk. What a hot phone. Curious, Summer asked. How do you use a cell phone like this? It was a question she'd wanted to ask for a long time. The first time they met she realized that Qin Feng was using the cheapest $1,000 phone. It still looks a little old, like it's been used for a long time. At that time, she almost thought that Qin Feng was poor. But then, after buying for her, she gradually believed that Qin Feng was rich. After that, he was so intoxicated by Qin Feng's money attack that he forgot to ask. It was only now that she heard him complain that Shatin asked. Qin Feng awkwardly returned. Cheap cell phone. It doesn't hurt to lose it. Xia Ting stared at him with a suspicious face, suspecting that it might be a cell phone from his ex that he's never been able to replace. How can a man like him, who casually shells out over $3 million for a car, feel bad about that $10,000 or $20,000 cell phone? If you lose one a day, you'll lose one a year. Since it doesn't hurt, why don't you throw it away? Shatin tried. Why throw it away if you can use it? Qin Feng couldn't afford to throw it away. Cards are cards, they work. It's another 1,000 to rebuy one. And now you can double your balance 10,000 times. It's still a good idea to take it easy until you get a rebate. It's not too late to wait for the system rebate to arrive before buying a new one. Xia Ting saw this heartbroken look on his face and became even more certain of her suspicions. She was a little pissed off that this man had the audacity to be obsessed with his ex, but did not dare to grab Qin Feng's cell phone and throw it. All that could be done was to clasp her hands in exasperation and twist her face to the side to ignore him. When Qin Feng saw this, he was a bit puzzled. He looked at the beauty before as a bit of a problem, but is not the old mom lifted out of the coaxing good at how to get angry again? He asked as he took Shatin by the shoulders and twisted her body to his. Tina, what's wrong with you? Don't want to care about you, Shatin said, still pouting and skimming her head. Why don't you want to ignore me? Give me a hint? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Pretty girls even look cute when they are angry, leaving no temper. Cell phone. Shatin huffed as she glanced at his cell phone. What happened to the cell phone? Qin Feng thought it was because she was impatiently waiting, and pulled out his cell phone and looked at the screen, saying, cell phone shows the driver has a mile to go and will be there soon. Xia Ting shook her shoulders and broke away from his hand, coldly saying, Humph, you know what I mean, don't change the topic. Qin Feng's eyes widened tremendously with a face of uncertainty. Still pretending, Xia Ting frowned slightly and threw her voice. You'll give some more hints? Qin Feng carefully said. Shatin didn't make a sound. She felt that Qin Feng was gagging and trying to muddle through. Seeing how much he cared about his ex's cell phone made her heart sink a little, thinking that if he really wanted to speak up and get things out in the open, he might upset him instead. When the time comes, he insists on not throwing it away, and there's nothing he can do about it. Xia Ting sighed, or decided not to reveal him and just let it go. At the same time, in my heart, I consoled myself that it is good for a man to be devoted to his love. At least he won't go out and play around in the future. Drip drip dash. That's when the car came. Qin Feng took Xia Ting's hand and noticed that she symbolically struggled for a bit before holding it with herself. Qin Feng thought she wasn't particularly angry and compensated with a smile. Let's talk about it in the car. It's hot out here. Xia Ting's expression was cold and sullen as she got into the car with him. The chauffeur was dedicated, closing the door for them with white gloves, reminding them to fasten their seatbelts, and informing them that there was mineral water available. The interior of the car is cool and soothing. Qin Feng politely thanked the driver. Then he fastened the seatbelt for Xia Ting, but not himself, and came next to her to continue coaxing. Baby, don't be upset. Just tell me what you want. If I can do it, I'll do it. That's a good point. Shatin grumbled, obviously refusing to do so, but also deliberately pretending to be generous. Stinking man, why don't you try saying it first? How will I know if I don't? With the air conditioning, contact with Shatin wasn't as hot as it had been earlier outside. Again, in a relatively private space, Qin Feng couldn't help but start moving his hands. One arm was wrapped around Shatin, and the other was eating away at her. The driver, who knew better, broke the rearview mirror with the camera up a bit and kept quiet. The car moved smoothly. Xia Ting blushed at being touched, and her hands grabbed Qin Feng's hand and gently resisted. You asked me to say that. You say. Xia Ting stared at Qin Feng's cell phone, thought a little, and opened her mouth. I'm going to give you one of the newest remote cell phones that came out, and you promise to only use the one I give you from now on, okay? Not only Qin Feng, even the driver in front of him was stunned. What is this? Gigolo? That good? When he got into the car just now, he saw the pretty girl who looked like a star with a cold expression, while the handsome guy had a pleasing look on his face. Thought they were lickspittle and goddess. I didn't realize it was a dog and boy liquor. The driver couldn't help but look up in the rearview mirror to observe the man of God, only to realize that the mirror angle had been adjusted up by himself, and now he could only see the roof of the car. He shook his head helplessly in regret. To think that such a nice girl is destined for someone else. He really wanted to kick the gas and throw the guy off. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised when he heard that Xia Ting was going to buy himself a telekinesis. He's been eyeing that phone for a long time. Was tempted to buy that phone and act patriotic, but that price made him love his country. And the he was chasing had so much going on. Either she couldn't afford to send gifts to her friends on their birthdays, or she ran out of makeup and didn't have the face to show it to anyone. Every once in a while you regenerate an illness that hurts here and there and ask for a red packet of comfort. She'll take the first milk tea of all 24 seasons. I've spent tens of thousands of dollars on that woman over the years without realizing it. There's no breakdown of exactly how much. Anyway, the money wasn't saved, and she became enthusiastic every time she got paid. It was as if he was possessed, and he was foolishly deceived by her in a few words. However, Qin Feng didn't regret it. You always need to have those few teachers in life. and this money is given as tuition. Compared to marrying her and being tortured by her for the rest of his life, Shin Feng was glad that he was able to buy off his relationship with her with money. And on the contrary, Shatin, she's beautiful, not to mention obedient and understanding. It's amazing that she would want to buy herself a cell phone when she sees herself complaining about her phone lagging. Shin Feng looked straight at Xiating, and the more he looked, the more he felt like it. Baby, you're beautiful. He excitedly put his head over and tried to do a double tongue dance with Shatin. Xiating resisted with her hands against it. You haven't agreed to my demands yet. I promise you that from now on, I will only use the cell phone you bought me, Shin Feng said seriously. That's more like it. Xiating smugly wrapped her arms around the man's neck, her eyes glowing with spring and blue waves. Taking the initiative, he offered his tiny pouty lips. Chapter 24, please, let me drive for a while. Tight spaces are the easiest way to stir up primal desires. The two sat in the crowded back row, and from the initial kissing, the action slowly became more and more intense. For a long time, the lips parted, Shatin's chest rose and fell, her breathing became rapid and the pretty face was even more red, like a ripe peach. Looking at it made people drool. Beneath the long, curved lashes, the large, seductive eyes blinked and spoke of longing. It's almost like a wink and a wink. Shin Feng couldn't help but make a move, but she fought back miserably. Good girl, relax, Shin Feng whispered seductively in her ear. She was heard to say in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Don't. Shin Feng was unbearably horny. Seeing that he could not attack for a long time, he could only be forced to give up her lower body and concentrate on attacking towards her upper body. It quickly messed up her clothes, until Xiating looked at Shin Feng with supplicating eyes, signaling him to stop. Shin Feng stopped his big move, but the small movements were constant, and from time to time she would be heard to exclaim softly in dismay. The sound of a woozy voice is evocative. Hearing the driver in front of me was starting to regret going out with his ears. Most of the people he meets when he drives a specialty car are rich, and there's usually no shortage of women around rich men. Those bosses, too, have done a lot of over-the-top things in the back of his car, but it's rare to see a woman as beautiful and shy as today. And there's something about the sound of screaming that draws the urge to commit a crime. Wang Gang's eyes were red with envy, and he wanted to yell out a rebuke. But for the money, he didn't dare say anything, because generally speaking, most of the people who dare to mess around in his car get out and tip a little for the cleanliness of the car. He'd come across tips from certain bosses that were nearly 10 times the price of the car. At this time, Xiating was blushing and shy, leaning in Shin Feng's arms. His body was soft as if he had no bones. Shin Feng looked at her as if she had been ravaged and whispered in her ear, "You're so seductive. I can't help it." Xiating maintained her last shred of sanity, forcing herself to hold back the desire to be aroused and said, "No, can't be here. After all the specialty cars have cameras these days, in case they are photographed and posted online. Then she's going to be screwed. It's so hard for me to be up and down like this," Shin Feng said emotionally. Shatin stole a glance and saw that he did look uncomfortable. She didn't have the heart to say, "Serves you right for messing around." Shin Feng accidentally soiled the back row. He was open to the idea that the fare could be reimbursed anyway, so he politely transferred $800 to the driver for cleaning. Sheikh said the car was only $500 even for a deep clean, and gave him $800 because I didn't want to nag him. I didn't expect the driver to have a good attitude and didn't mind at all that Shin Feng had soiled his car. First, he said thank you boss, and then gave Shin Feng back a business card, saying that he would be on call if needed in the future. Looking at the 5 big and thick, tiger back and waist, very bad to mess with the appearance. I did not expect such a good temper. Shin Feng looked at the business card. This driver's name is Wang Gang. The features were straight, honest looking, and, as could be seen from the fact that he had just kept quiet and at the same time had thoughtfully broken the rearview mirror upwards, was a man with a delicate mind. Shin Feng couldn't help but move to recruit someone. He felt the need to recruit a bodyguard to transition before he received the system rewards. It's good to be prepared. With a girl as pretty as Xia Ting, there's always some ungrateful ones who'll mess things up. There was a bodyguard standing behind the two of them, and the mere presence of his aura could scare people away. And the image of Wang Gang, a tough guy who is tough on the outside and soft on the inside, fits Shin Feng's requirements. Plus he could drive, so it would be much easier for him to sit in the back and shy away with Shatin if he wanted to in the future. The only question is whether the person's character is worth trusting. Shin Feng desires to retire extraordinarily calm and think carefully. Still decided to try to solicit first. The world is bustling, all for the sake of profit. The money to give in place should not be a big problem, but this requires Shatin's consent, or the system won't reimburse her. Shin Feng grabbed Xiating's clean little hand and said softly, "How about I ask Brother Wang to be our exclusive driver?" Xiating said strangely, "Didn't you just buy me a 911? If you don't want to drive, I'll just be your driver in the future. Why would you want someone else to drive? Xin Feng explained, I need to use it occasionally. I'm tired of driving by myself, and it's safer to have more people to protect us. Seeing that Xia Ting was going to ask again, Xin Feng stopped him with a smile. You're so pretty. In case some Sabi can't think of a way to molest you, do you want me to go and fight with him? Xia Ting thought of the few times she had been molested in the past and didn't think it was a big deal. Those people were very timid. At most they would only dare to whistle and molest for a few moments. Just ignore them. They wouldn't dare mess around. After all, fights are expensive these days and it's a felony to go against a woman's wishes. She was mainly worried that Xin Feng was so rich. What if some thugs took a fancy to his money? It's always good to have extra protection. And nodded in agreement. Xin Feng received Xia Ting's approval and revealed a smile. He raised his voice to the driver. Wang Gang, brother Wang, how much can you earn in a month driving a specialized car here? Xin Feng and Xia Ting didn't lower the volume of their conversation, so Wang Gang could hear the conversation between the two of them. At this moment, Wang Gang was a little excited, listening to the woman. This man gave her a Porsche? Regardless of whether it's true or not for now, the fact that someone threw an olive branch at him is an endorsement. Wang Gang hurriedly and modestly said, the boss called me Little Wang on it. Wang brother dare not dare to be. After he finished being polite, he proceeded to answer Qin Fang's question. This job is also more dependent on luck. Sometimes the platform to a few single to go to the airport guests. A month also have a more than $10,000, and then night overtime. A little more diligent. Occasionally can have $20,000 this way. Wang Gang didn't tell the truth. This specialty car business is not like running a takeout where you just need 2 wheels. They put in a lot of cost. Maintenance, insurance, gas, platform draws and other costs once removed. A month can be left with a $10,000 is considered good. And cars cost money too. A minimum of $200,000 to drive a specialty car. Add to that the fact that you rely on the platform for your livelihood. And some nasty rules and nasty customers have to be tolerated. The last time that woman pissed on the car she only paid $500. His car is still new. Which average person can bear it? So all walks of life have their own difficulties. On the surface, $10,000 to $20,000 a month looks pretty good, but in reality, it's really better to go and move bricks. Chapter 25. Although he could also stir fry, he was no gourmet Wang Gang. Then have you considered changing your job? Xin Feng asked casually. I would like to change. This everyday driving lumbar discs are a little herniated, but this person's brain is stupid. Talking to say not very good and people to deal with. He Wang Gang giggled. When he heard that Xin Feng was interested in trying to recruit him, he was actually very willing inwardly. A big shot like Xin Feng, who paid 800 car wash fees in one shot, should not be too stingy with his paycheck. You have just heard. We think you are very good. We would like to hire you as a driver and bodyguard. The working hours may be late. You need to be accompanied by the waiting all day. How much do you think it is appropriate to ask for a salary? Xin Feng said. Wang Gang didn't expect Xin Feng to let himself mention his salary package, and was a bit blindsided for a while. He started by driving the car smoothly to his destination and then thinking quietly. Xin Feng also did not bother him. After all, this is a big deal. It is always right to think more. He and Shatin chatted softly. You and me. Wang Gang, on the other hand, was torn, not knowing how much is appropriate. More afraid of being suspected of having a big appetite, lest they do not want to do it. Although he knew Xin Feng for less than half an hour, he was not afraid that this is a scam, because he is a person who recognizes the dead reason. Other people give money to work, and if you want to pay for your own money, then get out. No matter what the entry fee enrollment fee is, it's not paid, and it doesn't matter what those people say about how it's going to be when you get in. He didn't blink at all anyway. The only thing I'm worried about is someone else diagramming his car. He just bought this car not long ago, less than 10,000 miles. Pure electric SUV, 280,000 on the ground. Wang Gang babied the hell out of it. He thought about it for half a day and hesitantly asked, does the boss usually need transportation in my car? Xin Feng directly refused. No, when the time comes, I'll give you another car with a license plate to drive. Xin Feng plans to buy a car with 2 wings on the logo. I hear rich people ride in cars like that. Doubling down. Wang Gang was slightly relieved to see that he only needed someone. Thinking of the modern harmonious society, he would not kidnap and sell such a big living person as himself to the north of Burma. Wang Gang thought about it and felt that Xin Feng didn't look like a bad moneymaker, so he stiffly quoted a price that was ideal in his mind. What does the boss think of 20,000? He paused, hastily added introduction. I used to be a soldier. and now I still run and play military boxing every day. Usually 2 or 3 ordinary people I take down in minutes. And I don't just know how to drive. I used to be a chef for a while, and I've been to a lot of places. Xin Feng was satisfied with his people, but he was not satisfied with the salary package he mentioned. 20,000 a month isn't enough. Human nature cannot be tested, especially for jobs like bodyguard driver. In case if people take money from others and drive their car to an abandoned building, the consequences are unimaginable. Someone as close as this must have to be pulled in at a heavy price. Xin Feng said indifferently. Yes, it's $20,000 as you said. Try it for a month first. Wang Gang was instantly overjoyed and excitedly said, "Thank you, boss. I'll try my best to satisfy you." $20,000 a month is a whole lot more than twice as much for him each month. There's no reason why he couldn't have chosen to be a bodyguard. Do it even if it's harder, more dangerous, and less dignified. My name is Xin Feng. Her name is Xia Ting. From now on we'll rely on Brother Wang for our safety. Xin Feng still treated the people around him very politely. Wang Gang quickly smiled and said, "Boss Xin, just call me Little Wang." Xin Feng laughed. This kind of thinking bodyguard looked much more interesting than that mod's emotional biochemicals. But he didn't go along with it. "Okay, let's call you Little Wang then." Still insisted. "You look older. Or call Brother Wang. There's no need to get hung up on the name. Just do things well." Then continued, "There's no need to sign the contract. I'll give you this month's salary first. 20,000 for the trial period." Xin Feng said and transferred the money. Seeing Wang Gang show a surprised smile, then smiled and raised the stakes. "Double it after the transfer. And then as long as you perform passably. For 5 years, $1,000 a month will be added to your salary. And if you can show me your true heart, I'll give you a big surprise at the end of the year." Wang Gang was directly shocked on the spot after hearing this. 20,000 doubled? And 1,000 a month? What's going on here? I got the god of fortune? Wang Gang incredulously twisted his head and looked at Xin Feng. Seeing that he did not look like he was joking, his heart pounded violently. When he saw the Alipay prompted to the account of 20,000 yuan, he believed it, but was a little confused by the money hit, muddled to confirm that the road. "Boss, are you serious?" "Of course it's true. The better you perform the higher the salary," Xin Feng said with a smile. Wang Gang was so excited that he was dumbfounded. He didn't know how to express his gratitude, and was filled with the desire to kneel down and kowtow to the god of wealth. What's this if it's not the god of fortune? $1,000 a month if you do a good job? He had never heard of such a thing in his life. At that rate, how much do you get paid in a year? Calculations flew through his mind for a while before he realized that it was close to 600,000 a year after doubling his salary. What's that 2 years down the line? No, after boxing for so long, his brain was running a little slow and his CPU was burning out. But certainly more than 2 million. $1 million or so for 2 years sounded simple, but it was hard for someone with an inactive brain like him to reach it even if he put his life on the line. Now the opportunity is at hand. Wang Gang was speechless and choked with excitement. The 2 children in the family grew up slowly, and the original house of less than 100 square feet for 6 people was extremely crowded. He's thinking about selling his current house and getting a 4-bedroom, 1-bathroom house, but already have a car loan itself, plus have to support parents and kids. The couple didn't have much left in their paychecks and simply couldn't afford to take on another mortgage. Wang Gang truly feels that he made the right gamble by buying a 280,000 car to run a specialty car despite his family's objections. Only by coming into contact with a nobleman like Boss Qin could the day become better. If you can really work for Xin Feng for 2 years, you can get a big house. The family will be able to live there when the time comes. "Boss Qin, I'll do whatever you want me to do from now on. I'll risk my life to keep you safe." Wang Gang patted his chest and wailed, his hometown accent bouncing out in excitement. Xia Ting relied on Xin Feng's arms, tilting her head to survey the man across from her who was so excited about taking tens of thousands of dollars. He looks a bit naive in his appearance, like he's never seen the world before. If he knew that his boss Qin had bought himself a $3 million car in the morning, I wonder if he would have died of shock. But it's good to be silly, at least it looks reassuring. Xia Ting rubbed her chin Xin Feng's chest and said to Wang Gang, "Don't worry, we're safe, don't move your ass." Xin Feng smiled and said, "Yes, there's no need for you to fight to the death. As long as you genuinely do things for us, there are other people to do the fighting." Wang Gang nodded, not surprised that such a big shot kept a bunch of thugs under his hand. "I get it, boss. From now on, Wang Gang, will work with you. Well, come on. Let's go buy a cell phone first." Wang Gang immediately got out of the car and helped Xin Feng open the door, reaching out to block the roof of the car to prevent him from touching his head. Xin Feng had never received this kind of service and felt a little embarrassed. I don't know if this is a basic operation for a driver of a specialized car, or if this is a deliberate whole thing because he has become his boss. He himself was in the service industry and felt that it was a bit bad to act like this, so he demanded to Wang Gang, "We don't need to do this in the future. Unless it's some formal occasions, places that emphasize ostentation. Usually we don't need to make it look so good." "Okay, boss," Wang Gang answered. Chapter 26, An honest man just wants to hug his thighs. Xia Ting got out of the car and glanced at the midday sun, her brows frowning lightly, but didn't say anything. Wang Gang keenly perceived her expression, immediately opened the trunk and took out the umbrella from inside, holding it open to shade the two, then followed the two, grinning like a lackey. Xia Ting was very satisfied with Wang Gang's performance. The sun isn't that great in September. It's a bit of a walk from the parking lot to the mall. Having someone to hold an umbrella was not only a way to keep her skin out of the sun, but this butlerly care made her vain. It has the feel of this lady's arrival. "Thank you, Brother Wang," Xia Ting said with a delicate smile. Wang Gang responded with a lowly smile. He was wearing a shirt and suit pants and white gloves, and his posture was so low that he didn't look like a bodyguard, but rather like a valet. The trio beckoned toward the mall. It attracted a large amount of attention from the surrounding area. Passers-by saw the couple, had special people holding umbrellas for them, and kept pointing. Some envy, some despise, and some envy and despise at the same time. Compared to the natural Xia Ting, Qin Feng's cheeks were burning from the gazes of the passers-by on the road. This boar of his can't taste fine chaff. As an ordinary citizen, it's kind of hard to let go of the idea of having someone else serve you all of a sudden. He felt particularly false, particularly formalistic and uncomfortable. Qin Feng thought about it and directly reached out his hand to take Wang Gang's umbrella, and he supported Xia Ting by himself. A boyfriend holding an umbrella for his girlfriend is not nearly as cringeworthy as a bouncer holding an umbrella for both of them. "Thank you, brother," Xia Ting cried out sweetly when she saw Qin Feng take the umbrella. She thought Qin Feng was jealous and her voice clamped down a bit more. I should. Qin Feng laughed. "Brother isn't angry, right?" Xia Ting surreptitiously gauged Qin Feng's expression. She knew that individually rich people were especially careful, and that she would think twice about saying anything to other boys. Just now, he had smiled so happily at Wang Gang. He must have cared very much to snatch Wang's umbrella. Angry about what? Qin Feng froze. Xia Ting weakly explained. "I just thanked Brother Wang out of politeness." Qin Feng wondered. "Well, then what?" Xia Ting relaxed and said after confirming that Qin Feng was not pretending. "I thought you were jealous because you took Wang's umbrella without saying a word." Qin Feng was speechless. "Why? I do think it's a bit uncomfortable for him to be too flashy with an umbrella." Xia Ting snickered. "As long as you're not heartbroken about Wang, ha ha." Qin Feng smiled faintly and didn't say anything. When Xia Ting saw his low and subtle expression, she suddenly remembered that when she met him at the beginning, the clothes he was wearing were old. Standing in a crowd like any ordinary person, no one could tell that such a boy would be super rich. It's true that rich people are especially good at pretending. Shatin was glad she hadn't just blackballed him the night before. She didn't know how she could forgive herself if she had to miss out on a man like that. When she thought of the $20 red envelope she had sent that night, Xia Ting was too embarrassed to look at Qin Feng. And Wang Gang, who was following the two, put his heart down slightly after realizing that his boss was not too fond of superficiality. He was a soldier, a man of steel and straight. "It's just that I don't know how to flatter to get to where I am today." In fact, like just now he was very uncomfortable, as if his face was placed under someone's feet and stepped on. But for the money, he had to cheapen himself like on TV. It's called maturity. He thought that he would have to keep licking like this from now on. But what he didn't expect was that this boss actually took care of his dignity. It touched him extremely. How many bosses are both considerate of their subordinates and willing to give raises? Wang Gang decided that this time, he would hug Qin Feng's thigh even if he said anything and would not let go even if he died. Just now the boss repeated the mention of genuineness twice. That means he values loyalty more than face. But Wang Gang felt that loyalty wasn't enough. You also need to be diligent and down-to-earth to work doubly hard and seriously to be able to stay with your boss without fear. Qin Feng was completely unaware that these two were PUAing themselves. He just hadn't been a rich man and was embarrassed for a moment. Later, when he has money, he is sure he will be bad. The three came inside the Intai Plaza. Qin Feng returned the umbrella to Wang Gang for safekeeping. Then looking at the time, he said to Shatin, "Let's eat first." "Aha." Shatin nodded. Most of the restaurants in the mall are not very expensive. A couple hundred tops per person. But stores like Hai Di Lao might be slightly more expensive. Qin Feng has been fortunate enough to have been there a few times. Not only is it overpriced, but I was dissuaded by the lowly, kneeling service inside. That smile was so fake it made your head spin. As if the braids on your head hadn't been cut off. Qin Feng couldn't enjoy it. The two of them turned around a little and randomly chose a nicely decorated restaurant called Fong Man Ting. Xin Feng and Xia Ting found a table for four in the hall and sat down, realizing that Wang Gang was still standing straight next to the two of them. Now is the time to get on the guest list. Wang Gang was a little taller than Xin Feng, 1.9 m or so, with a big bladder and a wide waist. With such a tall man standing there, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the brightest boy in the room. Brother Wang, sit down and eat together. Don't be polite, the meal will definitely fill you up, Xin Feng advised. No need boss. I came out after lunch. Wang Gang shrugged it off. Look at you. You're so big. You'll have no problem eating another meal. Sit down. It's not a good idea to stand there. Xin Feng got up and greeted him as he sat down, following his own work and not even being able to eat. What is the meaning of this? Wang Gang has never seen the bodyguard into the table to eat, and people a couple. He wants to squeeze in as a light bulb. Then this life is considered to live on the dog. Realizing that standing here was too obtrusive, he quickly said, then I'll go sit outside. After saying that, he walked outside without looking back and sat on the small bench waiting in line, observing the situation around Xin Feng's seat through the glass. Xin Feng shook his head helplessly, ordered a beef fried rice for the waiter to deliver to the big guy and just didn't care if he ate it or not. Shatin ignored these little things. She was concentrating on the menu. Scanned the code and ordered it on my phone. Scrambled eggs with leek, stir-fried wooden fungus with yam, stir-fried cashew flour, seafood casserole with garlic vermicelli, including oysters, stir-fried loach with soya sauce, stewed chicken soup with chestnuts, stir-fried lamb with scallions. Waiting for the dishes to come up one by one, Xin Feng's eyes grew wider and wider. What does that mean? You didn't behave yourself last night? Woman, you're playing with fire. Xin Feng glared at Xia Ting, who had a sly face and smiled like a fox. Hated to do her on the spot. Brother, eat more to make up for it. Xia Ting chucked an oyster and put it in Xin Feng's bowl, saying with a smile. Xin Feng grunted lightly and said stiffly, don't you regret it at night? The hardest part of his entire body right now was his mouth. After all that craziness yesterday and twice in one morning today, I'm really a bit overdrawn right now. Xin Feng rubbed his waist and thought fiercely, when I get my super stage physique, I want you to look good. I'm seeing that you don't know how to abstain for the past 2 days, and I'm worried about your body. So let's just sleep a veggie at night so you can recover. Xia Ting wasn't ashamed to say this at all. Instead, she found Xin Feng's hardened expression extraordinarily amusing and giggled to herself there. It's not necessary, Xin Feng said aloud as he swallowed the oyster. Shatin couldn't stop laughing. Chapter 27, My Big Move. No one can take it. After dinner, the two casually strolled slightly around the mall. I don't know if it was the oysters that gave it the power, but after only half an hour had passed, Xin Feng felt like he could do it again. The eyes that looked at Xia Ting were full of provocation. For her part, Shatin smirked and locked eyes with him, her gaze unflinching. Xin Feng almost wanted to pull her to the car to compete, but the thought that she still had to buy herself a remote lead immediately stopped the impulse. Business matters. His cell phone is so laggy that Jitterbug can only swipe 5 videos, and then he has to wait more than 10 seconds to slide up. Live streaming is not to mention stuck as a PPT. Can't do anything. He is now equipped with the ability to make a bounty. The thought of all the live ladies waiting to be discovered. Xin Feng's heart was burning with anxiety. And I wonder how many 90-point anchor ladies there are in Shake Shack. And what is their reward for the raid? Will $10 million dropped on it move the needle? Those anchors take the money and will say something special. Xin Feng was looking forward to it. However, he also knew that he couldn't rush now. As Xia Ting was about to return, it was best to take care of her first. Xin Feng patiently accompanied Xia Ting to the mall. First, we went to Starbucks. He asked Wang Gang, who had been following them behind him, if he wanted milk tea. After being rejected with a merciless shake of his head, only a strawberry white chocolate flavored frappuccino was ordered for Shatin. Didn't order it for myself. He didn't feel too good about being a guy drinking that girly stuff. Men, they should show off ice cokes, but looking at the tantalizingly creamy ice cream on top of the frappuccino, he kind of wanted to taste the flavor again. It's a good thing that there are plenty of opportunities to accompany Shatin on shopping trips and get milk tea. In a small jewelry store, while Xia Ting was wearing a hairpin, Xin Feng took the initiative to help her serve milk tea, and then pretended to naturally put it to his mouth and sucked a big mouthful. For a moment, his eyes narrowed. It's very sweet and toppy. No wonder milk tea is a shopping standard. A sip makes you feel good, and makes you happy to do anything. Unfortunately, the medium glass was not drinkable and drained in 2 sips. Next time get a large cup, Xin Feng thought darkly. That's when Shatin reached out to take her milk tea back from him, sucked on it, and realized it was empty. Exasperated, he slapped at his arm and cursed petulantly. You're a pain in the ass, stealing people's milk tea. Xin Feng said cheekily, hey, It's so good that I couldn't hold it back at once. Humph. Xiating wrinkled her tiny nose and glared at him fiercely. It's a lovely look. Afterward, as compensation, Qin Feng bought her sunglasses and a beige sun hat. This hat texture looks premium. The design of the back ruffles and bows make Xiating full of girlishness, and wear it to show a small face. The brim of the hat is added with metal wire, so you can feel free to concave the shape of the brim to suit you. Xiating made a few shell-like crinkles out of it and wore it on her head with a particularly white-black dress that. The whole thing looks like one of those innocent beauties going on a beach vacation. White and tender. Qin Feng looked quite mesmerized. Is it nice? Xiating asked. The hat didn't cost much, but Qin Feng's unblinking gaze made her very happy. Aha, aha. Qin Feng nodded desperately. He, for the sake of you being so honest, I'll forgive you. Xiating laughed. Let's go. Let's buy a cell phone. She wrapped up her stuff and threw it all to Wang Gang to carry. He himself was all relaxed and walked towards the Huawei Experience store with Qin Feng on his arm. This is where the importance of a bodyguard escort comes into play. It's much more convenient to have someone to help you collect your things without having to carry them in a big bag yourself. Yesterday, if she had a bodyguard, those things Qin Feng bought for her wouldn't have had to ask the errand boy to deliver them over and over, which was troublesome as hell. The two came to the Experience store. Xiating asked the clerk if she had the most expensive Huawei Porsche. Having been answered in the affirmative, she didn't drag her feet. She just called for a black one to be brought over and scanned the code to pay for it. The dryness and crispness of the situation was appreciated by Qin Feng. This remote is said to be endorsed by Hua and is the financial product of the cell phone world, which is very valuable. Qin Feng drooled and unwrapped the package to take out the Mate 60 RS from inside. The rear camera is a star diamond octagonal shape, and the back cover material is very high-end and recognizable with metal and ceramic. After turning on the phone, with just one glance, Qin Feng fell in love with the phone. Both the smoothness and the colors blow away your old $1,000 plus junk. It's true that you get what you pay for. Cowhide indeed. Did brother like it? Seeing that he was in love, Xiating immediately stepped forward to take credit, with an expression that begged for praise. This cell phone costs over $10,000, and she might have been heartbroken to buy it before, but now she didn't feel a thing. Not to mention the real Porsche in the morning. The $100,000 that Qin Feng had sent the day before had not even been spent. She's not paying a dime. She's whoring for nothing. As long as Qin Feng could remember that he had bought it every time he played with his cell phone, it would be a bloody good deal. I like it very much. Thank you baby for the gift. Qin Feng pinched Xiating's little face and said with full of joy. If you like it, then you can't use your old cell phone anymore. Oh, Xiating gently held his hand to stop him from fooling around. With this cell phone, how can I still use the old rags? Said Qin Feng, full of concern. Ha, who knows what's in your men's hearts? Xiating smiled contemptuously. Meaning it. I'll sell my old cell phone when I go back and copy the data, Qin Feng assured. Xiating opened her mouth, wanting to ask him to throw away the old cell phone in front of her, but she was afraid that being too forceful would cause him to recoil, so he hummed softly and flirted. You're selling this phone for 200 at the most. Why don't you sell it to me? Qin Feng wondered. What do you need my stupid cell phone for? Xiating quietly stared into his eyes without saying a word. Qin Feng was a bit embarrassed by her look and grinned a heartfelt grin. He actually flashed a bad idea in his mind just now. It's the thought that if I sold my new phone and then bought a 2-3K phone, wouldn't that give me an extra 7-8K in cash? A 3K phone works pretty well anyway. With the extra money charged to the system, you can directly start the godly reward mode and send warm care to those female anchors. But then thinking about it, it's still Shaitan's favorability that matters. What if people see you changing your cell phone and get angry? 100 birds in the bush is better than 1 bird in the hand. Thinking of this, Qin Feng stabilized his mind. Now that the remote lead is in hand, it's time to turn on the peerless move on Zating and break through the final good feeling. It was the way he had thought of spending his money when he bought the car in the morning. He was very confident that this thing was going to be cast out, and the vast majority of women's good feelings would absolutely pull off an explosion. Even a man would dutifully lie down and pucker his ass up for a beating. He asked fondly, Tina, are you living with your parents now? Chapter 28, you can't do whatever you want even if you have money. Xia Ting didn't understand, and when she saw him once again avoiding the question about the old cell phone and pulling away from the topic, a flash of worry flashed in her eyes and she replied carelessly, yeah, my mom doesn't approve of me renting a house outside, says a girl has to watch her step. After saying that, she glanced at Qin Feng and complained, it's not like I'm living with another man, it's just that I want to live with my girlfriends and they all refuse to do so, and I have to make a report if I don't come home at night. I hate it. Auntie, this is quite good. Nowadays a lot of girls live outside by themselves and eat and drink irregularly around the clock. The whole person is like a ghost. Qin Feng said in relief, when I used to run takeouts at night, It was downright scary to meet women who lived alone. Not only does he look like he's about to hiccup at any moment, but the inside of the house is made to look like a crime scene. It was dirty and messy, with boxes of instant noodles piled high. Worse than his own big man. He felt that it was better to have a good girl like Xia Ting. At the very least there was someone to take care of and discipline. How can I be that kind of girl? Xia Ting said in a bad mood. You said my mom did the right thing. Then she demanded that I have to be home at 10 o'clock tonight. Do you agree? Xin Feng got stuck. Do not advise others to be good without knowing they're suffering. Her mom didn't mind her own business, so of course she's not talking. He also wanted to experience a 5-star presidential suite today and didn't want to let Xia Ting go back at all. Seeing that the rhythm was off, he hastily corrected it. I didn't mean that. I meant, do you want to have a house all to yourself? Xia Ting's eyes instantly changed when she heard the house. He wants to buy himself a house. This is too fast. Not a bit prepared myself. Two people who have only been together for 2 days and don't even feel very familiar with each other. And they're already at the point of talking about the bridal chamber? Xia Ting was taken aback by her own thoughts, and her entire body squirmed. A deer in the headlights inside. Are you serious? Well, do you have a favorite house? Xin Feng asked casually. Xia Ting looked at Xin Feng with her small mouth open and her eyes lifeless. The man asked so naturally that she hallucinated it as, do you have a favorite outfit? I'll fix you up with 2 sets. This moment, Xia Ting couldn't help but feel for him. It's the kind of love you're about to find. Only the last layer is missing, and after piercing it, she will fall in love with this man without any bottom line. Xia Ting's favoritism +2. Xin Feng clenched his fists, secretly delighted. It's good. It's very good. He had just been worried that saying this would directly mess up Xia Ting's favorability to 80. This leaves the last bit just right. When you buy your own house and then add the goodwill, you'll get a big cashback. Take a free afternoon and let's go get it. Xin Feng couldn't wait to see Xia Ting's dumbfounded appearance. Now Xia Ting's favorability of this 79 was very dangerous. In case he got any of his words right again and directly added a little bit of favorability to himself, he would be finished. What about the loss of a suite? He wanted to get a jump on it and just pay for it and talk about it. Xia Ting was confused by the sudden movement and trembled. Straight away today? She didn't question Xin Feng's strength. She just couldn't accept the speed of this progress somewhat. What girl can stand to buy a car in the morning and a house in the afternoon? There are only a few great things in life, all squeezed into one day. Happy to go. The day after that, it's too good to be true. And the car is still a Porsche and the house will be at least a villa, right? Xia Ting's eyes glowed brightly with anticipation. Well, quickly tell me if there's a favorite house? Xin Feng said with a smile. Yes. I saw a villa earlier. It was super nice. Xia Ting was too busy to hesitate to take out her cell phone and look for a single house she had seen on Little Sweet Potato earlier. It was a single-family garden home in the same town for $8 million. Sold in a hurry. The head of the household is said to have spent $10 million when he got into the house and got more than $2 million for renovation. The villa has 3 floors, with an area of 420 square meters, Chinese-style architecture, with a 180 square meters garden. What she can't forget is the 60 sq.ft. master bedroom on the 3rd floor, which has a huge floor-to-ceiling window measuring 8 by 2.4 meters, overlooking the beauty of the road's flowers, plants and trees when she opens her eyes. The terrace is also super large, with a lot of greenery and plants, and 2 lounge chairs, so you can feel its laid-back and relaxed atmosphere. That's the set. What do you think? Xia Ting took her cell phone and played the video inside, offering it as if to show it to Xin Feng. It's okay, surrounded by villa complexes. It looks chilly. Living there might be a little less earthy. Xin Feng commented objectively. This kind of villa is not like his small bungalow, where he has to answer the knowing questions of a group of grandparents when he goes out to buy groceries. When he didn't have money, Xin Feng especially didn't like people asking him things. And now there's money. Excuse me, I would like to let the world know that I not only bought broccoli and potatoes, but a whole Porsche today. I like it. It's my dream room. Xia Ting pouted. At that time, she saw the villa and fantasized if she lived here with her favorite person. She'd be willing to live 5 years less. If only I could still not have to work, not have to be bothered. Just do yoga exercises every day, plant flowers, have a dog, stay happy and wait for your man to come home. If you're bored, you'll be at the villa with your sisters catching up on the daily gossip. The children are cared for by a nanny, and your own life is light and free. Then she'll be satisfied if she lives to be 70. But now a man says he'll give her the villa? Geez, is God not going to let her live to 70? Xia Ting began to froth again. Xin Feng saw that she liked the villa so much that her eyes went straight, so he thought of hurrying to go and finalize the house. 8 million plus the previous 3 million or so would be enough for him to splurge for a while if he could cash back successfully. He contacted the agent on Shatin's cell phone, and after asking about the house, he wished to see it now. Coincidentally, the agent is now available and has the key with him, so just go straight there. Confirmed the address with the agent. Qin Feng said smilingly to Xiating, "Let's go. Set off to see your future home." Xiating excitedly jumped up and hung onto Qin Feng. I wanted to have my legs coiled around Qin Feng's waist, but it was a bit indecent in public, so I had to stand on the ground, expressing her excitement by wrapping her arms around his face and pecking him furiously. "I love you, brother. There's no rush. You can love me after I buy the house." Qin Feng hurriedly shrugged it off. "How much money do you have in the end, brother?" "Invest in what company?" Xiating curiously said, although he knew that he shouldn't be so anxious to ask about these things. He looked at Qin Feng, who had a calm face. She was scratching like 50 cats inside, wondering how much strength he really had. "There's no need to ask about these. Anyway, as long as it's something you like, I can buy it for you. Just don't be too outrageous." Qin Feng bottomed out. 1000 WX10. 000 equals how many billions? "I can't talk about being rich, but I can barely buy a woman's favorite things. Those little sparkling diamonds. Those little pearls. How much more expensive can they be?" Qin Feng waved his hand and greeted Wang Gang, who was standing in the distance, to go back to the parking lot. The confidence that radiated from this moment caused Xiating's heart to flutter once more. She admitted that she was handsomely impressed by Qin Feng's expansive appearance. Shatin looked at the man in fascination, lightly biting her reddish lower lip, her eyes filled with naked love. Holding down his excitement, he got in the car with him and dutifully sat in the back. At this time, she wouldn't be angry even if Qin Feng did something even more excessive to her, even tried to be a little more proactive. She refused the seatbelt. Qin Feng handed over and leaned on him to wrap her arms around his neck, gazing at him with watery eyes, springtime colors on her brow. It was as if she would lower her noble head and do what she hadn't done before, as long as Qin Feng gave a slight indication. Chapter 29. Honest Love. Out of reach. But Shatin was disappointed. Qin Feng didn't respond to her. Instead, he rolled down the window and shouted to Wang Gang, who was standing outside, to avoid it. "Brother Wang, what are you doing? Come up and drive." Wang Gang hesitated for a moment. He had just seen how enthusiastic Mess Xiao was and thought they were going to work on the car. He didn't get in the car for fear of interrupting their fun and not wanting his ears to be contaminated. It was only at this time, when he heard Qin Feng's voice, that he stiffly opened the front row and sat up. In his mind, he kept doing mental construction. In the future, this kind of scene should not be less. He had to be calm and get used to it. "Let's use your car for the next 2 days, and then we'll get you a new one in a few days." Qin Feng ignored Summer's imploring eyes and pretended to find Wang Gang nagging. "Do you think it's better to drive a Bentley or a Big Ben?" Qin Feng calmed down this time and felt that his body still needed a reprieve. "You can't be this young this often." Earlier shriveled up like he'd been hit by a dog's skill, he thought it was going to be bad. Can't dare to show off in front of Xiating again. Calling Wang Gang here was also to have an excuse to fend off Xiating. Wang Gang was uncertain and answered honestly. "When I was in the army, I thought driving a red flag was the most prestigious, but when I got out, I liked the idea of a big, white RV that could go anywhere." Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he listened. Thought the RV would be nice, too. Young people who don't have a dream of traveling, RVs can spend the night anywhere. You can also take a girl to see the stars. How much for a better RV? The better ones are about $700, 000 to $800, 000. Can't say about the better ones. Hundreds to tens of millions of dollars. Mainly because the modifications inside are more expensive. Xiating car already have. Do not want to. Qin Feng and other people talk about car. Seeing that Qin Feng was ignoring him, he twisted around in his arms, attracting his attention like a beautiful snake, meanwhile interjecting to steer the conversation above the house. "Brother, is the house in both our names?" Qin Feng was silent for a while, and after receiving the system's answer, he sighed and said helplessly, "Your name only." Xiating noticed that Qin Feng's expression was a bit strange, but didn't think too much about it. Once she heard it was a separate house for herself, her heart was about to fly. At the moment, Qin Feng was a glittering treasure in her eyes, glowing with dazzling golden light that made people unable to move their eyes. Xiating wasn't worried about him not being able to afford that $8 million house at all. Just based on what he said in the mall just now, she felt that Qin Feng's savings could potentially break through 9 figures. It's better to write 2 people's names. After all, the house is for the 2 of us to live in. Shatin said politely. "This house is not like a car. It means a lot. This is a home for both of them. Write a person's name and make it look like you're trying to get his house. Just write yours. I want to give you enough security to feel comfortable taking care of me at home." Qin Feng made up reasons that were not true to his words and made up nonsense for Xiating. The house is $8 million and he would love to add his name, but the system won't let it. What can be done? It says something about the goddess having absolute autonomy. North. The dog licking system is really nifty. Xia Ting didn't insist anymore. He had said so. It would be a bit ungrateful for him to count on it. Only the thought of living with this man in the future made her worry that she wouldn't do enough to be disliked. And she said weakly, I'm lazy. I don't want to do the hygiene alone in such a big house. Can we hire a nanny to help? The man pays his bodyguard 50 or 60 grand a month, and should have no problem hiring a 10 grand babysitter. It's just a little embarrassing coming from a woman. All the work let the nanny do. Make it seem as if she will only eat, drink and play at home. Just like a salted fish without dreams, lying down every day to enjoy other people to serve as if. She was worried that she would be looked down upon by Qin Feng, so the cheeks burned a little when the request was made, and the ears were all flushed. Well, of course I'll hire a cook, a gardener, a personal doctor, a personal trainer, and so on, as long as you're happy in the future. Qin Feng painted a bright future for her. These things, to which he aspires just as much as, but only if the cashback is successful. Xia Ting was in a trance by Qin Feng's big cake. In all the years since she graduated, she has met many people. The ruthlessness of reality gradually made her give up her dream of marrying a super rich man and becoming a rich man's wife. As she has gotten older, the 26-year-old has lowered her requirements for choosing a spouse to a 7-figure savings. Additional conditions are that there is no more than a 3-year age difference and that she is cared for enough. Xia Ting felt that her condition was not very bad and her requirements were not very high, so it was impossible that she could not find a husband. But reality slapped her hard in the face. A couple of the young rich kids we talked to can gamble, love to play, and shag. The older uncles are also extremely stingy, saying something like money is for women, not for women to spend. This kind of goddamn talk is going to the piggy bank in their circle. There's another prospect. Young, okay looking, not much money but better than stable, a public official. He had been talking to him for a little over half a year, and he was actually worried that he was too pretty and would green him later, and then he dumped himself. Mother asterisk 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 her, I only catch one fish at a time. Her best friend is not as good looking or as fit as she is. She's small-minded, she's paranoid all over the place, and she's managed to find a 9-figure husband, and she doesn't see anything wrong with him except that he's 2 rounds older than she is, and she herself was slow to meet a good man. I listened to my mom a while ago and started dating. Almost every man who meets her for the first time asks, with your qualifications, why are you out on a blind date? Is it? That look of hesitation and suspicion made her want to go crazy. The key to these blind dates are all extreme. There are mom and pop men, underhead men, geeks, lewd men. Her bizarre dating experience could write a 1,000,000-word novel if she told it. I would have thought that in a year or two, my standards would have to be lowered again. I didn't realize that there would be another village in the dark. The classmate who once had a crush on her actually became so rich and treated her so well. Xia Ting was so moved that she wanted to cry. Her nose soured. A layer of water mist rose in her eyes, and she looked at Qin Feng with teary eyes and said, "Honey, will you love me forever?" Women are very emotional creatures and can't control their emotions when they come. She wanted to hear Qin Feng's deep confession, but I didn't expect him to cope with it with a perfunctory attitude. Xia Ting's tears instantly retracted and she grumbled, "You're not going anywhere at all." Qin Feng knew the correct answer, but was deeply afraid of saying the right thing for extra points. You know the house isn't even bought right now. Luckily, this state of animation comes and goes quickly. Qin Feng didn't receive the system prompt and was relieved, smiling and placating. Love you, love you, love you. Look, I'm going to buy you a house. Isn't that a sign of love? I don't know when the modern view of love became a bit deformed. A house is proof of love. If it were before, he wouldn't have dared to say he loved a girl so calmly. But not now. With this dog-licking system, he can prove his love without limits. Chapter 30, I won't be your mistress even if I die. Outside of death. Jumping from here. Seeing that he had bought himself a house, Xia Ting really couldn't afford to have a little tantrum. Although she didn't get the answer she wanted, she could tell from Qin Feng's eyes that she liked herself. The thought of having a home of your own right away, and being with someone who is handsome and gentle and has as much money as you want, she couldn't contain her excitement. It's even a little bit too slow for the two of them to progress and they want to speed things up a bit. Her entire center of gravity was leaning on Qin Feng, her fingers poking at his chest intentionally or unintentionally. If she had a point. So does it mean something special that my brother bought me a house? Qin Feng only wanted to engage in good feelings and thought nothing else. Not prepared for this question. At the moment his eyes fluttered a little, and his speech was somewhat casual. It's just so you don't have to be governed by your family, so we can live free. Seeing that it wasn't the answer she wanted again, Xia Ting lost her heart a little. Really? You just want to buy a house and live together? Main first have a place to live. Only to talk about other Hee hee hee. Qin Feng scratched his head and laughed. But I'm sure I'll have to talk to my parents about something like buying a house and living together. Xia Ting stared straight at Qin Feng and asked seriously, are you going in case they want to see you? Qin Feng felt a big headache. Or he still does not understand Xia Ting's meaning. See the parents. The next step is not to urge marriage. It's hard to have some money yourself, and before you can start dashing around, you're going to enter the grave of love. How's that work? He politely pushed back. Go on. Sure, but we'll have to wait until we've bonded for a while. After all, we've only been together for 2 days, and we don't know a lot of our habits very well. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he realized that Xia Ting had made a movement. The whole person seemed to be stuck in a bug, neither making a sound nor speaking. He asked in wonder, what's wrong with you? As if something had suddenly occurred to Xia Ting. Lifting her head, she gave him a complicated look in her eyes. Still nothing. She let go of his neck and moved her seat to sit alone, purposely leaving a distance between the two. It was like going back to his college days and treating him like he was cold. Xia Ting's favoritism won. Xia Ting's favoritism won. Xia Ting's favoritism won. Qin Feng was stunned. How could he not expect that this Tama favorability would actually fall? The system prompted this favorability to drop wildly from 79 all the way down to the 69 position before stopping. Looking at Xia Ting's expression again, it was icy and cold, like a mountain of snow. Sweating and tingling, he rushed over to save the day. Baby, come on. I was just a little nervous about meeting your parents later. Don't be mad. Seeing that she was unmoved, Qin Feng bit his teeth and agreed. You arrange it now, and I promise to see my aunt and uncle tomorrow. Xia Ting remained silent. The eyes looked at him coldly, as if they were looking at a scumbag. Qin Feng was sweating as she stared at him. And I don't know why this woman is angry, buying her a car and a house, and surprisingly dropping his goodwill. He was also a bit incensed. Couldn't help but raise my voice a little. What more do you want from me? You name it. Anything I can do. Who would have expected Xia Ting to sneer and say in a gambling manner, I demand that the house be in both our names. Can you do that? What? Qin Feng didn't expect her request to be an impossible task. How can this be fun? Qin Feng also wanted to write his name, but the dog-licking system wouldn't let him. Besides, isn't it good to write her name alone? Qin Feng was a bit anxious and frowned without saying anything. The atmosphere in the car sank. System alert, Xia Ting favorability 1. I chow. What the hell is going on? If we keep this up, we're going to lose all our goodwill. Qin Feng scratched his ears and was half dead with anxiety. I wasn't in this much of a hurry last night when I wasn't looking in the right place. He asked seriously, controlling his emotions. Is it so important to add a name? Xia Ting's emotions got the better of her and she just bit the name and questioned. So don't you dare add your name? Qin Feng was speechless. If someone wanted to give himself a villa in the past, then he would definitely offer him up like an ancestor every day. But when it came to Xia Ting, not only did she reduce her favorability, but she also made impossible conditions. Seeing as how the rebate is just around the corner, Qin Feng really didn't want the basket to be empty. Despite any further anger, he chose to tolerate it. Wanted to try and see if I could salvage it. I can't really add to this set, but I can add to the next set. That's always okay, right? Xia Ting's heart was aching. It's so tempting to yell, add your name when you're divorced, right? But she didn't dare to. The man had never said a word of commitment from start to finish, and he had no right to accuse him of anything. She commiserated. A small crystalline droplet spilled out of her eyes, leaving 2 lines of wetness on her pink cheeks and eventually dripping down onto her chest. What a fool yourself. And to think that there really was a man in this world who loved her like an angel. The result is still the same. All demons from hell. It was long past time for her dreams to wake up. Brother Wang, stop the car. Xia Ting's sobbing voice rang out, startling Qin Feng, who was thinking of countermeasures. His heart softened after seeing her teary eyes. He hugged Xia Ting and coaxed, baby, don't cry. Didn't I promise to add your name? Xia Ting struggled to push away Qin Feng's embrace. Her trembling voice had 10,000 grievances in it. Asterisk 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 off. You slag. She wanted to tell Qin Feng out loud that she wouldn't be a mistress for him even if no one wanted her. Wang Gang listened to the movement in the back and slowly leaned the car to the far right. But he didn't stop the car, just in case Xia Ting got angry and opened the door suddenly, causing a car accident. Qin Feng was pissed off. I'll cry. I'll scream. I'll hang myself. This woman really can't be reasoned with. I can't believe I'm calling myself a scumbag after dropping so much money. He gasped. Can you be reasonable? What did I slag you off for? The words fell. Xia Ting didn't speak anymore. Her head lowered. Her expression bitter. Bean-sized tears running down her cheeks and falling low on her clothes. The car was silent and the atmosphere became silent. It was as if the air had frozen. An invisible pressure that left people breathless. Ryoko, Xia Ting slowly calmed down and coldly looked at Qin Feng, her gaze without a trace of emotion. She had the feeling of a broken dream at the moment. Should have thought of that when I said I'd go to his house before. He stammered. Ask him what companies he invests in and hide it. He was also reluctant to meet his parents, even in bed. I never heard him make any promises. Now you are afraid to even add your name to the property. Fear of being found out. What does that mean? If he doesn't have a ghost in his heart, why doesn't he even dare to add his name? And talk about a second set plus. What does a house need so many sets for? Xia Ting was very sure that Qin Feng was definitely a married man. Now want to buy a house to wrap yourself in. Raise her like a canary like they do on TV. At the thought, she couldn't stop the tears from falling down her face again. Chapter 31 System, you trash host. 30 chapters in and you can't even handle a stupid white sweet. Those adopted mistresses in the TV series impressed Shaitan too much, so she never considered being someone's mistress. Think it's better to be a mistress than to go to work honestly. It's nameless and unprotected by the law. The child born is illegitimate and cannot be seen. Your own man can't manage a little. The most crucial thing is to be caught in bed by the main court. And if you are light, you will be stripped naked and thrown outside. Or if you are heavy, you will be thrown with sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid. At the thought of that image, Xia Ting became anxious on the spot and said loudly, Qin Feng, I'm telling you, just die. Xia Ting, even if I die poor, I won't be your mistress. She wiped her tears and shouted at Wang Gang once again, Brother Wang, stop the car. Wang Gang was in a dilemma. He hadn't encountered this kind of scene where the boss and his lover were quarreling, and he didn't know whether he should stop the car or not. Seeing how intense Xia Ting was, the boss didn't stop him. He tried to slow down slowly, and drove for a while at a dozen yards a. When no one objected, he simply stopped at the curb. Then sit in the cab without saying a word and eat your melon. Qin Feng finally knew what she was thinking. He was puzzled and said, Who wants you to be a mistress? Xia Ting saw that he still wanted to argue, and immediately questioned in a row, Then why don't you tell me where you live? Why do you care so much about that crappy cell phone of yours? And why don't you write the names of two people? Seeing that he was dumbfounded by his question, Xia Ting reddened her eyes and accused in a bleak and bitter tone, Why are you messing with me when you obviously have a wife? Qin Feng couldn't explain these problems, and after thinking about it, he pulled out his ID card to prove it. You can take my ID and check to see if I'm married. Xia Ting froze a little at his frankness. Her despair was suddenly renewed with hope, and she asked expectantly, You really don't have a wife? Qin Feng spread his hands out. There really isn't. Xia Ting thought she was wrong about him, and her face turned a little red. But in order to get peace of mind, she weakly continued to pursue. You promise I'm the only girlfriend? No other fiancés or anything with women? Qin Feng immediately assured for the sake of goodwill. Well, I swear, absolutely no other girlfriends. Xia Ting saw his frank attitude. Her heart was happy, and she couldn't help but give an inch and said, Then you promise you won't have any in the future. Qin Feng was stuck, looking at Xia Ting's deer-like pitiful eyes, her crying and sniffling little nose, the two tear tracks still hanging on her pretty face. It's such a good pair. The kills are huge. Qin Feng had the urge to go up and put his arms around her and coax her into a good mood. But he is an honest man. Since there's no way to do something, you don't just commit to it. Money, it's available. Love, too, can be given. But there's no way to give a lifelong promise to love only you. He didn't want to give up the whole forest for Shatin. Don't want to be a scumbag and cheat either. If Shatin can't accept that she has another woman, then we all have to stop here. I didn't get the cash back, but I slept through it. A sports car for the night. There are so many beautiful women in the world. And there are definitely many women who like money. If this one doesn't work, get the next one. There's always a woman who can stand herself. And the girls on the air have been told to be more pragmatic. So I don't know if that's true or not. He hugged Shatin and rubbed her head, not answering her question. Use silence to allow her to comprehend herself. He was going to leave the choice up to Shatin to make her own choice. Continuing to follow myself is not going to get me anywhere at the moment. And there will definitely be other women involved. Shatin waited with joyful anticipation, but she didn't hear an affirmative answer from him. As each minute passed, her heart was slowly plummeting. She gets it. This man had told her in such a way that she would not be the only woman around him in the future. Half the time, you're still going to be a mistress. To think that she, the recognized schoolflower of Jiang University, had to be reduced to such a state. She was a little heartbroken. Tears are pouring out of my eyes. Wrapping her arms tightly around the man in front of her and burying her face in his arms, she let out a muffled cry, venting and wetting his shirt with tears. Wipe the snot on him again too. Qin Feng was filled with guilt and allowed her to mess around on him. How many girlfriends will you have? Chastain choked out. I don't know. Qin Feng replied honestly. Scum. Xia Ting cursed but knew that this kind of boy did attract the opposite sex. Come to think of it, why would a guy so young, with money and looks, prefer only himself? It's not like it's a teen idol drama. But Xia Ting just couldn't help being sad. For the first time in her life, she had met a man so nice that she didn't want to give up just like that. It took a long time to get over the crying. She looked up. Her face was made up like a kitten from crying, and her eyes were a little red and puffy. She asked with a huff, what if later on, your girlfriend comes and throws acid on me? Xia Ting planned for the worst. No, I will arrange absolutely reliable bodyguards for you, Qin Feng said seriously. What's the point? No one can stop people from sneaking up and spraying over. Shaitan was frightened. The lure of the villa on one side and the threat of acid on the other. She didn't know what to choose. It was so tempting to take a bite out of this scumbag's shoulder and show him just how torn up he was. Just let me calm down and think about it. After saying that, he pushed him away with force, wiped his face carelessly, opened the car door and was about to get out of the car. Qin Feng pulled her back and asked, where are you going? Xia Ting broke away from his hand and asked coldly in return, go home. Where else? Qin Feng smiled apologetically, I'll give you a ride. I don't want to see you right now. Scumbag, Xia Ting said as she got out of the car and slammed the door as hard as she could. Bang sound. Let the front of the Wang Gang heartache half dead. Seeing her so determined, Qin Feng sighed helplessly and said to Wang Gang, you go take her home, I'll go down and get a cab. Okay, boss, Wang Gang responded. Qin Feng got out of the car, watching Wang Gang very boldly turn around and retrograde to catch up with Xia Ting. He honked the horn and spoke to her. He saw Xia Ting glaring back at himself, then obediently got into the car. When they passed in front of them, Xia Ting didn't roll down the glass window. Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand at her, then stayed standing on the side of the road and watched the car go away, until it's gone. It was only then that Qin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Men who can't lie really lose points. One should have been thick-skinned and ruthless enough to scam her to 80 points. And how nice it would have been to have the cash back in hand and then showdown. He swore darkly. I must be a stone-hearted scumbag from now on. Qin Feng walked on the road silently, reflecting on himself constantly in his heart, not afraid of getting sunburned in the 2 to 3 p.m. sun. It took a while to walk to slow down. Bewildered, he looked up, not knowing where to go, twisting his head around. The street was somewhat impressive. This street, which he remembered coming to when he was running a takeaway, was quite busy and had a lot of stores. Not far away are cafes, hair salons, internet cafes, boutique foot baths. His attention was drawn to the foot spa, and he stared straight at the tawdry sign of the. Without stopping his feet, he walked resolutely into the internet cafe. It's not that you can't afford to go to a foot bath. It's that internet cafes are more cost-effective. It's the same pleasure. $3 an hour. And $298 an hour. Isn't it obvious who to choose? Qin Feng, who only had 5 or 6,000 cash left in his hand, kept comforting himself. Chapter 32 ADC Dogs Don't Even Play. Entering the internet cafe, Qin Feng domineeringly took a bottle of Coke and charged $10 for the internet fee. Sitting in the $3 lobby area after reaping 69 cents of sweet smiles from the cashier girl, while waiting for the computer to boot up, I pulled out my new cell phone and looked at it. There are 3 new contacts on WeChat. It's all female. Qin Feng clicked into the first sister's friend circle. Her friend circle has selfies that look somewhat familiar and the system gives them a high score of 81. Clicking through. In addition to the people, the photo often shows the Porsche badge on the steering wheel with some inspirational copy. When Qin Feng saw the Porsche, he remembered that it was his sexy beauty for sale this morning. Pang Jinyan. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Soon after, the other party sent me a hello greeting. Qin Feng wasn't interested in the sale for the time being, so he left her hanging. The second girl's WeChat name, Betsy. There are not many content in the circle of friends, only a few landscape photos with a few life lessons. The note states that it is a Porsche buyer. Qin Feng remembered that it was the female owner who had previously ordered the turbos he had bought. He's taken a bit of an interest in this girl. After clicking through, the door was opened and a message was sent. Beauty, take a selfie. After being baptized by Xia Ting, he was now getting more and more bold and dared to say anything. A selfie actually to save you all some time. Scan it. If it's a girl with a score of 90 or less, there's no conversation. A direct word of farewell sent away. He didn't have any spare energy to spare for other girls. The third one is Jiang Manchue. Inside the application memo it says, what are you doing at a Porsche 4S? Qin Feng took 2 photos of the Porsche in the morning and sent them to his friends, and there were more than 20 likes in half a day. The reviews are also flirting with the idea of buying it. I guess the woman knew about his visit to the 4S from one of his classmates. Qin Feng smiled faintly as his mood changed for the better. I was going to add her back and taunt her with the words, "None of your business," but then again, it's kind of low. Well, at least a man with an ID doesn't have to show his superiority in front of a like this. Make it sound like you still care about her. He simply clicked no and pulled the plug. Indifference is the most hurtful word. Just like when she ignored herself. That only those who have suffered such violence can realize the horror of such things. That feeling of having hot lava in your chest, but being covered by layers of ice and snow. Shin Feng wanted her to experience it as well. With that taken care of, he casually covered the phone on the table, revealing the octagonal diamond camera. Turn on the jerk-off to the envious eyes of the brother next to you. When you come to an internet cafe, of course, you have to get a few good games first. Going live to get a girl later. It's a game he's played on and off for 7 or 8 years. The technology isn't great. Only play some tawdry routines. And the new version is fancy and perfect for a player like Shin Feng. Game on. He picked a wheel mom. First piece out of Hydra. Second piece of Steel of the Heart. Directly beat the opposite side of the poodle to doubt life. In the current version, the damage is so explosive that even the assist can go after the ADC. AD has absolutely no need for AC. Just get out of the meat and draw fire. And hold on to your daddy's thighs in the center and upper field. That's the right way to play this horror game. Shin Feng, an ADC, stood alone in the middle of the enemy lane pushing the line after getting out a ton of top gear. Successfully used his seemingly thin body to seduce the enemy center single. Also, he ate his opponent's big move hard, and was chased and cut by him for a whole small half of the map. And surprisingly, he hadn't been cut to death yet. By the time Shin Feng's teammates arrived and managed to surround Yasuo, Yasuo was still thinking about coming up to slash Shin Feng before he died. That's a steady stream of hate. The 5 took advantage of the numbers to open the big dragon. Moment of truth. It was Shin Feng, the ADC again, who hooked the poodle in the bushes with a magic flying claw. And then not at all vainly stood and fought him hard. The poodle hit all of his skills, and to his horror, he realized that this ADC had half of his blood left. After being set on fire by his teammates for a second, Poodle kept hitting the question mark to show his lack of understanding. Shin Feng cooperated with his teammates to take the dragon and kill and push the tower, directly ending the game. Cool. This version is simply ADC heaven. It used to require careful positioning, output, and skill dodging. Now just come right out of the meat and be a toolman. The game is not your concern to win or lose. Later in the game you don't even need AD damage to push the tower. This made Shin Feng play very comfortably. Mom won't have to worry about me being taken away in a set anymore. When he was about to play another round, Wang Gang called and said that he had safely sent Xiating back and asked where he was and that he was coming over to pick himself up. Shin Feng didn't call him over. I was playing a game myself, and it felt weird to have such a big hunk of man standing behind me. Shin Feng told Wang Gang on the phone that he would come over to pick himself up at the bar again in the evening, and that there was nothing for him to do now, so he could just go anywhere to rest and relax. Wang Gang thought the job to be accompanied by 24 hours. Has been prepared to eat dry food to stay up all night. I didn't expect to go to work for less than 2 hours and be told to take a break straight away. It was a bit disbelieving for a while. It's a little too easy a job. Can you really get a raise just like that? He sat in the car staring blankly at his cell phone in disbelief. Shin Feng hung up the phone. Plans were made to go to the bar in the evening to find Shivya and talk about the pain of lost love. By the way, let's see if we can find an eligible girl at the bar and get a room together for the night. He can promise not to touch the girl. He just didn't want to go back to his little 40-square-foot dump of a room after sleeping in a 4-star king-size bed. That's when the phone shook. The female owner of the car that had just passed had sent him a message back. Betsy, Mr. Shin, nice to meet you. Seeing that she refused to send a photo, Shin Feng didn't want to take care of her, but he was quite bored waiting for the selection. So he casually asked, Shin Feng, what? Betsy, I think we have a similar vision and would like to get to know you. Shin Feng, without a picture to say JB. Betsy. Subeishi sat in her office, staring blankly at the message in her cell phone. She assumed that a man who could look at the car she had picked out must be someone with similar tastes to hers. I didn't realize that the first thing I asked for was a photo. That attitude, flippant as a confident beggar. Subeishi considered herself to be a generous person and felt that it was too arbitrary to conclude others based on just one sentence, and planned to learn more before saying anything. But after those 3 sentences, she jumped to conclusions. The man must be the stupid son of a landlord's family if he's not a hanger-on. This kind of uneducated man she would not have wanted to talk to. But, just happened to be pretty good looking myself. Ever since she was a little girl everyone complimented her for acting like a princess. At this point in time, you have to not take a picture, making it seem like you have no face. Subeishi thought about it and took a selfie of herself with her cell phone and sent it over. Betsy, picture. Shin Feng, /lustful, having just sent it over. She immediately received the man's response. And Su Beishi hooked the corner of her mouth and smiled triumphantly. She still had some confidence in her beauty. Now that's a chat initiative in your own hands. Can we talk now? Chapter 33, Rich People Are Great. Shin Feng stared at her picture with fascination. This melon face, these dainty red lips, these eyelids with peach eyes, truly eyes as clear as water, eyebrows as picturesque, plain teeth and lips, such a florid face with glowing cold white skin, plus long, lustrous, silky blonde hair that fell over her shoulders. It's like a golden lotus flower. It does look beautiful at first glance. Shin Feng was worried that this photo of her was or an artificially created face. Immediately turn on the scanning function test. Name, Su Beishi. Age, 25 years. Charisma, 92. Number of relationships, 2. Is a true goddess. What are you waiting for? Just flush it straight through and be done with it. You initiate a transfer. 100 yuan. 000. Shin Feng finished transferring the account and said in a domineering manner, look at the legs. He has deeply learned the lesson of Xia Teng. Rich people talk about P's feelings. Just drop the money straight away. Don't get all fancy. Get some more girls and smash together. With $100 million in his hand, he couldn't believe that there wasn't a girl who fell in love with him. The 100,000 also wanted to try to see if they had any desire for money. A girl who can afford a Porsche is most likely a rich woman. If you don't like to throw money at yourself, then say goodbye while you can. Su Beishi on the other side saw that he was still being so unreasonable and actually dared to say look at the legs. His face sank slightly, but the shiny $100,000 on it took her mind off pulling the plug again. If someone had offered her $100,000 to post pictures of her legs before, she wouldn't have even bothered. But it's different now. After her father's accident, her own restaurant business suddenly became extremely poor, coupled with some negative news about the store from time to time. Regular customers were clamoring for their cards to be refunded. Banks are not willing to lend, and former friends are out of touch. She's on the verge of going out of business as she can't make ends meet and is on the verge of not being able to pay her rent and wages. This was the restaurant she'd worked so hard for years. She didn't want to just let it fall. $100,000 isn't much, but it's a welcome reprieve. Just a pat on the leg then. Su Beishi's eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness as she took Shin Feng's money. Lift up the cell phone. To their own bare slippery legs. Click a photo. Betsy, picture. Send it over with shame. Her face was a little hot. Shin Feng smiled lewdly when he saw those plump and slender big white legs. At this point, the system determines that the consumption is successful. Goddess database updated. Name, Su Beishi. Age, 25 years. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Charisma, 92. Occupation, restaurant owner. Characteristics, devil's body. Favorability, -5, indifference. Number of relationships, 2. Rater bonus, listening to a woman's heart. Amount spent, $100. 000. That rate reward seems pretty good. If you can listen to a woman's heart, then in the future, if you want to raid other girls, don't you have a hand in it? And the body of the devil. Heartbeat to heartbeat. But now career comes first. Children's love can be postponed for a day. When he'd gotten his strength back, he'd come back to study just how devilish this devilish body was. But the problem now is that Su Beishi's favorability is actually a negative number. It made him a little strange. Could it be that he had reduced his favorability by giving away this $100,000? That's a bit tricky, yeah. Thinking that just now smashing money to ask her to pat her leg might have made her unhappy, Shin Feng hurriedly tried to redeem his image. Sorry for the intrusion. It's okay. Thanks for the red packet from Mr. Shin. You're welcome. MS. Su's picture is really beautiful. Thank you. Su Beishi's heart was very disdainful of this person who pretended to be a human being when she saw her picture. System alert, Su Beishi favorability -5. What? Shin Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the system prompt. It's okay for me to be arrogant and reduce my favorability, but how can you reduce my favorability when I have such a good attitude? Well, you play it that way, don't you? Since it's all about reducing favorability, I'm not pretending. He clicks on transfer again, enters $200, 000 and sends it. Miss Su, it's really presumptuous of me to buy your car across the street. In order to express my apology, can I buy you a meal? This time Shin Feng intended to communicate in person. Smash her with money to convince her. Show her what money power means. Su Beishi stared blankly at the $200,000, not quite daring to order to receive it. She was a bit flustered by Shin Feng's entirety. Isn't this man a little too posh to casually shell out $300, 000 to a stranger? Is it the stupid son of a landowner? Or the ultimate thug? Anyway, it's always a rich lord. This kind of person is very nice to talk to when he is nice, but when he is not as nice as he wants to be, he can be very troublesome. She wasn't too keen on messing with people like that. The reason why she took the initiative to find Qin Feng in the beginning was besides the fact that she felt that he shared the same taste as herself and wanted to make a friend, and thought it would be nice if I could borrow some money from him to tide me over. But with this kind of mob, she was afraid the money would be hot to hold. When the time comes to be eaten up, there's no place to talk about it. Looking at the glittering $200,000, Su Beishi resisted the temptation and refused. I'm sorry, I have a date tonight. It's okay to have an appointment. You can keep this money. Don't you run a restaurant? Just think of it as me having a meal at your place. How does he know what he does? Su Beishi was shocked again in her heart. It's not surprising that you know your name. It could have been revealed by the 4S store. But she doesn't talk to anyone about her work. Had this man looked up his name and job in just a few minutes, based on a photo alone? This man is a big deal. She struck 12 and coped. Mr. Qin is joking. A meal doesn't cost $200,000. I think it's worth it to have dinner with a beautiful woman like you. Ha ha. Mr. Qin really knows how to make people happy. I'm a pragmatic person. If you don't think it's enough, I'll add more money. That's enough. Don't be angry. Mr. Qin, I really have something to do tonight. Su Beishi let out a bitter laugh. Still being pestered. If we let him raise the money again, it's hard to say if he'll give it to someone else and arrange for them to do something bad. $300,000 is already a lot of people willing to touch the law. There was nothing she could do about it but type and continue. Is tomorrow night okay? I'll wait for you at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Can. Qin Feng thought about it and added another sentence. Excuse me, do you have rooms to stay upstairs in your hotel? He remembers the Drunken Immortal house seems to be a high-end restaurant that this woman, as the owner of the place, would have gotten herself a place to stay, right? System tip. Su Beishi's favoritism 10. Current favorability -20, contempt. Qin Feng. He scrutinized his statement. Seems like a bit of an ambiguity. Good. She misunderstood. He himself just wanted to sleep with a vegetarian, and had no thoughts at all about her peachy ass. And if there is, it's just a little bit, not much. Qin Feng had the intention to explain a few words, but thought better of it. Despise it if you want. This gives money and reduces her favorability. It's pretty hard to get. He was numb and didn't want to dwell on it that much. If it wasn't her own way of slamming money down, then there was something wrong with her as a person. Su Beishi held her cell phone and looked at the hint sent by Qin Feng. His chest rose and fell sharply. He was shaking with anger, and his eyes turned red. Unconsciously, he gripped the phone harder, angry and trying to get his money back. WeChat pulls the plug. The big deal is to hide at home for 2 days and pretend you never messed with this man. But then he thought of the crisis in the store. She frowned darkly. Chapter 34. I didn't know you were such an anchor woman. Su Beishi sat quietly in her chair in contemplation. It was about 10 minutes later. She sighed softly. Ultimately, the choice was made to tolerate it. Just pretend you didn't read his cue. If he comes to dinner tomorrow, find a way to get him a little more wine and see if you can slip him a couple of girls to fool around with. It's money that can't be refunded. Su Beishi thought secretly in her heart. After so many years of running the store, she had more or less learned to cope with men. After making up her mind, she turned off her phone screen, adjusted her mood, and straightened her clothes and makeup, getting ready to head out the door for an appointment. Her date for the evening was her boyfriend of 2 years. Just recently returned home and said there was something he wanted to talk to her about. He sounded a little heavy on the phone and it made Su Beishi vaguely guess what she was going to talk about tonight. When people are unlucky, bad things always come crowding in heaps. She's used to it. Qin Feng was in the internet cafe, with a complimentary Bluetooth headset, and opened the Jitterbug live broadcast, looking for the 90 points of the young lady. He wanted to see how much goodwill he could add to a woman by dropping $300,000 on her in a live broadcast. It can't be a negative number, can it? He scrolls up from one broadcast to the next. I realized that all the hostesses are very pretty. There's just not an ugly one. Every face is stunningly beautiful. The clothes they wear are extremely sexy, too. Either that or the cheongsam is open to the waist. Either that or extra tight yoga pants. Either that or they're wearing super short skirts, stockings of every color, or a red leg ring fastener tied around a bare, beautiful leg, scratching their heads and showing off their feminine beauty, especially in a live multiplayer dance studio. The 5 sisters took turns dancing, each one flamboyant, charming and graceful. You give gifts and they keep dancing to a single song cycle, with an oversized moon in the background. A few ladies look like fairies descending from the earth, bringing a delightful song and dance experience to mere mortals. Qin Feng's heart surged and he hardened his eyes. No wonder you can't find good-looking beauties on the street. So they're all hiding in the live room. He had thought that with so many beautiful women here, he should be able to find a few 90-point goddesses. But after using the scanning function, It was as if they had brought a demon-spotting mirror with them, and one by one they began to reveal their true selves. Somewhere in the top 10 of the popularity charts is a live multiplayer dance studio. The first dancing girl on the left has a charisma score of 68. I don't know if it's the makeup, or the beauty on high. Anyway, it's a young lady who's worse than an internet cafe receptionist, and looks like a dumpy, superb creature in the live streaming room, dressed in a set of turquoise blue cheongsam. She was graceful and elegant, the surplus waist twisted back and forth, slender as if it couldn't hold up the weight of her chest. It makes you want to go up and give her a hand. But Shin Fong looked at the rating of less than 70 and was a bit daunted by the desire. The second one, 79 points, is the same cheongsam, but she wears it with more astringency. From time to time, she turns sideways to reveal the edge of her thighs, and caress the hem of the cheongsam on her hips with her own hand, intentionally or unintentionally emphasizing her delicate curves. The third girl stood in the C position and scored very high on the system, close to 100. Talking about the number of relationships, the actual charisma value is only 82. The looks are not bad, they're photogenic, too. It's just that the face feels a little fake when you look at it for a long time. If I had to describe it, it would be that the features look like they have been carved by a ghostly artisan. Exquisite like a wax star. It's beautiful, but not for long stares. It's easy to get the illusion that you're looking at a robot. 5 girls, none of them reached 90 points. The audience was quite large, with over 10,000 online. Shin Fong was secretly surprised. Cross this live feed and keep looking for a true goddess that you can consume. After a few minutes of swiping, it's all about skinny faces and overly white anchors. The number of people doing live streaming is increasing nowadays. As long as you turn on a beauty technology, even if a man with a wig sitting in the live room can be beautiful and evocative. Not to mention the slightly more attractive girls, they've got thick makeup on their faces, various colors of powder for highlights, shadows, and dimension, putting on bright lip gloss, applying double eyelids, and wearing heavy false eyelashes, dressing up like a fairy in front of the camera, all kinds of head scratching and cheating. Instead, the girls who are really good looking, when they get on the air because they don't have the right words, or they are usually habitually high-strung, not as popular as the average girl who is passionately committed and can tell dirty jokes. You only make a couple hundred a day, and you have to put up with obscenities from the audience. It leads to a loss of confidence in live streaming and becomes more and more rare. Shin Fong drove the scanner and was tired of looking for it. Clicked on dozens of live streams in a row. Not a single decent one. All around 60 to 80 points. His heart gradually dropped to the bottom, until it was about to give up. Suddenly a cute little round youthful face came into view. Tiny mouth, tiny nose. Only the eyes are excessively large. There's also a pitying mole of beauty's tears at the corner of her eye. Dark, shiny hair fell casually over her shoulders, and long bangs covered her eyebrows. It looks well behaved, cute, and a little nerdy. She wore a plain white crewneck t-shirt on top that was so unassuming that you couldn't tell the depth of it. Underneath was also a blue skirt that covered to the knee, revealing only a sliver of white calf. This conservative dress is nothing like other sultry anchors. Name Jonggu. Age, 21. Charisma, 95. Number of relationships, 0. What? It is 0. A miracle. Shin Fong was thrilled. Not only did you find a goddess, but the number of times you did so was still 0. It wasn't in vain that he had searched so hard. It's really a lot of work. Welcome the white whoring sage into the live studio. Please click a follow to support it. Shin Fong didn't think that he could be named by the anchor even though he was a level 1 trumpet, and immediately obediently clicked a concern. He used to play less live. Never been named by an anchor before. It was also never charged. The main focus was a companion, and it was bound to stick with the White John to the end. That's why he's called the white whoring sage. Do you want to add a fan club? Brother? For just a dime. When Jong Oeka's eyes flashed with joy when she saw that someone was paying attention. Oeka's eyes flashed with joy. Then he reluctantly gave a subtle smile, following the live streaming technique he had learned yesterday. Shin Fong didn't have time to reply to her. At the moment he was busy charging. It's a bit of a hassle to recharge Shake Shack 50,000 at a time. A dime is not enough for this rare beauty. He was going to give her a hard time. Many viewers are more rational and will not spend money even if they have money. It's nice to be able to click on a concern. She didn't say anything else, only her eyes darkened a bit. Chapter 35 Anchorwoman shocked. At that moment, a high-ranking viewer in the live broadcast room spoke up. 55, super love cilantro, anchor do a Thai dance. I'll send you a sports car if I get a kick out of it. The man was a level 55, but he was speaking in a very nonchalant manner. Jong Oeka's face froze for a moment. Sorry, I'm not a dance anchor. It's true she can't dance, and her boobs are a little big. They bounce around if she dances. It's hard to see. 42 Wandering Slippers, isn't dancing a bass drill? If you can't even do that, what kind of anchor are you? This comment instantly prompted a reply from one of the viewers of the original livestream. 10 Manhwa, we rabbits are pure face value anchors. We won't do that kind of rubbing dance. Wandering Slippers, laugh it up. What a time to be innocent. Manhwa, you guys go somewhere else to watch rubbing dances. We specialize in a quiet atmosphere here. Stray Slippers, you'll let me go when you tell me to? Manhwa, Anchor Bunny, they're in cahoots. Let's ignore him. Jono Ao frowned gently and lowered her head, not saying a word. Individual rich people on the internet don't talk very civilized. It made it a little hard for her. Super Love Cilantro, what's with the host's smelly face? You don't want your sports car anymore, do you? Jono Ako's live broadcast has been more than a week, although there is not an audience. Not much profit. But she also didn't want to put her foot down for money and dance to please an obnoxious audience. So pretend you didn't see the message. The idea was that after a while the man would find it uninteresting and would naturally leave the live room. That's how she's dealt with so many loose cannons before. But what she didn't expect was that the more these two talked, the more they went overboard. Super Love Cilantro, is there something wrong with this woman's eyes? She doesn't know to take the initiative to come over and lick even when she sees someone of such a high level as us. Wandering Slippers, that's right, and dressed like a bumpkin. Super Love Cilantro, look at that stupid look on her face. I don't know what she's waiting for. Stray Slippers, this anchor is probably waiting for that white whoring saint to give her a fanlight sign just now. Ha ha ha. Super Love Cilantro, can't make any money. What a hot chick anchor. Wandering Slippers, maybe people like being white whored by level 1 trumpets. 1 white whoring sage? Sheen Fong tired to recharge to 2 million. Overheard someone say white whoring or something. He cut over and flipped it up and down, finding himself as if he had somehow been mocked. He said he didn't really understand. You didn't say a word yourself. And this can be mocked? Doesn't the screen name white whoring sage work? He slowly typed out a question mark. Super Love Cilantro, level 1 trumpet. Don't come out and talk at white whore sage. Wandering Slipper, are you qualified to post question marks? At white whored saint. Sheen Feng's face was a bit ugly, suspecting that these two goods had brain problems. Couldn't help but type. Watching a live stream doesn't let you talk? Stray Slippers, be a good boy and be your white whore party. Don't come out looking for presents. Super Love Cilantro, oh, pushing money doesn't flush a bunch of bull asterisk. Can you guys stop fighting? Her voice was soft and not very convincing. Super Love Cilantro, whose real name is Joe Chirue, considers himself a man of honor. He didn't like talking to level 1 beggars. He felt upset after seeing too many of them. In order to stop seeing Sheen Feng's speech, he just gave away a Porsche worth $120. Super Love Cilantro sent a golden sports car ×1. This is the 6th sports car he's given out today. So there's a gold special effect, and the regular sports cars are red. Super Love Cilantro, anchor, give me a management to help you clean up your spam audience. I don't like the man's attitude, but he gave himself $60 for real, and I deserve to thank him. However, she didn't manage to give it to the other party and only weakly advised Sheen Fong. Brother Whitejohn, stop arguing with him. Let's talk about something else. Wandering Slippers, yo, this anchor is quite generous. Do not send gifts, also shouted brother. Also shouted me a chant. A flash of disdain flashed in Jono Ao's eyes. The displeasure was written all over his face. There was a desire to ask this person out, but this slipper seemed to know Cilantro from each other. It had her a little torn. Just then, a super gorgeous special effect flashed out. Pink cartoon squares lay at the bottom, piano keys swirling in a circle holding a giant bass-like stage, and a couple of little round men in Peking opera costumes banging away at the bottom. At the top, the word carnival flashed in big neon letters, spinning around to show its dazzling value. This is the most prestigious gift of Shakeology. It's worth $3,000. White whoring great sage send out carnival ×1. Jono Aoanf was surprised by the special effects of the gift that suddenly popped up. Openly, Kazran looked at the screen with wide, disbelieving eyes. I can't believe I forgot to say thank you for a moment. It was the first time she had ever received a carnival. When the special effect appeared on the air, she thought she was hallucinating. She didn't react to the fact that it was real until the chat box blew up with several diving viewers. Brother, come on. Manhwa, chow chow. Big brother, it's so easy to get head. Sassy, is it that stiff? I love magic nymphs. Chapter 36. Thank you brother for the carnival. Bunny bows to you. Joan Oa's live room was called Lucky Rabbit, so she called herself Rabbit. She followed the example of the other anchorwomen, getting up and placing her hands together in front of her legs, bending deeply at 90 degrees to the camera. Though also bowing, she was different from the enthusiastic anchors. She stood with her legs straight, her head lowered, her eyes downcast, Like a shy little girl who receives a red envelope but is too embarrassed to express herself. She doesn't scream and cheer. It doesn't give the boss the feedback he wants, and it makes the atmosphere a little serious. But Chin Fong loved the silly little munchkin. The reward was successful, and the system unfolded the expanded profile. Chin Fong looked at it slightly. Goddess database updated. Name Jonggu. Age, 21. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Charisma, 95. Occupation, university student. Characteristics, light voice and soft body. Favorability, 10. Acquaintance. Number of relationships, 0. Raid reward, resurrection armor. Amount spent, 0. 3 million yuan. Chin Fong. Let's not talk about the features, but just talk about this strategy alone. Makes it a bit of a one-liner. Say it's awesome, it has no effect on life at the moment. Call it garbage. The life thing everyone can't get enough of. It's worth a lot of money if you can sell it. Those billionaires are surely willing to pay big bucks for it. Even strictly speaking, those rich people are not qualified to go up to the table and grab it, because the big shots from various countries are surely interested in this stuff as well. This is enough to see how precious it is. But when it was placed on Chin Fong, it was insignificant. It's like wearing a resurrection armor. At best, you get bolder. It's just a matter of doing things with less scruples. It might be easier to pick up girls. A high flyer who is willing to die for you. Just ask if you're afraid. The live room was buzzing with so many viewers hooked on a carnival and bubbling like crazy. It's not because I've never seen anyone else paint a carnival. Rather, it's somewhat exciting to see someone arguing with the owner before swiping the carnival. Eating melon, hilarious such things. We can say that the people are very enthusiastic. The audience spoke up. Dude, head on, awesome. It's normal for a young man to be full of vigor. If you don't want to obey, you'll have to eat buns this month. Anchor, why don't you hurry up and send the management to your white whoring big brother? Boss Cilantro. People are painting the carnival. What are you waiting for? At Super Love Cilantro. Joe Chirue hummed disdainfully when he saw that white whoring great sage sending out Huazi. Then I saw someone at him telling him to send a gift. He typed a line directly on the public screen. Super Love Cilantro, I can't look at an anchor with this kind of stuff. When you're an anchor, you don't dance, you don't talk pleasantly, and you have silly expressions. Not a single good thing about it, except that it's a little bit prettier. And I don't know if that face is beauty on or not. There were plenty of other live hostesses who were prettier than her. Joe Chirue really can't look at this twisted anchor. And just now sent the sports car purely because he wanted to kick that level 1 trumpet. Chin Fong had wanted to rush 10 carnivals first just now, but reading the goddess profile delayed it a bit. This time, when he saw that the bastard was still mocking his goddess, he immediately typed in defense. 30 White Horse Age, if you can't see it, can you please get out? After spending 3,000, his level came to level 30, and the symbol turned into a dignified gold color, no longer a small blue frame. Super Love Cilantro, laughing your ass off, charging your paycheck to pretend to be a pussy. Just you? Wandering Slippers, ha ha ha, this sand dollar is getting a rush from us. Wandering Slippers, $3,000 and you dare to give it away. I'm convinced, ha 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 ha. Fenghua, dude, don't go to the head. A Huazi is pretty expensive. Brother De Shang, I really thank you for the gift, but you mustn't use your salary to squander it. Chin Fong had originally been a bit annoyed by those two jumping clowns. However, after hearing Zhong Oao's persuasion, she instantly laughed. This girl's a bit of a nerd. Really? The White Horse Age, don't worry. Rabbit, it's only a few dollars. Wandering Slipper, swipe a carnival and start pretending. Super Love to eat cilantro, what kind of class play big tail, wolf with me here? White Whoring Great Sage send out carnival times 1. White Whoring Great Sage give out carnival times 2. White Whoring Great Sage give out carnival times 3. Chin Fong smiled faintly and started to freak out. One carnival kept bombing past. He wanted to see what those two comedians would have to say after swiping 100 wazos. It's just money. The last thing he needs is money when it comes to high-scoring beauties. Chin Fong slid his thumbs and flew out the gift. When the brilliant carnival special effects, one after another, flashed in the live broadcast room, everyone looked at the scene in surprise. Hiss, the audience in the live broadcast room sucked in a breath of cool air, watching the screen of gifts that generally bounce around flashing in front of your eyes. Each one is a real $3,000. People kept sending out question marks, or exclamation points, and the fast hands are beating the boss cowhide. However, the public chat box is completely obscured by the carnival effects, and it's impossible to see what people are saying without blocking. The scene was extremely shocking. Wandering Slippers and a bit of a shock. Wandering Slippers' real name was Pangpin, Zhou Chirue's little follower. I'm always trying to figure out what's going on in the boss's mind and make him happy. As soon as he sensed that his boss was angry, he opened his mouth for his master to teach the other a lesson. and he was an extremely fast typist for a Zwan pianist. He just edited a comment, swiping one carnival and pointing fingers is so damn loaded. This saw the white whoring sage send another gift and slowed down his sending motion. He didn't expect this level 1 trumpet to be able to swipe so many carnivals. He deleted the number 1 from the text box to see just how much power this man had. But wait until he watches the carnival go from X10 to 20 to 30 and refuses to stop. A hint of gravity appeared on his face. When the numbers become 40, 50, 60, the eyes began to grow fearful. He decisively deleted all the text he had just typed. He wasn't stupid. A character who could afford such a large number of gifts was definitely not something a small follower like him could mess with. He didn't dare to bark anymore. In case they annoyed people, they couldn't move their boss. But it was still easy to move themselves. It's better to keep your tail between your legs. Chapter 37 Aoaoakoakoakoa. The female anchor in the live broadcasting room, Zhong Oaoaoaoa, had her eyes open super wide at this time. The dark, bright pupils looked like frightened deer. Her little pink mouth opened slightly. Like the rest of the audience, they also looked at the computer screen with unbelievable faces. Nervously, he held his breath, his sweat pores standing up, dumbfounded. He sat there not daring to move for half a day. She received her first carnival when, happy and a little worried that the white whoring saint is holding out with his paycheck. But I didn't think he'd start delivering carnivals right afterward, one after the other at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, white whoring sage sent carnival X71, X72, and X73. It's as if the money is hot. This instantly put her at a loss as to what to do. She was influenced by her roommate in her dorm room who said live streaming was lucrative, so she wanted to try it. But it had been on the air for over a week before, and the earnings added up to less than 100. After today's broadcast, she kind of didn't even want to do it. But what one doesn't expect is the sudden appearance of a big shot who drops so much money for her. She had seen today what it was to be truly rich. Her eyes grew dull, her head running wildly as she thought about how to thank her boss. Chinfeng sent it to 100 and finally stopped. It took about a minute or so. It's faster than double tapping alike. He was mildly pleased with his hand speed. He scrolled through the hot public screen, trying to find the two cuties. No sound had come out yet. With a gift value of 300,000, the heat was up in the live room, with viewers pouring in by the hundreds, and the comments were a bit much. Black, the boss is confused. Weatherchild, dirtbag daddy, are you short on leg pendants? No Maybach. No name change, the great sage cowhide. I can't believe it. Invincible pineapple, what's up? What's up? Is it New Year's? I don't know. I got caught up in the crowd. Sassy? The low-key big man is getting screwed. Show off some financial power. People, don't be nervous. Core, brother, read my private message. There is a special surprise. Oh. I want 2/3 of a bowl of rice. This anchor is so dorky looking. Chinfeng didn't find those two good speaking, and thought that they were frightened by themselves. He let out a slow question mark. White whoring sage. This question mark is the same as in the last one. However, it caused Zhou Chirui's expression to become gloomy, and his eyes erupted with appalling ruthlessness. He was in a very bad mood this time, with the feeling of becoming someone's stepping stone. This hot chick called the white whoring sage actually dared to step on him and act like a pussy. It was more than he could bear. It was only 100 wazi, and it wasn't like he couldn't afford to brush it off. Even 200, 300 would not be a problem for him. Super love cilantro, oh, like to pretend, do you? Super love cilantro, you wait. Zhou Chirui finished sending words and directly left the live broadcast room. When Pang Pin saw his boss leave, he immediately ran out after him. Chinfeng unconsciously laughed out loud when he saw that they were like gray wolves putting down a harsh word. Don't really care what these two want. It's better to do the right thing. At this time, the anchor in the screen with open cherry mouth, dumbfounded look is very cute. Makes you want to molest her. White horse sage, anchor. Doesn't the carnival even thank you? The intimacy is high now because he added the fan club before sending the rocket. The color of his comment was unusually conspicuous unlike the others. Joan Oanf saw the pop-up screen and hadn't thought of how to show her appreciation yet. Nervously, he covered his small mouth with both hands and stumbled a little over his words. Yes. Sorry. Thanks brother for the carnival. White horse sage, that's it? Joan Oai also felt that this was a bit insincere, but she didn't know what to say, and held her face red. Suddenly, she remembered the words her roommates had used to thank their bosses, and in the heat of the moment she didn't think too much about them and blurted them out. I want to give my boss a monkey. The scene was silent. Everyone didn't type, and the live comments section seemed to freeze. No one expected the anchor to say that. The killing power of such innocent little girls uttering such tigerish words is still obvious. Chinfeng's eyes lit up. Excited. He jumped right up from the couch, hastily typed, "Is that true?" Joan Oaka's face instantly reddened, and her beautiful face couldn't even cover up the stunning color. She regretted it a little when she finished. It's a phrase she's been hearing a lot lately from her live roommate in the same dorm room, and she's heard it long enough to say it without looking, without thinking. At this moment, seeing that Chin Feng had the intention of taking it seriously, she instantly did not dare to open her mouth in anticipation. Eyes darted around nervously, thinking he was joking while fearing he was for real. That tangled little look, watching the live audience unconsciously showing Ant's smile. Immediately after, once again, the live feed lit up with the carnival's exaggerated special effects animation. White Whoring Sage sends Carnival X1, X2, X3. Chin Feng was so excited that he couldn't help himself, and the only way to express his excitement was to furiously brush gifts. She hadn't expected at all that one word from her could make the big man male again. Once again, he didn't know what to say, and his eyes went straight up. Chin Feng's hands were even faster this time, and in the blink of an eye the carnival had been delivered to X97, X99, X99. He doesn't listen to what's going on outside the window, he just brushes his heart. Zhong Oaoie also fumed for more than a minute. There was no music in the booth and no screams from the anchor woman. There is only one slightly dorky rabbit. The audience, seeing that the gifts were still floating upwards in a firm manner, could no longer control their hands and typed, "Dirtbag Dad, you want a son or not? That's awesome. I've been playing live for so long and it's the first time I've seen a carnival brush like that. Righteous Father is above. Accept my son's worship. Has this anchor woman been knocked out by the money? She's not moving at all? Nonsense. Smashing you like that? Are you dizzy?" Rubbing his hand over his eyes that were a little sore from being open for a minute, timidly, she cried out, "Thank you, brother great sage, for the gift." The whole thing looked nervous and confused at the same time. There was a suppressed tremor in his voice, like a scared little bunny. "It's adorable as hell." Chin Feng listened to his mind and brushed harder. White Whoring Sage sends Carnival X100, X101, X102. Chapter 38 Brother, stop it. At this moment, Pan Fugue, who was sitting in the next seat to Chin Feng, came back from the restroom, shaking his hand. He was about to sit down and continue surfing the internet when he saw Chin Feng playing with his cell phone. Smiling lewdly, he quietly peeked over his head and glanced at his cell phone and, it seems to be rewarding the female anchor of the live broadcast. Pan Fugue was unimpressed in his mind. What kind of money can a person sitting in an internet cafe have to give gifts to a hostess? At most, send some flowers and love. However, when he fixed his eyes to take a closer look at the gift from Chin Feng, he was immediately given a shock. Surprised to see someone posting a carnival in a row myself, and it has been delivered to 178, 179, 180. Still delivering. This is impossible. Pan Fugue didn't react for a moment and couldn't help but look up at Chin Feng, only to see his expression smiling like a flower. He was swiping gifts without any pressure. Pan Fugue instantly understood something. Definitely a fake shakedown. It must be one of those unseen live streaming platforms that modeled something similar out of Jitterbug. That carnival must only cost a few cents. Otherwise this guy wouldn't be playing so hard to get. Pan Fugue was proud of his resourcefulness for a moment and reached out his arm to touch Chin Feng and asked, "Older brother, where do you download this live streaming app you're playing? Why don't you push one to me?" Chin Feng took off his headphones and turned his head to look at him. The man was about his own age, a little sleazy looking, and his front teeth stuck out a little, smiling like a weasel. "Bro, you don't know about Shake It Off?" Chin Feng asked rhetorically. "I know, but a normal carnival is $3,000. You're making it look like you don't need it." Pan Fugue pointed at Chin Feng's cell phone and queried, "You've almost given away 200 of them. If it's really carnival, how much does it cost? Even if you're using a Porsche phone, you can't really swipe that many gifts." Pan Fugue thought darkly. He had never seen any rich person who would sit in an internet cafe and play live streaming and reward others for hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's definitely fake. Not much. Small money. Small money. Chin Feng coped with a smile. Pan Fugue he didn't say anything when he saw that Chin Feng refused to share and played dumb, followed by a smile and sat back down, secretly guessing that app is probably not being promoted to the public. It's presumably all memberships in there, and you can only join if you're referred by an acquaintance. And those female anchors should also be the kind in footbath stores, more relaxed. Can blind chicken fool around? I've heard that the awesome girls even perform opening beers with their mouths. But these are the kind of circles that you have to go to massage regularly to have access to. Pan Fugue shook his head, shaking out the envious thoughts. He's a decent guy himself. He wouldn't go to a place like that. Still moving bricks was important, and he opened the game, ready to continue his monster slashing spree. However, the images from Chin Feng's cell phone just now kept flashing in his mind. That livestream looked real as hell. Even the name of the anchor woman was clear. I think it was called Lucky Rabbit, a face of innocence and beauty. Lucky Rabbit's live stream of the carnival kept bouncing, turning to 201, 202 and 203. Still seems like it's not stopping. The viewers each turned on the recording function, intending to record the famous scene and post it with an awesome name. Tell that to all the girls still staying on the air to follow their dreams. This is how other people's big brothers swipe their gifts. Brother Deshang, don't brush it, don't brush it, it's already a lot. 200. She's very nervous at the moment. Converted to money, this person swiped a full 300 carnivals in those few minutes. That translates to a full $900,000. Who is not afraid to see it? That's enough money for 5 wives in her village. At this rate, do you really want to give him a monkey? The thought of 2 emotionless people, frankly, getting mixed up for money. Chin Feng is a person who listens to advice. When she says no, she doesn't. When she says stop, she stops. She said not to stop. So, hold off for a while. That will have to come later. His back was a little sore now, and although he had the intention to kill the thief, he was powerless to do so. At this point, he wanted Shaitan's Raider reward immensely. When he reached 210 whole numbers, Chin Feng stopped his fingers. At this point he was already a high-level 50 warrior. The oval icon behind the name became purple and red, and the logo on it was unusually flashy, like a polygonal jewel-like shape. After swiping for so long, he had dozens more red dots on his private messages. Chin Feng clicked on it and looked at it. Noticed that the vast majority of the avatars are pretty babes with Thai names. They sent their micro signals and cell phone numbers. There were even a few female anchors who sent their live room numbers over, hoping that Chin Feng would go over and take a look. There are also bold sisters who are outright revealing. 1. 000 A pop can fly all over the country. The landlord wants to be adopted. Just one carnival. Send abalone to the boss for a tonic. Boss, want a bubble bath? Chin Feng's heart moved for a moment, but immediately calmed down. Online dating girls is risky. What if a big mom comes along? He didn't want to hear the words, so I'm leaving? And the earthly beauty is right in front of you. Is it brain dead to run to an unknown ama? He set his profile to disable private chats for non-followers. Then he sent a private message to Zhong Oaoaa. Then in the public screen it said, Anchor see private message. Zhong A with grave A with ring above opened the private message and saw that he wanted his contact information. Guess this white whoring saint might want to ask himself to meet offline. She hesitated a little, but finally sent the number. The network reward. Online to the hotel to run now. This kind of thing Zhong Oaoaa heard of. She had always thought it was far away. I didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. Nor do I know whether the opposite side is fat or thin, tall or short, old or young. In case it's a balding greasy uncle. Zhong Oaao shivered and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. In a careful tone, she tried. Brother, I was actually joking just now. You don't really want me to give birth, do you? Chapter 39, Anchorwoman Who Can't Dance. Hearing the anchorwoman play back, the audience of this live broadcast was happy and joked. Heartbroken boss, dropped a sweet. The anchorwoman even reneged on the bill. Boss, that's 300 carnivals in 5 minutes. That's awesome enough to go down in history. I didn't realize you were such an anchor. Someone kindly gave you a reward and you actually wanted to have a baby to get back at him. If the boss drops this $900,000 or so on me, he'll have no problem locking me up to act like a monkey. Not to mention having a monkey. Boss, tell me if you want a child. I may be a boy but I can be your child. Asterisk 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 off. You don't deserve to talk to my father. Chin Feng wasn't surprised by Zhong Oao's trickery. After all, she's an inexperienced girl and is justifiably shy about things like childbirth. Appropriately enough, she has to let her guard down to have a chance. White Horse Sage, I'm just kidding about the random gift brush, so don't be nervous. Zhong Oao's eyes were dumbfounded. This is called a casual brush? But it looks like you don't have to have your own kids. She breathed a long sigh of relief. A little bit of inner glee and a little bit of unspoken subtlety at the same time. Doesn't Brother Deshang have any interest in her? I'm not ugly myself. Zhong Oaao shook her head, not wanting to think about these problems. No matter what, he had truly given a gift of nearly $1 million, and he should seriously thank people himself. Zhong Oaao. Brother Deshang is so nice. Wishing him an early birth and all the best. Plus 10. This chick is really simple and adds up every time very often. The whole thing made Chin Feng a bit embarrassed to tease her. White Horse Sage, I spent $900. 000 and that's what you're telling me? So, what do I have to say then? She was still a little disbelieving that she had actually received over 300 carnivals up to this point. But whatever one can do, one should try to do it oneself. The audience was enthusiastic and offered to give her ideas. Say husband I love you. Dumbass. Ha, Shouldn't the anchor be wishing herself and her boss an early child? You guys are so dirty. Right. And the anchor still looks so well behaved. The comrade upstairs has an unhealthy heart. We recommend that he be arrested and severely investigated. Shin Fong couldn't help but tease her as he looked at her shy appearance. Call out to the master? Joan Oaoa raised her head and saw Chin Feng's statement. Instantly his pupils dilated and incredulously repeated. Master. Master? Her mind wasn't thinking too much when she said it. It was completely unconscious. But it was this flimsy master that satisfied Chin Fong. He grew bold and made a new request. Good girl. Dance again. Joan Oaoa's face was red. He didn't expect Chin Fong to go so overboard that he would actually make her call out to her master and make her dance. Thinking of her roommate's wildly writhing dance moves, Joan Oai said in a resigned voice, Bunny only sings, never dances. This time, the screen was full of flirting with the anchor's lack of understanding. Big Brother has smashed so much. As an anchor, how can you not dance? All the viewers were feeling sorry for the boss. While squeezing Joan Oao, putting his heart in the right place, people shelled out $900,000. And he just lightly said master, as if he really didn't have much sincerity. She wrestled with it for a moment, squirming. If you want to see the rabbit dance, the rabbit can learn while dancing. Only if it's not good brother is not allowed to laugh at me. Chin Fong sized up her figure. Even though the girl was wearing a loose t-shirt that covered what needed to be covered, a closer look could reveal the proud curves. There is no capital big enough to hold up that kind of arc. It also reveals a slim waist and a playful belly button from time to time. Chin Fong imagined the anchor bouncing around. He swallowed and tapped impatiently on his cell phone keypad. White Horse Age, just do a simple sledgehammer dance. A little twisting helps your health. Boss, you're in for a treat. My favorite thing is to see a young lady who can't dance. This little girl still has quite a figure. Hurry up. Hurry up. The boss has so much money to spend. And the anchor is still squirming when she dances. Joan Oaoa bites her lower lip lightly and resigns herself to going online to find the instructional video of the sledgehammer. As the video played, her face became more and more flushed. The dancing lady in the video slowly raised her hands above her head with her arms spread wide and then rested them lightly on the back of her head. Open your elbows and twist back and forth from side to side to the rhythm of the ethereal-like music. Dressed in a delicate little skirt, the hem of the dress fluttered upwards in time with the dance, matching the teasing demeanor. Those mesmerized eyes. Looking at Joan Oaoa, a girl was dumbfounded. Too enchanting. Joan Oaoa's face was so hot with shame that her ears felt like they were going to smoke at the thought of having to dance this. She stammered and opened her mouth to recoil. Brother, I'm live in my dorm room. My roommate will be back anytime. Can I switch to singing? The audience wasn't happy. There's a P in singing, and rubbing dances is the right way to open a live broadcast. And wouldn't it be more fun to have her classmates back? Anyway, Big Brother Tuho is here. Smashing money to make them twist together. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. The comments went wild for a while, all urging her to hurry up with the dancing ones. Blushing, she threw aside her shame and mustered the courage to beg. Please, Brother Saint. Chapter 40. Don't look at me as dull, but I get good grades. Hearing this title again, Chin Fong felt that his soul had been baptized and was floating. Plus he's dropping money for goodwill. Not to see this girl make a fool of herself. And it feels more than a little strange to be dumping rabbits on the air for the big guys when you're the girl you like. Wouldn't it smell good to have her dance the sledgehammer twist for herself alone when she's in the room with her? At that point, then ask her to jump in a few less clothes. See how real rabbits hop. The white whoring sage. Okay, I'll let you off this time. System tip. Joan Oaoa's favoritism plus 10. Thank you, brother. Then I'll sing you one of my favorites all the way to birth. She hurriedly opened her music app, found the song, and tapped on the accompaniment. A clean, sweet singing voice came out of the live stream as the backing vocals kicked in. The evening sun on the sea is like a young painting. Lay it in the sky and wait for the seagulls to carry it away. There's something uniquely magical about her singing voice. It's pure. It's beautiful. It's like walking with your neighbor's green plum on the way out of school, listening to the natural, light humming of the girl next to you. There's something about the simplicity and carefree feeling that makes it so refreshing. This caused the intoxicated Chin Feng's evil thoughts to dissipate quite a bit. Joan Oai's face was small, with a kind of juvenile beauty, and her character looked a bit dull and cute, coupled with her foul figure. Chin Fong had already given her 100 faints in his heart. Lori is the treasure of the world. The only drawback to Joan Oaoa's singing was that she didn't use a sound card device for tuning, and she didn't have a professional microphone either. The sound is nice and pleasant, but it's slightly less so than the singing anchors who specialize in this food. She sang with these teeny headphones, and the sound quality wasn't even close to that of those tens of thousands of dollars of sound card tunes. This caused the viewers in the live stream to lose interest in her. Most people who play live have no patience, Seeing that she doesn't sing as well as she thought she would and doesn't wiggle her butt and dance, she immediately turns around and walks away. Anchor, stop singing and get up and twist. Holy, the boss is really rich and willful. $900,000 to buy the female anchor to sing a song. Slipped and slipped. Thought there was some unbeatable program to watch. The anchor sings so flat, not passionate at all. The land of the internet is meant for people to vent. The rest of the audience felt that Qin Feng's money was not worth it and thought that he was an ingrate. Speech gradually became ungracious, even reddened by Qin Feng showing off his wealth and pretending to be a pimp. He directly stood on the moral high ground and accused him. 18 octopus without pills. This female anchor is also too rogue. The monkey is not born. The dance is not dancing. Just like this, the boss is still stupid to pour money into it. Really stupid. One hell is empty, that's it. The 900,000. Why don't you donate it to the poor kids in the mountains? They can't afford to go to school, you know. Zero Dong Dong is a beautiful man. Doesn't it hurt your conscience to spend your parents' money like this at White Whoring Sage? 42 tea made from goji berries. It's disgusting to show off when you have a little money. Qin Feng already had administrator privileges this time. When he saw that someone had personally attacked him, without saying a word, he directly transformed into a permission dog and one by one asked them to leave the live room. Just kidding, but anytime you take a line from them, you're pulled into the trap of logic. Why do I need to report to you when I spend my money? Jesus doesn't care about me. You do? Of course, most of the viewers are still quite positive in their outlook. When they saw someone scolding the boss, they stepped forward to retort. The boss can give it away if he wants to. You sour nigga. Ah, why is Buddha's light emanating from my cell phone? Which bodhisattva is chanting? It's funny how sour these people are. Anchor, don't bother with them. The crowd was noisy and the comments on the live stream were brushing up fast. Feeling a little sorry for the reward from the great saint brother for taking so much money, singing poorly, and not dancing. However, when he saw the news of Qin Feng's kicks appear, he couldn't help but feel a little warm. Brother De Shang, consider this money as a loan from me. I'll slowly pay you back later when I'm working. Zhong Oaoaa said with a serious face. It was the only way she could think of to repay her without relying on selling her flesh. Qin Feng looked at her clear and stupid eyes and laughed with joy. Surprisingly, there are anchors who spit out what they swallow. This is too cute. He swiped 3 more carnivals, lest she pay them back. The anchor sings superbly. I love your songs. Really? Zhong Oaoa's emotions, which had been a bit guilty, were instantly cured by Qin Feng's words. Being recognized by someone she cared about made her eyes light up again. Then I'll sing another 7 miles for my brother. White Horse Age, well, I'll give you a present for every song you sing to me from now on. Brother doesn't need to swipe so many gifts. This money is already enough. Zhong Oai hastily shook his head and refused. White Horse Age, gifts me likes. You can't take away my right to like you. System tip, Zhong Oaoa's favoritism plus 10. Zhong Oao's 2 eyes widened again when she was sneak attacked by the flirty words. Her slightly trembling eyelashes showed her inner panic. The 2 small white hands were tangled together, not knowing where to put them. Just 21. She's still in her sophomore year. Although she was pretty, she spent her days with a veiled face, long hair covering her face, and black-rimmed glasses to prevent myopia. So not many boys pursued. And she talks less and moves around and suddenly ignores people, making guys think she's high-strung and hard to get along with. There are even fewer guys who dare to tease her with flirty comments. But in fact, Zhong Oao is not high-flying. It's just that because her brain CPU isn't very good at dealing with the human condition, once it's overloaded with calculations, it automatically triggers the protection and goes straight into daze mode. Combined with being shorter, and with a slight bow of her head, others couldn't see the empty space in her eyes. The way she was wandering in the sky was interpreted as being high-strung. So no boyfriend so far. This time someone went on a 300+ carnival swipe binge and said they loved her and wanted to hear her sing all the time. But then I'm afraid this saint is a 60-year-old man. When the time came to meet, she realized she didn't seem all that impressed. That would be very embarrassing. Thank you, brother, for liking it. I'll try my best. Zhong Oaa finished shyly and hurriedly clicked on the accompaniment, using the song to hide her panic. The live broadcast soon resounded with the sweet singing voice of the little girl again. The sparrows outside the window are talkative on the poles. You said this one was very summery. Qin Feng smiled and listened to the innocent voice of the little girl, and from time to time, he swiped 1,314 small love hearts to support and encourage people. He was really growing to like this naturally dull girl now. Spend 930,000 and the favor actually reaches 40, familiar. 2 words of coaxing and the good feeling came. Thinking that this girl will most likely be the first goddess to return the cash, Qin Feng smiled a swishy smile and pondered how to take her down. At that moment, a discordant voice suddenly appeared on the public screen of the live broadcast. Super Love Cilantro, anchor PK is afraid to take it? Jo Chirue found a familiar female anchor and told her to come and play PK with Lucky Rabbit. But after applying several times in a row, they were all rejected by Jong Oao. Eventually even turned off the PK feature. Jo Chirue immediately ran to the live broadcast and taunted Jong Oao. Your big brother has given away 100 carnivals, and you PK are still afraid to take them? Playing with your heart? I thought to myself. No wonder someone applied for PK several times in a row when I was singing just now. So it was this nasty person who was behind it. She doesn't like PKs, no matter who they are. Though she did realize that PK might bring her more. She couldn't accept those penalties. What a sappy 8th company. Running squats, writing on your face. She felt ashamed, so as not to interfere with his singing, but was surprised to find that the kick wouldn't budge. Background display, the user is a valued super VIP member with anti-kick and anti-ban privileges. She didn't know what to do with this now, so she could only look down and pretend to sing seriously, ignoring the comment. But I didn't expect Brother Desheng to run out and stand up for himself. White Horse Sage, dude, you're a big man. Don't talk about your mom all the time at Super Love Cilantro. Super Love Cilantro, Malagasy. Are you teaching me something? White Horse Sage, aha. Super Love Cilantro, asterisk 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 asterisk. Sheen Fong laughed. This bastard can't even curse. He was so good at teaching that he had to demonstrate it himself. White Horse Sage, silly. White Horse Sage, push. Chapter 41, The Young Don't Know What's Expensive. Jono Aoaoas live broadcasting room. The new viewers were instantly energized by the sight of a big man coming over to mess things up, not stopping to fan the flames and see what's going on. Boss Cilantro is highly ranked, and I think Boss Cilantro is right. So exciting. First time I've seen 2 level 50 bosses fight. The 2 tycoons will drop money on PK, and the loser will call out to his father. Just a reminder, Cilantro boss. Just now Brother Desheng swiped 210 carnival. Upstairs is wrong. At the beginning the Great Sage swiped 100. Total 314 inch. My old swan. So boss White Horse level 52 just went up? Jo Chirue's originally annoyed expression became serious as his pupils contracted after seeing the text on the public screen. 200 plus carnivals is still a bit of strength. It deserves a serious response of its own. Super Love Cilantro, dare PK to touch it? At White Horse Daisy. When Qin Feng saw him provoking, he laughed and slapped his thighs. He was worried that he didn't know how to give any of his gifts. That girl's skin was so thin that she didn't want to send money, and he didn't dare to force it. Didn't expect this little cutie. Gave him a chance to play. White Horse Sage, don't cry if you lose. Little friend. Super Love Cilantro, let your horse drive PK. White Horse Sage, bunny baby, let's play a game with him. Don't worry, it's a sure win. PK. This is a time when men need to save face. To refuse for him would be like admitting defeat for him. PK. She was already satisfied with today's $300,000, and didn't want Qin Feng to spend an unreasonable amount of money because of impulse. White Horse Sage, doesn't Bunny believe me? No. Bunny just doesn't want you to be impulsive. You can't spend money like this. You can do a lot of meaningful things with this money, Joan Oao said worriedly. White Horse Sage, spending money for you is the most rewarding thing I've ever done. She rested her chin on the table with both hands, staring blankly at the screen, her eyes gradually hollowing out, like it could go on a space voyage at any moment. No way. One word of flirty talk and you're confused? Qin Feng secretly laughed. This little girl is also too cute. No tolerance at all. In the future in the bed for fear of fainting. System tip, Joan Oaoas favoritism plus 10. To this dorky girl who added favorability every 10 points out of 10. Qin Feng completely lost his resistance. Even if she didn't send the resurrection armor, he decided to charge to the end. Seeing that someone dared to fall in love in front of him, Jo Chirue was instantly enraged. Super Love Eating Cilantro, paralyzed. Play female anchor still lick so strong. Really ing have the balls IU. His statement led to a wave of beats on the air that someone gloated and taunted. This White Horse Sage probably just played live streaming and doesn't know how deep the waters of live streaming are. Suggest that the 2 bosses have the anchor turn off her beauty face as a PK punishment, so that we can all open our eyes. A chicken that you call your own must be eaten with tears in your eyes and not wasted. Now it's people and ghosts that are crowding the airwaves. Qin Feng was in a good mood at the moment and was too lazy to bother with these people. White Horse Sage, are you still playing? At Super Love Cilantro. Super Love for Cilantro, pick up PK. Rui my. PK. The live feed split in 2. A standard Netflix face appeared on the right. The big eyes, pointy chin, pink blush all over her face. Wearing a short red bustier dress with a cinched waist, showing off her big white legs, she looked very feminine. But at the moment she has an extremely fierce expression and is pointing her finger at the camera. The cursing was unceremonious. I said, who was so bold to not give face to my family's parsley boss? It turns out to be a little goblin like you who is not even hairy and doesn't know the heights of heaven. What are you hiding for? Dare to spread the wild, dare not pick up PK, right? Shameless thing. Pretending to be an innocent be like. Hurry up and apologize to my big brother or I'll tell you not to be able to mix in the live broadcast world. That spirited look startled Joan Oao. Shin Fong couldn't stand such a spirited woman. Hastily reminding Joan Oao, she said, "Rabbit, turn off the sound across the room." Joan Oao had no experience in PK and was scolded for a minute before she found the button to disable the sound. A large portion of the audience in the live room was cursed away. Shin Fong didn't know where she got the strength to dare to mouth off like that. He turned on the scan to see the other party's rating and was stunned by the information presented. Name, Shi Hongyan. Age, 42. Charisma, 50. Number of relationships, 6. I'm Chow. Auntie, aren't you working a little too hard to go on air when you're 42? And that's a pathetic number of relationships. It's really a live stream that people can get on whether they're ghosts or not. This nymphette looks like 23 to 24 with the beauty on. With a tantalizing pose. Without the scanning feature, he'd almost been in the dark himself. The white whoring sage, is this woman your woman? How can you say that? At Super Love Cilantro. Super Love Cilantro, none of your business. Just get started. White whoring sage, how do you want to play it? Super Love Cilantro, one game to decide the winner. Loser changes his name to I am Shabby. Shin Fong thought about it and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. White whoring sage, I can change my name if I lose. But you don't have to change your name if you lose. White whore sage, as long as you get your anchor to turn off her beauty face, go out in plain clothes, and say I love you in the booth. White whoring sage, you spent so much money for her. There's no way this can't be done, right? The look on the guy's face when he realizes that he's giving out so many gifts for an older woman is absolutely amazing. I'm afraid that I won't dare to come back to play in the live room in the future. This is tantamount to helping a misguided young man himself and making a remarkable contribution to society. Shin Fong was proud of his sentiments, and only felt the red scarf on his chest become a little brighter. Zhou Qirui didn't realize there was anything wrong. This anchor of his own has not seen the real person, but with her WeChat video over, looks almost the same as when the live broadcast. Very white as well, with a pointed face. As we all know, Microsoft videos are impossible to fool. Super Love Cilantro, yes, you can. If you lose and don't change your name, just wait for me to find you in reality. Zhou Qirui finished his speech and went into the opposite live room, allowing his Mei anchor to start PK. That Mei Big Mom also know their own this boss and the opposite big brother have a grudge. Immediately want to come to a wave of moving real smash money PK. Suddenly excited. She rather thoughtfully picked a match that was 10 minutes long. Live PKs are available in 5, 10, and 15-minute durations. She wanted to pick the longest time, but was afraid of revealing her intentions, so she compromised and picked 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, it's enough time for the bosses to fill up their money and make a coin spill, with the PK bars appearing and a 10-minute countdown. PK starts. Chapter 42, Big Brother. You want a son or not? A red and blue blood bar appeared in the center of the two-men screen. The score is 0-0. Jonoeko's live broadcast was a red blood bar on the left and a blue blood bar on the opposite side. Gifts rewarded by fans on both sides turn into soundwave points, which increase the bloodstain of each anchor. The opposite side preempted the attack, and Zhou Qirui threw out an Imperial Dragon Ranger worth 3,000. A large green dragon appeared in Mei's live broadcast, causing her points to instantly come to more than 30,000, and the blood bar directly pressed into Zhong Oai's face. Zhong Oai came back to his senses and saw PK bars being crushed. A flash of worry surfaced in his eyes. It wasn't that she was worried about losing. It just occurred to her that people on the internet buy cars and houses and give gifts to anchor women. I am afraid that if my great saint brother goes to the head, he will also do something stupid like selling his house for a reward. She didn't know what to do, thinking that if he really gave all the money to himself, then when the time comes that he has no money to eat, then should he return the money to him? No way. It can't be returned to him. With an impulsive personality like his, he's sure to waste his money again. One just has to feed and house him and keep him covered. But then, do you think you're supporting him? There was also an imperceptible flash of shyness in her eyes. Shin Fong hadn't noticed Zhong Oai's expression. He had finished moving his fingers by now and was ready to start freaking out. White whoring sage sends Carnival X1, X2, X3, the 30,000-30,000 points add up super fast. The bloodline quickly caught up with the opposite side and managed to overtake it. A few minutes later, Lu Fugue in the next seat exploded a weapon worth $200, and ostentatiously asked the webmaster to make himself a pack of instant noodles. When he got up and turned his head to move his muscles, he saw Chin Feng still swiping the carnival on Shakeology. He peeked over his head again and glanced at his cell phone. It was funny to be in this Lucky Rabbit's live room after all this time. You can see that they have a sparse female anchor staff in this app. He suddenly didn't envy Chin Feng again. The $200 he had just earned put him in an extremely good mood, humming a song, and generously coming over to look at the anchor woman. Are you tired, old brother? Seeing as you're constantly giving gifts, are you on a mission? Oh, playing PK? Chin Feng replied casually. You're hitting it pretty hard. Your opponent seems to have the same hand speed as you. Pan Fugue saw the PK score. 360W sound wave on your side. 340W sound wave on the other side. Very close. If you go by the real Shakeology, 360W sound wave equals $36W. Yeah, the opposite side had to get me to PK. My thumbs are getting sore, Chin Feng complained. Pan Fugue saw that Chin Feng's thumbs were indeed a bit stiff, and the gifts he sent were getting slower and slower, as if he was about to be overtaken by the other party. So he said smilingly, why don't I brush it for you? My right hand can break the speed of light when I'm doing circular movements. Chin Feng's eyes lit up. He did get a little tired of brushing, and dragging the gift up the slide was physically demanding. Plus, just now, she was busy flirting and chatting with Jong-a with Grave with Ring above, and had been holding her urine until now. Seeing an eager young man helping out, he handed his cell phone directly into the other man's hand and said, then please, I'm going to the restroom. Chin Feng wasn't worried at all about this dude running off with his cell phone. Internet cafes are now becoming more and more formalized, requiring not only an ID card but also a face scan to access the internet. And there are so many cameras here. If you dare to rob a cell phone with this kind of tens of thousands of dollars, you can call the police today and get the person arrested tomorrow. Chinese organizations can still be trusted. Pan Fugue received the metallic remote leader with both hands and touched it back and forth, then swiped the screen and tapped Giveaway Carnival, instantly overwhelmed by the silky feel. This cell phone is good. When I have money later, I will buy one too, he thought enviously. White Whoring Sage, send Carnival X169, X170, X171. He does have a quick hand with his right hand and brushes the score away by another fraction. That's all. There's still time to admire the two girls in the live room. The anchors on their own side are a bit dull. Instead, the opposite one was passionate as hell. And even though she couldn't be heard, just by looking at her hysterical cries, she knew she was close to climaxing. Look at the exact same interface as the real Jitterbug. Pan Fugue smiled. It was really like that. But when he read what the audience had to say, he felt that things were getting a little out of whack. Boss Cowhide, voice breaking. Why didn't the anchor say a word? Do you know you're almost on the Jitterbug popularity list? Martyr. The boss bet on PK, sent more than 200 wazi and still do not stop. Tomorrow absolutely must be on the headlines. Everyone go across the street and listen to the anchor shouting Dad. It's so exciting. That dad screams more than his own father. Father Dishang, when will you recognize me as your son? More than 5,000 viewers were online in the live room. New messages keep appearing on the public screen. Some licking the boss, some begging the boss for adoption, and some wanting to give the boss a child. A fawning comment constantly reminded him that the live feed was probably real. This brother next to himself could also be a real big shot. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Pan Fugue's forehead. If what he ordered in his own hand was real money for Carnival, then that meant that, after all this time, the 2 million Soundwave he was now ordering was a solid $200. 000? When has the old man's finger ever been so golden? Pan Fugue was secretly shocked. It's also good to verify when you want to know if this is a Jitterbug live room. Just search for this live stream on your own phone. He took his own cell phone, typed in the name of the live room with 2 minds, clicked search, and found the Lucky Rabbit's live room. This live stream is already #1 in popularity in the region and top 20 in all of Jitterbug. Pan Fugue trembled and clicked in to take a look. A flashy carnival special effect popped up inside, nearly blinding him. The anchor at the top was the same girl who looked a little dopey. Take another look at the names of the big boys that keep surfacing. White Whoring Sage, sent Carnival X302. X303, X304, and what he was holding in his right hand was the cell phone of the White Whoring Saint, who was currently tapping the gift-giving Carnival over and over again. It's ing true. Pan Fugue stood up immediately in fear of dirtying Chin Feng's seat. At the thought of a godly man actually sitting here, his entire body was dumbfounded at the moment. 3 philosophical questions come to mind. Who is he? What's he up to? Does he lack a son? Chin Feng finished going to the restroom and leisurely returned to his seat. Seeing the brother next to him had already helped him brush up to 6 million sound waves, while the opposite side stopped at 5 million sound waves, he smiled and acknowledged. Thanks bro, Pan Fugue stuttered. No, you're welcome, thank you big brother. Chin Feng was puzzled. Who thanked whom? He didn't think much of it, and after a little politeness, he took over his own cell phone and continued to swipe his gift. Brother, the opposite side isn't brushing. There's no need for us to waste any more money, right? Pan Fugue saw Qin Feng's fluid movements and hurriedly advised. He had just been confused, and his fingers hadn't stopped, and after seeing his opponent stop, he stopped too, to keep brushing, with his hand speed. It would be 9 million sound waves at this point. Oh, I'll guard a tower, Qin Feng said indifferently. Chapter 43, Don't be a wimp, throw money at me. As the big man's words fell, Pan Fugue nearly choked. What kind of fairy big brother leading a million still have to guard the tower, to not give away to live He looked down and saw in his phone that the white whoring saint had reswiped his gift from one. Jaws dropped to the floor in shock. Eyes glancing at Qin Feng from time to time. Even the instant noodles served by the webmaster didn't feel good anymore. His mind was filled with thoughts of what kind of position he should use to hug Qin Feng's thighs, or what to say to impress the big man. Qin Feng was uncomfortable being stared at by that strange look. There was a longing in those eyes, a bleariness in them, like a scantily clad showgirl under a streetlight. With that look in his eyes, he thought the dude was signaling for a tip. Qin Feng's eyes swept to the instant noodles on his table, and after a little thought, he got up and went to the counter to buy a ham sausage and handed it to him, saying, "Dude, thanks, buy you a sausage." Pan Fugue froze. What does he mean by that? What does he want? Could it be that? In an instant, Pan Fugue was blessed with the feeling that he had read the big brother's hints, shouting, "Woof!" Then all at once he picked up the ham hock in his mouth and crouched down to look at him with a good face. Qin Feng was startled. This girl is a psychopath. Qin Feng's scalp tingled with a vicious chill as he was stared at by his blazing eyes. Get up quickly and change to a farther seat. Pan Fugue lost his mind and watched him leave, feeling more heartbroken than if his girlfriend had dumped him. At this point there were still over 4 minutes left in PK time. I didn't expect the opposite side to lay down so quickly, making Qin Feng feel weird about brushing gifts alone. The screen seemed to freeze, and the live room was quiet as a pin drop. Only the public screen below was buzzing with many people bubbling up to speak. I can't, great sage, quickly collect the divine power. Live streaming days for $1 million a day? Brother De Shang, I've just turned 18, so send me a private message. The opposite side has voted. And you're still swiping? You're afraid you're not here to launder money, right? The opposite side is too crazy. That anchor woman is really working too hard for the gift, shouting that she wants to feed her boss dinner rice mouth to mouth. Yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go over there. Qin Feng saw the comments and was also piqued. I wonder if that cilantro will still be able to eat when he sees the real face of that anchor woman. He stopped his gift giving and followed suit, clicking into the opposite side's live room, only to hear Mei Mei's anchor's cocktail-like cheering. Cilantro big brother milk drink finished rush cannot let them look down on us. People live to fight for their breath, and if I were you, I'd really try to earn it back. You're going to wimp out this time, and you'll never get your face back later. The other big brothers on the air help with the gifts and show our big brother what a man should look like. Welcome level 58 white whoring sage. Big brother come and help. This PK is important. We can't lose. The background music in this live room is loud and passionate. The anchor woman's expression was fierce and imposing. The voice was a bit raspy and gave off a hysterical vibe. White whoring sage, I'm Rabbit's big brother. Come to see what's wrong with your big brother. Anchor Mei Mei saw that it was the big brother coming from the opposite side, and immediately changed into a pandering smile and shouted shrilly, "Goo, big brother hit so hard beat people bruised and swollen. Do not give some medical expenses you good sense?" Qin Feng gave away a 10-cent beer. The money was the PK bonus that the weasel had just snagged for himself without having to spend any of his own money. He estimated that this anchor would be miserable later, so he first sent a gift to chat about his feelings. White whoring sage, is your big brother still around? Help me ask him if he's still available? Anchor mommy called out at once. I can do it. I can definitely do it. My big brother is very rich. This money is nothing. Boss Cilantro, the other big brother has come to the door. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and give them a little color. Joe Chirue was scrambling to call his friends over to help at this time, and had no time to take care of this anchor woman. Anchor Mei Mei saw that her boss didn't say anything and thought that he had admitted defeat, grabbing the sky and crying and complaining. Cilantro boss, you this can harm me our female anchor which can turn off the beauty of the face. Face live. You might as well tell me to go to death forget. She knows her own business, and once she makes a vegan appearance, her on-air career is over, so she planned to renege on that punishment later anyway. Or just get off the air. It's better to lose one boss than all of them. Super love cilantro, anchor don't yet scream. Come on continue. At white whoring sage, Joe Chirue not only shouted his friends, But also his father gave him $1 million. Also charged. The money was snubbed from his dad when he said he wanted to start his own business. Originally the plan was to start a gaming company, but now that Chin Fong had aroused his desire to win, he couldn't care less. The big deal is to ask his dad for money again. Super Love Cilantro sends Imperial Dragon Ranger X1. X2. Mommy saw that Boss Cilantro was up again, and instantly felt that there was still hope. If she could, she wouldn't want to ditch the ingrate who had rewarded her with nearly $1 million. Where can we find such a man who dares to spend money without meeting him? She clicked on the battle cry again and waved the flag. Excited heart, trembling hands, follow Big Brother's feeling. Thank heaven and thank earth. Thank Big Brother for his love and righteousness. Our Big Brother has love and intention. May my Big Brother never run out of human plutonium in his pocket. If you don't leave me, I will live and die with you. My Big Brother is the best. The entire atmosphere of the live broadcast room was extremely enthusiastic, and the shouts of the female anchors seemed like they were going to lift the roof off. Her guild's atmosphere group also started posting comments in full support of the boss, licking the boss nonstop and praising him for his atmosphere and his power. Let's all help the boss with a boost as well. The score is close and we're going to turn it around for the Jedi. Mei Mei deserves to be guarded by all of us. Follow the boss in charge. Asterisk 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 that stupid across the street. There are still people who are really driven and follow. Or this live room is exciting. The anchor is beautiful and open. I send the anchor a marry you home to help the fun. Mommy, I love you. But I've swiped 10 sports cars and I'm running out of money for this month. Chin Fong smiled and shook his head, feeling unworthy for them. Back on the air. The place is a lot cleaner. Despite an audience of close to 100,000, everyone spoke sensibly and calmly. No passionate anchors either. Just a rabbit that hasn't looked back, looking at Zhong Oakawia's dazed appearance as if she hadn't woken up. Chin Fong typed a flirtatious comment first. Honey, it's time to wake up. Not realizing that there was anything wrong in Chin Feng's words, she dully answered. Chin Fong was secretly happy to see that she didn't reject her title. Then he saw the opposite side of the room start to power up, and he hastily opened the gift tabulation and clicked on Carnival. The final sprint continues. Chapter 44, here comes the Shatine you wanted, requesting some small gifts. Shatine returned to her front door and stood in the doorway for a moment first, wiping the tears from his face. He took 2 deep breaths before opening the door and entering. As soon as she entered the door, she heard to the gorgeous woman sitting on the couch watching TV yelling at her. You dead girl. You still know how to go home. This charming woman was Xia Ting's mother, Ming Mei Hui. At nearly half a century old, her skin is well maintained, fair, smooth and glowing. The years had not left visible marks on her face. Only a faint hint of crow's feet at the corners of her eyes showed that she was no longer young. Her features were perfect, and she was a bit similar to Xia Ting, with the same goose-egg face, eyebrows like a diaphanous moth, and veiled teeth and vermilion lips, especially the pair of soulful and beautiful eyes, not at all like a middle-aged aunt. She glanced at her daughter when she saw her return and continued to chant. Where did you go last night? You're almost 30 and still so out of tune. Fooling around outside every day. Letting you go on a serious blind date and refusing to. Mom, don't you say it. Shatine didn't want to hear this. She took off her shoes and replaced them with slippers, heading toward her room with an impatient look on her face. I say you 2 sentence what? You see which of the objects you find yourself to take. The last time that young man Shivering Powder was arrested by the police before you woke up. You brainless thing. Akemi Megumi frowned with hatred and kept counting. This child's temperament is a real headache. Those honest and decent people don't want it. They want to find a rich man. Are rich people that easy to find? She herself was a flower in the village back then. But after so many years of searching she couldn't find a sincere rich man. In the end, she didn't end up honestly marrying a schoolteacher. I'm telling you, tomorrow night I've arranged for you to meet a young man introduced by Auntie Wang. Quite a straight young man. Not going. Xia Ting coldly skimmed off 2 words and entered the room without looking back, and was about to close the door when seeing her mom suddenly stand up, she said sternly to her. Stop. Shatine grunted, not daring to close the door behind her, and bowed her head in preparation for the criticism. But instead of cursing, she didn't expect her mom's tone to slow down. What's wrong with your eyes? Why are they red? There is no one who knows a son like his father, and no one who knows a daughter like her mother. Akemi Megumi just glanced at her and could tell something was wrong with her daughter. She quickly walked over to Shatine and lifted her face to take a closer look at the big eyes that had inherited her, which clearly looked like they had just cried. Ming Meihui instantly gasped. Which bullied you again? I'll go and settle the score with him. Xia Ting's neck shrank and she said weakly. No one bullies me. How dare you argue? After all these years, when you rise your ass, I know what you want to do. Have been bullied or not? I still don't know. No, really. Humph. Don't think that I won't spare you a beating just because you've just cried. Speak up. If you dare to lie, I'm going to use the family law. Shatin pursed her lips and glanced at her mother superior. Though her mother crossed her arms and her expression looked fierce, she knew that her mother really cared about her and couldn't bear to see herself hurt. The aggravation in Xiating's heart was hooked up all of a sudden, and tears floated in her eyes once again. She lowered her head so her mother wouldn't see her eyes and said in a voice that tried to suppress her sobs, "No one bullied me. I initiated it." Akemi Megumi understood. This girl must have looked at some young master again, farted up to him, and then ran back crying when she realized that the other person wasn't a thing. She poked Xiating's head with her index finger and cursed. "You stupid. How did my mother give birth to such a brainless thing as you? In vain you have this face. Every time. Not a bit of eyesight." Akemi Megumi cursed twice, unable to bear the sight of her daughter's shoulders shaking. So he rushed her into his arms again and stroked her head soothingly. Well, the past. Those rich people do not have a good thing. In the future, wipe your eyes. Like mom to find an honest point. Love your man. People, this life is very fast. You are still small. Xiating couldn't control it anymore and let out a cry. But I'm not happy. Why not? What's wrong with me? Silly boy. There's no telling with things like luck. Sometimes it's yours. Sometimes it's not. It's normal. But I really like him. I don't want to give up. You'll only hurt more if you don't want to give up. You're 26 now. How many years do you have left to splurge? Akemi Megumi patiently advised. When you get to the point where your youth has passed and you look back and realize you have nothing, you can't even cry if you want to. Xiating cried for a while, and only said with a huff after she became slightly less emotional. It won't be nothing. He said he's going to buy me a villa, and when I'm old if he leaves me, big deal. I'll sell the villa and travel around the country. Ha! Akemi Megumi laughed twice in contempt, grabbing Shatin's shoulders with both hands and pulling her out of her arms in mockery. A man's mouth deceives a ghost. You think your mom didn't hear that back in the day? He's taking a carrot and putting it in front of you, silly girl. Sleeping with you for nothing. Akemi Megumi looked her daughter up and down. Worried. You girl didn't get laid by him last night, did you? Did you take safety precautions? Shatin's eyes fluttered for a moment. Haven't had a chance to buy medication for it yet. You really want to be angry with your mom? Mia Ming Meihui angry reach out to pinch Xiating's arm. Mouth cursing. Let you not love yourself. Let you ghost you. Let you. Stop. Xiating couldn't stand being pinched, and after shouting she flung her shoes away and fled to the bed, stubbornly saying, if he said he would buy me a villa, he will definitely buy me 1 inch. Good, said Ming Meihui, crossing her arms with one hand and pointing at her silly daughter with the other, saying 3 good words in a row. Then he turned his head and headed out the door of his room, ready to rummage through the house magic stick that had been sitting there for 2 years. Mom, listen to me. Xiating saw the situation and hurriedly jumped down to hug her mother's willow waist and explained. He's an honest man. He's a man of his word. Yesterday he promised to buy me a Porsche and he bought it for me this morning. Literally, the slip contract is in my bag. Akemi Megumi's feet lurched and she turned around with skepticism written all over her face. Are you sure you went to a real Porsche store to buy it? It can't be someone else paying someone to put on a show, right? Geez, your daughter looks like that kind of douchebag. Xiating burrowed into her mom's arms again, twisting her body hard and pouting. Take out the contract and let me take a look. If he really dares to forge the car purchase contract, I will go to the police station to sue him for fraud. Ming Meihui raised her voice. She never believed it was true. The Porsche wasn't cheap, and the only people who paid that much to pick up girls were the ones she'd seen on TV. Chapter 45. She, I think, can do magic. Xiating hurriedly rummaged through the bag to find the car purchase contract, transfer vouchers, and other various insurance and other documents, tucked away in the Mother Superior. Akemi Megumi took the contract, first glanced at the Porsche's official seal, and asked, how much is the car? 2 million. Shatin put up 3 slender fingers. How much? Akemi Megumi exclaimed. 2 million, Shatin said earnestly, pointing to the total amount of $3,200,000 in capital letters on the contract. Akemi Megumi flipped through the contract, looked up, and asked incredulously, you're the owner? Aha. When do we pick up the car? The day after. Akemi Megumi was lost in thought. After a while, she came back to her senses and looked at her daughter with complicated eyes. So, how old is he then and what does he look like? Not older than even your dad, right? Mom, how can you doubt your daughter's vision like that? Xiating stomped her foot and scattered her mother's embrace. Exasperated. He is my college classmate. Height of more than 1 meter 8. Looks huge, handsome. Used to be very honest a person. Secretly crush on me until now. Recently developed. Want to be with me for dating. Akemi Megumi came closer to Shaitan and touched her forehead, wondering. There's no fever here. What nonsense in broad daylight. It's true. Mom. Shaitan flung both hands back and forth twice and stomped her foot again. So, you came back here in tears just to fool around with me that your boyfriend gave you a Porsche? Akemi Megumi's fire flared up again, tossing the contract onto the couch and turning her head to look around for any handy weapons. This girl can't be beaten without a fight. Just now, when I saw her red eyes, I thought something serious had happened and scared myself. I didn't realize it would be tears of joy. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that you're my daughter, I'd have flipped you off a long time ago. Akemi Megumi thought darkly. No la, he. Xiating's voice dropped again at the thought of Qin Feng being a scum. Akemi Megumi frowned when she saw her like this, bad thoughts flashing through her mind. After a moment's hesitation, he asked carefully, he doesn't lift? Xiating was shocked. What kind of tiger and wolf words were these? No, don't curse him. Xiating blushed and whispered, he's a bit better than my old boyfriend. Akemi Megumi's eyes went to the coat rack on the balcony. Plastic. It shouldn't break any bones when you hit it. Oh, he has another woman with him. I'm afraid I won't win in the end. Sensing a murderous aura, Xiating hurriedly blocked her mother's gaze with her body and explained with a difficult face. He's not married, is he? Akemi Megumi asked. There isn't one yet, replied Xiating. If you really like him, just let nature take its course and get together, Akemi Megumi said with an idea for her. In case it does, if he dares not to marry, you'll beat his pups to his face. Xiating was dumbfounded. If he still doesn't marry you by then, old me will go up and tear him apart. Ming Meihui said in a domineering manner. But what if another woman is pregnant with his child first? Akemi Hui advised. How do you know you can't do it if you don't try? You don't care about anything else first. Let him buy the villa for you. Akemi Megumi followed her advice. Remember, it's best to even put the house in your name alone. Got it? Xiating hesitated. But would that not be too good? Akemi Hui gasped. Why is it bad? Or else you'd be like me, looking for someone to live a mediocre life as you please. Seeing that her daughter kept her head down and didn't say anything, Akemi Megumi sighed and said helplessly, you say you like people and they like you, so instead of worrying about other people getting involved, you should work for it. Xiating's expression was a bit intent. Seeing that she listened to her advice, Ming Meihui revealed a pleased smile and said, when you buy a villa, old me will also live in it and experience the life of a rich person. Xiating's eyes rolled and she boldly said, then you have to pay rent. With that, he ran back to his room in a huff and slammed the door behind him. Akemi Megumi froze, rolled up her sleeves, and yelled, I think you're itching to open the door. At this time, Magic City Normal University, in the girls' dormitory, she looked at the PK score, 11, 25 million sound waves, 7, 95 million sound waves. She thought she'd blinked and counted the wrong zeros. After hurriedly rubbing his eyes and taking a serious look again, his brain instantly went down once again. What the hell is this? This 8-figure PK sound wave? Is it a hallucination? She was completely lost. I was planning to help him out when he ran out of money. But where does a man who can casually give away over $1 million need to be in charge of what he eats and drinks? At this time, Jonoako's live room has already gathered a large number of female anchors who have come over to learn. They've been studying Jonoai as a person since PK. Study the way she styled her clothes, and the angle of the lighting in the background, etc. And actively brought paper and pen, wanting to copy down the words of Jonoaoao, the anchor to lull the big brother into smashing the money. Until the time when her big brother in the family smashed over 300 wawas for her. This anchor called Lucky Rabbit, from start to finish, said a total of one sentence. Aha! Then fumed, wondering what came to mind, and made himself laugh. The whole thing is silly and stupid. Those anchor women looked dumbfounded. It's not like this Lucky Rabbit is doing anything special. It's true that it's good looking, but we're all equally beautiful. They are puzzled as to why other people can make money just by being dull, while their own backs are twisted and flashed and their bosses don't give them a dime. There must be a special live technique that you haven't discovered on your own. They don't die. Obsessively, they send private messages to Lucky Bunny, hoping that she'll start a class to teach one, and they're willing to pay for the tuition. Jonoaoia finished fuming this time and didn't click on the private message. She saw that on the other side of the live broadcast screen, the snake-like anchor Rui Mimi was excitedly jumping and dancing around. A little curious for a moment, she wanted to hear and see how others thanked their bosses and try to learn. So tapping on the other side of the voice that, thanks to Cilantro Poop's 200th Big Green Dragon. Cilantro boss, I love you. I'll die marrying you in this life. The moving background music, coupled with the high decibel screams, startled Jonoaoa and hurriedly turned off the sound. But the other person's words stuck in his mind. So men like to be called that? Should I shout myself then? Or maybe it's better to call your master. Poop or something feels too weird. When Jomo made up her mind and opened her mouth to call the great sage brother master, but it was too thin-skinned and stuck in his throat, too embarrassed to say it. She was extraordinarily cute with her red face and her little mouth open, wanting to say something. Shin Fong brushed a little harder when he saw it. Chapter 46, the system is still forgiving. Time passes by. PKs for both men. With the last minute remaining, Jo Chirue topped the exorbitant music of the live broadcast room. Hard and continuous non-stop brush more than 500 big green dragons. Until the platform appears with a white prompt box asking for a top-up when you click on the gift again. It was only then that Jo Chirue finally stopped moving. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was grim as he stared at the score above the live feed. The other side of the 25 million sound waves did not move, converted into cash, as if to humiliate him, and on his own side, plus the fact that he had called his friends over to help him, he only had 19 million sound waves. People aren't stupid. Who's fine with dropping real money to make a friend? Just throw in 30, 000 or 50, 000 and pretend to be a fan. There's no need to get real. At the last minute, he ran out of money. The gap is wide. From beginning to end, he was suppressed to death by the other party, without a single chance to catch his breath. Jo Chirue could only concede. The guy across the street dropped over $3 million front and center for a nerdy girl. Straight up dry shattered his wallet. Jo Chirue all these years saved up the pressure money thrown out. Froze and did not win. This time he was convinced. Willing to bet. He came across to Lucky Rabbit's live room and typed on the public screen. 63, Super Love Cilantro, I've had her notified to turn off her beauty face. Just you wait. At this time, Lucky Rabbit's live room was overcrowded. This live room was slammed with more than 1,000 carnivals in just 2 hours, and has shot to the #1 spot in the Shake Shack site-wide top 100. Millions of people online. New viewers continue to pour into the live stream. Most of the viewers say all sorts of flirty things and flatter the boss in hopes of getting his attention after seeing a godly man slamming the carnival. A small portion of the audience was attracted by the face value of the online Jom Oe. After being used to seeing goblin-like anchors, this innocent and very natural girl caught their eyes. The viewers licked the screen and sent out astringent love words in YY Jom Oako's astringent body. A hot scene topped off Jo Chirue's speech instantly. No one cares what he has to say. Jo Chirue was worried that others wouldn't see it and sent it a few more times. Shin Fong had been chatting with the audience, and he had seen Jo Chirue speak for the first time. After all, the magnificent mark of level 63 is still striking. 64, White Horse Age, looking forward to your show. Shin Feng's rank, however, was a bit higher. He really wanted to know what that cilantro's face would be when she realized that the anchor woman she had raked in nearly $2 million was a big mom. It's a bit unethical to end the opposite anchor's job without a grudge, though, but is it ethical for that auntie to scam gifts on the air with her face on? And gave her a consolation prize of $2 million. Enough to do some other business, right? The live broadcast thing is better left to the little girls who are short of money. The old aunts should not come out to steal the rice bowls of the young ladies. Shin Fong looked for all sorts of reasons to comfort his conscience. It didn't take long to see Auntie Mimi across the street answer the phone. Returned with an unusually ugly face. Papa Cilantro, please don't do this. Any other punishment will do, but I can't show you my face. I started crying as soon as she came back. She just got a call from her guild about having to take a PK penalty, because that boss had contacted them through very hard connections, and if they didn't do as they were told, they might be in trouble as a guild. Boss, see if this is okay. How about I spell out being blocked and give you a striptease? Don't make things difficult for me, please. It's not easy for us anchors. Vegan is our second face. If you want to tear my face, I can't really see anyone in the future. My hissed and revealed her bottom, crying out. That acting skill made Jom Oe change color a little. She couldn't bear to see the opposite side begging for forgiveness like this. Jom Oe wanted to open her mouth to help plead for mercy for the opposite side, but she also knew that the bet had nothing to do with her, and that she was in no position to speak. People spent so much money and it was so hard for them to win. If they want to talk on the sidelines they will surely get people's displeasure. She's soft-hearted, but she's also very understanding. Shin Fong had grown in his ability to detect words and colors nowadays. I was looking for a way to be generous and maybe cheat some goodwill. White Whoring Sage, for the sake of my wife, just change your name. You don't embarrass your wife. Sister Mei Mei, you don't need to veil your face. Don't cry. Unfortunately, the other party blocked her voice and didn't hear it. Still wiping tears from one eye. Jo Chirue instantly disagreed when he heard the name change. Changing his name was such a humiliating thing that he, Mr. Joe, didn't want to do. Super love eating cilantro, let's say yes. I lost to see the anchor vegetarian face. Don't you cheat. He didn't think it was a big deal for this mommy anchor to confess her love for him after her veiled face. The two of them had video chatted as well. An only delayed meeting because the other said she would be underwater in another city and would have to wait for herself to go to her place. At first, when he saw that great saint mentioning this bet, he was still puzzled. It was even more strange now that I saw my pushing back one way or another. So insist on seeing her veiled. Joe Chirue immediately took out his cell phone and gave her Union another prod. At this time the two live rooms were full of nearly 1 million people gathered to watch. The comments can't even be brushed off. It doesn't stop bubbling up. If you can't afford to lose, don't promise someone to play PKA, and you want money and don't want to be punished. I can tell just by looking at her. She must be another Princess Byro. It's like I've already seen the end. Heartbroken for the boss's 400 rounds of green dragons. You people are really vicious. Don't be afraid of my anchor. I'll support you. A veiled face is a veiled face. I've already closed my eyes. 23,333. Now is the time to witness the miracle. Two men dressed in black suddenly appeared in May's live room. Without saying a word, those two walked right up to the camera, one reaching out to shut my down, the other stopping my from escaping. There was a clear division of labor, and it was clear that there hadn't been a lot of this kind of thing going on. When the thin face, peeling breasts and long legs filter is turned off, the demon in the live feed appeared. All that was visible was that her head was a whole lot bigger, and the powder on her face was so thick that it looked like she had painted it. Just like that can't even cover the large pores and wrinkles on your face. Those flesh cell eyes were small and swollen. The nose was collapsed like a pancake, and there was a very noticeable cross-section of flesh on either side of the cheeks. For ugly people, a closer look is a cruelty. For this kind of woman to be given 50 points, Shin Fong really wanted to ask the system what the grading criteria were. Joe Chirue even looked at his cell phone and directly vomited. Chapter 47, Old M.O., I want to eat a rabbit. The Mei in the live broadcast room opened her bloody mouth and splashed around, begging for mercy from Joe Chirue. Cilantro father, you can't do this to people. What do you want? People have promised you that day video when you want to see my body. Didn't you say that you won't force me in the future? God, you let me die. You turned off my beauty face. How can I see people in the future? That ghostly cry was a car wreck. Joe Chirue Bungbu lived. Nausea, dizziness, mental trance. To think that this once cried out to herself to marry her. He was so scared that he threw his cell phone straight out the window opening. But what he didn't expect was that the silly dog raised in the yard of his family villa, with a leaping face, ran out and brought the cell phone back to him. And the phone is surprisingly still intact. Deafening cries came from inside. You a dead heartless thing. They cannot play with others. Take me out of what? I am a decent girl. Looking for who messed with who. Joe Chirue was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Kicked the silly dog with the wagging tail. Then took the phone and pressed the power button and the screen went dark. The world is quiet. But he was not quiet in his mind. He knew there were still a ton of people laughing at him in that live room. The bottom line is that his friend was there. Joe Chirue hated to find a crack in the ground at this moment and disappear into this noisy world. Can't live to laugh. Someone paid $2 million to pick up a big mama. Ha ha ha. I'm going to post this material on the internet. There's been one more heartbreaker in the world ever since. The rabbit on the blind guest side is also a see-it-all anchor. Dare Bunny turn off her beauty face so that our great saintly boss can also experience the feeling of heartache? Boss, quickly ask the anchor to turn off her beauty face to see if she's getting her money's worth. Shin Fong smiled. He didn't want to prove anything to anyone. But men are always showing off. Your own woman is beautiful and feels doubly honored. He told Jole with Grave with ring above to turn off the beauty face and let the guy see what a real beauty looks like. The ant cried so scary. Tears on the face of the makeup made black. Struggling, head of the wig fell down, revealing a head of center-parted explosive wave curls. Luckily, she was still quite porous, and she pushed herself free of the man who was holding her down, and as soon as she turned off the power to her computer, she let the live feed disconnect. Otherwise this image will shadow itself if you look at it for too long. Jone with Grave with ring above returned to her senses and saw that her great saint brother asked her to turn off her beauty face as well, so she immediately tapped to turn off her beauty face. She turned on her beauty face because the lighting in her dorm room was bad and the picture looked dark, so used the beauty brightening effect to boost the brightness of the live screen, and leave all other effects features on. Since people said they wanted to see it, she was fine with that. Besides, she was worried that the white whoring saint might mistake her for an ant as well. Rabbit looks like this. Didn't lie to my brother, Jomo AI said weakly. The live feed instantly became a few moments darker. The girl in front of the camera doesn't look like she's changed much. Instead, the absence of that cold white lighting effect made her face look a little more real. Under the long eyelashes are dark and bright eyes. The eye sockets are a little deep, emphasizing the small nose extraordinarily curved, giving people a sense of exotic girl's delicacy. Her pink cherry mouth didn't have any lipstick on it, but it still looked bright and colorful. The whole features are pretty as a doll. There's also the most recognizable tear mole still at the end of the eye, clearly illustrating that it's not a beauty effect. The lighting in her dorm room was really bad. After turning off the beauty face, there is a kind of scene back to 20 years ago, and the internet to meet the beauty of the QQ video chat. The surrounding background was dim and lightless, and a clear, pure face was especially bright. So beautiful. Is this the beauty that comes along once in 5,000 years? Anchor, you've managed to remind me of my first love. My heart aches terribly at the thought of such a beautiful woman having to kneel in front of Big Brother Whitehore after all. Crap. It's the heartbeat. This anchor looks tiny. Is she really an adult? But modern beauty technology is so advanced that you can have the same beauty effect with the lights off. Many Old Spice viewers didn't believe that there was really such a Barbie doll in the world and took to the comments section to question her looks. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The anchor must have only turned off the bright white and left the other effects on. I think this woman has her face on. Dare the anchor to cover the left side of his face with his hand and show us the details of his face up close. Take a piece of A4 paper and cover the top half of her face, including both eyes. You'll see if her nose and mouth will be deformed. You are too old-fashioned. Directly on the ID card is not the end of it. To verify what the last old brother's statement was agreed upon by the entire audience. The comments in the live broadcast room are clear on the ID card for words, forming a queue of varying lengths. This moment crossed thousands of such comments at the very least. Everyone is just like a repeater come to life, demanding that the anchor woman prove herself with her ID. Jong Oao didn't think it was a big deal, and obediently got up and left to look for the documents. Chin Fong was worried about clocking her stupidly not covering up her ID number and sent a tweet to remind her. Then he hurried back to his seat. Hold the ID card up to the camera and cover the information underneath the card with your hand, revealing only the portrait portion. Nah, you guys believe it this time, don't you? Jong Oia's ID card had been lost once and reissued not long after, and the photo was recent. There is little difference in the facial features. Only at that time, when I took the picture, I listened to my police uncle and brushed all my hair back. Combined with being short, the angle of the top-down shot made her look unusually broad and shiny in the photo. There's an idiom that describes it aptly: the heavens are full. Honey, look at your face. You're missing me. This little brain is smart as a whip. That's a really big tamale. The owner of the White John has picked up a treasure. Such a pretty girl. I'm following. Bunny is so cute. I want to snatch Bunny away. Upstairs. Think twice. Her big brother dropped $3 million in one afternoon. You can't afford it. The live feeds were hot and heavy, saying anything and everything. It's time to start the offline offense yourself. Say goodbye to the viewers on the air. Viewers have been retained and have asked when she'll be back on the air. She's rich now, and there's no need for her to be on the air. Just thinking that maybe Brother Deshang would want to hear himself sing. He answered, I don't know. The viewers of the live broadcast exclaimed as they saw her fishing for Big Brother and trying to run away. Another beautiful woman is about to leave the airwaves. Over $3 million in one afternoon. 2 more visits and you're on your way to the top. It's just cool to have a big brother to help back you up. So angry. Why can't I be a girl? Just lie down. Dude, did you know that boys can lay just as well? A million or so online livestreams say shut down. Then he quietly waited for news from Chin Fong. Chapter 48, Our Jiangcheng spicy hot pot is very delicious. Chin Fong saw that it was almost dark at this moment, and his stomach was rumbling with hunger. First, he messaged Wine Gang to pick him up and take him to the bar for dinner. Then he said to Zhong Oaa, I'm going to dinner. Want to join me? Zhong Oai froze with her cell phone. Finally you can't resist meeting? Her eyelashes fluttered slightly and her eyes were full of panic. It was only a moment later that she returned as if she had made up her mind. I'm in Mordor. Chin Fong took a look at the distance as not too far. Driving fast as long as more than 2 hours. I'm in Jiangcheng. Are you coming or not? I'll treat you to some spicy hot pot. Zhong Oao immediately typed. I'm not hungry. It's a shame. We have sweet spicy hot pot here. It's huge. But I have class tomorrow, and I can only come out on the weekends. Okay then, Saturday then. Are you coming? Chin Fong was in hot pursuit, afraid that the rabbit in his hand would fly away. It's Tuesday. 4 more days, just enough to give the body a reprieve. Chin Fong, what? You don't want to see me? No. Zhong Oa replied with a tangled face. I was wondering what my brother would look like. I've heard that rich people are pampered and eat and sleep every day. She was worried that it was a 300-pound fat pig across the street. Without saying anything, Chin Fong directly took a selfie and sent it over, saying, I can't help it if I don't look good. Handsome is very handsome. Only the lips are a bit thin. People say that thin-lipped men are usually thin-skinned, and I wonder if that's true. but it was a million times better than the fat-headed uncle she'd imagined. Shin Feng was happy and directly teased. Well, I like you a lot too. Plus 10. Nice guy. Not a bad way to spend over $3 million. Shin Feng took advantage of the situation and said, do you want me to book you a plane ticket? While not averse to the idea, it was a little hard to accept for a moment that he was putting himself in his mouth after only a few hours of meeting him online. How about I come to you? Shin Feng typed with a hefty, strange smile. With 60 points of goodwill, plus so many gifts at the bottom, Shin Feng couldn't think of any reason for her to refuse. You can't say you're on your period. Oh, are you talking to? Smiling so lewdly? Shelley came back to see the nerdy goddess of their dorm room giggling into her cell phone. She was experienced, and it was definitely one of those giggles you get when you're talking to a guy. Shelley ran over with gusto to see who was so capable of ruffling the little nerd. Hey, let me take a look for you and advise you. Shelley grabbed her cell phone by her height advantage. Opening her chat, she ran to the side and flipped through it quickly with Gyeonjian, who had entered behind her. Give it back. Jonoaoa's face blushed with shame and she stood on her tiptoes trying to retrieve her cell phone. But Shelley held her cell phone up so high she couldn't quite reach it. Shelley lost her voice and yelled when she saw Chin Feng's text. What the hell? What kind of a guy is this that says he'll treat you to some spicy hot pot? Peony commented as she rubbed her chin. I do think he's quite sincere. The least he can do is offer airplane tickets. Hey, there are photos? Not bad looking, wearing Armani, seems to be a big money my ass. Can't you see the internet cafe in his background? How can big money go to an internet cafe? Do you think there's a possibility that he's an internet cafe owner? That way we can help you go along with the gatekeeper too? Although Shirley was asking Jonoaoa's opinion, her hand was already typing and sending. Okay, see you on Saturday. I'll be waiting for you. There were only 3 of them in the dormitory, and one ran off to live with her boyfriend. Shelley couldn't bear the thought of her well-behaved and cute little munchkin beside her being duped. The plan was to follow the 2 of them the whole way wherever they went when the time came. Even if it means being a light bulb. You have to keep her safe at all times. Can't let her get taken advantage of by the bad guys. After Jonoaa got her cell phone, she hurriedly tried to withdraw it, but she saw that the other party had already sent an okay gesture. She silently relented and lowered her head, a hint of consternation in her expression. Peony thought that Shelley had taken it upon herself to agree, upsetting her, and consoled her. Shelley shouted in dissatisfaction, we are helping you Some things only know the true and false when we meet in person. What the internet says is all false. She really wasn't mentally prepared for that step all of a sudden and was a little nervous. Seeing that she was about to say something, Peony smiled and walked up to her, bending down and lowering her head to look up from below, and upon seeing her evasive eyes, she said excitedly, wow, you remind me of a young girl waiting to be married in ancient times with that look, shy and squirmy and a little bit confused about the future. Shelley frowned and said, oh ho, honestly, how do you know each other? Is it from our school? Jonoaoa answered truthfully, I met them online. Wow, no way. You believe people on the internet? Peony exclaimed incredulously. Well, I met him on the air and he gave me a lot of gifts. Jonoao thought of the more than $3 million. He could get half of it by withdrawing the money himself. The eyes went back into a trance. Sending gifts? He sent a carnival? Look at you. You're such a loser. You're so mesmerized by a carnival. Hyunjaeun teased. Speaking of live streaming, I think it's better for you to be an online tutor. You're not as loose as Hyunjaeun. You dare to say anything messy, Shirley advised. Shelley family conditions are good. Live also played a few days, but the impression of Live is very bad. It's all weird people hanging out in there and saying things that are not measured. Definitely teaches little girls a lesson. Donnie didn't want her to be contaminated by the broadcast. That, he seems to have given away 1,146 of them, Jonoao said with certainty after carefully recalling it. She was glowing the entire time she was live, but her brain automatically took note of what her eyes saw. This ability had been with her since she was a child, so her grades had always been good, and it was no surprise that she had gotten into a 985 university in Magic City. Peony asked a little incredulously after hearing that. Are you talking about little hearts or roses? Chapter 48, Teaching by Example. Shelley was instantly nonplussed. This silly girl never lies. If you want it, don't say it. If you want it, it's the truth. Where is it? Let's see. Shelley knew that Jonoao was using a computer to broadcast live, so she immediately ran to bring her laptop over. Open the screen and see the live settlement screen above. Instantly stunned by the numbers on it. Harvest Soundwave, 35. 9 million. New followers, 67,000. Audience, 1.05 million. More than 99.9% of anchors. Donnie knows that one tone wave equals $0.1. That means this girl received over $3 million in gifts? Her eyes went straight and she trembled, pointing at the 10,000 words on the screen in disbelief. I didn't have class in the afternoon. I live streamed for a while, and a big brother gambled with someone else and asked me to play PK, so I gave away this much. Those words sounded like flat-out thunder in Hyunjun's ears. She couldn't help but shout shrilly. What? Just playing a PK in the afternoon and giving away over $3 million? Peony was really pissed off and stupid. She had worked hard on her live broadcast for the better part of a year, first teaching herself some words, then applying to join the guild, and after paying a great price, she finally begged the management to agree to tilt resources in her favor. That's all it took to make a little over $100. 000 over 6 months. Jono Aoa's live broadcast was less than a week, and directly earned the equivalent of her earnings for the next 20 years. Who the hell are we gonna talk to about this? That's the brother you guys were just talking about. Jonoan took out her cell phone and pointed to Chin Feng's picture. You. Peony was so sour that she wanted to cry, and was incoherent as she tried to express something. The thought that this little girl was so lucky that she met a godly reward on Shake Shack and directly transformed into a million little rich girl. Peony's eyes were red. There's nothing like the sudden wealth of someone close to you to break your defenses. But Peony knew that too. This girl was much better than herself, both in terms of looks and figure. It's just that she keeps her head down every day. Her long hair covers her face, and she's timid, so that's why she hasn't been discovered by the high roller. Once you suddenly get the hang of it one day, dress up a little nicer, wear white stockings or something. Transforming into a 1 in a million superb loli will sooner or later get you ripped off by a rich man. Peony had expected it. I just didn't think it would be this early. She was sad, but there was nothing she could do. Like that Weibo big brother said, the face is given by her parents. She can't go back and remake it. She can't envy it. Xioli was agitated for a moment, but slowly eased up. She's not the kind of girl who's stuck for money. Not much of a shock to a couple million. She took Jono Aoa's cell phone and took a close look at Chin Feng's picture, and after flipping through the chat logs, she said with certainty, this guy looks like an old man in love, trying to trick you into bed. What does he take us women for? Goods? That's 3 million eh? I'd do it if I had to. Peony's mouth watered as she watched. Zhong A with grave A with ring above looked at the two of them dumbfounded, not knowing what she was thinking in her heart. This is all the more reason for me to go with you. Rich people are no good. Xiaoli said seriously. My missy you don't know the heartache of our poor people. Of course it doesn't hurt to stand and talk. There was a hint of coquetry in her tone. Unconsciously, Hyunjun's attitude towards Jong Oeon had become polite. Oh, Jong Oe nodded obediently. On the other side, Chin Feng beautifully closed the chat box with Jong Oeo. After getting into Wang Gang's car, he called Shifuya to ask what kind of food was available at the bar. Soaked noodles would be fine. Shifuya was at home at the moment, cooking dinner for her daughter. When she heard her cell phone ring, she wiped her hand on her apron and walked out of the living room to get it. Seeing Yui throwing her toys all over the floor again, she shouted in a long drawn-out voice. The 5-year-old girl looked at her mom with a puzzled look on her face. Put away your own things, okay? Shifuya's tone was soft and carefully taught. But I haven't played enough. Yui replied in a milky voice. Put away what you don't play with first. Look at that Ultraman in the corner with his head twisted off, Shifuya said as she picked up her cell phone. Seeing that it was Chin phone calling, he felt a little strange. She thought she'd scared off the redneck yesterday by moving out her daughter, but she didn't expect to call again today. Its head was eaten by a monster. Yui rushed over and picked it up, running over to her mom's lap to show it to her as if it were a treasure. Mommy, look, it has no energy. Shifuya put up a finger to her mouth and shushed, signaling silence. Then he picked up Chin Feng's phone. Hello, sister, yeah, are you at the bar? Mr. Chin, you've come to the bar for a drink so early in the morning? Shifuya said with a smile. Yeah, there's nowhere to go, so I can only go sit at your place. Chin Feng said helplessly. Oh, we don't open until 8, 2 hours away. Then won't I just have to eat instant noodles? It's so bad. Doesn't the girl you brought yesterday cook for you? She called me a scumbag and dumped me, Chin Feng screamed. How pathetic. Then do you want me to introduce a well-behaved and obedient little beauty to comfort and console our injured Mr. Chin? Shifuya teased. I've got a lot of girls on my side. Chin Feng was so happy to hear this that he was about to agree when he heard a childish voice coming from the phone. Mommy, I'm a good and obedient little beauty, too. The voice sounded like a child's. As soon as he remembered that Shifuya had already gotten married and had children, Chin Feng hurriedly apologized. Sorry to bother you on your break. Out of hours. Mr. Chin is out of place. We are in marketing. It's this time in itself to ask guests to come and play. After Shifuya finished dealing with Chin Feng, She covered her cell phone and said to her own daughter, Be good. Don't interrupt while mommy is working. Oh, so I can go comfort my uncle across the street? Yui looked at her mom with wide, pure, flawless eyes and a curious expression. The little girl was 5 or 6 years old, the age of curiosity about the world. She watched cartoons where the American sheep would go to comfort the Wesley. So when she heard her mom say comfort, she volunteered to try to help her mom. Shivya was shocked by her daughter's words. His face became unusually ugly in an instant. Letting go of the hand covering the cell phone and grabbing Yi's arm with a hand, his voice a few points higher. Who taught you those words? Chapter 49, Is mental infidelity considered cheating? Mom said Yi wants to help mom work. Yi said pitifully. Shifuya reacted to the fact that she had indeed said such a thing just now, and froze in place for a moment. After a while, Yui's cry of pain came to her ears. Mommy, it hurts. It turned out that he had just grabbed a little harder without realizing it. Shifuya hastily loosened her hand and apologized. I'm sorry. Mommy didn't mean it. Although Yi's arm was pinched and hurt, she nodded knowingly and forgave her mom. Just the expression was resigned and looked heartbreaking. Shifuya's heart was unusually hard when she thought that her current job would have such a big impact on her child. But the surface was still good-naturedly admonished. Be good. From now on that remark just now is not allowed to be said. Got it? Why? Yi's good too. Anyway, it's just not okay, and no talking about comforting your uncle or anything like that. You hear me? Shifuya was in a bad mood, and her tone was a bit harsher. Yi became even more aggravated. Her eyes misted up and she looked at her mom with tearful eyes. One obviously learns from what one's mother says, so why is it that she can say it, but she can't? Yi was a bit unconvinced in her heart, but she didn't want to upset her mom. So she didn't say anything, just stubbornly turned her face away. Shifuya was a bit anxious at the sight. Her brows furrowed and she shouted, Do you hear me? Yi was shocked by her mother's out-of-control-like appearance. Her little mouth opened and she cried out with a wow. The cry sobered Shifuya up a bit. The thought of blaming his own daughter when he was clearly in the wrong filled his heart with guilt. With a heartbroken look on her face, she picked up her daughter and kept apologizing. I'm sorry. It's mommy's fault. Mommy will never say that in front of you again. Yui cried even louder. I want my daddy. Shifuya coaxed her for a while, and when she saw that she was still making noise, she really pined in her heart. Thought I'd play with her cell phone for a while to calm her down. As a result, I picked up my cell phone and saw that the call was still on. I felt even more heartbroken. Mr. Sheen, sorry to make you laugh. My child is quite naughty. I'll send her to her grandmother's house first. Hang up first. After saying that, without waiting for Chin Feng to agree, he directly hung up his cell phone. Chin Feng was slightly lost in thought as he listened to the busy tone coming from his cell phone. Every family has its own problems. It sounds like Shivya is too busy working and neglecting to educate and communicate with her children. Chin Feng was a little distressed just now when he heard the little girl's cries, trying to transfer $1 million or so to Shivya so she can spend more time back with her kids. It's only $100 or so anyway, and it might even add some goodwill. Even if you don't physically communicate, but just mentally arrive at adoration. It's not entirely impossible to raid, but he, an outsider, somehow said he would give her money. First of all, no matter whether she was willing or not, her husband would definitely be angry if he knew. I don't know what the little girl's father does, but he doesn't go home this late to help take care of the kids. Chin Feng sighed. One of the couples definitely has to focus on the kids. Always letting the elderly take care of the kids will make them become less confident. Ask Sylvia when you see her tonight. Chin Feng's heart is worried about the world. He sent, talk to me when you get to work. Then he flattened his seat and began to rest with his eyes closed. Without realizing it, I fell into a dream. The time slowly came to 8 o'clock. As night fell, the dimly lit streets were renewed in a light of lights and wine. The bar is in the center of the city, in a very lively neighborhood. What with jewelry stores, luxury goods stores, beauty stores, and hotels, flashing gaudy lights attract customers. There are a lot of people here and a lot of cars. The roads are crowded with cars and vehicles, and can get jammed if you're not paying attention. In front of the Imperial Dragon Bay Bar, there is even a spacious parking lot in front of this inch of land. It stops about 40 or 50 cars. But this parking lot's a huge, expensive place to park. The sign says, $30 an hour. Wang Gang had parked his domestic SUV for close to 2 hours by this time. He'd never parked in this kind of stall before, and was in a panic, glancing at the clock every few moments, thinking about 50 cents a minute. 10 minutes had passed and the $5 were gone. Later on, in case the owner wants to go in for a 2-hour drink, it's going to cost hundreds of dollars to park when he comes out. Who can afford that? Granted, the money would definitely have to come out of the owner's pocket, but that's totally unnecessary. Why don't we just stop where we're going and burn money here? And there are already a lot of cars parked in this parking lot. Almost all of them luxury cars. The worst as far as the eye can see is the BMW 5 Series. Your own little piece of car is like a chicken in the headlights here. Wang Gang had a moment of consternation, seeing that the time came to 8 o'clock sharp. According to the boss's instructions just now, he woke up Qin Feng on time. Qin Feng is dreaming, and his dream is full of roasted chicken. He's starving, and when he sees someone interrupting his chicken, he wakes up angrily to see which unafraid shabby it is. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized it was a slugger who was taller than he was and had arms around thicker than his. He was angry for a moment. It was only when he recognized Wang Gang's face that his anger disappeared. Seeing that Wang Gang had honestly guarded himself in the car for 2 hours, Qin Feng politely said, "Brother Wang, good work. It's fine. It's fine. Ha ha ha." Wang Gang laughed with a naive face. Qin Feng looked at his cell phone, and Shifuya had sent a message that he had arrived at the bar at 7 o'clock. He was also going to go into the bar to have a chat with Shivya and have dinner on the side. Qin Feng had just put his hand on the door handle. Only a delicate figure appeared in the distance. Qin Feng squinted and took a serious look, confirming that it was Shifuya. It was the same wraparound skirt with white shirt, the same long chestnut curls, and the same seductive fox eyes. The only difference was that there was no black silk on this time, leaving the bare, big white legs exposed to the air. Stepping on high heels made those slender jade legs look extra curvy and round. Behind him were two similarly dressed girls. What's she doing in the parking lot? Did it come to pick itself up? Qin Feng thought narcissistically. He hurriedly opened the car door, ready to meet him when he did. Only a Maybach slowly drove up and stopped in front of Shifuya. Stopping between Qin Feng and Shifuya, two people got out of the car first. The dress code was similar. Black short sleeves and camouflage army pants. The body is strong and powerful, and the expression is even more icy, with a gaze as sharp as electricity. As soon as you get out of the car, you walk to the edge and cruise around. Upon seeing Qin Feng, his eyes looked him straight up and down without any avoidance. After confirming that Qin Feng was not a threat, his gaze was placed on Wang Gang and he no longer moved away. It should be a bodyguard or something, Qin Feng secretly guessed. Wang Gang, on the other hand, calmly followed Qin Feng out of the car without making eye contact with him. The last one to get out of the car was a middle-aged fat guy in a flowered shirt and beach pants, with a thick gold necklace around his neck. There really isn't a hair on his head. He had a cigar in his mouth and was wearing slippers, much like one of those TV villains who do whatever they want. As soon as this fat guy got out of the car, his greasy laugh rippled out and, "Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, I told you not to come out to pick me up. Look at you. You're still so outgoing." Chapter 50 Luo Yanhua daintily said, "Xin Gongzi come to play ah." Brother Luo returned to his own home. "Those of us who work under your hand, how could we not come to pick him up?" Shifuya smiled warmly. Only a touch of helplessness flashed in her eyes. She had wanted to take the day off to stay home with Yi, but the owner said he was coming to the bar, so she had to be cruel and give Yi to her mom to take care of, and then ran himself to the bar to meet the owner for an inspection. Her boss's name is Lo Yanhua, her husband's sworn brother. Usually they hardly ever come over. Once in a while, to reconcile the accounts and see how the field is doing. Take advantage of yourself in the meantime. You like to make yourself work so hard. You could have rested on the bed. Luo Yanhua pointedly laughed. He walked forward, opened his hand, and wrapped it generously around Shifuya's small waist. "I can't help it. The fortune teller said I'm destined to be a laborer," said Shifuya smilingly. She didn't avoid Luo Yanhua's hand, just held her hands apart to keep her distance. At the same time there was a flash of disgust in his eyes, but it was so well hidden that no one noticed. "Sis, I mean it. I'm going to divorce my wife this month. Don't worry about what people say. As long as you agree to be my woman, I'll give you this bar." Luo Yanhua's hands were very unfaithful and started sliding downward from Shifuya's waist. Seeing that he was so bold this time, Shifuya hurriedly pushed him away with force and took 2 steps backward to break away from his salty hands. "Brother Luo, if you're in the mood, I'll call the girls out to serve you first." Shifuya smiled awkwardly and said, "You also know that I'm rather boring and only like to do business. I really can't satisfy you in that area. Sibling, listen to me. You should let go after so many years. You can't leave EE without a father, can you?" Luo Yanhua continued to step forward regardless, wrapping his arms around her once again and saying seriously, "You just have to follow me, even though I can't give you a name, but what the other kids have, I'll make sure that he has it all." Shifuya was having a particularly bad day and had little patience. "There's an old mother quitting impulse hovering in the back of my mind at the moment." She held back and held back. After the man in front of her put his hand on her ass once again, his face went cold, and the chill seeping out of his eyes was alarming. Shifuya mentally bellied up. intending to say something about the scene and get along with the man. After all, having taken care of myself for the past few years, I can't tear my face off. The two of them were not far away from Chin Feng, and they spoke without deliberately lowering their volume. Chin Feng was listening in disbelief beside the car. It turns out that Shifuya's husband is gone, so it's no wonder Yi is clamoring for her father. If it wasn't for today's outburst, I wouldn't have known that she was earning money and raising a baby all by herself. Chin Feng was very impressed with Shifuya. This woman is decisive, looks gentle, but is actually thunderous. The attitude of treating people is not close to not far mild and courteous, but when it is time to do it, it will do it, never dragged, and extraordinarily cerebral. To be able to run such a bar in such an organized manner, Chin Feng admired her very much. And this man named Luo is so shameless that he dares to molest a widow with a child? How could he bear to do it? At this moment Chin Feng's sense of justice was overwhelming. Felt the need to do what he could for this gorgeous widow. Chin Feng quickly walked towards the two of them, but before he could take 2 steps, the 2 bodyguards on the opposite side hurriedly rushed in front of Chin Feng and reached out to stop him, signaling him not to go any further. They had contemptuous eyes and a very arrogant attitude, not allowing Chin Feng to get close to their boss. Wang Gang followed behind Chin Feng with a serious expression and a cold gaze. Taking advantage of his height, he looked down into the eyes of the 2 bodyguards. He wasn't afraid to fight. In the army, he was the man who took 3rd place in mixed martial arts. Those 2 bodyguards look fierce, but you can tell by the way they're wobbly-footed and keep inhaling to push their beer bellies up into their chests that they certainly haven't been exercising properly in recent years. Now all that was left was the physical bluff, and when it came down to it, his hands and feet were definitely not as sharp. It would only take a minute at most to put them down yourself. It's just that fighting brings with it a lot of consequences, whether it's the public security in the open, or a big shot like the other side who just doesn't look like he can be messed with. One can protect Chin Feng from harm, but if one has to strike out and hit someone, Wang Gang found it a little difficult. Gotta add money. Bro, make way. I'm going to talk business with your boss. Chin Feng smiled calmly at the bodyguard. No, the bouncer said stiffly. You can do it for your boss? Chin Feng asked coldly as his voice got louder. He looked as if he really had something to talk to his boss about. That confident attitude made the bodyguard freeze. The commotion over here quickly attracted the attention of Shifuya and Luo Yanhua. A trace of surprise flashed through Shifuya's beautiful eyes when she saw Chin Feng. Mr. Chin, why are you here? Luo Yanhua's brow wrinkled, displeased that someone was interrupting him. He whispered, who is he? Shifuya introduced in a small voice. The guest who came to our place yesterday. Ordered 2 big divine dragons and gave me 2 bottles. After finishing her sentence, Shifuya's mind whirled and she added, his family seems to be for the people. Luo Yanhua's frown tightened. Surname Chin? The Chin Huang Net Chin? Shifuya replied, aha, there's no big shot on this side of Jiangcheng whose surname Chin. Could it be from outside? Luo Yanhua said to himself. He had just seen the man step out of a domestic vehicle, thought it was a passerby and didn't pay much attention. But now when he heard Shifuya say that the man had ordered 2 sets of divine dragons, he was a bit surprised. A rich guy who can just order a dragon to send a girl would ride in a car like this? Is it the son of a big shot family who likes to keep a low profile? And look at the tall, powerful bodyguard behind him. That look of disdain, as if he didn't care about his 2 bodyguards at all. Only when you are confident to a certain point can you look like that. Luo Yanhua instantly thought of something and immediately revealed a pleasing smile, nodding his head and walking quickly towards Chin Feng. The laughter came before the people arrived. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yanhua laughed and pushed away the bodyguard who stopped in front of him, pulling Chin Feng's hand and shaking it vigorously. Mr. Chin, hello. I'm the boss here. Luo Yanhua. Thank you Mr. Chin for coming here. Just now that boy didn't have eyes. Don't mind. Hello, Mr. Luo. I'm Chin Feng. Chin Feng looked at the greasy fat man, who was much shorter than himself, and smiled lightly. Just now, this fat man said that he wanted to send Shifuya to the bar, waking up Chin Feng. Since Shifuya doesn't have a husband anymore, she can still get whatever she wants. He himself has no money and no power right now, and desperately needs a physical industry to generate a steady stream of money. So why not find a goddess who's smart and knows what she's doing and give her a bar? A smart girl. And surely she didn't need to give any hints with her own mouth. Each month, they might voluntarily credit themselves with the proceeds. Anyway, nominally she's just the owner. Just transfer a few tens of millions of dollars to her yourself and let her take over the store. One word and the system can't do anything to me, right? Thinking of this, Chin Feng's smile warmed up as he greeted. Go. Let's go to the bar and talk. It looked as if the bar was already in his pocket at this point. Please. Luo Yanhua groveled and reached out to greet him. Chapter 51. Lift up the 12 golden hairpin for me, Mr. Qin. Luo Yanhua was a man of the road and was naturally afraid of the government. He was raised to understand the truth that whoever has the biggest fist is in charge. In this land, he dared to clamor with anyone but this kind of worldly gentry who serve the people. Don't think he's doing okay, but now it's being regulated more and more tightly from above. And a lot of his industries are either transforming or moving outside. Gradually there was a feeling of being tied up. The only way out now is to get to know more valuable people. Or else sooner or later you'll be caught in a net. He was not sure of Qin Feng's identity at this moment though, but he knew that the head of the big-name capital city's 4 great families was the Qin family. Looking at Qin Feng's calm smile again, Luo Yanhua felt that his smile carried an air of old man wants to buy the whole Shanghai bund. Very racy and cool. That was why he was unusually polite to Qin Feng at the moment. Mr. Qin, what would you like to play tonight? I'll make sure you're taken care of. Luo Yanhua turned his head to the boy behind him and commanded, go and make a call for me. Call our Jiangcheng 12 golden hairpin to come and drink with our general manager Qin. Qin Feng excused himself. Don't. I'm a serious person. I can't eat those girls. Just like yesterday. It's good to have Sister Xiaoya with me. Serious people? That's right. Luo Yanhua believed it 3 times in his heart. But then foxed. Was this man coming after his own Shifuya? For Shifuya, Luo Yanhua was actually quite fond of him. This chick is smart and driven. And not only does she look good, she does things even better. One visit had exactly doubled his bar's turnover. Who wouldn't want to have a woman around who is both competent and capable? But this chick has a strong temperament, and he's afraid that using force will make her retaliate against all odds. So it had been collected, patiently waiting for her to sit on herself of her own accord once she couldn't hold out any longer. I didn't realize I'd waited so long to be shown up by the big guy. Luo Yanhua wasn't quite willing to give away such an extremely talented woman. But if the big man really liked it, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, you can't twist your arm. And in Luo Yanhua's mind, things like women were as plentiful as clothes. Even if they were rich and powerful, those women would have climbed up on their own, without even having to pay for it. Only individual women with brain problems would be as stupid as Shifuya, keeping something useless. Xiao Ya, then you have to take care of Mr. Qin in place for me tonight, Luo Yanhua said to Shifuya with a smile. Okay boss. After finishing her speech, Shifuya forced a smile at Qin Feng with a hint of apology in her eyes. She planned to find her boss to resign privately later, then throw Qin Feng to her boss and go home alone. The parking lot was dimly lit, so Qin Feng didn't see Shifuya's eyes and calmly walked towards the bar with the 2 of them. The 3 entered the bar, followed by 5 or 6 followers. A hot group of people made their way to the upstairs card table. It's still the same S03 position. At the moment the bar music was soothing and there weren't many people, which was perfect for talking about things. The 3 sat on the couch while the others each found a place to stand outside the card table. Luo Yanhua spoke. What would Mr. Qin like to drink tonight? Our store has a bottle of limited edition Louis XIII, which is not normally put out for sale. Would you like to try it? The wine he is talking about is a limited edition of only 786 bottles of Louis XIII Tianyun in the world. Each bottle will be labeled with a number. A bottle on the auction house to 800,000 yuan. Very impressive. Luo Yanhua took such expensive wine out to entertain. On the one hand, apart from wanting to make a good relationship with Qin Feng, he also wanted to hint to Qin Feng that he could send him money. As long as Qin Feng nodded his head, he would be considered to have climbed into the relationship. It didn't matter to Qin Feng. He didn't know much about alcohol and didn't really like drinking. There's nothing special about drinking that expensive wine. He shook his head and asked towards Shifuya. Sister Xiaoya, what do you like to drink? I'll buy you a drink. Shifuya froze for a moment, not expecting it to be about her. She said thoughtfully, I think the ace of spades is just fine. Why don't we serve you your last ace of spades? Qin Feng did not dare to touch Xia Ting's wine, not to mention that the system was willing to do so, in case she found out later that she secretly came to the bar. She would definitely have to be angry. Don't use the last one. If you like the ace of spades then I'll rebuy it. I can do anything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. Just watch it go on. Qin Feng chatted with Shifuya as if no one else was around. Luo Yanhua's smile froze, not expecting the other party to give him so little face, but it also made him even more convinced that the other man was a nobleman. After all, in Jiangcheng, there weren't many people who dared to ignore his brother Luo's words and go and curry favor with his horse's son in front of him. Luo Yanhua interjected, Mr. Qin let you look after yourself. What on what? Don't be embarrassed. Shifuya took Boss Lo's hint and got up, ready to go and lift out his bottle of Louis XIII. Sister Xiaoya, ask them to serve some more beef, pickled pepper phoenix claws, pork head and other undercooked dishes. Qin Feng instructed. Shifuya stayed for a moment before returning. Okay, Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin really is a man of nature like me. Luo Yanhua got up and clapped his hands and laughed. I don't care if I drink red or white. I'm just partial to these specialty Brussels sprouts. What with the duck intestines, ox tongue, pigtails, etc., which are 100 times better than those handfuls of foie gras and escargot. Qin Feng ordered these because he was hungry. In fact, what he wanted to order the most was fried rice, but eating fried rice at a bar doesn't feel like a very good look, especially when there are things to talk about. Looking at Boss Luo's figure, he hasn't eaten much of these things. Qin Feng laughed lightly. Life is all about food and drink. Luo Yanhua tried smilingly. Seeing that Mr. Qin is so young and talented, I wonder where he is working. Hobo? Qin Feng grinned. Listening to that tone, there was a hint of pride. Crap. You'd be laughing if you didn't have to work and still have money to spend. Luo Yanhua couldn't feel the depth of Qin Feng, so he steered the topic toward the capital without any trace. However, Qin Feng didn't know the capital city very well, so he chose to keep his mouth shut. This gesture made Luo Yanhua even more convinced that Qin Feng definitely had connections with the Qin family in the capital. He is a landlord and gentry in a small place. If he can enter the Qin family's vision, then he will not be afraid of anyone in Jiangcheng in the future. Luo Yanhua was secretly excited and wanted to pull in his relationship with Qin Feng. So 7 or 8 girls were ordered and danced around the dance floor of the card table to help out. Each of these girls was heavily made up and dressed up. Body and face have 2 brushes. In the dim ambiguous light of the bar, twisting sexy hot body, view attracted the attention of the 2 men on the couch. After shining the demon shining mirror once, Qin Feng chose to lower his head and eat the cooked food that Shifuya brought over. Chatting with her about her daughter in an unsavory manner, Luo Yanhua saw that he was not very interested in these vulgar girls. I thought to myself that I was worthy of being the son of a rich family, and that I had a discerning eye. He had planned to invite the 12 golden hairpin, but seeing that Shifuya was talking and laughing with him, there was no need to spend that wasted money. After all, these 12 girls are not cheap to introduce. A little higher than even this bottle of Louis XIII. Luo Yanhua opened the bottle of limited edition wine and poured it full for Qin Feng, then raised his glass to toast Qin Feng. When clinking glasses, the rim of the glass was purposely an inch shorter than Qin Feng. The whole gesture was lowered. No one could have imagined that this big shot who had hundreds of people following him under his hand and had 3 casinos, a bath center, a bar, and some candy business outside the country would be so polite to a young man. Chapter 52 Can't Pretend to be a Pussy. Where do you let my brother Luo's face go? Qin Feng didn't know Luo Yanhua. He thought that this bar owner was nothing more than a common rich man. In terms of financial strength, the money in Qin Feng's hand now was all converted into dog-licking gold, which was probably more than 100 million. Together with the advantage of height, it is not very vain Luo Yanhua the short, fat and chubby big boss, so act carefree and confident as hell. Looks educated, but not much. Qin Feng graciously clinked glasses with Luo Yanhua. Then he tasted the wine, smacked his lips, and felt that the wine tasted mellow and alcoholic. It's delicious, but he didn't like it. Qin Feng gently placed the wine glass on the table, and without moving, he picked up a new wine glass and poured the ace of spades. When Luo Yanhua saw this, his heart thumped and he was secretly shocked. Is it possible that one's fake wine could have been seen? Is the tongue of this family's son really that powerful? This limited edition bottle of Louis XIII Tianyun. Indeed, he spent 800,000 real money to buy back from the auction house. It's just that it's a little too much to drink. But whenever he meets a person who has a brand name and needs to be polite, Luo Yanhua will take this bottle of wine out to pretend. I've probably had 7 or 8 drinks nowadays. The bottle is real, but the wine inside is from a professional wine connoisseur who was asked to help remix it. Luo Yanhua drank. The texture is not much different. The flavor is very different. Today it looks as if it's being tasted out. Luo Yanhua was dying of embarrassment. His already red face got a little redder, and he looked like a honey-roasted suckling pig in his plumpness. He had rarely lost face in the past few years, and this time he felt embarrassed. Just then, one of the few dancing girls on the dance floor broke her foot and fell to the ground. You can't dance. Get thee outta here. Luo Yanhua took the opportunity to get mad. He picked up the Louis XIII and slammed it towards the floor in front of the girl. Boom! The glass bottle fell in pieces on the floor, splattering the liquor. The girls were startled by the sudden movement and screams rang out. While this was happening, Wang Gang stood outside the card table and rushed in when he heard the commotion, while inserting his hand into the inside of his suit. In his arms was the mace he'd just bought this afternoon. It was something he'd thought on a whim that he'd use as a bodyguard, and it worked well when there were a lot of people. He also intended to buy a stun baton, but no one in the small commodity market dared to sell this thing. he had to place an order online to buy. Wang Gang has a cool look at this point. He was a tall man with a cold face, and one hand probed into his arms as if he was about to pull out some great treasure. As soon as he came out, he instantly attracted the attention of the whole group. The girls also stopped screaming, Luo Yanhua stopped shouting, and his men stopped evicting the girls. They thought the opposite side had dropped their cups as a sign that they were getting ready for a big one. The scene was awfully quiet for a moment. Xin Feng was the first to react and laughed. Brother Wang, I'm fine, don't be nervous. Wang Gang swept a glance at the bottle of wine that was very far away from Xin Feng, then nodded and silently turned around to return to where he had just stood. Luo Yanhua no longer had half a doubt about Xin Feng at this moment. No wonder he dared to go out with only one bodyguard. So he had a guy with him. That tubular item? Of course, he had. Only it was hidden at home. He wouldn't dare carry it around with him. In the past, when the control wasn't so strict, he had given one to each of his few loyal men. But one time, he got into an accident and was caught by the police with a gun, and almost got himself caught in the process. It took a lot of money and a bigwig to come over and regulate it to avoid this. The big shots in their city are grasping at straws with this one right now. He didn't want to be the chicken that got killed. Mr. Sheen, look at me. My emotions are always out of control. It's really a spoiler. In this case, I'll punish myself with a cup. Luo Yanhua picked up a full glass of 40° plus brandy and muffled it in one gulp. Drinking and puckering his mouth, he emptied the cup for Xin Feng to see. Boss Luo has a huge amount. Xin Feng quipped with a smile. It was interesting to watch his jaw bulge out in a big chunk like a frog when his mouth was full of wine. So then he stared at him with a smile on his face. Luo Yanhua faced Xin Feng's unblinking gaze. Very helplessly, he waved the subordinate with the towel next to him away. He's still a good drinker. This glass of wine was about 3 taels, and drunk on all of it was not going to get you drunk, but it was definitely going to be a little bit on the nose. Ah! Luo Yanhua finished it solidly and let out a long sigh of relief. Took a slice of beef and put it in his mouth to hold down the liquor. This foreign wine is so hard to drink. I can't, I have to slow down, Luo Yanhua said as he slumped towards the couch, covering his forehead. The other hand quietly nodded to Shifuya, signaling her to hurry up and persuade Xin Feng to drink. A little brother came to the side and whispered in his ear, Brother Luo, do we have to go back to get the guys? Luo Yanhua waved his hand. No need. The junior brother looked deeply at Xin Feng and retreated. Shifuya was also scared by Wang Gang just now. After a moment's hesitation at this moment, he decided to stand his last watch. She picked up 2 glasses of champagne and smiled at Xin Feng. I'm sorry, Mr. Xin. Our boss gets excited easily when he drinks. Don't be offended. Shifuya first touched the 2 wine glasses in her hand to each other before handing them over to Xin Feng and said, "Yeah, toast to you. I'll drink. Make yourself at home." Xin Feng couldn't let a girl do it, and immediately stood up and said, I'm not a casual person. Come on, let's do it. Finished with a drink. Shifuya accompanied the drink and continued to persuade the drink with a smile in her eyes. So let's make good things happen and have another drink? Good. Xin Feng handed over the wine glass and asked her to pour the wine. This sparkling wine does not have a high alcohol content, only a few tenths of a degree, so it is not a big problem to drink a few glasses. After the second drink, Shifuya picked up the bottle again and poured. How about this third cup to wish Mr. Qin 3 fortunes and 3 sons? Sister Xiaoya, you want to screw me? Xin Feng said gently. A blush appeared on Shifuya's face, not knowing whether it was from the wine or from being shamed by Qin Feng's blunt words. Without daring to look at Xin Feng, he held a bottle in one hand and a glass in the other, and was about to pour his own wine. Sister Xiaoya, you pour less. Seeing that Shifuya was ignoring him, Xin Feng got up and went to grab her glass, gripping her hand that was holding it and desperately raising it upwards. I have to talk to you about things later. There's no rush. We'll drink after we talk. It's better to talk about things after 3 rounds of drinking. And since Mr. Sheen has such a good capacity for drinking, I'm sure he's not in trouble. Svea had a little crush on this boy who gave her a drink, but one has decided to quit, and whatever he wants to say should be irrelevant. And Shifuya was also worried about what thoughts she was leaving in this man's mind, fearing that he would say something odd and embarrass himself, so struggled to pour the wine and try to get him down. Don't look at the low degree of this wine. Even drink 3 cups still confused. Xin Feng had something on his mind that he didn't really want to drink. The two of them pulled back and forth slightly, and the wine in the cup accidentally spilled out, wetting a small piece of Qin Feng's clothes. Yikes. Sorry Shifuya took one look and quickly put the wine down and took out a tissue to help him wipe it up. The two were close together. Xin Feng smelled the fragrance of this woman's hair and felt this woman's gentle and careful movements on his body. And then after glimpsing her fragrant skin under the neckline from above, Xin Feng's body reacted slightly. Chapter 53, I smashed down such a big bar. And you're actually not touched? Qin Feng was trying to get into some kind of flirty conversation to tease Shifuya, but slowly calmed down after seeing a few apologies and sadness in her eyes. This woman, who clearly has the capital to clothe and feed herself, but stubbornly chose the most bitter and difficult path, enduring the molestation of customers, the harassment of bosses, working hard alone to make money, working hard to take care of children. Qin Feng sighed, feeling sorry for her flowery body. Sister Xiaoya, how many years have you been here? Qin Feng said softly. This is the 3rd year. Why? Shifuya raised her eyes, just in time to bump into the man's pitying eyes, almost being evoked by the grievances she had suffered over the years, with streams of light flashing in her eyes. Luckily years of exercising a hardened heart immediately kicked the little aggravation away. Shifuya raised a big smile and joked. I'm afraid Mr. Qin isn't trying to persuade me to leave the country by asking me this, right? Aha! Qin Feng nodded seriously. Ha! Shifuya laughed softly and turned around, tossing the napkin she had finished wiping into the trash. Why do you boys always like to tell other people what to do with their lives? Despite not being able to see her expression, Qin Feng could still sense the coldness in her words. Qin Feng opened his mouth and was just about to speak, only to see Shifuya take a deep breath and turn back to her smiling bright face again. She said as she raised her glass again, I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, for whining to you. This glass of wine will be an atonement. Please forgive me. The words fell out of her mouth as she raised her glass to her mouth. Qin Feng hurriedly reached out to stop her, pressing on her arm at once. The wine in the glass spilled once more, this time on Shifuya. The collar was wet. The white shirt was wet with wine and clung to that silky skin. The crystal clear watermarks gave a tantalizing sheen to the dress. Qin Feng looked dumbfounded. Shifuya glanced down at herself, realized she was a bit naked, and hurriedly turned her back to straighten up. Qin Feng reacted with a quick apology, then handed up a napkin, thinking that she was the one who helped her wipe herself just now. Qin Feng couldn't help but be polite. Do you want me to rub it for you? Shifuya blandly said. No, thank you. Qin Feng was helpless. On the sidelines, Luo Yanhua slowed down and saw that the two were playing a game of splashing wine, and he had a mind to open a bottle of champagne to spritz it and join in the fun. However, he was afraid of getting Shifuya away and causing Qin Feng to be unhappy, so he had to resign himself. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, our Xiaoya is rather cold in nature, not quite the same as other girls in the store. Don't be offended. Well, I know. In this case, Xiaoya, go and call all the good-looking girls in the store over, and let Mr. Qin pick 2 to accompany him. Luo Yanhua instructed Shifuya. Shifuya nodded and was just about to leave when Qin Feng stopped him. Wait, I want to talk business with you guys first. You say, Luo Yanhua said with a heated smile. Qin Feng didn't sell any more secrets, so he stepped directly into the topic. I want to buy this bar and give it to Sister Ya. His tone was calm. No joy or anger could be heard, but the words that came out caused everyone to be shocked. Luo Yanhua's eyes narrowed as he carefully observed Qin Feng. Seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, a shock wave went through his heart. What does this mean? I've invested $20 million in this bar, and if I want to sell it, I'll start with at least $50 million. I don't care if this guy can come up with that kind of cash. Even if he did, what's the point of giving it to a woman? Luo Yanhua was shocked by Qin Feng's couldn't care less attitude. Spending tens of millions of dollars to pick up girls? Really? Shifuya also froze in place for a moment, unable to believe what she was hearing. But she quickly reacted to the fact that the man was probably trying to buy a bar and build up his power contacts. But he's in a special position where he can't put his name on it, so he wants to make himself the obvious boss man. Instead, he hides behind the curtain and manipulates himself. It's just a change of boss for yourself. Shifuya didn't show any excitement and smiled lightly. Mr. Qin is so bold. This bar isn't cheap. Xiaoya can't thank you enough. I'll drink to you again. Seeing that her expression was not quite what he had imagined, Qin Feng guessed that she might not have taken it seriously and said, Sister Xiaoya, you don't believe me, do you? I believe. It's just that I don't think there's any such thing as a free lunch, and you have to pay for what you want. Shifuya sat down, crossed her legs, took a small sip from her wine glass, and said with a smile, Mr. Qin is a big shot. Reasonably, I'm not qualified to bargain with you, but I'm sorry. I'm actually planning to come over here today to resign from my boss. Your kindness is appreciated. Like this? Qin Feng asked after thinking about it. You don't want to work at the bar anymore? Aha! Shifuya nodded. She didn't say it was the baby. Then what kind of business do you want to start? I can send you a little startup capital, Qin Feng said enthusiastically. Thank you for Mr. Qin's appreciation. I haven't thought about it yet. I intend to go back and rest for a while first. Shifuya politely refused. Seeing that things were going cold, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry, but another person was. Xiao Ya, don't be capricious It is rare that our general manager Qin appreciates you so much. Luo Yanhua shook his head and ran to persuade. He does intend to offer this bar for sale. The bar was something he'd casually plopped down for his own fun 3 years ago when he was bored, and not many people knew about it. Because of the recent fight with the family tigress and divorce, the woman is calling people to check him out. That's why it was said in the parking lot in the first place to give it to Schiffer. If this woman follows herself, then isn't her money still her money? It's just a matter of replacing all the names that can be traced in plain sight with her name. It's the equivalent of not spending a dime and getting 2 for the price of 1. It's also all thanks to this woman that the bar is run so well. But now that the woman is being targeted by the gentry, it probably won't be long before she's abducted. Instead of having this bar untended and sitting there gathering dust, we should just sell it. Save yourself the trouble of getting caught. Luo Yanhua persuaded Shifuya twice. After persuading her to keep quiet, another recommendation was made to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, my bar in this part of Jiangchang reputation is not bad. There is an average of 100,000 to 200,000 flow every day. Festivals to engage in activities more, and all aspects of the relationship has been opened. No matter what you want to do here is very convenient. Really do not think about it? Qin Feng casually asked. Then how much do you sell this bar for? Just this number. Luo Yanhua stretched out 6 fingers and waved them in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng guessed it was $60 million. If it was really like he said, with a daily turnover of $200,000, this kind of profitable entertainment place would be able to pay back its capital in almost a year. Qin Feng was also very moved, but Shifuya didn't want it, so he couldn't do anything about it. He lamented a long sigh. If Mr. Qin thinks it's expensive, the price can still be negotiated. Luo Yanhua said carefully. The price doesn't matter. It's just that Sister Xiaoya doesn't want it, so there's no point in buying this bar, Qin Feng said indifferently. Chapter 54, Grant us a lifetime of peace. Luo Yanhua understood and ran to advise Shifuya. Xiaoya, tell me yourself, how have I treated you all these years? You want money to give you money. You want people to give you people. You want anything to give you. Have not treated you badly at all. What are you resigning for? Think about all the hard work you've put into getting this place up. Wouldn't it hurt to just throw it away for nothing and cheapen it for someone else? What else can you do if not this? Do you get paid as much as you do here? I'm actually sharing 5 points of your earnings every year. Plus the salary is close to $1 million. EE will soon be at school age. Don't you want to send her to an aristocratic school? There's also the fact that your father's health isn't very good, and the future is very... Enough. Luo Yanhua's bitter persuasion was interrupted by a cold shout from Shifuya. He got a jolt of fear. This stupid is getting fat now that she's got someone to back her up? A fierce light flashed in Luo Yanhua's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. There's really nothing we can do about her right now. But in his heart, he was secretly fierce, thinking that when one day this woman fell out of favor, he would have a good time with her. Shifuya keenly captured Luo Yanhua's flash of tyranny. She knew very well the temper of the short, fat man in front of her. He has a very small heart, and at the same time is very tolerant. Not a word as if nothing happened. But once he finds an opportunity, then he becomes a wild beast that goes berserk. Those brutal methods he uses to treat his enemies are creepy every time. Now that he's clearly unhappy with his performance, he's likely to be on his radar if he insists on leaving his job. Shifuya herself was indifferent. The big deal was to hide a knife in her hair and trade one life for another with him in bed. But she couldn't bear the thought of her daughter being alone in the world. She thought about it a lot and finally chose to compromise. Fine, I'll take the bar, Schiffer said firmly. That's right. Luo Yanhua cracked a smile. A bar from Mr. Qin. That's really a heaven-breaking richness hitting your head. You mustn't have a good drink with him? Thank you, Mr. Qin. Shifuya revealed a heartbreaking smile and helped Qin Feng fill up the wine, bringing it to him. System alert, Shifuya's favorability 1. Qin Feng looked confused. What kind of attitude is that? Paralyzed. I'm sending a bar, not poison. You're so aggravated. I don't want to do anything to you. Qin Feng couldn't help but ask Shifuya. Sister Xiaoya, you don't like the gift I gave you? No. Thank you for Mr. Qin's appreciation. Shifuya squeezed out a forced smile. Qin Feng was in deep thought. The $60 million is not a small amount for him either. He doesn't have much cash right now. The reason why I intend to vote for Shifuya, whom I've met twice, is because she's smart and capable, but also because she holds the line on what it means to be a woman. A woman with conviction and perseverance is worthy of being trusted. Plus being a single mom makes you want to help her. But now she had an attitude that she was not too willing to accept the bar, making Qin Feng's heart cringe. Something must be wrong somewhere. Qin Feng decided to come clean with her and say something heartfelt to allay her concerns. Let's not get too busy drinking. Shin Feng got up and took both glasses of wine in her hand and placed them on the table, then held her hand and said, Sister Ya, is it okay if we go talk alone? Shifuya gently tried to retract her hand, but it was held tightly by the man in front of her. She helplessly glanced at Shin Feng, her eyes rather sultry. Mr. Shin, I'm not the kind of woman you're thinking of, so I'm afraid you'll be wasting your time. Luo Yanhua immediately shouted. How do you talk? It's your good fortune that Mr. Shin has taken a liking to you. Don't be ungrateful. Shin Feng frowned at Luo Yanhua, wondering why he was so dogged. Make it seem like you're bullying men and women and engaging in inappropriate male-female relationships. Luo Yanhua was Shin Feng look immediately silenced. Embarrassed hee hee compensatory smile. Shifuya sighed. Well then, let's go sit in the box. It's quiet there. After saying that, he was afraid that Shin Feng would mess up and wanted to remind him that he had learned judo, but then he shook his head and dismissed the idea. The new boss is also the boss. Take advantage of a little bit of cheat can be tolerated, cannot be tolerated and then warned. No, just go downstairs somewhere random. Shin Feng thought the environment down there wasn't bad. He pulled Shivya down the stairs and scanned the entire bar. It was just about 10 o'clock now. The bar music was soft. The lighting was ambiguous and soft. The atmosphere was not intense. It's part of the pre-mid bar warm-up time. Guests are filing in at the door. On the first floor, at the scattered tables, a number of men and women were playing drinking games and sharing at the small tables. There were plenty of beautiful women in groups of 3 or 5. Little girls that marketing had tricked into propping up the bar under the guise of free booze. A bar is more popular when there are more girls, and it also attracts guys to spend money. And the girls who came to play with free cards loved being surrounded by boys. They're both very loose girls. See handsome boys' eyes light up. Passionate. Let them pay money to sleep with them or willing. Shin Feng was just a little bit handsome, and he received the attention of several girls. If it wasn't for the fact that he was acting close to the woman behind him, there were already girls ready to make a move. Shin Feng acted calmly in the face of the many girls' naked eyes. Without a woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally. He just turned on the scanner, and these girls in the 60s and 70s, he couldn't see much of them right now. Sit down at a random loose table with Shifuya. Shin Feng still didn't let go of other people's small hands. Sister Xiaoya, don't be afraid. I'm not a good person. Shin Feng said it so bluntly that Shifuya somewhat didn't react and looked at him with a puzzled face. Only the man's smile was gentle as he continued to speak eloquently. You're very pretty. Your eyes curve when you smile, like a crescent moon, and I love to see you smile. I admit I had thoughts about you at first. A girl as beautiful as you is a man's idea. But do you know why I suddenly said I wanted to give you this bar? We've only met twice. What do you think I see in you? Shifuya was gradually attracted by Shin Feng's words, pondering what he meant and letting her hand be played with by him. Because I'm capable of running this place well? Shin Feng smiled and shook his head. Shifuya's face darkened and she laughed to herself. Because I'm a widow with no support, so it's better to get a grip? No, Shin Feng said seriously. I've never wanted to control you. And with your looks, I think there are plenty of people who would be willing to back you up if you were willing. Shifuya was a little embarrassed by Shin Feng's straightforward compliment. She lifted her sparkling eyes to survey the man in front of her and smiled. Then it can't be that Mr. Shin fell in love with me at first sight and wanted to send me glory and riches and grant me a lifetime of peace, right? Chapter 55, the hegemonic president fell in love with a divorced me with a baby. Shin Feng froze at his words. One wanted to grant her a lifetime of peace, but not in such a crude way. These days it's more popular to fall in love over time, and love at first sight is less popular. He laughed out loud and said, how can that be? You girls love to have these dreams of the bully falling in love with me. Shifuya smiled faintly, her eyes falling. She used to fantasize about the bully falling in love with me, but nowadays there are no more such dreams. Her current dream, the dominant president falls in love with me, who is divorced with a baby. Maybe even dream about it later, the dominant president falling in love with me at 58 years of age with a great sense of style. Shifuya laughed at her own naivety. Hearing Shin Feng make such a generous jab, she was also relieved. At the very least, what people said was genuine. She'd been working in bars for so long, she'd seen a lot of one-night stands, but never love at first sight. Then what does Mr. Shin see in me? Shifuya couldn't help but be curious. Shin Feng stopped laughing and said slowly, you're very caring, much like a woman in my dreams. Who? My sister? Shifuya asked in a softer tone as she heard him say he looked like his sister. You have a sister? No, but I always wished I had a sister when I was growing up. Shin Feng raised his head at a 45 degrees angle to look up at the spotlight on the ceiling, his tone low. From the first time I met you, when you stood up for me and taught that waitress a lesson, it made me realize how it feels to be pampered. Later on, Your demeanor and tone of voice when you drank with me were exactly like my fantasy sister. And that's when I thought how nice it would be if you were my sister. But at night you sent a message saying that you have a happy family and I couldn't bear to disturb your life. So I wanted to bury this feeling in my heart. But when I met your boss tonight about your situation, I was very, very angry. Not because you lied to me, but because someone actually dared to take advantage of you. I'm a cheap man who can't stand the thought of his sister being taken advantage of. And in the parking lot I wanted to rush up and give that short, fat man a big slap in the face. As Chin Feng said that, he believed it himself and couldn't help but grip Shifuya's hand a little harder. He slowly turned Shifuya's body upright, facing his own deep eyes directly, and said in a tone of I'm going to give you happiness. Sis, I want to protect you from other men. I want to be Yi's uncle. I want you to not have to work so hard in the future. I'm willing to pay this money. This bar will belong to you completely from now on. I'll come here to eat and drink for free at most. I won't care about anything more. Shifuya was a bit confused by this whole deep confession, eyes glancing up at him in disbelief, trying to make sure he wasn't joking. But the man said with a serious face, if you don't believe me, I can pay you up front to buy this bar for yourself. She froze. It only felt as if my heart slowed down a beat, and my hands were at a loss, as if the world had gone blank, eyes filled with shock and confusion, simply daring to believe what they were hearing. Time passes slowly. It took a moment for Shifuya to break out of her shock. She didn't doubt that Chin Feng could get the money to buy the bar, just incredulous about the fact that he had grown into what he imagined his sister would look like. No wonder I thought his eyes looked a little strange when I first met him. So you think of yourself as a sister? Mr. Chin, you don't. I'm not your sister. Shifuya panicked and pushed back. This bar is worth tens of millions of dollars. Even if they looked alike, she couldn't accept such an expensive gift. Whether you recognize me as your brother or not, I treat you as my sister, Chin Feng said righteously. But, Shifuya was so nervous that she stammered and didn't know what to say. Chin Feng stopped her from opening her mouth with a sincere look and softly advised, I just want you and EE to have something to rely on. The $60 million you take it to make a bar or open a hotel. In short, there must be a physical economic source. In the future you can also save some dowry for EE. At the thought of EE, Shifuya couldn't tense up. She also decided to resign for the sake of EE's future consideration. If I can be the boss's wife, I don't have to be hamstrung and mooch off that boss. And my time is freer and I can spend more time with my daughter. But with so much money, she didn't know what to pay back. Tears flashed in Shifuya's eyes and she was at a loss for words. Mr. Chin, Chin Feng interrupted her once again. Sis, I want to help you support this family and take care of both of you. The moment the lake of Shiva's rippling heart was caressed by the red-hot warmth of the sun, and all the hardness and coldness melted away in the moment, she didn't know what to say to that thought. Trembling lips tried to say something, but it all felt pale in the face of this genuine feeling, looking into his eyes without a hint of desire. For a moment, Shifuya wanted to accept Chin Feng just like that and hold him tightly as if he were her own family, cry uncontrollably, and cry out all the grievances of the past few years. But 3 feet of ice is not a day's cold. So many years of human warmth had put a thick shell on her insides, making her afraid to accept anyone so easily. Shifuya gazed at Chin Feng for a long time, and finally used the back of her hand to wipe the wetness from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. Mr. Chin, stop it. It's not good to joke with a widow like me. Chin Feng was furious to the point that I had dented my look for so long. And you're telling me you're joking? The old man never jokes. Sis, if you don't believe me, I'll go up there right now and pull out the $60 million and give it to that short fat guy. After saying that, he got up and made a move to leave. Don't. Wait, Mr. Chin. Shifuya hurriedly got up and pulled him back, persuading him, take it easy for a minute. I believe you. I'm not agitated. I'm just a little heartbroken to hear you still call me Mr. Chin in such a raw manner. Chin Feng backhandedly grabbed her wrist, his eyes full of fervor. Be good. Be my sister. I can't. Shifuya's heart was beating fast and her eyes flashed. Chin Feng's original intention was in case the system left him. At the very least, there's a place to mingle and eat, and you can justifiably reach for your pocket money. Being a soft and hard man, but the atmosphere is here now. Chin Feng was somewhat touched by himself, his voice filled with seductive tenderness. Sis, let me set you free, okay? Shifuya lowered her head so that no one could see the tears in her eyes. The cry of a true sis completely loosened her heart. Chin Feng also saw her bravado. Now all that's missing is the proverbial kick in the pants and the thought of being able to be a happy milquetoast. Chin Feng was extremely excited inside. Who says favoritism has to be of the male-female variety? Doesn't brother-sister affection come faster and more steadily? At the very least, it won't be like a girlfriend who says one wrong thing and then ignores people all day. with a wildly diminished favorability rating. Moreover, he and she were not close siblings, and in the future, the two of them would spend time together. So what would it matter even if a little something happened? Shin Fong couldn't wait. Accept your brother's gift quickly, Ryoko. Shifuya finally lifted her head and gave a light smile. It was a tearful smile, as beautiful and gorgeous as a winter plum blossom. What kind of brother gives his sister a gift for meeting him? Shin Fong saw that she agreed and was all ecstatic. Couldn't help but come forward and hug her in excitement. Then consider it as the New Year's Eve money from me. Your uncle, 2E. Svea allowed the older boy to wrap his arms around her. Going with the flow, she buried her head in his chest, hands wrapped tightly around his waist, fearing that he would seem to dissipate like a mist. The smile was still on his face, only the tears were wetting his lapels. System alert, Shifuya's favorability plus 60. Chapter 56. It's the unknown that's scary. What? Shin Fong was stunned. Originally, he had wrapped his arms around Shifuya and was a bit distracted by her soft body, but after seeing such a horrible good feeling, he immediately shrunk back in fear. Adding the 11 points from before, Shifuya was now at 71 points of goodwill. Oh, my god. Xiating also only had 68 points right now, and Zhong Oai 60 points. 71 points of goodwill was currently the highest ranking among the 90-point beauties. Shin Fong knew. That kinship sure is overbearing. Once accepted, it nearly pulled the favor right out of the bag. Shin Fong was secretly glad. It's a good thing I didn't just lose my cool. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the goodwill I just added will fall off in an instant. There's no rush on men and women. Let's get a good feeling first. Moreover, this woman still had 10 Super Soldier King's Raider rewards on her body, which made people drool as they watched. 9 points away from cashback. Mud. Hold it in. And the $60 million. I'm going to spend it. Shin Fong swore secretly as he hugged Shifuya. After a while, after seeing the girl in his arms stop trembling, Shin Fong let go of Shifuya and couldn't wait to take her upstairs to sign the contract, but it was opposed by her. This bar is not worth $60 million at all according to the current market. That Luo is ripping you off. Do you know that? Shifuya wiped away her tears, feeling dissatisfied with his monkeyshness. My chow, isn't the daily water flow 200,000? Shin Fong was shocked. That's once in a while when you meet a stupid kid like you, posing as a god dragon or something. Shifuya poked Shin Feng's arm with her finger and gave him a blank look as she continued. This bar usually only has a turnover of more than 100,000. Occasionally it will be a little higher when it does activities, and it can be up to 1 million when it invites Netflix traffic stars to come over and advertise, but the total down to the turnover of more than 50 million a year or so, and every year to dredge up the relationship to cost a lot of money. Send money to engage in relations will be almost to spend nearly 7 or 8 million, and rent, equipment, labor, liquor, advertising, please the cost of the net red, less than half of the net profit a year. If you have $60 million, we can totally reopen a store in a first-tier city. Shin Fong, confused, heard the final grasp of the point and hammered his fist on the palm of his hand. You want to reopen a store? Shifuya held her forehead. Given the choice, I wouldn't want to start everything from scratch. After all, this place mixes well. Shin Fong said indifferently. Then buy it. Shifuya sighed. But $60 million is so not worth it. Let's go up and talk to Lao Luo. $50 million. If we don't agree, we'll do it ourselves. At first, when he said he wanted to invest $60 million, Shin Fong was a bit flustered. After all, he didn't have much cash. But now that he had added such a high level of goodwill, he didn't panic at all. To be able to successfully cash back, buy hundreds of these bars in the future and give them away everywhere. Silly brother, you have more money than you can spend. Right. Something that costs over $30 million. You spend $50 million on it? Shin Fong giggled. I don't know much about doing business, so let's do it this way. I'll give you $60 million. You can do it yourself, whether it's to get it again, or to buy it. I'll support you. Shifuya froze, staring blankly at Shin Fong for a while, after seeing that he seemed to really have such an intention. Couldn't help but laugh. A pair of fox eyes curved and flirted. Do you trust me so much as a strange sister? Anyway, I've decided on you. Who else can I trust if not you? Shin Fong was resolute. You're not afraid I'm going to take the money and run? Shifuya smirked, sizing him up. I'm afraid, Shin Fong said seriously, more than losing the money, I'm afraid that you'll be bullied by others outside without me. Shifuya was licked by Shin Feng's fangs. It had been a long time since a man had said such words of love to her. In her heart, she was thrilled to death, but on the surface, she still pretended to be calm and laughed lightly. Ha! Save that kind of talk for the little girls. Your sister doesn't want to hear it from you. Those little girls aren't as good looking as my sister, and I'm too lazy to waste my time on them. Sweet little mouth. Honestly, how many little girls have you fooled with that mouth? Qin Feng's eyes rolled and he affirmed. Just one yesterday. Shifuya's face was full of believe you have a damn expression, and she didn't break it down as she casually asked. The one from last night didn't look too bad to me. His eyes were pretty clean. What happened? Why do you say you're scum? That's. Well. Qin Feng's head was spinning like crazy. Absolutely can't confess that he wants to open a harem. People don't agree and then throw their faces away. Shifuya lengthened her voice. She hadn't realized it herself, but the tone she was using at this point was a bit like the accent she used with her own daughter. It's an intimate questioning. Qin Feng was pushed and vaguely generalized. I bought her a villa and she had to make a fuss about adding my name to it, which I refused to do, and then she left. Why don't you add your name? Shivya was smart and clever, and after a little thought she understood it all. She glanced at the mysterious older boy, wisely choosing not to press him on his family history. Well, let's go up and talk to Lo and see what the minimum is. Aha! Just now. Ever since Qin Feng and Shifuya left, Luo Yanhua had already ordered people to be investigating Qin Feng. Boss, our friends over in the capital said they didn't find this Qin Feng in the Qin family. It can't be. Is it a bastard? But we did find out locally that there's a guy named Qin Feng who looks a lot like Mr. Qin. The bottom line is clean. No industry whatsoever. Ran takeout after college until now. And he's been seen wearing security guard clothes. Luo Yanhua's face clouded over and he didn't say anything. And that big tall guy at the door. Wang Gang. He's a dropshipper. You mean to say that lousy was fooled by a takeout runner? Luo Yanhua said angrily. The subordinate was worried that he had made a mistake and caused a big trouble that he couldn't end. When they are little brothers, they have to be pulled out to take the blame for anything that goes wrong. So they can't afford not to be cautious. Moreover, the aura of Qin Feng and Wang Gang didn't look like a takeaway and dropship runner in any way. The subordinate defended them. Maybe these two identities are fake too. Things like IDs are still easy for people like us to get one. Identity can be faked. Money can't be faked. You guys check the records of that kid's spending yesterday and see where the money on his account came from. Luo Yanhua sneered. If he finds out it's a no-good brat, it's going to be a fun night. He was going to show this dangling hair how easy it was to play him to death. We checked it out first thing, and therein lies the problem. The subordinate's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Luo Yanhua said lazily. That dragon card of his, with a balance of $43.2 million, came in but the source could not be traced, the subordinate said in a trembling voice. Can't find out? Luo Yanhua lost his voice. Yes, it's as if someone deleted the transaction record. Only out but not in. The subordinate had never seen this before either and was equally confused. What bank? Dragon Walk. Luo Yanhua couldn't help but exclaim. Asterisk this ING world-class bank. Someone actually dared to tamper with it? The subordinate said bluntly. And today, Mr. Qin spent $6.8 million in one day and bought a sports car that wasn't registered in his name. Luo Yanhua was in deep thought. Chapter 57. I truly treat you as my brother. But you are full of thoughts. Luo Yanhua was startled by what he imagined. No matter what Qin Feng was, one could never touch him now. You guys hurry up and stop the investigation. Don't be discovered, Luo Yanhua commanded in a hurry. Bigots usually don't like to be investigated. It's an offense. At this moment, Qin Feng and Shifuya both walked up hand in hand. Luo Yanhua hastily rubbed his face, once again showing a doggy smile, and greeted him. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. One look at your expression and I know you've already succeeded with your horse. Ha 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 ha. Seeing him so enthusiastic, Qin Feng also said with a smile, my sister has a big heart and is willing to accept my gift. He said, taking Schiffer's hand and showing it to him. Luo Yanhua was obviously stunned when he heard Qin Feng call out my sister, but he quickly came back to his senses and laughed out loud. Mr. Qin's sister is my sister. Sister Xiaoya, I'm counting on you to take care of me more in the future. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he even clasped his fists and arched his back in a good manner. Shifuya was not surprised by the man's shamelessness and politely said, Brother Luo, don't laugh at me. Mr. Qin and I are just verbal siblings. It can't be taken seriously. I still need you to take care of me more in the future. Qin Feng was too lazy to be polite and directly opened the door. We both just discussed. How much is the minimum for this bar of yours? Give a number, and sign the contract if it's suitable. Luo Yanhua was in a difficult situation. If the other party is really so ingenious that they can hide their bank information, then he can't mess with this price. Luo Yanhua gritted his teeth and gave a base price of $40 million. Below that, he doesn't want to sell. Although the bar is a fast-selling industry, the time is no longer fresh. People will be less and less, and then have to redecorate. Get fancy to change the name of the special cost. But the way things are going, his bar will hold up for at least 2 or 3 more years. plus made a little reputation and fame in Jiangcheng. $40 million is already very sincere. Qin Feng quietly did not say anything. He could not talk about it, and wanted to let Shifuya and boss Luo talk about it. But I didn't expect that Shifuya wouldn't say anything, but just poured him a glass of wine and accompanied him to drink slowly. Luo Yanhua thought that the price had been quoted too high, and Qin Feng deliberately ignored himself, angry teeth, and finally endured a reduction of 2 million, crying and shouting that it can't be any less. Any less, I'd rather not have a penny. Just give it to Mr. Qin, just as a friend. Shifuya discussed with Qin Feng in a low voice for a few moments, and finally Qin Feng nodded and agreed to the price. After all, this field still needs Luo Yanhua to look after it. Luo Yanhua and Shifuya talked about some details of the transfer, and the two of them called their lawyers on the spot and told them to go to the office to draw up a contract. Qin Feng couldn't help, and after learning that Shifuya's bank account was not limited, he first filled $5,000 into the system, then transfer her $60 million and let her toss it around. On his own, he ran outside to see if any 90-point ladies came to the bar to hang out. The transfer from Dragon Bank was fast and arrived in a few minutes. Shifuya stared blankly at the huge deposit in her cell phone and wondered what she was thinking. It took a long time to come back to his senses. Looking at Qin Feng, who was lying on the second floor handrail admiring the beautiful women below, waves of light flashed in his eyes. It was only then that she completely dropped all her defenses and trusted this man. System alert, Shifuya's favorability +8. Qin Feng received the prompt, and his leg-shaking and swaying figure lurched. Looked at Shifuya's profile. Good sense 79. Consumption, $60. 03 million. Damn. How do I keep coming up short? Does it mean that 80 points is the key point and you have to do something to move the girl to poke through? Qin Feng remembered the wonderful night with Xia Ting. 1 extra point at a time. How about we find a way to get Shifuya drunk tonight and carry her to the hotel? Work a little harder ourselves and see if we can add a point? Qin Feng turned around and leaned against the railing, his elbows propped up on the wooden handrail as his eyes kept roaming over Shifuya's body, darkly contemplating the success of this plan. Also curious as to what kind of judo Shifuya learned? The bar lights flickered and the spotlights rattled. It shone brightly and dimly on Qin Feng's face, making his expression of a bit of a bad joke and his concentration evil and impetuous. Shifuya accidentally met Qin Feng's gaze. Startled by the aggressive look in his eyes, panic averted his eyes. Then he remembered that he had called his sister with his mouth, and that he had dared to look at himself with such a gaze. She was instantly annoyed, rubbing her feet and walking quickly towards Qin Feng. Each step carried the air of someone who wanted to punch someone. Stinky brother, you've got a lot of guts, daring to look at your sister like that? Qin Feng was startled. His distracting thoughts subsided, and he hurriedly stood up straight, assuming an attitude of obediently begging for forgiveness. Hey, the lights are too dim, I just wanted to get a closer look. Shifuya stretched out her hands and pinched both of Qin Feng's cheeks, pulling them back and forth one after the other. Don't think you can bully your sister just because you pay me. Qin Feng's mouth was ripped open and his speech was slurred. Oh, it hurts. Sis. Shifuya thought it was fun to pinch his face, squeezing Qin Feng's face with her palms and puckering his mouth into upper and lower flaps, like fish lips. Say, what were you thinking? I was thinking that my sister is so beautiful, Qin Feng said in a jarred voice. Complimenting a girl on her beauty is a jack of all trades, and you can use this template to move up the ladder anytime and for anything. Shifuya did lose a good portion of her breath at the sound of it. She was now genuinely prepared to treat him as a younger brother, but the look in Qin Feng's eyes just now made Shifuya think that what the man had said before was a lie to her. The purpose was just to sleep with her. Now seeing his sincere attitude, he calmed down a little after his anger subsided and thought about it. It doesn't cost $60 million to get laid. What kind of loser spends so much money to get a woman into bed? Humph. Smooth talker, don't think you can muddle through by saying something nice. Next time you disrespect your sister, I won't allow you to call me sister, Shifuya warned. What's that? Wife? Qin Feng didn't dare to say his inner thoughts out loud, and he heatedly giggled. Don't dare. Don't dare. From now on you're my own sister. Shifuya's eyes glazed over. Is that how the word pro-life is used? Pro-sister. Pro-sister is always okay, right? Qin Feng held her hands, preventing her from continuing to ravage her face. You remember what you said. Your sister, I have a bad temper. When I go crazy there is a possibility that I may lash out at you. You as a younger brother have to put up with it for me, and also have to give me a step down. Know it? Shifuya said with a serious face. She looked serious, but you could tell from her curved fox eyes that she was in a good mood at the moment, deeply afraid of losing this brother, and was patching things up ahead of time. Qin Feng was puzzled. Are you being a sister, or a younger sister? There is no reason for you to be angry at me. Shouldn't it be the younger brother who was being unreasonable and you are worrying like an old mother? Shifuya was a bit embarrassed by Qin Feng's words, and in order to cover it up she reached out and rubbed her hands on Qin Feng's face again. I'm the sister. I call the shots. Okay, you have big boobs, you have a point. As soon as Qin Feng's words fell, his ears were lifted by Shifuya, who hurriedly begged for mercy. Let's see if you dare to mess up again. Shifuya didn't even put much force into it, and grunted softly when she saw him faking it. He rubbed his reddened ears and blew on them thoughtfully. Luo Yanhua, who was sitting over there, saw the two of them making love to each other and his eyes reddened with envy. That Shifuya he has known for 2 or 3 years, has always been cold and icy, doing things in a disciplined and upright manner. One of those girls who is hot on the outside and cold on the inside. No matter how much money is thrown down, a smile will be a smile, but there certainly won't be much of a reaction in the heart. Never seen her be gentle and caring to a man. I don't know what tricks the man has used. How can there be such a big difference when you're delivering the same bar yourself? Chapter 58. There's surveillance in the bar. You can't blackmail me. Luo Yanhua couldn't figure it out, but he didn't really care about women. What kind of woman can't you get with money? He's keeping 5 little mistresses, and 2 are blonde twins. Every day is an overdraft that nothing you eat can make up for. He envied Qin Feng and Shifuya's flirtation, but he didn't want to labor over a 3 to 5 minute thing. It's a pain in the ass to have to guess what's going on in a woman's mind. Just pay the money and get down on your knees and do the work. What's all that about? Luo Yanhua waved his hand and asked someone to bring a bottle of the store's most expensive black pearl and ran to Qin Feng for a drink. Mr. Qin is really a hero. Young and talented. Tens of millions of dollars of bars said to buy. Without blinking, Luo Yanhua poured him a drink while kissing his ass. Come on. This cup of wine I toast you. You must drink. Luo Yanhua life has not served anyone. You are the first one. This boldness really let me open my eyes. Qin Feng has never experienced the scene of being held up, especially this kind of big boss in a Maybach running to lick. In 3 or 2 sentences, I was a little flustered by the compliments. Despite not being able to drink this kind of foreign wine, he saw Boss Luo take a mouthful. Without saying a word, he also drank it straight down in one gulp. This foreign wine is not as strong as white wine, and has a softer and more delicate taste, with a bit of fruity sweetness. When you drink it, a heat rushes up to your chest and fills your limbs with strength. The overall feeling was okay. Mr. Qin is so damn generous. Come on. This second glass of wine congratulates you for finding a sister who is devoted to you, and also congratulates our sister Xiaoya for recognizing a good brother. I'll toast you 2 siblings. After saying that, Luo Yanhua gulped directly to a full cup finished smilingly holding up the empty cup to indicate. Although Qin Feng now has the freedom to drink, he cannot drink if he wants to, and it is useless to persuade anyone, but this boss Luo's speech was to his liking, plus the wine wasn't very hard to drink, so he lifted the cup and poured it into his mouth. Shifuya couldn't stop him in time, and watched worriedly as he gulped it down, sighed, and took a small sip of his own. Luo Yanhua didn't care if Shifuya drank it or not. The main thing was that Qin Feng drank it. He picked up the bottle again and prepared to engage in a third glass. It's his triple axe. It's either you or me after you drink it. Mr. Qin. More words will not say. All in the wine. Dry this cup, we are brothers. Qin Feng doesn't know much about foreign wines, and he doesn't know how they are usually drunk. Seeing as he pours it full like a beer every time, I thought the degrees were about the same as beer. He's a kebab dazzle, a bottle of beer man who drinks beer like it's a game. Qin Feng picked up the wine glass and wanted to take a sip, but was stopped by a slender jade hand on the mouth of the glass. Brother Luo, I'll drink this drink for him. Shifuya laughed. This foreign wine is over 40 degrees and it's fine to drink, but the aftertaste is enormous. Shifuya was worried that Qin Feng's body wouldn't be able to handle it if he drank too much. Offered to come up and block the drinks. Luo Yanhua was instantly angry and felt betrayed. He'd raised this woman for 3 years, and in the end, instead of coming over to help him with his drink, he stood across the room and blocked it. Luo Yanhua wanted to get mad and tell her to get lost, but Qin Feng was here and he didn't dare. Only his face sank and he said coldly, "Yes, I don't need to tell you the rule about drinking 3 drinks in place of 1, do I?" "Well, I know," said Shifuya faintly. After saying that, he went to take the wine glass in Qin Feng's hand, and Qin Feng, who had drunk 2 kinds of wine, was obviously a bit headstrong. He held up his glass to avoid Shifuya's hand, to keep her from grabbing it. At the same time smilingly, he brought his mouth to the side of Shifuya's face and whispered into her small crystalline ear, "Sister, don't make a fuss. 1 for 3 is too much of a loss. When I finish drinking, you go up and toast him 3 more times. We siblings are united. We are not afraid of not drinking this old bald ass to death." Shifuya had originally had her earlobes burned by the hot breath Qin Feng exhaled from close range, but upon hearing the adjective old baldy, a snort of laughter escaped. After surveying Qin Feng's state and seeing that he was still in good shape, he stopped blocking him and only reminded him with concern. Well, but you'll have to take it easy after this one. It's a strong drink. Qin Feng hemmed and hawed, not caring. Straight away, he tilted his head back and finished his drink, raising an eyebrow at Luo Yanhua to signal for speed. Luo Yanhua drinks all year round and has a good capacity for alcohol. 3 cups is still tops. He finished his 3rd cup with alacrity and then smiled as he invited Qin Feng to his seat. Shifuya didn't bother to toast Royanhua. She knew she wasn't good enough to toast the other side and wouldn't necessarily drink. Luo Yanhua dominated the conversation, chatting about some bar anecdotes and bragging about how awesome it was back in the day. Qin Feng listened to the wine, felt a little dizzy, and looked at people a little blurred. Concerned, Shivya handed him warm water, fed him fruit, and wiped his sweat with a wet towel. Qin Feng was so cozy that he squinted his eyes and giggled. At this time Luo Yanhua suddenly asked without a trace, Mr. Qin, do you know Qin I mean? When he finished, the scene was silent. No one made a sound, as if even the music in the bar had gotten a little quieter. Luo Yanhua stared at Qin Feng dead in the face with a pair of glistening eyes, trying to see something in his face. This was the name of Qin Feng's father. No matter if Qin Feng showed recognition or pretended not to recognize it, as long as there was a slight fluctuation in his expression, it meant that there was something wrong with this kid. Shifuya's heart clenched when she saw that Luo Yanhua's eyes were not right and his question was strange. The eyes that looked at Qin Feng were filled with nervousness. Hiss. Sounds familiar. Wait, let me think. Only to see Qin Feng frowning, his fingers tapping on his brain, trying hard to recall something. Immediately afterward, as if remembering the answer to an exam, he answered with an excited clap of his hands. Oh, right, that's my dad. Luo Yanhua froze and followed with a laugh. So it's Mr. Qin's nominal father. Ha 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 ha, presumptuous, presumptuous. Luo Yanhua no longer had any doubts at this moment. Qin Feng's performance dispelled his last shred of doubt. I can tell by looking at him that he must have forgotten to memorize the information and it took him half a day to think about it. How did he know that Qin Feng's father died when he was a child? So many years. If not for the need to do documents. Simply cannot remember. Luo Yanhua really took Qin Feng as a big brother this time, afraid that he would upset the big man by asking this probing question. So he sincerely invited Qin Feng to sit in his bath center, massage and relax, and then play cards in the evening, or go to a cruise ship to watch an intense and exciting reality show. He pays for all the expenses. Qin Feng's heart was yearning to go and see more, but this side of the good sense is just a little too close to go. He didn't want to make the same mistake again, so they rejected the person heartlessly. Confused, he indicated that he was not strong enough to drink, then slowly leaned back against Shifuya's shoulder and closed her eyes to rest. Luo Yanhua did not dare to disturb the big brother. Stuffed a business card. Let Qin Feng have something to call him at any time. Jiangcheng this piece. He Luo Yanhua in the road or a little fame. You need people. You need money. Qin Feng didn't say anything, as if he was about to fall asleep. Luo Yanhua smiled shyly and respectfully retired quietly. Once the obnoxious fat pig left, Qin Feng and Shifuya were the only two left at the card table. Lonely, dim, and near. Sleepless from the surging music. The man opened his eyes in a ghostly, drunken haze. The scent of the woman's body was mesmerizing, a little creamy with a touch of wine in it. Qin Feng couldn't help but come up to Shifuya's neck and take 2 deep breaths. Curious, she asked. Sis, you still have milk now? Then he got his brains knocked out. It was knocked by the woman across the room with the backs of 2 curved fingers. The force is just enough to measure whether the watermelon is ripe or not. I'll have someone throw you out if you don't make a fuss again. Shifuya red-faced and scared. He. Sis smells so good. I like being with sis. Qin Feng said dully as he came up to Shifuya's burning ear. The wine strengthened his courage. Qin Feng's hands uncontrollably embraced Shifuya, greedily inhaling her scent. Shifuya's body stiffened as she was taken into the arms of a hormone-filled, virile male, her heart pounding fast. But this man was her brother, and she didn't want an intimate gesture between siblings to become fraught with ambiguity. She suppressed her lust in frown and warning. I'm your sister. Don't make a move on me. After saying that, he pushed Qin Feng with force, but I didn't expect the man to touch the porcelain as if he was falling down at the touch of a button. Chapter 59. I'm not a scum. I just want to give all the pretty girls a home. Pretending to be drunk is a tactic that men are born with. It's like a girl pouting. Stinky men get drunk and go crazy with alcohol and start playing around. But drunkenness is rare. And men are like pigs if they're really drunk. And the ones that can be sexually promiscuous are usually not drunk and faking it. They were all kinds of drunks just to take advantage of the girls. There are times, though, when some tender rookie chick pretends to be drunk, and pretends to be drunk, and then actually sleeps through it. Qin Feng is undoubtedly a rookie. he collapsed smoothly onto the couch, planning to not get up if Shafiria doesn't kiss and cuddle and raise her high. As a result, without realizing it, waking up was the next morning. Strange ceiling. The bed was soft and the comforter smelled great. The room's furnishings were full of delicate and light flavor. Like a girl's boudoir, a glass of water was carefully placed on the nightstand. Shin Fong slightly got up and roughly swept the room. There was no computer in the room, only a dresser with many bottles and jars. To the left of the bed was an entire wall of closets, with a mobile hanger in the aisle with some jackets for spring and fall days. On the other side was placed a little girl, looking quite cute. Those big beering eyes shone with curiosity as they stared straight at him. Behind her was a floating window with a lifted curtain, and at that moment the sun was shining just enough to give a faint glow to the little girl's body, like living angels. Wait, alive? Shin Fong sobered up and looked over carefully. The outline of that little nose and mouth was a bit similar to Schiffer's. Dressed in a small pink and white hanbok, her hair was braided in several braids and tied around her head like a bow, with several red ribbons tying her hair and flowing down her shoulders. The bangs in front were neatly cut, dark and shiny, lining the baby fat little face white and tender. It looks like a little pink ancient princess, cute and cuddly, giving you the urge to squeeze it. Shin Fong secretly thought that this little girl was probably Shifuya's daughter, and he had been brought back home by her last night. Shin Fong said uncertainly. Uncle is awake? Shouted sweetly when she saw Shin Fong waking up. Shin Fong was instantly adorable. His eyes softened and he spoke softly for fear of scaring the little girl away. Well, good morning Yui. I didn't expect this little girl to be strangely bold. Not at all afraid of Shin Fong, a stranger, and went up to tug on his hand since she was familiar with him. Uncle get up. Uncle get up. She grabbed Shin Feng's fingers with her small hands and leaned back to pull him up. Shin Fong revealed an affable smile and accommodated her as she slowly sat up. From the living room came the sound of Shivya stopping. Don't disturb Uncle's sleep, okay? Shin Fong shouted back. Sister, I've woken up. Followed and chimed in. That's right, Uncle woke up. He said he wanted to play with me. When did you say you'd play with her? Shin Fong wondered. Were pretty little girls born to lie? Feeling bad about this, he couldn't help but reach out his sinful hand and gently pinch the little cutie's face, smilingly lecturing. Uncle can play with you, but kids can't lie. Oh. Yui justified her defense. Didn't lie. Just now asked Uncle. Uncle defaulted. Was it asked while he was asleep? Shin Fong was not going to be able to get the whole thing by a child's routine. Who talks when they're asleep? Where did this all learn? He didn't know what to say for a moment. I'm thinking that I'll have to lock the door to keep her out when I go to bed from now on. Little Fong, come out for breakfast. Ignore She's very rowdy, Shifuya shouted. Yui puffed up her bun face in discontent. Full of unhappiness. Shin Fong answered and coaxed with a smile. I'll play with after I finish eating. Okay? Really? Sure. Uncle is so nice, said happily. So can we go out and play? Yes. Shin Fong nodded. Then can we go to the mall and play? Blinked her big flashing eyes with an expectant look. She came home in the morning, heard her mother say that an uncle had come to the house, and kept watch for him to get up. Wanted her uncle to accompany her to the climbing wall inside the mall. She loved to climb high, but her mom wasn't available to play with her and her grandmother wouldn't let her, so it never went as planned. It was hard to have an adult in the house this time, so she had to take advantage of the opportunity. No problem. Shin Fong laughed. It seems girls, young and old, have such a deep obsession with the mall. Shin Fong loved this cute little one and rubbed her little head, intending to buy for her. Walk out of the room to the cheers of the little girl. He came into the living room and surveyed the mother and daughter's home. It was a high-rise, and the view through the window put himself about in the middle. The two-bedroom, one-bathroom layout is estimated to be only 100 square feet, with about 80 square feet removed from the common area. The other room was a little smaller, but had an extra balcony on which the girls' clothes were hung to dry. The floor in the middle of the living room is purposely covered with patchwork foam floor mats. It had a neatly organized box of toys on it, a small round dining table, 2 white high stools, and children's chairs with ladders were set up near the doorway to the kitchen. The house looks small, but is full of life in its compactness. Shin Fong washed up in the bathroom under guidance and sat down at the dining table. A serving of pumpkin porridge and pickled gherkins had been set on the table. Shivya came out of the kitchen. Her hair was casually coiled up and held in place with a single pin, wearing a loose white tank top with an apron and home shorts underneath. On her feet were a pair of open-toed flip-flops with orange-red nail polish on the toes, making her jade feet even whiter. She was holding a freshly baked egg pancake in her hand, and with her smiling, curved fox eyes, she looked like a skillful and charming young woman. That image, whether it was a person or an egg cake, Shin Fong wanted to eat it. I don't know how it compares to the egg pancakes out there. Shifuya put down her plate, wiped her hands on her apron, and sat down on a high stool, one to the left and one to the right of Yi, staring intently at Qin Feng as he ate his breakfast. It's as if everything is so taken for granted, eating surrounded by a pair of mothers and daughters. Qin Feng did not feel embarrassed, but instead experienced a sense of coziness that had never existed before. Ignoring the hot mouth, I picked up the omelet and took a big bite. The quiche crust is unctuous and flaky, and the food in your mouth flips between your tongue buds. Just the right amount of egg and sauce flavors swirling between the mouth and nose. I don't know why. Just a simple egg cake with sesame seeds, scallions, and ham. Qin Feng felt that it was more delicious than all the delicacies in the world. He wolfed it down and couldn't stop giving thumbs up. Shifuya pursed her lips and snickered, reminding him to eat slowly. She and Yi had eaten. No one was stealing from him, but he didn't expect Yi to see him sputtering and yelling to eat too. Qin Feng heartbreakingly shared a bit with her with his chopsticks, then finished his share in 3 bites. Sure enough, good food tastes better when you grab it. By the way, that little girl of yours named Shatin called several times last night, Shifuya said casually. Huh? Then what? When Qin Feng saw Xia Ting take the initiative to contact him, there was a trace of delight in his heart, but he did not show it. I thought the girl was okay and answered the phone for you and comforted her. Shifuya wanted to laugh at the thought of that sister hearing her voice and outright wimping out. How did you comfort? Qin Feng said in shock. Let's just say you've had too much to drink and are sleeping over at my place at night, Shifuya said with a foxy, wicked smile. It's over. Xia Ting is afraid to hear that he thinks he's a scum. Chapter 60 Xia Ting, am just jealous of everything. What's wrong? Qin Feng was a bit sad. He still had a crush on Shatin, and not just because her 100-point rater bonus is a super strong physique, and also because she was her own initiating teacher, guiding her to become a real man. She's afraid she'll hate herself now that she's heard she's sleeping at another girl's place. Qin Feng wanted to cry. There was no blaming Shifuya for messing up her phone calls. It's just a little sad to think that the golden gun and the golden loin are moving away from you, and I don't know if I can still drop the money to get her back. He sighed, resignedly glancing at Shatin's profile. Favorability, 73. What's going on? Qin Feng was shocked. It was 68 before. Why is it up 5 points? What's going on? What did they say last night? Qin Feng pressed Shifuya for a few sentences, and when he saw her vaguely pulling away from the topic and not wanting to talk about it, so he sent a message to Shatin asking about last night, but there was no reply. He thought for a moment and flipped through the call logs to take a look. The call lasted an hour and 30 minutes, and the conversation lasted until 2 in the morning. Nice guy. I don't know how these two women are talking about themselves behind their backs. Qin Feng was very curious, his heart scratching like a cat, but Shifuya wouldn't say anything, and there was nothing he could do about it. Finish breakfast quietly. Glancing down, he saw Yi tugging gently on his coat, not saying a word, but in her bright eyes, she flashed the meaning of take me out quickly. Even those who haven't had kids can see that. Simply good and cute. Qin Feng put down his doubts and picked up Yi as he hugged her, rubbing his nose against her little face, making her giggle. Let's go. Uncle will take you to empty the mall, Qin Feng said in a spirited manner. Yay! Going out to play. Yi kicked her feet around and hugged Qin Feng's head in a very familiar way. Shifuya had been mean to Yi yesterday, and as a way of making up for it, had asked her teacher for 2 days off, planning to take a few days off herself to take her out for a bit. I didn't expect a Qin Feng to suddenly appear behind them, saying that he would take care of the two of them. Looking at the two of them in their happy state, Shifuya was a little emotional. She rarely hugs Yui anymore. Mostly, it doesn't hold very well. This little girl, looking at a small one, in fact, quite a weight. The last weighing is 34 pounds. Now seeing this girl being picked up easily by a man with one hand, Shifuya suddenly thought it would be kinda nice to find an uncle for Yui. How old is Yi? Qin Feng asked in a soft voice. 5. Yui said proudly. What's your favorite thing? The great monster. Why? Qin Feng was a bit surprised by this answer. Because it can stomp the kindergarten. Yui said with a straight face. Doesn't Yi want to go to kindergarten? I don't want to. Those idiots cry when they touch it and say Yi doesn't have a father. Yi's milky reply made Qin Feng realize the damage that single-parent families do to children. Looking at Shifuya, who was silently cleaning up the dishes, Qin Feng was a little heartbroken. Yi, don't pay attention to them. If they dare to badmouth you again, Uncle will go and help you teach them a lesson. Qin Feng said aggressively. He wasn't sure he'd say that if it were elementary school. Kids are so well nourished nowadays that they're abounding in elementary schools with 5 feet 8 inches heads. But with kindergarten, he's still confident. One punch, one little friend, and fight all over the place. Aha! Yui smiled. There was a bit of banter, and when Shifuya had changed her clothes, the three of them took the elevator downstairs and drove to the supermarket. Shifuya drove a car, a used Mazda. Yui dutifully sat in the back, buckled her seatbelt, and looked out the window with a look of excitement. Qinfeng is sitting in the passenger seat. Shifuya was wearing a black silk halter-type dress over a lightweight coffee-colored tunic, with sunglasses, one hand leaning against the window, one hand on the steering wheel, occasionally glancing in the passenger side mirror. The breeze lifted her long hair and the bright sun caressed her skin. That aura, beautiful and valiant, shows the style of a royal sister. Qinfeng originally had no distractions, but Shifuya kept turning her head and glancing at him, making him hot all over. This kind of high and cold woman will make people feel a desire to conquer no matter what she does. Not to mention this kind of mysterious eyes covered by sunglasses. But no matter what the look meant, Qinfeng was planning to wait until after the 80 cashback, and then find a way to trick her into bed. Stabilize now. There will be more opportunities later. We can't afford to scare the snakes. As long as the deadbeat in her home to stay, the middle of the night casually find a back pain excuse. Let her as a sister to help their own rub a little. The backstory, is there any need to say? If she drops her favorability, big deal. She doesn't want her cyborg bodyguard. Qinfeng wide in his head. A jolt from his cell phone woke him up. It's a message from Shatin. Scumbag, I thought you said you'd only take me to bars from now on. May I ask where you were last night? Shatin preemptively blames him for not keeping his word. Qinfeng thought for 3 moments and found a reason to reply. I was forced to. A boss had to call me there to talk things over. The hell with you. You just met the bar owner's wife yesterday, and today you're staying at someone's house. Is that because I didn't milk you dry? Facing this kind of tiger and wolf words, Qinfeng didn't know how to deal with it. Let's just say the schoolgirl is fierce. In his impression, Xiating had always been an innocent and well-behaved beauty who loved to be pampered. I don't know how I can be so put out all of a sudden. Is it because of the screen? Or maybe having skin to skin unlocks some weird attribute? Qinfeng was puzzled. Don't get me wrong. That's my new sister. Ha! Shatin gasped and laughed. Yesterday, she spent the entire afternoon at home waiting for Qinfeng to come over and apologize voluntarily. But until the wee hours of the morning, not a word from this stinking man. You won't even coax your girlfriend when she's angry? Just say something nice. Promise you won't around later. Or something lovey-dovey like that. Even if they are lying to themselves, they are willing to continue to be lied to. But what's the point of not hearing about it like that? The more Xiating waited, the more annoyed he became. And finally he couldn't help but call over to ask what he really wanted. I didn't expect the first call to go unanswered. The second one doesn't pick up either. The third one answered, talking a lot to himself, and half a dozen voices on the other side. It was so hard to get a sound, but it turned out to be a woman's voice. Scared, Shatin hung up the phone on the spot. She thought that the other party was the queen of the main court and that she had disturbed their sleep. Her little emotions came up instantly, tears brewing, just ready to start crying. Just see the cell phone ring. It's still the same number. Xiating gritted her teeth and picked up the phone, thinking that it was like this anyway, so why not just curse the opposite side twice before crying? I didn't expect the other party to be courteous enough to say that she was the same Ya that I had met at the bar yesterday. She also said that Qinfeng had drunk too much at the bar, and she didn't know Qinfeng's address, so she brought him back to her house and asked Xiating if she wanted to come over and pick him up. Shatin was trying to go fishing for someone, but first it was too late and Dad wasn't allowed to go out. The second is that the person receiving it doesn't know where they live, and it's a bit redundant to pull them up when they're asleep. The third is that Xiaoya has a high emotional intelligence and is very good at talking, and she claims to be a widow with a baby, which makes Shatin feel very secure. Xiating unknowingly chatted with her late into the night, saying a lot of things about Qinfeng's time at school. Hearing Shifuya say that Qinfeng recognized her as his sister, Xiating didn't mind very much, but now Qinfeng purposely emphasized it, making her feel like she was being unreasonable, just very angry. Mr. Qinfeng, just how many good sisters do you have? Just this one. What about the sister? No. Okay, I'll take a screenshot, and if another sibling shows up around you, I'll make a poster display of this chat and hang it in front of your house. Qinfeng felt Xiating's rushing resentment and hurriedly was a flurry of words. Baby, no matter what other women do, you'll always come first in my heart. Oof, don't be mad. I'll go with you to pick up the car tomorrow, okay? Xiating's anger went away for the most part when she thought that she would be able to drive a Porsche tomorrow. So what are you doing today? She wanted to run and stick to Qinfeng, but acted euphemistically. Accompany my niece to the mall. Qinfeng said honestly. Shatin's teeth were clenched. Good. No more sister and sister. There's still the niece, right? Chapter 61 is Sylvia is about to give birth. Xiating knew that Qinfeng was with Shifuya's mother and daughter. She wanted to go find Shin Feng, but her mother was there to advise her not to be too proactive and just give herself away. This will make you look like you care about this man and are very passive. And it wasn't appropriate for her to go and be a lightbulb when people went out as a family. Shatin was sullen and torn for half a day. Finally decided not to listen to his mother. Xia Ting thought that her mom is just an ordinary woman, which has no vision, and Shin Feng is not her husband. Of course she is not in a hurry. If he didn't take the initiative himself, where would he go to cry in case Shin Feng was abducted? I'm at the Intai Mall. Which mall are you at? Xia Ting said in a message. She asked this tactfully. It seems stupid to ask for someone's address. Inquiries like this just happen to be out there themselves. Why don't we meet somewhere are much smarter. Though at the moment, Shatin was still at home and hadn't even washed her head. She just guessed that there were more rides for kids in the Intai Mall, and it was possible that Shin Feng would go there. Shin Feng secretly said a bad word when he saw Xia Ting's message. The three of them were on their way to the Intai Mall. Shafiria was about to give birth to money at this time. The most critical time. He didn't want to make a scene, in case Xia Ting came over and disturbed his cashback, and the goodwill of 79 fell downwards like before. It would really be unbearable. That's $60 million. That's real cash being born. Shin Feng pondered for a moment without replying to the message and said to Shifuya first, Sis, let's go to Wanda. Shifuya thought sideways and laughed. There's something going on in Gintama, isn't there? Shin Feng awkwardly said. No situation. Shifuya raised an eyebrow. Oh, why can't we go if there's no situation? Yui wants to rock climb and only Gintama has it. Yi shouted from behind. Yi is going to climb to the highest place today. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Shin Feng stammered. That, Shatin was there. I'm afraid you'll mind. The corner of Shifuya's mouth curved and she gently laughed. My brother's girlfriend, what do I mind? That girl is quite simple. I like it. Shin Feng was puzzled. Then I'll ask her to come over and join us? Shifuya said indifferently. Good. It just so happens that we girls go shopping. EE is left for you to take care of. Sister by the way help you to investigate more about that girl. Shin Feng looked at her and smiled naturally. For a moment it was hard to tell if she really didn't mind or if she didn't. Guessing that maybe she really did see herself as a brother and wanted to help her pick out a good girl, Shin Feng immediately felt a bit ashamed. He had just planned to trick this cheap sister into bed. Now that he saw her acting so generously, Shin Feng felt guilty. But it also reinforces the idea within. Doesn't that make it more exciting? With an evil smile on his face, Shin Feng sent a message to Xia Ting in his hand. We're going to the children's climbing area soon. Are you coming? I'm doing a manicure in the store next to me. It'll probably take another half an hour. You guys play first, Xia Ting's mom said back with Xia Ting's cell phone. Xia Ting would have been on fire by now, washing her hair and makeup and getting dressed, and the message had her mom help her reply. Well, call me when you're better. Shin Feng put down his cell phone and got out of the car with mother and daughter Shifuya to head to the mall. Behind him was Wang Gang, who had received the news early and was waiting in the parking lot. Wang Gang is unusually entangled at the moment. He carries a parking meter from last night in his arms, as well as the invoice for last night's accommodation, a total of $240. I don't know how to ask Shin Feng for reimbursement. After he helped Shifuya carry his boss to her house last night, he was worried that she had something else to order for the night, so he found a hotel nearby to stay. The idea was to make it easier to respond in a timely manner in case something happened to the boss and he suddenly had to go home or to the hospital or something. But the night passed peacefully. This self-inflicted wastefulness made him hesitate to offer reimbursement. LOL. Should have gotten a sleeping bag or something to sleep in the car myself, but there's no place to shower, and being unkempt will embarrass the boss. Wang Gang had a lot of inner drama, but on the surface, he maintained a cold appearance and silently followed behind Shin Feng's trio. Yi grabbed Shin Feng's little thumb with one hand and her mom with the other, walking quietly in the middle with a good behavior. Yi is so understanding. Surely a daughter like this doesn't need much worrying, right? Shin Feng quipped. This girl is very smart. She knows that she can't play around here. When she enters the mall, you'll know what she's like. Shifuya laughed. You can't run where there's a car. You have to hold an adult's hand to cross the street, Yui said in a brittle, obvious voice. Awesome. Are these taught in kindergartens now? Shin Feng exclaimed. He doesn't remember much of what he used to do as a child, except that his teacher gave him a big red flower to put on his head. Mostly I taught them, and I hit them hard, so I remember them so well, Shifuya said lightly. Shin Feng could feel an amazing killing aura from Shifuya's tone. It was true that a mother was a mother. Seeing that he didn't say anything, afraid that he would think he was mistreating Yi, Shifuya smiled and explained. I've punched her once or twice. I've reasoned with her most of the time. It's just that sometimes kids are just non-violent and don't communicate. You'll see when you have kids. The two held Yui and chatted casually. like a sweet three from a rich family. Along the way, both men and women, seeing such a gesture, sour tears flowed down their faces. The man is graceful, the woman is gorgeous, the child is pretty and cute, and he's followed by a big guy who looks like a bodyguard. The living, breathing model of life's winners. The passers-by were so envious that they couldn't walk, secretly wondering when they would find a love like theirs. Qin Feng and his party came inside the mall. Yi pulled them both and lightly ran to the rock climbing area in the center hall. It's a 9-meter-high rectangular structure with 4 sides, each of which has a climbing wall with bright-colored wooden panels embedded with climbing rocks of various colors for an eye-catching look. Despite the fact that it's now working hours, there are still several children playing on the climbing wall. After Qin Feng paid the money and supervised the coach to securely fasten the safety ropes, he accompanied Shifuya to sit on a stool and watch Yi perform. Does Yi know how to play? Should we hire a coach for her? Qin Feng asked. Rock climbing here is $60 a pop, $120 a session for 40 minutes if you hire an instructor. Not expensive, but not cheap either. No, Yi plays little, but she's very athletic, Shifuya said confidently. As expected, Qin Feng watched Yi hands and feet, whooshing up the old high, like a monkey. He couldn't help but marvel at the cowhide. She's naturally rambunctious and she's interested in anything outdoors. Shifuya's gaze moved closely to Yui, her expression pleased and proud. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the little baby held in his arms would already be able to fly through walls? Qin Feng said enviously, I like this energetic little girl. I wish I had a daughter. Shifuya glanced at him and smiled without answering. Qin Feng thought of something. Oh yeah, let me charge more money here, so she can come and play more often in the future. Shifuya looked at Yi, who was already close to climbing to the top, and said as if she was rambling, no, it's a waste to charge more money when there's no one to play with her. Chapter 62. Once a person has an evil thought, he will be much bolder. It was only at this moment that Qin Feng realized why Shifuya was always emphasizing what Yi meant by being very rowdy. He really didn't expect this little girl to be so capable of making a scene. Energetic as a husky, the climb only took 10 minutes, and after conquering that wall, the conquest of the entire mall began. One run on the first floor, one run on the second floor, and now start on the third floor. Qin Feng chased after him furiously, running more than 10,000 steps in a short period of time. Exhausted. Come back quickly. I'll buy you some candy canes, Qin Feng shouted as he came up for air. Don't. Yui giggled from the front. So what do you want? A stuffed animal? Little monsters? Qin Feng asked. Yui stopped, thought hard, and said in a milky voice, wants roller skates. Rollerblades won't do. Qin Feng refused without thinking. It's almost impossible to chug along without wheels now. What's it going to be like with wheels? I'm afraid it's not going to take off. Pouted, didn't say anything, and twisted her head to run. How could Qin Feng let her escape again? Immediately making a killer move. How about Uncle takes you to the beach to catch crabs on the beach? There was a hint of hesitation in Yi's footsteps. Qin Feng hurriedly accelerated his steps and continued to seduce. How about Uncle takes you rafting and sea surfing? Didn't move, turning her head to look at her uncle who was getting closer and closer, a thoughtful look emerging on her little face. Does Yui want to go to the amusement park? Qin Feng was at the moment like the big bad wolf who tricked the bunny into opening the door, approaching the heartthrob bunny step by step. Then he grabbed her by the hand and laughed loudly. Let's see where you're going to run this time. Let him pick himself up and asked with big flashing soulful eyes. Did Uncle really take to the amusement park? Qin Feng kissed the little cutie and returned. Sure. How about Uncle takes you and Mom with him? Hesitated. Mommy has to sleep during the day and work at night. She doesn't have time to go out with Qin Feng scraped the little cutie's nose. It won't happen again. Uncle can let Mom play with at home every day. Really? Yui's eyes lit up. Really? But you'll have to take your uncle's side and talk to him a little more about Mom's interests. Qin Feng followed the advice. You know what Mommy's favorite thing is? Mommy likes money best, Yui affirmed. What else do you like? Qin Feng continued to pursue the question without dying. And like And what does Mommy hate the most? Well, Grandma's neighbor's geese. I asked what Mommy hates the most, not what Yui hates the most. Mommy doesn't like to go back to Grandma's house. Guesses it's because the neighbor's geese scare Mommy. Don't like going back to Grandma's? Well, Mommy thinks Grandma's house is too noisy. Qin Feng was pondering. Carrying Yui in her arms, she rushed towards Shifuya's place. Shifuya strolled along alone at the back of the room unhurriedly, occasionally going into stores to look at things. She was relieved to have a locator on her daughter's bracelet and to have 2 older men running with her. When a child is 5 or 6 years old, it's the age when people get annoyed with dogs. It was gone in a flash, and usually when she took Yui out to play by herself, she had to keep her on a leash to do so. Shivya walked into a Givenchy women's clothing store. She loves this brand of clothes, but it's expensive here, tens of thousands of dollars for a dress. Shivya has a good salary and can afford to buy, but used to have to look outside because of all the expenses for the little kids and the money to be used in the future. But it's different now. She has a man who is willing to hold the fort for her and no longer has concerns. Shifuya wandered around the store and took a fancy to a deep V black lace evening dress, hesitating to ask Chin Fong to come and wear it to show him and let him evaluate it. At that moment a big-bellied Mediterranean uncle next to him struck up a conversation. Pretty girl alone? Shifuya glanced at him and, in a gray stand-up collar shirt, with a belt buckling his greasy belly, and a thuggish gold watch on his hand. Squinting his little eyes, the fat on his face quivered when he smiled. Shifuya was disgusted by his lewd appearance. Without a word, he put down his clothes. Don't you like this one, pretty girl? I think it suits your figure. Do you want to wear it? I can give it to you if it fits. Bao Hongbiao purposely showed off his Vacheron Constantine gold watch with more than $300,000, picked up the clothes that Shifuya had just put down, and handed it over with a smile. He was pestered by his little girlfriend to go to the mall today and sat on the couch waiting for her to change inside. Suddenly a sexy woman with long curly chestnut hair is seen coming in. The woman's cold melon face was wearing an elegant and sexy black halter dress, and the bare skin on her shoulders was as white and crystalline and smooth as fresh milk. It made Bao Hongbiao, who was originally waiting a bit impatiently, look dumbfounded. This kind of extreme beauty is so much better than his girlfriend who only knows how to ask for money and has mediocre posture. He was instantly heartened. No need. My husband has money. Shifuya refused with an expressionless face. Bao Hongbiao saw her shopping alone in the mall. There is a husband and certainly not a good relationship, and began to count her husband out for her. Your husband is also really. How can he let you a big beauty run out to shop alone? Really do not understand things. This self-conscious ugly bastard made Shifuya feel a little disgusted. Off. Bao Hongbiao didn't care about her attitude, but instead became more excited and said, don't be so mean. It's fate to see each other. Let's chat on WeChat. Shifuya's brows tightened as she looked coldly at the outspoken greasy middle-aged man, searching for a way to slap him. However, she didn't want to leave Chin Fong with an impression that widows had a lot of things to do, so she chose to tolerate it and turned around without saying a word. Bao Hongbiao was stunned by Shifuya's cold eyes, and was then aroused with an inexplicable desire to conquer. He had recently made a big fortune, and along with that, his guts had gradually become bigger. Bao Hongbiao went after him and retained him. Beautiful. How much do you want to accompany me once? Say a price directly. Shifuya stood and turned, her eyes glowing. She already had the urge to scream. After so many years in the bar business, it's still easy to call out a vanload of people on one phone call. This kind of person will only be honest if he is beaten. If it doesn't work, throw it in the water and scare him. There are plenty of ways to do it anyway. Bao Hongbiao was intimidated by the woman. The ruthless aura. It looked like she wanted to cut people. He took a cowardly step back, then felt humiliated. Was about to say something when only a man holding a little girl came in the door, and they were followed by a burly man. What's going on? Chin Fong came in and saw that the situation wasn't quite right and was puzzled. Shifuya took a deep breath. Her face slowed down and she raised a smile to greet Chin Fong. Honey, you're here? Chapter 63. Chin Fong was fierce as a child. Chin Fong was stunned by Shifuya's cry of husband. Immediately afterward, he felt the woman take the initiative to pull up. The warm and soft jade-like body made Chin Feng's heart tremble slightly. Despite not knowing what was going on, though, seeing as how the man in front of him was in awe, and how Shifuya's attitude towards herself had changed drastically, think something happened between them. Chin Fong asked as he followed Shifuya's address and wrapped his arm around her waist. Honey, what's wrong with him? The bold move caused Shifuya's eyelashes to flutter slightly, and a flash of panic flashed in her eyes. She knew that Chin Fong didn't mean to take advantage of her. He just wanted to protect himself and stand up for himself. It had been a long time since she had experienced the feeling of being protected in a man's arms. I couldn't help but look up, just in time to meet the man's caring, gentle eyes. Shifuya hurriedly bowed her head and replied as calmly as she could. Nothing, looking for a ride. Upon hearing this, Chin Fong frowned at the bald man. It's a normal thing for women to be hit on by other men for being too pretty, but one's woman is always in a bad mood when she is accosted by another man. He said coldly, who are you? Bao Hongbiao was startled when he saw the husband of the beautiful woman coming over, with a bodyguard. Bodyguards aren't affordable for just anyone. It's a waste to hire a bodyguard without some family money. Only the really rich will part with that money. By the look on the man's face, I guess it wasn't a good one either. Plus his wife is so pretty, she can't be grasped without some financial resources. Bao Hongbiao only hated that just now he was obsessed and went up to mess with that kind of class of girl. Why? He wimped out. Big brother, I'm sorry, I saw my sister-in-law there alone and thought she was single. So I chatted a bit. I really didn't talk nonsense. His lowly apology didn't make Qin Feng's attitude improve. Realized that Shivya is carrying $60 million in her body right now. Just a little short of cash back to the account. With $60 million that was truly his own, he could become an honored VIP player of Earth OL. Whoever gets in the way at this time will die. Jesus couldn't even stop it. The man in front of me dared to molest his woman. But just this one is a capital offense in those novels. Qin Feng grimaced, thinking about whether to ask Wang Gang to go up and K him. But I did not think that Bao Hongbiao panicked first, and even retreated 2 steps, trembling and said, "Big brother and sister-in-law, I am wrong. I really know that I am wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me off." The people around them cast their eyes over when they saw the situation on this side. Shifuya didn't want Qin Feng to cause trouble for her, so she advised in a low voice, "Brother, forget it." He didn't say anything. Qin Feng felt that it wasn't too elegant to do it in public, so he asked, "What's your name?" As soon as Bao Hongbiao heard that he wanted his name, he thought that he wanted to find himself in trouble afterwards. Bao Hongbiao is a businessman, and knows very well that if someone intentionally messes with him, the business will not be able to do at all. He realized that he was likely to provoke a ruthless man he couldn't afford to mess with today. Looking at Qin Feng with that cold and confident look in his eyes, he was afraid. In order not to be retaliated against, Bao Hongbiao gritted his teeth and fiercely smacked himself in the mouth, pleading, "Big brother, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. You're a generous man. Don't take it personally." This one caused Qin Feng to be startled. He only thought the other man looked familiar for a second. Like I've seen it somewhere. That's why I asked. I didn't think that the other party would be such a wimp as to give himself a slap in the face, and Shifuya was also very surprised. This middle-aged man was so honest in front of his brother. Did they know each other? At this time, not far away from the guy to see the conflict here, rushed over to apologize. And I hope a few people don't get hurt. Shifuya didn't want to make a big deal out of it either, and pulled Qin Feng's arm a bit, saying softly, "Let him go. I want to keep picking out my clothes." Seeing that Shifuya didn't seem to be angry, Qin Feng couldn't force himself to go up and stand up for her, so he coldly said to the man, "Get lost and don't let me see you again." Hearing these words, Bao Hongbiao was as ecstatic as if he had been pardoned, and kept thanking him. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother." He didn't even have time to care about his little girlfriend who was changing her clothes inside and darted out on her own. Listening to a 40-something-year-old uncle call himself big brother, Qin Feng felt strange in his heart. He didn't think much of it, and when he saw that things were settled, he accompanied Shifuya to the front to look at the clothes. The crowds of people who had gathered here to witness the dispute earlier had also dispersed at this moment. The prettier the girl, the more likely she is to attract butterflies, and when a man doesn't look away for a while, someone pounces on him. If a man doesn't have some skills, a pretty girlfriend can easily be hooked up. They sigh as they walk, just when everyone thought the good times were over, only to see a pretty good-looking girl appear out of nowhere and yell at the pair of that woman. "Qin Feng, is this the rich woman you fell for and dumped me?" Chapter 64, She's coming, she's coming. What? A rich woman? Ruthlessly dumping your girlfriend? The melon crowd can be excited this time. Just that molesting other people's wives is nothing to see. But the bridge on this list of rich women dumping their bad wives can be so intriguing. The crowd couldn't help but gather around again. The clerks don't come forward to persuade them to finish the melon anyway. Qin Feng stiffened when he heard that familiar voice coming from behind him. Straightening up, he turned around, his eyes dead set on the imposing woman. She was wearing a red dress with the Givenchy logo on it and her face was heavily made up. Narrow eyes, snarky face. Jiang Manhwa. Qin Feng instantly reacted. Just now, he saw that bald middle-aged man's look was a little bit familiar, and thought about where he had seen it before. As soon as the woman made her appearance it brought back to him that that man was the man who was screwing Jiang Manhwa, and he saw it clearly in the car that night. Qin Feng sneered and asked, "What's it to you who I'm with? You're not my girlfriend." Jiang Manhwa's eyes widened, full of anger, her voice sharp and piercing. "I've been with you for so many years, and now you're running off to father this woman's child for the sake of her money. Are you still a human being?" Jiang Manhwa did come with Bao Hongbiao. She had just been in the locker room and heard someone arguing outside. Qin Feng's voice was heard, and Bao Hongbiao's voice begging for mercy. She mistakenly thought that Qin Feng had seen herself shopping with another man and ran to catch the adulterer, so stayed in the locker room grinding away, afraid to come out. But then it occurred to him that he had already split up with Qin Feng, and it was out of his hands to be with someone else. She then quietly stepped out to take a look, only to find that her boyfriend has been grayed out and beaten away. Instead, Qin Feng was holding a little girl in a cheerful manner. Plus there was a beautiful woman next to him looking at him imploringly. The atmosphere of the three of them making peace instantly irritated Jiang Manhwa. Why should you guys be happy and joyful and piss my man off? She associated it with the day before yesterday. Qin Feng suddenly deleted himself, and WeChat also scolded himself, saying that he had money. She felt that Qin Feng must have fallen in love with a rich woman to be so confident. Jiang Manhwa couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to tear down this man's true colors. Qin Feng, you make me feel sick. You're willing to be a receiver for money. I'll despise you for the rest of my life. Before you worked as a security guard and a delivery boy, I was with you when you were being gossiped about and looked down upon, but I never gave up on you, and foolishly kept your body for you. But what about you? And you prefer to lick a second hand. Seeing the other party spilling her guts, Qin Feng was a bit disgusted by her and said impatiently, "Can you have some face? Don't be disgusting, okay?" After saying that, he pointed a finger to his head and explained to Shifuya, "Ignore this psycho. She's got some brain problems." Jiang Manhwa made a sad face and cried out, "Look at you now. Have you forgotten what you said to me in the first place? You said I was your salvation, that you would only love me in this life, that you would try to give me the best life you could, that you would be good to me even if you ate dirt yourself. I really didn't think that you actually deleted me for this kind of woman. Money is that important to you, is it? Can you afford our relationship for so many years?" Qin Feng's eyes slowly chilled. This woman had ruined 3 years of his life, and in the end she was going to ruin it for him. It made him a little angry. "Wang, help me hold her down. I'm going to whip her mouth today." Wang Gang's eyes were solemn as he took large steps towards Jiang Manhwa. Jiang Manhwa thought that Wang Gang was Qin Feng's friend. Seeing that he was coming on strong, he didn't dare to risk his life, so he hurriedly circled around behind the eaters and called out, "Murder! This couple is going to kill someone! Help!" She yelled as she ducked. "Everyone do it for me, ah! This man cheating as a mistress. The woman is certainly not a good thing. Perhaps behind her husband's back in the outside world to fool around." The sound had the audience talking in tongues. "This woman looks too beautiful. At first glance is not a good person. I saw the news that there is a wife outside the partnership of a mistress, poisoned her husband. Wow! So exciting. A modern-day version of Wu Dilang? People nowadays, they'll do anything for money. Look at that man. Isn't it for money that he's with that woman with the baby? Rich people play sick. That man must be a great talker. He's a great coaxer. What's the point of being nice?" Now the ex-girlfriend caught the news. Look at that rich woman's face is red with anger. Maybe go back and break up. Shifuya's face was hard. Regardless of what Qin Feng had done before, if this woman dared to talk about her man like this, she wouldn't let this woman go. There were too many people around now, and it wouldn't look good if she called the bar fighters over and made a scene. "We can only get out of here first, and then later, when our own people catch the woman, we'll strip her of her hair." She took Qin Feng's hand and said softly, "Let's go, brother. Don't be angry with this kind of woman. It's not worth it." Chapter 65, still scented by Sylvia. People will always do something particularly shameful in their lives, and whenever they think about it in the middle of the night they will be too embarrassed to sleep. Qin Feng was infuriated because he did do a lot of stupid things back then. Now that it's been revealed in public by this, it's even tempting to strangle her. But, when Shifuya took his hand, he slowly calmed down. He knew that this was the time when Shifuya's feelings were all that mattered. With victory in sight, he didn't want Shifuya to be upset. Qin Feng put down Yi in his arms and handed her over to Wang Gang to take care of. Then he backhanded Shifuya's hand and gently comforted her. "Honey, don't listen to that. I used to fool around with her." "Well, I know." Shifuya nodded. She didn't care much about that woman's words slandering Qin Feng. Qin Feng is so rich, how can he deliver takeout? What delivery guy has $60 million, and is willing to give it away? It's supposed to be a way for rich dudes to experience life. Shifuya didn't suspect Qin Feng. She was just worried that he would become the laughingstock of the crowd if he was with herself. A widow and, just now, this brother was not only for Qin Feng to hear, but also for herself to hear. Indeed, it is much better for a widow to be a sister than a wife. At the very least, it won't be so humiliating for your brother. She hadn't intended to covet anything. She just had a slight heartbeat when she was just hugged by Qin Feng and called out to his wife. Shifuya said quietly, full of guilt, "You might as well call me sister from now on." Qin Feng looked at Shifuya's pitiful eyes, realizing instantly that the woman might be afraid of dragging herself down. Fear of being ridiculed. That's why he told himself to call her sister. Qin Feng suddenly smiled. If he didn't care about other people's gazes, would he have a chance to add favorability? It just so happened that now was the time to give it a try. "Sis, don't be afraid." Qin Feng boldly stepped forward and hugged Shifuya's delicate body, gazing deeply into her eyes as he softly said, "No matter what anyone says, I like you." Shifuya was shocked by this sudden confession. and her pupils suddenly became larger and her heartbeat accelerated. Qin Feng detected a hint of trembling in the body of the woman in his arms, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked, and continued, "Since they say I'm on the list of rich women, how about we show them the list and I'll give you money and you'll support me from now on. I'm going to treat Yui like my own daughter too, okay?" Shifuya's eyes had a hint of disorientation, and she wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it, so she could only move stupidly. Qin Feng saw Shifuya froze with her small mouth slightly open. Those dainty red lips were especially sexy. It gave him an idea to kiss it up. Qin Feng decided to listen to the drumming of desire and kissed him hard in front of the crowd in front of Shifuya's unbelieving gaze. For lips met. Smelling the unique fragrance of this woman, Qin Feng instantly lost in her kiss. Shifuya felt the man's tenderness. In this moment, the walls of her heart were shattered and she couldn't help but wrap her arms around him. Yi opened her big curious eyes and watched her mom and Qin Feng kissing, her little head not knowing what she was thinking. The spectators next to me looked dumbfounded that, envious and jealous eyes were about to spit fire. Shouldn't the plot be that the rich woman dumps the scumbag and then looks at herself? Why are these two getting it on in public? Look at that happiness. Like the relationship is even better? How did such a beautiful rich woman fall for this kid who only knows how to talk? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Is there any chance? They cursed in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it. After all, when people kissed their girlfriends, it was no one else's turn to gossip. It's just a kiss in public. It's not a crime. Some of the people saw that they didn't make any more noise and left the room. Jiang Manhwa, who was hiding at the back, didn't dare to say a word more. She should say all said. People rich woman does not care about Qin Feng's past. If they are still to go up to make trouble will only look for beatings. The scene was quiet and no one interrupted either of them. After a while, only then did their lips part. Qin Feng hugged the blushing Shifuya and teased in her ear, "Sis, if you don't say anything I'll take that as a yes." Shifuya, who hadn't tasted this kind of flavor for a long time, closed her eyes and snuggled into Qin Feng's arms, whispering softly, "You don't mind us mother and daughter? I'm too much in love with you guys to be ashamed of it. Why do you like me? Because of your beauty and strength? You make me feel at home. Did you coax that ex-girlfriend of yours like that?" "No, I swear I didn't even touch her." Shifuya didn't say anything, raising her eyes to find Qin Feng's eyes. What she saw was full of honesty. It couldn't help but give her an urge to follow this man. Seeing that the time was ripe, Qin Feng said gently, "Sis, be my woman." Shifuya smiled sweetly, "I'm glad you don't mind me." System prompt. Shifuya's favorability plus 10. Current favorability 89. Spending 6,050, 000. Congratulations to the host on the successful cashback, obtaining 6,050, 000 yuan in cash. Cashback amount reaches 50 million in total. Rewarded with a lottery. Hearing the system prompt, Qin Feng man was laughing himself silly. After a lot of hard work, I finally managed to eat chicken, and there was a chance of a lottery. This is something he didn't expect. It's true that it's still Shifuya who gives the power to add 10 points for a kiss. If there's an accident in the future, won't you get 100 points directly? Qin Feng fantasized about his beautiful life in the future and prettily clicked on the lottery in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining hypnotism 3 times. Hypnosis, strong psychological suggestion to non-goddess units and firm implementation of inculcated ideas. I'm Chow. It's a godly technique. Ask Papa Ma to transfer a few $billion or a little bit of shares to himself. Won't it be a crunchy mess to kill? The world went sideways from then on. Qin Feng was so excited that he couldn't wait to run and block people's cars immediately. But then it occurred to me that no matter which Papa Ma, they have a whole bunch of people watching their money, and randomly letting them transfer money would probably get them checked out. And since he already had money now, charging into the system basically made him rich. There was no need to get into trouble for that little bit of money. Qin Feng calmed down and extinguished the thoughts in his mind. It seems that this hypnosis can only be used for self-defense, or pretending to be something else. It's okay, at least there are skills that can be used. If that Jiang Manhwa comes to provoke again, he will let her know what is called cruelty. Qin Feng got a bargain and still sold his good behavior. Looking at the charming and moving Shifuya, he couldn't help but kiss it again. The crowd of onlookers were furious when they saw that this pair of dogs shamelessly wanted to continue spreading dog food, thinking how the man's ex-girlfriend didn't say anything at this time. What are you waiting for if you don't rush up and tear these two apart? Jiang Manhwa also wanted to go up and stir up Qin Feng's good deed, but she was afraid that the rich woman would find someone to take revenge on her. When she thought of the rich man's means of retaliation, Jiang Manhwa instantly caved in. She was going to slip away quietly. Just then, only to see a beautiful woman suddenly run out from the crowd, angrily shouting at Qin Feng and the two of them. What are you doing? Chapter 66, Xia Ting chose the most comfortable path. Bao Hongbiao didn't walk out far from covering his face just now. He was mortified and filled with thoughts of finding a woman to vent to, wanting to get his lost dignity back in bed. He remembered that his girlfriend was still in the store where he had just been changing, so he stood still and messaged her, telling her that he was waiting in his car for her to come over. Suddenly, he noticed a beauty walking over not far away, a few shades prettier than the woman in the store just now. Coincidentally, there was no one else around her, and the way she was glancing around, she looked like she was shopping alone. Her small googly-eyed face was bright and beautiful, with delicate features, all dressed up in a pure and lustful JK outfit, in a small, tight, bright-colored shirt with a red bow on the chest and a slightly open neckline at the very top. Underneath wearing a pink plaid skirt, 2 white stockings wrapped around the slender round thighs, with round-toe small leather shoes, looks particularly pure and attractive. Bao Hongbiao's mouth watered as he watched her pass in front of him with a fragrant breeze. He followed without thinking, figuring out how to ask her for contact information. This beauty was none other than Xia Ting. She made a point of dressing up a bit more innocently and sweetly, despite the objections of her conservative own mother, and insisted on wearing shibori white silk, just to emphasize that she was younger and prettier than Qin Feng's sister. When she arrived at the climbing area, she didn't find Qin Feng here. Guess they probably had enough rock climbing and went to the mall. Xia Ting didn't call Qin Feng, wanting to pretend that a chance encounter would be more natural, full of memories like that classic scene on TV where you meet love around the corner. As she walked, she looked around for Qin Feng's figure, seeing that there was a crowd gathering at the women's clothing store over there, and hearing someone shouting Qin Feng's name from afar. He immediately walked over quickly. This guy is amazing, kissing a rich woman with a baby in front of his ex-girlfriend. This rich woman is so beautiful. I want to be adopted by her too. I thought it was the scene of an arrest of adultery, but I didn't realize that the man was so eloquent that he coaxed the rich woman in 3 or 2 strokes. The point is that her daughter is really cute and stands there like a good girl, trying to trick me into having a daughter again. There's a lot of talk around. Hearing the woman with the child, Shaitan hurriedly squeezed in to take a look, and was instantly shocked by what she saw, only to see that Qin Feng was actually kissing the sister he just recognized yesterday. It looked as if both were enjoying themselves. No shame at all in public. Xia Ting was furious. She knew the man was a pig of a man. Qin Feng, what are you doing? With this sound, she startled the audience around her who were about to walk away to instantly come to their senses. I didn't expect there to be drama. 1, 2, 3 women. This man really should be struck by lightning. Bao Hongbiao, who followed Xia Ting, would not have dared to enter the store but when he heard that such a beautiful woman had come to question the man, he immediately got excited and gloated and ran in to see what was going on. Qin Feng was startled when he heard Xia Ting's voice. Being caught in the act of adultery by his real girlfriend made him panic a bit, and he was just about to let go of Shifuya. But the $60 million bottom line kept him hard and steady in his movements. He ignored Shatin's noise and lingered on Shifuya's lips for a few seconds before reluctantly releasing her. That calm aura, as if he wasn't the one caught in the act of adultery. System alert, Xia Ting favorability 1. Qin Feng slowly turned his head to survey Xia Ting. She looked really good in a JK outfit, very much to Qin Feng's taste. The white silk was particularly tantalizing on her slender legs. However, at this moment, she stared at her copper bell-like eyes, filled with rage, her proud chest constantly rising and falling. Looked like a fried kitten. Ting Ting, you're here? Qin Feng greeted with a smile and an attitude of nothing happening. Xia Ting looked at him, still keeping his arms around Shifuya, and was so angry that tears were coming out of her eyes. Again, he questioned, what are you doing? Shifuya glanced at Qin Feng and said with a soft, bad smile, still not letting go? She knew that if she followed Qin Feng, she would inevitably encounter such things. There are few women who can't resist a guy who is rich, handsome, and can coax people. She didn't mind, as long as the man was there when she needed him. Qin Feng didn't let go. As much as he liked Shatin, he had also been in the car before and had made it clear that he would have another woman. The patience in the beginning is only for the openness of this moment. It's just a boink. What's all the fuss about? You, Xia Ting pointed at Qin Feng, itching to take a bite. What's wrong with me? Qin Feng looked innocent. Shame on you. You said you wanted to be with me. Shatin hated it. Yeah, won't the 3 of us be together if you come over? Qin Feng said strangely. Xia Ting was shocked by his shameless words and asked incredulously in return, you want me to stay with you guys? Is that okay? Qin Feng inquired seriously. Xia Ting was confused, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. You don't know shame. I hate you. Xia Ting's eyes appeared foggy, and there were 10,000 grievances in her voice. Qin Feng now had a strong bottom and wasn't afraid of her crying, because Qin Feng realized that Xia Ting had only dropped 1 point of goodwill when she saw herself and Shifuya together. He thinks there's something very wrong here. A bold thought crossed my mind. Good girl. Don't cry. Come here for a hug. Chin Feng let go of Shifuya's hand and coaxed with a smile. Hug your sister. Scum. Xia Ting gritted her teeth. Then will you be my sister? Chin Feng took the initiative to walk up to her and asked in a soft voice. How could Xia Ting not expect Chin Feng to say such words? She swore she'd never be a mistress in her life. When that man says that, isn't that the same as asking to be small? As a proper girl, how could she be humiliated like this? There were now 3 choices before her. One is to turn around and walk away. The second was to scold Chin Feng before leaving. Third, you scum man. Lao Miang, and you fight. Xia Ting with tears in her eyes, angrily biting towards Chin Feng's shoulder. Hiss. Chin Feng draws in cold air. It hurts, but it seems to be tolerable. Chin Feng endured the huge pain and firmly hugged Xia Ting. Shifuya's pursed lips and snickering was discovered by Xia Ting, who huffed and glared at Shifuya, biting a little harder. The crowd was completely shocked. Do they look like they're okay? What is the magic of this ing male? How can you kiss a rich woman and then hug her sister? This murderer? Why don't you die on a woman's stomach? The crowd looked at Chin Feng's face enjoying being bitten, and they couldn't wait to pull out a gun and mutilate him. Jiang Manhua and the crowd recognized Xia Ting, once in school although not in the same class, but the school flower's fame was great, and she was very eye-catching everywhere she went. When Xia Ting had just appeared on the scene, Jiang Manhua guessed that Chin Feng must have taken that rich woman's money and adopted this schoolgirl. It was thought that the schoolgirl confronting Chin Feng would make Chin Feng unable to get off the ground. I didn't expect to hug Chin Feng in minutes. It was so fast that Jiang Manhua couldn't get up in time to pull the strings. She had originally planned to join forces with the schoolgirl to denounce the scum. Chapter 67. Akemi Megumi, blame me? Jiang Manhua got angry. The man who had once been made a dog's fool of on the spot by himself was now embracing men left and right and looking like a winner in life. She couldn't stand the fallout, and a nameless evil fire burned in her heart. She couldn't help but jump out of the crowd and cry for sympathy. Everyone help me, judge. This slag man foot in 3 boats. Start and end irresponsible. Cheated me for 3 or 4 years, and now have a new love to dump me. The words fell. The already red-eyed onlookers started pointing at Chin Feng, exchanging words and talking about it. However, everyone acted sensibly and no one went up to fight for Jiang Manhua. It's nothing unusual after all. There are so many scumbags in the world. Not less than Chin Feng. Who told that woman to be so stupid as to fall for a scumbag? But what Jiang Manhua said next made the crowd come to their senses. He's not only a scumbag, he's a pervert. He won't leave me alone when I'm on my period, and when I don't want to, he's going to send me naked pictures to my family. The scene slowly quieted. All the audience had their ears open for the woman's outburst. That kind of gossip is what they want. They wanted to see if there was anything more explosive. Last time he knocked me up. He only gave me $300 for an abortion and said the baby wasn't his. The melon was a big hit with the crowd. This wave of drama caught them off guard. Their eyes were wide open as they watched Jiang Manhua sit down on the ground without any regard for her image. Grief-stricken and poignant, weeping bitterly as she counted all the crimes of her man. That vocalization of genuine emotion didn't look fake. Plus the man across the street deserves to die for hooking up with 3 women himself. For a while everyone's eyes became disgusted when they looked at Chin Feng. How could they not expect that man who looked a little bit handsome to be so overly scummy that one couldn't help but want to scold him twice? The voices on the floor grew progressively louder. The human tripods are boiling and people are talking. A mishmash of voices mingled together to make out what was being said. It's a lot of noise. When Xia Ting heard Jiang Manhua's cries, she forgot to bite the slag man for a moment. She dully looked back at Jiang Manhua and then at Chin Feng, her eyes full of incredulity. She wasn't surprised that Chin Feng was a scumbag. Rather, he was surprised that this man was into bloodbaths? How can this be done? You'll get sick. Xia Ting felt the need to give Chin Feng a lesson in women's health. Chin Feng only felt like a thorn in his side at the moment. He didn't expect this woman to even say such things in order to slander herself. He tried to explain a few things, but the opposite side of the room looked unreasonable, spilling and ranting. There was nothing for him to do. Chin Feng couldn't help but sigh. If you're playing like that, you'll have to play along yourself. Jiang Manhua, do you know why I broke up with you? Chin Feng's voice was not loud, but his confident aura made everyone unconsciously listen to him with all their hearts. This kind of aura is automatically available to those who have money and a bottom line. It's not because you're looking at other women, you thousand-dagger heartless man. Jiang Manhua accused. She clearly had no tears in her eyes, but she pretended to be crying uproariously to attract sympathy. Not all of them, Chin Feng admitted boldly and said with a look of regret. And because you're getting uglier and uglier. You were pretty good looking when I knew you. Now you can't even stand to look at me with makeup on. Miserable. TSK 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 TSK. Jiang Manchue's breath caught at the words, almost unable to believe what she had heard, and said with a trembling voice, "What did you say?" Qin Feng laughed and gushed. "I'd say you're getting old. Your skin is dull and wrinkled. There's no collagen left in your face and your hair is thinning. The most hateful way to call a woman out is to say what she cares about the most. This kind of targeted talk will definitely bring back memories every time she looks in the mirror. They get paranoid and can't sleep once they notice a bit of sagging skin or a few hairs falling out, especially when guys say these things to them. It's no less damaging than when women say a man doesn't have a car or a house." Jiang Manchue was furious, not expecting Qin Feng to humiliate her like this, especially in front of so many people. To think that the Qin Feng who had once treated her like a baby was now calling her old and ugly without mercy. She screamed and rushed towards Qin Feng. It was as if a string had been snapped in his head. Raising his hands in anger, he wanted to tear Qin Feng's mouth apart, and to scratch the face of the woman beside him. Let these dogs and men never dare to come out to see anyone again. She moved quickly and ran to Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Just when the crowd thought the pair were about to tear themselves apart, Wang Gang, who had been behind Qin Feng, slowly took a step forward and blocked in front of Jiang Manchue, looking down at her coldly. The oppression of a 6'9" strong man was too strong, and he was wearing a short sleeve. The explosive muscles in his arms were hideous, and as they tensed with power, his pectoral muscles showed their contours on his shirt. Jiang Manchue instantly calmed down, stopping less than half a meter away, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. The height difference of more than 20 centimeters allowed her to only look up at Wang Gang. The icy face didn't look the least bit emotional, and she felt like if she took another step forward, the man would throw himself out. "Brother Wang, next month's salary is paid to you in advance." Qin Feng laughed. Wang Gang didn't say thank you. He wanted to play it cool to let Jiang Manchue know what to do. He didn't do anything if he could, because he was afraid of breaking the thin-armed woman, and then he wouldn't be able to explain it to the police. "Qin Feng, you shall not die. Tomorrow the whole family will have a car accident, and the women in the family will be rounded." Jiang Manchue's eyes were filled with resentment, but she didn't dare to step forward and make a move. All that could be done was to point a finger at him with one hand crossed and curse wildly. Anyway, cursing isn't a crime, so no one can do anything to her. "You really think I wouldn't dare touch you, don't you?" Qin Feng's face slowly sank. Seriously, his family was his scales. Whoever touched them would die. At one time, he didn't fight many people because of his old mom. "Come on, you hit me like you used to, you thousand-dagger bastard. Have the guts to beat me to death in front of everyone? I want to show everyone your true colors." The more Jiang Manchue cursed, the more agitated she became, gradually treating Qin Feng as her ex-boyfriend, the man who not only made her have an abortion, but also beat her with his hands. "You wolfish thing, beating me at home with a stick wrapped in a towel and holding my head in the toilet." Her heartbreaking cries reinforced the viewer's belief that what happened was true. Some kind-hearted people have already started calling the Women's Protection Association, asking them to send someone over to arrest Qin Feng. Xia Ting did not recognize Jiang Manchue, and seeing her words, she began to panic a little, swallowing and asking Qin Feng, You guys?" Qin Feng looked at Xia Ting with a gloomy expression. "And you believe what she says?" Xia Ting was a little embarrassed by Qin Feng's stare. In the past 2 days of contact, Qin Feng gave her a feeling of an innocent boy, gentle and considerate, pampered in 100 ways. She hadn't forced anything on her in bed or out of bed, but had instead been obedient to her. That counted as one of the reasons she stayed. Xia Ting shifted her gaze from his face to the side, and despite trusting Qin Feng, her mouth still muttered in a small voice, "Who knows if you men have such sick thoughts in your minds?" Qin Feng frowned. "I never hit women." After saying that, he inwardly added, "If you want to fight, let someone else do it." Xia Ting lightly grunted. "Anyway, if you dare to hit me in the future, I'll hit your son." Chapter 68, First Use of Hypnosis. Bao Hongbiao, who was on the sidelines, was overjoyed to hear that his girlfriend had been beaten. That man had done such a tenuous thing to his girlfriend. He took out his phone on the spot and called the police. It makes sense to walk around the world. His own girlfriend was being bullied, and it was only right that he, as a boyfriend, should stand up for herself. With proof, he could totally sue the man. If it happens to be an assault while the woman is pregnant, it's possible to hire a powerful lawyer and have him go to jail. The thought of him being in jail, wouldn't that make the two big, beautiful, flowery women around him single? Bao Hongbiao said loudly while masturbating in his mind to the responding officer. Yes, 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 yes. At the Givenchy store in the Intai building, there was a man who assaulted a woman, and all of us saw it. Qin Feng is not afraid of the shadow. Even if the police come over cannot take him how, at most, will be brought back to ask questions. But what does it mean to be planted by an ex-girlfriend and somehow get into the police station when you're shopping with a girl for good reason? He coldly said to Jiang Manhua, "You know I've never hit you before. You really want to up, don't you?" Jiang Manhua knew that Qin Feng was not that ex-boyfriend of hers. However, her hatred for Qin Feng did not diminish in the slightest because Qin Feng was obviously rich. The two women around him were all beautiful, and the fact that he went to the bar and then to the Porsche store proved that Qin Feng had really won the $90 million jackpot. Jiang Manhua thought of her former licking dog, who suddenly had money but ran off to dash off with another woman. The heart was as sick as if it had been filled with lard. She said viciously, "You know you're scared now? Weren't you so happy when you deleted me the day before yesterday? You kicked me aside when you got rich, didn't you? You're not going to pay me back for all my years of youth loss?" Qin Feng laughed in anger. It wasn't enough that he had given so many gifts over the years, but now he was relying on himself. "Does she really think she's a bully?" Qin Feng said in a low voice. "How much do you want?" Jiang Manhua was happy in her heart, thinking that there was a chance, and hurriedly said the price that she had long thought of in her mind. 2 million. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. "What if I don't give it?" Jiang Manhua froze, and after thinking about it as if she really couldn't do anything about him, she started shouting again. "Then you're not getting out of here today." Qin Feng was amused by her and said, "You're in charge here? Can you stop the police when they come over?" Jiang Manhua pondered for a moment, suddenly thinking that the black history of rich people was quite valuable. It so happened that she had a lot of black history of Qin Feng, so she shouted excitedly, "If you don't pay, I'll send out all your chats with me for everyone to see." "You threatened me?" Qin Feng's eyes went cold. Those dog-licking records of his are so socially dead that anyone who reads them will have an embarrassing cancer. Jiang Manhua took one look at Qin Feng's expression and thought she had found his weakness, questioning with a face full of pride. "You swore to me that you would make me happy in the beginning. Have you forgotten? Now that you're rich, you won't even pay me $2 million? Where did the wild woman come from? Come to blackmail my brother's money. Do you want some beef-face?" Xia Ting finally couldn't help herself and snapped on the spot. "How dare someone touch my man's money? You don't give a damn about me." Xia Ting. If Qin Feng had really made a move on that woman before, there was nothing she could do about it. $2 million was $2 million. But now, listening to her, it seemed like Qin Feng hadn't done anything to her and had only chased after this woman. This woman is blackmailing people with such despicable tactics as chat logs. Xia Ting couldn't hold back a bit and backhanded a spray. "What kind of class dares to ask for $2 million? $2 million can ask people to pour acid on you. You know, this money you do not want a penny. The big deal is that you send out the chat records. I would like to see what there is unseemly. Who used to have a clean QQ signature? What does it matter if the whole thing is a bit tawdry?" Xia Ting, would never admit that she wanted to see it. "Brother, let's go. This woman will be cleaned up later." Shifu went forward and advised. Having so many people around made her feel a little noisy. And crummy environments aren't good for little kids. Bao Hongbiao immediately stepped forward and said, "No one can leave before the police come." Jiang Manhua followed along and said loudly, "Yes, unless you compensate me for the loss of youth. These years I accompanied you to suffer and suffer from poverty, help you wash and cook, beat and scold. You now have a new person. A foot kicked me. You are not a person." The women on the sidelines expressed their support as soon as they heard it, righteously criticizing Qin Feng morally. "A girl's youth is so precious. It's all given to you, scum. $2 million is not much at all. Oh my god. And a beating and an abortion. If it were up to me, I'd sue you for losing your family. Don't be afraid, sister. We'll back you up. We won't let him go if he doesn't give us the money today. Yeah. Let's hurry up and take pictures and netstorm people to flesh out this guy. You're a scumbag. You're an asshole. You're a scumbag. 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 You're a scumbag." Jiang Manhua saw that there were so many people backing her up. She became more and more justified, stopping her hands in front of Qin Feng to prevent them from passing. The male crowd, on the other hand, was too vulnerable to make a sound under the bombardment of female fists, afraid of upsetting his girlfriend. Only a couple of the men stepped up as abusers and said a few words about the scene. "Brother, seeing as you're not bad at all, let's just pay for a lesson. A man has to have a crotch and admit when he's done something wrong, and from now on, he should always control his buddies. 2 million isn't a bad deal. She at least did your laundry for a few years and had an abortion for you." Qin Feng was morally bound by so many people for the first time, and for a moment he thought that this was another spoof program. He stared blankly at Jiang Manhua, who was wearing a winning color in front of his eyes, and was slightly lost in thought. How could he have been so stupid to look at this kind of goods in the first place? At this time the door was blocked tightly. On a few mall security ran to maintain order. The mall responsible person did not come to the security guards do not know how to deal with. There are just two programs now, pay up or break out. Breaking out would probably be on the news tomorrow, but shelling out money looks like being a shabby. Or there is the option of waiting for the police to come. But Qin Feng didn't want to go to the police station to waste time. Unable to do anything else, Qin Feng issued one last warning, demanding that Jiang Manhua and Bo Hongbiao get out of the way or suffer the consequences. After receiving their contemptuous scorn, Qin Feng's patience was exhausted. He aimed at Bo Hongbiao and unleashed a hypnotic spell. Bo Hongbiao suddenly felt that something had stuck into his brain, and then his consciousness blurred as he looked at Qin Feng with two empty eyes, as if he was waiting for something. Even though it was the first time he had cast the skill, Qin Feng seemed to know how to use it at once. Simply put, you can suggest your thoughts to Bo Hongbiao through your mind, and he will firmly believe whatever you say at this time. Qin Feng had wanted to ask Bo Hongbiao to beat up Jiang Manhua, but it's so fun to see the skill. Thought about it and decided to go big. He made up a story in Bo Hongbiao's mind. You're a born again. Back from the future to the present. Chapter 69, I, Bo Hongbiao, am the main character. My name is Bo Hongbiao. I'm born again. In the not too distant future, I'll be married to this woman next to me named Jiang Manhua. I love her so much. For her I worked my ass off to make money early and late, to give her a quality life to fulfill any conditions she had. She loves me, too, gave me a big fat boy. I would have thought I was the luckiest man in the world, but I never expected that I would come back early one day and find this woman rolling in bed with another man while I was away. I questioned her and she said, "It's just a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. He's just my boyhood friend. We just slept together. We didn't do anything. It's not like I initiated it. What can a weak woman like me do? I just made a mistake that any normal girl would make. Don't worry, the baby is definitely yours." I didn't believe her and defied her to hold my 2-year-old son for a paternity test. When the identification results told me that I was not the biological father of my child, I was furious. And yet she was still explaining. It's possible that you ate too much soy sauce during pregnancy. Maybe the hospital held them wrong. Just make sure the kid looks a little bit like him. Is blood really that important? Don't be calculating. Why do you men only care about the result? Can't we just love each other? I was so pissed off I passed out. Was admitted to ICU for emergency treatment. Dimly conscious, I heard my wife demanding that the hospital abandon treatment and running to pull my oxygen tube. I couldn't catch my breath and desperately tried to open my eyes to call for help, only to see my wife holding another man's hand and discussing with him how to divide my inheritance. My blood vessels ruptured in excitement. I blacked out, and my heart stopped completely. Just when I thought I was dead, I heard a voice. Do you want to be reborn? I want to. I want to be reborn. I want to get back at that woman. The next moment, I found myself back at the mall 3 years ago. I'm in tears. God actually gave me a chance to live again. I swear, I'm going to spend the rest of my life getting back at that woman hard. Jiang Manhua. A tyrannical roar resounded throughout the hall, and everyone felt their hearts skip a beat, before anyone can react to what's happening, only to see the man who was originally in the group with the woman, swinging his hand round to suddenly give the woman beside him a big mouth. Pop. An unmistakable slap in the face. You can tell by the sound that it's a riveting fight. The woman's head was knocked sideways. A fiery pain came from Jiang Manhua's face. Her cheeks instantly swelled up. There was a sharp noise in her ears irritating her eardrums, and a bloody taste filled her mouth. Her mind went blank. She had no idea what was going on and covered her face in horror as she looked at her boyfriend. The world went quiet, as if the air had frozen. I'm going to kill you. Feeling unrelieved, Bo Hongbiao ran over and grabbed Jiang Manhua's hair and, raising his hand, he slapped it continuously at the woman's face. Pop, pop, pop. The man swung his winded hand, smacking the woman in the face one at a time. Each blow was delivered with full force, and a succession of slaps exploded across the scene like firecrackers. The crowd was dumbfounded. Not a breath of air. Help! Jiang Manhua screamed and shouted frantically. Her face was swollen into a pig's head, covered with red finger bars. She collapsed to the floor in pain, her body twisting and rolling as she dodged the man's blows. But with the man's large hands gripping her hair, she couldn't run away, so she could only grip the man's wrists with both hands and raise her arms to protect the side of her face. This was followed by a muffled thud. A sandbag-sized fist hit her in the front. Jiang Manhua only felt that her face was dented in. A sour and sharp pain came from the bridge of her nose, and a red liquid could not be stopped from flowing down as her nasal cavity became hot. It hurts. It hurts too much. The most sensitive peripheral nerve in her nose amplified the pain 1,000,000 times over, connecting it straight to her brain. She felt like it hurt like hell to even breathe. She was dazed by the beating and out of habit started begging for mercy. Husband, don't hit. I know it's wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Bao Hongbiao was agitated, pulling her hair and kicking, and his hands were extremely ruthless. Dare to pull my oxygen tube. I'll kill you today. Jiang Manhua was beaten like a bug and lay on the ground twitching and twisting non-stop. The teeth in her mouth were loose. Blood was pouring from the corners of her mouth, and her hair had been ripped out by a large handful, and she was screaming in pain. Killing people. Help I didn't. I really didn't. Qin Feng also didn't expect hypnosis to be so overbearing, and woke up after a short while of being dumbfounded. Hurriedly pulling the equally dumbfounded Shifuya and Xia Ting slowly backed away, giving the stage to the man and woman who were crazy for love. Qin Feng's few people quietly blended into the crowd to watch the show. The audience was so mesmerized by the domestic violence scene that they didn't even notice the original male lead blending in. The female audience who jumped to help Jiang Manhua support her before. This time, when they saw the ferocious man inflicting violence, they directly shrunk their heads and hid behind their own boyfriends, not daring to make a sound at all. The male spectators, who could not bear to see the girls being beaten, wanted to go up and talk them out of it, but were afraid that the madman would fight red-handed and implicate himself. After all, this is something between a man and a woman, and it's not good for them, an outsider, to intervene. 4 or 5 security guards were dutiful and ran over to stop Bao Hongbiao from hitting people. After all, fighting was different from quarreling, and if something really happened, the few of them couldn't afford to take the blame. Dude, calm down. If you keep fighting, you're gonna get in trouble. Let's talk this over. Don't do it. Don't hit me. Is it decent to hit a woman? A few 40 or 50 years old when the strong security guards quickly controlled Bao Hongbiao. But Bao Hongbiao grabbed Jiang Manhua's hair with one hand and refused to let go, struggling and reaching out to kick her to death. Get out of my way. It's none of your business. I'm going to kill this woman today. A few security guards gave Jiang Manhua a moment's respite, crying out, Aha! Bao Hongbiao, you are crazy Why do you hit me? What did I do wrong? Bao Hongbiao emotional. What you have done yourself you know in your own heart. Last time when you go to the bar alone I know you are not a thing. Still have the face to ask? Jiang Manhua thought that the east window had been broken and panicked. I'm not. I've just been drinking. It's not what you think. How was that? They're all my best friends. They're sad about their breakups. There's no way I can't go comfort them. They're the ones who initiated it. I don't want that. Wow. The audience was in an uproar. Well. Bao Hongbiao couldn't continue his hands when he was held down by the security guard, so he let go of her hair and pointed at her with a hateful voice. I'm definitely going to play you to death. Just you wait. Chapter 70, Qin Feng's Shattered Dreams. Jiang Manhua finally got rid of the man's hand that was holding her hair. At the moment she was bruised and in pain, and she fell to the ground bawling. Who are you to hit me? Bao Hongbiao roared. I don't just want to beat you. I want you to live the rest of your life as if you were dead. The man's threat made Jiang Manhua completely explode. She's not one to be messed with either. She's dealt with different men and knows a lot of rich people. Bao Hongbiao wouldn't even rank in the top 5 in her fish pond. She struggled to her feet, her cloaked hair and fierce face like a female ghost from hell. You fat. You don't even look at how disgusting you look. If it wasn't for the money, do you think I'd want to lick you? Bitch, you like to so much, don't you? I'll pay for a black guy to come over later. Bao Hongbiao, it's not over today. I'll sue you for everything you've got. Malagasy, I'll take your life. Saying that, Bao Hongbiao broke away from the security guards with a hideous face and rushed up again, his 2 hands deadlocked on Jiang Manhua's throat. Jiang Manhua wasn't willing to give in and reached out to stick her hand in his eye. Both tilted their heads and greeted each other with their hands on each other's heads at the same time, like a groundhog choking. The audience was numb. God, please let them get married where they are and stop letting them come out and wreak havoc on others. Many people turned on their videos and recorded the wonderful conversation between the two and posted it online for all to enjoy. Gold-digging green tea bitch versus grumpy bottom-headed man. No, I can't eat this melon today. I just got here. Did a class rep tell me what happened? Listen to that man. This woman play quite flower also a woman more than one man. TSK. Dig it. Who is this woman to just run around accusing her ex-boyfriend? Women are at fault, but is it right for a man to do it? This man is no good either. He hits so hard. I just saw that woman's teeth were slapped out 1 inch. That's right. It's not his wife. Why is he so excited? He hugged Shifuya's thigh, tilted her head and asked, Mommy, why did that uncle hit that auntie? Shifuya didn't know why they suddenly fought, but he had seen many scenes of drunken guests going crazy and didn't take it seriously. There are some men who go nuts once in a while even if they don't drink. She crouched down and took the opportunity to teach Yui in a fervent manner, because she misbehaved and disobeyed. Yui's eyes darted around in fear and she said weakly, Yui is very good. Well, our Yui is the best behaved. Let's go out. Shifuya laughed. She didn't want Yi to see this, so she said to Qin Feng, let's go out for a stroll first, and pulled Yi up to leave. Yui was pulled by her mom to take a step back and forth. She still wants to see what happens to her uncle and aunt in the end. At this point the mall manager finally arrived. He brought a few security guards with him. 7 or 8 of them separated the two, and deadlocked Bao Hongbiao on the ground to prevent him from continuing to hurt people, and reported to the police. It didn't look like the two could fight. Qin Feng was afraid that if the police came over later, maybe things would be brought to him, and so followed Shifuya out of the room. Halfway there, noticed that Shatin wasn't following. Back to holding Shatin. Brother, is that woman your ex-girlfriend? Xiating couldn't help but ask. Jian Manchua's performance refreshed her 3 views. Her eyes were filled with disbelief when she looked at Qin Feng at the moment. How could she not imagine that Qin Feng would like this kind of woman? Qin Feng immediately set aside the relationship. I'm clean with her. I haven't even touched her hand. Xiating frowned her eyebrows, feeling that things were not simple, but she did not bother to ask Qin Feng anything. Not actively pursuing a guy's secrets is a basic operation of a smart woman. She naturally took Qin Feng's arm. It was like going back to yesterday. Intimate as if there hadn't been an argument. Brother, where are we going? Shatin asked with a crooked head. Qin Feng didn't know where to go, so he casually asked Shifuya, who was standing at the door waiting for them. Sis, where are we going? Which was why he felt a twisting pain in his arm as soon as the words left his mouth. Hiss. Qin Feng drew a cold breath and turned his head to look at Xiating in disbelief. What are you doing? Xiating snorted coldly and said, I asked you where you were going. Why are you asking her? Aren't we together? Qin Feng thought that Xiating staying meant that she agreed to coexist peacefully with Shifuya. Still want to try to see if I can get left and right. Unexpectedly, this time he went out and realized that Xiating didn't seem to mean it, and he stared wide-eyed. Don't think for a second that she's over it, Xiating said while secretly sizing up Shifuya. This woman didn't have big boobs or ass. The only thing that looks good is a melon face, and the temperament is dignified and elegant. A pair of fox eyes looked cold and unapproachable, but Xiating was well aware of how lethal these eyes were to men. Shatin looked away and inadvertently met her gaze. Seeing the light smile in her eyes, she had a gentle and virtuous look, as if she didn't mind that she was hugging Qin Feng. At once, his eyes became glazed over. Secretly, he thought that yesterday, this bimbo woman deliberately put her posture down to make herself drop her guard, lied about her information, and then secretly cuddled with Qin Feng. Today by their own caught in the presence of adultery is still smiling. Do not see a trace of embarrassment. It's a masterpiece. Tina, what do you want to go shopping for? We'll go shopping. Not with them boys. Shifuya looked at the serious expression of Xiating and invited with a smile. Humph. Wanting to rob me of my position in the main palace. Dream on. Xiating muttered in a voice that only she could hear, then revealed a bright smile and said, Sister, it's better to take Yi with you. I'll just stroll with my brother. Ting Ting is so beautiful. Are you still afraid that your boyfriend will run away? Shifuya laughed evilly. Who knows if he'll suddenly be hungry for more? Xiating glanced meaningfully at Qin Feng. Shifuya, keenly sensing a hint of hostility from the girl, didn't get angry, but only spoke in a nonchalant manner. Men may cheat because women are incompetent. I'm not as capable as you are, sister. I call my brother in front of people, but I don't know what I call behind my back. It's kind of sad when you say that about your sister. I thought we had a nice conversation last night. Xiating was angry at the thought of last night's events. She should have gone over to pick up Qin Feng if she had known. I wanted to recognize you as my sister last night, but I didn't think you'd hit on my boyfriend. Shifuya smiled faintly. I don't have this idea. Oh, you also saw. It's your boyfriend who took the initiative. What can I do as a weak woman? The two men were in a state of verbal and tit-for-tat, and the smell of gunpowder was overwhelming. Brother, let's go. Ignore that vixen. Xiating tugged Qin Feng's arm and wanted to leave. Shifuya looked at Qin Feng with a smile, wondering how he would choose it this time. Qin Feng looked around and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chapter 71. Doesn't a biochemist smell a little better than a woman? Beside her was a schoolgirl dressed in JK white silk, pure desire style. On the opposite side was a cold and attractive young woman in a black dress. Qin Feng wanted both, but his instincts told him this was the wrong choice. Picking two was likely to offend them together. What would a werewolf do at this point? He thought for half a second. Step forward and pick up what you think is a better deal. Smiling, she asked, where does want to go play? Uncle will take you there, okay? Sweetly shouted. Okay, wants to go back and watch the adults fight. Qin Feng, good. All three are no slouches. He was out of ideas and offered to go to a movie in order to distract everyone. Shifuya nodded in agreement. Xia Ting had a moment of hesitation. She wanted to watch a movie with Qin Feng alone. However, looking at Qin Feng's difficult appearance, he was afraid that it would not end well if he was pushed to the edge. So he sulked and did not say anything. Qin Feng took it as her default. The group arrived at the mall movie theater and the lobby was not crowded, and was decorated in a high-end atmosphere with soft overhead lighting and a blue neon strip on the counter that stood out. A couple of vending machine counters stood to one side, next to clear glass holders of popcorn and assorted snacks. Yui was clamoring for snacks, and Shifuya went along with. Xia Ting and Qin Feng went to buy tickets together. Want to wrap it up? Qin Feng had $60 million and gradually swelled up. He'd been to the movie theater relatively infrequently, and had yet to experience the feeling of a packed house. What's the point of chartering a theater? What a waste of money. Xia Ting said reluctantly. I did a rough calculation and it's only about $20,000 to buy all the seats. Qin Feng said. Brother, 20,000 is 2 months of my salary. Xia Ting said without a trace of anger. It's not like you have to pay for it if I pay for it, so why are you saving money for me? Qin Feng wondered. Xia Ting beamed. That expression like she saw someone else spoiling food. A small family spirit. It's $20,000 for a package. You might as well give me the money and I'll show you in my room. What? To her room? Qin Feng stared straight at Xia Ting's side face. Her curved, soft cheekbones carried a bit of baby fat, and her round, red lips were gently pursed, as if tempting people to taste them. Okay, give you 20,000. Wait for no one in your family to tell me. Qin Feng was strangely bold. Xia Ting also realized that she was leading the wolf into the house, and secretly glanced at Qin Feng. Seeing his hungry face, she spat at him with a red face. You scum! Come to my house not afraid of being killed by my parents. If you're not afraid, what am I afraid of? Qin Feng said with a strained neck. Xia Ting didn't dare to say this topic again. Really, by her parents found out, she would be the first one to be killed. If you don't like the noise of the ordinary hall, you can buy the VIP hall. It's less crowded and quiet. And the service is also very good, Xia Ting suggested. You're not lucky to get some uneducated bear kids in the general lobby. Kicking chairs in the back really detracts from the viewing experience. Even the crowds will show up with drama dogs, showing off BBs all over the place. Oh, there's a VIP hall? Qin Feng marveled. Sure, but it's a couple times more expensive. Not a great deal for the average person. Okay, let's charter a VIP room then. In the end, Qin Feng still insisted on chartering a small VIP screening room. The VIP room package price is going to be over $10,000, but it's money well spent to stay out of the way. Qin Feng had never been to a VIP hall before and didn't know it was like this. Follow the specialized attendants to the VIP buffet restaurant to rest and wait. The restaurant has some dim sum cupcakes and cold snacks to enjoy at your leisure, and unlimited popcorn and fries and Häagen-Dazs, too. Yui's eyes glistened at the sight of the ice cream and she yelled for 2 bowls. Shivya only agreed to her having 1 bowl. Qin Feng was defeated by Yi's watery eyes and gave her a big bowl of the bubbly kind. Xia Ting said that the movie theater is too chicken thief. All these things have no bags. Want to steal a little, put in the bag, cannot put. A few people had been eating for a while when the waiter came out and said the movie was ready. The 4 big ones and the 4 little ones followed the attendant into a separate VIP passageway to the movie room. As far as the eye could see, there were just about 20 spots inside. Each person has an individual sofa-style seat, with a sofa that can be laid flat for viewing, and a small coffee table between the 2 seats. There's a menu on the coffee table, so you can order some burgers and fried chicken and coffee and milk tea and other staple drinks. There is a service push bell on the seat to summon a waiter at any time, and the VIP room is thoughtfully equipped with a separate restroom, eliminating guests' worries. I can say the service was very attentive. The only regret is that the movie is still the regular movie and not the precious uncut version. Qin Feng chose the couple's seat in the last row, and Xia Ting unreservedly sat next to him and snuggled into his arms. Shifuya and Yui were sitting next door in the couple's seat. Wang Gang didn't dare to sit in front of the eyesore, nor did he dare to sit next to the boss's wife. So he took a blanket and sat on a small bench in the corner, disguising himself as a transparent person. The movie opened and the lights dimmed. The stereo was loud and vibrated from time to time with the ups and downs of the plot. It was a romantic movie. Yui had little interest in it and fell asleep within a few moments of watching it. The few adults left were watching intently. The movie comes to a climax where the hero and heroine kiss each other passionately. Qin Feng looked stupid, especially in a private and dark room like this one. Just so happens to have a moving girl in his arms. Her petite body was pressed against his own, and the 2 of them were separated by only 2 single garments. The girl's ebony hair smelled faintly of. Qin Feng's breathing became heavier and heavier, but with Shifuya beside him, he didn't dare reach out to tease the girl in his arms. He was worried that Shifuya would lower her favorability. After all, it's just 11 points of goodwill away from having 10 biotics. This kind of bodyguard who is loyal, has full skill points, and is not afraid of death or pain. Qin Feng wants it very much. With them you never have to worry about being rounded up for blackmail. And the system says that both hypnosis and biochemistry are in the same class. If hypnosis is so dominant, can a biochemist be any worse? If that biochemist was a template of a god of war, king of soldiers, super mercenary or whatever, who in this world could stop himself? Qin Feng's desire gradually dissipated as he thought about it. Eyes focused up, not letting loose on Xia Ting, watching the movie seriously. But instead of him letting loose, the woman in his arms began to let loose. Xia Ting drew circles on Qin Feng's chest with her fingertips, deliberately exhaling hot air that tickled Qin Feng's neck. He even kissed Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng's body shivered and goosebumps rose. Xia Ting attached herself to his ear and flirted. Letting you dabble in flowers is punishment. Chapter 72, Shifuya has sensitive skin. Where could the fledgling Qin Feng stand this? The body rolled and the nose spewed out bearish heat. He guarded a sliver of clarity on his spiritual platform and gritted his teeth to endure. Goblin, you're playing with fire. I'll play. What can you do to me? Xia Ting smiled cheekily, her gaze filled with teasing. Do you believe that I'll make you suffer? Qin Feng suppressed the flames in his heart. Humph. Aren't you afraid of scaring your sister away? Xia Ting raised her eyebrows, not afraid in the slightest. Only the reddened cheeks betrayed her, proving that she was just as nervous. Qin Feng's heart throbbed as he looked down at the girl in his arms. He couldn't help but reach up and pinch her face. Xia Ting was startled and hurriedly put her hand against Qin Feng. Her eyes fluttered, and for a moment she blushed, immediately pleading softly for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. Qin Feng didn't eat this. Didn't you play very vigorously just now? I won't dare to do it again. You tell me what to do. Xia Ting's eyelashes trembled slightly, lightly biting her lower lip as she shyly said, let's go to the hotel. The movie theater was dimly lit. Visibility was low, and with the armrests covering the two men's couch, the people next to them couldn't see this side of the room without looking carefully. Qin Feng softly said, are you sleepy? Why don't you lie in my arms and sleep for a while? Xia Ting shook her head gently. She could get sleepy watching a movie. How can he hold his head up in front of his sister? Her heart fluttered wildly, and while she was imagining things, Qin Feng pinched her. Ah! Xia Ting couldn't help but exclaim. But commotion made Shifuya frown. She had just held back for a long time, and watching the two of them gradually lose some control. She looked at Yi next to her and interrupted with a faint voice. Mr. Qin Feng, don't bully girls in public. Qin Feng only wanted to teach Xia Ting a lesson at first, but the way Xia Ting looked got him a little wound up, which is why he made that kind of request. At this moment, hearing Shifuya's disgruntled tone, he calmed down slightly. As reason gradually took the high ground, his desire receded. She's the one who bullied your brother me. Qin Feng screamed. Xia Ting didn't expect him to be wicked and give himself up, and huffed. Shame on you. Shame on you. Xia Ting was angry and shy. Shameless, Qin Feng said with a slate. Watch the movie properly. Look at you. Where have you been thinking? Xia Ting's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at this dogman who had a longing look on his face just a moment ago, but now because of another woman's words, he was obediently honest and backtracked. Exasperated, he clenched his teeth, narrowed his eyes and looked him up and down, and finally grabbed his arm and gave him a vicious bite, unexpectedly realizing that the meat on my arm tasted a little better than on my shoulder. I bit harder. Qin Feng stifled a grunt and held back strongly. He wanted Xia Ting's super strong body now. Maybe with it he could not be afraid of being bitten. Shifuya glanced at Qin Feng, who had put on a mask of pain, and the corner of her mouth lightly hooked. I'll let you molest people. Now you know it hurts, right? Qin Feng squeezed out a stubborn smile. It doesn't hurt at all. Shifuya said leisurely. Ting Ting, do you want to try biting and shaking your head at the same time? Xia Ting obediently bit his arm and bobbed her head. Ah, after a movie, Qin Feng felt isolated. Xia Ting unexpectedly took Shifuya's hand and walked ahead with a smile on her face, and he himself, holding followed them like a follower. Obviously, they were enemies before, but now they seemed to be as affectionate as sisters. Girls have brain circuits he doesn't understand, but it's a good thing that they're getting closer. The group wandered around for a while and it was time for dinner. The crowd found a random restaurant in the mall and the four were seated in the lobby. Wang Gang consciously stood at the door and was dragged in by Qin Feng. Then tell him to eat at the next table and order what he wants. Wang Gang gouged and ordered fried rice. Qin Feng felt that he was questioning his strength as a boss, and picked up his cell phone and clunked him 7 or 8 orders, and was about to pay. Someone called in. One look at the remarks and the devil's body. Is that Subeishi who sends 300? -20 favorability. He instantly remembered that he had promised to go to Su Beishi's restaurant for dinner tonight. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment and directly hung up the phone. He's not done with either of the two women across the street, and that one's not in a hurry yet. He looked up as if nothing had happened, finding Xia Ting next to him staring at himself with a suspicious face, and Shifuya lowered her voice as she spoke to Yui. All were obviously interested in this call from Qin Feng. Ha ha ha, a friend of mine. Previously arranged to have dinner today, Qin Feng casually explained. Male-female? Shatin asked, hitting the nail on the head. I haven't seen it either. Qin Feng said vaguely. He really hasn't seen it, only pictures, but with such a veiled answer. It must have sounded to the others like a woman on the other side. Even their relationship is not simple. Shifuya was a little angry. While she didn't mind her man having other women, she did mind him messing around. The kind of man who sees one and loves another usually doesn't give his heart. It made her feel like she was being lied to. In just one day, there had been an ex-girlfriend plus a current girlfriend plus an online friend, plus herself as a sister. Oh, let's go back to eat. Uncle has something to do tonight. Shifuya held and faintly said to Qin Feng, brother, go and get busy. It's not good to stand someone up when you've made an appointment. System alert, Shifuya's favorability -5. Qin Feng was shocked, and a cold sweat came down on him. Shifuya looked as calm on the surface as before, and spoke for her own good. If it wasn't for the system prompting her to be angry, Qin Feng really didn't realize that there was anything wrong. These women are too sensitive, aren't they, to get upset over a phone call? Chapter 73, Taking Two Sisters to Find Women. Qin Feng stopped Shifuya and explained helplessly. Sis, I had nothing to do with that woman. Just bought her customized Porsche and chatted a little. I didn't ask. What are you so anxious to explain? Shifuya gently glanced at Qin Feng and smiled. Aren't I afraid you'll be upset? Qin Feng said with concern. Don't you think too much? I'm not upset. Shifuya's tone was soft, and the smile on her face was light, as if she really wasn't upset. Qin Feng, however, was spitting madly in his heart. Damn, you're not upset, but give me back my favor, asshole. Xia Ting, hearing that it was the buyer of the Porsche, also got a little emotional, and said in a conspiratorial manner, yo brother is so awesome. Just accompanied someone to buy a car yesterday, and then he made a date with someone for dinner tonight. Qin Feng was afraid that the other jealous person would also reduce his good sense, and hurriedly said openly and honestly, it's not what you think. She owns a tavern, and when I casually mentioned that I was going to be there, she let me go today. Go if they want you to go. I'm afraid I won't have any food today. Ha, I'll believe you. Xia Ting finished with a twinkle in her eye and coaxed again. Well, it just so happens that we haven't ordered our food yet, so why don't we go meet up together? Qin Feng was immediately in a difficult position. Would this not be a good idea? Bringing two girls on the first date. Then Su Beishi's favorability is afraid to fall to the ground. How can we raid people in the future? That woman's traits and rewards are pretty good coming up. The skill of listening to women's hearts can make it twice as easy to raid other girls in the future. Qin Feng hesitated and asked Shifuya with a sideways glance. Sis, are we really going to eat at her place? Shivya said absently. Whatever you want. Whatever you want. Qin Feng heard from her tone that she wanted to go. After a little thought, he decided to give up on Su Beishi first. After all, that chick is a little hard to get by smashing money to reduce her favorability. It's better to stabilize the soon-to-blossom Shifuya and Shatin. So on the spur of the moment, he dialed Su Beishi's number. Explained to her that she just accidentally hung up. I'll be right over for dinner. 5 of them. Anyway, now that I have no more thoughts about Su Beishi, then we'll just go to a simple dinner and not worry about anything. On the other side, Su Beishi, who received the call, had a pensive face. She had previously thought that Qin Feng had something against her and would have come over to date herself alone. I didn't realize that now it says 5 people are coming over. She guessed that Qin Feng called a group of friends over to drink, and then called himself accompanied, taking the opportunity to mooch up the coaxing to pour wine and so on. But no matter what, the escort lady had already called, and they were not afraid of any more people coming. Su Beishi was confident and got up to order the shopkeeper to prepare for the reception. Qin Feng sat in Shifuya's car, and Xia Ting squeezed in after him, sitting in the back row to play with The 4 arrived first. Wang Gang drove alone and followed behind, waiting a little late for 2 stoplights. He drives so gently that one can't imagine a 1.9-meter brown man driving like that. The location of the drunken immortal house is in the first row of the river, with the shimmering lake at night, the landscape and the lights reflecting. The environment is absolutely beautiful, quiet and elegant. One step at a time is very eye-catching. The drunken immortal house has 3 floors above and below. In a neo-Chinese national style, with an air of prestigious luxury in an ancient style. The welcoming lady guided Shifuya to park her car and came forward to greet her with a smile. Ask if there is a reservation. After Qin Feng reported his name, a hint of surprise flashed in that welcoming lady's eyes. Tonight the boss's wife has appointed an honored guest who would drive over in this kind of car. But she didn't dare show anything. Qin Feng also noticed that Shifuya's car was used. I'm thinking that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I'll go and get her a good car to drive, and I'll replace Wang Gang's car in the meantime. Qin Feng's 4 men followed the welcome guest towards the restaurant. Su Beishi was waiting in the lounge with trepidation at the moment. When he heard the attendant's intercom say that people had arrived, he stepped out and stood at the lobby welcome desk waiting for them. Upon seeing the waiter walk in with a well-dressed young man and 2 beautiful women, Su Beishi is stunned. How could she not expect that the man who spent $300,000 to ask her out to dinner would bring over 2 big beautiful women who look like flowers? What's going on here? Bring your own booze? She was especially shocked to see a little girl following the man's ass. Bringing your wife and kids out to get laid? Even if you're handsome, you can't be so arrogant, right? She couldn't help but take a look at Qin Feng. Well-dressed and generous. Not to be called handsome, but also belonging to the graceful and handsome. The age looks small, but the vicissitudes between the eyebrows give a sense of maturity and stability. Especially the doting smile he showed when he coaxed the little girl, like a perfect image of a husband. For a while, Su Beishi was a little lost in thought, and actually forgot to go forward to greet her. It wasn't until Qin Feng looked straight at himself that he came back to his senses. Flustered, he got up and came forward, reaching out. Mr. Qin Feng did not shake hands with her without looking at her, pretending to hold a child to free his hands. Just simply smiled and nodded slightly, saying, "Hello Ms. Su." The woman in front of her, 168 in height stepping on 10 cm silver high heels, stood only that much shorter than herself. Her face seems to be only the size of a palm, kind of like the old Hong Kong movie heroines. Under the willow-like soft eyebrows, a pair of almond eyes with slightly raised corners were deep and charming. Lip gloss shone brightly on her tiny mouth. A white shirt, black silk short skirt OL dress, not show buttocks and not show breasts. Just from the arc of the support, we know that the body is absolutely the level of the Earth's special thing. In particular, the long, wavy blonde hair fell over his magnificent chest, shining brightly in the hall's hallowed lights. Her beauty was different from Shifuya's icy sultriness, and from Xia Ting's sweet passion. Her beauty is the kind of sensual beauty that inspires primal desire in men. A hint of longing flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, but it was well hidden. He dared not get too involved with her for the time being. Shifuya and Xia Ting glanced at each other after seeing the golden Su Beishi, and both saw the gravity in the other's eyes. This woman should be the boss's wife, that Qin Feng said. Looking at the body looks really great. A man would never get more than 3 rounds in front of her. And Su Beishi was a little embarrassed at this point. Her hand was hung out to dry Qin Feng in the air, and it was the first time a man had refused to shake his hand. Her looks were attractive to boys and all men more or less gave her face, but today she was defeated. She pretended to put it back as if nothing had happened and laughed at the little girl behind Qin Feng. Mr. Qin's daughter is so pretty. She'll surely charm the boys when she grows up. Qin Feng did not respond with an expressionless face. He had already treated Su Beishi as an NPC with an exclamation mark on her head, and didn't want to take this quest now that the main line wasn't done. Next to her, Shifuya guffawed and picked up the conversation. As long as I don't get a piece of this girl. Su Beishi was relieved to see someone respond, then feigned surprise. Wow. You're so mean. Is so good. She's not mean at all. Exclaimed in a milky voice. Su Beishi was envious and complimented again. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Qin are so lucky. Their daughter is so well behaved and cute. She thought that the girl was born to Qin Feng and Shifuya, and that Xia Ting was a light bulb next to her. But I didn't expect Shivya to come out and explain. Boss Su is mistaken. I'm Mr. Qin's sister. Su Beishi apologized repeatedly. Sorry. Xia Ting suddenly chimed in. I'm Mr. Qin's sister. Su Beishi was filled with dismay. What does this man mean by calling his family over to have dinner with him? A blind date? Chapter 74, Qin Feng answers the problem of the century with his true heart. Soon Su Beishi realized that she was overthinking it. Qin Feng maintained a respectful attitude towards himself from start to finish, cold and unenthusiastic. It is important to realize that since she was a child with her own looks, most of the boys have been submissive to her. And this boy in front of me said he would ask himself to dinner, and it's okay to bring 2 women. What do you mean? You don't care? Su Beishi was a little exasperated. After taking them to the box, he left on the pretext of going to see if the food was ready. Qin Feng's few people took a glance at this box. The box is a bit interesting, decorated in a style somewhat like the ancient tavern's elegant pavilion by the window. At the entrance is a screen blocking the view, and the walls on both sides are painted with ink drawings of landscapes. The wall against the river was completely open, expanding a balcony with a row of 1 meter 6 wood-colored railings for viewing, emitting an eerie blue glow. Standing on the balcony you can see the lake and river view across the street. Yui marveled as soon as she entered, leading Shifuya out to see Jiang. Qin Feng and Xia Ting followed suit. The river breeze at night is cool and the scenery is unique. Xia Ting was a bit cold and hugged Qin Feng's arm for warmth. Brother, what do you think of that boss lady? Not good. Just average goods. Qin Feng said indifferently. I do think people are quite good looking. Beautiful people with big waves. Don't you men like this 1 inch? Xia Ting said with a bad smile. Too big to look harmonized. Not much fun. Qin Feng said with a stiff upper lip. Ha! You men talk one way but act another. Xia Ting said disdainfully. Really? I think you have the most perfect curves for what I have in mind. Qin Feng suddenly made a move to measure Xia Ting's dimension and asked with a serious face. Yours would be E, right? Xia Ting didn't expect him to make a move when he said he would, and froze for a moment before she smacked his hand away with a red face. I'm not that big. I'm just a normal D. Well, D is just right. I like it. Qin Feng said with a smile, embarrassed by her shyness. Xia Ting turned her head to look at the scenery. Shifuya heard them talking about dimensions and looked down at her grain sack without speaking. The expression was a bit forlorn. Qin Feng sensed that she was depressed and measured to look over, realizing that her arc was similar to Xia Ting's, just not as bulging as Xia Ting's. He felt he should do something to comfort Shivya. At this moment, after 2 seconds of wrestling with it in my head, I decided to let it go and brace myself for boldness. Qin Feng gathered his courage and slowly but firmly extended his hand and, with his back to Shatin, he quietly wrapped his arms around Shifuya's waist and, Shifuya's petite body tensed momentarily, then slowly relaxed and, glancing at Qin Feng's frightened expression, as well as Xia Ting, who was concentrating on the scenery, he couldn't help but softly tease. Brother is so brave. The sound caught Shatin's attention. Qin Feng was secretly hugging Shifuya, fearing that Xia Ting was going to be in a mood again later, and didn't want to be found out. Seeing that Xia Ting was about to twist her head over to check, she hurriedly lowered her head and pouted her lips to come over. Perfect waited until Shatin turned her cherry lips, having reviewed his kissing skills with Shifuya in the afternoon. At this moment, Qin Feng's familiarity made perfect, and he quickly kissed Xia Ting's eyes closed. At the same time, he tightly wrapped his arm around Shifuya on his right side, so that she could lean against his body to avoid the enemy's sight. The balcony was dimly lit and, facing the evening breeze, the man was spirited and left to embrace the right and the left, and it was too good for words. At this time Subeishi came in with the dishes and happened to see such an exaggerated picture. The people were stunned. The man was seen in the middle of the two women, kissing his little sister on the left and wrapping his arms around Missy on the right. And both women are beautiful women, like few in the world. One in a cute short dress and the other in an elegant long dress. One left and one right with distinctive features. If this could be filmed and posted on the internet, it would definitely sour a whole lot of licking dogs. Subeishi realized at this point that this meal tonight should have nothing to do with herself. She's completely superfluous. He already didn't have much goodwill towards Qin Feng, and after seeing him run to show his love with two chicks, it further confirmed his image as a scum. However, she did not feel angry at Qin Feng's behavior. It's too normal for such a young and handsome rich man to be surrounded by a couple of older siblings. If she could, she would like to go up there and try to see how much she could sell it for. She's short of money right now. Only looking at Qin Feng in this state now, he shouldn't be too busy. She silently put down her dishes and silently turned away. Qin Feng's afterglow caught Subeishi leaving and secretly wondered, this woman doesn't even reduce her favorability when she sees herself like this? It's amazing. He was kissing with his eyes darting around and Shatin saw him. Xia Ting followed his eyes and saw Subeishi's shapely back. The moment he got into a little mood again. Secretly, he was looking at other girls even after kissing them and said he wasn't interested in them. She gently pushed Qin Feng's embrace away and lightly hummed. You don't even kiss me with any intention. Qin Feng explained. No, I just, Xia Ting didn't listen to his witticisms, and without a word, she twisted her head and went back to the box. Qin Feng just wanted to lift his leg to coax, but he felt that it was not good to spoil the schoolgirl too much, and he was always being led by the nose. Plus, now that I'm rich, I don't care about her millions in cash back. It's totally appropriate to let loose. As long as the money is smashed smartly in the future, the goodwill will definitely come up. A fondness. Shifuya smiled and said, Bad brother, have you figured out how to coax her? When she saw that Qin Feng didn't go after her, she thought that he was thinking about how to coax, wondering if I should give him a tip myself. Qin Feng relaxed at this moment and saw Shifuya smiling like a flower. The beautiful lips were even more flavorful and delicious than Shatin seemed to be, and she couldn't help but lower her head and kiss them. Shifuya's fox eyes narrowed, and before she could be surprised, she was intoxicated. Qin Feng raised his head with a shallow taste and softly said, "It's better for my sister to have the grace to tolerate people, unlike that big lady." Shifuya licked her lips lightly, listening to the male version of green tea speak. He laughed softly and began to meet his friends with tea. "Oh, people are clean and innocent. Of course they have the right to be capricious, unlike a crippled flower-like sister." "Alas," Qin Feng firmly said. "Who said that? Sister is the best woman in my heart. So your sister's so nice and you're still hitting on other girls?" Shifuya coldly and abruptly cast a dark arrow, picking a pair of fox eyes and looking at Qin Feng without blinking. Qin Feng was startled. "I think this is a very deadly question, and if I don't answer it well, I may have to deduct points tonight." He recalled the plot of the novel and said slowly, "First of all, I'd like to state for the record that I'm not a scumbag. Secondly, I just feel I have the ability to give the girls I love a warm and happy home. At the end of the day, I have a big heart, and you can live with it." He tried hard to be sincere, but the words were so outrageously slaggy that no amount of sincerity could hide his philandering nature. Shifuya listened quietly, an inexplicable smile flashing in her eyes. "So which one will you save first, me or Shatine when we fall into the water?" "I chow. It's coming. It's coming. The problem of the century. Family." Qin Feng frowned and thought hard. "Half a day to hold one. I will always put your safety first and do everything in my power to keep that from happening. If I had to choose one, at the moment, I would have saved you first, because you gave me money and good sense." Chapter 75, Subeishi sold her body to bury her father. System alert, Shifuya's favorability +6. Ness. The good sense is back. Qin Feng took a long breath. Actually, the answer to this kind of question is very simple, and there are standard answers to all of them. Any variation of the question, just answer "you're the most important thing. I love you so much." Girls just want to hear your thoughts and nothing else. If you're sincere, you'd better coax her. If you ____, then try to reason with women. Qin Feng returned to the box with his arm around Shifuya. Xia Ting was even angrier when she saw them come in with their arms around each other. Muttering, he turned his face aside, waiting for Qin Feng to coax. Qin Feng sat down beside her and didn't comfort her as she had hoped. Instead, he was talking and laughing with Shifuya on the other side. Although Qin Feng liked Xia Ting very much, she was immobile and played small, making people feel a bit petulant. Unlike Shifuya, a mouthful of cashback comes straight to you. It's not that he doesn't want to coax, he just finds it a bit tiring, and it doesn't add to the favorability when he does. Qin Feng wanted to see what would happen if he didn't coax her. At this point, Subeishi disguised as a waitress and brought up a plate of open water cabbage. The introduction said that this is the best of the state banquet. The emperor can only eat in the past. The plate was unremarkable, just a couple of cabbages carved in the shape of a lotus flower, nicely plated, with a very small portion. Qin Feng asked for the price more than once, and got 648 a reply, and shut himself up on the spot. A big plate full of cabbage with sliced meat inside at a roadside stall was only $18 a serving. These flowers want 648? Zhang Li can't even afford it, right? Qin Feng has never eaten this kind of class of food, and thinks that rich people are all cuties. Laughs. A few cabbages get all fancy, and it's still the same thing in your stomach. His heart was filled with contempt for the rich, until Subeishi came over with a small teapot and drizzled the jade-like cabbage with clear chicken broth. In an instant the dish blossomed with a strange flavor. Obviously looks clear soup, vegetarian, not see half meat, but smell full of meat flavor. Let a person's appetite. Qin Feng was just about to go clip it over and taste how it was. Shifuya had tenderly fished up a cabbage for him, served it in a small clean bowl, and thoughtfully scooped up some of the soup and placed it in front of him. Then the same bowl was given to Yui. Patiently feed it to her. The whole gesture seemed very thoughtful and natural, as if everything was supposed to be like that. Compare that to the sulking schoolgirl next to her. Qin Feng felt that if the two of them were to have a system at this time, they would definitely receive a prompt. Qin Feng's favorability towards Shifuya +10. Favorability towards Xia Ting -10. Throw away the nonsense in your head. He scooped up the bowl of pathetically small cabbage, opened his mouth and ate it in one bite. After a little bit of chewing, I was surprised to find that the dish was surprisingly overly tasty. The cabbage is blanched and softened by the broth, yet still retains a crunchy texture. Repeatedly simmered chicken broth gives the cabbage leaves a mellow, rich, meaty flavor. In the mouth, you just feel crispy, juicy and delicious, and your taste buds are rewarded with a full of surprises in this great sense of contrast, or the former emperor would enjoy it. Qin Feng was completely conquered by this dish and called out that it was delicious. He wouldn't dare to dislike rich people's taste this time. Xia Ting on the side was eating her food sullenly. Seeing that Qin Feng was only focusing on eating, not even taking care of himself, she felt a bit aggrieved. And then looking at Shifuya fishing for Qin Feng's food with the look of a good wife and mother, while Qin Feng looked like he was enjoying himself, thinking they're the real family of three, with all the fun that comes with it, and one is an outsider who doesn't know any better. The more Shatin thought about it, the sadder she became. At this rate, I'm afraid she's out. No way. Why should I give away such a good man? Xia Ting pulled herself together, got up and learned to play a bowl of cabbage as well, placing it in front of Qin Feng and softly said, "Eat as much as you like, brother." Qin Feng glanced at Xia Ting in surprise, not expecting to be able to get rid of her anger on her own without coaxing her. "You're not jealous anymore?" "I'm not jealous. What do you take me for?" Xia Ting pouted. Not jealous is good. You taste it yourself. The flavor is good." Qin Feng laughed. "No," Xia Ting said seriously as she picked up the bowl and fished up the cabbage with a spoon and brought it to Qin Feng's mouth. "If you eat hers, you must eat mine." Qin Feng was a bit propped up from this meal. One copy hits you on the left and is immediately followed by one on the right. It's not good enough not to eat. The owner of the restaurant, Su Beishi, didn't take her seat for dinner. She acted like an ordinary friend and came over midway to make a toast and make a few polite remarks. Seeing Qin Feng being attentively served and fed by the two women didn't feel strange. It just struck me that these two women, who were in no way inferior to herself, were willing to live in harmony and serve a scummy man together. It was a little unbelievable to her. Women are born to admire strength. Seeing that Qin Feng is so popular, that previous thought in her head was appearing more and more frequently. Didn't dare say it though. After all, it's not polite to make such a request after only one meeting. After making a toast and seeing that they were all drinking tea instead of wine, they retired knowingly. Qin Feng's few people finished their meal and were ready to go for a walk to kill some energy. Come to the front desk and find Subeishi to check out. Unexpectedly, Subeishi smiled and excused herself. Mr. Qin is too polite. The $300,000 from before is already enough. There is no need to give extra money. With Xia Ting and Shifuya not around, Qin Feng switched to a domineering presidential tone and said, "Here, just take it. Consider it payment for your services." After saying that, he transferred $100,000 to her directly. Subeishi looked deeply at Qin Feng, lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. You're welcome. Your food is to my liking. Next time I'm alone, remember to drink with me." Qin Feng finished smilingly and turned around to walk out of the doorway. Subeishi looked at his dashing departing back and took several deep breaths. "Finally made up my mind." Secretly edited a message and sent it. "Mr. Qin, I know this is very presumptuous, but it's really compelling. If your funds are generous, can you please lend me $5 million? The interest rate is up to you, and I can do exactly what you tell me to do during the time it takes to pay it back." After sending this paragraph, Subeishi leaned against the stool like she had lost all her strength, staring blankly at his cell phone. He was worried about being rejected, and at the same time, he was also afraid that Qin Feng would agree. Inside is full of contradictions. Her father's accident, her mother's lovesickness, originally weak and sickly body. This is even more unbearable. Directly into the hospital, in order to refund money to customers, plus the restaurant needs money to run. Subeishi took on a whole bunch of loans. Now that business is getting worse, it's about to come due and she doesn't have the money to pay it back, plus a bunch of bad debts owed by my father. She really needs this money. Chapter 76, locked up in a small dark room. I was wrong. Qin Feng walked along the embankment by the river, chatting and strolling with the two fairies, enjoying the beautiful scenery. It was a bit confusing to see the message that Subeishi had borrowed money. It was the first time he'd met a woman who asked for 500 straight out of the gate, and she looks like she's at your disposal? This is also fantastic, right? Qin Feng smiled. He was interested in Subeishi's figure. Is 5 million enough? Give me your card number. Subeishi was slightly shocked when she saw that he didn't ask anything and directly wanted to make a payment. Hurriedly, he sent the card number and typed, "That's enough. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I will definitely find a way to pay you back this money." Immediately afterward, her cell phone rang with the message that the amount had arrived. Dragon Bank Tail No. 7,350 card. Online banking deposit of $8. 000. Balance of $803. 2,223.91. In just one sentence, that man transferred $8 million for her? Subeishi was in a bit of a trance, feeling like she was dreaming, holding the phone to edit the language of thanks, and feel how to say it is not right, and keep repeatedly deleting and retyping, until Qin Feng sent a message. Don't be in a hurry to pay it back. Ask me again if it's not enough. She froze. No wonder the women around him were so well behaved and understanding. calling themselves elder sisters or younger sisters in front of outsiders. Turns out the man is super rich. At the thought of being young and handsome, understated and introverted, and so rich, Tsubashi suddenly felt as if he wasn't so annoying anymore. But the money, which amounted to the equivalent of selling his body, made the goodwill that had just arisen instantly dissipate. System alert, Tsubashi favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 0. The group strolled around for a while, and Shifuya had to go to the bar to work, so she said goodbye to Chin Fong. She's just taken over the bar full time. There's a lot going on. It's going to be busy for a couple of days, and it won't die down until after the new management has been reselected. Shifuya leaves with EE. Chin Fong and Xia Ting were left strolling the riverside pedestrian street like a couple. Wang Gang followed the two in silence, reciting in his heart that the shrimp fried rice from the restaurant just now was so damn good. Chin Fong was once again walking down the street with Xia Ting on his arm, and his temperament had changed radically. In just 2 days, there was no longer the same embarrassment or caution. He wore a faint smile and observed the colorful world with interest. The riverside walkway is very busy. Both sides are lit up with a myriad of snacks. Stinky tofu, skewers, octopus dumplings, grilled noodles, a sea of people. Like a scene of prosperity. This kind of human fire used to be seen all the time. But after a different mindset, it feels so much more vibrant to look at these things again. The sound of shopkeepers yelling, couples laughing, children playing, and the sound of the river flowing. It was as if I had lost my worldly worries overnight, and was at ease listening to all the beauty of the world. Chin Fong bought some snacks and ate them while observing the joys and sorrows on other people's faces, which made him feel extraordinarily interesting. Shatin, on the other hand, doesn't have that kind of leisure. This kind of place for her is full of crisis and hidden danger. If you're not careful, you'll dazzle in a few kebabs, chicken thighs, or whatever. By the time I reacted, the meat had snuck up on me by 3 pounds. She swore earlier this year that if she didn't lose 100 pounds, her own mother would explode. For the sake of her mom's life, she had no choice but to endure in the face of so many tempting snacks. Watching Chin Fong eat with gusto, she drooled at the side. Just a taste. Once in a while. It doesn't matter. No, I can't let my 2 weeks of hard work go to waste. Hey, you'd look just as good if you put on 10 pounds. Maybe all the meat would be on your boobs. Oh, you bad old man bad. It's okay. Chicken is all protein. It's not fattening. In the end, under Chin Feng's coaxing, Xia Ting really couldn't hold back and picked up the grilled sausage and licked the sauce on the surface. After quenching his craving, he returned the roasted sausage to Chin Fong. Chin Fong was apoplectic. No matter what this schoolgirl's little mouth eats, she can't help but think about it. Baby, come with me to the car. How could Xia Ting not understand him? Glanced at him and grunted. No, you haven't even showered. Chin Fong forcefully wrapped his arms around Xia Ting's waist and pressed her into his embrace, feeling the girl's exquisite body, and whispered, then let's go to the hotel now. Xia Ting twisted her body and whined. Scumbag, when Sister Xiaoya was here, you pretended to be honorable, but once she left, you showed your true colors. Chin Fong wrapped his arm around her, who was symbolically struggling, and headed for the parking lot. Good girl. I'm still mad at you for messing with me this afternoon. Shatin glanced at him and said, Poof. 9 o'clock the next morning. Chin Fong woke up in the 4-star hotel he was in last time. There was a sleeping schoolgirl curled up next to him, tossed around for 4 or 5 hours last night. Sleep was exhausted. She needed to rest at this moment. Chin Fong didn't disturb and hugged the girl, admiring her beauty and peace. The long eyelashes were slightly curled up, the white face soft as water. The smooth collarbones, rising and falling rhythmically with the breath of the. It's really the face of a closed moon and shy flowers. Chin Fong looked and watched. The woman winced and woke up slowly. Chin Fong, who had just regained a bit of his stamina, once again overlapped. The two of them went downstairs in full costume for breakfast, and it was already after 10 o'clock. Breakfast time at the hotel is long over though. However, Chin Fong and the two of them came down and still had a hot breakfast. Chin Fong sucked on the soybean milk, thinking that last night's condom didn't come in handy, and asked Xia Ting, Tina, is it really okay? I'm safe for the next 2 days. It's okay, Shatin said in relief as she rubbed her stomach without moving. Chin Fong doesn't know much about this, since she said it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even in the unlikely event that there is one. I'm not afraid. With all that money on you, it's still easy to raise a child. Chapter 77, The Multi-Talented Peng Jinyan. After dinner, Chin Fong and Xia Ting were ready to go to Porsche to pick up the car. Take Wang Gang's car to the 4S store. Peng Jinyan saw a domestic SUV driving from alone, long way away and didn't care, until the car window rolled down, revealing Chin Feng's face. He immediately smiled like a flower and ran over to greet him. Mr. Sheen, you're here. Is the car ready? Sheen Feng said casually. The inspection has been completed. I'll take you over for the handover ceremony. Pang Jinyan smiled and led the way ahead. There's a ceremony? Sheen Feng wondered. Yes, we have prepared some small gifts for you. I hope you like them. Pang Jinyan smiled. Fine, lead the way. Sheen Feng nodded and said. Xia Ting is also the first time to buy a car. Hearing that there is a handover ceremony, the already excited mood even more excited. Taking Qin Feng's hand, she followed Pang Jinyan. Come to the delivery showroom. A tie-red convertible parked in the center, covered in balloons and flowers, with a huge red bow tie on the front. A line lit up on the upstairs display. Congratulations to Ms. Xia Ting for her delightful Porsche 911 turbos, and we wish you a happy and prosperous future. The table was set with 4 champagnes of different colors and a flower box with car keys. The store's salespeople stood in 2 rows, holding salutes in celebration. A photographer, who looked like a professional, stood in front of the car and signaled Qin Feng and Xia Ting to stand in front of the car to take pictures. As the ceremonial flowers exploded, the photo of Xia Ting standing in front of the Porsche car, snuggled in Qin Feng's arms, was framed. The picture was beautiful, and Xia Ting's mood was equally beautiful. She was happy beyond words that her dream had come true. All he cared about was hugging Qin Feng and kissing him fiercely. System alert, Xia Ting favorability +3. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Last night's proof of love through actions increased Xia Ting's favorability by 3 points. Counting the fact that I've now added more goodwill to my car lift, I'm now 1 step away from another 80 rebate. But he didn't care about Xia Ting's cashback right now. He only cared about when he could reach 100 favorability and get her super strong body. After all, without a good waist, you really can't hold back so many female goblins who come to your door. Ms. Xia, may I ask if I need to give you a detailed description of the car's features? Pang Jinyan followed the rules and went up to ask the owner of the car. Okay, Xia Ting agreed readily, still not knowing where to stow the convertible top of the car by. Pang Jinyan called an intern sales, let her sit in the passenger seat, and gave the main driver Xia Ting a serious explanation. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Qin Feng went to the next showroom to visit other Porsche models, thinking of getting myself a nicer car as well. Pang Jinyan followed over and smiled. Mr. Qin, please come this way. I'll make you some tea. They may need some time. Buying a car is not urgent. Qin Feng followed the beautiful sales into the VIP lounge and sat on the sofa. What does Mr. Qin drink? Black tea or green tea? We also have coffee drinks here. Pang Jinyan stroked her hair, bent down unobtrusively, and said in a friendly voice. She was dressed in a pretty little suit with a collar that showed a spring color. Qin Feng quietly glanced at it and lamented a word of tolerance. Whatever. Pang Jinyan thought for a moment and said, then let me make you a cup of oolong tea. Qin Feng nodded his head in agreement, then casually added a sentence. Better put in 2 more goji berries. Pang Jinyan teased. Oh, did Mr. Qin start taking care of his health at such a young age? Qin Feng smiled. People will always learn to take care of themselves. Pang Jinyan ordered the staff to make tea, then boldly sat beside Qin Feng and softly said, Mr. Qin looks a bit lackadaisical. I happen to have learned a set of head massage techniques. Why don't I help you relax? Qin Feng came to be a little interested. He grew up. He had never pressed a mojo. Oh, you still have this craft? Oh, I can do a lot. I've studied dance, yoga, cooking, flower arranging. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't object, Pang Jinyan took the initiative to put her hands on his shoulders, breaking his upper body and gently forcefully lowering him onto her lap. Qin Feng was startled by this bold action. He thought she would stand and give herself a massage. I didn't expect to actually pull myself right up and lay on her lap. He was just about to open his mouth when he felt the woman place a delicate hand against his chin, gently rubbing it back and forth toward the base of his ear. Qin Feng was unable to speak for a while as he was blocked. There was a tingling sensation on her face where she had been stroked. When I looked up, my eyes were met with mountains that covered the sky, and I couldn't see the woman's face at all. Sniffing the unique fragrance of the woman's arms, Qin Feng had a slight urge to, but there were too many women waiting for him to pamper, and he couldn't afford to waste his energy on such unrewarding women. Realized that every physical pleasure has a chance to increase a girl's favorability. Qin Feng silently recited the mantra of clearing the heart, closed his eyes, and just simply enjoyed her massage. Pang Jinyan lingered on Qin Feng's face for a long time like scratching a cat's jaws. After that, he pressed Qin Feng's head with his thumb and gently rubbed his head with his middle and ring fingers, smiling. I've also learned full body massage. I can help you boys soothe your tendons and eliminate your daily fatigue. If Mr. Qin is free, he can come to my house to try the effect. Qin Feng raised his head and refound a comfortable position on the meat cushion to rest his head, faintly responding, when I'm free, I'll contact you then. Pang Jinyan was secretly happy in her heart, thinking that she still had hope, and smiled sweetly. Okay, then I'll wait for Mr. Shin's notice. Shin Feng closed his eyes and relaxed. Pang Jinyan was smart enough not to continue disturbing and quietly did a head massage. Shin Feng saw that she is really skillful and knowledgeable, and had the intention to buy another car from her. So he asked, do you have any of those higher-end cars here? Mr. Shin is buying for himself? Then I recommend our store's most popular Porsche Cayenne. Many people buy it. It's very popular with girls. Pang Jinyan introduced. I think the headlights don't look good. They look like frogs. And the people who drive that car are scumbags. They don't match my temperament, Shin Feng said lightly. Panamera can? Low-key luxury. Very classy, said Pang Jinyan. Porsche is too young and flashy. Suitable for driving in the main car, not for riding in the car. To let Wang Gang drive a sports car to send himself out. He is afraid that he will not be misunderstood as a bar. The bully's little petite boy? It's scary to think about. Shin Feng decisively refused. Never mind. I still prefer something like a Rolls-Royce Phantom, soft and wide in the back. He preferred the kind of car that boss Shafiria rode in, getting out of the back with his whole head shining brightly. Wow, Mr. Shin is so young. He can actually afford a Rolls-Royce. So powerful. Pang Jinyan's eyes lit up. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was a tens of millions of dollars car, a super rich man's car. For such a big dirtbag, she really wanted to smother him in her arms. P.S. Being locked up in a small dark room, my mind is broken. Begging for comfort and hugs. Chapter 78. Doesn't a Rolls-Royce stop traffic? Shin Feng smiled faintly as he saw her uncontrollable eyes through the mountains. Luck of the draw. Just made 1 billion points. Mr. Shin is too modest. If you want to see the Rolls-Royce, why don't I take you to buy it? It just so happens that I know their supervisor, and I can help you get the most favorable price. Pang Jinyan's beautiful eyes rippled. The circle of car sales is not too big or small, so ask a few people and you'll find each other's supervisors. And this kind of list of bringing customers to the door is also able to get a certain sales commission. Just need a little bit of special channels and skills. A list of tens of millions of dollars can come and go. And if you can capitalize on it, you might be able to earn a small half-year's salary. Yes, the price doesn't matter. It's just that you need a better equipped current car, and it's best to be able to drive away on the spot. Shin Feng said in a dashing manner. Pang Jinyan was so excited that he said in a hurry, then I'll ask if there's a car available for you right now. After saying that, she lightly pressed on Shin Feng's forehead with one hand, and with the other hand, she picked up her cell phone to send a WeChat to find someone. It's a lot to take care of with one mind. After a while, after familiarizing herself with the new car, Xia Ting called for Shin Feng. Shin Feng was afraid that Xia Ting would bump into him lying in someone else's arms, and then he would have to be jealous and coaxed, which would be too troublesome. Then he got up and walked out. Tina, would you like another Rolls-Royce for you? Shatin? Shin Feng explained half a day. He is because of the family relationship. Valuables cannot be registered in his name, and you're the only person you trust, so use your identity to buy a car. Only then did Xia Ting close her surprised little mouth, accepting the statement while feeling happy that she had become Shin Feng's one and only, but mentally he was also muttering about what he was and why he had become so rich. The sun was shining brightly at noon. On the road, a brand new red Porsche sports car was moving at turtle speed. Every now and then it brakes sharply and settles straight down in the middle of the road. Then it took off again with a shaky start, like a car driven by a novice woman driver. And it is true, Xia Ting had never touched the steering wheel after she learned her driver's license, and this was the first car in her life. It was driven with caution and trepidation, not daring to give gas at all. When I see the car in front of me flashing a red light, I step on the brakes and stop in place for fear of losing control and disliking it. Shin Feng does not know how to drive. Sitting in her passenger seat, by her driving skills in one stroke, almost did not hold vomit out. The previous beautiful vision of fragrant cars and beautiful people seemed like a joke. He missed Shafiria terribly at this point, driving fast and steady, more than an old driver. Next time I go I'm going to go ask her what kind of car she likes, get her a whole one and ride in her car. Never again will I ride in a car with a novice female driver. Luckily it's not too far to travel. Xia Ting brought Shin Feng to the Rolls-Royce 4S store. A 10-minute walk took her 20 minutes to drive. When I pulled into the front parking lot, I went so far as to straddle the car in 2 empty spaces and was ready to get out. Shin Feng man went numb. Pang Jinyan arrived first and stood waiting at the door with a well-dressed middle-aged beautiful woman. Seeing Shin Feng get off the bus, he hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Shin is here. Welcome Mr. Shin, MS. Xia. The two women greeted each other with big smiles and that middle-aged beauty glanced at Xia Ting and didn't mind her parking her car indiscriminately. Rich people have eccentric tempers, and there are those who like to park in 2 spots. Hello guys. Hello guys. Qin Feng stood and rested for a while before he caught his breath and responded with a smile. He didn't look at the middle-aged beauty with a scan, because even if she was 90, he didn't want to nibble on it himself. Big sisters in their 40s really don't bite much. Mr. Qin, let me introduce you. This is Qiu Lily, the sales supervisor here. Peng Jinyan introduced. Hello Mr. Qin, welcome to our store. Inside please. Qiu Lily had a good attitude and slightly bowed and reached out to guide her. Swallow has made your requirements clear to me. We now have 2 existing cars. One is an extended model and the price is relatively high. Long ones then. A man has to have an extended version. Qin Feng didn't wait for her to finish and directly interrupted. Qiu Lily choked. Guessing that this young male was rather jumpy in character, she gathered her respectful and polite expression and said in the same joking tone, Indeed, a man as handsome as Mr. Qin should not be short. Qin Feng was surprised that this big sister in front of him was so open, and was a little bit secretly pleased by her bold horse's asshole, said with his tail cocked, Born with it. I can't help it. It bothers me sometimes. Xia Ting knew Qin Feng's strengths and was a bit embarrassed to hear this, patting him and slightly pouting. There are so many girls here. Can you not drive? Qin Feng hemmed and hawed, thinking that it was really bad to drive like this at the Rolls-Royce gate, and was about to skim over the topic. Unexpectedly, Peng Jinyan refused to let him go, glancing at him with a smile and complaining to Xia Ting, Ms. Xia has a car to drive. Of course she doesn't know how hard it is for us women who don't have a car. Sometimes we just don't have the chance to hear the sound of the engine. It's true that driving is still fierce for female drivers. Xia Ting ignored Peng Jinyan and tugged at Qin Feng. Brother, let's go see the car quickly. I've never been in a Rolls-Royce in my life. Qin Feng loaded up. Nothing rare. It can't be deformed. Xia Ting snorted and laughed. If it can be deformed, can you afford it? Qin Feng was fearless. As long as you like it, I'll buy the sun and give it to you. Xia Ting shyly blanked him and delicately said, No kidding. Seriously, how much does that extended version cost anyway? Qiu Lily was leading the way and smiled when she heard the question. Ms. Xia can guess. 3 chances. If the difference is less than 1 million, I make a gift of 3 lamb's wool foot mats, the price of 68,000 each. Xia Ting's small mouth opened slightly, secretly marveling. $68,000 for a car mat? 3 is a regular car, yeah. If a foot mat is this expensive, what about the whole car? In her mind, a Porsche was already the pinnacle of her life, and she didn't even think about any more expensive cars. $10 million? Xia Ting guessed as big as she could. Much worse, so Qiu Lily said with a smirk. 2,000? Said Xia Ting, letting her imagination run wild. Much more. Not that outrageous. Qin Feng had read 10,000 novels intensively, and even though he had never driven a car, he had a general idea about this kind of car. It's estimated to be around 18 million. Qin Feng said indifferently. Qiu Lily's eyes were full of admiration as she gently clapped a few times and flattered. As expected of Mr. Qin, even without seeing the car, he can guess the price out of thin air. Really knowledgeable, really admire. On the surface, she appeared to marvel at Qin Feng's ability to guess the price, but in the back of my mind, I'm a little unimpressed. That car is indeed over $18 million. There are a lot of possibilities when it comes to being able to guess the price. It would have to be a coincidence. What's going to happen is that Qin Feng knew in advance that they had such a car here. Most of the rich people's circles are connected, and it's no big deal to ask about things like this. Chapter 79, Mr. Qin, you don't think I'm old and gray, do you? It's so expensive. Xia Ting said in surprise. Yes, Rolls-Royce is supposed to be a one-of-a-kind existence in the automobile industry, and the goddess of celebration is even a symbol of identity and status. So your boyfriend has a good eye, and whether it's a car or a person, he only chooses the best. Qiu Lily's horses has made Xia Ting secretly happy as well, looking at Qin Feng with a smile on her face. The group was talking and laughing, coming into a small showroom. Inside, there was only one black car parked, shimmering a colorful black in the garish lights. The entire vehicle is nearly 6 meters long and 2 meters high, lying there peacefully, like a sleeping steel beast. The aura was very powerful. The iconic quadrilateral straight waterfall grille at the front and the headlight clusters at the ends of the grille look tense. The classic pair of doors also shows the model's distinctive design. The goddess of celebration on the front of the canopy looked like she was welcoming Qin Feng and the others. Mr. Qin, let me introduce you to the overall price of this Rolls-Royce Phantom. Barebones price of $9. 8 million, plus $2. 6 million in taxes and $5. 7 million in options. Total price $18. 1 million. Xia Ting muttered darkly at first glance. All the options cost this much? You could buy 2 Porsche 911s. The hall was quiet, and Xia Ting's words clearly reached Qiu Lily's ears. She smiled and introduced herself by touching the wheel with her gloves on. This black fully polished wheel option costs $380,000 and is worth a BMW 5 Series. Rolls-Royce is originally a luxury brand owned by BMW, so there's no pressure to compare it to BMW. She directed the crowd to the rear end, pointing to the exhaust pipe. This chrome exhaust, $150,000. Glowing welcome lights at the foot of the entry door with our logo, $180K. Embroidered floral pattern on seat head, $140,000. Power curtains in the back of the car, $260,000. Worth a BMW 3 Series. 2 executive airline seats in the back, $900,000. Gold gallery on the center console, $700,000. Brightest roof star top, $600,000 inch. There's also a stereo, body assist system, and power lift markers. Master, don't read, Shaitan shouted, holding her head. After she saw such a noble car, she instantly felt like her $3 million Porsche didn't smell good again. The moment is full of wanting to sit on it and experience it. But having had the experience of being rejected the first time, she didn't dare to step forward. Qin Feng is not much feeling. Now money is already a number for him. Buy this car, but also mainly figure it's soft in the back, and have a face. Driving on the road also prevents a lot of unnecessary bad feelings. He put his hand against the serious-faced Wang Gang and said, Brother Wang, you should be accustomed to driving this 6-meter car, right? Aha! Wang Gang nodded solemnly. Oh wordy, steady look. But he was actually sweating in fear when he heard $260,000 for a motorized curtain just now. His legs were shaking at the moment at the thought of actually having to drive this kind of car in the future. Holy, that's like 10 houses on the road. If you rub it, you can't keep your paycheck. I'm afraid I'm going to have to wear a dust suit to drive it myself. If some bare child, like in the news, quietly came at night to remove the car label, where to find someone to pay for it? Wang Gang shouted frantically in his heart, but no one heard him. Seeing him so calm, Qin Feng secretly complimented that he deserved to be a soldier. His mental quality was awesome. He decisively called Qiu Lily and asked her to get the contract and pay the full amount directly, and have Qiu Lily write that the owner of the car is Xia Ting. Qiu Lily has seen a lot of this kind of thing. The property in the name of really rich people need to be clean and tidy. Some of the luxury cars and houses see the light of day and tend to attract the attention of the big boys. Mr. Qin's love for MS. Xia is so touching. What kind of trust it takes to put an $18 million car in MS. Xia's name, your relationship makes me, an old aunt, cry with envy. Xia Ting listened to Qiu Lily's words and looked at Qin Feng beautifully, her face full of happy smiles. Qin Feng was also very flattered. This aunt said every word in her heart. So that's why ancient emperors loved traitors. A good horse's ass is one that will please the emperor's dragon. Watching Qiu Lily still keep puaing Xia Ting, it couldn't help but make Qin Feng have some thoughts about her. If she could recruit her to be a housekeeper for herself, she would definitely be able to serve the girls she brought back in the future as well. Supervisor Qiu, at the risk of asking, how much do you get paid here? Qiu Lily was startled, secretly guessing what he meant by that statement. After a moment's thought, he quickly got it in his mind and smiled back. The pay is sloppy, a little above average, but not much better, mainly because this job is easy, not a lot of orders all year round, not too tiring to manage, and close to home. Qin Feng heard the meaning in her words and sighed. Oh, that's a shame. Peng Jinyan mulled over the flavor from the sidelines and joked to Qin Feng. Oh, is Mr. Qin trying to cut corners? Yes, Supervisor Qiu is beautiful and has a fine heart, and her speech is pleasing to the eye. I was wondering if I could use money to impress her. Qin Feng laughed. I don't know how much Supervisor Qiu's annual salary is, but the annual salary of our supervisor there is around 1 million. How much does Mr. Qin intend to offer to impress her? Peng Jinyan was a little curious. This kind of drama of a tycoon fancying a sale was very common in their place. She also wanted to bring a melon back for everyone to eat. Qin Feng thought about it and said in a deep voice, 2 or 3 times. I can afford to give more, but just like a cat that doesn't catch mice when it's full, the motivation is gone when you give too much money. The crowd was shocked. The scene fell silent. No one on the scene questioned what Qin Feng said. After all, the lord who dares to come to Rolls-Royce to buy a car speaks with a different weight. They were just surprised that Qin Feng just casually offered a high salary. That's $2 or $3 million. Even the super top assistants don't get this kind of treatment, right? Peng Jinyan was on the verge of crying from the acid. Obviously, he was younger, more affectionate, and things could be done. So why would Qin Feng look at this Anne in her 40s? People are so angry with each other. I should have known better than to talk too much. Qiu Lily was also surprised by Qin Feng's offer. They're no match for the popular Porsche store. Although there are many rich people in China, not many can afford a Rolls-Royce. That's why the occasional bad performance is less than $1 million a year. Now that he heard Qin Feng say that he could give himself an annual salary of $2 to $3 million, he was instantly moved. She didn't show it though. She first invited Qin Feng to the VIP rest area with a big smile and instructed the others to prepare the contract and insurance. After taking care of things, he made tea for Qin Feng's several people before politely opening his mouth to ask, "Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Qin. In fact, I also have the idea of jumping ship. I just haven't been able to find a suitable job. I don't know what you want me to do?" Qin Feng truthfully said, "I'm short of an assistant around me to help me with my daily affairs and take care of family chores." "How many companies do you have? What do you do? Do you have to travel a lot to meet clients and such?" Xiao Lily worried. "I only have experience in forest store management. If your industry is very big, I'm afraid I'm not qualified for the position of president's assistant." If there was really any group industry, Xiao Lily was afraid that she was old and her brain was not as flexible as those young girls, and she would be disliked at that time. Chapter 80, Help me manage my harem of beauties. "I don't have a company at the moment, but I should have one in the future," Qin Feng said indifferently. Xiao Lily was instantly relieved. Guess this Mr. Qin may not have started to take over his parents' business yet. Or maybe there are older brothers and sisters at home who are sharing their parents' worries and don't need him to worry about them. She'd be less stressed if she got the company later. After all, by that time one should have gotten acquainted with the boss, and as long as the boss was satisfied, it was only natural that one didn't have to worry about what other people would think. Mr. Qin is really insightful. Saving for a rainy day. Since it's to open a company in the future, I'll ask one more time. What kind of company are you planning to open? I can also learn some relevant things in advance. Qin Feng rubbed his chin to reveal a contemplative expression. He was stumped by the question. He's not even thinking about starting a company right now. With the system in place, it's the same as saying you have a gold modifier on unlimited gold and a peas company, but that assumes the system doesn't run. And even if the system doesn't run, it doesn't matter to him personally, in case he has an heir later on. Gotta be prepared for kids who don't have a system. Just what would be a better company to start? Qin Feng thought to himself. Suddenly a flash of insight came to me. You can start your own entertainment media company. Wouldn't it be great to have a company help you search for 90-point girls and drop money on them to make them stars? Those ladies who have more favorites added to them will be the main attraction. Anyway, he has a lot of money now. And isn't smashing resources to promote people just like smashing money? He's got no problem feeding an entire girl group from his own dog-licking fund. When the time comes, let them be idle trainees and hold them up for debut. After they became big stars and their own company was on the right track, then even if they didn't have the system, their next generation wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Maybe you can even get close to the water yourself? At the thought of this, Qin Feng was instantly energized. But for now, it's better to get the ultra physique and bodyguard, and preferably the resurrection armor. Before doing so, I have no background and no power, so it's easy for me to be missed. If there's a willful accident, there's nowhere to cry in hell. Develop indecently. Don't make waves yet. Qin Feng collected his expression and said aloud. The company is not in a hurry first. It's pretty much the entertainment media piece. You're mainly helping me manage the family chores now, and arranging for me and Miss Xia's food and living on the line. Xiao Lily froze for a moment and couldn't help but ask. You mean spend $2 or $3 million and hire me as a nanny? Is the housekeeper of Miss Xia and I? Qin Feng defended. Xia Ting was instantly energized when she heard Qin Feng say that he was recruiting for himself. She took a long, hard look at Xiao Lily. See this middle-aged woman, tall and dignified. The years have indeed left a mark on her face, but they have also added a unique flavor to her. The eyebrows even reveal the mellowness and wisdom of dealing with the world. Xia Ting quite liked this big sister, and she had no problem with Qin Feng recruiting people. Just hope he doesn't have a special fetish. This, Xiao Lily didn't know if it was reliable, and said after a moment of agonizing, Mr. Qin, this is too big of a crossover. Can you let me think about it for a few days? Qin Feng nodded his head in agreement. Of course, working as a nanny can be a bit long and requires around-the-clock care, so you'll have to talk to your family first. Xiao Lily smiled bitterly when she heard that she was still a nanny. He is a forest store supervisor of a high-end car, and he is running away to bring a child to someone. It's so embarrassing to talk about it. If she hadn't heard about double and triple pay, she wouldn't have even considered it. I'm divorced. My children were awarded to my ex-husband, and I work hours to nothing, mainly because I've never waited on anyone and I'm worried about taking care of them. Don't worry about that. Just act like you just did. We're all decent people. Qin Feng is very satisfied with Xiao Lily, knows the score, can lick, and has management experience. One will certainly have more than a villa and a bunch of servants in the future. It's also more comfortable to leave it in the hands of this woman with an eye for detail. And with so many sisters, she could help coordinate care among them. Qin Feng didn't think about letting a 90-point woman serve other 90-point women. I'm afraid they'll be at home every day having court battles. The job of serving the mistress is of course better done by such a smart big sister. If you agree, the annual salary will be based on $2 million to start with. And the year-end bonus won't be less than $1 million for good performance. If you can make my woman happy and can make her like me more, you decide how much to raise your salary. The increased price offered by Qin Feng made Xiao Lily completely heartbroken. It's also true that following a generous boss is a bit more promising than being here. Some beautiful sales are seen by their bosses and leave directly on the same day. And there are many who run away after their bosses. I just didn't realize that I had encountered such a thing at my age. Thanks to Mr. Qin's great love. Then I will give you an answer tomorrow at the latest. Is that okay with you? Xiao Lily said carefully. She already had it roughly set in her mind that being just a little bit more reserved could make her seem more important. Aha! Qin Feng nodded. Then he looked at the silent Wang Gang and laughed. Wang, also by this standard, your performance these days is good. It's considered an early transfer. Wang Gang's eyes widened, not expecting to have his share, and his joy was overflowing. What's it like to go from earning $100,000 a year to earning $2 million a year in just under 3 days? This happiness came so suddenly that he wasn't prepared at all, and he didn't know what to say in his excitement. Thank you, boss. I, Wang Gang, am willing to go up the mountain of daggers and down the sea of fire for you. What are you doing on Sword Mountain? Xia Ting was most annoyed with this kind of fighting and killing, and couldn't help but open her mouth to dislike it. Wang Gang stammered, thinking about saying picking the moon for the boss, but for fear of causing misunderstandings in the crowd, he forcefully held his words back. No need to get on. No need to get on. As long as the next time you see someone running in front of me and causing trouble, you don't wait for me to instruct you. First press her to the ground for me, Qin Feng said indifferently. Wang Gang realized that the boss was talking about what happened yesterday at the mall. He himself hadn't done anything at the time, mainly because the woman was his boss's ex-girlfriend, and at that time, he was only thinking of defending himself against the physical attacks of other people. He didn't think of defending himself against mental attacks. Now hearing the boss say that, he immediately assured, don't worry boss, next time someone else dares to disrespect you, I'll definitely lift her up with one hand. Qin Feng waved his hand and did not ask if you lift if the other party is a 200-pound fat man. Getting back on topic, he said to Xiao Lily, when's the earliest we can deliver the car? Xiao Lily immediately replied, the car will be delivered tomorrow. Qin Feng nodded his head and said, well, good. I'll have this wine come over to pick up the car when the time comes, so pay attention. Okay. Xiao Lily took the information handed by sales and said to Xia Ting, please sign here Ms. Xia. Chapter 81, Learning Scum, Becoming Scum, Surpassing Scum. Xia Ting signed it painfully. After seeing another Rolls-Royce under his name, the eyes that looked at Qin Feng became different. Before, she just thought that Qin Feng was a successful man, worth tens of millions of dollars. But Qin Feng's performance today made her realize that Qin Feng's worth was definitely not simple. It's likely to be a 10-figure real biggie. It can take a lifetime of hard work plus luck for the average person to get to the million, or even multi-million level. But if you want to break through the billions, you'll need the power of the family. She guessed that Qin Feng's father might have deliberately pretended to be poor, hiding the fact that he was a 10-billionaire, and raising Qin Feng poorly from a young age to temper his will, like the spicy prince in the news, who has been hiding his billion-dollar family fortune for over 20 years. Or maybe he's been found by his long-lost real father, whose real father's family is rich and powerful. Then Qin Feng went from a poor boy to a noble gentleman. One's boyfriend is a nobleman, and the average person must be overjoyed. But Xia Ting couldn't be happier. This means that the door is not right and there is a good chance that he will not be able to marry himself. Xia Ting was torn in her heart, and she didn't know if the trick of finger marriage would work on his father. I heard that some rich families just want the kids, not their moms. The more Xia Ting thought about it, the more scared she became. The formalities are fully processed. Pang Jinyan and Xiao Lily went outside to discuss the commission. Qin Feng sat in the lounge waiting for their tickets and some bits and pieces of paperwork. Turning her head to spot the worried Xia Ting, she couldn't help but ask, baby, aren't you happy about buying a car? Xia Ting gave him a melancholy look and, not unhappy, I'm just thinking about our future. Qin Feng laughed, in the future, I will love you as much as I do now and let you live happily ever after. Xia Ting commiserated, but I feel farther and farther away from you. Qin Feng laughed evilly. Our distance last night was all negative. Where was it far? Xia Ting spat at him, immodest. I'm serious with you. I feel like you're changing day by day. I'm a bit scared. What are you afraid of? No matter how much it changes, my love for you will never change. Qin Feng thought that she was blaming herself for her philandering and comforted again. Don't think about it. You're my most important girl, and no matter how many women I have around me, you'll always be the one I love the most. Xia Ting listened to the man's words of love and leaned her body towards him, snuggling into his arms and said quietly, "You're so handsome, and your family is so nice. I feel like I don't deserve you." The girl's heartfelt words caused Qin Feng to be slightly stunned. How can a schoolgirl of this caliber have low self-esteem? He rubbed Shatin's shoulders and kissed her on the forehead, then snuck in the bully line from the TV. "If even you don't deserve me, then no one in the world does." Xia Ting was in a much better mood and tilted her head up to the side of Qin Feng's face and said, "Humph, slick talker, you're like that when you lie to other girls, aren't you?" "No." Qin Feng keenly grasped the point in these words and solemnly said, "It's not a lie. I mean what I say." "Cootie, I don't believe you, scumbag." Xia Ting gradually revealed a smile, glancing at the man she liked more and more, and couldn't help but pout. "Brother, will you not want me in the future?" Qin Feng categorically said, "No, that." Shatin's eyes averted and she stammered, "Is there any chance you will marry me later?" Qin Feng's brows tightened. This is a tough one. The last time Xia Ting had a good sense of 79, it was because she wanted her to meet her parents and she didn't agree. It ends up causing good feelings to drop all the way down. This time when I got to 79, it was like going back to the time. He knew that answering the word yes would give him a good chance of reaching 80 favorability points. But he didn't want to, because once he answered like that, he guessed that to get to Goodwill 100, he might actually need to get married in order to do so. He doesn't want to get married for a while. In order not to brush off his goodwill like last time, he decided to turn the tables. Can't be being led around by Shatin. "Before I answer that question for you, I want to ask you," Qin Feng said calmly, "do you love me?" Xia Ting froze and hastily stated, "Of course I love you. Why else would I want to marry you?" "You don't love me." Qin Feng's tone was flat as he raised his hand to stop Xia Ting from opening her mouth and continued, "You can't hide love for someone. Even if you cover your mouth, it still comes out of your eyes. I don't find love in your eyes. I only see full of possessiveness." I didn't. Shatin panicked. She desperately wanted to say something to prove herself, but realized that apart from physical pleasure, she didn't seem to have done anything moving for Qin Feng. Instead, he thought of Qin Feng's many forbearance and tolerance towards himself, the nobleman who can afford a Rolls Royce, who is obedient to himself and fulfills all his demands, while he keeps on throwing tantrums and playing small like a princess. At this thought, she realized with horror that it seemed like he really hadn't moved on Qin Feng. There was only a greedy thought of marrying him and having a good life for the rest of her life. Marriage, shouldn't it be a testament to the love of two people? She saw Qin Feng's love, while she didn't even give her heart. Now even asking people to marry themselves is indeed a bit too much when you think about it. Xia Ting shook her head in agony, dropping her eyes and fogging them up. Qin Feng laughed at the situation instead. This schoolgirl now looks a lot like he once did. The same is true of being asked to prove one's sincerity in front of someone one likes. He himself was like a licking dog at that time. He didn't know how to prove it at all. He only thought of pouring out his heart to the person he liked, and he ended up being played by others. Now it's reversed. He himself became the dominant party, and the schoolmarm looked dumbfounded and soulless. The opportunity was rare, so Qin Feng wanted to have a good time. I was just about to open my mouth to continue on the intensity. At that moment Peng Jinyan and Xiao Lily walked into the reception room. Qin Feng didn't want to be disturbed and waved his hand at the two women, signaling them to go out. When Peng Jinyan and Xiao Lily saw Qin Feng's gesture, they hurriedly bowed apologetically and retreated. The torture of Qin Feng's soul resounded in the reception room. "Look at other sister Xiaoya. She likes me just as much, but would she be jealous of you? Would she be as unreasonable as you? Would she talk about marriage every day? If you genuinely like me, you should think more about me instead of thinking about tying me down with marriage. Marriage is just a piece of paper. It's the person that counts. If the person isn't right and the relationship is over, that piece of paper is torn up. And in the end, doesn't it make it harder when it says divorced at the top of your marital relationship?" Xia Ting had been very sad and self-condemning, and the water droplets in her eyes shook and looked like they were about to come down. But, after hearing Qin Feng praise Shifuya for being gentle and virtuous, stubbornness came up instantly and drove back the tears at once. She also wanted to control her temper and act gentle and generous like Zheng Gong to give Qin Feng a good impression. But she can't do it. As soon as she saw other women around her man, she couldn't wait to go up and bite them. You can compromise on marriage, but you can't compromise a bit on Qin Feng's other women. She sought to squeeze Qin Feng dry every day in the future, and wanted him to still go out and play, counting him as good. Chapter 82 Wang Gang Steel Bones. "Brother, I'll never mention marriage again. Don't be angry with me. Listening to Shatin in a pitiful tone, begging for her forgiveness, Chin Feng was instantly delighted by the dragon's face again. Thought my words had worked. He stroked Shatin's head, encouraging it like the slag girl of old. I have no plans to get married at the moment, but if I want to get married in the future, I'll only choose a girl who genuinely likes me, and you're my first choice, if you can follow me to the death. Chin Feng looked at Xia Ting tenderly, only to see a real light of hope in her eyes. She nodded heavily and said, well, I'll make sure my brother understands how I feel. I look forward to your performance. Brother, I love you. I love you too. Chin Feng was happy in his heart. With this PUA, the favorability rating should go up, right? Will the machine explode? Come to think of it, there's a little something to look forward to. He waited quietly for the system alert to go off. 10 seconds passed. Half a minute passed. 1 minute passed. Xia Ting's expression was still so sincere, with tears in her eyes. A look of if you don't leave me, I won't abandon you. But the favorability just doesn't add up. What is it? It shouldn't be. He used to hear that he could still get married, and his goodwill plus was about to go beyond 100. The baby's name was all figured out, and I even bit the bullet and bought the $8,000 necklace on the spot. How come when it comes to Xia Ting, it doesn't add any favor? What? Unity, are you out of bugs? Unity, you squeak. System prompt. Xia Ting's favorability plus 0. Lean. There's no mistaking it. Is this PUA technique something that only women can use? Men can't use it? So you're not acting all this way for nothing? He felt a rush of headache. I feel that a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea, and it is simply inscrutable. In fact, what Chin Feng doesn't know is that, after a woman's favorability reaches a certain level, the only way to break through the barrier is to be stimulated by something special that creates a moving sentiment. Xia Ting's heart was only filled with guilt at the moment, as well as a possessive desire for him. Not in love with him at all. So the 79 good feeling level is not loose, despite Xia Ting's heartfelt intention to grow old with Chin Feng. But unmoved is unmoved. It's not her problem. All women are the same. Even if the other party is the richest man in the world, the most a woman will do is to kneel down and serve because of the money. But who knows what she thinks in her heart? A system to find 80 points of goodwill can prove that a woman wants to go on with her man, whether she is rich or poor. 100 favorability. Even if the man is no longer a thing. Sitting in jail, eating candy, being sick, losing all my money, beating my wife, beating my kids. Women will still follow him to the death and expect him to change for the better with every fiber of their being. Even though everyone was against it and felt bad for her, she continued to do it until she died. The world is very, very full of such stupid women. Once you fall in love, you are defiant and moth-eaten. The same goes for men who are infatuated. But in modern times, people aren't too kind to infatuated men, and gave them a nasty nickname. Chin Feng was once a man in love. Now, still is. It's just that as his powers get bigger, there are more people he can be infatuated with. But he still hasn't figured out women. He was counting on getting a super strong body just by moving his lips, but now it didn't seem that simple. So he wanted the whole life to make Shatin fall in love with him. Just what kind of trick should I do? He was deep in thought. Congratulations on becoming the honored owner of a Rolls Royce. May the flying goddess illuminate your splendor. With the blessing of the sales executive. Chin Feng smiled and waved at them as he walked out of the 4S store. He told Xia Ting that he had to take care of something and stay with her later, then got into Wang Gang's car. Xia Ting was reluctant when she saw Chin Feng leaving. She still wanted to pester Chin Feng, but the man said there was something wrong, so she couldn't ask what it was. Had to drive home alone in a sulk. Then he remembered that he was able to fool around in front of his mom about picking up a car today and having an extra Rolls-Royce Phantom in his name. And he was in a good mood again. Her mom would be afraid her eyes would glaze over if she saw an $18 million car. Hey! She fantasized about her mother's surprised expression as she drove the car home with a lurch. But to her surprise, her mom wasn't there. Instead, her dad was home from school for the afternoon and saw her coming back in such a nice car. Thought she was out messing around. Beat her up without a second thought. Xia Ting was so angry that she was dumbfounded and went on a hunger strike on the spot to protest. These are all afterthoughts. Back to Chin Feng's side. He sat in the car and asked Wang Gang, "Brother Wang, if you were very rich and wanted a woman to fall in love with you, what would you do?" The straight man of steel replied, "Give her the money and say I love you. It's risky. Is there a safer way? Buy her good food and fatten her up so she'll have no other choice of men but to go with you." Chin Feng said breathlessly, "Is there a faster way? Like getting a little romantic or something?" Wang Gang said confidently, "Then buy her gold rings, flowers, and lipstick. My wife loves this stuff." "All right, you have a good drive." "Okay boss." Men who have been in the military are really hard. Qin Feng shook his head, lamenting that he had asked more questions. To chase a girl, just buy her what she likes. It's amazing that one has to ask someone else such a simple question. Qin Feng took out his cell phone and opened Little Sweet Potato, looking for the villa that Xia Ting said she super liked last time. He was going to create a little surprise and see if he could get something out of it. Contact information was quickly found. Called, still the same agent from last time. The last time I stood someone up, but it was a call made from Xia Ting's cell phone. Qin Feng didn't feel embarrassed. Hello, Settlement Realty. Who is this? Qin Feng replied. I've got my eye on a villa on your Little Sweet Potato and I'd like to buy it as a gift for my girlfriend. Do I need her to be there in person to sign it? The agent froze and returned honestly. If the house is in your loved one's name, of course she needs to come and sign it herself. I meant to surprise her and sneak it in. This is difficult to operate. Need to get a power of attorney or something like that. Are you convenient to meet and chat? Yes. Give me your address. Okay. My name is Zheng Deji. Please. Qin. The Qin of Qin Shi Huang. Okay, Mr. Qin Shi Huang. Our address is XXX. Just give me a call when you come. I'm at the store. Aha. Zheng Daji hung up the phone and clapped his hand over his mouth and, disappointed with its performance in missing the call to client Qin Shi Huang. However, he vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a guest surnamed Qin a few days ago, who called to say that he wanted to see the villa. Later, he himself waited for the other side in front of the villa for 2 hours, but no one was there, and finally called and did not answer. The voice sounds a bit like it this time too. It can't be the same one, can it? Zheng Daji frowned and thought. Chapter 83, It's a shame I don't drive a Rolls-Royce. Qin Feng came to the designated store and got off the car to make a phone call. A lean-looking, thieving young man in a suit and tie on a hot day ran out. Looking around, he saw Qin Feng and a big tall man standing in the doorway, immediately revealing a monkey-like smile and laughing. Big brothers are here. I'm Xiao Zhang. Which one is Mr. Qin? I am. Qin Feng said as he stepped forward. Zheng Daji greeted him and took the initiative to grab Qin Feng's hand, shaking it slightly as he asked Wang Gang, what's this big brother's name? Wang Gang stood behind Qin Feng without responding. Qin Feng smiled and said back, his surname is Wang and he's not very talkative. Oh, brother Wang. Welcome, come, have a seat inside. Zheng Daji invited as he gave a false welcome to their store. Aha. Qin Feng followed into the store and took a look around. It's a small agency. It's small. About 40 square feet. A few sofas and coffee tables were set up in the lobby, with a manager's office partitioned off inside. The 5 employees sat in a row, both men and women, typing information on their computers and looking busy. Qin Feng did not move and sat on the sofa, feeling some regret that he did not meet the legendary beauty agent. Wang Gang always stood behind him with a cold face. Zheng Daji muttered in his heart as he looked at these two. This row, how it looks like the boss and the bodyguard seem. But he didn't treat Wang Gang like an underling. Still, he brought 3 glasses of water and placed them on the table. Politely, 2 big brothers drink water. This day is really hot. It's fall, look at the big sun outside. Qin Feng was in no hurry. He glanced at Zheng Daji's suit and made casual small talk. Well, if it's hot, wear less. Zheng Daji complained bitterly. I also want to but in the company does not allow to take off. I have no way. Qin Feng smiled and said, you can go out and take it off. Zheng Daji sighed, no matter where you are, your salary will be deducted as usual when you are seen. Alas, the two of them casually pulled a few punches. For some reason, Qin Feng had a natural favorable impression of this youngster who had just met and spit on his company. It was as if he saw in him a shadow of what he had been. Same with running for money and growing up wrapped up in society. He's obviously young, but he puts on a mature suit and acts like a grandson. However, Qin Feng is not a saint and cannot help him. At most, he can only find him to buy a house to give some commission. Without going into anything else, tell me how you can buy a house for someone else without their consent. Talking about the main topic, Zheng Daji also got serious and began to explain after taking a sip of water. Older brother, I'm telling you, it's more of a hassle for you to secretly buy a house for your girlfriend. The first thing is that you have to pay full price for a house, because the loan involves the bank and we don't dare to make a false statement in front of the bank. The second thing is that you need your sister-in-law's account book ID card or something like that. The last thing is that we'll have to get someone to get a power of attorney. That's easy, but we'll have to charge extra. After all, this is a bad play. You know what I mean? Zheng Daji finished raising his eyebrows, looking even more thievish. Qin Feng heard, in addition to the account book is more troublesome. The other is completely no problem, is not just a matter of money, and the system also allows for sneaky gift buying and giving. He pondered for a while, sent a message to Lily Qiu. She was asked to contact Shatin and ask her to send her account book to a forest store for car registration to see if she could scam her way in. Xiao Lily quickly contacted Xia Ting. Shatin had just arrived home at this point and had not yet been beaten, so she agreed without thinking. As soon as she walked in the door, she ran to ask her dad for the account book. Her dad had never heard of needing a hukou to buy a car, and that, coupled with the real money $3 million Porsche, made him old and angry before he moved. Seeing that things were going well, Xin Feng revealed a smile and dashed off. Okay, you start getting it straight away. Money is not a problem. How soon can you get it done? Zhang Daji was stunned, completely unresponsive and, how can you get it when you don't even know which house you're going to buy? Boss, have you seen your house already? Xin Feng said, just that $8 million villa you sent little sweet potatoes to. Zhang Daji scratched his head. Boss, how come I don't remember receiving you? Xin Feng was embarrassed. I called you 2 days ago, but then something came up and I didn't make it. Zhang Daji was shocked. Holy, you're the one who stood me up the day before yesterday? Xin Feng said awkwardly. Sorry, something happened at the time. Zhang Daji kept his surprised expression and guessed. Big brother, you're not just going to buy it without even looking at the house, are you? Xin Feng smiled and nodded. Mainly because I don't have the time to go see it. He thought that the house was there anyway. The area was there, and if it didn't work, he'd just redecorate it all over again. It's only a couple $1 million house anyway, so there's no need to go out of your way to waste your time. And no negotiation on house prices? Aha. And we're not talking about our commission fees? Aha. Nuts, right? Zhang Daji said incredulously. Third voice. Xin Feng looked at it with cold eyes. Wang Gang also looked up. He was a little confused as to whether this was considered a spiritual attack. Secret thought, wait and see. Zhang Daji's voice was so loud that several other sales probed and stuck their heads out to glance over. The two spoke without deliberately lowering their volume, and anyone who was paying attention could hear the contents. A few sales whispered to each other. Do you think this man is a real big shot, or is he here to amuse Xiao Zhang? I think it's supposed to be for laughs. Who buys an $8 million villa and doesn't even look at it? Very likely. You see, he also hired a bodyguard to pretend to make a show. Serious people who go out with a bodyguard. Did you see his car? I was just outside and I saw him get out of a regular domestic car. That's right then. It must be a comedian, running to play with Xiao Zhang. How can there be such boring people? Zhang Daji graduated from college and has been working in this company for nearly 2 years. I've never seen anyone buy a house like this, either. After meeting for 3 minutes and relying on a video, he said he would shell out $8 million to make his girlfriend happy. How is that even possible? It's not even on a TV show. If there really are big spenders who don't blink, then there will be special financial officers to provide them with services. How could they personally come to their little store and talk about buying a house in full and having to sneak around? Plus the last time he stood himself up. Zhang Deji bet. These two are absolutely nuts. Big brother, don't mess with me. I'm just an ordinary person. You want to like watching villa videos? Then I recommend a few villas with hundreds of millions of dollars. You go to find their agents to chat, okay? Xin Feng maintained his demeanor and said indifferently. I don't man. I'm not kidding you. Not. Zhang Daji emphasized. This is an $8 million villa, not $800. Big brother, which one is like you to buy a house like a watermelon? Not even look at it and let the boss pick it out himself? Xin Feng looked at his cell phone. Shifuya asked him if he was free to take EE out to play. Xin Feng said while replying to the message. If you don't believe me, then I'll just go to the real estate company next door and ask. You shouldn't be the only one who has the listings, right? Chapter 84, I call you father. Do you dare to say yes? Zhang Daji didn't believe that this pretender could afford a villa at all. At this moment, seeing him calm and relaxed, pretending to be decent, Zhang Daji could not help but gamble. Okay, if you can pay the $100,000 deposit, I'll call you daddy on the spot. Xin Feng laughed. What if I pay $1 million? Zhang Daji Gas said, I trample the pants off on the spot to go outside to run around naked. Xin Feng asked, really? Seriously? Zhang Daji said stiffly. Xin Feng gave a thumbs up. Okay, have some balls, go get the contract, and by the way, give me an account number. I'll make the payment first. As the words fell, the side eaters were stunned. My chow, this person seems to be playing for real. Could it be a real bigot? We're in for a good show. Whether it's true or not, I have a feeling that Xiao Zhang is going to be out of luck. Ha ha ha, what will happen if the big man gets angry later when he pays the money and Zhang doesn't go naked? I don't know. Anyway, all I know is that he really went naked and that company won't want him anymore. He deserved it for talking like that's right, working overtime every day, rolling their own people there. It's good to get out early. Thieving eyes are not good people at a glance, but still pretending to be like a good old man all day long. Too hypocritical. Zhang Daji ignored the murmurs around him. At the moment he was red-faced and stood still, not daring to draw up a contract. He regretted making the bet. Once this old man actually pulls out the money to punch him in the face, either you run around naked and get fired, or you offend the big boys. Running around naked is the shame of a lifetime. You can't wash it off. If you run around naked, you won't be able to keep your job, and you'll have to go to the police station. But if one chooses to play hard to get and offend the big boys, the consequences are unimaginable. This kind of bigot who spends millions to make girls happy is still a bit intimidating. God knows what they'll do. Just when he was in a dilemma, riding a tiger, the door to the manager's office opened and a drop-dead gorgeous woman came out from inside. A beige suit with a white shirt inside. A pair of snow-white jade legs standing up under a tight short skirt. The dress is simple, yet sexy and feminine looking. Qin Feng scanned. 29. 88 points. Too bad. It was close. Only to see this woman called Lu Ziki come to herself and admonish Zhang Daji. Xiao Zhang, what's wrong with you? Why are you shouting? Can't you say something properly? It wasn't me who messed up. Sister Lu, it was this big brother who said he wanted to buy the $8 million villa in full. I was a bit flustered by his whole thing, so I shouted up. Lu Ziki was slightly startled. All she heard from inside was her people yelling, so she ran out to see what was going on. Now that I've heard Zhang Daji say this, an $8 million villa? That does deserve a scream. She turned her head, and her face, which had been furious, instantly became brilliant. I'm sorry, sir. Our staff service is not attentive enough. You can talk to me if you have any requests. We'll try to satisfy you. Qin Feng smiled. I don't have any requirements. I've just never seen the scene of someone running around naked before. I'm a bit curious. Lu Ziki was unsure and froze for a moment. It was only after listening to Zhang Daji's brief description of the process of the bet just now that he came to a realization. She sized up the subdued Qin Feng, and the cold Wang gang behind him. Having seen a lot of things, she was instantly in the right place, hastily pulling up a smile to compensate. Qin Xiansen, I'm really sorry. Our staff is relatively young. Mouth to mouth like messy jokes. You do not take it seriously. Nude run on our company bad influence. People supervising managers ran to beg for mercy in a lowly manner. Plus Zhang Daji bowed and conceded in the back. Qin Feng didn't want to make things difficult for the laborer. After all, they didn't say anything out of line. They just questioned it a little bit. Qin Feng said smilingly, I'm just saying, never mind. Hurry up and get a contract drawn up. Lu Ziki had spent a lot of time talking, and seeing that she had managed to coax such a high-quality customer, she proudly puffed out her chest, and was a little bit smug inside. She thought that Qin Feng was pretending to be so generous because she was beautiful, so she took the initiative and said, Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your magnanimity. I'll ask you out for dinner some other day. Good. Qin Feng casually made a perfunctory remark and continued chatting with Shifuya on his cell phone. Lu Ziki was satisfied and smoothly invited him into her office for tea, and let Zhang Daji go to the proposed intention to buy a house. When Zhang Daji saw Qin Feng letting himself off the hook so easily and going ahead with the purchase of the house, instantly overjoyed, he couldn't help but shout, Big brother is awesome. Qin Feng saw that he still dared to jump like that and snickered. What did you say you were going to call me before? Zhang Daji was extremely thick-skinned and directly shouted, Daddy is awesome. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Qin Feng was really embarrassed. It's kind of gross. Then the righteous father is awesome. Don't. Just call me Lao like you did earlier. Elder brother is like a father. Lord righteous father. I want to give you my old age. After signing the agreement with the agent, paying the $1 million intent to buy, and making an appointment to wait for the homeowner to come over tomorrow to officially sign the contract. This time, the eyes of the other sales looking at Qin Feng became respectful. At the same time, he felt very red-eyed at the fact that Zhang Daji was able to meet this kind of earthy big brother. Mud. What a lick. You can even say daddy. I don't want to be the dog that licks the list that I'm given. How can you say the stupid dog is so lucky to have a tycoon delivering a house to his door at any time? Then Zhang may have a different background at home. Right. His family has connections, and all the people he knows must be rich. That's true. It's disgusting. In the end it's not the family that gets the grades. The murmur of sales around them smelled sour. They eyeballed Zhang Daji making big tens of thousands of dollars on a single order, and not wanting to work as hard as he did. They secretly banded together to ostracize him. After all, it's much cooler to find reasons to discredit someone than to admit that they're good. That's why people with bad looks inherently have to work harder than others to get by. Fortunately, there is a comrade in this world with the name of Ma who sets a good example for these people. After Luziki saw that Qin Feng had really signed the agreement and was sure that he was a rich man, his attitude became more enthusiastic. Mr. Qin, are you free tonight? We still have some commercial properties and office buildings for sale here. If you are interested, let's have dinner tonight and have a little chat. When she said this, she happened to be pouring tea for Qin Feng, bending her waist very low, and it was inside his own office, with no one else but Wang Gang. Qin Feng faintly glanced at the woman's bodice. The scenery inside was really good. The career line is still visible, small, white and dazzling, and you can't stop looking at it. I don't know why, but since I've gotten rich, there's been a lot more scenery like this. Qin Feng just took a brief glance and withdrew his eyes. Didn't think much of the buns that weren't big enough. Office building later. Don't want to mess with that now. Luziki kept the posture of pouring tea and ruffled the hair around her ears, meaning to say, then how about we simply have dinner and not talk about work? She thought Qin Feng was the kind of man who didn't see any rabbits, so planned to give a little something first. After all, this kind of man who doesn't even look at it and directly buys an $8 million villa in full. It's still very necessary to have a meal and exchange ideas. Luziki considered herself to be born with natural beauty and unstoppable charm. With a little initiative, even the richest man will submit to her skirt just the same. But he didn't expect Qin Feng to stand up, turn around and leave. Only one sentence remains. I won't eat. I'm not available today. Luziki reached out and stared blankly at the man as he disappeared into the office doorway. Eyes dense huge, with a look of I chow. The man didn't even say when he was free. Chapter 85, Svea's Seaside Robe. Righteous Father, if you have any orders in the future, just give me a call and I promise to be at your beck and call. Zhang Daji patted his chest in excitement as he sent Qin Feng out the door. There's really one thing, Qin Feng said after thinking about it. I'd like you to go find a wedding company or an event planning company to go and help me make that villa look romantic so I can surprise her. You know? Understand. Create a romantic atmosphere I can too understand. When the three roommates in the dormitory are relying on me to help to chase the girlfriend, Zhang Daji proudly said. Oh, do you have a girlfriend then? Qin Feng was curious. Zhang Daji's smile suddenly became far-fetched, and he awkwardly said, let's not mention this. He is hundreds of times more difficult to chase girls than others because of his own looks and his poor family conditions. After graduation and a busy schedule, all I could think about all day was how to sell my house. Every day to work overtime to find real estate, learning sales skills and eloquence, shooting videos sent on various platforms to attract traffic, sometimes busy even have to eat, which have time to chase girls. He plans to put together a down payment and buy a house before he thinks about his other half. After all, having a house is the only way to talk to girls. But at the current salary, you'll have to struggle for at least 3 or 4 more years before you can afford a down payment on a house. His parents don't have much savings and can't help him, so he has to do everything on his own. Qin Feng didn't ask much when he saw his embarrassed face. What adult has it easy? It's normal to not have a girlfriend. A few explanations were given, and as long as the results were good, money was no object. Then get in the car and head to Schiffer's neighborhood. Shivya was busy all night and woke up at noon, taking EE from her parents. I was going to take her out, but she made a scene and wanted her uncle to take her out. So Shifuya sent a message to Qin Feng, asking if he was free to accompany EE. After receiving an affirmative reply, she held EE and waited for Qin Feng at the entrance of the neighborhood. Mother and daughter wore the same style of white printed t-shirt and shorts. Standing together is extraordinarily bright. When the men passing by saw it, they felt in their hearts that this woman's husband was so lucky, marrying such a beautiful wife and having an equally beautiful little fairy. If he were to have such a good-looking wife and daughter, he would support them even if he had to work 3 jobs a day. Shifuya gently admonished Yui, amidst the crowd's frequent glances back at her. When you go out, don't eat, don't run, don't scream. The words were not finished. A domestic SUV slowly approached in the distance. Uncle EE was smart enough to recognize Weingang's car and immediately shook off her mother's hand and rushed over with a loud shout. Shifuya shook her head with a helpless look on her face. Qin Feng also saw EE running over from a long distance, and hurriedly got out of the car to welcome her. When she ran up to her, she crouched down to greet the little male. Did Yui miss me? I want to. EE jumped into Qin Feng's arms, broke up her small hands and said in a milky voice. EE thought about it once before she went to bed, once when she woke up in the morning, and just now again. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng's heart was adorable when he saw EE's serious little look. Picking up EE was a bearded attack. After rubbing her giggling, he said with a pampered face, EE is so good. So how about Uncle takes you to the beach to catch crabs today? Yeah. EE excitedly swayed left and right in Qin Feng's arms, her little feet kicking around. Seeing these two laughing so happily, Shifuya unconsciously revealed a light smile as well and stepped forward. EE, don't move. Be careful of falling. Yi didn't care about her mom's reminder and smiled. No, uncle won't let Yi fall. Qinfeng also smiled and assured. Sister, don't worry. I'm as steady as a horse. Shivya said helplessly. Do what you want, don't come crying to me if you fall. He, Yui said, dancing and flaunting her hands to show that she was as steady as a rock at the moment. After a bit of banter, the three of them sat together in the back of Wang Gang's car. Did Yi call anyone yet? Shifuya taught Yi. Hello, Uncle Wang. Yi very obediently shouted out. Her sweet voice managed to make Wang Gang's cold face become gentle. Hello, Yi. The fierce man spoke with a ya, causing Qinfeng to get goosebumps. As the car started slowly, Yui started to get naughty. From time to time she stood up, resting on the two backrests in front of her, and asked Uncle Wang Gang how much longer he would be. After getting an answer, one moment you run to the left window to look at the view, then you have to run to the right to look at it. It's not a good idea to make a scene. Shifuya, on the other hand, was chatting with Qinfeng about the arrangements for the bar. Ask him if the bar should change its name, if it should be redecorated, and if Lo's people should be cleaned out. Qinfeng is just a delivery man. How can he know anything about bar operation and management? There are good and bad decisions of this kind concerning turnover, and he could not pretend to understand them, so he muddled through in a vague manner. Shifuya was a bit teary-eyed when she saw that Qinfeng was following everything and letting himself make up his mind. Thought he was honoring the promise he made when he delivered the bar. Just come to the bar to eat and drink, not to participate in the management. Shifuya felt trusted and valued, and it was a comfortable feeling. She asked, changing the subject, brother, are we really going to the beach later? Well, I promised Yui yesterday, but going to the beach so suddenly, Yi didn't even take her bathing suit, and she didn't bring any sunscreen. These things are plentiful in the store over there, so what's the point of having money? Shifuya suddenly recalled her youthful longing to wear a white dress and go for a walk on the beach. Now looking at the magnificent Qinfeng, his cheeks were unconsciously colored with a faint blush. Well, listen to you. Zhangcheng is a coastal city that attracts countless tourists to vacation with its unique seaside scenery, delicious seafood and comfortable climate. The beach isn't far either, with the nearest Haikou just over an hour's drive away. It's just a couple of hills around the corner. When I got out of the car, the street was lined with little stores selling seaside toys, assorted water guns, small plastic shovels and buckets, swimming rings, flip-flops, swimsuits and trunks, sun hats. A few people picked a random one, went in and scavenged around, and bought everything they should or shouldn't have bought, all hanging on Wang Gang, then went next door to the clothing store and bought a couple of outfits to wear to the beach. After everything is done, Qinfeng held the bouncing Yi and walked down the embankment along the path to the beach. Shifuya grabbed her cell phone on the side and secretly took pictures of the two of them. Behind him, Wang Gang's left hand and right hand are full of things, and there are two pumping squirt guns hanging on his shoulders, and he walks carefully step by step, fearing that things will fall off. A few people came down to the beach. A specialized bathroom building has been built along the beach where you can change your clothes. $10 a head. Public baths. Private showers are also available for $100 a room. Qinfeng had only chartered a private shower room to save money. Since there was only one shower, he had wanted to squeeze in with Shivya and make do. I didn't realize that Shifuya had joined forces with Yi, and together they pushed him out of the room. Qinfeng had no choice but to go to the public bath, took a shower, put on a flowered shirt and big pants as the others look on in secret horror. Walking out of the bathroom, he stood in the doorway of Shivya's room and waited. A short while later, the door opened. Just see that Shifuya is wearing a white halter dress that she just bought. The skirt was long, almost to the knee, revealing only the rounded, slender legs of but there was very little fabric on it, revealing a large portion of bare white back on the body, with only the chestnut-colored hair covering it slightly. The sexy strapless style makes the beautiful collarbone hidden, and the soft fabric clings to her skin, emphasizing her luscious and iconic figure. Not bad for a beach goddess robe. Qinfeng looked hard and straight. Chapter 86, Big Brother. You died in a terrible way. Shifuya obviously rarely wore such pure and girlish clothes, and was slightly unnatural in front of Qinfeng. It was especially embarrassing to see Qinfeng with such naked eyes. Shifuya gently patted him, signaling him not to look away. Then took Yui, who was wearing a sweet pink princess line of children's bathing suits, and got ready to go to the beach. When Beauty was present, Qinfeng was in a state of spring and wanted to enjoy it up close. He had a plan in mind and hurriedly pulled Shifuya and said, Sis, you didn't put the sunscreen on your back well. There's still some white on it. Come into the room and I'll reapply it for you. Shifuya looked at Qinfeng, only to see that he was upright and serious, so she could not help but believe him. She didn't have much faith in her daughter. Really having to leave a piece of white on the back is a little hard to see. Yi defended herself. Yi has smoothed it all out. Uncle nonsense. In order to prove that it did, Qin Feng wiped Shifuya's back with his index finger and placed it in front of him to show her himself. Svea saw that he did have a bit of sunscreen on his fingers. So believe his bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Returning to the room, he turned his back to Qin Feng and said casually, "Just wipe off the excess for me." "No need to wipe. That's not good. The sun is so strong. If you don't spread it well it will clump. Why don't you lie down on the stool and I'll reapply it for you?" Qin Feng closed the door and said with a smile, "Yi is right here. Are you still afraid of what I'll do to you?" Seeing that her credit was denied, Yi stood in the room with her arms crossed and her breath shifted. Obviously there was no sunscreen on Mom's back just now. Okay. After a moment's thought, Shifuya flopped down on the bench, her wrapped flesh squeezed into a ball. Qin Feng's treacherous plan succeeded. He straight smile. It is true that there are still many online sets. He squeezed out the sunscreen, rubbed his hands together, and stroked Schiffer's back. A bare, soft touch, with a hint of cold, came from the palm of the. He visibly detected a slight shudder in the woman, and instantly tensed his body. Sis, relax, relax. You're not spreading it well. Qin Feng slid his hands gently on Shifuya's back end. The gentleness was like caressing a stunning piece of jade. Shifuya took a deep breath, quietly relaxing and, despite being prepared, the body is still a little sensitive when it comes to actually skin to skin. Maybe it was because she hadn't been touched by a man in a long time, and her heart was beating a little fast. To lighten the mood, she pretended to be natural. "Brother is so skillful. Which girl did you learn it from? I haven't put sunscreen on any other girl like this except my sister." Do you believe yourself when you say that? Anyway, I gave you my first time, so you can do as you see fit. Qin Feng played the rogue and said. Shifuya laughed softly without addressing him, turned her face sideways and slowly closed her eyes. Feeling the strength of the man's hand, inexplicably a little comfortable, could not help but say, "It could use a little work." Qin Feng was much bolder at his words, and his technique changed from gently caressing to kneading, to smooth it out. He even dug into her shirt and wiped 4 fingers down the side of her ribcage. "Stop!" Shifuya was startled and stopped it in a hurry. Sitting up, she reached out and slapped Qin Feng's hand away, glaring at him. "Hey, didn't you ask me to give you a massage?" Qin Feng scratched his head and laughed. Shifuya didn't get angry, but just whispered a soft reproach in his ear. "Yi's still here." Qin Feng listened in a blissful manner. Wouldn't Yui be able to press it if she wasn't there? At that thought, he couldn't wait to kick Yi out on the spot, but he also knew that if he left Yi alone outside, Shifuya would definitely flip out with him. Therefore, children are the bond of a couple's relationship and an obstacle to their resentful happiness. Qin Feng, who had taken advantage of the situation, smashed his mouth and couldn't get enough. But there really wasn't much that could be done right now, so I'd better wait until I got Yui to Grandma's house at night. The 4 came out onto the beach. It's a tourist destination, but it's the beginning of the school season and it's not the 11th golden week, so there aren't many tourists. The temperature in September was just right, slightly hot, but the sea breeze dissipated it. At 2 p.m., as far as the eye could see, the golden coastline curved into a crescent moon. In the distance, the sea is still and silent, glistening in the sun's rays, and connected to the sky in a line of blue. Nearby, the waves bustled about, coming up the beach from time to time, crashing against the reef with a gleeful sound. The beaches farther from the water are covered with sand and are exposed to the sun for long periods of time, with temperatures ranging from 6 to 70 degrees. It was so hot that I couldn't walk on it at all with my bare feet. Yi was barefoot and jumped back just as she rushed up, yelling for Qin Feng to carry her over. Qin Feng, wearing slippers, hugged her and held Shifuya as he walked slowly to the beach. Seeing the vast and boundless sea, Qin Feng lamented its magnificence. On the other side of the ocean. It must be the other side of the ocean. The waves came up every now and then to kiss both of their feet, leaving a wet spot before retreating shyly. The sand here seeps water and can be molded. A few kids around were building castles. Qin Feng put down Yi and told her to shovel sand and look for crabs in a safe place, and told Wang Gang to keep an eye on her. Then holding Shifuya, he slowly wandered down the beach, coming closer to the sea. The sea took away the heat from the sand and Qin Feng's desire. The two chatted about some of the minutiae of life, and most of it had to do with Yui. Neighboring the sea breeze brushed against my face, bringing a hint of coolness and a light salty flavor. The mood followed suit and became serene and calm. "Sis, you live in Jiangcheng. Haven't you ever been to the beach?" "No. You should come out and see the beauty of this world. I did want to come for a walk when I was younger, but I never got the chance, and then when I had I couldn't care less about going out." "No one took you guys out to play?" "No. What about that? Him? That man is full of thoughts of getting ahead, busy doing great things every day. How can he have time to come to this kind of flirtatious place to play? Big brother used to work in a high-risk occupation? Shin Feng asked in shock. Well, he died in a mob fight. Shifuya's expression was calm, like she was talking about someone else's husband again. Awesome. Shin Feng sighed in admiration. That business was indeed too risky. If he had lived to see this day, he must have been a rich man like Luo. Pity. It doesn't matter. It's just a matter of winning and losing. Don't you? I what? You don't look like you've been here before. Ha ha ha. Indeed. I've never been here either. I've glanced at it before when I passed this way and thought it would be nice to bring my favorite person to the beach sometime. So have you found someone you like now? I'm holding it. Shifuya's eyes curved and she said softly. So do you have a favorite besides sis? Shin Feng spat out a name without thinking. Xia Ting. Any more? Nothing. Shifuya laughed and she could feel the older boy's sincerity, just as she had that night when he said he would help her support a family. Brother, there are a lot of bad women out there. If you trust sis, next time you can bring back the girl you like. Sis will help you see. You're not jealous? Shin Feng carefully measured her expression to confirm if she was speaking from the heart. But it's useless to be jealous. It's better to keep an eye out for you, so that you won't be counted by a woman when the time comes. Shifuya's face only had a faint concern. Chapter 87, a more beautiful little girl is just as annoying. Don't worry. Shin Feng, relying on the fact that he had a system to detect goodwill, didn't care about the woman's calculations at all. Your brother, I'm still smart. It's usually only very stupid people who constantly imply that they're smart. Shifuya covered her mouth lightly, a smile in her curved fox eyes. Then sister, you're so smart. Do you know what I want to do now? Shin Feng said with a bad smile. Don't want to know. Woo. Shin Feng took away her hand that blocked her small mouth in advance and kissed her in one go. His hand wrapped around her waist, and with a slight push, he took her into his arms and, a shallow taste of her aroma, slowly releasing her body, he gave a harsh word. I'll tell you tonight how the fools do things. Shifuya's face rose with a touch of crimson, tenderly blanking Shin Feng without answering. It looked as if it was a tacit admission that there would be drama in the evening. Shin Feng was excited. The two of them stayed for a while longer, then turned back to Yui. Yui had dug for half a day, and she had actually dug up a few treasures. A moon shell, a starfish, 4 or 5 crabs the size of fingernails, and a couple of small, unidentified conchs. Shin Feng marveled repeatedly and couldn't stop praising Yi for being awesome and smart. The little girl dug harder. Since we're here at the beach, of course we're going to have some fun at sea. Shin Feng's pockets were bulging, and when he saw that there were high-speed yachts for rent on the beach, he proposed. Sis, there's a yacht over there. Why don't we rent one and go for a spin in the ocean? No, Yi is too young to sit. Then let's both go up and let Wang keep an eye on Yi. Shifuya looked embarrassed. She didn't really want to go on a yacht, mainly because I don't want Yui out of my sight, especially when I'm out and about. It wasn't that she didn't trust Wang Gang, it was just because Yi was more important than life to her. If something goes wrong, she'll go crazy. Shin Feng saw her like this, and knowingly did not force her, just a look of envy at the young men surfing in their yachts. Brother, I'm sorry, apologized Shifuya. Let's bring Tina with us next time. You and her go surfing and we'll meet you on the beach. Shin Feng smiled and comforted a few words. It's really inconvenient to go to a little dangerous place with a small child. When I came over to pass the pier just now, there were a couple of fishing vessels anchored off the beach. There's a sign on it that says 1,000 charters go out to sea and net fish once, and you can take all the seafood harvest with you. Shin Feng wanted to ask Shifuya if she was going at that moment, but seeing Yi in his arms instantly extinguished that thought. In case of an accident, when the time comes, do you choose to save your mom, or save the daughter? Who could make that choice? The key thing was that Shin Feng himself didn't even know how to swim yet, and he was the one waiting to be rescued. This gave Shin Feng the idea to go back and learn how to swim, accompanying Yi to play with the sand for a while, digging a bunch of pits. Found nothing. Yi but caught another crab. He threw down the shovel in anger, and the two of them, along with Shifuya, went to the sunny beach in the back, and spent 100 dayang to rent a sheltered shed, and lay down on the chairs to sunbathe in the sun. The shed comes with 2 recliners, and a small round table. Wang Gang came over and took out the cold drinks from his bag and put them on the table, then silently went back to watching the children. Shivya put on the sunglasses she had brought from the car, and with her hands flat on the small of her back, she too slumped back in her chair and closed her eyes. The sun's just right, the breeze is not too agitated. The breeze blew the hem of her skirt, slowly lifting the tantalizing view of her legs. Exquisite features with an extra cool aura when wearing sunglasses. The white dress on her body, however, added a touch of freshness and sweetness. I remember the first time I met Shifuya. She coldly told people to strip others of their clothes. That cold look as if she was like a big sister. Now she was lying quietly beside herself, looking up at Yi from time to time, like a wise wife and mother. This sense of contrast fascinated Qin Feng. Sis, why don't I buy you a villa with a swimming pool? You can sunbathe like this every day from now on, and you don't have to worry about Yi running around. No, Yi likes to run around outside. Then I'll buy you a car. What brand do you like? A Porsche? Big Ben? What's wrong? Are you ashamed of the car your sister drives? No, I just want to give you a better quality of life. Oh, silly brother, if it's quality of life I'm after, there's been a lot of rich people willing to support me over the years. Shifuya pushed her sunglasses onto her hair and looked sideways at Qin Feng and laughed. The car and the house are fine. Sis is not the kind of woman who craves for enjoyment. Sis's biggest wish now is, Yi grows up quickly and happily, and her younger brother lives in peace and security. Her tone was firm in its gentleness, her laugh expectant, like it's telling a mundane wish, but it's such a mundane wish. However, it made Qin Feng's heart stir. He had to admit that he was turned on by the woman. No one cared about his personal life anymore after high school, much less wished him a peaceful life. All anyone cares about is how high he flies, how far he goes, and whether or not he has any money. And with this attitude of Schiffer's that anything else is acceptable as long as nothing happens, it touched him somehow, like a real relative. Qin Feng moved. But I want to give you a better life. I want to buy you a nice car and house and hire nannies and maids and stuff to make you more comfortable. Shifuya smiled a gentle smile and, silly brother, have you forgotten that you still have $22 million on me? Those things later I see the right like, will buy their own. Don't worry, never save you money. Qin Feng knew that he couldn't be in a hurry, so he stopped forcing her to accept his gift. It's a learned skill to pick up girls. For a woman like Shifuya, who had enough money and it was useless to give more. He didn't know how to make her fall 100% in love with him. Qin Feng was lying on his chair in deep thought when he only heard Shifuya's voice ringing out. Come here and give your sister a massage. He jumped immediately. Smiling, he ran to Shifuya, and his hands followed Pang Jinyan's maneuver, lightly scratching her from her chin to the base of her ears. Shifuya closed her eyes and endured the strange comfort. Qin Feng's hand traveled from the neck, to the shoulder, and then down. After being slapped around a bit, run to the side and give Shifuya a leg relaxation. The tender white jade leg gently bent, dodging Qin Feng's dishonest hand. It was nearly 5 o'clock when we got back to Shifuya's house from the beach. The three were a little dirty from the seawater. Shifuya took Yui to take a shower first. Qin Feng sat on the sofa in boredom and sent messages to comfort Xiaoting who had been beaten up. Xiaoting sobbed and wailed and sent a voiceover that, I just said, this is what my man bought me. You can't control it, and my dad hit me 555. I don't care if my mom comes back and doesn't help me. She says my car is ugly. Not as good as Bayati. I can't stay in this house for a single day. Brother, take me and elope. Qin Feng guessed that she might have been beaten because she wanted the account book. Think about it differently. Your own daughter stays out all night and comes home the next day in a luxury car. She opened her mouth to ask for the account book and said that my man is rich and it's none of your business. It's hard to judge. There were many ways to find death, and Xiaoting picked the most direct way. I hope her dad doesn't get pissed off. Qin Feng coaxed a few words a little. I thought to myself that raising a daughter is really tiring. I have to serve her like a princess since she was a child, and when she grows up, I still have to worry about her being arched by a pig. But raising a son doesn't seem to save you any trouble. Mischief and fighting and going out and making a hole in the sky is also worrying. Qin Feng sighed, remembering the troubles of having a child. He was a bit afraid to have a child. That's when Shifuya finished her shower and came out of it. All she was wearing at the moment was a blue ice silk halter nightgown dress. The satin of milk silk is smooth and soft, and the icy tone set-off skin is white as jade. The lace splicing at the neckline is sexy and elegant, and the skirt flutters and ripples from the water. The whole person releases a female enchanting and soft atmosphere. Qin Feng was excited again. If she didn't have that obtrusive little guy by her side, he'd pounce on anything he said at this point. Chapter 88. I didn't think it would work out in the end. The little guy was wearing a Pikachu's children's pajamas, and as soon as he left the house, he pounced towards Qin Feng. Like an electric rat, he zipped into Qin Feng's arms and yelled, Uncle, blow dry my hair. Qin Feng looked at Shifuya very helplessly, only to see her spread her hands with a smile, indicating that there was nothing she could do to help after that. Had to go get the hair dryer for the little girl's hair. Yi has grown up. You'll have to blow dry your own hair from now on. Yi, don't grow up. When I grow up, I can go out and play by myself without my mom. Don't. When you grow up you can eat ice cream. You can wear nice clothes, and you'll have lots of people to play with. Will Uncle stay with me too? Uncle has to be with your mom. Then Yui, don't grow up. Yi sat on the stool, shaking her feet, tilting her head back to look at Qin Feng and said seriously, "Yi will always be with you. That's not up to you." Qin Feng's heart broke, the little kid who was in the way. "When I arrange a boarding school for you in the future, I will take your mom out every day to play, so that you do not have the opportunity to be a light bulb. Does uncle not like Yi anymore?" Yi sensed his impatience and her expression changed, pouting and looking at him blearily. No one can stand it when little girls play pathetic. Qin Feng was defeated by her watery eyes and coaxed very helplessly. "Love it. Uncle loves Yi the most. Then why doesn't uncle want to be with you? Yi? Uncle said the wrong thing just now." Qin Feng coaxed this little goblin for most of the day. After carefully blow-drying her hair, my phone found a tutorial on how to tie a little girl's hair and styled her in an easy bow as I watched. It made her smile even more lethal. Shifuya arched an eyebrow as she saw the two getting along. Silence went to the kitchen and cooked noodles, brought 2 big bowls and put them on the table, calling out to the two to eat. Qin Feng brought Yi over to sit down. Noodles are just plain old noodles. It was filled with a fried egg, a few slices of greens, and sausage and beef. The color is bright, the aroma is delicious, and it looks appetizing. Ignoring the heat, Qin Feng rolled up a large chopstick, blew on it slightly, and swirled it in one bite. Cheeks puffed out, casually chewing twice before swallowing it in his stomach, highlighting a wolf-like, wind-whipped Yi, who was being fed by her mother, stared straight at Qin Feng. Her big eyes opened round and the spoon in her hand fell in the bowl. Seeing him wolf down his food, Shifuya said in a hurry, "Slow down. No one's taking it from you. He. The noodles made by my sister are so fragrant. I can't control it at all." Qin Feng fished out the beef and complimented. "Are you full yet? Shall I go down another bowl?" Shifuya asked. "No, it's better to eat less for dinner." Qin Feng waved his hand and continued. "Otherwise you won't be able to eat the night snack." "Yi wants a snack too," Yi shouted. "Late night snacks are poisonous, and children can't eat them." Qin Feng said with a kind word of advice. "Mom, is it really poisonous?" "Really?" Shifuya nodded with a soft smile. Yui looked up and saw her mom smiling so casually that it didn't feel real. Unable to help herself, she frowned slightly and beamed, her eyes drifting left and right without knowing what she was thinking. Qin Feng was afraid that this little nuisance would disturb his good deed, so he hurriedly tried to send her away. "Yi, be good and go to bed with grandma at night. Tomorrow uncle will take you to the amusement park." "No," Yi pouted. "Yi wants to sleep with uncle." Qin Feng was startled and quickly coaxed. "Uncle is going to fight a tiger at night. Are you afraid?" Yi said weakly. "Yi is a good baby. Tigers don't eat good babies." Qin Feng increased his strength. "Male tigers don't eat good babies. Tonight uncle is going to fight a female tiger. Especially fierce. Eating everything." Shifuya's ears were a bit hot, and she glanced at Qin Feng without any good humor. "Those eyebrows are extremely good looking. The end of the eyes are slightly picked up, charming and very compelling." Qin Feng was glanced at by her fox eyes and couldn't help but have a demented smile on his face when he saw that she didn't object. Shifuya blushed and couldn't help but voice out, "Don't teach Yi a lesson." Yi looked left at Qin Feng and right at her mom, saw something wrong and yelled, "Uncle lied. There's no tiger at all. Uncle just doesn't want to sleep with Yi." Qin Feng really wanted to kick Yi out at this point. "Yi, stop it. How about uncle buys you a big toy car tomorrow and lets you sit in it and play?" "Don't. Buy you roller skates? Poof. So what do you want?" "I want my uncle to tell me stories and put me to bed." Qin Feng was pestered by the little goblin and could not cry. His face was in pain. Shifuya pursed her lips next to her and snickered. Qin Feng had planned to sneak away and come back after the little one was sent away. But when he saw the little fellow looking as if he were going to cry, he finally sighed with a soft heart and a reluctant promise was made. "Bear with me tonight. There will be many opportunities in the future. There is no hurry. There will be a long time to come." Unexpectedly, the little one cheered and added, "Mommy will sleep with us too." Qin Feng was furious and stupid. This dead girl got an inch. There was absolutely no way Shifuya would agree with her being around, and would only add to her own torment. Qin Feng just wanted to refuse, only to hear Shifuya say, "If Yi can eat well, Mommy will sleep with you." "Yeah, Mom, you roll the pasta more like uncle. I want a big bite." Looking at the giddy Yi, Qin Feng gulped. He was a little afraid of the night. The time came to 9 o'clock in the evening. After taking a shower and changing into brand new men's pajamas, Qin Feng accompanied Yi to play childish Ultraman games. After helping Qin Feng with his laundry, Shifuya ran to the balcony to answer the phone in the bar and remotely direct things in the store. As Yi played, she flung herself into Qin Feng's arms, yawning and resting on Qin Feng's shoulder, and slowly lost her movement. She hadn't slept in the middle of the day, and after playing all day, she was really sleepy this time. The surprise came too suddenly. Qin Feng was overjoyed and gently carried Yi into the room and placed her on the bed. absent-mindedly coaxing her twice. After seeing her asleep, he pushed back his excitement and tiptoed out of the room, came out onto the balcony of the other room. Is that the guy we threw out last time? How many of them were there? Just stopped at the door to hand out flyers, right? They also opened a small bar? Tell Zhang-san to handle it, don't hit too hard. Ah. Shifuya was talking about things when she was suddenly hugged from behind by a man, and lost her voice in shock and screamed. Then hurriedly controlling his instinctive reaction, he held back and continued talking to the phone. No. Nothing. You come to the show tonight and message me if anything happens. Shinfeng put his head to Shifuya's neck and, gently planting a strawberry, his hands roamed restlessly over the icy silk pajamas, listened to a girl's panicked voice over the microphone. Sister Xiaoya, are you alright? Are you sick? Where are you? I'll take you to the hospital. It's okay. That's all. Shivya hung up the phone nervously, feeling the man gasp for air, his body becoming hot but still, he forced himself to stay calm, pressed the man's hand, and asked softly, "You ease asleep?" Aha! A dull sound came out of Qin Feng's throat, like the excited low roar of a lion before attacking. Shivya's heart was beating fast and, noticing the man's fingers gently roaming around her waist, her body trembling with each contact. The switch that controls the lights in the room is a bright self-inflicted incandescent color when pressed once, and a warm orange when pressed twice. After 3 times, Shifuya gave up her fight with Qin Feng and, accommodating him, letting the warm tones of seduction envelop his body. The warmth filled the room unchecked, causing a lack of oxygen to begin. Chapter 89, Qin Feng wants to buy toys online. The two ended the round of PKs. Qin Feng was lying on the bed smoking, and the woman beside him didn't have any problem with him smoking. Unlike the enthusiastic Shatin, Schiffer's too accommodating. Let yourself go wild. Everything is allowed. Bottomless accommodation. Looking at her gently wiping his sweat, Qin Feng completely lost his temper. Sis, if you spoil me like this, I'll turn bad. Oh, I didn't expect you to be much better. Next morning, 7:30 a.m. Qin Feng got up and realized that Shifuya wasn't around. Getting up and going next door to see her cuddled up next to Eeyore in bed, Qin Feng didn't disturb them. And after simply freshening up, he went downstairs. He was going to go down for breakfast and bring them back a love breakfast on the way. Early fall mornings are just the right temperature and the air is crisp and refreshing. The sun was up early too, and it was warm on my body. The streets got crowded when we got out of the neighborhood. There are beatniks rushing to work, elders sending their children to school, and grandparents out for a stroll to buy groceries. Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the neighborhood, admiring the peaceful scene. Suddenly, a beautiful woman ran past him, setting off a fragrant breeze. She wore an extra-fit pink yoga outfit on top and athletic hot pants underneath, her 2 long, athletic legs glowing white in the sun. A red headband with the words struggle and strive was tied to her forehead, and her dark hair was tied up casually, bouncing along with her steps. The side face was very stunning, with a delicate and small profile, an arched nose, and cheeks with a rosy color. It was simply aglow and dazzling like the spring flowers. Looking at her faraway pink back, as if she was adding a nice splash of color to this beautiful morning. The more Qin Feng looked at it, the better it looked, and there was a sense of déjà vu. Seems like I've seen this beauty somewhere. Can't remember who she is based on a side face alone though. Qin Feng turned on the scan and looked at it from afar. Name by seeing. Age, 22. Charisma, 91. Number of relationships, 8. The name doesn't ring a bell. And at such a young age. I'm sure it wasn't a classmate or anything like that. But looking at this girl's young age, she's quite experienced in love. Should be a pretty loose girl. Qin Feng doesn't think much of her as a person. Had a bit of an idea about the way she ran though. He's been a little sore in the back for the last couple days. Worked hard 3 times last night and added a little bit of goodwill. At this rate, I'm afraid my body won't be able to handle it. He had a sudden whim to get fit and go for a run. So they caught up and followed the young lady. When Missy runs, he runs, and when Missy goes, he goes. It caused the young lady to look back at him frequently. Qin Feng felt good about himself after having the money and raised a clean smile, nodding at her. This smile made the young lady a little embarrassed. Her eyes dodged away and she ran away shyly with her head down. Qin Feng thought that he had scared people away, shook his head helplessly and gave up the chase. He was just looking at this little girl's good looks and running to please the eye, so he followed a little. Since people don't want to have interaction with themselves, they can't force themselves. He walked forward slowly, looking around for a breakfast place down the street. Then he realized that the young lady in front of him was running slower and slower, and even looked back at himself, feeling like he was imploring himself to catch up. Qin Feng smiled. He didn't go after them, still going at his own pace, not slowing down. By seeing turned around and realized that the man had suddenly stopped chasing him. Unable to help himself, he stopped and waited for him to slowly approach, smiling and taking the initiative to ask, "Handsome, you look familiar. Haven't we met before?" Shin Fong walked in and got a good look at her beautiful and attractive face, like a rose that has just faded and blossomed into 1,000 beautiful flowers, especially her bright peach blossom eyes, which seemed to have flowing water fluctuating in them, seemingly intoxicated and extremely beautiful. Listen to her whiny voice. Shin Fong remembered. I've delivered meals to this girl several times in a row, when I was delivering takeout before. At that time she was wearing flesh-colored yoga clothes and seemed to be doing a live stream from her house. The light fabric clung to her body, showing off her figure in every move. Very impressive. Plus her recognizable dimples and whiny voice. Shin Fong instantly remembered her, and her 200-pound best friend. That time, this beauty was as bold as she is now, asking herself if the delivery boy could fix the computer, saying that she was always stuck when she was live. If it wasn't for her BFF stuff physique, she'd have almost gone in and fixed her computer herself at that point. Maybe I look more common, Shin Fong said smilingly. Bai Siying cupped her chin and thought carefully for a while, never remembering who Shin Fong was. Who in their right mind remembers what a delivery guy looks like? She didn't care, and greeted them casually. Are you out for your morning jog too? No, I'm out foraging. Then I recommend a super tasty breakfast place for you. The special crab buns inside are very fragrant, and the hot pepper soup is very warming to the stomach. Oh, where is it? Shin Fong was a bit interested in the crab buns. Turn right in front. About 300 meters and you'll be there. Bai Siying enthusiastically pointed to the fork in the road in front and said with a smile. Shin Fong was infected by this little girl's enthusiasm and was in a good mood as he smiled and thanked her. I was just looking for a breakfast place. Thank you very much. Why don't I buy you a breakfast? No, you're welcome. I'm going to keep running. Shiranui. Bai Siying smiled and waved her hand towards Shin Fong before continuing to run towards the lakeside park with her long legs. She did see that Shin Fong looked a bit familiar just now. The calm and collected temperament, the spontaneous smile, the flowery shirt on his body, all gave off a feeling of not being extraordinary. It was only then that I stopped to strike up a conversation of my own accord. It's a little weird to go to dinner with someone just because you've met them in person. If she just agreed to him so easily, she would surely make him mistake her for a girl who was not reserved. That's why he excused himself and scurried away. She hoped that Shin Fong would catch up with her, and invited, again and again. That makes it seem a little more sincere. That's how her licking dogs lick her. Chapter 90, How could I possibly fall here? Shin Fong saw that the girl frequently turned around and smiled at herself, smelling like she was seducing herself to go after her. He smiled faintly and waved at the girl. Didn't go after the young girl who had been in love 8 times at such a young age. Invite someone to dinner just because you want to see her expansion material. Cheat rewards and all. He now has a nursing child at home and a bedridden sister. Where's the time to dabble in flowers? Besides, this kind of girl with peach blossoms in her eyes is too unworthy to chase her. She can smile ambiguously at you today, and the same will be true for other strangers tomorrow. At most, if you meet her in the future, you'll drop money to taste the flavor, so you won't play any you chase me, I chase you routine with her. And he had 2 women living in his heart right now, and a little bitty one. There's no room for another woman for a while. Shin Fong walked leisurely for a while and found the Baozi store she mentioned. The store is large and decorated like an old-time restaurant style. The fluttering flag reads, Scholar Crab Roasted Soup Buns. There weren't many guests, just 3 tables out of 10 eating. A drawer of steamers on the stovetop, smoking white. The takeout orders are pouring in. And Xiao Ye's my god that rings out from time to time. Shin Fong walked in and found the price list and fixed his eyes on it. 1 large crab bun is 20, and 1 small bun is 30 per kg, 5. It was a dark moment. It's too expensive. $20 for a bun. I remember when 2 large meat buns with soy milk used to be only $5. A little further back in time, a 30-cent meatloaf was bigger than a face. Are the buns here wrapped in gold? Shin Fong ordered a crab bun and wanted to taste how it was. Sitting at the table with the bun, following the waiter's cue, he bit through the soup-filled bun, waited for the inside to cool slightly, and then gently sucked in a mouthful of the soup. The soup is clear but not greasy, thick but not oily and flavorful. He swallowed the whole bun into his mouth. The fresh aroma of crab meat filled his entire mouth, and it tasted salty and grainy, so it should be crab meat that had been fried over high heat. Whether it's worth the price or not I don't know, but it does taste pretty good. It's true that it's expensive for a reason. Shin Fong is very satisfied. Let the boss's wife big bag plus soybean milk. Collectively ordered 2 packages. I saw the donuts and tea eggs and asked for 2 of both. It doesn't matter if 3 people can eat it all. $160 once you check out. Shin Fong paid the money and sighed that the world had changed after all. When was a breakfast even billed in hundreds of dollars? shaking his head to keep the buns from getting cold. He quickened his pace back to Shifuya's house. The door to Shifuya's house has a fingerprint lock. I took Qin Feng's fingerprints yesterday. After entering the door, Qin Feng found that Shifuya had not yet woken up, but Yi was awake, sitting alone in the living room reading children's books. When the little girl saw that she had returned, she ran over with her ass in the air and lowered her voice to shout quietly, "Uncle!" Qin Feng rubbed the little girl's head and said softly, "Go get your mom up for dinner. Mom usually has to sleep in the morning, so we can't disturb her," Yui said, still suppressing her voice and fussing. That little look, so well behaved and understanding. Qin Feng glanced at the half-open door of the room, only to see Shifuya's delicate figure still lying on the bed, a thin blanket outlining the tantalizing curves. Qin Feng's mind moved. Spreading breakfast on the dining table, he took a pair of chopsticks for Yi, not caring if she would grab them or not, and said to her, "Yi, eat first. Uncle, go ask Mom if she wants to get up." With those words, he walked into Shifuya's room, closing the door behind him in the process. Yui frowned slightly with a small frown. She was afraid that Qin Feng would disturb her mother's sleep, and she was even more afraid that her mother would get angry and scold her uncle. She won't know which one to help when the time comes. She stared straight at the closed door of her room, a hint of worry crossing her cute little face. "Big baby, wake up." Qin Feng came to the bed in a rush and bent down, kissed Shifuya's pretty face and whispered in her ear. The beauty on the bed let out a murmur of uncertain significance. The long eyelashes fluttered slightly, but there was still no intention of opening his eyes. Just the delicate body wriggled gently on the bed, like a protest against being disturbed in her beauty sleep. With her eyes closed, she did not have the siren of the heart, but had an inexhaustible tenderness and gentleness. Phoenix eyes half curved to hide amber, Zhu lips a point cherry. Qin Feng looked at her delicate face and the hickey on her collarbone, couldn't resist lifting the thin blanket and covering his hand. Shifuya was sleeping at the moment and felt someone ruffling her feathers. She opened her eyes sleepily, after seeing that it was her man. First, he glanced at the closed door, then stretching out her green onion-white jade-like hands, she took the initiative to pull on Qin Feng's neck. Opening a pair of beautiful fox eyes, she said softly, "Brother, stop it. Just messing around." Qin Feng sniffed the faint fragrance of the woman's body, slowly jerking the thin blanket off of her. Roll over onto the bed. Shifuya gently discouraged. "Too much is bad for your health." "It's okay, this is just where it's at," Qin Feng said confidently. "It's not good to be hungry. I'll go and make you breakfast first." "Eat and talk," Shifuya softly coaxed. "No, I've already bought breakfast," Qin Feng said smugly. Shifuya didn't have the law. Gently pinched Qin Feng's face and that's when it happened. The sound of a knob being twisted sounded outside the door. "Uncle, open the door so Yi can wake up Mommy," a bare child yelled from outside. Go eat first, and come back and call when you're full." Qin Feng was startled, and hastily coped with a voice that, "Wants Mommy to feed." Continued to shout. Qin Feng was furious and simply pounced towards Shifuya regardless. Shifuya grinned and put a knee against him. "Brother, it's better to eat first." Qin Feng looked aggrieved. "Sister, can you bear it?" Shifuya made a little dexterous effort and used her feet to put Qin Feng down, softly coaxing him. Is still young. She can't go hungry. When she's done eating, I'll send her to Grandma's house, okay? Qin Feng's teeth itched with anger and said, "Sis, that private international school you were talking about before, it's a boarding school from elementary school, right? Well, but I'm not going to send Yui there right now." "Why?" "Because I'm rich." Shifuya wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck and kissed him on the forehead, smiling. "I don't have to think about nobility now that I have time for her. As long as she's happy, she can go to school wherever she wants. You will accompany me to take care of her, right?" Shifuya rubbed Qin Feng's face affectionately and asked softly. Qin Feng thought of the days to come. Followed Shifuya like a shadow, and he still had to fight with in order to be happy with her mom resentfully. There was an overwhelming sense of despair. Squeezing out a smile that wanted to cry, but couldn't, he responded, "Of course, I'll raise her like my own daughter." Shifuya let out a light laugh and sat on her knees in front of Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of cunning. "So am I going to make Yui call you daddy?" Qin Feng froze, flustered for a moment by Shifuya's sudden attack. Chapter 91. How can the woman be left alone to contribute to such things? Qin Feng likes very much. This little girl is so good and cute and innocent, running and jumping around, it's delightful. Sometimes he wanted a daughter like that, but is too short. Qin Feng wasn't ready to be a father. After all, being a father is nothing like being her uncle. When you're an uncle, all you have to do is spoil her rotten. Being a father involves worrying about her food, drink, clothing, housing, and academic performance. Be dedicated and serious about her future. Qin Feng felt that he couldn't do it. You can't promise what you can't afford. So once again he chose to remain silent. Seeing his difficulty, Shifuya suddenly laughed and said lightly, "Silly brother, sis was just kidding. Don't think too much." Qin Feng knew that she wasn't joking. Since he had decided to be with this woman, it was only a matter of time before he had to face this matter of her daughter. Instead of letting her hide her heart, she should spread it out and make it clear. "Sis, I'd love to be Yi's dad, but..." Shifuya gently covered his mouth with her hand to stop his explanation and laughed. "No need to say. Sis understands your difficulties. Sis has no ill intentions. Yi will be fine with her uncle." Shifuya knew very well in her heart that this kind of rich man's son, whether he wanted to or not, his family would not allow him to adopt a non-biological daughter outside. His own relationship with him was destined to be in the shadows. Maybe he'll agree to let Yui call him dad at home, but out there it'll just be uncle. It was certainly cruel to Yui, and it might as well have been an uncle all along. The reason she had asked that question tentatively, it also contains a bit of extravagance in it. If only he could really be Yi's dad and let the mother and daughter come out of the shadows and live brightly in the sun. That would be great. But reality was always so merciless, and from his deep eyes, Shifuya saw the struggle and the difficulty. She flinched. "My uncle is quite good. I should be content with myself." Qin Feng was completely unaware of Shifuya's thoughts. He saw that this woman was understanding, gentle and considerate, and after being rejected by himself, she didn't lose any of her favoritism, but instead took the initiative to comfort herself. Feeling a little guilty. But you can't just say you're going to be a father. He isn't her own child. After all, he was a little uncomfortable with the sudden call for his father, but didn't want to upset Shivya. He thought about it. Backhandedly, he wrapped his arm around Shifuya's waist and said resoundingly, "Sis, why don't you give me a child?" Shifuya was stunned. She had thought of many kinds of replies, but she hadn't expected Qin Feng to say this at all. She stared blankly at Qin Feng, her face at a loss for words. "With a child of our own, I'll be able to legitimately be Yi's father." Qin Feng was proud of his resourcefulness. "Our children?" Shifuya asked dully. She was so preoccupied with Yui that she never thought about herself. "Yes, sis. You know what? Of all the women out there, you're the only one who's ever gotten under my skin. I love you. And along with that, I love Yui. I also want to give you mother and daughter a decent home." Qin Feng's words of love mesmerized Shifuya a little, and she wished very much that it was all true. Fed up with the darkness, she was desperate to get back out into the sunlight. She asked cautiously, "You don't mind being gossiped about?" "Mind but who asked you to be my woman?" "What's wrong with a little aggravation?" Qin Feng said with a smile. "Besides, the child of the two of us is called Yi's sister. Yi can't call me uncle again, right? Wouldn't that be messed up?" Listening to the man's joke, Shifuya was completely moved. If it's true, as he says, that after having a child, the two of them are together openly and honestly, Yi has a father and he has his own child, isn't everything solved? But it's all based on the fact that the man is alive and well. "Brother, will you abandon us again, as he did?" Qin Feng assured. "No, I will shoulder the responsibility of being a father. Let the children grow up happily, and protect you mother and child peacefully." Shifuya's heart gradually became frenzied with Qin Feng's words. "If you can do it, sis will follow you and serve you for the rest of her life." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked. "Who knocked me down just now?" Shifuya dabbed the joy in the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand and gently looked at Qin Feng with a smile like a flower. "I'm sorry. Sister was wrong." Qin Feng didn't have time to say anything, only she spoke into the doorway. Eat your own breakfast while mommy sleeps a little longer." Then Qin Feng was pushed onto the bed by her. System alert, Shifuya's favorability +5. Current favorability, 96. Shifuya slept for 3/4 of an hour and came out of her room with a spring in her step, the undiluted blush on her face making her look charming. Qin Feng's feet were a bit soft, and he sat at the dining table and wobbled straight. "No way. This super strong body must get its hands on it as soon as possible. Even if it's with a scam, get your hands on it." "Uncle, were you beaten by mom?" Ran over and saw the mentally depressed Qin Feng, reaching out her small hand to touch his cheek. Heartbroken. "Mommy's so mean in the morning. Doesn't even dare bother her." "Well, mom is super fierce," Qin Feng said with palpitations. "Next time mommy beats you, you cry out, so mommy will stop." Sneaked on Qin Feng's ear, imparting her experience. "What if you can't cry?" Qin Feng was curious. The little girl seriously taught, "Will not cry not come out. Uncle, you first cry and cry out. How can a child so young know how to fake cry? So women are born to cry, are they?" Qin Feng felt that his understanding of women had gone to another level. "What are you two talking about? You're so secretive." Shifuya walked out of the kitchen with the warmed buns and smiled. "Didn't talk about anything. Yui shouted as she immediately climbed back into her child's chair and sat there obediently. Yi wants to eat Xiaolong Bao. Didn't Yui eat just now? Shifuya asked. Yi is going to wait for mommy to eat with her, Yi replied sweetly. Shifuya picked up the Xiaolong Bao, tested the temperature, placed it on Yi's plate and said softly, Yi is old enough now to learn to eat on her own. Yui shook her head desperately as she grabbed the bun with her hand. Yi, don't grow up. Shinfeng looked enviously at Shifuya wiping the corners of Yi's mouth and helping her peel the tea eggs with a great deal of emotion. It's better to be a kid, carefree, eating, drinking, and being fed. Anything can be solved by just crying. Shifuya skimmed Shinfeng's eyes and smiled as she peeled an egg for him. Eat one too, brother, and take a good tonic. Chapter 92 Useless Shinfeng. Get out of the way. It's my turn. Shinfeng rubbed his waist and viciously bit into an egg and said, just you wait. One of these days I'll make you make up for it too. He felt that his man's strength had received a question and was eager to prove it at the moment. Shifuya let out a delicate laugh and suddenly thought of something, glanced a wink and admonished, don't take any medication. It's not good for you. Don't worry. I don't need to take medication at all, Shinfeng said with a stiff upper lip. He noticed that Shifuya seemed to have become much more cheerful. Before that she was introverted and calm. It was as if he didn't care about anything else except Yui, but now her smile was coming alive and her speech was becoming more feminine. And learn to flirt with yourself. Is uncle sick? Yi asked worriedly when she heard about taking medicine. Shifuya gently patted Yi's head. Uncle is not sick. Don't talk nonsense. Oh, Yui looked down and took a small bite of her bun, her eyes darting around. Shinfeng smothered his dry rice and grabbed some energy. The three of them finished their breakfast. Yui ran to turn on the TV and sat on the couch to watch cartoons. I guess I didn't look before because her mom was sleeping. Well-behaved and understanding children are genuinely endearing. Shinfeng leaned against the kitchen doorway and rested for a while, looking at the woman in the kitchen, who was busy cleaning up. Felt a reprieve. He walked up and closed the sliding door to the kitchen and, from behind, he hugged Shifuya, who was only wearing an ice silk nightgown. Oh, aren't you afraid of going up in smoke? Shifuya laughed softly. Fear not. For the sake of our children. Shinfeng pulled a big righteousness and began to move his hands and feet, but it was obvious that some of the force was not there, because of more deliveries at Shettin's the other day. One egg really doesn't cut it. Stop it. Good boy. Shivya wiped her hands and turned around to stop his inordinate behavior. Shinfeng didn't fool around once he saw that there was no chance. After hugging for a while, smelling the faint scent of the woman's body, he couldn't help but worry. Sis, what if we can't give birth? Oh, that's none of my business. Yi has already proved that I can give birth. If there's a problem, it's definitely yours. Shifuya's curved eyes were gently teasing. Shinfeng was choked and wanted to prove himself, but the fact that the super strong body didn't arrive made him feel a bit weak. With a small, cold hand, Shifuya rubbed his cheek in comfort. Good girl. It's okay. Medical treatment is so advanced nowadays. If you're in a hurry, we can go for test tube. Shinfeng was inexplicably nervous, listening to Shifuya. It's as if she's going to be able to hold the baby in a minute. The feeling of suddenly having to father a child is as overwhelming as trying to pee when you don't have any. Shifuya glanced at him, not letting him go, and asked softly, do you want a boy or a girl, or twins? Shinfeng asked dully, can I choose? Shifuya smiled meaningfully, I don't know. You can ask at the hospital. Still, it is better to let nature take its course, as long as the child can be as well behaved and obedient as he. Shinfeng panicked. What? Don't you have confidence in your genes? Shifuya picked Shinfeng's chin with her hand with a bad smile on her face. The two were close enough to feel the woman's delicate body even through the too thin garments. Shinfeng fumed for a moment. Don't worry, I'm sure I can make you give birth to a superhuman baby. Shifuya provoked. Oh, I'll see what happens. You wait. Shinfeng knew that this was definitely going to be a disaster, and he decisively dropped a vicious sentence, then grayed out and ran off to watch cartoons with Yui, paying no attention to the harsh, soft laughter that rang out behind them. Shinfeng watched cartoons for a while, thought the wanted teen was actually pretty good to watch. It's about a little boy and 5 rescue dogs who help others. The content is positive. The plot is exaggerated and at the same time very eye-catching. Plus the little girl next to him looked while shouting, Mau Mau, Archie, rescue departure. Shivya brought over the washed grapes and placed them on the table to accompany them. Shinfeng suddenly felt that watching cartoons was also a pleasurable thing. Wife is virtuous and daughter is well behaved. Without the hustle and bustle of the world. He'd really like to just live his life in peace, but life is always trouble. Shinfeng's phone rang one after another. The first one was from Wang Gang, saying he got the car and Xia Ting was at the 4S store, asking what to do. What to do? You ask me. Who do I ask? Shinfeng was deep in thought for half a day. It was finally decided that Wang Gang should ask Xia Ting if she wanted to watch cartoons together. Wang Gang straightened up and went to ask. The answer was that mess. Xia seemed angry and drove off. Qin Feng hung up the phone helplessly. I was just about to send her a message to coax her when the second call came in. It's Lily Cho on the phone, saying she's agreed to be a nanny housekeeper and asking what's on the agenda for today. Qin Feng hasn't even bought his villa yet, so where's the work arrangement? He told Qiu Lily to come here first to recognize someone, and in the meantime, he handed over the matter of picking up and dropping off EE in the future. The third one was a call from the agent with an appointment with the landlord to sign the papers at 1 p.m. The fourth one was from Jiang Manhwa, saying that she was now alone in the hospital and wanted to drink milk tea. Qin Feng didn't turn the corner for a moment. What the hell? It's none of my business if she wants to drink milk tea. I said, big sister. Who are you? Are we familiar? Qin Feng shouted with a confused face. It caused Shifuya and EE, who were beside him, to look at him sideways. Qin Feng, I know you still love me. I've seen all your behavior over the past few years. Lately you've been purposely pissing me off, right? You want me to get rid of other people and be with you sincerely, don't you? Good. I promise you that I will only be good to you from now on. Qin Feng hurriedly launched his hypnosis technique, trying to hypnotize her into forgetting herself. It turned out to be a head-scratcher when it turned out that hypnosis had to be done by looking directly into the target's eyes. He interrupted Jiang Manhwa's chattering confession and begged for mercy. Big sister. I'm sorry, it was my ignorance that made me look at you in the first place. I won't pursue the money spent on you in these years. Let's let each other off the hook, okay? Who knows that Jiang Manhwa's voice got louder, a sharp soprano voice piercing right through the eardrums. I've deleted everyone else. What more do you want from me? Do you have to have me strip naked and stand in front of you before you'll forgive me? Qin Feng really wanted to tell her, I won't even look at you even if you peel off all your skin. Stop, Jiang Manhwa. I'll tell you one last time. I don't want to see you again. Please don't bother me in the future. Qin Feng, are you still a man? Your girlfriend was beaten into the hospital. You don't even look at her, and you want to break up with me? We had nothing to do with each other from start to finish, and I'm warning you to keep your mouth shut. Well, since you want to clear our relationship, give me $2 million and I'll never bother you again. Why don't you take a piss and see what you're worth $2 million? Qin Feng was infuriated and laughed. Was there really such a shameless person in the world? You're going to run around asking for money when you've clearly done so much over the top? Really think the earth revolves around her? I'll give you 3 days. If you don't call the money, you'll wait to be famous on the internet, Jiang Manhwa threatened. After that, he hung up the phone. Qin Feng's fingers pinched white as he listened to the busy signal on the phone. At the moment, he really had the urge to get that killed. Chapter 93, This woman is so cruel. I like it. Once a person suddenly becomes rich, then the eyes of those around him will turn green. The better the relationship, the more often you feel entitled to make a buck off of him. Hospital No. 1. In the general ward, Jiang Manhwa lay on the hospital bed, gritting her teeth as she flipped through her previous records. She's not happy that her lickspittle suddenly has money and dumps her. She thought that even if they hadn't been in love with each other, but it also accompanied Qin Feng for so many years of chatting and let him fantasize for so long for nothing. He deserves to be compensated for the loss of his youth. And he doesn't want much. He's won $90 million. What's wrong with giving himself $2 million? If Qin Feng doesn't pay up, she planned to run to Qin Feng's parents and say that their son had started a mess. She also had to sit in front of Qin Feng's house to make a scene. Try everything you can. And in the end, if he still won't pay for it, she would send the chat logs to everyone around Qin Feng so that everyone would know how lowly this person used to be. Is it the same woman from last time? Seeing that Qin Feng did not look well, Shifuya asked with concern. Aha! Qin Feng frowned and nodded. Do you want me to take care of it for you? Shifuya smiled slightly. What do you do with it? Qin Feng queried. You don't need to know. And anyway, she'll never bother you again when the time comes. Shifuya laughed lightly. She'd figured out how to educate that woman the last time she'd seen her. And, just for the sake of Qin Feng's face, he didn't make a move. Now that she had sent herself up without coming, there was no reason to let her go. Any and all means can be used against such disgusting people. Qin Feng looked at the smiling woman in front of him and was secretly shocked. He now realizes that this seemingly virtuous and gentle woman, who used to be Big Brother's woman, is very resourceful. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and chose to decline. It's not out of weakness. Rather, he was worried about Shifuya's safety. There are some things that are very dangerous to be uprooted once you dig deeper. One is a good citizen and not to be messed with. Besides, Jiang Manhwa, that kind of woman, how to look at it is not like a decent person. There must be a handle on the body. You can check it first. Qin Feng held his cell phone and thought about who would be more appropriate to find to do this. Coincidentally, Qiu Lily just happened to arrive at the door. Shin Feng immediately went forward to open the door. "Hello boss." Xiao Lily, dressed in a dignified professional outfit, clasped her hands in front of her stomach and bowed slightly in greeting. "Good morning Sister Qiu. Come in and sit down for a while. I just have something to ask you." Shin Feng smiled at her. Xiao Lily carefully changed her slippers and walked into the house that was obviously not a rich person's residence. Looking around a little, the house was small, but clean and tidy, with a strong sense of female life and signs of regular cleaning. Glancing again at the gorgeous woman on the couch, and the child beside her, Xiao Lily instantly had it in her mind. "Guess it's probably the owner's golden house out there. It should also be one of your own hostesses." She immediately bent down and smiled. "Hello Mrs. Shin. I'm Mr. Shin's housekeeper. Please take care of me in the future. It doesn't matter if you say something like that wrong. Saying it right can help make a good impression." "Hello." Shifuya glanced at the knee-length skirt, well-dressed, and swinging Lily Qiu, and smiled as she finished her greeting. Then waved at "Come here and shout for Auntie." "Hello Auntie," sweetly shouted, staring at Qiu Lily with her big, dark eyes, not afraid of life at all. Shin Feng gave the two of them a slight introduction before inviting Qiu Lily to take a seat. "Mr. Shin, don't be polite. I'm used to standing. If you need anything, just ask," Qiu Lily said with a smile. "Alright, then I'll get straight to the point. You've been in sales for so long. You should know some professional private detectives, right?" Shin Feng asked. "Who does Mr. Shin want to investigate?" Qiu Lily was curious. "A woman who wants to blackmail me for money," Shin Feng said indifferently. I see. What does Mr. Shin want to do?" Qiu Lily understood. There are too many people who figure money, and there are always some unsuspecting people who presume to hold the rich to ransom. She was no stranger to this sort of thing as a supervisor at a 4S store, dealing with rich people every day. Go play in your room." Not wanting Yui to hear what was coming next, Shifuya promptly shooed Yui off to her room. Yui let out an "oh" and went back to her room obediently, clutching her book. Shin Feng looked at the door she closed and said with a calm demeanor, "From what I understand, that woman has most likely messed around with a bunch of men before, and I'd like to hire a private investigator to collect the illegal things she's done before and give it to her current boyfriend to go to the police to prosecute her." "You know what I mean?" Qiu Lily's expression was solemn as she nodded and said in a deep voice, "I understand. As long as she's really done something illegal and disorderly, I can definitely have the relevant evidence investigated and have her duly punished." Lily Qiu, as a supervisor, knows a lot of people. With this kind of unclean woman, even if there is no evidence now, there is no guarantee that she will make another mistake soon. As long as the other party is not some kind of young lady, or some kind of noblewoman, there is no pressure to investigate. "Very well, then I'll leave this matter to you. Can I give you 3 days?" Shin Feng said indifferently. "Time is a bit rushed. It might be a bit troublesome to operate." Qiu Lily revealed a difficult look. "The investigation is simple, but if it doesn't turn up anything, everything has to be replanned." "How long do you think it will take?" Shin Feng asked. "Almost a week or so. I'm too lazy to wait. Is there a way to get it done faster? If the budget is enough and everyone is motivated enough to work overtime again, it should be faster." Qiu Lily hinted shyly. Shin Feng also knew that it was a matter of money. Not to give money to others, how would they actively work? He smiled and asked, "How much does it cost?" 100,000 or so if everything goes well. Private investigators aren't expensive. It doesn't take much to check something, but, Qiu Lily patiently explained, in case there's going to be an accident, it's estimated that it's going to take tens or even millions of dollars to get it done because there's more money to spend. Shin Feng stretched out 2 fingers and asked calmly, $2 million. Can you do it in 3 days? Yes, Qiu Lily immediately assured. 2 million is perfectly adequate. There are people who are willing to work overtime. Alright, I'll send you the money and her identity information. You do it now. Shin Feng laughed. Thanks for the trust, boss. Despite knowing that a boss who can afford a Rolls Royce isn't too shabby. Still, Qiu Lily couldn't help but get excited in the face of such a generous and trusting boss. Following the right people is sometimes more important than working hard. Shin Feng picked up his cell phone to transfer money and leisurely added another sentence. I'm not checking your books and you don't have to give me an invoice. Just get my business done and you can take as much as you want. If things go wrong then I don't know what will happen. Boss, don't worry. Qiu Lily served the rich people for so many years. Professionalism is still there. The money you give me I will only spend it on your things. Never move my hands. Qiu Lily smiled confidently. Nobody doesn't like money, but at her age, she's not so desperate for money. She just wants to work hard for a few more years and make enough to pay for her own retirement. After all, they're too old to be tossed around. Wouldn't it be nice to take some peace of mind and live the rest of your life with a clear conscience? Well, I believe in you. If things are done well, I'll give you a big red packet. Qin Feng nodded and sent the information and money. Thank you, boss. I'll go do my work. I'll give you a report on the progress tonight. Lily glanced at her cell phone and smiled as she excused herself. Chapter 94, There are two types of people I hate the most in my life. After Lily left, the house was quiet. Shifuya didn't ask Qin Feng about his ex-girlfriend, took the remote control and switched to a romantic dog and pony show and watched it with great interest, taking a grape and putting it in his mouth every now and then. Qin Feng naturally didn't explain anything. Seeing Shifuya eating grapes so leisurely, he opened his mouth and let out an ah sound. Shifuya smiled and took a grape, just about to feed it to him. But I didn't think that this man had gotten the better of him, and even obediently laid down on his lap, tilting his face and opening his mouth, looking like he was waiting to be fed. Don't do that. Ii will see it when she comes out. Despite the words, Shifuya fed the grapes over. No harm in letting her get acclimated early and see how mom and dad show their love. Qin Feng chewed twice on his cheeks and smoothly swallowed the sour and sweet grapes with their skins. Then open your mouth again to signal when you want more. Noticing that Shifuya had reached out with a small hand curled slightly, she placed it at her mouth as if she was waiting to receive something. Qin Feng did not know why, and let out another ah. Shifuya glanced at him and laughed softly, taking one of the grapes and gently peeling the skin off before squeezing it into his mouth. Without the skin, the grapes are much less acidic and full of sweetness in the mouth. Qin Feng unconsciously narrowed his eyes. Carefree time always flies by, and in the blink of an eye it was noon. After eating the lunch made by Shifuya, Qin Feng planned to take a beautiful nap, but when he heard Shifuya's reminder, he remembered that there was an $8 million house waiting for him to sign. After thanking Shifuya for the reminder with his mouth, Qin Feng got into the Rolls-Royce and set off to the agency. Wang Gang drove the car with a serious face, slow and standardized at the same time. His eyes revealed tension. Deeply afraid of any ungrateful drink fake alcohol jumped out to stop the bumper car. Qin Feng sat in the back row and rested. With 6 meters of space, he was able to stretch his legs out and have the soles of his feet 7 or 8 fists away from the front seats. Squatting a person is no problem. The airline seats come with a massage function, and the leg rests automatically rise when they are lowered. Qin Feng fumbled around for a while and quickly figured out how to massage it. Enjoying the comforts of money, he closed his eyes for a nap. He was already in dreamland by the time the car slowly arrived in front of the agency. Wang Gang parked the car and turned back to see his boss sleeping. Hearing him snore meant he was sleeping soundly. Will the boss wake up if he's disturbing his dreams? Wang Gang thought darkly. It was a few minutes before 1 o'clock at the moment, and he hesitated to wake his boss. Zheng Daji is looking around in front of the store. The landlord had arrived long ago and had several cups of tea in Lu Ziqi's office. He's been sent out to meet his righteous lord. But after waiting left and right and being delayed and seeing his righteous father's low-profile domestic car, he was a little anxious. Instead, a Rolls-Royce that looked like it couldn't be messed with came and parked in the space he had reserved specifically for his righteous father. They only have a few parking spaces in front of the store and usually don't give outsiders parking. But when it comes to such tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars, he dares not go to let the other side move away. He dared to go up and reason with $1 million car. But this is obviously a super rich man's seat frame, so it's better to forget about it. Touching it might even cost you money. Seeing that it was the appointed time, he was about to call his righteous father when he did, only to see a well-dressed young man with gold-rimmed glasses who looked a bit arrogant walk out of his store. Ms. Lu, didn't you agree on 1 o'clock? What time is it now? My time is very expensive. The man spoke with an impatient look on his face, his voice loud and airy. He chased out Lu Ziqi behind him and kept compensating and smiling. I'm sorry, Mr. Wei. Mr. Qin might have been delayed for something. I'll have someone call over and ask. This man is today's seller. I don't know why I'm so angry. Zheng Diji hurriedly turned back and retained him with his own supervisor. Mr. Wei, I'm already on the phone, so take it easy. Wei Fan frowned and said seriously, how did you guys do your job? How much of my time is going to be wasted because of his mistake? Lu Ziqi soothed in a kind voice. Mr. Wei, calm down. It's only just time. People may be stuck in traffic. Maybe they'll be here soon. What's the use of coming now? Time doesn't wait for people. Missing an appointment is missing an appointment. Wei Fan raised his leg to walk to his car. Seeing this, Zheng Daji rushed up to grab him and said, Mr. Wei, give me a minute. I'll ask about the situation first, okay? Wei Fan shook off Zheng Daji's hand and said loudly as he walked, I hate two kinds of people in my life. One is the one who is not punctual, and the other is the one who pretends to be a bully in front of me. And it's great that he pays $1 million deposit. At this moment, the Rolls-Royce car not far from them, Qin Feng in the car was woken up by the phone, and when he looked at the time, it was 1 o'clock and 2. He didn't even think twice about dumping the pot directly on Wang Gang. Brother Wang, Didn't I tell you to call me at 1 o'clock? Wang Gang was wrong to death. If Qin Feng really said this sentence, how could he use to dwell on it for half a day? I'm sorry, the slugger said with a resigned look on his face. Forget it. Next time, pay attention. Qin Feng opened the door and got off, saw a few people at the door pulling and tugging, smiled and went forward and said aloud, Zhang, Sister Lu, sorry I'm late. A few people across the street suddenly went quiet. Stunned, he looked at the man getting out of the Rolls-Royce. No one came forward to answer. Zhang Daji people a little confused. He just did not dare to look at the car, so he did not see Wang Gang. This time the people were stunned to see that it turned out to be the car of the righteous father. He couldn't have imagined that his righteous father drove a domestic SUV yesterday and changed to a Rolls-Royce today. That's too big a span. He slowed down for 3 seconds before reacting and immediately tried to step forward to greet him. But he didn't realize that someone was faster than him. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin, I've heard a lot about you. I'm out of respect. Wei Fan quickly stepped forward and enthusiastically stretched out his hand, smiling shyly and fawningly. I am the homeowner who sold your villa. Wei Fan, Mr. Qin looks older than me. Call me little Wei Xiaofan can. Hello, I'm sorry I'm a little late. The driver forgot to wake me up. Qin Feng smiled and shook his hand, explaining, not late, it's our timing that's off. Mr. Qin came just on time. Wei Fan licked excessively, mostly because he recognized the Rolls-Royce. It's this year's newest stretch Mirage, offered at $18 million. Jiang Cheng can afford to drive a Rolls-Royce can be counted on 2 hands. The status of all non-rich or noble. Granted, his own father had an older model, but this is the kind of bigot that should be licked when he's in the same class as his own father. Lu Ziqi's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw Qin Feng's car. He also rushed up to hold Qin Feng's hand and cooed. Finally, Mr. Qin is here. I've been waiting for him. After saying that, he didn't let go of his hand and smoothly wrapped his arm around Qin Feng's arm and greeted him. Come on in and sit down. I'll make you some tea. Qin Feng felt the waves of enthusiasm and, smiling, he exchanged a few pleasantries with them and was flanked by the 2 men as they entered the store. Zhang Daji, a righteous father stuck in his throat, did not have the opportunity to say out, suffocating his face red. Chapter 95, Will you spend money? After half an hour of pleasantries and conversation, Qin Feng learned that Wei Fan is a standard rich second generation, 2 brothers and a sister at home. He is sandwiched in the middle of the less favored. Plus, he's out fooling around all day. His dad cut him off financially, arranged for him to work in the company. He refused. That's why he's thinking of selling the house his dad gave him and creating his own business or something. Qin Feng didn't care what he was selling the house for, and he directly signed the purchase contract with alacrity. The procedure for buying a house with full payment is not too complicated. The net signature, the transfer of taxes on the line, but it's a toss-up that can take days. Qin Feng was too lazy to be bothered, and had the guts to directly call the agent and entrust his godson to take care of it. I thank you for your trust, and I will serve you with all my heart. In front of the crowd, Zhang Daji, who had thrown away his shame, impassionedly said. Hearing Qin Feng's ears turn red, he hurriedly asked him to lower his voice, then asked about the villa's arrangement. I've run a few wedding planning companies and have asked them to make a few proposals out. Righteous father, please take a look. Zhang Daji pulled out his cell phone and said seriously. Qin Feng looked at the effect slightly. All kinds of balloon arch, red carpet lawn, flowers and ribbons, bonsai props. It's fancy. It's kind of fun to watch. Then looked again at the price at the bottom. 180,000 for the most expensive package. A large backdrop display was added that plays your own customized video, and 2 wedding dresses are provided. Qin Feng frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. Imagine yourself if you were a girl and faced with this scenario. Would you agree if the man next to you courted you? Romance is very romantic, but it just doesn't feel sincere enough, and there's no sense of heartfelt excitement and surprise. He scared and shook his head in displeasure. Wei Fan, who was accompanying the tea next to him, ran over and looked at the proposal given by Zhang Daji and asked Qin Feng, Brother Feng, are you proposing to your sister-in-law? It's not a proposal. It's a courtship, Qin Feng corrected. Oh, I get it, said Wei Fan, a smile on his face that all men understand. He then flipped through a few other scenarios, and with a clear picture in his mind, he yelled at Zhang Daji, Young man, I'm telling you, you can't do this at all. It's too classless and unorthodox. It's just a way to fool college students who haven't seen the world, but those who have a little bit of knowledge won't fall for it. Zhang Daji was a bit unconvinced by what was said, and stalked his neck without saying a word. These scenes, he had had the wedding company design them to the highest specifications, and after he had looked at them, he couldn't think of anything else that needed to be improved. Lu Ziqi took the phone and flipped through it. also felt that there was nothing wrong with it and asked with a smile. Mr. Wei, Xiao Zhang just graduated and doesn't have much insight. So what do you think we need to do to make it work? Wei Fan leaned toward the sofa, picked up a teacup and took a sip. Showing off. You guys are thinking wrong. My brother Feng is courting and you guys make a $180,000 row? Where does that put my brother Feng's face? I see only scenery in these programs, not people. And without people there are no screams of envy. And without screams where is the atmosphere and romance? Also, you've only scratched the surface. Where's my set inside that house? What Chinese, French, Korean theme blue starry sky, crystal feast, flower sea dream, pink flowers, and so on. These you do not add to my phone, brother? These views look nice, but can they be eaten? Can you hear it? Do they taste good? Don't you have to have a band? And Western desserts and cakes and wine and stuff? If you can, then decorate the sky as well. Find a way to get a few rainbows, get a few hot air balloons, float some flower petals down, and paint the villa a little bit before making it pretty and delicate. Wei Fan gushed, colorfully depicting that scene of luxurious and romantic ceremony. In a flash, it made Lu Ziqi's mind conjure up a super pompous scene that, she imagined that if she were a heroine, she probably wouldn't be able to stop such sugarcoating. The image was so beautiful that she was lost in the fantasy, like a maniac. If there's a man willing to go to such lengths for her, that she's willing to try something new for a man, even if it's a particularly unreasonable request, can be tolerated. Zheng Daji also listened in a daze. A long time before coming back to God, trembling asked, Mr. Wei, you can't keep $1 million off this set, can you? Wei Fan looked at Qin Feng, who was stroking his chin and nodding frequently, knowing that he was more than satisfied with his proposal. He suddenly turned his nose up and deigned to say, so you wage earners have a small pattern. Is this about money? It's about my Feng's love. My brother Feng's love is worth $180,000? How can it start at $1,800,000? You don't think about what my Feng brother is doing buying a house to do. Listen to my brother. Hurry to find high-end event planners, hire professional designers, and make the scene pompous and grand. Money is not something you should consider. Zheng Daji was red in the face and embarrassed by what was said. He originally thought the house was the point. With a real estate license thrown over the top and a well-decorated scene, a normal woman will agree to a marriage proposal. $180,000 wasn't a small amount of money for something that would be used just once, and he hadn't even thought about a whole lot of work. But after listening to Wei Fan's words, he realized that the rich people's playstyle was really trenchant. What woman wouldn't be touched and mesmerized by the sight of such a romantic scene with money? You want to get on your knees yourself. Okay. Zheng Daji finally got it now. He put his cell phone away and looked at Qin Feng with a begging face. Righteous father, give me another chance. I'll definitely make the program beautiful. Qin Feng was a bit skeptical of his ability and said indifferently, are you sure you can mess with what Mr. Wei just said? I'm sure as well as sure. Zheng Daji assured. It's a job that costs money. Anyone can do it. As long as the money is there, what can't be fixed? He eyed Qin Feng, eager to prove himself. Qin Feng and Zheng Daji glanced at each other and saw the desire that filled his eyes, and decided to trust him one more time. Well, go ahead and make the program, and include the time it will take to set up the site. Qin Feng patted Zheng Daji's shoulder and casually said, remember, all I ask is to be fast and good. Use your imagination. Money is no object. Zheng Daji now completely believed in Qin Feng's strength and nodded heavily. When Wei Fan heard Qin Feng say that he wanted to be quick, he immediately took out the villa key, slapped it on the table and said to Qin Feng, Brother Feng, the key will be given to you first, and it will take 5 or 6 days for the house transfer procedures to be completed. It just so happens that during this time you can call someone to set up the scene. Thanks brother. Qin Feng laughed, hearing that he had been upgraded from Chief Wei to a brother. Wei Fan smiled brightly. It's nothing. It's my honor to help Feng. Chapter 96, Xia Ting is nothing compared to Shifuya except fierce. With things settled, Qin Feng got up to take his leave. He added Wei Fan's friend and asked to hang out sometime. Under Lu Ziqi's reluctant gaze, she got into the Rolls-Royce without any attachment. Instruct Wang Gang to go back to Shifuya's house. On the way, Qin Feng suddenly remembered that there was still a schoolgirl he hadn't coaxed, and hurriedly sent a message to Xia Ting. Qin Feng, little baby, still angry? Shatin, big baby done with you? She's just my sister. Not my baby, only you are. Ha, no hair. Ha, poof, baby good. Didn't we agree last time? Don't always get angry, okay? Xia Ting sat withered at home waiting for a morning, did not see Qin Feng to comfort himself in a bad mood, and now he was a little impatient to see him just coaxing a couple of sentences out of, so it got even more upset. I'm not angry. I'm nothing but your mistress. Who am I to be angry? Xin Feng's scalp tingled when he saw this kind of yin and yang speech from Xia Ting. After thinking about it for half a day, I didn't know how to take it, so I replied back with a classic quote. I can't help it if you want to feel that way. Xia Ting is furious. What do you mean he can't do anything about it? Is this a tacit admission that she is the mistress and Shifuya is the main court? Go watch cartoons with your sister. Don't worry about me. Seeing that Xia Ting was so jealous, Xin Feng was a bit overwhelmed and rubbed his waist, helplessly saying, Stop it. I'll watch a movie with you tonight, okay? He planned to sacrifice his body, but he didn't realize that Xia Ting had sent question after question. No good. Your sister has to work at night and can't stay with you. That's why you came to me, right? I'm a substitute in your eyes, aren't I? And in the morning you asked me to go to her house to serve you together. What do you take me for? Have you ever considered my feelings? Facing the accusations of the schoolgirl, Xin Feng was somewhat helpless. His own heart and soul to send a car to send a house. This woman not only does not give good sense, but also capricious nonsense, something angry and jealous. Compared to the gentle and generous Shifuya, she was like a little child. The key point is, looking at her like this, it seems like she's resisting Shifuya. Xin Feng's beautiful dream was shattered, and his mood was so sad that he didn't want to return a single word. He decided to wait for the villa to be done and go straight up to make a deep confession. Make a big wave. If it doesn't add up to goodwill, then won't be able to. Maybe she wants something she can't give herself. On the other side, seeing that Xin Feng was slow to reply, Xia Ting felt that she might have said too much, was hesitating to apologize when, suddenly it occurred to me that he could be in the arms of another woman at this very moment. You and me. She instantly didn't want to apologize. Plus, yesterday I was beaten by my father for taking the account book, and today I was fired from my company for missing a few days of work. Now your own man doesn't even come to coax you. Instead, the more I thought about it, the more aggravated I became. For a moment, I couldn't hold it together, so I burst into tears. Xin Feng returned to Shifuya's residence. Shifuya was in the kitchen preparing dinner and Yui was watching TV alone. Both of them smiled when they saw they were back and the younger one ran and hugged his hand, trying to pull himself to the game. The older ones ask what they like to eat and she calls for food to be brought to their door to be made for them. This cozy atmosphere suddenly made Xin Feng feel a sense of belonging to this place. He grinned as he picked up Yi and went to the kitchen to say to Shifuya, I like to eat whatever Yi likes to eat. She's a rabbit and likes carrots and greens. Are you sure you want to eat these? What do you guys usually eat at home? Usually Yi will have dinner at 4 o'clock or so in kindergarten. And I usually cook her a pot of nutritious vegetable soup with an egg or something at 7 o'clock. Shifuya looked at Xin Feng, who was showing a difficult face, and covered her mouth as she laughed softly. Think before you speak. Oh, what do you want to eat? Meat. Xin Feng replied loudly. Meat. Yui shouted following with a grin. The time came tonight. The three of them had dinner, and Shifuya had to drop Yui off at her grandmother's house, and then she had to go to work at the bar. Xin Feng didn't want to stay home alone even though he had nothing to do, so he accompanied her to see Yi off. Wang Gang drove the Rolls-Royce and drove their family of 3 to Shifuya's hometown. It's an old neighborhood. The house wasn't tall, the facade was patchy and old, and uncountable wires bobbed overhead, overgrown lawns, broken public apparatus. You can tell that this is a neighborhood of some years. This type of neighborhood has relatively more elderly people. The cool breeze blew away the summer heat, and the evenings were filled with old men and women out to cool off. Old men were playing cards and chess by the kiosk. Big moms gather in 2s and 3s and sit on the long street chewing the cud of other people's families. Did you hear? Yanhong's man was released and is now lying at home. What's wrong with him? He just knows how to gamble. He just knows how to gamble and gamble. His family lost all 3 houses, and now his wife is divorcing, and he has no one to take care of his children. So it's a sin. Yeah, his mom almost jumped out of a building. It's a good hand, but it's a bad hand. Xin Feng got off the car to buy cigarettes, and when he passed a fuel basin, he heard a bit of gossip. He, who hadn't had a melon in a long time, slowed down and pricked up his ears to listen intently. I heard that your son graduated from a major university. How much does he make a month now? It's only 10,000, but it's not as much as Sherway Country's daughter earns. After all, my son goes to a serious company. You know, the Sher family's widow is really hot, and working in a place like that would make you a lot of money. Even if she's good looking and makes a lot of money, what's the point? She can't give birth to a son. She even killed her husband, and now she's all alone with her wife. So who's going to marry her in the future? In the end, I'm afraid she'll end up alone. Alas, it's her own fault. Her mom wouldn't allow her to marry that guy. She wouldn't listen. Now it's good. Xin Feng didn't expect to eat melon to his own people, and it sounds like Shivya doesn't have a good reputation in the village. Plus Yui had once said that Shifuya didn't like her next-door neighbor's geese. I think Shifuya should have gotten fed up with the gossip of the group and moved out with Ii. Shin Feng returned to the car, swallowed clouds and quietly pondered. Everyone wants a face, and Shifuya is no exception. Being secretly bad-mouthed to the point of making her parents' faces look bad too. She must be very upset. Would she add favor if she could get her head up in front of her parents and relatives and friends? It's worth a try. Just what would it take to put a face to her family? I can't keep my mouth shut. Even if you marry Shifuya with a palanquin in style, the village gossip will still be chewing on your tongue. By then even they might have to be read by them. Shin Feng didn't come up with a good solution. Seeing Shifuya walk over after dropping off Ii, he tucked his mind away and pretended not to know anything, smiling and chatting with Shifuya. The trio arrived at the bar, still in the S03 deck. Shifuya said that he wanted to go backstage to settle the score and asked Shin Feng if he needed to call a few beauties to accompany him himself. Shin Feng once again lamented Shifuya's generosity and gently shook his head to reject her offer. He had little interest in beautiful women at this time of year. He came to the bar just to wait for her to get off work and go home together and cuddle her to sleep. Shin Feng obediently and skillfully sat on the card seat, playing with his cell phone and eating some fruit from time to time. 2 bottles of Ace of Spades sat motionless on the table. However, he is not interested in beautiful women, but they are interested in him. Handsome, can we sit with you? Chapter 97 The Pleasures of 1008. No, goodbye. Shin Feng coldly refused. 3 girls, 1 in the 60s and 2 in the 70s. Shin Feng wasn't interested at all and lowered his head again, continuing to play with his cell phone. The 3 women stomped their feet in anger, said, "Down head man," and turned to leave. Shin Feng had rejected 3 waves of girls who came to the S-block card table to hit on him in one night. The latter's presumed failure went back and publicized it, and then no one dared to come. Shin Feng was also happy to be clean, occasionally playing with his cell phone and scanning for pretty girls who come to the bar. There are quite a few bar babes, but very few 90-point babes. There were only 2 girls over 90 all night, and those 2 are in double digits in terms of the number of times they've been in love, which isn't very comfortable to watch. Come to think of it, how many girls can come to a bar that don't like to have fun? Besides, a 90-point girl looks like a natural beauty, so there must be a lot of people chasing after her. There is no shortage of rich people, or handsome and talented people. They'll do anything to get a girl. If you break the bottom line once, the woman behind you won't be so reserved. Shin Feng used the name of the bar owner to get information about their expansion after giving them each a drink. The rewards were unexpectedly pretty good. One is, Golden Pupil. You can detect treasure, see through, and recognize the real thing. With it you can go gambling on stones, money, play antiques, and go to the top of your life in minutes. You can also stand on the street and look at the young ladies. Just thinking about it makes your nose bleed. However, this was not a life-saving skill, and at this stage it was not very helpful to Shin Feng, who already had money. The second one is the Holy Doctor of Medicine. This super life preservation is nothing more than preserving someone else's life. One is currently too healthy to use this. Granted, with medical skills, it would be much easier to go out later and save the beautiful president her father, impress the beautiful president, and eventually give her body to her. But, this isn't a TV show. Where did the beautiful president come from? At most, it's just some sick rich guy begging to see himself. If there really is a beautiful president, they must all be in their 30s or 40s. You can't gnaw on it. These 2 rewards are dispensable to Shin Feng. Of course it's best to have them, but it doesn't matter if you don't have them. He snapped his fingers and called a familiar-looking marketing attendant to get the contact information of the 2 beauties for him. Tell them that if they give their number, they'll give them free drinks and a set of shinran. After those 2 beauties saw Shin Feng, who was smiling at them from the S-card seat, they agreed with alacrity. 1. Nana even ran over for a toast and a chat, added 10 points of goodwill. Shin Feng smiled lightly, acting gentle and calm. There was no excitement at all about seeing a beautiful woman. It made Nana think that the handsome man in front of her was a wealthy man who had seen it all. She wanted to take the initiative and stick it to her, but with her boyfriend waiting for her down there, it wasn't good to go too far. Plus the man in front of her didn't seem too interested in her, so she just got acquainted and went back. Shin Feng wasn't very motivated at the moment and didn't make deep contact with her. When she left, Shin Feng suddenly realized that there was a girl with 0 love affairs in the bar. He was startled and fixed his eyes on the charisma value, which was just under 70. Dressing up sexy and hot in the pitch black and almost fooling myself just by looking at my body. He shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Seeing 0, he remembered the Zhong Oa, who he had forgotten. The last 2 days were so caught up in Shifuya's tenderness that he almost forgot about her. He perked up at the thought that tomorrow was Friday and the bunnies were about to come out of their cages. Looks like I'll have to reserve a little strength for tonight. In case I'm disliked for eating spicy hot food tomorrow. The time came to 11:30. Lily Chiu sent in today's progress report. Mr. Sheen, I've hired 3 private detectives to initially get her personal information, home address, and recent life circumstances. Did not find her work information. The name of the debt is a lot. Are some small loans. The total debt reached 200,000. From some of the circle of friends of the photos and online posting of things to see, she loans to buy are brand name clothes, jewelry, bags. According to the relevant investigations, her ID card has a record of up to 200 rooming in different hotels with different people, sometimes several people together. It also found her abortion records and microplastic surgery records at the hospital, as well as the spending records of some entertainment venues, and the fraudulent marriage case is on trial. The video of her related offenses will be found as soon as tomorrow morning, and if they don't find anything, the detectives will go to the hotels where they've been driving to figure out what to do. Sheen Phone looked at a large pile of reports, marveled at the means of the private detective, but also satisfied with Chio Lily's ability to work. I know, after you get the stuff, give it to her current boyfriend, Bao Hongbiao, and observe his movements when you're done. Okay, I understand. Sheen Feng was worried that Bao Hongbiao's heart was soft and planned to find someone else to prosecute if he couldn't bear it. That's when the bar sounds started to get high, moving and vibrating hard. Sheen Feng wasn't too comfortable with this kind of place, spoke to Shifuya and got up to go out for a walk. He was on the street like a guy skater, enjoying the lively night scene of the lights. The bustling metropolis is brightly lit with neon signs, and the crisscrossing streets are brightly lit with streetlights that are as bright as day. The street was lined with stores and people, and a car sped by with unusually bright headlights. Sheen Feng, who is used to being poor, still feels that this prosperity has little to do with him even though he is carrying more than $50 million. With the money, he seems to be even more empty. It was a time when he felt his soul needed to be cleansed. So he walked into an upscale SPA club called Qingyuemingji. The caption below also reads, "The Hermes of Permaculture." The decor was stylish. The entrance hall was dimly lit, with a large misty bathtub in the center, illuminated in blue with a dreamy glow. Some elegant bonsai and stones are placed next to each other and look pleasing to the eye. At the front desk stood 2 sweet-looking young ladies, dressed in a professional suit. Seeing themselves enter the door, raised their smiling faces to welcome. "Hello sir, welcome to Hing Yut Ming Fingers. Is it alone please?" Sheen Feng didn't need to scan to know that a girl with this kind of temperament and look should only be given about 70 to 80 points by the system, and it was impossible to have 90 points. "A man, do you have an appointment, please? Have you been to our store before?" No. Although Sheen Feng did it for the first time to come, he hid it very well and did not show a trace of urgency on the surface, because he'd already done the rundown at the bar before. How do you act like a battle-hardened veteran? That is, talk less and follow your feelings. Okay, this way you can look at the package. The soothing spa was originally priced at $399. The member price is only $320. The receptionist handed Sheen Feng the price list. A quick sweep. What with meridian toning at $468, lymphatic drainage at $699, and Thai massage at $888. There's an immersive high-end spa at the end for $1888. Sheen Feng asked, pretending not to notice. Is this $1888 regular? The young lady laughed. Of course it's regular. There's no irregularity in our house, oh sir. Okay, let's have a $1888. Sheen Feng nodded with satisfaction. The young lady's eyes lit up, and after paying, she bent down with a smile and reached out to guide her. Sir, the room is on the 3rd floor. Please follow me. Chapter 98, The Heartless Prodigal Son. Please change your shoes. Do you have an item for safekeeping? Please change into your bathrobe. Our items are changed for each guest and sterilized, so please feel free to use them. Here's your tea order. Just a moment. We're arranging an aromatherapist for you. You don't have to be too formal for a spa, because after shelling out the money, all the processes are organized for you in a clear way. Even your shoes are taken off for you. You just relax and you're done. After taking a bath, Sheen Feng was brought to a gilded room and sat comfortably on the sofa, waiting for the technician to come in. 1888 is 2 masseurs, one for the head and one for the feet. The whole pinch lasted 120 minutes. With a flurry of fierce maneuvering by the 2 young ladies, Sheen Feng felt completely relieved and permeated. The fatigue of the morning was cleared away, and my back was a little straighter. Then the receptionist brought delicious snacks and asked Sheen Feng about his satisfaction. After receiving Sheen Feng's favorable comments, all of them exited the room to let the guests rest alone, and tell that if you need an extra bell or any other service, you can ring the service bell, or you can sleep in your room until dawn. Sheen Feng thought to himself, no wonder so many people like to come to the spa. The service and attitude is really great and the body is really toned and relaxed. He lay down to rest for a while and, When Shifuya's side was done, he left the clubhouse on his ass and ran to take Shifuya home. Along the way, Chin Feng favors Shifuya's healthcare center in the house next door, praising their family's professional approach to healthcare. Upon hearing this, Shifuya thoughtfully asked if she wanted her to learn the technique to come and massage herself. Chin Feng was touched and stated that he had already learned and didn't need her to go outside to learn, totally teach her herself. The two of them returned home, and the energetic Chin Feng pulled Shifuya, who had finished her bath, to her room and signaled her to lie down. Shifuya accommodated him by allowing him to perform the Thai massage he had just learned today. Thai massage stretches are larger and very intense. By accident, it unraveled Schiffer's bath towel. Chin Feng was so guilty of his mistake that he almost cried in his anxiety. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Chin Feng was on fire and asked Zheng Daji if the program was ready. If he didn't hurry up and court Xia Ting, he wouldn't last long before he ran out of gas. Zheng Daji's side was busy all night. There are still a lot of details that have not been taken care of, such as the fact that the wedding company does not have a hot air balloon, and an application for approval is required to release a hot air balloon. Hiring a chef, a band, an actor all takes time to get to different stores. There's also exterior cleaning and painting by housekeeping companies, renting sprinklers like in the movies to make rainbows, etc. Half a day, even just to ask for a quote, is exhausting. Those big companies are extremely slow and very strict in doing quotes. And Zhang Daji did not have a penny, only brought a mouth. People offer is not positive. After listening to Zhang Daji's complaints, Chin Feng's heart ached for him for 2 seconds and then sent him $10,000 for his hard work. Then he called housekeeper Chiu and gave her a budget of $3 million to assist Zhang Daji in getting this done when she was free. The reason why I didn't give it to Lily Chiu alone. 1. Because she's busy, and 2. Because getting into things like romance is something that guys are a little better at than girls. And people like Zhang Daji, as long as he himself is still in a single state, the success rate of facilitating others to get together is very high. It's metaphysics. All morning, Chin Feng didn't go anywhere and stayed at Shifuya's house to watch a movie with her. Had a nice lunch she made and then a nice nap. It feels especially good to be kept at home as trash. Dreams are sweet. He was woken up around 1:30 by Shivya, because he had told Shivya in the morning that he was going to meet a friend in the afternoon. Shifuya frowned slightly as she looked at his hair, which was as sleepy as a chicken's nest. Brother, it's time for your haircut. This image is very disrespectful, whether you are meeting a man or a woman. The store that used to cut my hair all the time closed and I've been looking for a new one lately. Every haircut is a big gamble. A man is no less loyal to his barber than he is to his daughter-in-law. It's not usually easy to change barbers until you have to. You feel so uninspired like this. Why don't I change your look? Shifuya looked Chin Feng up and down and teased. I really don't know how a scruffy boy like you managed to trick Xia Ting into marrying you. If you go to meet other girls like this later, they won't say anything about it on their lips, but in their hearts they'll have a problem with you too. Chin Feng pulled at his bangs, just enough to reach his eyes. They were indeed a bit long. What kind of look does sis want for me? Seeing Chin Feng acquiesce to the other party being a girl, Shifuya's expression didn't change in the slightest and she still said with a smile, "You're coming with me." Shifuya brought Chin Feng to a high-end image design store and found a professional designer to tell him the requirements. Chin Feng kept silent, allowing Tony the stylist to cut his hair off. Half an hour later, the sides of his hair were pushed back, and the long, dark hair that had been on top of his head was cut and brushed back slightly to reveal a rigid, full forehead. With his hard, defined features, he easily pulls off this textured side-parted hairstyle. Pair it with a newly purchased white shirt and brown slacks. A proper sunny guy. But Shifuya was still unsatisfied, pointing her index finger to her lips and looking left and right. Finally, he unbuttoned one more button on the collar of Chin Feng's blouse, and put on his sunglasses and silver necklace. It was only after transforming him into the image of a nobleman that he nodded and smiled brightly. Chin Feng looked in the mirror. The corners of his mouth quirked, and he felt that his charisma value had risen a few more points. When people have confidence, their temperament changes. He now exuded a dashing and uninhibited aura from the inside out, like the prodigal son who wanders the world. The prodigal son after being dressed up by Shivya. With a tinge of guilt, he got into his car and set off to find another woman in the magic city. Too scummy. It's just so scummy. Having such a gentle, thoughtful, delicate and beautiful woman around, and going out and picking up other girls. I really am a scumbag. Chin Feng berated himself for 2 seconds, then thought of that dopey little white rabbit and her characteristics. The corners of his mouth unconsciously hooked into a winning smile, instantly putting the guilt behind her. She sent a message to Zhong Oeo. "Baby, when do you get out of class?" Inside the university classroom, Zhong Oeo was looking at the content on the projector in a daze. The brain was helping her to automatically record what the teacher was saying. She hasn't slept well in the last 2 days. The withdrawn $1.8 million is sitting quietly in her bank card, and every time she sees it, it puts her in a trance. Her parents' near harsh upbringing set her up from an early age to be down to earth and secure in her money. This sudden and heavenly fall had a great impact on her life values. It was like she had done nothing herself and a boss had sent her a large sum of money. As the date drew closer, she was apprehensive with a hint of confusion. She still hadn't figured out what to do in case her boss made excessive demands. Shelly from the dormitory said she would return the money when the time came, telling him not to try to taint the girl's purity with money. Jong-oa's parents are influenced by the traditional concept that some things can only be done on the wedding night, but she doesn't want her money back. That's $1.8 million. It takes decades for an average person to earn that much, so who can afford to take it lightly? She was torn in a million directions, secretly praying that her great saint brother was a decent man and wouldn't eat her up, so much so that even classes are distracted. At this moment, when she received Xin Feng's message, she panicked for a moment, but still replied honestly. 5 o'clock. Immediately after that, another message popped up on the phone. Okay, I'll buy you dinner. Didn't we say Saturday? The icy cold words don't reflect her own nervousness, but rather give a sense of detachment. Seeing that she was a bit resistant, Xin Feng typed and asked, "You're not doing anything today?" "Nothing." "Then move it up to today." "Why does it feel like you're not very willing?" Xin Feng said strangely, reasonably. After swiping so many gifts himself, shouldn't the anchor woman have flown over to hug his thighs on the same day? They must have used all sorts of tactics in order to keep Big Brother Pungjai rewarded. How did it come to Zhong Oako's place instead of being silent? As if she wished she would forget about her. No. Then it's a deal. The other side shows that it is being typed, but there is no message for half a day. Xin Feng thought that she was looking for an excuse to shrug it off, smiled coldly and typed, "No refusal of the master's invitation." Chapter 99, Zhong Oai. Zhong Oai recalled that she had called Xin Feng master in the live broadcast room and was suddenly bursting with shame. Her little face flushed red with shame. Luckily, with her head down her hair hid her face from view. She didn't know how to refuse, so she weakly replied back, "Got it. What do you want to eat tonight?" "Both." Xin Feng smiled crookedly and just wanted to say something flirty. To think that people are still little girls, unlike Shifuya or Shatin who can eat anything, so as not to frighten the bunny. It was said, "It's my first time in Mordor. You're buying me dinner." Aha. Just after 5 in the afternoon, in front of the entrance of the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, students who had gotten out of class walked out one after another. At this moment, there are many cars parked at the entrance of the school. What Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Porsche, all kinds of luxury cars have everything, are waiting to pick up people. But when a Rolls-Royce slowly appeared, those $1 million or so luxury cars were instantly eclipsed. The crowd's eyes followed the Rolls-Royce as it slowly moved. My goodness, Rolls-Royce Phantom, which big shot is this? Tens of millions of dollars is too much. When can I drive this car? Awesome, awesome. Finally see the real Rolls-Royce Phantom. I've only seen it in pictures before. It's a new model, right? This is a new model, isn't it? It's so domineering. Che, Rolls-Royce is nothing. When I'm rich, I'll give you a Bugatti. I prefer the scissor doors of a Lamborghini, and will fight to the death to get one in my life. The eyes of a college student who has not yet entered society are full of innocence at this moment. They think that hard work will earn them money and get them to the top of the ladder. However, the truth is that hard work does make money, but it doesn't necessarily lead to the top of the ladder. The average person might not make $10 million in a lifetime. Something like this Rolls-Royce is even more out of reach. The $18 million car is parked in front of the school. The back door opened and down came a boy who fit everyone's image of a manly man perfectly. The girl's eyes instantly turned into love hearts, staring daggers at the handsome white-shirt man. So handsome, is this handsome guy our senior? I should have known to go back and put on some makeup before coming out. How can I see people with this face? You at least washed your hair. I didn't even wash my hair. I don't want to live after losing my love. Wow, he looked over, and I could tell by the look in his eyes that he liked me. Let's go get a number. That handsome guy has such a gentle smile. He shouldn't turn us down. Xin Feng smiled calmly in the face of the crowd's hot gaze. He got out of the car just to scan the girls more fully. There are very few girls on the college doorstep who are in relationships over double digits compared to the girls in the bars who are moving around in double or triple digits. Most of them haven't even been in a relationship. Pure as a white lily, elegant and beautiful, smiling with a pleasant fragrance. There were 1 or 2 beauties in the 90s. However, Xin Feng didn't go up to greet him hastily because he knew that greed was not a good thing. The current 2 women are not taken care of, and it's useless to invite other florals. It was now imperative to get a life-saving skill before anything else. He looked around, After waiting about 2 minutes and turning down 2 sets of girls hitting on me, Qin Feng finally met his little white rabbit. The short little girl came out of the school with her head down and, on top, he wore a plain t-shirt, the white fabric washed a little yellow, and the English words on the chest were a little discolored. Underneath were black pants that covered his legs tightly, and a pair of white cloth shoes that seemed to be a bit old. She had a book bag behind her, black framed glasses, and hair that fell naturally on either side to cover her cheeks. The whole dress code is simply unrecognizable. Like a poor student in the mountains, I can tell she's very frugal. If it wasn't for the 95 points that the system scored for Qin Feng, who was used to seeing beautiful women, this kind of long-haired face-covering bumpkin would have scored 65 points at most. The extra 5 is still given because her hair looks dark and shiny. Qin Feng leaned against the car and clasped his hands to his chest, spared a glance at the white rabbit coming out of the doorway. He wanted to see what it would take for the little girl, who had been walking with her head down, to find herself if he kept quiet. I'm out of class. Qin Feng was less than 10 meters away from her, using his cell phone to return the message. I know. Are you there yet? Here it is. Where are you? In front of the school. Chung or receiving the message. She raised her eyes slightly and swept the pants of the people around her from side to side. That raised his head a small amount like he had no face. Then he looked down and typed the question. What color are you wearing? White shirt, khaki shorts, black loafers. After Qin Feng introduced his dress, he immediately received a WeChat location sharing application from the other party. He laughed and shook his head, nodding in agreement that the modern technology is too convenient to be difficult for her at all. As luck would have it, not far away, the white rabbit held his cell phone in a 360-degree circle, then walked straight in his direction. She walked up to Qin Feng and asked softly after confirming the color of the clothes. Are you the great sage brother? Her voice revealed a brittle, girlish flavor, like a young bud in its first blossom, overflowing with childish freshness. Nato Qin Feng couldn't help but want to tease her. Jomi with grave with ring above looked at the overlapping icons of the two on her cell phone and raised her head in confusion. A handsome face with a bad smile came into view. His features are hard and deep. His hair is flamboyant and gangly. A brand new white shirt looks regal and stylish against the black car. The neckline of the dress slightly revealed a sexy chest, and the silver necklace flashed eye-catching colors in the sunlight. The whole person exudes a unique male charm, like a prince with extraordinary temperament in a fairy tale. Zhong Oai froze for a moment, her heartbeat indisputably beating a few minutes faster. Hastily, he lowered his head again, not daring to speak. Shouldn't you be calling me master? Qin Feng, after being conditioned by the two women, was now very relaxed in the face of this little girl. It even reaches a realm of doing whatever you want. He reached out his hand and cupped Zhong Oai's chin, lifting her small face slowly. Reappreciate her lovely and charming veiled face. A white face, a small, straight nose, and a pink cherry mouth. Big watery eyes embedded with innocence. The more Qin Feng looked at it, the more he liked it and opened his mouth to coax it. Be a good boy and call out to your master. Under his gentle smile and seductive tone, she was so shy, her face as red as a ripe crayfish. After stammering for a while, utterly at a loss as to what to do, he just felt panicked. The sunlight painted the two men's appearance in gold. The two were moving like a scene from an anime. A suave young master was molesting a nerdy student girl. And it did. The passing boys were filled with envy and jealousy after they saw Zhong Oai's looks. They wanted so badly to rush up and yell, "Let go of the girl." However, when they saw the Rolls Royce behind Qin Feng again, they immediately held their words back. The girls had already been unable to hold back earlier, and at this moment, when they saw that the sunny boy god was actually fond of this kind of rustic girl, they were all indignant in their hearts. Almost wanted to rush up and squeeze her off her ass and get teased up there myself instead. There was a bold girl next to her who heard Qin Feng's voice and even came over to say something. Handsome. I'd like to call my master. Chapter 100. Moving like a rabbit. Zhong with grave with ring above was invited into the Rolls Royce by Qin Feng. When she got in the car, she didn't say a word as she stared at her lap. His head swirled back to the words of Qin Feng's rejection of that girl just now. Sorry master, it was just a joke between me and my girlfriend. Not what you think. He said this with a genuine smile and a calm tone. Doesn't look like a lie. So master is just a term of endearment between lovers? But when did she agree to be his girlfriend? And what do you mean? It's not what you think. Oh, may I ask what you plan to take me to eat? Qin Feng asked as he sat in the seat next to her. Don't you want to eat spicy hot pot? Zhong Oai asked dully as she came back to her senses. I've traveled so far and you're treating me to spicy hot pot? Qin Feng's eyes widened. So, what do you want to eat then? I want to eat spicy rabbit head, Qin Feng said with a bad smile. She doesn't like rabbit, much less rabbit heads. But not daring to object, he sat silent. Seeing her aggrieved expression, Chin Fong guessed that she didn't dare to eat the rabbit head and asked with a light laugh, "Don't you want to eat?" "Aha." Zhong Oai nodded back and forth. "But what if I want to eat it?" Chin Fong smiled and deliberately made things difficult for her. The more Chin Fong looked at her, the more he felt good at bullying her. "We can skip the rabbit's head, but you have to promise me one little thing." Show me JK at night." Chin Fong licked his lips, the corners of his mouth curving up in a wide arc. "What's JK?" asked Zhong Oai foolishly. "Sailor suit, super short skirt, white stockings." Every time Chin Fong said a word, he saw Zhong Oai's face reddening by 1 point, and his delicate appearance was particularly tantalizing. Chin Fong imagined the plump body of the little white rabbit, wearing these fancy clothes and dancing in the room in the pure land of ultimate bliss. Mouths cry out for masters. "No, it looks like I need to get some tonic medicine for my body today." Zhong Oai's face was so red with shame that the top of her head was about to smoke. She finally raised her head and looked at Chin Fong with a pair of big, pitiful eyes. I can't wear it." "What's wrong with clothes? If you can't wear them, I can help you." Chin Fong rubbed his hands together excitedly, salivating like a big gray wolf. Eyes glanced to the door handle of the car. It's not too late to escape and go back to school while the car is still running. But she finally held back, because she didn't think Brother Deshang looked like a bad guy. Although he looked badass on the outside, she could detect that he was very gentle on the inside. I don't think he would force himself if he insisted against it, would he? With naive fantasies, the White Rabbit took a bus to the city center. The two of them found a high-end and luxurious-looking Magic City tea house and had a casual lunch. Since it was Zhong Oai's treat, all Chin Fong let her order the food. I didn't realize she ordered all vegetarian. What with the eggplant in aged vinegar, the crisp celery, the snow-melted tofu soup with the bright moon, and the braised bean noodles with crab meat in hot and sour sauce. In the end, Chin Fong couldn't look away and added a plum sweet and sour pork. The 5 dishes cost 900 dayang. Zhong Oai's heart ached for half a day. 900 is enough to cover her living expenses for 2 months. Chin Fong saw her stingy look and said on the spot, 300900. Chin Fong said seriously, "You did. I'm familiar with that expression of yours." Zhong Oai did not say anything, and took small sips to finish all of the pot full of tofu soup. Chin Fong was speechless to her. Why was this girl still so stingy when she had money? 3 days go by without even buying a single good piece of clothing. Shabby as a village girl. It's kind of embarrassing to walk down the street with her. Chin Fong suddenly realized the awkwardness she felt when she met Xia Ting for the first time. When he was so poor, Xia Ting was still willing to bend over and embrace himself. The girl was really brave and open-minded. Holding on, finally and hesitantly, he stretched out his 2 small hands and grabbed Chin Feng's wrist. Chin Fong took 2 steps and stopped with a black line on his face, simply because Zhong Oai didn't hold his arm in his arms like a couple would do. Instead, they walked in arm's length apart, grabbing his hand and swinging it in front of their bodies, and just walking. The two looked as if they were guiding a blind man's walk in front of them themselves, especially with her head down. "It's very much like that." Chin Fong gasped. "How can you do that?" Zhong Oai released his hand, his expression a little embarrassed. When Chin Fong saw that she was unwilling to hold on to him, he thought of changing the posture of walking between a couple. He slowly reached out his hand and wrapped his arm around Zhong Oai's waist. Nervously, she looked at him, panic written in her timid eyes. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., "Yes, it's me." Chin Fong let out a dark sigh. Schoolgirls are so clueless. Gave a $3 million gift and didn't even hold his hand. If you're still scared to death of a hug, you're not going to sleep at night in a state of stress, are you? Chin Fong shook his head. He was a little worried that this girl wasn't prepared and would seek death when the time came. Compared to this restrained chick, a girl as passionate and unrestrained as Xia Ting was really too flavorful. Chin Fong suddenly missed Xia Ting a little. Her cheery smile, cheeky banter, and pouting mouth when she's angry. It's always a good time with her. Unlike this little dirt chick, who's as timid as a rabbit. "Oh, can you not be so scared, classmate? It's not like I'm going to eat you." Chin Fong finished in a good voice, walked to her and took her small hand, softly saying, "If you don't like that, we'll start by holding hands, okay?" Except for her own father, Zhong Oai has never been held by any other boy's hand, and at this moment her hand was surrounded by big, broad hands. The warmth of the touch made her freeze in place for a moment, forgetting to break free. Chin Fong was slightly relieved to see that she didn't refuse. Smiling at her, he led her towards the mall. "Let's go. Brother will take you to buy clothes." Ojango was encouraged by his smile and finally gathered the courage to say, "Brother, can I not wear that kind of clothes?" Chin Fong instantly slammed his face and said decisively, "Can't." Those clothes were so humiliating, she really didn't dare to wear them. Qin Feng didn't care if she was reluctant or not, and insisted on bringing her to the mall. Chapter 101 Wang Gang is furious. It was already 7 in the evening after dinner, and it was getting dark, but the mall was so brightly lit it was like daytime. The presence of the two caused frequent sideways glances from passers-by in the mall, simply because they're a bit special in a combination like this. The boys are exquisitely dressed. They look like suave, dashing dandies. The girls, on the other hand, were overly plainly dressed, with outdated clothing and yellowed shoes. Plain, center-parted hair over her face made her look like a dork. Passers-by couldn't stop commenting. Wow, that guy is so stylish. He looks so sunny, kind of like an idol star. It's just like Gone, the bad and lovable kind. What should I do if I'm tempted? I'd love to be her girlfriend. I could make money to support him. Don't dream about it. That shirt of his is the new Prada. Tens of thousands of dollars a piece. He's a high roller. Hey, why is the rich man holding a country girl? Is the taste so new? The country bumpkin all want? What a pity. White looks so handsome. I didn't realize he was blind. Her head was buried even lower, not daring to look around her. Qin Feng's angular silhouette paired with his gorgeous clothes made him look like a noble young master with an outstanding temperament. And she was just a girl from the countryside, not worthy of Qin Feng at all. She was a bit inferior and subconsciously wanted to break away from his hand and escape far away, but not before a bit of action, only to see Qin Feng in front of him stand in a stance, frowning towards the two women around him who spoke the loudest and disliked them. Auntie, I won't look at you even if I'm blind. I advise you to save your breath. And you, please don't talk nonsense in front of my girlfriend. Your mom will definitely cry to death if she knows that you're out there bad-mouthing others. Qin Feng's words caused the surroundings to fall silent. Zhongye with grave with ring above looked up incredulously at Qin Feng who had helped himself out, and for a while she was frozen in place with mixed feelings. The opposite side of the two dressed in flowery women is even more dumbfounded on the spot. They never thought this high-flying guy would say something hurtful. Curse so badly. And curse her mom? The two reacted with a rush on the spot. And, I'm less than 30. Who are you calling auntie? Don't think I won't scold you just because you're handsome. The scum who dresses like a man and compliments you and gasps. You're only good enough to fool this stupid girl who hasn't seen the world. And such a frustrating girlfriend. How lame are you? Just laughs at me. Qin Feng looked at the ugly faces of these two trippers and hesitated to spit in their faces. But she was also worried that Zhong Awako's short legs could not run fast enough, and that she might be caught up by them if she took off her own back. It's hard to tear together when you do. While they were torn, they only saw a big man of 1 meter 9 come out from behind their side, aggressively walking towards them. It turned out to be Wang Gang, who saw his boss being mentally attacked and hurriedly stepped forward, ready to go over and put those two women down. Qin Feng was delighted and said busily, "Brother Wang, help me to curse against them both for half an hour. Don't make a move." Wang Gang froze when he heard his boss's request. He doesn't know how to argue. Isn't it just a matter of putting it down? The big deal is to go to the station for a cup of tea. Quarreling was an advanced technique that he hadn't been very good at since he was a kid, so how could he possibly scold those two shrews? Looking at the bosses departing back, Wang Gang frowned deeply, and when the two women across the street saw Qin Feng's helpers coming up, their voices were suddenly much lower. They muttered in their minds that this large man with a cold face was most likely the bodyguard of that high-flying man. Anyone who can afford a bodyguard is a big shot. They're either rich or famous. It's not for commoners like them to mess with. They don't want to be pestered any further. Since the main man is gone, they held hands and grunted coldly, turning around and walking away. But I didn't expect a well-worded national curse to come from behind me. The two of them stopped in their tracks and turned to stare viciously at Wang Gang. Wang Gang had a weak heart. That's all one can say about quarreling on one's own. The opposite side is going to curse themselves to lose for sure. But the boss had orders and he had to obey. So stiffly, stalking his neck, he cursed again at the two women. The two women's lungs exploded with anger when they heard the big, straight, vulgar words of the big man. Couldn't help but want to curse back at him. But the big guy was just a bodyguard following orders. And swearing at him couldn't hurt the other guy's master. There's no point in calling him names. And the other guy's a big guy. So if he gets mad and beats himself up, when the time comes, people are rich and powerful only to compensate for the medical expenses. They cannot take what they do. So they glanced at each other, but they still endured the. He just glared at Wang Gang and turned around without saying a word. Wang Gang saw the two sets of people on his left and right leaving him, and thought a little, chasing after the two women. He then cursed. The two women's figures lurched and hurriedly accelerated their steps to leave. Wang Gang followed the two of them relentlessly and gently. Qin Feng didn't know how much his order had traumatized the two sisters who liked him. holding Jo Moeka to the door of a big brand women's clothing store. He softly persuaded. You heard me. Everyone says you're dirt. Why don't you hurry up and change into something nice? I'm sorry, Jongwei said with a guilty look on her face. She felt very sad that she had disgraced Chin Fong. I'm sorry my ass. Don't wilt all day. What's wrong with being so pretty and wearing nice clothes? Chin Fong thought that she said she was sorry because she didn't want to change her clothes, so he couldn't help but get a little fired up. Hands gripped her shoulders and looked straight at her questioningly. I just can't understand. You're rich now. There's no need to aggravate yourself anymore. Why are you still dressed in rags? Walking with your head down all day? Like other girls like normal can't you? Mist appeared in Zhou Moeyu's eyes, and she lowered her head at Qin Feng's words, and said in a resigned manner. My mom said I could get into trouble if I looked up and told me not to look up when I was reading. It's not a good thing for the daughters of poor families to be too pretty, and it did validate what my mother had said. In high school there was a boy who broke his leg when he made a scene about jumping off a building to shark himself after her. The family is implicated in Zhong Oai's family is being pointed out, and they have to be claimed by the parents of the boys. Eventually the school stepped in to calm the matter down. The vast majority of schools that have this kind of thing going on choose to get rid of the person in question. However, because Zhong Oai's academic performance was good, she was usually regular and well-behaved, loved by his teachers, which prevented him from being expelled from school. Instead, they supported her, a young girl who was too intent on her studies to fall in love. But through this incident, her teacher also told her to keep a low profile and not draw too much attention to herself. Since everyone advised her not to show her face, being the good girl she was, she had to keep her head down all day. She also did live streaming before because she thought the audience was so far away that it shouldn't matter. It still ended up inviting trouble. Someone paid $3 million to run around and ask her to wear a dress of shame. She didn't know if this was good or bad, and at the moment was full of aggression. Chin Fong listened to her words, evoking tragic memories. He sighed and said quietly, it's all in the end of the world. And my mom told me not to look up in the first place. She said it bothered her to see me. Chapter 102 There is no love at first sight, only love at sight. Forget it, if you don't want to wear JK, then change into something normal. This one on you has to be thrown away anyway. Chin Fong tugged at her collar in disgust. You're discolored from all this washing. I used to be a little better than you. The store guide lady greets you with a smile. Welcome, please feel free to look around. I'll get you the right size if you're satisfied. Pick out 2 outfits for her that are appropriate for school, and 2 outfits for girls to wear when they go out shopping. The guide looked at the Lagoon Chin Feng's clothes. Knowing that this is a tycoon who is not poor in money, she hurriedly and enthusiastically introduced the style of clothes for Zhongyi with grave with ring above. Beauty, how about you look at this blue dress? This is our new fall model. It goes well with your temperament. Don't like it? Then how about this little date red jacket with a white undershirt underneath, which students can also wear? I see you have a good body. Wear this tight jeans short special figure, top with a polo shirt absolutely look good. The shopping guide lady took 5 or 6 pieces of women's clothing that looked very good one after another and put them on Zhongyi. But it was a little difficult to see how she didn't even want to try it on. Chin Fong said as he watched anxiously from the side. You don't ask her opinion. You just take her in and help her dress. The guide sighed in his heart. Rich people are so hard to serve. Resigned to her fate, she picked up a white sleeveless dress and said tentatively to the dumbfounded Zhong Oai. Pretty girl, please come with me to the fitting room. Together with the fact that beside her, Chin Fong kept raising his chin and signaling her to go and change her clothes. She gritted her teeth and resolutely followed the guide into the fitting room in order to stop embarrassing the man. Wow beauty, your body is too good to be this big. What skincare products ah, how so white, like milk. Your hair is so smooth. It's so enviable. Let me tie it up for you. It doesn't look good draped over your face. The audible exclamation of the guide came from the fitting room. Chin Fong couldn't sit still, so he wanted to rush over to help. After waiting a few minutes, Zhong Oai shyly walked out of the fitting room. Chin Feng's entire body was stunned. The girl in front of her was so beautiful that just by changing her clothes, it was like she had been transformed. Her icy jade-like skin was even fairer than the white dress, and the strapless style left her fragrant shoulders exposed to the air. Looking dainty and lovely, dark, thick hair was tied behind her back, and her long bangs fell naturally with the sides parted, revealing a fine, rosy little face. After dropping the baggy t-shirt, her figure could no longer be hidden, her bulging top holding up the dress looking a little tight, her slim waist like an hourglass sandwiched in between connecting the upper and lower S-shaped curves. Under the hem of the skirt revealed a pair of white flawless jade feet, the beauty of the heart, especially after wearing a white dress. The pure and moving temperament of her body was completely displayed. At first glance, it looks like a goddess like a first love. Chin Fong had a hard time snapping out of her dreamy beauty. Secretly, no wonder the system gave her a high score of 95. It's not surprising that such a stunning woman would be given 100%. Jin Feng has moved on to Zhong Oa. Usually girls need to consider many aspects of liking a man. And men like women often only have to consider one aspect. That's how good looking it is. Jin Feng had been treating her as an unintelligent anchorwoman before, and his attitude was a bit impatient. Now after she's changed her clothes, Jin Feng immediately gentled up and walked forward to quip, "Baby, you're just so beautiful. Like a fairy. You'd have to be in ancient times and the four great beauties or something." She kept her head down and her eyes fluttered from side to side, looking like she couldn't help but boast. Jin Feng's index finger twitched and boasted even more revealingly, "I'm going to kind of understand what it means to be a national treasure. Really, you're like an angel in my dreams." His greasy accent turned the stomachs of the women choosing clothes on the sidewalk. The female customer turned her head and gave Jin Feng a contemptuous look. Seeing Jin Feng's tie dress and scummy looks, as someone who had been there, she was pretty sure that this guy had definitely said the same thing to other girls and no less than 10 times. In her heart, she very much despised this kind of scummy guy who lied to girls with his flowery words, and skimmed her mouth, full of disgust. The two small hands clasped each other in front of their bodies, not even daring to look at Jin Feng. Jin Feng pulled her hand away and looked up and down her clothes carefully for a while and said with a smile, "Lift your head up so I can see it." Zhong Oaoanf shook her head gently. Jin Feng knew that this girl was rather passive, so he reached out and cupped her little chin, lifting her head up, bright eyes and white teeth, lips like Danxia, like a jade person out of the world. Jin Feng's heart swirled as he eyed her evasive eyes and said softly, "Don't be afraid. You don't have to keep your head down from now on with me." Zhong Oaoa's eyelashes fluttered, and she could not avoid looking into Jin Feng's deep eyes. She wasn't sure what was in there, but her instincts told her it was very dangerous to keep going like this. The gorgeous lighting brought the two men very close to each other. The man ruffled the woman's chin, and the woman's soft sniffles caressed the man's hand. No one spoke for a while, and ambiguity surrounded. Jin Feng followed his past experience of kissing Shifuya in public and slowly brought his face closer to Zhong Oao, looking at Jin Feng who was about to kiss her. Her head couldn't process the information and exploded with a bang. Both eyes instantly lose focus, and the brain goes straight into protection mode. Surprisingly, he launched himself silly. The guide consciously stepped back in order not to eat the dog food and did not make a sound to disturb. It was so unusual for couples to kiss in the modern world that she didn't think anything of it, but the female client just now couldn't look away. Seeing Jin Feng being so lawless and bullying girls on the street, he immediately jumped out and yelled, "Hey, I say you have to be a big man to have a face." Did the girl agree to it and just put her mouth over there? Jin Feng's movements froze, and when he saw the bunny in front of him regain his senses, he hurriedly jumped to the side. He was so angry he wanted to hit someone. Obviously, he was so close to getting it. Maybe the kiss was still the first kiss for the white rabbit. Seeing the opportunity slipping away like this, Jin Feng turned towards the woman next to him and said angrily, "What's it to you if I kiss my girlfriend?" The woman was dressed neutrally and was very pretty, 25 years old, named Chi Si Ran, and the system gave her a score of 78 and a relationship count of 2. Quite a decent girl, and I don't know why she so cruelly interrupted herself to pick up a girl. "Your girlfriend? Oh," Chi Si Ran mocked. "You're obviously meeting for the first time. Do you think I can't tell?" Chapter 103, $10,000 to accompany me for a month. Chi Si Ran didn't even look at the fuming Jin Feng, walked over to the panicked Zhong Oai, took her hand and softly soothed her. "I saw it all just now. It was him who forced you to change your clothes. He only did it to fulfill his own selfish desires. He doesn't really like you. A dude like him specializes in scamming ignorant girls like you. Little sister, don't fall for his tricks." Stealing a glance at Jin Feng and seeing his displeased expression, he was a bit worried that he would get angry and weakly explained, "Brother De Sheng is a good man. I believe in him." Chi Si Ran glanced at Jin Feng faintly and said disdainfully, "The world is as black as a crow, and men are no good." At one time she was an innocent girl, then she met a scumbag and was cheated out of her life. She's never trusted a man since. She's only interested in women now. "You go with my sister. Don't pay attention to this kind of stinky man." After Chi Si Ran had finished grabbing Zhong A with grave with ring above and was ready to take her out of here, "I can't go." Zhong Oaoe tried to pull her hand back in a bit of panic, but it was tightly clasped. "Why? Is it because he buys you clothes?" "Little sister, if you want money, I have it too. I'll buy you this dress." No, I have my own money." "Little sister, only women know more about women's happiness. Being with these men who are only interested in your appearance is not destined to be happy." Chi Si Ran stroked Zhong Oaoe's small hand and said seriously, "How much is he paying you?" "I can afford to pay what that man can afford. How about if you just come with me and I'll give you $10,000 a month?" When Jong Oaa heard about giving money, she remembered the more than $3 million that Chin Fong had rewarded her with. If you switch to 10,000 per month, the $3.17 million will take 26.5 years to give. He was almost 50 himself at that point. Moreover, listening to the other party, it seemed as if she had ulterior motives for herself. Plus the movements of her hands were a bit needy. Sorry too. I don't want your money. I can add if you want it to be too little. It was rare to see such a pure and seductive girl who still looked innocent as hell. Chi Si Ran said nothing to let go. Let go of the girl. Chin Fong then reacted to what the woman wanted to do and immediately roared. He'd rehearsed that line quite a few times, and now roared it with gusto. The words fell, and the store went silent. And Chi Si Ran was stunned by the yelling and stayed in place without reacting. Mud. Stinky. Who gave you permission to make a move on my girlfriend? Chi Si Ran returned to her senses, crossing her waist with one hand and pointing at Chin Fong spiritedly. Who is Shabby talking about? As a woman, she was naturally vulnerable, and with a little money in her family, she was used to arrogance and no one has ever dared to call her that. Sure is a Shabby. Being scolded you have to have someone else repeat it before you can understand it. Chin Fong sneered. You. Chi Si Ran didn't have much experience in quarreling. Pointing at Chin Fong, half unable to speak, the guide next to them saw them arguing and rushed up to discourage them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a public place. Please mind your image. Chin Fong suppressed his fire and snorted coldly. I don't talk to women like you. The women are getting better and better these days and have a knack for bullying the weak. It's only going to get worse with them. Chin Fong doesn't want to mess with strange and weird women. He turned his head to Zhong Oai in a caring manner. Are you okay? Seeing this, Chin Fong did not want to continue to stay here and said to the shopper. You wrap up all the clothes you just compared to her, plus this one, and check them out together. The surrounding eaters who had arrived at the sound were shocked. The clothes here were not cheap. There are thousands and thousands of dollars in one big piece. To say so lightly to wrap it up without even looking at the price. This man is definitely a rich man. Chi Si Ran could also see that this man was rich and powerful, and under the gaze of the crowd, she didn't say anything else, but just stared at him viciously. The shopper was secretly delighted, lamenting that rich people are generous. It was not in vain that he had worked so hard to serve him for half a day. She smiled and asked, Does sir have a membership? No, Chin Fong said indifferently. Members can discount. Oh, these sets of clothes probably can make your membership card upgrade to diamond card. Enjoy 8.80% discount. Guide enthusiastically. Salesman. No, there's no need to go to all that trouble for that kind of money. No need. That's no good. You have to change from head to toe, inside and out. A very winning smile surfaced at the corner of Chin Feng's mouth. The intimate interaction between the two made Chi Si Ran's face a bit ugly, and he couldn't help but taunt in a conspiratorial manner. What's the point of fooling around? You've got a lot of money, don't you? Not as rich as you are. I can't afford to pay $10,000 for someone else. Chin Fong hated Chi Si Ran though. Still, he showed great generosity to such words of calling himself rich. Chi Si Ran thought of what she had just said in front of him and was anxious with shame and indignation. Annoyed, she even shrilled her voice. Spending mom and dad's money on girls doesn't hurt, does it? What are you if you don't rely on your parents? She was still not relieved when she finished and said angrily towards Jomo. I advise you not to stay with this kind of person for money. Following him will only ruin you. Chin Fong couldn't listen anymore, but he also didn't want to curse at this woman. After all, Wang Gang hadn't come back yet, and there are no winners in a fight like this. Whenever he thought about it in the middle of the night, he would always feel like he hadn't played well. So he switched tactics and Chin Fong lazily pulled out his ears and said to the store's guide, What's going on? Pretty lady, why are there flies buzzing around your store? It's very disruptive to other people's shopping. With a slight search, the guide stood on Chin Feng's side and discouraged Chi Si Ran. Miss, could you please not disturb the others? Am I wrong? Can he do whatever he wants just because he's rich? This girl was obviously tricked by him, can't you see? Chi Si Ran continued to yell. Miss, people are normal couples. Please don't make malicious speculations about others. The shopping guide smiled courteously and continued. If you insist, I'll have to ask the security guards to come over to maintain order. The meaning of her words was clear. Any more trouble and you'll be thrown out. Chi Si Ran only felt a wave of pent-up energy rush straight to his heart, his face turning blue. When has she ever been so humiliated? As a quality woman, I've charged 80,000 in your store. I'm your VIP member. How dare you try to touch me? Saying that, she took out a gold card directly from her bag and flung it in front of the guide. Pop! The sound the gold card made as it fell to the ground silenced the guide lady dry for a moment. She was just a shopping guide lady. How dare she kick out the VIP guests? 80,000 is already a diamond level member and has the right to complain. If things really got out of hand, And when someone from above was sent down to investigate, she would not only have to apologize but also have her wages docked. Guide Miss also cannot do anything. This time can only be to appease the main. She crouched down and picked up the gold card, handing it back respectfully. I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize for my words and actions. Please don't be offended. We will provide you with excellent service. Chapter 104, I'll pay $20,000 to play with you for a month. Chi Siren revealed a triumphant smile, glancing at Shin Feng with contempt and sneering. Don't think you're the only one with money. I just don't want to be a loser like you. Shin Feng saw that this disgusting woman was still whimpering and slagging, and was a bit incensed. Since Miss Guide had gone soft because of money, he had to use money to back her up. Hey, pretty girl, how much do you charge here for the right to evict someone? We don't have the right to kick people out here, the shopping guide lady said in a bewildered manner. So let me put it another way. How much would it take to charge everyone in this store if they were to serve just me? Shin Feng took out his cell phone and scanned the bank payment code in front of him, ready to give her a surprise. The shopping guide lady obviously guessed something. Her expression became excited, and she uttered, Our $1 million black card members can have this service. Okay, get a card for my girlfriend. I'll charge $2 million. Please give me this service you mentioned as soon as possible. Shin Feng finished moving his finger and the transfer was completed. Flashing his cell phone to the guide, he said, check at the front desk and see if it's there yet. The shopping guide lady had a jolt of energy and disregarded her image to stride towards the cash register. And at that moment the young lady standing on the cash register looked at the computer screen with a shocked face and screamed, Oh my god, where did you get $2 million? Her cry caused a gasp from the crowd in the store. When Shin Feng and the woman were quarreling, the other people in the store intentionally or unintentionally came over to them to eat melon. Now that they heard that this handsome man had actually smashed out $2 million, their eyes dropped in shock. Although it was guessed that he was rich, people really didn't expect him to be so rich. Throwing out $2 million at random just to get rid of people? It's too good to be true. Now that's real money in the bank. A flash of fear surfaced in his eyes as he looked at Shin Feng, who was full of concern. She didn't think Brother Deshang had a good temper. Motionless likes to throw money at it. Last time, I was also annoyed with someone else who smashed a $3 million bounty. It's too scary. She looked at the guide girl who ran to bow 90 degrees and contemplated whether she should ask her if the money could be refunded. Thank you, Mr. Shin, for your support of our store. Please wait a moment. We'll arrange the top service for you right away. The guide bowed his head, and the smile on his face was extremely warm, like a delicate chrysanthemum. The other shopping guide ladies had already been instructed and were ready to get up to serve Shin Feng. They're a second-tier brand. This store, $2 million is enough to cover the entire store in clothes, even if it's closed to serve the big boys. No need. Just go and get rid of the flies that were just there, Shin Feng said as he pointed at the constipated-looking Chi Siren. Chi Siren's face was ugly as if she had eaten sure when she saw him fling out $2 million. The fact that the man could shell out so much cash was proof enough that he was not on the same level as himself. She couldn't say a word in the face of such a big shot with a gloomy face. Miss, I'm really sorry. You're affecting the normal business of our store. Please get out. Once again, the shopping guide said, with a polite smile. It's just that compared to the attitude of picking up the card and bending over to hand it over a moment ago, this time she's straightening her back. There was more than a little bit of pleasure in the smile. What gives you the right to kick me out? I'm your VIP and this is how you treat your guests. Be careful, I'll find a reporter to expose your licking rich people's behavior. Chi Siren was mad with anger. Although she didn't dare to find trouble with Shin Feng, she had nothing polite to say to this kind of humble wage earner. Miss, please don't give us a hard time. I'll have to call security if you keep this up. The guide didn't wait for her to reply when she finished, and directly pulled out her cell phone and started calling people. Hey, defense room, there's a disturbance from a guest over here. Please come here. For such unreasonable customers who also affect the mood of black card members, she thought shouting for someone to get rid of her was necessary. Even if the boss of the head office came over, he would probably give her kudos for what she did her. Humph, you guys wait for me. I will definitely expose your store and also report you to the Consumer Association. Kisrin cursed and slammed the door. Once the jumper was gone, the scene quieted down a bit. This was followed by a large chorus of discussion. A few other patrons who were eating were talking. Wow, I didn't expect this guy to be so rich. $2 million to recharge his girlfriend's card, eh? Why can't I find such a young, rich and handsome man? 555. Hubby, look how nice people are to their girlfriends. What's the point? If you're as pretty as his girlfriend, I'll charge you $2 million too. The voices of the crowd drifted into Shin Feng's ears. He smiled faintly and he was very satisfied with this guide girl's approach. Just and unbiased. This clever guide. Shin Feng felt the need to let her continue to guide herself on. Beauty. My girlfriend still needs to buy underwear and shoes. Can you please accompany us to pick out some good ones? My girlfriend is quite shy and may need your help. Can I give you $10,000 for your hard work? The salesgirl's name is Su Wenjie. She nodded excitedly at the big man's invitation. Just kidding. She gets less than 8,000 a month counting her commission. And she gets 10,000 just for hanging out with the big guy for a while. Cootie. I won't do it. As for the claim that it's business hours and you're AWOL. Just kidding. She just pulled in a $2 million recharge for the store. This year the whole store has hit its top-up target. So who dares to say that she is doing personal work during working hours? Even the store manager had to be polite to her and give her some milk tea. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. My service will definitely satisfy you. Shin Feng smiled and nodded. The next step was not to let Zhong Oeka try other clothes. Anyway, just this one on her is already enough to hang the whole mall of girls. Holding the silent Zhong with grave with ring above, he finished the checkout and walked out of the store. Su Wenjie smilingly carried 5 sets of clothes and followed them. When Shin Feng saw that she was so up for carrying her things, he didn't call Wang Gang to call him over. And at the same time, at this moment, Wang Gang was contemplating the main road. Those two women just took a cab and left. It was a full 10 minutes short of the half hour of sparring that the boss had specified. As a real man who will only meticulously fulfill the orders of his superiors, Wang Gang was considering whether or not to drive a Rolls-Royce to catch up and continue cursing. But I was worried that if I rubbed or touched the boss's car, I would have worked for nothing for a year. And there's always something weird about cursing in a Rolls-Royce. There's no other cabs around right now. There was no way for him to go after it. All you can do is watch the other car disappear into the distance. He was bitter about not being able to complete the mission. It turns out that being a bodyguard is so troublesome. It's not as easy as running 10 kilometers. In the mall, Su Wenjie guided the two of them to a high-end lingerie store as requested by Qin Feng. There was no rule here that boys couldn't enter, so Qin Feng shamelessly walked in. Under the warm light, the eye was filled with floral lingerie. Some of the styles looked bold. The visual impact was so strong that Qin Feng looked a little rattled sitting in the men's lounge area, but still no intention of leaving. Ms. Zhong, just now I visually measured. You should have suitable for wearing this anti-gravity comfortable and non-marking underwear. If you need to run, ask for this wraparound supportive style. You don't want to look big, do you? Then it needs to be tight and gathered and very thin and breathable. Chapter 105, Zhong Oeo's personal maid. Qin Feng didn't even see the hair and was furious and stupid. This store actually has a partition inside and the people inside can't get in without opening the door. Zhong Oeo is timid and won't let him see it. There was not the slightest thing he could do about it. Qin Feng was very angry, and in his heart, he thought viciously about turning on the light at night to see clearly. The two girls tossed around in there for a while, taking in 4 or 5 pieces of underwear. In the end, Zhong Oeo chose only one. Qin Feng asked Su Wenjie how the other pieces he tried were. He planned to buy them all if they looked good. Su Wenjie means that this thing needs to know the feelings of the girls. The girls cannot buy without saying, when the time to wear uncomfortable very difficult. Qin Feng felt that what Su Wenjie said made sense and was a pretty good guide, so I added her as a friend, with the intention of asking her for advice if I had any questions about girls in the future. Su Wenjie is a self-possessed personality and secretly jokes about it. Boss, do you want to consider hiring me as an escort? It's only 10,000 a month. I can accompany you 24/7, eat, play and shop with you, and I'm good with pesticides. Qin Feng looked her up and down as the system gave a rating. Charisma, 80. Age, 24. Number of relationships, 3. She was 1.7 meters. A red and white professional dress, wearing high heels, with a clear face and exquisite makeup. Although her skin was not as white as Zhong Oeo's, it was still smooth and delicate. Peachy face and a pretty sweet smile. Do you have a boyfriend? Qin Feng asked. Yes there is. It's just that sometimes it's not much different from nothing, replied Su Wenjie with a smile. Your boyfriend isn't jealous of you eating and shopping with us all day? Qin Feng wondered. He'll be understanding for the sake of his work. Su Wenjie smiled freely and said, if he doesn't understand, it's a big deal to break up. I don't owe him anything. I can tell this girl likes money too. Don't even want a boyfriend for money. One happens to have plenty of money. Buy whatever you want and the good feelings come crashing in. It's awesome to think about. I don't know if her character like this can be infected to Zhong Oeo. It's only tens of thousands of dollars anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Yes, I'll hire you as a chaperone. But not for me. For her. I want you to take her out shopping more often. Accompany her to chat. Don't let her bow her head and not talk all day long. If you can make her cheerful, I'll give you $20,000 a month. What do you think? Su Wenjie was slightly shocked. Oh, my god. Can we just double it? Go out every day and pay 20,000 a month? What a god job this is. It's true that hugging the rich man's thigh is the right way to open life. Su Wenjie was so excited that she hurriedly shouted, "Boss, wait. I'll go back and resign now." After saying that, he was ready to run to the store, and after taking 2 steps, his body shape lurched and ran back in reverse, saying, "Boss, just to confirm, it's reimbursable to go out and play, right?" Qin Feng smiled and nodded. "Of course, I'll put the money here with MS. Zhong, she'll pay for you guys to go out and play. No upper limit on the amount." Wendy Su didn't bother going back to her resignation and pulled out her cell phone and snapped and typed, "Ha ha 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 ha, I'm quitting old me." After sending it to the store manager, he didn't wait for a reply from the other side. Immediately and enthusiastically, she took Zhong Oao's hand and balked. "Miss Zhong, from now on, I'll be your faithful personal maid. I'll accompany you wherever you go to play." While the two were talking, Zhong Oaoi didn't make any comments, foolishly fidgeting next to her. A look like anything else would be fine as long as she wasn't allowed to talk. It was only now that he was caught Su Wenjie wrapping his hands around him that he came back to his senses. His eyes tinged with a bit of panic. She didn't know how to respond to the stranger's enthusiasm, so she had to honestly decline. I have class. I can't hang out." "Wow. Ma'am is still studying ah. How old is she?" Su Wenjie asked. "Sister, just call me Oi. "Yes, Your Highness. Are you going to continue your graduate studies?" Su Wenjie asked enthusiastically. "I don't think so. I have to work to earn money after graduation." Zhou Mawaji's eyes darkened slightly. She wanted to continue her studies, but the conditions did not allow it. Everyone expects her, a college student, to find a well-paying job and then make a good living for everyone. "It's okay, if you want to graduate, you can study hard during the day, and you can come out to play at night. I'll take you to the Oriental Pearl Tower. I've never been there. I'd love to see it." Su Wenjie gently shook Zhong Oi's hand with a hopeful look that made it impossible to refuse. "Oh, Your Highness, my job depends on you in the future. Please make sure I don't lose my job. Please." Qin Feng quite liked this girl with a bright personality. It just so happens that later on, he himself will go back to Jiangcheng, and Zhong Oao will still have to study over here. It's good to keep someone over here to help look after this silly white rabbit. Even though Wendy Su's character seems to be greedy for money, it's the greedy ones that are good to control. As long as she is serious about her work, she can be completely satisfied with the money she pays herself. "Don't you take my girlfriend to a messy place to play? If she gets bullied, I'll be furious," Qin Feng reminded. "Boss, you don't worry. I'm a serious girl. Never go to nightclubs, bars and other places. Serious people who would go to that kind of place ah." As Su Wenjie spoke and glanced at the boss dressed as a bar regular, she stopped talking, laughed awkwardly twice, and hurriedly explained, "I'm not talking about you, boss. You don't need to emphasize it again." Qin Feng's face darkened. Hey. Su Wenjie spat out her tongue, holding onto Zhong Oai and whispering like a best friend. "The boss seems to be very nice to talk to, handsome and gentle. Not that kind of rich kid's bad temper at all." Zhong lowered her head and didn't say a word. "I'm not licking ha. I'm telling the truth. Come to my store, those rich second generation of each drag 2580,000 like. Do not take us these wage earners as a person, especially when the boss smiles. It's so charming, don't you see? It gives you a feeling of being spoiled by the world." That sunny smile flashed and she swayed slightly. She turned her head back with a quick blush, lowering her head and burning her ears slightly. Qin Feng laughed lightly at this and didn't say anything. He couldn't hear what Su Wenjie was saying, but he roughly knew that he was praising himself. 20k for a blower to help with blowing is still good. The three of them walk around, came to a women's shoe store. Zhonghe with grave with ring above sat down obediently and took the shoes handed by Su Wenjie ready to try them on. Qin Feng was very gentlemanly. Without saying a word, she grabbed Zhong Oa's slender jade feet and was about to change her shoes. Zhong Oa's body trembled as the man held her by the neck of her foot. Immediately afterward, he jerked his foot back like a rabbit, running and hopping out of the way without his shoes on. She hid behind Su Wenjie and pursed her lips, revealing a pair of big frightened eyes as she looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sat on the sofa full of embarrassment. The other people in the store just thought it was a couple playing around and smiled slightly, not caring. Just think how fancy young people are. It took a few moments of comforting for Su to get her to relax, only to say that she didn't want anyone else to help her put on her shoes. Qin Feng sighed. Seeing that she was so timid, she didn't give her a hard time anymore and let her try on a few pairs of shoes on her own. Her feet were equally small and looked crystal clear and white as snow when she took off those flesh-colored knickers, or sandals with sloping, thick soles. The whole thing has become a pavilion of. It has the flavor of the little girl next door. It's mouth-watering to watch. Chapter 106, even my own mom can't read my chat records. Qin Feng bought her several pairs of shoes. Single shoes, sandals, board shoes, high heels. There were a bit too many big bags to carry when we left. Fortunately, Wang Gang arrived in time and took the job of carrying bags. Heard him report that he cursed the two women away. Qin Feng didn't mince words and appreciated him twice. I didn't realize that the man who looked honest was a king with a strong mouth, able to write and fight, a great general. A few people then wandered around a bit, passing by the remote experience store. Qin Feng recalled Xia Ting's excitement when she bought herself a cell phone. He suddenly realized that a common gadget like a cell phone was easier to see. It's a great choice to give as a gift to a girl. So he pulled Zhong Oaoaoaoaoan. Without further ado, he bought her a red cell phone of his own model as well and shoved it into her arms. Ojangos finally responded a little. Holding the unopened cell phone box, she carefully looked at Qin Feng and said weakly, "Brother, I can't take something so expensive." "Silly girl, this dress on you is also almost $10,000. Why can you wear the clothes but can't have the cell phone?" Qin Feng rubbed her head and said smilingly, she could only silently add this expense of the cell phone to the total amount Qin Feng had spent on her as well. She kept in mind all the money Qin Feng spent on her. Su Wenjia's eyes reddened with envy for a few moments as she watched Qin Feng gently deliver the topmost telekinesis. There's no harm without comparison. She also uses an $8,000 Mate 60, which she flaunts to the public as a gift from her boyfriend. In fact, she had bought it herself after a month of eating instant noodles and biting her teeth, just to show off how much her man loved her in front of everyone. Now look at rich people giving people $10,000 plus gifts, casually as if they picked a flower off the side of the road. And the girl who received the gift still looked like she was reluctant. Su Wenjie acidic mass wall separation. The heart cried out to the heavens unfair. So he reached down again and pulled the box out of her arms. The box retained the girl's body heat and felt a touch warm to the touch. His mind faltered slightly, and with the cultivation of the past few days, he suppressed the beggar's temperament. Calmly, he unwrapped the box and pulled out the cell phone inside. "Do you want me to change the machine for you?" Zhong Oanf shook her head slightly and said in a small voice, "I can. I'll help you. I've changed it before and I'm very experienced." Qin Feng spread his hand in front of her, signaling her to hand over her cell phone. Zhong Oai was at a loss for words, not knowing how to refuse. A cell phone is a private object for a girl. It's always weird to show a guy your cell phone, but in the face of the enthusiastic Qin Feng, the untouched woman couldn't think of a reason to refuse. "It's just a new cell phone. What's there to be embarrassed about? Get it out," Qin Feng said as he got up and went to zipper up her book bag himself. Qin Feng successfully got her cell phone, and the corners of his mouth were so crooked that they were about to match the sun. This girl is so soft, she can even show her cell phone to just anyone. It would be easy to trick her into going to a hotel later. Qin Feng's heart was happy thinking about how to eat the rabbit in the evening, then picked up her cell phone and looked at it. Found out the poor girl actually used an apple. Qin Feng has never used Apple. Holding it in his hand and sliding left and right, he did not find the one-click switching app, but he didn't panic. Calmly opened Shake, searched for the switching method, and 2 seconds of effort ran out a whole bunch of tutorials. He followed the tutorial step by step and cloned the data over to a casual remark during the wait. "Since you like to use Apple, why don't I buy you the latest model of Apple? Your cell phone is quite expensive." "I didn't see that you were a little rich," Qin Feng joked. He remembers his Apple phone well, when he was about to graduate. Once that said she would agree to be his girlfriend if he bought her the latest model of Apple. He had no money at the time and took out a loan to go to college, so I didn't get one, and when I saw the again later, she had an Apple phone. She also said she bought it in installments to help share the stress herself. I was so hopelessly stupid that I believed her. Silly to turn in your work-study money. It was given to me by a classmate. Zhong Oai looked at the phone and explained. Oni student is so popular. There are people giving away apples. Qin Feng himself didn't realize that his tone had become a bit strange. They are very nice. They take care of me. Zhong Oai remembered her classmates in the dormitory and smiled slightly. Return them? Qin Feng emphasized the word we. Qin Feng took a deep breath and built himself up mentally. It's normal for such a pretty girl to have 2 or 3 boys chasing after her. Plus she's soft and doesn't know how to say no very well. So it's normal for her to accept gifts from others. Just don't accept gifts from boys in the future. You're my girlfriend now. Didn't I give you money? Take it out and pay back everything you owed someone before. Not enough for me to pay again. Qin Feng faintly ordered. There was a little bit of indifference in his tone, and I could hear that he was a little upset right now. When Su Wenjie saw Qin Feng's attitude change so drastically, she pinched her heart for Zhong Oaoaoaa. This honest-to-God boss's wife is too stupid to say anything out loud. Bringing up something another guy gave you in front of your current boyfriend isn't just looking for trouble. Seeing that her boss's wife had bowed her head again without saying anything, Su Wenjie hastily interjected to appease her in order to keep her new job. Is there a possibility that means this cell phone is actually given to us by a girl? Wasn't there a woman just now who grabbed the clothes for our Aoeka? Su Wenjie finished saying that he also felt funny. Between classmates, which girl will send a girl Apple phone? She was just saying that to gag and get the conversation out of the way. However, I didn't expect. Jomoaoe nodded seriously and said, "It's from my roommate. She got a new one. I'll take the old one." Seeing the way she said it was true, Su Wenjie immediately believed most of it. It doesn't matter how outrageous things are, as long as it's from an honest person, even if they're talking about pie in the sky, it's going to be credible by a few points. Boss, look at this gift from a dormitory sister. It wouldn't be very nice of you to ask them to return the money. Chin Fong subconsciously believed in Jomoaoe's words and his face looked much better. Since it's a gift from your roommates, it would be too hurtful to return it. So, do they have any favorites? You buy a few things and return them. Got it, John Oi said in a small voice. I'll look at their profiles and help you reference what they like. Chin Fong said as he clicked on Jomoaoe's WeChat chat logs. Chapter 107, The Essential Technique. Chin Fong did not wait for her to agree and opened WeChat in front of her. She didn't have many friends, maybe a dozen or so. In order of recent chats, the first is yourself. The second was a girl whose note was called Ray. Every 1 or 2 days, Jono will send a message to the other party. Should I bring you lunch at noon? Aha. Bring dinner? Aha. Rice? Aha. No, we're going out to eat today. It's interspersed with some of life's little things. The last chat was at noon today, and the other person sent a voice. Chin Fong clicked convert to text. When's that boss who rewarded you coming over tomorrow? Have you made an appointment yet? Sisterly, forget it. I'll be free all day tomorrow to keep you company, so you won't be abducted by someone else. Seeing this, Chin Fong glanced at the red-faced Jomoao, and an imperceptible bad smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. The third should also be a girl in the same dorm room, talking about stuff like helping her with her lessons and taking notes. It is evident that the other party does not study very well. The fourth called her cousin, and talked all about her parents' home. Chin Fong only glanced at it and didn't dare to take a closer look. It was because Jomoao was clearly feeling a little uncomfortable at this point and reached out to snatch the cell phone back. After all, having someone look at your chat logs is no less than standing naked outside your house for people to admire. Chin Fong sidestepped and stopped her with his arm, then exited the chat box and quickly tapped on the few remaining contacts. The next few were pretty much conversations from a month or two ago, saying nothing nutritious, and none of them replied to each other. Some of them don't even have a chat log, just a friend. Such a chat record could be said to be cleaner than even Chin Feng's face. A 20-year-old girl, clean and spotless, still looks like a fairy. Who could say no to that? Chin Feng's favorability towards her increased crazily. He pushed both cell phones against him and acted as if nothing had happened. Do they like makeup or bags? I'll get you a couple sets to bring back. Hyun likes cosmetics, and Ray doesn't lack for anything. Since there's no shortage, then don't send her. Make an appointment tomorrow and I'll buy her dinner to thank her for taking care of you. Chin Fong didn't treat himself as an outsider and had a look of looking out for her. Oh, Zhang Oai nodded. This Let Satal be rubbed in personality is really enjoyable. Chin Fong decisively reached out and pinched her face before continuing to take her shopping. Jewelry, cosmetics, bags, notebooks, household goods, and regardless of whether she agreed or not, Chin Fong bought her everything according to what he used to lack in college. It was indeed a pleasure to spend the money, and everywhere I went I was greeted by a smiling face. All kinds of hush-hush and thoughtfulness. It's as if he's really God. The trip to the mall cost nearly $200,000. There are too many things one gang cannot hold alone. Had to carry back to the car trip, and then come back to take. But instead of being as happy as she thought she would be, Jonoai looked more and more nervous as time passed. At first he would reply with a word or two, but later it became obvious that he was afraid to speak, and his voice was trembling a little. Chin Fong felt that she was only scared because she was facing the unknown. And she shouldn't be scared after tonight. At 9:30 p.m. Brother, our school closes at 10:30. Well, then what? Chin Fong asked with a smirk. Can I go back first? Jono looked up blearily at him. You tell me. Chin Fong let out a high strange laugh. Jono looked at him dumbfounded for a moment, slowly lowering his head at the sound of his laughter. Gradually water vapor gathered in her eyes, pooling into a crystal clear color. Isn't that what they say? Don't look down. Chin Fong said as he went to pinch her chin and just tried to lift her head up. Next, a droplet of water dripped onto the back of his hand. He froze for a moment and gently lifted her chin up, showing a pitiful face. Her dark eyes filled with tears, like wild grapes hung with dew, and shimmered with shock. The corners of his aggrieved lips tilted slightly downward, the angle enough to break a heart. Chin Fong won't play at all. Especially the tears of such young state beauties are lethal and make one feel very guilty. It's as if he's done something god-awful. Qin Feng was at a loss as to what to do. Seeing this, Su Wenjie on the side hurriedly pulled out a napkin from her bag and handed it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng wiped her tears while comforting her. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'm just joking to liven things up, she asked with a huff. So can I go back? Qin Feng sighed. At this point, if you insist on not letting her go back, you're probably going to lose your goodwill, but you don't want to give up the rabbit meat that's on your lips. He thought for a moment and rubbed Zhong Oao's head, softly consoling him. Sure, don't cry. We'll have a late supper later and take you back. Really? Aha, Qin Feng affirmed with a smile. Thank you, brother. +10. It was only when Qin Feng saw the system prompt that he remembered that this girl's favorability didn't seem to be in single digits. Moving +10 is simple and cute. A night of shopping didn't add up to one bit of goodwill. Promised to let her back in and added 10 points instead. Qin Feng greeted with a helpless sigh. I'm starving. Let's go to the snack street across from the mall and get some random kebabs or stinky tofu or something. Then when he passed Wang Gang, he whispered a command. Go out later and get me an effervescent tablet. Wang Gang nodded his head in silence. He didn't know what his boss was going to do, but he liked this kind of goal-oriented task. The group arrived at the snack bar. This place is much more standardized than the snack street in Jiangcheng, with no tricycles or roadside stalls. The signage is also all neat and tidy with no flair. Unlike River City, which hates to put up a neon sign in the middle of the road and hang it over the heads of passers-by. Qin Feng bought barbecue oysters, fried cold noodles and other snacks, sat down and slowly savored, deliberately grinding for half an hour. Wang Gang drove up. Su Wenjie's eyes turned into love shapes when she saw the Rolls-Royce. At this point, Qin Feng only had to hook his finger at her, and she was willing to wear a collar. It was a pity that Qin Feng had no intention of inviting her to get on the bus, just transferred her 20,000 and told her to call her back tomorrow if she needed to hang out with her. Wendy Su wants to ride in a Rolls-Royce. She remembered that just now Zhong Okriengo's boss compromised as soon as she cried, so she held a couple of tears out as well. The result was only a Rolls-Royce tailpipe. She stomped her foot in anger. In the car, the two sat in the back again, relying on his 70 points of goodwill. Qin Feng nonchalantly took Zhong Oao's hand and kept playing with it. Did you have fun today? Aha. Can you give more of a reaction? I've come all this way to see you. Thank you, brother. That's the end of the thanks? Don't you have to show it? Qin Feng looked at her with a smile, anticipating her performance. Chapter 108, Effervescent Tablets Can't Be Eaten Dry. The Rolls-Royce's star roof looks especially romantic at night. Gorgeous lighting with soothing music and a great sense of atmosphere. The boy in the white shirt next to him, looking at himself imploringly. Zhong Oaknf couldn't help but feel a deer in the headlights in her heart, and she said with a trembling voice, How do you represent that? Qin Feng didn't say anything, just nodded his hand to his mouth where he had just eaten oysters and raised his eyebrows at her, stammering for words. At the age when youth is like a flower, girls more or less have all kinds of youthful fantasies. A sunny, handsome, young, golden, gentle Prince Charming in love with himself, and the two embark on a romantic love story. And Qin Feng's image is a perfect rendition of what it means to be a true Prince Charming. After only a few hours of contact, she had already imprinted Qin Feng deeply in her heart. It's just that she was too self-conscious and nervous, and the whole night was like a dream, and the whole thing was a bit overwhelming. It's like a mannequin, at the mercy of others. It wasn't until they got closer to the school and felt more and more secure that they relaxed a little. Now faced with Qin Feng's request, sensuality drove her to initiate the kiss. But reason told her not to do it. It was too humiliating. In the midst of the tangle, her entire body burned, her body temperature on the verge of bursting. At that moment, Qin Feng moved. He wrapped one arm around Zhong Oao, and with the other hand, he gently lifted her chin up. Zhong Oa superscript 1 per thousand realized what was going on and closed her eyes tightly. The sound of her heartbeat was deafening. She held her breath waiting for the dominating kiss to fall. Long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her small pink face was tinted with a blush. Qin Feng admired her for a moment and leaned down to gently sip on her surplus cherry red mouth. Her lips were sweet, like soft cotton candy. It also gives off a nice clean scent. Kissing her didn't have that passionate desire, only sweet satisfaction, like drinking manna to quench your thirst. Qin Feng was somewhat addicted and couldn't help but take a few more sips. For a moment he almost kissed her until she suffocated. It seemed like a century had passed. Qin Feng's boldness and fierceness made her feel as if she was immersed in a sea of love, surrounded by warm waters, unable to breathe or escape. Time and again she tried to struggle, all to no avail, only to be endlessly claimed by him. Is this what kissing feels like? Her eyes revealed confusion. Her nerves were on high alert and the man's scent put her circulation in a very hyperactive state. An inexplicable stirring arose in her heart. The dopamine her brain was producing made her want to do it again. Man in a state of extreme impulse, can do anything but math problems? Azhong Oai put down her shame and took the initiative to hold onto Qin Feng's neck and offered her lips up. Unlike just now, this time she would open her shell teeth lightly, clumsily learning Qin Feng's kissing technique, indulging in the pleasure. For a long time, it was not until her underwear was almost undone that Zhong Oai awoke with a start. Hurriedly, she pushed his body away and straightened her messy clothes. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Qin Feng scratched his head and laughed. It didn't hurt you, did it? Zhong Oai shook her head and did not open her mouth with a red face. She was feeling incredulous at her own initiative and sheepishly wanted to jump out of the car. Qin Feng secretly lamented in his heart. What on earth did this little girl grow up eating? Her body is so good. He was even more reluctant to let the girl run back to school at the moment. Oh, have you smeared on your mouth? Why is it so sweet? Qin Feng tilted his head in thought and smiled as he joked. You just offered to kiss me. Does that mean you like me? No. Zhong Oai denied in a panic. Qin Feng's smile froze and his face became a bit unnatural. This girl is also too bad at flirting. So bluntly rejected. How can one pick up the words Seeing that he seemed like he was about to get angry, Zhong Oai explained again in a hurry. I don't dislike you. I just don't have a job yet and I can't be with you. Why? Qin Feng wondered. They want me to finish my studies before I find a date. And now they want me to study hard, Zhong Oai said weakly. Qin Feng guessed that they should be Zhong Oai's parents' elders. The education and concepts of the older generation are in conflict with the modern youth. When I was in college, I was at the perfect age. If you don't get into a relationship at this point, where are you going to find a great life partner when you graduate and are 22 or 23? When you enter society later, you will have even less contact with the opposite sex. Mostly just co-workers and blind dates. Plus, it's not easy to find the right person when you're getting older yourself and surrounded by people who are becoming more and more pragmatic. Then what do you think about yourself? Qin Feng asked. I spent a lot of money on my studies. I want to earn money to repay them after graduation, Zhong Oai said sincerely. But you have money now. Qin Feng wondered. So much, I don't dare to use it. Zhong Oai's eyes flashed with a flash of worry. She felt that if she spent his money, then she would be at the mercy of others in the future. One is poor now, but at least one is free and has the possibility of making money in the future. If he just took his money and spent it frivolously, he wouldn't be in a position to hold his head up in front of him. Fool, you're my woman now. What's there to be afraid to use? Qin Feng pinched her face and said smilingly. Don't be afraid. You can use this money first. Tomorrow I'll take you to buy a plane yacht. In the future you don't need to work. Follow me to enjoy life. Only do what you like to do. Qin Feng's voice suddenly came to an abrupt halt as he spoke. His brows furrowed and a pained expression instantly appeared. What's wrong with you? Zhong Oai was lost in thought while listening. He looked up to see the man's eyes wide open, cold sweat pouring out of his face, and his face pale with fear. What was even more frightening was that a large amount of white foam kept coming out of his mouth, which was tightly clenched with teeth, like a crab spitting bubbles. Brother, don't scare me. What happened to you? Zhong Oai lost his voice and screamed. Seeing as Qin Feng was about to fall to the ground with his stomach covered, she hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt and supported Qin Feng with her body, then patted Wang Gang's seat in the front row and said eagerly, Uncle, something seems to have happened to brother. Stop the car. Wang Gang slowly stopped the car and looked back at Qin Feng with a pompous expression as he shouted, It's the young master's gastritis. It should be caused by the snack just now. We must send him to the hospital now. Then get him to the hospital. No need. The old disease endure a little not in the way. First send you back to school, said Qin Feng breathlessly. I'll take you to the hospital first. Don't talk, I'll rub you. And Wang Gang also directly turned around and drove towards the farthest hospital. Chapter 109, The Bunny Doesn't Want to Be Eaten. On the way, Qin Feng was in pain. Tightly wrapping her arms around Zhong Oai, she buried her face in her neck and drew a breath of cold air. The smell of the girl's body aggravated his pain, and he couldn't help but draw in another deep breath. The fresh scent of a young girl is completely different from the scent of a mature woman. Like the rain hit the gardenia after the pure and light, but also like a crisp cedar scent lingers in the nose. Qin Feng inhaled several times. His head was a bit lacking in oxygen, and he couldn't help but lean against her heart. Zhong Oai's mind was preoccupied with his condition and didn't notice anything wrong. It also squatted up slightly to make it easier for Qin Feng to rely on it. The half-squatting position with her hips in the air is extremely seductive. Qin Feng was filled with thoughts of pouncing on her, but this was a critical time, and revealing it would be detrimental to tonight's plans. He suppressed the desire in his heart and slowly released her, leaning back into the seat and, Brother, are you better? Zhong Oai asked nervously. Well, slowed down. Thank you. Qin Feng smiled weakly at her. You have a bad stomach. Why do you need to eat spicy food? Zhong Oai chided. Normally I don't eat it. but I just couldn't resist a couple bites because I was so happy to see you today. Xin Feng's words caused both pain and joy to Zhou Moao. Taking a napkin and wiping his mouth, he said softly, "Don't eat it again. Just get better." Xin Feng put his hand on top of the small hand on his stomach and said with a smile, "It's okay to have it once in a while. It's not a big deal. All serious illnesses start with a little bit of small problems, especially the stomach and intestines, which need to be checked and regulated." Zhong Oai said seriously. Xin Feng stroked her hair and said in relief, "Got it. Will you accompany me to the hospital for a checkup?" "Aha." Zhang nodded. "Oh, it's so nice. I love being with you." "Oh," said Xin Feng with a smile. Zhong Oa's face quietly reddened, and then realized that the two of them were very close, and their posture was a bit ambiguous. She bowed her head shyly, her eyes darting about. The car had been driving for 20 minutes or so. "She's just so soft and flavorful." Xin Feng's arm was wrapped tightly around the uninitiated woman. The touch is nothing short of ethereal and unforgettable. What would normally be one step is now split into three. It was hard to hang up at the ER and get blood work done. I waited for the report to come out and then went back to the doctor I had just seen. "You have chronic gastritis caused by Helicobacter pylori. It's more troublesome. You need to stay in bed. Hospitalization is recommended." The doctor frowned and said seriously. Xin Feng calmly said, "No need. I know my illness is troublesome. Just prescribe me some stashu." The doctor glanced at the out-of-the-blue gent. He slowly nodded his head to prescribe the drug, despite the fact that Staxil is not a prescription drug. Just a command to say something 100 times a day. Remember not to eat spicy and greasy foods that are cold in nature. And don't smoke or drink. Looking at him in a pathetic way, Jomo Wakas worried, "Does it still hurt a lot?" "Took the medicine, now it doesn't hurt. Just no strength." Xin Feng forced a smile. "Don't eat that food next time," Chung advised. "Got it." Xin Feng looked at her concerned eyes, smiled and apologized. "I'm sorry for delaying your return to school. It doesn't matter. As long as your body is fine." Jomo answered in a small voice. "Stay in a hotel with me tonight and take care of me. I promise I won't touch you." Xin Feng revealed his fox's tail. However, as he arrived at the hotel, Xin Feng walked with a tiger-like, fiery intensity, and the strength of his grip on his hand did not look like he needed to be taken care of. Then he thought that he should have returned to his dormitory at this time, but now he had appeared in the hotel in a haphazard manner. Her alertness came together and she finally reacted as an afterthought. It's like he's been trapped. In fact, all adult girls who follow boys into a hotel without having been drinking will sober up instantly. No matter how exquisite the lie or deep set was before, it was useless. They know exactly what they are about to face. The same goes for Zhong Oaa. She was nervous at the moment. Her hands and feet were cold and her eyelashes were fluttering. Rigidly, he followed Qin Feng into the hotel. Qin Feng had booked a suite in the clouds at the W Hotel on the Bund a long time ago. It's 40,000 bucks a night. This is a very hot Netflix hotel. A lot of people hit the card. The room state is always full. He's booked a room on the highest floor. The suite in the clouds is a two-story, elevated design with an outer ring of curved, 270-degree floor-to-ceiling glass. The view is stunning, with the modern feel of a night magic city, and the room's bay window overlooks the unobstructed Pearl of the Orient. The reason why I booked this hotel instead of the most expensive Yangyun Amman is because this W hotel has a super king-size bed that rotates. Entering the door, I saw what looked like 4 huge black petals on top, extending out to 4 hanging posts suspending the 3-meter circular hammock in the air. Lying on the bed in a slow 360-degree rotation and imagining the romance of sleeping on a cloud adds to the excitement of the bed. There's also the oversized bathtub directly across from the exterior glass, which by now is covered in flower petals. Take a shower while still being naked and enjoying the magical booming night view. Baby, you shower first, and I'll never peek. Joan Oanf saw the big bed and her head went blank. She was completely unprepared, and for a moment her mind was confused about what to do, so she begged Qin Feng for mercy. Brother, I'm afraid. What's there to be afraid of with a bath? Do you want me to help you? Qin Feng said with a bad smile. Can we not be like this? Joan Oa's eyes were full of begging. Don't worry, if I said I won't touch you, I won't touch you. Good boy. Don't be afraid, Qin Feng coaxed softly. These words gave Joan Oaa a little bit of courage. Closing the bathroom door, Hushpuppy took a shower and stepped out wrapped in a towel. The snow-white bath towel could barely cover her proud spring color. Qin Feng suppressed his anger and rushed to take a shower, then pulled her into bed, turning off the lights. Qin Feng waited for a few minutes before becoming restless. I have a bad stomach. Rub it for me. We'll cuddle and sleep. It's okay. I'll just touch it. Don't be afraid. The little rabbit that had been lying there stupidly motionless tensed up in a flash. As Qin Feng pounced on her, she stomped on him violently as if she was frightened. Then clutching the towel that had slipped aside, he ran into the bathroom. no matter how much Qin Feng knocked on the door outside. He didn't open it. Chapter 110. The title number of this chapter is Too Dangerous to Drive. Qin Feng knocked on the door for half an hour. It took all sorts of methods and cajoling to never get the bathroom door to crack open. Qin Feng eventually admitted defeat helplessly. Okay, come on out. I really won't touch you this time. I swear. I'm telling the truth. Come out of bed. What will it take for you to believe me? It is evident that certain things are difficult to carry out if the girl strongly disagrees. It was late at this point. Qin Feng was afraid that she would stay inside for the whole night, so he completely gave up the idea of eating the rabbit. He left the suite, going out to the next door to open a room. Lying on the bed, thinking about the yukai in his arms just now, tossing and turning and unable to sleep, Qin Feng was sad. It was his first loss. Previously, neither Xiating nor Shifuya had resisted a bit, allowing themselves to be a fish out of water. I would have thought that this younger, more innocent girl would have been easier to get. I didn't expect to fall on my face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. So he simply got dressed and got ready to go to the bar in the W Hotel to have some fun. The plan was to have a couple of small drinks and pay for a pretty girl to keep him company for the long night. It was at this moment that his cell phone rang. Ojang Oai sent a message. Brother, I'm sorry. Qin Feng had gas in his heart and did not want to go back. But he thought that people were still small and it was normal to be a little scared. Qin Feng, it's because I was in too much of a hurry and didn't consider your feelings. Zhong Oai, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been like this. Qin Feng, oh, if you want to regret it, we can continue. Zhong Oai, brother, do you love me? Qin Feng was shocked. How did this girl get so much guts to ask such words? Without thinking he replied, I love you. You're my favorite woman. Ojango, then come back. I'm ready this time. Qin Feng was overjoyed and rushed to the next door and knocked on the door. A short while later, the misty-eyed and blushing Zhong Oao opened the door to the room. Qin Feng couldn't help but frown as he walked in and smelled the odor of wine. You've been drinking? Aha. How much did you drink? I don't know. Qin Feng was silent for a moment and gently picked her up on her front towards the big bed. Brother, I love you too. You know what? I froze when I saw you in the afternoon. You are so handsome. Even more handsome than in the photo. I want to be with you so much. But they say I am a bumpkin. I am afraid I can't match you. Qin Feng listened to the girl's murmur, looking at the two open bottles of wine on the table. He knew that the silly girl had drunk a lot. Although this girl's appearance was tempting, Qin Feng didn't want to take her first time when she was drunk. You're $100 billion tycoon and you need to pick up a corpse? He put Zhong Oai on the bed smoothly and tried to pour her a cup of boiled water to sober her up. Instead, he found her clinging to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. I've just been thinking about this a lot, and whether you really mean it or you're just trying to trick me into sleeping with you. I'm willing to give myself to you because you're the first man who's ever made me hold my head up. Then why are you still hiding in the bathroom? Qin Feng asked faintly as he smelled the girl's wine scent. I'm afraid you'll disappear after you've loved. And I don't want to sleep with you because you're paying me. I don't think that's right, but it's actually because you're paying me that's why I'm out here. And I don't know what to do about it. And I don't know what I want to say. She wiped the tears from her eyes and let go of Qin Feng, then stood up on the bed shakily and unwrapped the towel from her body. In the warm yellow light, her crystalline, delicate body was unclothed. Take it if you like. Brother, it's all I have. Qin Feng froze for a moment. The image is really so visually appealing. It's a good thing I didn't know how to moderate myself for the past 2 days, or I would have absolutely pounced on it. Such a wonderful night. Qin Feng didn't want to let her pass by in confusion. And the taste of this drunken rabbit should be a bit worse than a normal rabbit. So Qin Feng picked her up in a princess carry and then threw her under the covers. I'll get it when you're sober. Now sleep quietly. After saying that, Qin Feng turned around to get her hot towels and hot water. Why? Because I like you. Qin Feng brought a towel and said lightly while wiping her face. So don't want to force you to do something you don't like. I want my woman to be happy and joyful. I like my brother too. Shun Osmold. Well, sleep at ease. Qin Feng said perfunctorily. Brother sleeps with me, Zhong Oao said, holding up her hands. Wine is such a good thing. Let the timid be brave and let loose. It also gives men and women an excuse to roll together. Qin Feng gently hugged her, and finally coaxed this girl to sleep with a good deal of persuasion. Sigh, I can't go to the bar this time. And to resist the temptation to take care of her. Mud. I should have known not to reply to her messages. Qin Feng cursed in his heart, took off his clothes and slept next to her. Luckily the 3-meter king-size bed was wide enough. There was a galaxy between the two. Without physical contact, Qin Feng slowly calmed down and also slowly went into dreamland. In the dream, he was holding Xiating on his left and Shifuya on his right, with a sloth like Zhong Ookoa in the middle. Oh, early the next morning, Ojango's waking up. She was a little confused when she opened her eyes and realized she wasn't in her dorm room. The white sheets, the flamboyant ceiling, and the man close at hand, himself naked and cowering in his arms. All of this overwhelmed her. After a while, her brain helped her slowly remember what happened yesterday. Thinking that she had been so shameless, she was too ashamed to open her eyes for a moment. Luckily the man was a heavy sleeper. Jono Wako's eyes lit up as she looked carefully at the man in front of her. His eyes were closed and his skin was a little rough, like he had been through the elements. The 5 features were all ordinary on their own, but together they looked proper and masculine looking. The angular silhouette, in particular, makes him handsome in a more 3-dimensional way. What's it like to wake up and realize that the Prince Charming of your dreams is sleeping next to you? Jono Ao's eyes showed a hazy love as she looked at it. This man is young, golden and gentle. There is no taking advantage of a situation and forcing yourself to be difficult when you don't want to be. Instead, he took care of himself all night and said he wanted to give himself happiness. Thinking of this, Jono seemed to have some drunkenness again at the moment. She ventured over and kissed him on the corner of his lips. I didn't realize that this was like waking up a sleeping princess. The man in front of him slowly awoke. P.S. Babes order freebies and don't learn from the author. Chapter 111. What is the experience of spending $100 million a day? Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, glanced at her and curved the corner of his mouth and said, "Good morning, baby. Good morning, good morning." Qin Feng slowly rolled over and reached out to take her into his arms, whispering in her ear. Sober? Qin Feng said with a bad smile. I put up with it all night. It's your turn. The hammock finally began to slowly rotate. Spring colors swirled around the room. As the saying goes, the wine is getting strong and spring thoughts are swirling, and the mandarin ducks are embroidered with red waves. The fiery red sun rises from the pearl of the Orient. Everything is reviving. The grass is growing, and there is vitality and romance everywhere. Half an hour later, the world calmed down. Qin Feng received a system message. System tip, Jono Ao's favoritism plus 20. Cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for getting $35 million in cash. 90. Nice guy. I can't believe I'm adding so much goodwill. Looking at the spots of blood on the bed, Qin Feng guessed that this might be related for the first time. Does it still hurt? Qin Feng asked compassionately as he hugged the girl who had just become a woman. The girl in his arms shook her head gently, her hair ruffling his cheek and tickling him a little. Qin Feng smiled and rubbed the woman's shrunken head and said, "From now on you're my woman. What do you have to say to your brother?" Qin Feng wrapped his arms around her body and, the fact that the two hearts were close to each other, but they couldn't feel her heartbeat, showed how strong she was. Jono Aoi slightly screwed up her body and said shyly, "2, say what?" The arc of Qin Feng's smile increased a bit more when he saw this, urging, "Didn't you say everything last night? Now you're dumb?" Jono Aoi buried her slightly heated face into the man's chest, too shy to say a word. "Ha ha ha, I still like the way you had your say last night." Qin Feng teased a few times, seeing that she was still like an ostrich, burying her head and not speaking. He also said some "I will be responsible for" and other scumbag quotes, coaxed her eyes swing again. When they had slowed down, the two of them sat down on the couch in their bathrobes to relax, call for breakfast at the hotel and eat while overlooking the bustle of the magic city out the window. Admire the sun at 9 a.m. Looking down when one is high up in the sky always creates some kind of grandeur for no reason at all. Qin Feng felt the same way. Beauty in your arms and a kingdom in your hands is the ultimate romance for a man. Looking at the skyscrapers in the distance, the previous idea of opening an entertainment and media company popped up again, now holding 65 million cash in hand, which can turn into 650 billion when converted to dog-licking gold. Enough to screw around and create a movie industry giant. Thinking about the future when the company boss, all kinds of stunning beauty around, superstars running over to flatter, international director in front of their own bowed head and waist. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth were crooked. When the company is profitable, he'd like to start a roundup program, draw a few ordinary people on the road every day and help them fulfill their wishes. Sports cars, mansions, hundreds of millions of dollars in cash. Even if he wanted to get ahead, he could spend resources to help him succeed, then put these out in a live stream for everyone to see. The effect is absolutely stunning. The number of viewers is also enough to support a live streaming platform. At that time, every word one says can set off a huge wave. The impact should be no less than that of a superstar. So what if you don't know how to sing and dance rap? It's still the same thing that has captivated thousands of men and women. But all of this requires the ability to defend yourself first. Otherwise, we might suddenly lose the person one day while surfing. Qin Feng had grown up knowing the truth of harboring a treasure and not revealing one's wealth. What happens when a poor man is suddenly given a huge sum of money that would make a big man's heart skip a beat? There are so many people who are desperate for money that a couple of tranquilizer guns could take him away once they get to the bottom of it. When the time comes to be locked up and studied, no one will be able to save themselves. The system had only given him one hypnosis spell so far, and it could only be used twice, which didn't help at all. Amounts that go up to the unit of $1 billion will attract packs and packs of jackals and tigers. The last time he dropped off Shafiria at the bar, it had been obvious to him that Lo was stupidly attracted to him. The good thing is that people are quite disciplined and very kind, but you can't bet on the other guy being good every time. That's why life-saving skills are so important, and you need to get one first no matter what. Having superpowers is the only way to feel comfortable and bold about using Bill abilities. Of the 3 girls who've had relationships so far, Jono Ao is the girl who is most likely to break through the 80. Just 3 million bounties, 2 million cards charged, plus 1 hard labor, and a straight cashback success. Simple girls are really easy to fool, but it's just because they're so simple. It made Chin Fong fall in love with this girl a bit uncontrollably, though the two had been in contact for a short period of time. It's only been 2 meetings full stop, but sometimes feelings are something that no one can say. Plus her reward is a one-time resurrection armor, a life-saving artifact, whatever the purpose. On the other hand, Bao Hongbiao assaulted another person for provocation and did not agree to mediation, refused to pay $100,000 for moral damages in addition to medical expenses, lost wages, etc. He was sentenced by the public security authorities to 5 days administrative detention and a fine of 500 yuan in accordance with the Public Security Administration punishment law. Today is the day he gets out of detention. He'd been in there for 5 whole days, working out what to do about the woman who'd hurt him the most. According to some of the routines taught to him by his older brother in the detention center, he was confident that he could cheat the woman out of her money and force her to sing on the streets. He got his own cell phone back from the police station and was ready to arrange for someone to do something. I didn't expect a whole bunch of blackmail about that woman to show up on my cell phone. There are many screenshots of money transfers between men and her, hotel date logs, videos of villa party orgies, hospital infertility test reports. Bao Hongbiao was taken aback. Mud. What's the need for a bull ***** arrangement with all this? Sending it directly to someone she knows can make her lose her reputation, especially her family, and can keep her head up for the rest of her life. Then report her to the police. She's a mobster, so a good lawyer won't have much trouble getting 3 or 5 years. She'll be over 30 when she gets out, and if she tries to get a job, I'm sure no one will want her if she brings up the fact that she's been in jail herself. Eventually he himself then recruited her as a waitress at the store and made her work overtime every day and make her clean the toilet every day. Thinking of this, Bao Hongbiao rushed back to the police station. Find the police comrade in charge of your case. A sad face cried out. Comrade cop, do you know why I hit my girlfriend? The policeman asked with a puzzled look on his face. Isn't it because you're jealous? Suspecting your girlfriend is cheating on you? No. Actually, it was because I knew my girlfriend was cheating on me, and I got angry. Bao Hongbiao handed the phone to the police to see. Comrade police, I want to report a case. My girlfriend behind my back to secretly and more than one man to gather a crowd of promiscuous fighting. She also has a marriage fraud case on her body. The verdict came down, have not returned the money to the people. The policeman looked on, his eyes growing serious. Chapter 112, if you want to touch Aoeka, unless you pass me first. Jiang Manhwa was discharged after a few days in the hospital. When she was first brought to the hospital, she was very experienced at yelling all the time about ringing in her ears, headaches, and being uncomfortable. Asked to be hospitalized and had the hospital give her a diagnosis of minor injuries. The hospital carefully examined her in all aspects and found nothing serious except some gynecological problems. The slap marks on his face will go down in a few days, and the bridge of his nose is not broken. Not even a minor injury. The hospital hospitalized her for observation and did not give her any minor injury report. This kind of report is a matter for the accreditation agency and has nothing to do with the hospital. The case given by the hospital will just be used as an important basis. Jiang Manhwa saw that there was no opportunity to blackmail, and had planned to stay in the hospital. Medical bills for lost wages will definitely be reimbursed anyway, but lying in a hospital bed unattended is super boring. Plus the doctors on the inpatient unit had extremely bad attitudes. Days ran to scold her for wasting public resources by not being sick and taking up beds for other needy patients. Jiang Manhwa and he had a big fight a few times, did not quarrel people. The entire ward of patients also sided with each other and lectured her. Hospital beds are already tight, and you're a young girl who's dying to get slapped. What's that like? Jiang Manhwa was too humiliated to leave the hospital and return to her rental house. Since there was no way to blackmail money from Bao Hongbiao, she could only think of a way to find a way on Chin Fong. Today happened to be the last day of the appointment with Chin Fong. She called Chin Fong, intending to beg him to forgive her and give a little money to herself. She knew very well that Jade would not do the two of them a bit of good. All she wants is money. If she could, she was willing to let Qin Feng beat her up, as long as she paid. The result found that his number was blacked out, and he was shocked and angry. He had won $90 million. What's wrong with sharing a little bit of himself? You don't need much yourself, just a few million. After chasing himself for so long, wasn't he interested in his body at all? Jian Manhua was extremely reluctant to call her best friend to deliver her cell phone. She must call and talk to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was having dinner with two of Zhong Oao's roommates at the moment. A girl named Xiaoli is a native of Mordor and has an arrogant personality. At the sight of herself appearing with Zhong Oai, her face didn't look too good. She dragged Zhongmei with Grave with ring above to ask questions and even accused her of being unintelligent and short-sighted to be with such a prodigal male. Qin Feng laughed and stepped forward to protect Zhong Oai behind him and educated Xiaoli. Pretty girl, you look so pretty. Why are you so vicious? You don't want others to be better off than you, do you? Xiaoli was dressed cool today, with gradient-colored sunglasses, two large metal earrings hanging from her earlobes, and her dark hair draped over her sides, a long polo shirt on top. The length of the shirt goes down to the thighs, and underneath was simply a pair of super short denim hot pants, shorter than the dress. The person was beautiful, with a small red mouth and fair, aquiline skin. The number of relationships is also 0. Unfortunately, the charisma value is a little off, just shy of an 89. You're the one who's evil. You harass our family with circumflex and you're evil. Xiaoli gasped. I'm in a relationship with anyone else. What right do you, an outsider, have to tell her what to do? Qin Feng did not budge an inch. I'm her best friend and I have an obligation to keep my eyes open for her and not fall for some scumbag. Xiaoli huffed and pouted, staring at the man with displeasure. The man gave her a bad feeling, dressed in grease and air, exactly like her cousin who flirts with girls everywhere. That I really have to thank you for protecting Aoa for me, Qin Feng said with a bad smile. Oh, and did you become yours? Under her brown sunglasses, Xiaoli rolled her eyes at him dismissively. You guys stop bickering and order your food first. Guiyunjian rounded up. People have been cheated out of everything. What's the point of talking about it at this point? Peony asked, flipping through the menu. Brother Qin Feng, what do you want to eat? Just watch what you order. I've never been here before, and serve whatever specialties are available. Qin Feng was a few years older, and it was normal for this group of 20-year-old girls to call him their brother. Only normal girls would normally call him handsome. This brotherly nickname is too intimate. However, looking at her face, which was also quite youthful and pretty, Qin Feng allowed her to call herself that. Then let's try the Magic City's local cuisine. Signature braised pork, ringing oil eel threads, golden crispy scallops, crispy pigeon, tangy roasted flour gums, and wasabi gelatin shrimp balls. Guiyunjian ordered from the waiter. They were now at a private dining room, a place recommended by Xiaoli. Detached townhouse in a classical and elegant setting with a high level of compulsion. The price is not very expensive, per capita 300 or 400, but it is said that it is very difficult to book a place here. All the old Magic City people can eat. Brother can't eat spicy food. Ask them not to put chili pepper in it, Zhong Oai cautiously reminded. Mordor cuisine is on the sweet side. It's not going to be very spicy, Peony explained. It's fine. It's okay to eat a little bit, Qin Feng soothed. Xiaoli inquired as she sniffed, her suspicious gaze glancing back and forth between Zhong Oao and Qin Feng. Oi seemed to care about him a lot. Xiaoli is a local and basically goes home to live on weekends, so she didn't know that Zhong Oao had become Qin Feng's girlfriend yesterday. Qin Feng saw Zhong Oao's embarrassment at being asked and lowered his head and didn't say anything again, so he smiled and said for her. How refreshing. Can't she care about her man? Humph. Smug stinker. Xiaoli frowned. I won't let Oi take advantage of me before we get married. Qin Feng laughed, his eyes measuring this cool little girl from top to bottom. Provocatively. What if I must take advantage? Xiaoli sneered. Then I'll tell my dad to take you in. Qin Feng was slightly startled. No wonder this little girl looks like she is tugging at 2,500. And her body is still so clean. I feel like my family is so powerful that no one dares to mess with them. This thorny rose is very prickly. But men love this one. Risking your life to pick up girls can be too exciting. However, Qin Feng didn't have much interest in her because the rice in the house was simply too much to eat. You'd better not worry about others. Mind your own business. Little girl, Qin Feng smiled. Humph. I won't let you get away with it anyway. Uncle. Xiaoli's eyes stared straight at Qin Feng. The two men's eyes clashed, sparks in the air. Zhong Oanf heard them talking about themselves and was too shy to say a word. Hyunjun was thinking about how to quietly ask for Qin Feng's number. The four were silent in the box for a while. And it wasn't until Qin Feng's cell phone rang that the tranquility was interrupted. Qin Feng looked at the caller ID, and the note said Jiang Manhwa BFF. Chapter 113, Will you get back together with your ex? Qin Feng frowned slightly when he saw that it was Jiang Manhwa's best friend who called. This woman is in league with Jiang Manhwa, sandwiched between himself and Jiang Manhwa, acting as a harmonizer. Usually, there were some requests that Jiang Manhwa was not convenient to mention, and she was the one to tell herself. Let's say Jiang Manhwa ran out of money and needed him to call in. Jiang Manhwa is injured and sick in the hospital and needs him to call in money. Jiang Manhwa is in a bad mood and needs to fight for money. The woman also used to come and do his thinking when he was about to give up. The two had completely torn their faces off this time. What else could she say? Qin Feng smiled and picked up the phone. He wanted to hear what else this woman put. Hello, Moxie. I didn't expect an obnoxious voice to come from my cell phone. Qin Feng, I want to talk to you. Qin Feng's face changed slightly as he coldly said, Jiang Manhwa? The three girls at the table all perked up their ears when they heard him say the girl's name. It's me, Jiang Manhwa said slowly as she brewed up her emotions in front of her best friend. Qin Feng, we agreed to be together in the beginning. As soon as Qin Feng heard that he still had to pull the old accounts of that year, he immediately interrupted. Stop, I don't want to hear this. If there's nothing else I'll hang up. Take care of yourself. Jiang Manhwa said eagerly. Wait, listen to me finish my sentence. And in the future I promise to never bother you again. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. A man's words are good when he is about to die. He would like to hear what this woman wants to say. Okay, you wait. After he finished speaking to Jiang Manhwa, he smiled apologetically at Zhong Oei. I'm going out to take a call. You guys eat first. Aha, Zhang nodded obediently. Qin Feng rubbed her head and got up to walk outside. I bet this phone is definitely his ex-girlfriend's. Shelley clasped her hands on her chest and stared viciously at Qin Feng's faraway back with a certainty. Aha. Although she was worried that Qin Feng was an amorous prodigal son, it was useless to worry. One does not have the skills to change this man. Having chosen him, then we'll just have to walk with him. It's normal. Who wouldn't be attracted to a handsome guy like this who was worth millions of dollars? Propping her head up with both hands, Peony was also looking straight at Qin Feng's back and said quietly. Shelley glanced at her with disdain and said to Zhong Oei, anyway, why don't we go and listen to what he has to say? Just now his tone was exactly the same as when the scum broke up. I think he must be talking about the breakup right now. Do you want to go and see his true colors? This isn't very good. Brother doesn't want us to hear it. If you're not going, then I'm going. I'm going to expose this scumbag. Xiaoli got up and quietly followed. Ray-san, wait for me. Hyunjayun gossiped and followed when she saw someone leading the way. Zhong Oanf was left alone at the dinner table, staring at the two men following Qin Feng with big, lifeless eyes. Qin Feng was oblivious to the fact that there were two sisters trailing him. He came outside into the yard, where the Rolls-Royce was parked not far away. He entered the car, turned on the air conditioning, and leaned back in his chair, comfortably, and said to Jiang Manhwa, Go ahead, I'm listening. Jiang Manhwa had been brewing her emotions for most of the day, and at this moment, she slowly opened her mouth. Can we just be nice? I know you still like me. I can feel it. Qin Feng once again coldly interrupted. Is that what you're trying to say? Jiang Manhwa was choked. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't eat softly, slightly angry. Usually it was Qin Feng who was obedient to himself, and now that he had managed to put himself down and apologize to him, he didn't even appreciate it? For a moment the emotions got the better of him and he couldn't help but question. Do you think I want this? What's wrong with me being a girl and wanting a better life? I want to be with you too. But what can I do when you couldn't give me what I wanted before? Qin Feng was silent for a moment after hearing this. He wondered who gave this woman the courage to say such things. Taking your own money and then biting yourself back and blaming yourself for not giving enough? What kind of family is it that breeds such shameless thinking? Women are born to be spoiled. Is that what men are born to be so humble as to lick? So, now that I can afford to give it, I have to give it to you? Qin Feng sneered. His patience was all but gone at the moment, and he didn't want to nag anymore. As soon as this woman says one more unbelievable thing, he then decided to black out the number. But what I didn't expect was an apology from the other side. Only Jiang Manhwa said from the bottom of her heart, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Let's start over, okay? Qin Feng was silent. At this time, Peony, who followed Xiaoli out, saw Qin Feng getting into the Rolls-Royce. The eyes turned into the shape of love hearts. Granted, it's not unusual for someone who can drop $3 million to drive a multi-million-dollar car. But actually seeing this kind of luxurious and domineering Rolls-Royce, there are still shocked. She was now super eager to get into that car and feel the luxurious atmosphere inside. Whatever it takes. Xiaoli, on the other hand, had no expression when she saw the Rolls-Royce. She led Peony towards the Rolls-Royce. At that moment a big man suddenly came out and blocked their way. I'm sorry, ma'am, but this is my boss's car, and you can't come near it. The two looked at each other, both feeling a bit surprised. Just now, when they saw the stupid big guy sitting in the doorway eating egg fried rice, they thought it was strange. Where did this turd come from? I didn't expect it to be Qin Feng's bodyguard. Xiaoli wasn't going to give up so easily. She thought about it and pulled Wang Gang's hand and pouted. Uncle, I'm a little girl who won't do anything to your boss. Just let me through. She has this image of a cute, hot girl who can't be stopped by the average guy when she spills her guts. Unfortunately, Wang Gang was not an average man. He only shook his head slowly and muffled his voice. The boss is on the phone. Please stay away. Seeing that softness wasn't working, Xiaoli turned around and wrapped her arms around Peony. Sneaking in. You left. I right. We go around. See who he grabs. Yell molestation if we get caught. Peony's eyes dodged as she hesitantly advised. It's not a good idea. It'll make a bad impression. Whose side are you on anyway? What kind of good impression do you want with this kind of scum? Xiaoli said angrily. Forget it, just in case the person really likes Aoeka. Let's not make a mess. Peony didn't dare to mess around for fear of offending such a rich big shot. All the more reason to go and listen to what he has to say so we know what kind of person he is. Xiaoli reasoned. Peony also didn't dare to offend this raw young lady and said helplessly. Okay, I'll distract the big dumb guy and try to stall you for as long as I can, so you can hear for yourself. After saying that, she walked straight to Wang Gang and jumped in his arms in front of everyone, raising her voice. Brother-in-law, you brought me here for dinner. Sis won't be angry when she sees it. The two stood not far from the doorway, and the voice caused passers-by to gawk at them uncontrollably. There were also guests inside the restaurant, poking their heads in. Wang Gang's entire body was dumbfounded. His face reddened to a pig's liver color, and he hurriedly tried to push her away. Didn't even notice the other girl creeping around behind him. Chapter 114, Hip Swish. Xiaoli crouched on the side of the Rolls-Royce with a cat's back, not caring if the door was hot or not, and pressed her ear directly to the door. Hearing Qin Feng's cold voice inside. We're done, so please leave me alone. The corners of Xiaoli's mouth curled up in an expression that said it all. With just this one sentence, Qin Feng was labeled as a scum in her heart for starting a mess. I don't need to hear what follows to know that it must be a play about giving money as a breakup fee. Xiaoli stood up and waved her head at Guiyunjian, heading towards the diner. She had to go and do Zhong Oaoas thinking, so that she wouldn't be obsessed. Following this kind of scum would definitely not be happy in the end. Only then did Peony let go of Wang Gang, who had a mouth to feed. Jiang Manchue, on the other side, was still desperately trying to salvage the relationship. I promise you to delete all the other men and keep only you, and we'll be happy and joyful together from now on. Okay? Jiang Manchue's voice clamped with incomparable disgust. When Qin Feng heard these words, he couldn't wait to strangle the opposite side. Back then it was the brain that was so mushy with sure that made me want to go on with this woman. This woman has treated herself like a cutie so far. Play. Qin Feng had a bellyful of fire, but he calmed down quickly. He knew it was useless to lash out. The only way to get rid of the hate is to return the favor. It's too late. You'll be leaving me soon. Qin Feng sighed. He had gotten a message from Lily Chiu in the morning. That Bao Hongbiao has been released from prison and has received information has been reported to the public security authorities. If they moved faster, the law enforcement officers were probably already on their way to Jiang Manchue's house at this time. So it was no surprise that the next time the two of them would meet would be 3 or 5 years from now. By then, her own career should have developed, and I'm afraid it won't be easy for her to see herself. How come? I'll never leave you. I'll never play around again, and I'll give you a big fat boy later, okay? Jiang Manchue was still using her disgusting voice to violate Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng wanted to ask her a bunch of gynecological diseases, plus infertility can give birth to a what the hell out? He didn't voice his heartfelt doubts, though. There was something he wanted to do more right now than pointless name-calling and taunting. Qin Feng adjusted his tone and said in an emotional voice, Manchue, are you telling the truth? Do we still have a chance? As soon as Jiang Manchue heard that Qin Feng's tone was a bit loose, as if he wanted to change his mind, his heart was immediately happy. The lickspittle couldn't get over himself after all, and all it took was a little casual pretending to hold him in place. Next just meet with him and seduce him physically. Surely you can get him to hand over the money obediently. I also wonder how much of the $90 million he has spent lavishly. If there's less than half the money left, he'll never be spared. Jiang Manchue said softly to Qin Feng while secretly thinking, fool, of course we have a chance. You have to trust me. I don't believe it. You've been lying to me. Never loved me. Qin Feng suddenly choked up, his voice aggrieved. I'm not lying to you. I've kept all the good things you've done for me all these years in silence. After Jiang Manchue finished speaking, her mind was already thinking about how to trick Qin Feng out of his money. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You're just trying to rip me off. Qin Feng's voice was a bit hysterical. Letting himself go. Jiang Manhua panicked as soon as she heard that the other parties seemed to have smartened up. I don't. What will it take for you to believe that I really like you? If you really have me in your heart, then how much money have I given you in total in these 3 or 4 years? Do you remember? Qin Feng questioned. Jiang Manhua heart roughly calculated. The first 1 or 2 years of study is not much. After 2 years of more than 3,000 per month, there's almost $80,000 or $90,000 in all. That's not enough money to pay for a bar meal for those rich kids. But it beats stability. Every month. If nothing else, today is the time to pay the money. And he said last payday he was going to give himself $4,000. It's a shame there was that Bao Hongbiao incident. Counting the necklace. You spent nearly $100,000 on me. I remember it clearly. Jiang Manhua vaguely said a little higher. Okay, if you return the $100,000 to me, I'll start over with you, Qin Feng said seriously. Alarm bells went off in Jiang Manhua's heart. This man isn't trying to cheat himself out of money, is he? She spoke hesitantly. You spent all $90 million? Qin Feng directly sent her a screenshot of his bank balance of $65 million, and also took a picture of himself sitting in the car. Show her the tweets. Bought a Rolls-Royce and a villa in the last few days and have less than $65 million left. Jiang Manhua's eyes immediately turned red when she saw the bank balance, as well as the Rolls-Royce that Qin Feng had casually slapped down. Her blood boiled all over at the thought that the money would soon be her own. She was very confident that all of this was true, or else Qin Feng couldn't have so many women around him. At the moment a demonic whisper came over the microphone. I want $100,000 to buy out the mistakes you made in the past, and from now on we'll be as good as new. We'll start over, and I'll like you as much as I did before, but I've recently met other women. I have to give them a share of my money. I can't give you all of it. At most I can only give you 20 million at the most. You'd better make up your mind soon, or in a couple of days I'll know a few more girls and there won't be any room for you. Jiang Manhua gradually believed the other party's words once she heard him rambling on about arranging money in the future. If they were lying to themselves, they could have said that they would give all the money to themselves. Only if you have genuinely thought about yourself would you plan and organize it this way. And with the other party's $65 million sitting there in plain sight, how could they possibly miss their $100,000? She heard Qin Feng say at the end that he was going to pick up other girls. There was a rush. $20 million is very little. It can't be less. Good. I promise you. Buy out our past and let's start over. Aha, aha. Remember to write down that it's money for the return of the gift and I'll wait for you to transfer the money. Qin Feng couldn't suppress the joy in his heart and his voice became excited. Hanging up the phone, he pulled her WeChat from his blacklist and waited quietly for the transfer prompt. Jiang Manhua didn't care about Qin Feng's misbehavior. She was full of thoughts of exchanging $100,000 for 20 million at the moment, and she only has $50,000 on hand, and she's still $50,000 short. Where else can I get $50,000 when I can't get a small loan anymore? Thinking about it, she glanced over to her best friend who had called out to her. Chapter 115, The Flower Guardian is a real pain in the ass. Jiang Manhua's best friend knew all about Qin Feng's deeds. At this moment, he heard Jiang Manhua say that she was only $50,000 short of $20 million. She's excited. After all, once Qin Feng's dog-licking stance was too deeply rooted in people's hearts. Now that there is serious money to be made, it's only logical that you wouldn't give up on this first love. Jiang Manhua promised herself to get 20 million and split $1 million. Who wouldn't do a business that turns $50,000 into $1 million? She immediately set 50,000 out of her credit card and gave it to Jiang Manhua. Jiang Manhua got the money and transferred it with gusto. The note states that it is the money Qin Feng gave himself as a gift during these 4 years, and from now on it is a clean break with the past. Qin Feng returned an okay gesture. Then she told her that she was in Magic City in the past 2 days, partying with friends, and that she might have to come back in a couple of days, and asked her to wait obediently at home. Jiang Manhua was busy and did not hesitate to reply to the message saying that she was not going anywhere, just waiting for him to come back at home. After receiving another expression of a flying kiss from Qin Feng, I'm excited to celebrate with a hug from my best friend, and I'm full of fantasies about what I'm going to do with $20 million. After she got the money, she planned to first call out a few better-looking KTV young masters, sing and drink, and party all night long, then buy designer bags and fly first class, and be a real celebrity in a circle of fake celebrities. Buy another house for your retirement. Also buy a few good-looking clothes for your parents. Wearing a poor look every day. Shame on you. She was thinking about the climax when the doorbell rang. Jiang Manhua thought it was a surprise Qin Feng had prepared for himself. Mind blown with joy. He said he'd be back in a couple of days. But in reality, as soon as he heard he was going to give him a baby, He couldn't wait to get here. Jiang Manhwa felt very satisfied with Qin Feng's performance and decided to try to avoid him a bit when playing in the future. She ran to the door with a big smile on her face. Hated lying to me about 2 days. She clenched her throat in mid-sentence and stumbled over her words. Just outside the door stood 2 men and a woman. 3 people in uniform. The uniforms were all of the same style. Blue shirts on top and black pants on the bottom. The coat of arms on the hat. And the shoulder straps. Police number, and armbands on the clothes are not missing. Both carried a briefcase in their hands and asked with serious expressions. Hello, is this Ms. Jiang Manhwa? I. Jiang Manhwa was dumbfounded and didn't know whether to admit it or not. But the policeman didn't even wait for her to answer and said directly, Girl Jiang Manhwa, you are suspected of multiple fraud cases and gathering a crowd to commit lewdness. You are now under mandatory summons. Please put the handcuffs on yourself. Boom! A bolt from the blue exploded in Jiang Manhwa's mind. As if she was really struck by lightning, Jiang Manhwa stood motionless in the doorway, constantly recalling the things she had done over the past few years. I didn't. We did it voluntarily, she explained, her face ashen and terrified. Multiple people are breaking the law, so please cooperate with us, the policeman said coldly. Jiang Manhwa stiffened and was pulled up by the policewoman and handcuffed with her hands. For a moment, she felt her scalp tingling and her heart in turmoil. The thought of actually going to jail. She wanted to cry. She wanted to beg for mercy. She wanted to weasel out. She wanted to splutter and beg not to take herself away, but she didn't dare to do so in front of 3 cold-faced policemen. At this point, she shouted out in a rush. I didn't volunteer. They forced me. The policeman's expression grew serious. If things were as she said, then the gravity of the situation was even greater. Qin Feng hung up the phone. Looking at the $100,000 in his cell phone, he smiled and shook his head. It's a lot easier to even scam people when you have money. That's something he didn't expect. He planned to meet the woman in jail in a few days. What about picking out that she's been duped by herself when the time comes? It's better to give her some hope and tell her she's out there waiting for her, so that she can go to jail without fear. Waiting for her to come out and then slapping her in the face? Which one is tougher? He pondered this as he made his way back into the dining room. Having settled his ex, he was in a good mood at the moment. Looking at the table of untouched food, he said apologetically, Sorry, it's been a bit of a long chat and I've delayed your dinner. No. Brother Qin Feng, quickly sit down. Guiyunjian pointed to the spot in between herself and Zhou Moai, and waved at Qin Feng. After seeing the Rolls Royce, she smiled a little more fawningly. Obviously. Poof. Scum. She sat in the opposite seat, 1 foot on the other stool, revealing her white thighs with a very arrogant look. Zhou Moai's head was lowered in silence, her expression a little lost. Xiaoli had been talking about Qin Feng's messy breakup with his ex since he came back. She also imitated Qin Feng's tone and said, How much money have I spent on you over the years? Zhou Moai was worried that Qin Feng would say the same thing to her like this one day. Qin Feng was the kind of man who would kick himself away after playing with himself. Then she really didn't know what to do. When Qin Feng saw Xiaoli's big grin, he inexplicably wanted to discipline her. Girl, you can't sit like that. Can you find a husband like that? What business is it of yours if I look for my husband or not? Xiaoli glared at him defiantly. And what's it to you if I'm a scumbag? Qin Feng kissed the side of Zhou Moai's face in front of her and cocked his head arrogantly. Xiaoli rubbed and got angry, only to see her cold face, picked up her cell phone and dialed 110. Said, I'll call the police right now and charge you with indecent assault on a woman. Qin Feng's face turned cold. They're serious boyfriend and girlfriend. So what if the cops come? But calling the cops over a little thing is too petulant. He got up and walked aggressively toward Xiaoli. What do you want? Xiaoli was unafraid to see him coming. Qin Feng came to her and raised his hand high. Try touching me? Xiaoli screamed and stuck her pretty face up. She didn't believe that Qin Feng would make a move, especially in front of Zhou Moai. Still, she couldn't help but close her eyes and let out a scream as she watched the slap come down hard. Immediately after, she felt a breeze blow across her cheek. The expected pain did not come. Instead, his hand was empty and his cell phone was gone. Xiaoli opened her eyes and saw the man playing with her cell phone. Mud. Asshole, give me back my phone. Xiaoli was furious and went to grab it, but she was only 1.65 tall and wore sandals. In front of Qin Feng, who wore height-increasing shoes, it was like a little girl. Qin Feng had only wanted to take away her cell phone to keep her from calling the police. But when you get a cell phone, you don't consciously want to snoop on people's privacy. I remember it's not against the law to look at other people's chat logs, is it? Qin Feng smiled and clicked on the recent contact. At the top it looked like a boy, and he didn't hesitate to click in. Chat logs show the two conversing. Ajay, boss. That senior you're eyeing. We've already tied him up for you. He's locked up in the classroom. Hurry up and get on. Xiaoli, when did I fancy it? How come I don't know? Ajay, don't pretend. Boss, at the last orientation party, you said that guy sang really well, and his larynx was so damn sexy. We all heard it. Xiaoli, get thee out of here and let the people go. Xiaoli, don't around. Qin Feng hurriedly glanced at it before he could click on the second one. He saw Xiaoli standing on a stool, lunging towards him. Qin Feng only felt like he was jumped in the face by a monkey. The girl, ignoring the difference between men and women, wrapped herself around her body, her hands going as hard as they could to break her own arms, trying to snatch back her cell phone, shouting in exasperation, I order you to give me back my cell phone immediately. Qin Feng was flat A against his face and couldn't see anything, and said sullenly, you get down from there or I'll sue you for indecent assault on a man. Scum, you're already dead. Chapter 116, If a woman is not drunk, a man has no chance. Qin Feng didn't dare to play too much. It would be troublesome in case Zhong Oiko's jealousy deducted the goodwill. He twisted his head around on Xiaoli's tablet and wiped his face, tossing the phone back to her after taking advantage of it enough, and ignoring the cannibalistic look in her eyes. Smilingly, she returned to Zhong Oiko, and calmly greeted the two sisters for dinner. It's as if everything is just normal friends having fun. She didn't think too much of Xiaoli hugging Qin Feng. She was just a little envious of Xiaoli's cheerful spontaneity. She couldn't do what Xiaoli did so naturally with Qin Feng. Guiyunjian also wanted to play around with Qin Feng, and then obediently pounced on Qin Feng's arms and pampered him. But she had too many concerns and didn't dare to go on, so she could only keep giving Qin Feng hints through her eyes. The scene quieted down a little. Sweetie, why don't we go sing this afternoon after dinner? Singing definitely involves drinking. Last night Bunny was the one who drank and gave himself an extra 20 points. Qin Feng wants to do the same old trick. Dream on. Accompanying you scum to dinner is already giving you face, and you want to ask us to sing with you? Xiaoli hated Qin Feng at this time and immediately jumped out to oppose. If she's not going, are you two going? Qin Feng ignored her and turned his head to ask the two girls beside him. Oh, I'll go if I agree. Oh, Hyunjayun said back looking at Zhong Onithingo. Of course she wanted to go. She just didn't quite dare say so explicitly in front of Xiaoli. Odin go. He's just going to try to get you drunk and then plot against you. Oh, Xiaoli advised. Facing both sides of the tug, Zhong Oeo glanced at Qin Feng without uttering a word in a difficult manner. Qin Feng said softly, baby, don't pay attention to that coffin board. Follow your inner thoughts. Nod your head if you want to go. I won't blame you if you don't want to go. Xiaoli heard the coffin board people are angry stupid, viciously staring at Qin Feng. Hate to pounce on him to bite him to death. I can do it all. Zhong Oeo said shyly with a slight blush on her small face. I want to accompany my brother. Then I can too. Hyun Jun said. Seeing that someone else was in front of her, she hurriedly followed in agreement. It's just as well that my car can only seat 4 people. Minus the driver, it's just the 3 of us. Perfect. Qin Feng snapped his fingers excitedly. The Rolls-Royce is 6 meters long but has only 4 seats, and the rear seats are still 2 separate and not connected. It is very inconvenient to do things. It wasn't as comfortable as Wang Gang's domestic car, which was only 5 meters but had a huge amount of space in the back. Get an airbed and camp on it, and the panoramic sunroof opens up to a real starry sky. It's so much better looking than a startop like the Rolls-Royce. I've never been in a Rolls-Royce before. Can brother let me take some pictures? Peony said expectantly. Feel free to shoot. You have a driver's license for you to drive anything. Qin Feng said dashingly. Wow, brother is too generous. Peony's eyes were filled with little stars, but she still said in a subtle way. I wouldn't dare to drive a car with tens of millions of dollars. I can't even afford to pay for it if it rubs me. Ha ha ha. It's okay. What's the fear of having insurance? A year of nearly $500,000 of insurance can't be paid in vain. Qin Feng laughed. A few people made their own arrangements, paying no attention to Xiaoli across the room. Xiaoli sat on the opposite side of the table and listened to Qin Feng pretend to be a pussy, so angry that she bit out a toothmark on the restaurant's chopsticks. This scumbag took advantage of himself and then called himself a coffin board. And now you have the nerve to ignore yourself. No man had ever dared to be so loose in front of her since she was a little girl. She exclaimed in exasperation. No, you're not allowed to go. Qin Feng glanced at her lightly and teased. It's time for your highness to get up and stop living in a dream all day long. Xiaoli said forcefully. Oh Youngyan, you're not allowed to go. What right do you have not to let them go? Your family lives by the Xia tube, so wide. Qin Feng disliked. You're up to no good. Don't think I can't see that. Xiaoli glared. Lazy. Qin Feng said with a disdainful face as he gently said as he gave Zhong Oei a piece of braised meat. Come and eat more meat. You'll have the strength to sing when you're full. Zhong Oei with grave with ring above weakly glanced at the angry Xiaoli. It's a little more important to have a boyfriend than a roommate who takes care of you on a regular basis. Peony was about to open her mouth to invite Shelley to go to KTV with her, but when she thought that the Rolls-Royce couldn't seat 4 people, she shut her mouth again. Seeing that no one was speaking for her, Shelley was silent for a while, then suddenly huffed again. I'm going too. Can't sit down. Are you willing to lie down in the trunk? Chin Feng asked with a smile. Shelley looked deeply at Chin Feng and coldly said, I'll drive. Chin Feng was praying for a little car accident all the way and blackmailed her for $1 million or so. Unfortunately, the little girl was a good driver and the cars around her yielded to the Rolls-Royce when they saw it. When waiting for a traffic light, the rear cars stop at a minimum spacing of 80 meters. Chin Feng expressed his regret. The group arrived at a KTV called Famous Club without incident. The sales standing at the door saw the Rolls-Royce drive in and rushed out to greet it. Seeing 3 pretty, watery girls come out of the car, as well as a handsome man, the marketing guy had the good sense to follow alongside the man. Brother, is this your first time in our store? Chin Feng held Zhong Oi's hand and faintly hummed. What does the owner want for the room? The guy asked enthusiastically. There's nothing to ask for. Just get a better 1-inch, said Chin Feng. Okay. Boss, what's your name? Is it okay if I open a Supreme VIP box for you? The marketing guy nodded and said, my last name is Chin. You see to it. Chin Feng didn't ask how much, and directly followed the marketing and walked in. This KTV is huge and the lobby is richly decorated. Passing by the front desk, the line didn't stop and was taken directly to the innermost box. Upon entering, the eye is greeted by a flashy crystal chandelier that emits a dim light. Colorful spotlights all around give it a minibar feel. 3 rows of sofas in a semi-circumscribed shape surrounded a regal wooden coffee table directly in front of a small stage and oversized screen. A snow velvet carpet covered half of the box, exquisitely and luxuriously decorated with ornaments, sparkling lights and design-filled furnishings. The level of bravado in this box could be called an awesome sentence. The 3 girls took their seats. Xiaoli, on the other hand, was sitting next to her in a very relaxed manner, with a pair of jade legs crossed on the coffee table, squinting at Chin Feng. Peony sits down at the jukebox to order a song, and it opens with a song called King of Love Songs. When familiar music plays slowly, it always makes people unconsciously hum along. Chin Feng took the tablet handed over by marketing to order drinks and asked marketing quietly, what's a wine that's both good and toasty, and preferably looks fancy? Chapter 117 10 dice, 8 sixes. Marketing recommended some very fancy cocktails to Chin Feng just by their names. Vodka plus Sprite, whiskey plus Coke, Rio plus Jiang Shaobai. These high-count wines are laced with sweet sparkling water and become very drinkable. The wine was also beautifully colored and served exclusively on a heart-style glowing tray for a great sense of ambience. A small glass is garnished with lemon ice cubes and such, and there's basically nothing alcoholic about it in one sip. Everyone was a little formal at first, but as soon as the 2 glasses of wine were drunk, the song started. The atmosphere came up right away. Zhong Oi's little face was flushed, wearing a long light yellow halter dress that she bought for her yesterday, with a bow hair band on her head. The hem of her skirt came to mid-thigh, a big enough improvement from her last knee-length dress. Snow white skin, upright sitting position, plus big innocent and beautiful eyes quietly peeking at herself. Chin Feng secretly sighed. No one can hold on to a beauty of this level at all. If it wasn't for the 2 obtrusive guys next to him, I'm afraid this VIP box would have turned into a battlefield. Chin Feng sat down next to her and picked up a dice cup filled with 5 dice, handing it to Zhong Oi. Brother will teach you a bragging game, where you take a shake, look at your own dice, and then guess the total number of dice between the 2 of us, such as how many 3s there are in total, or how many 4s. The 2 of you take turns calling out numbers, only to the larger ones. If I call out 5 3s, you can only call out 5 4s or more. If you don't believe we have 5 3s, you can choose to open my lid, and if both dice add up to 5 or more 3s, then you drink, and vice versa for me. This type of dice shaking is the most basic way to play, can be played by more than one person, and goes down quickly. I've never played before, said Zhong Oi nervously. She was worried that playing badly would spoil Chin Feng's fun. Ha, just playing with you because I saw you haven't played before. Chin Feng smiled crookedly. He wasn't too familiar with this little drinking game, but he could still bully a novice. Okay. Zhong Oi took the dice cup and gently shook it twice, lifted a slit and quietly glanced at it before covering it. Careful, like you're defusing a bomb. Chin Feng smiled and shook it twice, not even looking at it, and directly shouted, 5 6s. Although Zhong Oi had only glanced at it, she remembered her own dice clearly. She doesn't have a single 6. The opponent only has 5 dice in total, and the chances of all 6s are very, very slim. However, she didn't know whether Chin Feng wanted to win or lose. Secretly observing Chin Feng's expression, she said weakly, 6 6s. Chin Feng was startled, feeling that he had met his match. He was busy opening the compote box and taking a look at it. Surprisingly, there are 4 SAXS yourself. That means the opposite side only needs 2 SAXS to win the game. He pondered for a moment and shouted stiffly. 7 sixes. Joan Oaoaanf felt a little difficult to deal with. She doesn't have a single 6. If she keeps shouting, will Qin Feng think she's a rookie and not want to play with her? At this time, next to Xiaoli, she couldn't sit still when she heard 7 sixes. She went up and opened Joan Oaoi's dice and looked at it. Incredulously, she looked up at Joan Oai. You hesitate a hair, can play? You can drive him at 5-6, said lifted the comp, and there was not a single 6 on the plate. Qin Feng's face glowed. The feeling of being let down by a girl was a bit embarrassing. To cover it up, straight up smothered a glass of wine. Xiaoli took one look at Qin Feng being so good at bullying and pushed Joan Oio and squeezed herself over. Go away. Go away. I'll play with him. I don't play with children. Qin Feng expressed his refusal. His target was Joan Oio. Oh, you're afraid you won't dare to play? Xiaoli said contemptuously. I was afraid that if I drank you down and laid you out, the airplanes in the sky would think they could land here. Xiaoli knew the word airplane wasn't the right word when she heard it, and jumped up without waiting for him to finish, stamping her bare feet on the couch and interrupting angrily. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Don't think I wouldn't dare to hit you just because you're rich. Qin Feng saw that she was milky and fierce like a fried kitten. Couldn't help but flirt. Sorry, the plane shouldn't land because there are 2 potholes on the runway. If you want to die, I'll let you. Xiaoli completely exploded and raised her foot to kick Qin Feng. When it was too late, Qin Feng saw a small white and tender foot zooming in front of his eyes. With years of experience in fighting, he caught the girl's small foot with a quick eye. At this point, the girl's delicate feet were only a few centimeters from his face. Up close, the ankle is rounded and small, like a delicate cloud, light and pleasing to the eye. It is soft and silky to the touch in the hand, long and slim. Sideways eyes looked up from below, and into the eyes were the girl's bare legs, snow white. Luckily the girl was wearing hot pants, or she wouldn't have been able to keep any secrets with her legs splayed in the position she was in. Let go. Xiaoli's first time being grabbed by a man's big hands on her ankles. Her face was red with shame and she wanted to headbutt the bastard. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked as he slightly exerted force to throw her feet outward. At Xiaoli's gasp of surprise, her body plunged toward the ground. Splat. Xiaoli fell straight to the carpet. Sisterly, are you okay? Joan Oai went up to help Xiaoli with her hands and feet. Xiaoli felt her face being disgraced after being helped up and sat on the ground in indignation. What kind of man are you to bully a woman? Sorry, didn't have control. Are you okay? Qin Feng gentlemanly apologized and saw that she was alive and well and fine before he began to reason. Who told you to move your hands? I was conditioned to do so. I'm not done with you, Xiaoli said, about to pounce again. Qin Feng pressed down on her head with one hand, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move forward even a little bit. Be a man to have self-awareness. You have thin arms and legs. Come over enough to me a mouthful of food. Fluttering a hammer. Aha, I'm gonna kill you. Xiaoli couldn't get close enough, so she could only throw up her small fists to whack Qin Feng's thighs in a venting style. That force, it's kind of comforting. Enough is enough. Any more pounding and I kind of wanna go get a massage. You can play if you want to. How about taking off your clothes if you lose? Donnie whacked it twice, her heart subsiding a little. She threw her head away, twisting away from Qin Feng's control and glaring. Don't you dare take advantage of me, Qin Feng exclaimed. Little girl, you have to speak with your own conscience. Where is there a bargain to be taken on you? Xiaoli was furious. Her eyes glanced left and right, saw the man's arm close at hand, so she hugged his arm and bit down hard. Let go, let go. I was wrong. Qin Feng let out a gurgling scream in pain, and seeing that the woman had no intention of letting up, he had the bright idea to reach out and tickle this woman, trying to get her to open her mouth. She ended up accidentally touching her flat mound and was met with an even more violent bite. Luckily Xiaoli didn't follow Xia Ting's example of shaking her head while biting, or else a piece of meat would have been bitten away. Chapter 118. Little girls are so cozy. Xiaoli bit down for a moment, tasting a faint taste of blood before releasing her mouth. Qin Feng took a look at his arm and drew a breath of cold air. Mud. This must be a dog. The blood marks are bitten out. Are you okay, brother? Don't mess with Li. She has a bad temper. She started it, and in the end she wants me to not mess with her? Where's the promised equality between men and women? Qin Feng pointed at his wounds and screamed. Xiaoli also saw his wounds and said with a bit of trepidation. You deserved it. Who told you to call me a small bear? The truth is not allowed to say. The red second generation is so bullying, shouted Qin Feng. I'm warning you to watch what you say. Don't spit blood, Xiaoli said sharply. Qin Feng would have liked to retort to her, but thinking that the other party was a girl after all, his dirty words were a bit too classless. He grunted, "Don't bother with you." He doesn't want to waste his time on a girl with a score of 90 or less, so he turned his head to Jeon Oai. "Baby, you've always sung to me before. How about I come and perform my hit song for you today?" Jin Fong asked Peony, who was sitting and watching the show, to order a song, then picked up the microphone and started to groove. It's a song he used to love, and he sang along every day, learning it like a champ. "I drink drunk in between, love freedom a lot, often make mistakes and love to lie, but always feel guilty." His voice was magnetic, with a little bit of huskiness, coupled with the vicissitudes of the air. It's a perfect song to sing. As soon as he opened his voice, the other three girls unconsciously stopped moving and listened to him sing in peace. "Why bother with me? A scoundrel like me is still a failure after living most of my life. But you died without changing your mind and smiling with me. Even if it was bad I couldn't bear it, secretly making a mistake." After the chorus was sung, the girls looked at him in a way that didn't come together. The dim light shone on the deep profile of the man's, that charming voice, those gentle eyes, that gangly smile. The girls were unconsciously stunned, especially when the man sings this song. It gives the impression of the return of the prodigal son. Xiaoli, who was clearly still angry, suddenly felt that this man didn't seem so detestable. She had an inexplicable urge to forgive the man. A bummer of a song. Qin Feng was slightly embarrassed when he saw the three girls staring straight at him. To alleviate the situation, he took the microphone and said earnestly to Xiaoli, "Xiaoli, I've been meaning to ask you a question while we were singing earlier." This sound startled the disoriented Xiaoli, who inexplicably felt flustered as she looked at Qin Feng's serious eyes. Adolescent girls especially love to fantasize. Her head at the moment was full of images of Qin Feng suddenly confessing his love. What did he want to say when he asked questions to himself just after singing a love song? Xiaoli's heart was beating hard and her ears were hot, and she swallowed like Zhong Oai. "What do you want to ask?" However, he did not expect Qin Feng to point at the teeth marks on his arm and seriously questioned, "Did you get your rabies shot?" Xiaoli froze and reacted with annoyance, lifting the pillow on the couch and going after Qin Feng. Qin Feng ran away with a cheeky grin. The box was filled with merriment. Zhong Oai looked slyly at the two men scuffling. People with a bottom line seem to be able to do whatever they want like that. She didn't know where her bottom was, so she could only sit and fume in silence. Qin Feng immediately stopped fooling around once he saw that the little girl seemed a bit unhappy. He couldn't flirt and play around as much as he wanted to with Xiaoli as he did with Zhong Oai. "Baby, what are you thinking about?" Qin Feng sat down beside her and wrapped one hand around her waist. "What you saw? She was the one who moved. I didn't take the initiative to provoke her," Qin Feng hurriedly explained. "Well, I know." Chung O's eyes drooped. Seeing that she was still unhappy, Qin Feng brought 2 glasses of wine and said, "Don't think nonsense, come and drink with your brother." Zhong Oak obediently took the glass of wine and clinked it with him, taking small sips of it. "Let's play dice again, and this time you're not allowed to let me know?" "Aha." Xiaoli felt inexplicably uncomfortable when she saw the two of them sitting together, so they squeezed in for a laugh too. "I want to play too." Qin Feng didn't want her to get involved, but he didn't dare to reject the red second generation. Besides, after all, people are also Zhong Oa's roommates, so it's not good to make a scene. "Out of dice. You go to the front desk and get 2 dice for the 4 of us." Xiaoli beamed, a chore she usually didn't do. However, in order to be able to teach Qin Feng a lesson, she still ran out in a windy manner. When Qin Feng saw that the guy who was in the way was gone, he started to trick the white rabbit into drinking. But I don't know if it's a matter of luck or technology. A few times or so he's lost more than he's won. Luckily, the white rabbit wasn't much of a drinker, and after a few drinks she was visibly drunk, looking at him in disbelief from time to time. Qin Feng appropriately stopped the dice and hugged her with some earthy words of love. He wasn't a very good talker, but he was very effective with this kind of young, uninitiated girl. Within a couple of sentences, Jolne with grave with ring above was coaxed into obedience. She leaned into Qin Feng's arms and became much bolder. "Ask the question that has been weighing on your mind today. Brother, will you suddenly not want me one day like you did with your ex-girlfriend?" Qin Feng looked at the little white rabbit's frightened eyes and was slightly distressed. "Fool, how could I not want you?" After he finished speaking, he gently pinched Zhong Oa's face and softly explained, "Do you want to know why brother dumped her?" "Why?" Zhong Oa's eyes were filled with disbelief. "This is a little embarrassing to talk about, but since I really want to be with you, I'm not going to lie to you." Qin Feng pulled up the investigation report that Qiu Lily had given himself and held his cell phone up to Zhong Oao. "I used to love her so much that I even gave her all the money I had on me for a while. At that time I was naive enough to think she loved me just as much. I just didn't realize. Then I saw the shocking investigation report that this woman called Jiang Manhua didn't even know enough and ran to other men to ask for money. and rolling with multiple men. It's amazing that there are such shameless women in the world. She was shocked. If you become like her in the future, then... Zhong Oanf immediately interrupted Qin Feng's words, his voice unprecedentedly firm. Brother, you're the only one I'll give my life to. Well, I believe you. Qin Feng smiled and hugged her, pecking her on the lips in front of Peony, softly saying, but the future is anyone's guess, so if you want to leave me, remember to always tell me in advance and I'll agree. No, as long as my brother still loves me, even if I die, I will die in my brother's house. Chapter 119. Xiaoli has a very hard background. The girl's persistence touched Qin Feng's soft heart. Adolescent girls are always moving around and falling in love as if their lives only lasted 20 years. Silly and endearing. If you're going to say that, then there's nothing you can do about it. Brother promises to support you for the rest of your life. Okay? Qin Feng pinched her chin with his thumb and forefinger and said with a doting face, young girls value commitment above all else, and don't care if the man in front of them does or doesn't do it over the long years. At this point she believed the man's words anyway. There were tears glistening in Zhong Oaoa's eyes. Happiness came so suddenly that she didn't know how to greet it. So summoning up the courage to once again take the initiative and kissed the man on the lips. +9. Holy, why is it +9? Aoai. Your persona has collapsed. What happened to the promise of adding 10 points at a time? Why is it that every time it's just a little bit worse? Did he really have to pretend to have an incurable disease and put on a bitter show with her when his life was on the line just for the sake of this little bit of goodwill? Would it be a little too doggy? Qin Feng said with a broken heart. He had intended to. Before, Qin Feng, who is familiar with the literature of youthful love and hurt, believes that only a love that is engraved in the bones of the heart can make a girl fall completely in love with herself, but now it's a bit unforgiving. This was, after all, a living, breathing human being, and a beautiful one at that, with a knitted brow that mesmerized, especially when he looked into the girl's deep eyes. He couldn't do it as coldly as he did with the NPCs. Who would want to let such a girl suffer a little? Qin Feng kissed the girl and secretly thought of other ways. That's when a message came from his cell phone. Wang Gang, boss, the girl who just came out seems to have gotten into a fight with someone else. Qin Feng took a look. No wonder he didn't see anyone for half a day. So he got into trouble. The second generation of Reds are real cowhides and dare to let loose in any venue. He casually made up a reason for the two Zhong Oaoas to stay in the box. Then he himself hurriedly called up Wang Gang, who was standing at the door, and walked towards the point of the incident. Xiaoli had just rushed to the front desk to get the dice, and when she passed by an open door of a box room, she accidentally bumped into a young lady running out of it. The young lady dressed very cool, pink camisole with a small skirt, carrying a bag, looked very flustered. Without a word of apology after hitting someone, he steadied himself and turned to run. Xiaoli wasn't too grumpy, and politely said she was sorry, but then he saw a tattooed man follow him inside and grabbed the young lady's hand. The man had a big bladder and a horizontal face, 2 centimeters of inch hair on top of his head, and a rough, low voice. Paralyzed. What's the point of running when you haven't finished your drink? Big brother, please let me go. I won't take this order, the young lady begged for mercy with a bitter face. I'm not giving money. You stepped out to do let my big brother touch how? The tattooed man said as he was about to pull the woman into the box. Did he call that touching? The little sister picked at the doorframe and refused to go in. I'm only responsible for accompanying the drinks. It's all agreed at the beginning. Big brother, please change to someone else. My big brother is giving you face for looking at you. Don't give a. The tattooed man turned his head and threatened. The little sister was too frightened to speak, tears welling up in her eyes, still refusing to let go. The tattooed man turned around and was about to rip her hand away when he overheard Xiaoli, standing playfully next to him. The little girl looked youthful and charming, especially those big white legs, which made people drool when they looked at them. The tattooed man's eyes lit up with frivolity. Yo, chick is pretty handsome. Standing in the doorway, do you want to come in for a drink? Xiaoli's brows tightened in disgust. This guy doesn't look like a good guy at all. Growing up under a red flag, Xiaoli had a strong sense of justice and should have been there to stop such coercion. But this woman is an escort. Since people choose to be in this business, they should be aware of encountering such customers. Hyori doesn't want to be a saintly mother. She'd helped others out too many times before, and the victims didn't say anything afterward, but were vilified themselves instead. That's why she only saves the people she cares about around her now, and she's too lazy to save the other cats and dogs. Xiaoli glared at the tattooed man and continued on around the two. Only the man's voice sounded behind him. What's your number, girl? Why don't you play with me? Playing Nima? Xiaoli cursed back grumpily. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that since she was a child. As a second-generation redneck, she's lucky she doesn't bully others. No ungrateful one has had the guts to molest her yet. The little girl is pretty hot. Isn't she out to get some money dressed like that? Fish your ass off. The tattooed man grinned. I've been out a long time and I'm more or less carrying a brain. The girl who saw herself in this outfit and was emboldened to talk with her mouth full of profanity was more or less something. Maybe it's a little girl who's out for a good time. Or maybe it's a young lady whose family has a little bit of money and who is blinded by everything. Regardless, it's easy to get in trouble for going in uninformed and picking fights. The tattooed man put up with it, no longer paying attention to Xiaoli, and yanked the chaperone into the box with all his might. Help! I'm not doing it. Little girl, please help me call the manager over. The escort lady looked at Xiaoli with tears in her eyes, hoping that she would help her. The tattooed man was enraged when he heard that even this woman dared not give him face. Pop! He slapped the woman across the face. Mother asterisk 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 her, give you face? Ha! If you can't fix someone else, you can't fix a chaperone? The escort covered her face in despair. Xiaoli was smart enough not to go forward to the theory. In broad daylight, this man dared to hit people? She immediately pulled out her cell phone and called the detective brother she knew. While this was going on, another drunken voice came from the box. Mountain gun. What's all the noise out there? Why do I hear some pussy cursing? A shirtless man pushed open the compartment door and stepped out. He looked a little thinner than the tattooed man from earlier, but not much better, with the same fat head and a long scar on his chest that looked hideous. Every now and then there was a flash of sinister violence in the smiling eyes. Tiger, that little girl, she's quite strong. I asked her if she was out to play and she opened her mouth to curse. Oh, the scarred man followed his little brother's guidance and looked up at Xiaoli, who was about to make a call. This chick is pretty good looking and has nice legs. Just a small bear. Hey, little girl, you've got some guts. Daring to scold my men? Scarab said, walking up slowly. Xiaoli didn't answer him. Take 2 slight steps back and wait for the call to connect. But I didn't expect the busy signal of being hung up on the phone. She knew in her heart that the other was busy, hurriedly operating his cell phone to call the director's uncle. At this time, the scarred man suddenly walked to Xiaoli with one quick step and grabbed her cell phone, then grabbed her hand and pulled it toward the box. Little, come in and play with me. Xiaoli let out a scream and cursed angrily. Let go. You stinking. If you don't let go, I'll send you, and believe it or not, I'd love to go back for a couple days. So come on over if you can. The scarred man, relying on his strength, dragged Xiaoli into the room in one go. The door slammed shut. The light dimmed. Xiaoli looked at the man's drunkenness and, slightly panicked, because people like that will do anything when they're drunk. If you are violated here, then even if you kill this group of people, you can't make up for your loss. At that thought, she hastened to identify herself. My father is Zhuang Zhengji, the head of the Zhuang family in Mordor. Behave yourself. The Zhuang family in Magic City is an old powerful family. Most of the family are officials. Zhuang Zhengji is even a big shot in control of the Magic City's force structure. It's impossible to be in the jungle and not know the name. Chapter 120, Only Children Fight, Adults are all mouth breathers. Zhuang Xiaoli's identity is generally not to be spoken of, especially in public. It's easy to be a bad influence on his dad. It will also put her in the spotlight. But there's no way out now. And God knows what will happen if we don't show our cards. Who are you bluffing? If you're the dealer's daughter, then I'm the Jade Emperor. The scarred man didn't believe it at all. A girl casually grabbed in a KTV said she was a dealer's daughter? What about playing? Too many sci-fi movies. Be a good boy and drink with me. If you make me happy, maybe I can let you go. Otherwise, he said in a drunken delirium, even if you're a real $1,000, I'm going to force myself to get high. Zhuang Xiaoli saw that lifting up her old man didn't work. There was finally a hint of fear, and she didn't dare bet on the other woman daring to do so. Desperately trying to calm herself down, her eyes glanced at the door to her room, thinking about how she was going to get out and run out. But there's a sleazy little minion guarding the door. He was just tall enough to cover the glass on the door so that those outside couldn't see inside. Zhuang Xiaoli swallowed and stumbled. Big brother, you're still young. Don't go down the path of crime. Ha 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 ha. Mud laughed my ass off. The scarred man's face suddenly turned cold after a few wild laughs. It was one of his least favorite phrases to hear. A lurid light flashed in his eyes, and he said in a wild and untamed manner, I'd really like to taste what a big man's daughter tastes like. After saying this, he pressed his hands on Zhuang Xiaoli's shoulders and was about to forcefully kiss them. Zhuang Xiaoli's heart was pounding with nervousness. When all means of defense failed, she could only pray that someone would save her. Help! Zhuang Xiaoli let out a high decibel scream, but the soundproofing in this KTV box is notoriously good. It was useless to let her scream for help. She felt like she was suffocating as she looked at the man's fat face coming closer and closer. Just when she was desperate, suddenly there was a bang. The door to the box was kicked open and the minion at the door was sent flying to the floor. Zhuang Xiaoli turned her head to look. only to see a man with an upright figure and an aura walk in from outside. He stood there in a straight posture, like a green pine, and his broad and powerful shoulders seemed to be able to shield him from all the wind and waves. The sunny, handsome face had a cynical grin that radiated unrivaled charm in the dim light. When Zhuang Xiaoli saw the visitor, she cried out in a million surprises. Jag off! Help me! Qin Feng asked as his smile froze and he glanced at her in disgust. Missy, didn't you tell them who your father was? They don't believe it. Zhuang Xiaoli said anxiously. Why are there so many brainless people in the world? Qin Feng sighed and admired the scarred man holding her after seeing the scene. Brothers are playing quite big. Even her you dare to touch? How awesome! The scarred man's eyes narrowed as he sized up Qin Feng as well as the big tall man behind him and asked in a cold voice. Dude, who are you? After Wang Gang entered the door, his eyes were like electricity, sweeping over the several brawny men one by one. Judging that these people are not as strong as Luo's two men in combat, they should not be able to use the wolf spray if they do not take weapons. He said a dark word of regret. I haven't had a chance to try it out to see how it works in all the time I've had it. It doesn't matter who I am. I advise you to better let go of this woman, or else you can't afford the consequences, Qin Feng said with a calm smile as he relied on his supernatural powers. Don't play this for me. Do you really think I'm scared? Although he said that, the scarred man's voice was still a bit weak. Seeing that Qin Feng's dress is not like an ordinary person, facing 5 people on his side is not weak at all, and he also looks like he is emboldened, especially the big tall man behind him, with a calm and steady expression and a cold expression, his eyes revealing a contempt that did not treat him as a human being. The more you look at it, the more it looks like a bodyguard from a rich family. In case you are holding a real $1,000, the consequences. At the thought of this, the scarred man instantly sobered up 3 times and yelled, even if her father is the chief, I didn't do anything to her. I just invited her here for a drink. Big deal. I'll be locked up for a few days. He himself just cuddled and didn't even kiss. According to previous experience, the maximum detention period is 5 to 10 days. Scarab kept cheering for himself. Big brother, you may be talking about the public order punishment law, but I'm talking about the criminal law. And you know that molestation is punishable by up to 5 years? Qin Feng could see that he was a bit of a wimp and shook his head with a smile. Walking over to the couch and sitting down, Johan said, forcibly hugging a woman is considered indecent assault, and you happen to be in the category of gathering a group of people to forcibly molest or insult a woman, with a sentencing standard of 5 years imprisonment. You don't think the law is going to favor you, do you? When Qin Feng finished speaking slowly, the few people in the box didn't dare to breathe a single breath. A drop of cold sweat broke out on the scarred man's forehead. He was well aware of how much energy the big man possessed, and once he got on the line, then people like himself would not be able to escape the law at all. He tugged tightly on Xioli's wrist, holding on to a glimmer of hope as he stiffened. How do you prove she's a real millennial? Joke. Why should I give you proof? You'll find out when the cops get here. I'm just here to give you a chance to beg for mercy. Qin Feng poured himself a glass of beer and sipped it while observing their expressions with a smile. Each of them had tattoos of dragons and tigers on their bodies, and they looked fierce and bluffing, but now they were all over the place, panicking and looking at each other like schoolchildren who had done something wrong. The mountain guns that went out to pull escorts at the beginning were pissing themselves. It's not that he's afraid of going to jail, he's just afraid of messing with the wrong people. He quietly let go of the chaperone and spread his hands to show that he had nothing to do with it. The escort lady recovered her freedom and didn't run out, but hid behind Qin Feng and the two of them, curiously watching the development of things. Zhuang Xioli's eyes had been on Qin Feng since he appeared, seeing as he's got the situation under control in 3 words. Zhuang Xioli inexplicably felt a sense of security, and the joy in her eyes grew more and more prevalent. Qin Feng felt the look in her eyes and thought she was signaling her to let the scarred man let go as well, so he opened his mouth. If you let go of the girl now, it's not too late, and if you admit your faults, I'll promise to let you go. Whether or not someone's old man will leave you alone is none of my business. Qin Feng silently added in his heart, do you hear me? And don't let go? Zhuang Xioli flung her hand and called out, although she didn't want to let these bastards go just like that. Since Qin Feng said so, she was willing to listen to Qin Feng's arrangement. The scarred man was going to let go of the woman, but he was afraid they'd flip out and not recognize him. Besides, these are their side of the story. He'd always felt that the woman he'd dragged along with him shouldn't have been the daughter of a bigot. However, it seemed that he had never seen anyone who dared to falsely claim that his father was the director until now. It certainly made him even more broken inside. Just then, the woman took advantage of his wavering and fought to throw her hand away, breaking free of his grip with a jerk. Then turn and run. The scarred man subconsciously reached out and grabbed the woman's clothes, trying to keep her. I didn't expect to see a bang. A piece of the woman's polo shirt was torn off, revealing bare, shiny puffy shoulders and a bit of lace. The crowd was in a state of shock. Chapter 121. If they truly love each other, I'm willing to quit. Zhuang Xiaoli was even more taken aback, hurriedly running towards Qin Feng, and hiding in his arms. Qin Feng stood up with a slight frown. I didn't do it on purpose, said the scarred man, trembling as he felt as if things had gotten big. At this time, outside the box into a large group of people in great numbers, Hui Jianjun, the owner of the KTV, receives a call that a big customer in a Rolls-Royce has come to the store. He drove to the store in a hurry, intending to go over and make friends with such rich people. As a result, when he entered, he saw that the sales guy who had called him was leading a large group of security guards to level the field. He went up and asked and realized that. Turns out the big client said his woman had been dragged in by someone from another box. Hui Jianjun became anxious on the spot. People who can afford to drive Rolls-Royce are either rich or wealthy, and are worth at least hundreds of millions of dollars. If something happens to this kind of person in his own territory, then the reputation of this store of his own would be considered ruined. He rushed to the door of the rowdy box with a group of men. Who the hell dares to rob people on my turf? As soon as the scarred man saw the visitor, he was like seeing a savior, and hurriedly greeted him with a smile to get close. June. I'm Tiger. Do you remember me? Hui Jianjun recognized the man as one of his friend's men, and his face tightened. But then look at the man and woman hugging on the other side of the room. The girl's clothes were ripped off and the man's face was frosty. Hui Jianjun instantly understood what was going on. Without a word he lifted his foot and kicked the scarred man to the ground, pointing at him and coldly commanding the people around him, beat me to death. The security guards who came in were also tough characters, and without saying anything they directly targeted the scarred man with a frantic output. Aha! Screams accompanied by the sound of flesh being struck resounded through the box. The rest of them didn't make a sound. Qin Feng glanced faintly without opening his mouth and Zhuang Xiaoli even buried her face in his embrace, oblivious to anything else. Ah! Don't fight. I'm sorry. The scarred man on the ground held his head and begged for mercy. A few of his brothers looked at each other and tacitly sneaked into corners for fear of attracting attention. At this time, the VIP private box, Peony waited for a while and couldn't stand the loneliness, so she said to Zhong Oai, "What's going on? It's okay if Xiaoli doesn't come back for half a day. Why doesn't your man come back too?" There was a bit of provocation in her words. However, Zhong Oao didn't hear it and replied dully, "I don't know. I say your heart is really big." Just now the two of them eye to eye. You did not react at all. "If I had to be angry," Hyun said with righteous indignation, "they're quite good like this." Zhong Oai's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. "Is that okay? I'm telling you, a man's got to be managed or he might be doing something right next door." Peony got more and more excited and suggested, "Why don't we go out and look for it? You go ahead. I'm going to wait here until he gets back." He said before he left that he wanted himself to stay put, in case he came back and couldn't see himself. "Aren't you worried about them being together?" Hyunji said sourly as she glanced at her cell phone. "No, I trust him." Zhong Oaoa turned off the phone, lifted his head and looked at the MV of the song on the screen in a daze, for a while before he said quietly, "If they truly love each other, then I will bless them." "Alright, then I wish you the same." Peony was utterly speechless at this kind of relationship brain and quietly rolled her eyes. "Order a favorite song and start it yourself. This box is the equivalent of a suite. There's no shortage of food and drink, and inside there's a lounge, a boardroom, and separate restrooms. It was quite nice to just play here." And she was too lazy to go out and look for Qin Feng. On the one hand, she was a petite little cutie with a delicate body, and on the other hand, she was a proud and capricious real millennial. She couldn't think of any qualifications she had to compete with these two goods for a man, not to mention the fact that the man was young, rich, suave and sweet-talking. There must have been a lot of beautiful women that he had eaten and seen. Even if he tied himself up and sent him up, he wouldn't necessarily be able to flirt with him. At the thought of this, Hyun still felt it was safer to hold on to the thighs of these two roommates. "I'm not gonna be able to get away with it, but I'm gonna be able to get away with it." No matter if Qin Feng ended up with one of them, he himself could act as a bridge in the middle and help them pass on the news. If that man wanted to collect both, he would have to bribe himself. Peony grinned and sang beautifully. The compartment door was pushed open. Their VIP compartments are locked and outsiders can't get in except for the cardholder. Only Xiaoli and Qin Feng walked in. Peony's eyes glazed over, and she did notice something unusual. Xiaoli was surprisingly wearing Qin Feng's white shirt, while Qin Feng had put on a t-shirt of his own from somewhere. These two. Progress is also too fast. Go out for half an hour. Get the clothes or gone? Shock was written all over Peony's eyes. Xiaoli accidentally ripped her clothes just now, so I lent her mine. Qin Feng came in and saw the two women's strange looks and explained with a smile. Then he walked himself to Zhong A with grave A with ring above and sat down beside her, hugged her and kissed her, saying, "It's better to be a good girl. Unlike some people, who can break their clothes even when they go out." Zhong Ao was a little embarrassed by the kiss. She didn't know what had happened to them, and she heard Qin Feng's tone as if something unpleasant had happened. She glanced at the exasperated Zhuang Xiaoli, concerned. "Sisterly, are you okay?" Before Zhuang Xiaoli stepped into this box, she still thought that Qin Feng was a good man. Came in and couldn't help but be angry for some reason. Nothing. She sat down on the couch and turned her face away, grimacing. Zhong Oaoann was still a little uneasy. Don't pay any attention to her. Princess disease is like that. Just air it out. Qin Feng took the microphone and put it in Zhong Oao's hand and said with a smile, "Sing a 7-mile song for my brother. I didn't get a kick out of it last time." Zhong Oao was caught by the microphone and blushed slightly. There was a soft Qin Feng asked Peony to help him order a song. Then sip a little wine and listen to the clean and ethereal song of Zhong Oai. The mood was very relaxed. Zhuang Xiaoli gritted her teeth and stared at Qin Feng from the sidelines, mentally cursing like crazy. Dog man. Just now he hugged and comforted himself. Now he turns his face and disowns him. Scum. Sea King. Scum. Big stud. Sooner or later in the piggy bank. Qin Feng once again felt Zhuang Xiaoli's burning gaze and said strangely, "Why are you looking at me? I can tell you. I am the man you are destined not to get. Don't you toad want to eat?" Zhuang Xiaoli couldn't bear it and ran over to pinch Qin Feng. "You're the toad." Qin Feng was pinched and couldn't open his mouth, and he didn't dare to move his hands again, lest Zhong Oa had a problem with it. Zhuang Xiaoli cha finished, and then made a fuss about sparring with him. An afternoon of bickering, singing and drinking, and before we knew it, we were playing into the night. During this time the KTV owner came running to mix things up again and gave a bottle of Hennessy Richard. Qin Feng secretly checked the price. More than $50,000. After that, the boss gave Zhuang Xiaoli a shopping card, saying that it was a pressure fee. Zhuang Xiaoli refused to take it. She's very sensitive to this kind of thing because the tutors are very strict. The boss didn't force himself and bowed his head as he walked away, looking at Qin Feng and Zhuang Xiaoli with eyes full of awe. He said that he would wait for Qin Feng to be free on another day and ask the scar-faced boss to make amends to Qin Feng and Zhuang Xiaoli. Qin Feng casually perfunctory 2 sentences. Zhuang Xiaoli is even more dry and clear refusal. It didn't take much thought to realize that these people were trying to climb up her father's ladder. That's why Zhuang Xiaoli doesn't dare to go around saying that my father is so and so. It is an extremely dangerous thing to be involved with or targeted by these people. Chapter 122, I want to buy the Pearl of the Orient. Sing the song and check out. The receptionist said the owner waived the bill. Qin Feng insisted on asking for the price. The little man said the box cost 12,000 and the drinks were over 6,000. Qin Feng transferred 20,000 to him and said, "Consider it your tip. No need to tell your boss." The receptionist boy's eyes reddened at the sight of the money. And God forbid, he ordered to receive it. He had wanted the money all to himself, but his honest nature made him think that the money should be considered a box fee, thinking that in case the boss and the guest had something to say, it would be troublesome to involve himself when the time came. So stupidly, I ran to tell the owner that I had taken someone's money. Hua Zhenjun was so angry that he cursed this idiot. In the end, it was only because he was honest that he didn't dismiss him and didn't make him turn in the money Qin Feng had given him. He was just told to find a way to maintain Qin Feng. The receptionist's little brother was ecstatic, and according to the rules of the industry, he sent a circle of friends every day hoping that Qin Feng would come over to play. The circle of friends of rich kids is now basically occupied by the service industry, which is mostly filled with advertisements for food and drink, what car tuning, outdoor camping, online games, villa parties, nightclubs and bars. Some dude rich kids. Every day's daily routine is to wake up at noon to open the circle of friends to brush, see a certain interest in the circle of friends, will contact each other to let their services, played until 3 or 4 p.m. every day, occasionally all night. It can be hard work. Qin Feng's circle of friends is also gradually leaning towards that direction. Ads for spa clubs, ads for KTVs, ads for luxury car sales, ads for hotels. Just now, while singing at the KTV, Pang Jinyan sent a message saying that her cat could do backflips. Qin Feng was curious and asked her to take a video to see. I ended up seeing a floor-to-ceiling mirror with a reflection of a woman performing a one-trick pony. That cool outfit was less than what her cat wore. The upright Qin Feng seriously watched the video she sent and firmly clicked a report, strictly eliminating bad practices. It was almost evening when Qin Feng's few people came out of the KTV. Seeing that Qin Feng was from out of town, Zhuang Xiaoli proposed to take him to meet the iconic Pearl of the Orient in Magic City. Qin Feng was also curious about what was inside the Pearl of the Orient, and it just so happened that Jong Oao had never been there either. So I bought the most expensive VIP queue-free tickets on WeChat, a 368 with a sky-rotating restaurant buffet. This price was something that even the former Chin Fong could afford to spend. Walking inside the Oriental Pearl Tower, it took about 10 minutes of queuing to get on the super-fast elevator in the queue-free fast-track area. I have to say the elevator was really fast. It only took 40 seconds to send them up over 200 meters, faster than a jumper. The second sphere of the Pearl of the Orient, about 260 meters above the ground. The group walked into the main viewing light level, standing on the completely transparent glass walkway. This feeling like being in the air made his bladder contract slightly, but being a man, he still pretended to be cloudy and not afraid in the slightest, just a little weak in the calves with each step. Through the girl's dress, Chin Fong could clearly feel the trembling of her body. It's a good thing I ate well in the morning so I didn't get a starvation reaction. Seeing the girl tense up as if she was about to cry out, Chin Fong hugged her and softly soothed her. Don't be afraid. Tempered laminated glass can withstand a ton or two of gravity. And with your light weight, you'll be fine with 100 more. Zhong Oaoaas trembling said, I'm a little afraid of heights. Ha, so last night in your room you didn't seem to be afraid of heights? Chin Fong wondered. Thinking of last night's incident, Zhong Oaoa's cheeks flushed and her voice was so small that it was almost inaudible. Too nervous last night to look outside. What about in the morning? Chin Fong laughed badly. After the shower, weren't you stuck to the glass? Zhong Oaoa's shy face became even redder and she hid into Chin Feng's arms without saying anything. Hey, you guys are all going to spill the beans here. Ha! Zhuang Xiaoli, who was walking in front as a tour guide, turned around and called out in dissatisfaction. Through the afternoon's contact, her attitude towards Chin Fong had changed significantly. From strong resistance in the beginning, they are now barely friends. She also gradually accepted the fact that Chin Fong and Zhong Oaoao were together. It hasn't started spreading yet. Do you want to eat it? Chin Fong laughed. I advise you not to affect the cityscape. Zhuang Xiaoli said coldly. Kids go play on the side. Don't disturb the adults in love. Chin Fong was not at all polite to Zhuang Xiaoli. 89 points. Flat-chested. Has a big daddy. And a sassy, willful personality. Wherever there was one of these four, Chin Fong didn't want to take care of it, let alone four of them coming together. He's a $100 billionaire now and has a choice. And Chin Feng's forthright, natural and unpretentious attitude was right up Zhuang Xiaoli's alley. She felt that the only bad thing about Chin Fong was his cheap mouth. And it would be better if he could cure his mouth. What right does a scumbag have to be in a relationship? She didn't want to make any more noise after cursing, so she shouted at Chin Fong. Are you leaving? If you don't, I won't show you around. Wait a minute. Chin Fong gently patted the person shrinking in his arms and advised. You've come all this way. Don't you want to walk the stacks? Take a deep breath and take a small, hard step toward the glass. Nervously, he stuck his head out to look under his feet, and the cars underneath looked to be the size of fingernail caps, weaving back and forth across the circular road. She only took one look at it, and it created a sense of weightlessness, and she couldn't take a second step anymore. Brother, I'm still afraid. Zhongye with grave with ring above looked at Chin Fong pitifully, not daring to step on it. Chin Feng's eyes rolled as he walked over to her and bent down, smiling. Can't come for nothing. Close your eyes and I'll carry you. She flushed her little face and after a little hesitation she boldly plopped down, leaning her face against the broad back of the man underneath her. She looked into the deep side of the man's face and gradually stopped feeling afraid. If brother gets tired, put me down. Aha! Chin Fong gasped as he was pressed by the girl's mountains, plus his hands were resting on the bend of the girl's bare and slippery legs. He was tired and wanted to sweat. Zhuang Xiaoli saw Chin Fong smiling lewdly and softly cursed scum. Although there was a bit of displeasure in his heart, he still patiently told a few of them about the more famous buildings in Magic City. What Huangpu River, Center Tower, Universal Complex. There is also a peace hotel engraved with a century of history. It was said that in the old days, if you could get in alive, no matter what you had committed, you could make a big deal out of it. Chin Fong listened with longing to try what was good inside. But I've already bought tickets for the revolving restaurant tonight, so it'll have to wait for another time. The four of them wandered upstairs to the revolving restaurant. It's buffet style here. What with little green dragons, grilled lamb chops, big French snails, and a variety of entrees for dessert. Chin Fong ate with great vigor, feeling that the $368 was a little more delicious than the state banquet he had previously eaten at Drunken Immortal House. It's worth noting that the revolving restaurant really does spin. Wang Gang went to get 2 big plates of roast pork and chow mein, and came back without finding the organization. The whole person froze. Luckily, the waiter reminded him, and it took him a while to find Chin Fong and the others. The group ended up experiencing VR, buying some souvenirs and visiting the memorial. a casual stroll around the base of the tower. It was already past 9 o'clock when I walked out of the Pearl of the Orient. Zhuang Xiaoli drove the Rolls-Royce back to school. She did not drink 2 glasses of wine in the KTV. At this time has dissipated the smell of alcohol. Xin Feng was powerless to block it. Watched her drive all the way into the school. When she went through security, she got out of the car and used her student card to make a registration. And the security uncle let her through. Didn't give her a hard time at all. Chapter 123, Xin Feng wanted to learn how to drive. The car stopped in front of the girls' dormitory. The 3 girls went back to their dormitory carrying the big bags Xin Feng had bought for Zhong Oaa. Xin Feng, who couldn't drive, was left sitting in the car fuming. He waited for Wang Gang to come over, but he didn't realize that Wang Gang, who arrived in a cab, stated that the security guards wouldn't let him into the school. Xin Feng was in deep thought. Now there are 3 options. 1. Abandon the car. 2. Tell Xiaoli to come down and walk herself out. 3. Sleeping in the car. 1 and 3 isn't very nice, and it's a little embarrassing to call Xiaoli again. So Xin Feng decided to get out of the car and yell for a student who could drive to take him out. His current position was a little way in front of the girls' dormitory. There are not many people living in the school on Saturday. Xin Feng waited for half a day. Asked several girls. Vigilance is very strong. Give money are not willing to help him drive. And a lot of them also do not know how to drive. It was hard to meet a bold one. But after hearing that it was a Rolls-Royce, it was even more directly scared to turn its head away. Xin Feng leaned against the car door melancholically and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, thinking that I won't be able to get out of the school when curfew comes around. In desperation, he dialed Xiaoli's WeChat voice. Zhuang Xiaoli was playing with her phone, listening to Peony marvel there. Wow, is this $20? 000 plus perfume really for me? And this set of cosmetics too? Oiri so good to me. He bought them all. Zhong Oao said with embarrassment. That's also because of you. He bought it. Oiri too charming. Come and let sister perfume one. Don't be shy. How did you feel last night? Peony raised her eyebrows, her eyes swirling. No, didn't how? Zhong Oao said in a panic. What's it like if it's not? Was it your first time? Peony looked nosy. What? Oya spent the night with him last night? Zhuang Xiaoli put down her cell phone and turned her head to look at Aoeka. Shocked, Peony nodded at Zhuang Xiaoli and smiled a smile. Didn't come back last night, should have spent the night with him. Just look at the way she walks. This scumbag. Zhuang Xiaoli was furious, with the feeling that the white rabbit she had worked so hard to take care of for a year had suddenly been vaulted over by someone else. It's sad, it's hopeless, and it's urgent, for she was now the only one left in the dormitory who had not yet tasted the bitterness of love. How does that not make you anxious? It was at this moment that her cell phone rang. Peony craned her neck to take a quiet glance, and the note read that it was Scum. She had it in her mind not to say a word and gave an intriguing smile. Zhuang Xiaoli, who was originally very angry, slightly froze after seeing that it was Qin Feng's call. Heartbeat inexplicably beats a little faster. Left to wonder what he wanted by calling him, he picked up the phone and asked coldly, "Hey, what for? Xiaoli, are you free now? Come down and help me drive a car." Qin Feng said naturally. Zhuang Xiaoli guessed that this might be a setup for Scum, trying to ask myself out. The thought that he had just finished his little white rabbit last night, and now he was aiming at himself, made him ashamed and angry. While she thought all Scum deserved to die, she felt a small twinge of glee that her charms were recognized by him. Roll. She said so, but didn't hang up the phone. Qin Feng did not have a good temper. Hey, small chest brother, you are not reasonable. It is you who brought me in and threw me here, and I do not know how to drive. Little brother? The title was a bit strange to her, and Zhuang Xiaoli didn't react. Qin Feng didn't explain and opened the way with direct money. Come down and help drive to the front of the school, and I'll give you 100. For 1,000. Zhuang Xiaoli, however, didn't quite believe him. A 26-year-old rich kid who couldn't drive? Don't rich kids like to play with sports cars? Are you serious? 1,000 times over. I'll transfer the money to you first? Okay, I'd like to see what you're up to. Xiaoli hung up the phone and got up to walk downstairs. Peony, who was looking at her out the door, sighed. She was not surprised that Zhuang Xiaoli was asked out by Qin Feng. Do you tell the truth yourself, or do you help cover it up? Peony was in the middle of a tangle. Zhuang Xiaoli came to the place where she had just parked her car and saw Qin Feng leaning against the car door and swallowing clouds. It's quite a chic look. By the light of the brazen moon, it was as if he were a forgotten statue, filled with endless sadness. His eyes were deep and mesmerizing, sometimes empty, sometimes sparkling with concentration. Zhuang Xiaoli curled up one side of her mouth and gave him a 10 out of 10 for this pose. Qin Feng saw the girl wearing a white shirt walking modestly in the distance. A face as crystalline as warm jade was slanted with 2 handsome English eyebrows. and the eyes of the watery almond eyes were filled with coldness. Pretty was pretty, but at the moment he had no time to appreciate it. Hurry up, we're not getting out of here. I don't have a place to sleep in here. Zhuang Xiaoli walked over and waved her hand to dispel the smell of smoke. Frowning, do you realize that this place is under surveillance? And smoking in here is grounds for a review? Have the guts to fire me? Qin Feng said stiffly. Zhuang Xiaoli was speechless and glared at him, opening the door and getting into the car. When Qin Feng extinguished his cigarette and got into the car, he said coldly, "What did you want to say to me by calling me down?" Qin Feng said inexplicably, "What?" Zhuang Xiaoli sneered and said as she looked straight into Qin Feng's eyes, "I've seen a lot of scum like you. I'm not as gullible as Zhou Moai, so you can die of this heart." Qin Feng looked at the girl holding her chest in front of him with a puzzled expression. Without thinking, he put his hand directly to her forehead to test the temperature. "What's gotten into you?" Zhuang Xiaoli was a bit overwhelmed by the sudden attack. Wide-eyed, she looked at Qin Feng and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Nor fever ah, you nervous say what p words? Hurry up and drive. Delay my hundreds of millions of business, you can afford it?" Qin Feng urged with an impatient face. However, he saw that Zhuang Xiaoli did not start the car, but instead exposed her small tiger teeth and glared viciously at herself. Qin Feng's head was spinning for a while. "My missy, don't be like that. You can look at me for as long as you want when we get outside the school gates. Now just drive, okay?" Zhuang Xiaoli silently started the car and drove towards the school gate. She wanted to see what Qin Feng had to say later. A minute or two away, the Rolls-Royce drove out of the school gates. Qin Feng was slightly relieved when he saw Wang Gang on the side of the road. "Okay, here it is. Pull over." Zhuang Xiaoli stopped the car, put it in P gear, and sat in the driver's seat without moving. Qin Feng was slightly silent for a moment when he saw this and said in a polite manner, "Here's your money. Go back and be careful." Zhuang Xiaoli still didn't say a word. Qin Feng asked tentatively, "You don't want to go back to live? Do you want to sleep in a hotel with me? Humph. Scum. Finally showing your fox tail, right?" Zhuang Xiaoli finally waited for the words she wanted to hear and revealed a triumphant smile. "Mocking. You're dreaming. I'm warning you, don't hit on me, or you'll lose your head. Then why are you still stuck in my car? You don't want to wait until the school closes and then set me up, do you?" Qin Feng was shocked. Zhuang Xiaoli took a look at the time. It was just 10:30. Chapter 124, To love someone is to give them the right to hurt themselves. Looking at Qin Feng's fearful face, Zhuang Xiaoli angrily gave Qin Feng a punch and said angrily, "Who wants to set you up? School's closed. I'll sleep at home." Qin Feng let out a long breath. "Scared me to death. I thought I was going to be forced to give myself to you." Zhuang Xiaoli raised her eyebrows coldly. Her voice drifted with cold air, and she said word by word, "What did you say? Didn't you want to cook the raw rice because I saved the day and then fancied it?" Qin Feng continued to provoke with a tone that was not afraid of death. Zhuang Xiaoli once again broke her defense and turned around in her seat to use the Buddha Mountain Shadowless kick on Qin Feng. The little girl's legs looked thin and white, warm and soft. The kicks kinda hurt though. Qin Feng's two fists could not resist his legs, and he was helplessly kicked out of the car and grayly hid in the back row. Zhuang Xiaoli vowed to chase after them as well. Beating and biting, he ruthlessly cleaned up Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't suffer too much and backhanded her body, leaving a few slap marks on her ass. The two were moving around in the car so much. Wang Gang on the side of the road waited for a while, and when he saw that the car had finally stopped shaking, only then did he gingerly open the door and get into the main car. Glancing at his boss, who was slumped in his seat in the back row, and the scarlet-faced Zhuang Xiaoli, Wang Gang was filled with worry inside. 5 days, 4, and all of them are like a seductive juicer. As a man in his 30s, he was well aware of the limits of a man's body. If you're young and don't know how to save, by the time you're his age, you'll have to pay your rations only once a week. He's worried that the boss won't last 2 years before his health collapses, and then no one will pay his salary. But he's just a bouncer, not the boss's dad, so he can't say much. Had to drive the boss's fourth girlfriend home in silence. Along the way, Qin Feng and Zhuang Xiaoli joked around in sarcasm each other. Qin Feng has no desires and a relaxed mindset. Zhuang Xiaoli is capricious and unrestrained. The two of them got along very well, as if they were close friends who had known each other for years. At times, they are loud and in your face. At other times, they are polite and respectful. The next day, noon, for the first time, Qin Feng was not disturbed by a woman and slept until he woke up naturally. He did get tired. "Every time I open my eyes these days it's a different girl. Every girl is different. Some are enchanting and some are beautifully scented. Most of them were naked and hiding under the covers, making them stupidly attractive. As the saying goes, one day at a time." Qin Feng's legs were a little weak every morning. Today was the only energetic morning. He took a look at his cell phone. "Mom, yeah, WeChat shows red numbers below 7 or 8 contacts. In the past, even if he left his cell phone there for a week, no one would necessarily look for it. Now it's just half a day. So many popped up. Life sure is colorful after turning on the gold modifier. Chin Feng rubbed his eyes and opened Xiao Lily, who had the highest number of messages. First, she reported that Jiang Manchua's case still has ups and downs. I guess the verdict wasn't pronounced that soon. She could not intervene on her side in the aftermath, and could only assist the police in providing some evidence. Things cost over $600,000 in total. Then there was Qin Feng's villa arrangement. The scene was already being set up according to Qin Feng's chosen program. It will take about 3 days and is expected to cost nearly $2 million. And yesterday Qin Feng said he wanted to open a media company. Account for her help in finding suitable office space. She went through the information she found on the internet and looked around in person, and finally recommended 3 places for Qin Feng to choose from. One is gross. Qin Feng does not even look at it directly pass. He didn't have time to wait for people to take their time decorating. There are 2 more both renovated. One larger, over 4,000 square feet, 60 a square foot, for rent only. There is also a 1,200 square foot, detached office building with 3 floors and an oversized terrace. Decoration is very good. Before the advertising creative, the layout of the inside looks very technological. The location is also great, right by the River City Cultural Plaza. The surrounding commercial facilities are mature, with everything you need for food, accommodation and transportation. It's $15,000 a square foot if you sell it, and $100 a square foot a month if you rent it. Qin Feng read Xiao Lily's report carefully, realizing how convenient it is to be rich. Everything is done by someone. You just have to order it yourself and do the simple multiple choice questions. He was satisfied with Xiao Lily's performance. In response to each of these 3 things, he returned 3 sentences. Just keep an eye on the progress of the case. Don't waste any more time on that woman. The villa is being set up as fast as possible in terms of quality and quantity. Go talk to the owner of the office building for me about the price and see if you can get it cheaper. Just the 1,200 sq foot. I'm going to buy it. Qin Feng intends to buy this real estate in his own name. Buying in a woman's name always feels empty inside. There's no point in keeping the money in your hand. Anyway, the bank rate is so low, you might as well buy a building. Even if you don't use it yourself, it's $1 million a year to rent it out later. If there was a building as a guarantee, the bull he had bragged about to Zhong Oao could also be realized. Even if there's suddenly nothing left, it's still possible to support Zhong Oakuya in her whole life by this house. That girl looks poorer than he used to be when he was in school. Poor thing. Shouldn't cost much. There just happened to be 3 messages from Zhong Oai on his cell phone. Qin Feng clicked on it. 12 o'clock last night. Brother, I can't sleep. Are you asleep? Half an hour later. Good night, brother. 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to the library to read a book. Remember to get up for breakfast, brother. Qin Feng felt inexplicably guilty when he saw Zhong Oaoaoaoa's words of concern. I've been ignoring her all night, and she's not even a little bit mad at me. Compared to Xia Ting's personality of getting angry at 2 words, it was really better to be the obedient Zhong Oaoai. Qin Feng hurriedly sent a message back. I'm sorry. I was so sleepy last night I fell asleep as soon as I hit the bed. Oh, Zhong Oai didn't sleep very well last night. It's been rambling all night. She heard Xiaoli answering the phone in the bathroom, and her tone sounded a bit like she was talking to Qin Feng. She didn't take it to heart at first. Only Xiaoli went out and didn't return for the whole night, and Qin Feng hadn't heard a word. Guyanjian said Xiaoli was called back by her mom. Zhong Oai, who had read a lot of micro-expression psychology, could tell at a glance that she was lying. Hyunjun's eyes rolled back in her head as she spoke, a very obvious characteristic of a liar. Plus, Qin Feng and Zhuang Xiaoli interacted especially a lot today. Even the most nervous person could see something was wrong. Every word Qin Feng had said to her, every smile, automatically played in her mind, unconsciously shedding tears. I stayed up until 3 or 4 o'clock and slept for 2 hours in a daze, and when I opened my eyes and saw that there was no reply from Qin Feng, I was even more afraid. She was worried that Qin Feng would not want her. Couldn't get into any of the books I read all morning in a muddled way. Until now, she finally received a message from Qin Feng. It's a roller coaster of emotions. The originally low mood instantly improved. All the sadness and aggression all disappeared. She believed Qin Feng's words. As long as she didn't see Qin Feng sleeping with another woman with her own eyes, then she was willing to believe whatever Qin Feng said. Has brother eaten yet? Going to eat right now. What is brother doing this afternoon? Missed you. Qin Feng smiled and ruffled a bit. So eager to see you. Zhong Oaoa's heartbeat accelerated, and a silly smile appeared on her face. So am I going to find you? Let me come to you. And by the way, we'll have lunch. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Aha. Then wait for me at the school gates. Chapter 125, The Rich Woman Wants a Slugger. Shin Fong casually put on a flowery shirt with a floral pattern, greeted Wang Gang and rushed to the school. In the car, I saw a message from Shivya. What's up with Shatin coming over to the wine last night to talk to me about you bullying her? Shin Fong complained as he spoke of Xiating's belly full of grievances. She can't move without losing her temper. I don't even know why. I didn't cajole her, and she's been cold warring with me until now. Shifuya advised patiently. Girls are supposed to be coaxed. You as a boy don't sulk with little girls. I didn't. So how long are you going to chill with her? Depends. Wait a couple days. Sister is very like this girl. Lively and enthusiastic, naive and romantic. You do not fail, people know it. Instead of having him get girls he doesn't know back, he should have a silly girl with a bottom line like Shaitan with him. At the very least the girl wouldn't do anything stupid for money. Shifuya was extremely uneasy about Qin Feng's ability to recognize people. Ah no. Qin Feng remembered Xia Ting's goodness and listened to the advice and clicked on her WeChat. After editing a few lines, I saw the last sentence she posted and got angry again and deleted them one by one. Have you ever considered my feelings? The least favorable of the three women and the one who gets angry and ignores people every day is just her. The other two women, one gentle and generous, the other sweet and dainty, never flung themselves at one another. It's this girl who coaxes the most and has the worst temper. Qin Feng loved and hated Xia Ting. The plan was to leave her hanging for 2 more days and surprise her when the villa was done. At the moment, Shatin was wilting and sitting in the rich man's villa. Ting Ting, let me tell you, it's the same for people living with or without money. Look at me. I'm so rich, but I still can only drink unsweetened milk tea? What's the point of living in a villa? The whole day is empty and lonely. Insomnia and sleeplessness. It seems to be very happy to outsiders, but only they know that this kind of day is just like chewing wax. No flavor. You don't want to be fooled by that scum man. For women the true heart is the most precious. Modern society and starving people, as long as the man is willing to work, sincere to you, consider your feelings, coaxing you every day. Such a man even if poorer, and what does it matter? Yang Wanjin sucked on a mouthful of milk tea and lay down on a lounge chair by the pool to teach Xia Ting assiduously. As Xia Ting's best friend, she felt the need to give Xia Ting a clear perception of happiness. Your husband is worth 9 figures and has everything he wants, of course he thinks money doesn't matter. You're tired of living the life of a rich wife. I'm not even close. Shatin rolled her eyes and, she was originally okay with a 7-figure husband, as long as she had a roof over her head. A man like her dad would be nice. But she changed that idea after meeting Qin Feng. Why go looking for any true love when you obviously have a guy who has money and looks and spoils you? It's not like love is a meal. You don't understand. When your husband focuses on his career or another woman in the future, you'll know how hard it is to be a rich wife. He won't care if you live or die. He just needs a superficial marriage to deal with the skepticism of his own family and society. And rich people have a lot of rules. He wants unconditional obedience at his word. And he controls even your mood. Yang Wanjin mumbled as she looked at the child flopping in the pool. From now on this little one is all you have. No more life or freedom of your own. Don't make it sound so scary, okay? It's making me afraid to get married. Xia Ting was given goosebumps by the mansion grudge. But one has to admit that this best friend of hers has become a lot quieter since she married a rich man. Those eyes were lifeless and ghostly as a puddle of stagnant water. Anyway, I'm suggesting you pick one that loves you. Life is short. Don't be a slave to money like me. Xia Ting took the cell phone, originally thought to find Qin Feng to admit his fault, and then the two of them got back together. Now after listening to my girlfriends, she panicked a little. She was afraid that Qin Feng would turn out to be like her best friend's husband and treat herself with disdain. Just like now. Why did the girl have to bow down and apologize for something that could have been better with just a word from him? If I bowed my head this time, I'm sure I'll bow it again next time. Xia Ting hesitantly turned off her cell phone and fumed silently. Qin Feng came to the entrance of the school and saw a short little girl waiting with her head down. Small, pale pink fingers held each other, revealing her nervousness. She was wearing a tight little tank top underneath, a light-colored jacket over it, and a short brown plaid skirt underneath, a little shorter than yesterday's skirt. Qin Feng grinned. This dress was bought for her yesterday. I didn't think this girl would dare to wear it out. Seeing that she tugged her skirt down every now and then, I think she hadn't worn such a short skirt much, so she was a bit shy. Smooth rounded little white legs with a height of 6 meters. Look inexplicably cute. The car approached slowly and, at this time, a very handsome looking young boy appeared next to Zhong Oaoa. He smiled and said something to Zhong Oaoa, then took out his cell phone and put it in front of Zhong Oaoa. Indeed, a girl with a superb body like Zhong Oaoa, even if her head is lowered and she can't see her face, she will still attract the attention of many boys. Qin Feng got out of the car and walked over quickly, hearing the boys still talking. Classmate please. Just one more person to go. Do me a small favor. My psychology class teacher really assigned us a social practice homework assignment. Add 10 strangers to WeChat in a day. That's a slightly old-fashioned pickup line. It takes AP to strike up a conversation. A real slugger doesn't need all this crookedness. Hello, beautiful. Meet me. The boy looked up at the words. Seeing a man in a flowery shirt and white suit pants, with a decent-looking face and an arrogant smile, he was angry that his hitch was interrupted. Classmate, you're being a bit unkind, aren't you? I'm chatting with this beautiful woman. What do you mean by running over to interrupt? When Jone with Grave with ring above saw that the visitor was Chin Fong, she instantly revealed a sweet smile. She walked quickly to Chin Fong and tilted her head in a well-behaved manner. Brother. The boy who asked for WeChat froze and instantly realized that these two should be a couple. The thought of running off and hitting on someone's girlfriend in front of them and accusing them of being unorthodox. The boy reddened with shame and stammered for words. But immediately afterward, that bit of shame disappeared when he got a good look at the girl's features when she lifted her head. It was a face as delicate and cute as a doll's. Big eyes glittering with buring, a small tear mole below the corner of the eye, smiling with a frown, graceful and touching. Simply the face of an angel and the body of a devil. To think that such a cute and charming little loli has already been named. The boy had a hard look on his face and his heart broke into powdered pieces. Chin Fong ignored the injured boy and smiled at Jomoeoe. Come on baby. I'll take you across the street from the school for some hot and spicy food. He suddenly kind of missed the spicy hot pot in front of the school in the past, and wondered if the taste in Mordor would be the same as the old one. Aha! It didn't matter to her what she ate as long as she could be with this man. The boys behind us were dumbfounded that, how dare you take such a beautiful girlfriend to eat spicy hot pot? Her boyfriend isn't a poor bastard, is he? The boy was anxious on the spot, and not afraid of being beaten for digging in. He gathered his courage and shouted, Beauty, let me take you to Michelin for dinner. I have a car. Chapter 126. After wearing this watch, you are my exclusive maid. Chin Fong finally realized why rich people usually looked calm and smiling. Because in a situation of unequal strength, the other party's clamor and provocation are childish and comical. It even seemed a little naive and cute to him. He asked on a whim as he turned back to the boy and gave him a sidelong glance. Hey, young man, what kind of car do you drive? Audi A6. Boys are not afraid in the slightest. Over $400,000 is enough to scare off a bunch of beggars. He felt more qualified to be Laurie's boyfriend. Audi A6? Chin Fong looked him up and down and smiled. Soar a bit. Brother, don't be impulsive. No impulse. I was just joking with him. Even if I don't have a driver's license, he wouldn't dare to ride with me, Chin Fong said confidently. The boy froze, thinking that things were not simple. Just now, I thought that the other party was a poor man, but I didn't expect that he actually had a car as well. And look at that other guy's unbeatable attitude. Is he a professional racer? Is he a professional racer? He's an Audi A6, not an AE86. Boys are weak. Sorry, I don't race. You see? Chin Fong smiled at Jomoeoe, with a smug look on his face. He didn't bother to talk to the boy anymore, and stretched out his index and middle fingers toward Wang Gang, who was not far away, and hooked his hand. Immediately afterward, a majestic and domineering Rolls-Royce slowly drove over and stopped in front of him. It's too far across the street from the school. Let's take the bus. Chin Fong finished with a smile and very gentlemanly opened the door for Jomoeoe and helped her to get on the car, closing the car door to the envious stares of the surrounding college students, leaving the shocked boy standing in place. The boy saw the silver elephant of the flying goddess passing before his eyes. The mouth was open huge. He never thought in a million years that the car the man was talking about racing would be this one. The people who can afford to drive a car like this have to have a horrible family. At the thought that I was pretending in front of such a rich man and asking his girlfriend out to dinner, the boy was sweating with fear and his eyelids were shaking. It's easy for a big shot like that to screw him. He wants to go after the big man at the moment and bow his head and apologize and beg for his forgiveness. Chin Fong didn't take that little episode to heart at all. As Jomoeoe's dresses get better and better, the number of boys chasing after her is sure to increase. Chin Fong felt the need to come over every day to scare people with a Rolls-Royce, so that others would know that this chick's boyfriend was Megatramp rich. The two of them arrived at the hot and spicy restaurant, chose their food and sat down on the seats to wait for it to be served, chatting about little everyday things. It's mealtime. The store is full of college students. Jomoeoe's beauty after raising her head is very lethal, coupled with a beautiful dress charm unstoppable. The boys pretended to glance at each other when they turned their heads. Big-breasted lolitas can be a treasure of the world. There was awe in everyone's eyes. Look behind you. The ultimate beauty. Oh, my God. That's too much water. Who can handle that? The boy across from her got it. Muddy. The good ones got it all. So cute. So big. So well behaved. If a girl like that was my girlfriend, I'd break my ribs to make soup for her. The boys were talking and calling for friends to see the 100-point beauty. Most of the boys were very disciplined and would only sneak a glance when faced with a beautiful woman with a famous flower. However, there was a boy at the table next to Qin Feng's who had been staring at Zhong Oai. Very rude. Qin Feng noticed his gaze and frowned slightly. Anyone would be turned off by someone staring so directly at their girlfriend and jerking her around. But the man kept looking and didn't speak to provoke. There was nothing to be done with him. Qin Feng thought about it. Instructed Wang Gang to go sit across from him and stare back. Wang Gang nodded and sullenly sat down in front of the man, staring at his lantern eyes without blinking. What's it like to be stared at by a 6 feet 9 inches guy? The boys said it was like sitting on pins and needles, with their backs on. He didn't even eat the spicy hot pot that was served under Wang Gang's angry eyes and left in disgrace. In fact, that boy was Zhong Oao's classmate. He was just making sure that Zhong Oao was not the short village girl in their class who always kept her head down. He didn't expect that girl to be so pretty and have such a great body. I regret that I didn't find out ahead of time, and now I'm being robbed by someone else. The ride back was tearful. Oh, it's so beautiful. People stare at you without eating their meal, so Qin Feng joked. Ha, well, I'll just put my hair down and cover it up. Why are you covering it up if it's so good looking? I mean, you're showy. Don't think too much. Qin Feng hurriedly stopped it. Oh, be bold. With me, you'll be able to do whatever you want like that crazy girl in your dorm room. Aha. Zhong Oa nodded sweetly. Hearing the man say that she would have him to rely on in the future created a stirring in her heart. Only she wouldn't dare to be like Zhuang Xiaoli. It's normal that you're not used to it yet. You'll get used to it later. Got it. Qin Feng felt that it wasn't good for her to be too noticeable, and that there would always be flies running around harassing her when she wasn't there. He thought for a moment and said, "Call your escort out later. I want to buy you a little present." A trace of consternation surfaced on Zhong Oao's face. She felt that it was not good to receive gifts all the time and gently shook her head. No, brother. You've already given me plenty. No refusing your master's gift. Qin Feng feigned seriousness. Oh. Qin Feng realized that Zhong Oao was the kind of character that could be needed at will. As long as she acted a little strong, she would soften up. This kind of aggravated character is going to get married later on, and it's going to be great to fight. After dinner, take the bus to Plaza 66. After meeting Su Wenjie, Qin Feng picked up a wristwatch in a Cartier boutique and slipped it onto Zhong Oao's hand. This lady's watch is from the Cartier Pasha collection. Case in pink gold set with 48 brilliant cut round diamonds totaling 1.15 carats. Screw-down crown cover. Crown set with sapphire. Engraved silver-plated dial set with 12 brilliant cut round diamonds. The rose gold dial was worn on Zhong Oao's skin white, snow-like wrist, and blossomed into a bright, dazzling, noble light under the counter's brilliant lights. Listening to the rainbow farts of the shopgirl and Wendy Su, Zhong Oao's eyes gradually became mesmerized. This pricey watch is just so dazzling. What woman doesn't want bling? She was just a mountain girl who never thought she'd be wearing diamond-embedded jewelry watches on her hands. Brother, is too expensive. Let's pick a cheaper 1-inch. Zhong Oao looked at the price of 220,000 and shook her head, carefully took off the watch and wanted to return it. Actually, I had a selfish reason for giving you the watch, Qin Feng explained with a smile. If you wear this watch, those boys who have designs on you will be ashamed of themselves when they see it and won't dare to pursue you anymore. But it's really too expensive. What if someone steals it? The simple Zhong Oai was in a difficult situation. She, like all girls who have never seen money, is deeply afraid that her treasure will be missed. Wouldn't it be nice to steal it? So you can have a new watch. Qin Feng's tone was full of pampering, which made Zhong Oai dizzy from hearing it. But, nothing but, listen to your master. Qin Feng coaxed the girl on this side, and the waiter on the other side had already finished swiping the card neatly. Chapter 127, PUA Practitioner Gets Anti-PUA. $200,000 is not a small amount, and it's enough to scare off some self-aware guys. Qin Feng also sent this in the hope of keeping her as free as possible from idlers. As for why not a $2 million watch? It's too flashy and very dangerous for a little girl to wear such an expensive watch. Qin Feng didn't want to hear that she had been robbed. Finished buying very recognizable Cartier watches, Qin Feng took the two sisters for a casual stroll in Plaza 66. It's all about luxury brands. Most of the things sold are clothes and bags and stuff like that. Ojango looks like he's not too keen on these things. She never understood why an ordinary t-shirt could cost so much. She does have a penchant for jewelry, though. A few people came to Van Cleef and Arpels. Qin Feng picked her an 18K yellow gold mother-of-pearl necklace from the Alhambra collection. The four-leaf clover shape was worn on her fair neck, looking regal with a touch of playfulness and cuteness. The price is also over $200,000. After he bought it, Qin Feng could feel Zhong Oao's growing fondness for himself. The eyes full of love said it all. Drop her off on the way back to school. Shin Fong turned on the fogging function on the glass separating the rear from the front. Motorized sunshades drawn all around. The 6mm double-coated sound insulation makes it impossible for the front driver to hear what's going on behind them. Seeing that there were no outsiders, Shin Fong said a whole lot of sweet words. Jonoaoa's small face was as red as a ripe apple. 10 or so minutes later, looking at the well-behaved and obedient little girl, Shin Feng's heart was filled with guilt. Couldn't help but take her in her arms and pity her. You have the right to refuse me all this hard work in the future. No hard work. Shin Fong wrapped his arm around her waist and whispered softly, I want you to be happy. Happy. I'm already happy with my brother. Jonoai said in a small voice. Shin Fong was a little drunk. I was going to say something lovey-dovey to cheat the favor. I didn't expect to be cheated out of my favor by this woman instead. Sincerity is really a must. Men and women alike. Smelling the girl's hair fragrance, Shin Fong said emotionally, Baby, why are you so cute? I won't be able to stay away from you. The river of stars in your eyes is more beautiful than the top of the starry sky. Facing this kind of eye attack, Shin Fong cried out that he couldn't block it. I can't wait to marry this girl on the spot. It's good to have a natural fear of marriage. That, coupled with a little residual lack of confidence, caused him to hold back the words of marriage, replacing them with soul torture. If one day I suddenly run out of money, will you still follow me? Even though he knew the answer to this question, he asked it anyway. Maybe that's a common problem with people who suddenly get rich. Shin Fong looked up at the top of the starry sky and waited quietly for a few seconds, not hearing the unthinking will. Instead, she was heard to reply in a firm tone. Brother won't run out of money. I gave some of your money to some of the family and now there is 280,000 left. I will keep this money for you. Shin Fong tilted his head and sighed long and hard. This little girl's simplicity once again refreshed his knowledge. He had to step up his torture. What if I'm up to my ass in debt? Then are these all going to be taken back to pay off the debt? Jonoao said weakly. That little expression looked pathetic. Shin Fong had planned to lie to her about wanting it, but the words were too hard to say. I feel like I'm going to be struck by lightning for saying it. The words hit the lips and smiled reassuringly. Of course, don't need it. It's yours if it's given to you. Jonoai patted the plentiful grain bag and took a long breath, relaxing and laughing. Then in the future, it's good that it's up to you to support your brother. Just that you can't be such a big spender and wasteful anymore. Her heart ached for breath as she remembered the hotels that cost $40,000 a night. Shin Fong was inexplicably somewhat touched as he listened to the little girl's relief. He was defeated by Jonoa's naivety and kindness. This girl is still thinking of using the money she gave her to bag him? How much this looks down on you. Shin Fong had the urge to transfer a few $100 million to this girl. A few $100 million in real money. Let her know what her brother can do. Spending too much at once, though, might get you investigated when the time comes. Shin Fong was a bit worried that this girl couldn't take it, and was a bit torn for a moment. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jonoai thought that he really owed money outside, and softly relieved him. Don't worry brother. I can work to help pay you back in the future too. What kind of stupid white girl is this? She's not even married yet and she's already thinking about paying off her husband's debts? Looking at the little girl's worried eyes, Shin Fong couldn't stop smiling. How much do you want for your salary? Jonoai was unsure. What salary package do you have in mind? Shin Fong re-asked again. Jonoao said hesitantly. There should be an annual salary of $200,000 or $300,000. She has investigated the average salary of schoolmates and seniors. A larger company monthly income of more than $10,000 is still very easy. A little effort should be able to reach this level. How about I give you $10 million for 20 years of working with me to eat, drink and enjoy life? Shin Feng's seductive smile looked like he was tricking children with candy. She's always had work as part of her life plan. Now all of a sudden she's being told not to work, just enjoy life. It certainly had some impact on her outlook on life. You'll be free tomorrow to go and raise the limit of your bank card, or get a card from Dragon Bank, which stipulates that you need 1 million savings funds to open an account, which you just happen to have. Shin Fong instructed her. Doesn't brother owe money anymore? Jonoai asked blankly. Shin Fong scraped her small nose and laughed. This does not just owe you $10 million. She felt as if she hadn't done anything but squeeze her leg, and the man was about to give himself $10 million. This she had a sense of unreality. Is brother serious? Her voice was filled with disbelief, and her eyes began to become mesmerized as she looked at Shin Fong, as if he would pass out at any moment. Well, tomorrow you run the card and take a picture of it and give it to me, okay? Shin Fong liked the way she was dumb and looked dainty and cute. I don't need that much money, Jonoao said in a panic, whether you use it or not. Anyway, go get a card tomorrow. You hear me? Chin Fong had to take out his master's stance. That's $10 million. It was now placed so lightly in front of him. Jong Oaoaoa's entire body was confused. That much money would take at least 30 years of work to earn. Subtracting early childhood and old age, a person can work for only 30 or 40 years in a lifetime. It's like giving away all the money she's going to make in her life. Then wouldn't she need to stop worrying about money in her life? And she could even go on to graduate school, read for her doctorate, and fulfill her dream of becoming a professor. Suddenly, she thought of something. The expression wrinkled up, and the desire to say something. It took a while to shy away. Brother, can I buy something with this $10 million? Chin Fong froze and asked. What is it? I want to buy you a sweet. Jong Oaoa's head bowed in embarrassment and said, this way we'll have a home. Chapter 128, The True Colors of Standard Chartered Men. Chin Fong was mesmerized by Jong Oaoa's deep feelings. Luckily, the car stopped in time, otherwise it would have been almost impossible. After sending the happy-faced Jong Oaoa to go back to school, he also went back to his hotel room. Explained to Wang Gang that he would return to Jiangqing tomorrow. Tomorrow, Monday, Jong Oaoa is going to school, and there is no chance to make love to her if she stays here. Anyway, the spicy rabbit head has been eaten. The remaining last bit of good sense slowly, not in a hurry. After all, it's not realistic to make a woman fall completely in love with you in 2 days. Chin Fong intends to love her over time and use his true heart to sensitize her. Spend 10 days and half a month's work grinding slowly. If it still doesn't work, then we'll consider using some underhanded tactics, like bringing a clean white handkerchief and pretending to cough up some blood. Or you could get a couple of rogues to act out a heroic rescue. I'm told that it's fashionable for silly white girls to take care of rich young men with amnesia. Arranging a small car accident and pretending to have amnesia to trick the little girl. Chin Fong can also do it. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of red wine, quietly enjoying the charming night view of Magic City while typing and chatting with Jong Oaoa on his cell phone. When a girl is just in love, even a minute apart feels extra long. Jong Oaoa would be shy about talking, but not about typing. An emoticon full of care and love made him a man approaching 30, unable to resist springing into action. When Chin Fong used to watch his roommate chatting with his girlfriend, he thought that he was very lewd with a thieving smile. I didn't realize that the smile reflected on the glass was no better than his when it was his turn. This kind of sweet love does go to your head. The two talked for more than 2 hours, and did not bid each other good night until 12 o'clock. Zhong with grave with ring above with a reassuring smile obediently went to sleep. Chin Fong, however, didn't sleep and continued to chat with Shifuya. On the other hand, Wang Gang took a bunch of cleaning tools and prepared to clean the back of the Rolls-Royce. He couldn't hear any movement in the back on the way, but with the experience of the last time, he felt it should be necessary to clean up. Wang Gang carefully inspected it and found that the back row was clean, not even a napkin. He couldn't help but scratch his head in wonder. It doesn't seem like it needs to be cleaned. Day 2. Returning to the familiar Jiang City, Chin Fong awkwardly realized that he didn't seem to have a place to land. It's been a busy few days between various women, trying to figure out how to trick them into being sincere. Haven't had a chance to buy a decent house for myself yet. He looked at the $50 million in cash in his hand and operate to charge the system for $10 million. Dog-licking gold balance, $100 billion. $366 million. That's $100 billion enough to spend on a woman. With $40 million left in hand, you should set yourself up with a little something. Subtract the office building to be purchased. There's over $20 million left. Consider buying a decent house. A little bit of online searching for rich neighborhoods in River City led to a pretty good one. It's called Love Lake Newtown. This is a just-built upscale property located in the new city by the lake, with an opening price of more than $30,000. For a second or third-tier city, this kind of price close to a first-tier city really belongs to the rich area. This neighborhood has an elegant environment, strict management, and convenient living, and is known as the benchmark level of prestigious living within the River City. Chin Fong was mainly interested in the private clubs around him. What with the private chefs and personal trainers, the swimming gym, and the recreational clubs. A little farther out there are golf courses, skating rinks, horse farms. Chin Fong asked Wang Gang to drive to the sales office of Love's Lake New City, get out of the car and walk into the sales center. After seeing Chin Feng's car, several sales ladies grabbed and ran over to bend and bow in unison. Welcome to Lake Lovin' Newtown. One of the better-looking girls came forward to receive the gentleman. Are you here to see the house? Chin Fong nodded. What is your name? Sir? Surname Chin. The reception girl's name is Guan Yuxian. She could tell that the tall one behind Chin Fong should be a bodyguard assistant or something like that. So without asking his name, he walked over to Chin Fong with his hand in the air and smiled. Here's information about our Lake Lovin' Newtown. Do you need me to tell you about our neighborhood? Those who can afford to drive a Rolls-Royce are far too likely to buy a house. maybe even buy several sets at once. There was a bit of suppressed excitement in Guan Yuxian's voice. No, I read it online. Qin Feng does not want to nag more. No surprise, later will certainly be richer. Buy the house here is just a transition. When his own company gets up, he will definitely have to buy land and make a private estate of hundreds of acres before he can do so. Otherwise there's no place to park a private jet. And what kind of floor plan do you need, please? Is there a large flat? With better decoration, a better floor, and a better location? Qin Feng said in a picky manner. Yes. What you are talking about should be the king of our building here. Our building 8 here is full of large flat floors of more than 200 square meters. It's the best building in the whole neighborhood. Whether it's light, house type, feng shui, orientation are all carefully designed. Guan Yuxian led Qin Feng to look at the sand table model and gushingly introduced the advantages of building 8. For example, a 3-stair, 2-family elevator configuration with a dedicated nanny service elevator. There are many famous tycoons and listed company bosses among its residents. Which sets are left now? Qin Feng felt okay listening to it and was slightly impressed. There is a 480 square feet on the 18th floor, a set on the top floor of the 31st floor, and a set on the 25th and 26th floors. 20 below the ground floor is also a lot of empty. Guan Yuxian counted his blessings. Qin Feng thought about it and asked Guan Yuxian, which set do you think is better? Ha! Guan Yuxian froze a little before immediately reacting to the fact that it was highly likely that a big shot buying a house would place an order just by casually asking. She hurriedly picked the highest priced house out of the remaining ones. If you don't mind the harmonics, Mr. Qin, I recommend you buy the 18th floor. Guan Yuxian invited Qin Feng to sit on the sofa, holding the layout map of the 18th floor, and introduced it to Qin Feng. First of all, the 18th floor is a prime floor with superb views and light, fresh air and privacy, and no mosquitoes or noise to worry about. And with our extra space on this floor and great price incentives, you get what you pay for. Qin Feng felt that something wasn't right up there. Why doesn't anyone buy it if it's so good? Because many big bosses are rather superstitious and sensitive to numbers. Guan Yuxian explained. Oh, Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He's pretty happy with the 18th floor, but doesn't have a strong desire to buy it. Looked at the other floors and they were either small or large. Like the top floor of 1,000 sq feet for just one unit at a price of just over $20 million, and no one buys it. There must be a reason why people don't buy houses. Guan Yuxian was secretly anxious when she saw Qin Feng shaking his head frequently. Seeing that he looked relatively young, Guan Yuxian's eyes rolled and she came to his ear and whispered, Mr. Qin, there's an actress living in another home on the 18th floor. Oh. Qin Feng instantly stopped being sleepy when he heard about the actress, and asked in the same sneaky manner, which actress? Seeing that he took the bait, Guan Yuxian's mouth raised in a smile and said quietly, I can't disclose the name of the head of the household according to the rules, but I see that Mr. Qin is so dignified that he shouldn't go around talking about it. That's why I'm telling you. Her name is Han Yanfei. Chapter 129. Looking for someone to share a room with. Beautiful women only. This Han Yanfei used to be a child star, good looking, and was on the CCTV Spring Festival Gala. After growing up, she acted in many movies and TV series with the image of an innocent jade girl, and at her hottest, she had more than 10 million fans all over the internet. Unfortunately, he later appeared on a talk show and spouted off about the messy private lives of female celebrities all over the internet. Then they were teamed up with other female celebrities to ostracize and target them. Very few big directors have even let it slip that she has smeared the image of the entertainment industry. It ended up being tragically blocked. There's been almost nothing to pick up in recent years. It's all some third-rate web series looking for her to play the White Lotus. Qin Feng took out his cell phone and found her picture and scanned it. Name, Han Yanfei. Age, 22. Charm value, 93. Number of relationships, 0. Since they're stars, there aren't many ugly ones. But there does seem to be something about this girl being so clean after so many years in the entertainment industry. No wonder it has the nerve to troll other actresses. Qin Feng had a deep impression of Han Yanfei as a child. She was cute and cuddly on screen back then, with innocent eyes that looked like they could talk. Every movement and expression is full of youthful and lively gestures. Later, Qin Feng was busy with his work, so he didn't pay much attention to this girl. Look at the photo. The girl still has a radiant smile. I also wonder what kind of girl she is in reality. Then please show me this house. If it's suitable. It's a Qin Feng nodded and said to the sales lady, with a beautiful woman as a neighbor. What's 18th floor got to do with it? He only believes in the system, not in God. And he felt that this kind of girl who had been acting since she was a child and had rich experience in the entertainment industry should be helpful to his future media company. As a budding actress who is about to step into the entertainment industry, there is a need to interact more with such actresses. When the sales lady saw Qin Feng nodding, She hurriedly took the access card and brought him to the 8th floor to see the apartment. Take the elevator to the 18th floor. Opening the door and going inside. With just one glance, Shin Fong fell in love with this house. The 3.4-meter floor height is a pleasure to look at, and the 26-meter living and dining room looks spacious and bright, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Being in a wide-open space puts you in a peaceful mood. The center was padded with a long, plush blanket, with an ornate couch and coffee table, and some potted greenery dotted around the windows. The 5-bedroom, 6-bath design features a children's room, nanny's room, master bedroom, guest bedroom, and den. The master guest bedroom comes with a balcony from which you can enjoy the unobstructed view of the green hills and lakes. The decoration of the house belongs to the finished house, with a 100-inch color TV, a double-door refrigerator, and a 2-meter-8 Simmons bed. For Shin Fong, who was too lazy to decorate, this kind of house that could be moved in with a handbag was perfect. How much? He asked instantly. The total price of $1,400 is already about $3,000 per square foot lower than other floors. Guan Yuxian's smile grew wider and wider. She could see that Shin Fong was more satisfied with the house, and there was a high possibility of a deal. For this kind of tycoon, buying a house should be like buying groceries, and when you see what you like, you might just pay for it, and it's cool as hell. It simply won't be like those ordinary people who dilly-dally for half a day and have to haggle. But immediately afterward, a voice that counted as sincere rang out. Can it be cheaper? Guan Yuxian's smile froze. She hadn't expected the big man with bodyguards driving a Rolls-Royce to cut a deal. Her heart ached. More concessions, less bonuses for her, in order to close the deal. Though, she ended up giving a reserve price for the house. Shin Fong ended up getting the large flat at a 5% discount. Who says bigots have to be cool with shelling out money? It's his own money. Why not take it if it's cheaper? And don't underestimate the 5%. At his previous salary of less than $100,000 a year, it would take him 10 years to earn that much. Shin Fong paid the money and completed the formalities on the same day. Ready to live straight in. Guan Yuxian had been following his ass, saying that she would tidy up the house for him and help clean it. Shin Fong saw that her eyes were not quite innocent and refused her services. He looks like he's just about ready to hang a get-out-of-jail-free card around his neck right now. It really can't withstand a little bit of wind. And the fact that the girl is about the same age as the number of relationships makes for a little panic. Back in a house that was truly his own, he admired his home from start to finish, rolling over in bed constantly to leave his smell on it. Shin Fong was in a very happy mood. He took a few pictures of the house and posted them with text to his friends. Recruitment of people to share the rent. Only single will cook beauty. Rent is free. Interested parties to send photos. This circle of friends blocked 3 girls with whom one had interacted. He was mostly fooling around with his new house and wanted to fish in the meantime. This circle of friends quickly reached 100 plus likes. The last 100 plus likes was when he was shooting a Porsche. It's true that the house and car are the main concern. Shin Fong prettily lay on his bed, looking at the comments that popped up from time to time. Takeaway coworker, chow chow. Big flat A, Fong Z you robbed a bank? College roommate, Fong, do you mind male beauties? I remember you said I look good in women's clothes before. Female student, may I ask if it's too late to learn how to cook? Chuang Xiaoli, scum. Pine Jinyan, Mr. Shin, you also live in Lianhua. From my home is very close to it. The evening want me to go to your home to cook for you? Wei Fan, brother Fong Cowhide. Which chick is this set for? Zhang Daji, righteous father. Are you renting out your house? Do you want to list the property with me? Shin Feng's mind moved and he thought that it would be good to really recruit a young and beautiful young nanny. So he clicked on Zhang Daji's chat box and chatted with him for a couple of minutes. Agreed to give him photos of the house to put up for rent. But the requirement was that it had to be a beautiful girl, and one that was even more beautiful than that Lu Ziki in their store. And he was instructed to take pictures to show himself before coming to see the house. Zhang Daji expressed his shock at Shin Feng's eyesight. Even his sister Lu couldn't look at him. What a beautiful girl that would have to be. Zhang Daji couldn't understand the realm of the rich, and posted photos of Shin Feng's large flat house on various platforms, stating the landlord's requirements. Soon more and more views. Over here Shin Feng is chatting with his roommate from college. Want to buy them dinner. Unfortunately, they are all out there one by one and don't get together more than once a year. It's very hard to have money and not be able to find anyone to fool around with. He was lying in bed, bored out of his mind. Think of the starlet who lives across the street. So he told Wang Gang to go buy some fruit and visit this neighbor across the street. Shin Feng came to the other side's door and waved his hand for Wang Gang to go down. Rang the doorbell. After waiting for a while, no one inside opened the door. Undeterred, he pressed twice more, and still no one was there. Shin Feng guessed that Han Yanfei might be out shooting a movie. I returned unhappy, but just then the elevator doors opened. From inside, A girl with large sunglasses came out of the. She was wearing a plain printed t-shirt with a pair of baggy jeans underneath and a pair of flip-flops. The sunglasses covered the girl's eyes, but set off her face as extraordinarily white and delicate as milk. Small nose, bright red lips. What's worse is that the cheeks have not completely faded away from childishness. With a little baby fat, there are two shallow pear swirls on the cheeks. The bare toes are small and crystalline, bouncing as they walk. This was the first time Chin Fong had seen a star up close, and his mood was slightly excited. He's kind of watched this little girl grow up. At the moment she came out from the screen, less of that dreamlike distance, more of a real and vivid flavor. Chin Fong couldn't help but reveal a cordial smile as he greeted. Hello, Fifi. I'm a fan. The girl didn't panic at all when she saw a strange man blocking the door, chewed the gum in her mouth and smiled. Uncle, how did you blend in? Chapter 130, Godly Acting. Uncle, am I that old? Chin Fong wondered. He was only looking slightly more vicissitudes than his counterparts, so how did he become an uncle? Or is it popular for little girls these days to refer to boys older than her as uncle? Han Yanfei glanced at Chin Feng's fruit basket and didn't have the good sense to say. Only the older generation mentions fruit to meet girls, right? Han Yanfei became an over-the-top star after being dissed all over the internet. She hasn't dropped her 10 million followers, though. There's about $1 million left. Inevitably, a few of these well-intentioned fans found out where she lived and approached her to send flowers, fan tags, and gifts of jewelry to support and encourage her. But she's never seen anyone delivering fruit that. It made her feel like the quality of her fans had slipped badly, so she was a little upset. And at the moment, Chin Fong was a bit embarrassed. To be accused of being old-fashioned by the girl was an insult to him as a werewolf. He gave an awkward laugh and explained, to tell you the truth, I'm not a fan of yours. I just heard the salesgirl say I had a big star living next door to me, so I came over to visit. You're not a fan? Han Yanfei savored the opposite side's words and asked again with a start. You bought the house across the street? Yeah, just bought it today. Chin Fong scratched his head and confessed. Open the door and I'll take a look. Han Yanfei looked skeptical. Chin Fong laughed, swept his face on the face recognition smart lock, and opened the front door of his house. Want to come in and visit? No need. Han Yanfei was surprised and waved her hands back and forth. She hadn't realized that this old-looking boy was so rich. Keep in mind that the house across the street is more than twice as expensive as the one on her side of the street. Can't afford it at all without a little strength. Don't worry, I'm a decent person. Chin Fong said smilingly, we'll be neighbors from now on. Let's add a WeChat. In the face of Chin Fong asking for WeChat, Han Yanfei hesitated for 2 seconds, but still readily took out her cell phone. After asking Chin Fong his name, the note reads, Rich Uncle. Uncle is so rich. This house is said to cost more than $10 million, right? After knowing that Chin Fong had money, she changed into a sweet smile and said enthusiastically, well, 400W. Mega expensive. After buying it I'm stuck eating dirt now. Chin Fong half joked. It's easier to cry poor than to show off your wealth. Sure enough, Han Yanfei smiled and joked. So you still buy me fruit? I thought you girls liked fruit. Chin Fong naturally handed over the fruit in order to give a gift to look at the extended information. Han Yanfei let her guard down and took the fruit, sweeping it slightly. Seeing as it's summer fruit like grapes and lychees and cantaloupe. Smile and say thank you. Since it's a rich homeowner next door, it shouldn't be tampering with the fruit. In the future you can look for me for anything you need help with. I'm a warm-hearted person. You'll know that after getting along for a long time. Seeing that his purpose was accomplished, Chin Fong concaved the image of a neighboring brother and said to the little girl, okay, uncle. The little girl said with a smile as she stood in front of the door. Chin Fong didn't say anything else and waved his hand before entering his house. It would be nice to get contact information for the first meeting. Take your time and go deeper into the conversation later to show her that you really are a warm-hearted man. Chin Fong went back and sat on the sofa, looking at her profile and slowly frowning. Goddess database updated. Name, Han Yanfei. Age, 22. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Charisma, 93. Profession, idol artist. Characteristics, sultry plus toxic. Favorability, 10. Number of relationships, 0. Rater reward, divine acting. Amount spent, $0. 008 million. To this skill, Chin Fong was a bit puzzled. He cursed the system in his heart for being unkind. It's more about looks than acting. Ha! Give yourself the image of a perfect man and then a diva singing voice. Just stand on the stage and sing blind. Those 90-point relationship brain girls are starting to cheat themselves. The favoritism has risen to 100%. Gain a bunch of superpowers every day. Then the world will be invincible, and will live with the heavens, and will rule over all mankind and so the world. What's the point of acting? He won't go to the movies and become a star in the future. At most, He'll make a cameo as Eun Ji-ping or something like that. It's so fast. It's like 2 episodes and you're off the hook. That's what makes a good actor. Shin Fong couldn't help but question the system's ability in his heart. Those cyborg bodyguards. Hearing about women's hearts and stuff like that being so overbearing. How is it that this godly acting looks mediocre? Divine acting skills, after the host has studied for a certain period of time, as well as figured out and interpreted a character's role, there is a very high chance of acquiring that character's skills. For example, e.g., driving, swimming, cooking, photography, housework, pampering, art, sports, etc. The level of competence acquired is related to the level of commitment of the host. I'm so sorry. By this interpretation, if you play a character with heart, you can become that character. It's the equivalent of playing a professional race car driver, learning to race a car, play a top chef, turn a spoon upside down for 2 days, and you can pick up a pan and just stir fry, play a piano virtuoso, learn to dole out instigations, and go straight to decades of extra playing experience, playing a killer. Shin Fong was shocked. With this, it equates to all future skills being self-taught and proficient in all of them. Invincible. His eyes became wild as he looked at Han Yanfei's WeChat avatar. Tap on the chat screen. After hesitating for half a day, he ended up not sending the 100,000 transfer. It's too superficial. I've messed around like this before, and it hasn't worked out for a single girl so far. Shin Fong decided not to use the image of a thug. He was going to give a little care and love and stick up for her at the right time by being the big brother next door who knows what he's doing. I'm watching the movie you're acting in, and I noticed that you're a good actor. Shin Fong typed in a compliment. I didn't expect a quick reply from the other side. Han Yanfei, it's all about peer support, but it's no match for some of the professional actors. Shin Fong, how many years have people acted professionally? It's amazing that you're so young to be able to do this. Han Yanfei, uncle, are you interested in me if you praise me like this? Shin Fong, a little, but not much. Han Yanfei, hey, do you want to see my private portrait? As long as 888 can enter the group to see the beauty girl sure body temptation. Oh, Shin Fong. Shin Fong watched the TV as Han Yanfei stood above a cold pool of blue water, holding a long sword in her hand and dancing a beautiful arc, dusty as a fairy, standing proudly in the world, as if a fairy had descended to the earth, a white dress floating with the wind, and on the cell phone, she's lewd as a bag carrier selling CDs. Shin Fong, you've ruined the image of a jade girl in my heart. Han Yanfei, jade girl is not worth anything. Uncle, want to see me cosplay Beastier Lady? I have black silk. What's so great about pictures? Shin Fong snorted. This Beastiered Lady is certainly fun to photograph in person. As a good and knowledgeable student, it is a shame that the knowledge taught by Mr. Chen has never been put to use. Who wouldn't want to be a photographer documenting the beauty when they get the chance? Chapter 131, The Big House is Cold and Quiet. Shin Fong didn't dare to ask how much it cost to come to the site to take pictures. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on to it and would fall into the other party's hands. And with zero relationship experience on the other side, she shouldn't be the kind of girl who would sell herself out for money. Let's stabilize the hand first. We'll go back to role-playing games with her later when we're more acquainted. Shin Fong pretended to be a decent person. I liked you better when you were cute and cuddly as a child than all that. As a result, this sentence was sent and received no response for half a day. He waited with some uneasiness. Would it break someone's heart to say that their little girl isn't as cute as she used to be? Shin Fong felt that it was indeed inappropriate. Was about to apologize. I didn't expect the other guy to respond. Han Yanfei, uncle turns out to be a lowly controller? Shin Fong. Han Yanfei, does uncle like double ponytails? Han Yanfei, white silk too. Want to join the group? Shin Fong, never mind. Han Yanfei, is uncle so shy? Is it possible that he's a virgin? Lean. This little girl looked innocent and cute when we met, but I didn't expect to become so prodigal on the net. Shin Fong felt that if he continued to talk to her, he would definitely reveal his nature. The big brother next door persona that he had managed to dent so easily. He didn't want to ruin it just like that. So resisting the urge to transfer money to join the group, no more hitting on her. And at this time, Han Yanfei, who was on the opposite side of the room, saw that Shin Fong didn't take care of her, cut a sound, and casually threw her cell phone onto the sofa. She had wanted to scam a little money and have a fling with the tycoon, but I didn't realize the other guy was a straight man of steel. He was even disliked for selling himself. Something about being cuter as a child. Isn't he cute now? And that it spoiled the image in his mind. Funny. One's preference was to let him know that the old Han Yanfei was dead and was now an emotionless money-making machine. She finished mentally sputtering, picking up the washed grapes and stuffing them into his mouth, one after the other. Grapes were high in sugar and she had to eliminate them all before her young assistant returned. Or you'll have to fight with your little assistant again. Chin Feng was a bit hungry from this little girl's teasing. Rubbing his stomach, he went downstairs to find food. I came to a private dining room called Xiaoqiaorenjia and was warmly entertained by the owner's wife to try out their house flavors. Unexpectedly not bad. It made him think of the drunken immortal restaurant where he had paid $8 million for his meal. The boss's wife with the devil's body hasn't said a word in the past 2 days. She wouldn't have taken the money and run away, would she? Chin Feng hurriedly found out her WeChat and sent a message. Boss lady, busy? Sube, he's been super busy these past 2 days. First, after paying off the bank, and hired a bunch of water army every day on the internet to drunken immortal house to write soft articles to advertise. What trumps Michelin's Chinese national feast? Enjoy the night view of the river and savor the luxury life. One of the things you have to do when you come to River City. These soft advertisements with strong gimmicks festered on the internet, bringing the name of drunken immortal house into the eyes of the common people. The people are keen to discuss what they can't afford to eat. The sound gradually reached the rich man's ears, and some netizens love to eat what the people can't afford to eat. So her store gradually took off in the past 2 days. Those who have gone there have raved about the food, as well as the beautiful owner's wife. The netizens who visited the store took pictures of Su Beishi as well, posting them on various platforms. It's titled, Earthly Perfection at the Drunken Immortal House. It was an instant hit. Some out-of-town customers even come to her store, resulting in a full house and a queue for reservations. It was the point of eating. Su Beishi was busy in the dark, and when she saw Chin Feng asking for information about being busy or not, smiling bitterly, he replied anyway, not busy. What are Mr. Chin's orders? She clearly knew that without Chin Feng's support, her best end would be to shut down Drunken Immortal Mansion and marry a rich man. So she had to put Chin Feng's matter first. She guessed that Chin Feng wanted to accompany him by himself. She had been ready for this for a long time. I just didn't expect Chin Feng to be so powerful. It took a couple of days of work to coax those two siblings to. Now that it was her turn to be coaxed, Su Beishi was a little nervous. Chin Feng, do you like taking portraits? Su Beishi? She remembered that the first time Chin Feng had approached her to chat, he had asked her to take a selfie. I can see that Chin Feng is very fond of photography. Su Beishi glanced down at her figure, blushing slightly, and replied, I've never done it before. Does Mr. Chin want to take my portrait? Chin Feng, a sudden whim to have some fun. Name your price. Su Beishi, no need. As I said before when I borrowed the money, anything will do. Su Beishi, Mr. Chin, send an address. I'll go there now. Chin Feng was slightly embarrassed to see someone being so honest, but the thought of her blood-curdling body quickly threw the guilt out of his mind. It's still cool to use money. It's a pain in the ass to ask for any goodwill. And licking my chops to coax. Chin Feng decided to stop coaxing Xia Ting after he got her reward. In case she is going to be upset, just hit her with money until she is good, and then pull back if she still makes a scene. Anyway, he has a lot of women. Chin Feng, do you have any cat ear hair clips, chimera leathers, and maid costumes at home? Su Beishi. No. Chin Feng, voice 60. Su Beishi listening to the voice. Point conversion text, I give you money. You go online to buy stewardess uniforms, female security uniforms, JK Moon hair uniforms, and props such as small leather whip. The more Su Beishi listens to the more red face. Since childhood, she has some clothes that she has never heard of. Curious, I googled it and was amazed. Some of the styles have so little fabric that they don't even cover her top. And that's what they're going to photograph? Su Beishi was so ashamed that she didn't even have the face to see anyone. Luckily, Chin Feng had given her a few days to buy clothes, giving her a bit of a buffer. Otherwise she was afraid she'd run on the spot. Chin Feng was looking forward to showing off his amazing photography skills in 2 days. Got home and rested for a while. I turned on the TV and saw that there was nothing to watch, so I ran to the den to play on the computer. This computer is supposedly a $10,000 setup. High-end games are manageable. He was feeling a little empty after playing 2 games of jerk-off by himself and getting 2 games of chicken. Mainly because the house is a little big and he's a little uncomfortable with it. Empty rooms, cold floors, and all is quiet. The sound of his own grass was like a thunderclap. The 480 square feet of this large flat was silent compared to the life-affirming nooks of Shafiria's kind. Chin Feng looked at the time. It's after 9 o'clock, and Shivya should be at the bar. Going over there by yourself might disturb people's work. He suddenly realized it seemed like everybody had something to do. Joan Oaao was reading. Shifuya is working, and Su Beishi is busy. He was the only one who had nothing to do and waited for death all day long. And the key to that was waiting for his heart to be disturbed. You really lose a lot of meaning in life when you have money. Chin Feng didn't want to be so disheveled. He wanted to find the meaning of life. So he opened WeChat and found Wei Fan, a rich second generation, and said, Brother Wei, do you know where a good nightclub is? Chapter 132. The villa that was 100 chapters late. Shin Feng followed the rich kid out for a long time. That's when he realized there were two kinds of KTV. One is the pure K of the mass market type, and the other is the business KTV with a particularly large number of games, referred to as business K. Unlike the old night general lounge, commercial K looks more formal, higher end, and more expensive. Wei Fan took him to the business KTV box super large, with a dance floor DJ kind. Marketing that knew him called a busload of actors over for the two to pick from. Shin Feng swept a glance, although there were no goddesses, but each of them was cool and beautiful and graceful. Think about it, the goddess has been good looking since she was a child. There is no shortage of boys around to pursue her, and no matter how much she mixes, she will not be able to mix in a nightclub. He's not entirely right about that though. Girls with a good face usually don't let go too much, don't have a sense of ambience, and can't carry the mood. Silly to sit there and have a guest offer to show her the ropes, then play and stop doing the business. That's why marketing doesn't even really want to bring those girls out. Wei Fan helped Shin Feng order 3 and ordered 2 for himself. The girls were all very enthusiastic and did great group dances, and there were some great performances in the program. They play games with high stakes, all with physical contact type punishments. There was a little sister who lost a game of poker and ran to tear her partner's socks off. It's kind of fun to watch. Shin Feng was persuaded to drink a lot of wine, and the young lady was beautiful and sweet, so she was very comfortable to listen to. When it was over, he barely made it back to his door with Wang Gang's assistance. Only Wei Fan's last words remained in his mind. There's a rooftop outdoor pool party this weekend, so remember to come over and hang out. Shin Feng had a little bit of anticipation, but to be honest, he was never quite comfortable with this kind of venue. It feels impossible to fit in. There's nothing to do but drink. Instead, the girls seemed to be having a good time. Without desire, he was there simply drinking, sitting back and laughing at the crowd. He smoked cigars all night and drank a mess of foreign liquor. My stomach turned over and all my organs protested. If you drink for half a month in the long run, you'll be absolutely wasted. This night cost more than $20,000, and Wei Fan grabbed the bill. Shin Feng didn't be polite with him. The amount wasn't much, just find a way to pay him back in the future. When he returned home, Shin Feng lay on the bed drunk and uncomfortable, and dizzy and wanting to throw up. He was now incredibly looking forward to having a super strong physique. Along with that, I miss Shatin a little bit. People are very emotional when they are drunk and alone, and very prone to remembering things they regret. Shatin was his only regret at the moment. He took out his cell phone, found Shatin, hesitated for a moment, and gently sent a message. I missed you so much. After sending it, he stared blankly at the screen of his cell phone, expecting a reply from the girl. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. Shin Feng looked at the time. 12:30 at midnight. A helpless sigh. Probably sleeping. Good girls usually go to bed early. Shin Feng closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. That's when the cell phone rang. His heart raced and he unlocked the screen to see that it was a message from her. Shatin, humph. Just by reading the words alone, one could also imagine Zatting's mouth pouting at that moment. It's still that familiar feeling. Shin Feng laughed and typed coaxingly. Baby, don't be angry. Shatin, just angry. Shatin lay down to sleep at 11 o'clock. However, because of the recent Cold War with Shin Feng, how could he not sleep after thinking about it left and right? She was worried that this Cold War was permanent, deeply afraid that Shin Feng had another woman who didn't want her. In the past 2 days, her entire body had been emaciated by 2 points, and she hadn't been able to sleep well. I was just about to fall asleep when I heard the sound of a tweet. She needed to catch up on her sleep, so she didn't look at her phone. But there's always a voice in the back of my mind that says, go check it out, just in case it's him. This thought kept circling in Xia Ting's mind, and she finally opened her phone helplessly, turned the brightness down, and squinted her eyes to take a look. I didn't expect it to really be Shin Feng. She was thrilled and wanted to return I missed you so much too. But then he remembered that the dogman had gone off on a wild goose chase for the past 2 days, and instantly became angry again. You don't care if I live or die, so what's to stop me from being angry? Shin Feng was a bit dizzy, but as the segment gradually improved, he didn't foolishly say I'm wrong or something like that. He skirted around the subject and said truthfully, I've had a few drinks today and all I can think about is you. Shatin was titillated by the words of love. She knows that when a guy is drunk he only calls the girl he cares about the most. She took him at his word, and her anger was mostly gone, though the words were still a bit of a shade. Xia Ting, being drunk is great, leaving me alone for 3 days and ignoring me, and saying you miss me. Shin Feng, I know it's my fault, but I've been busy with a very important matter for the past 3 days. Shatin, something at work? Shin Feng, it's about my whole life. If I succeed, I'll be able to live happily ever after. Shatin's anger has completely subsided. This looks like important business. It's so wrong for a man to be out there talking about such a big project, getting drunk, and throwing a tantrum himself. She sent a voice full of guilt. I'm sorry, brother. I was too willful. Qin Feng didn't know why she was apologizing, but drunk as he was, he didn't realize what was wrong. Just don't get mad. I'll take you somewhere tomorrow. Xia Ting, well, brother, if you've had too much to drink, take an early rest. Do you want me to take care of you? Qin Feng, no. You go to bed early too. Good night. Shatin, good night, brother. I miss you too. Qin Feng giggled as he stared at the text Xia Ting had sent. He didn't care if it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. He dialed Chiu Lily's number. Hey, Sister Chiu, how's that villa of yours coming along? Chiu Lily was woken up, saw that it was the boss's call, slapped her face and returned seriously. The site will be ready tomorrow. My plan is to get a rehearsal first. Have people bring everything with them to go through the process. I hope you'll come to the site if you can to see if any adjustments are needed. And if it goes well, you'll be able to. The day after tomorrow. Can't wait for the day after tomorrow. Qin Feng interrupted. I'll take a look at it tomorrow at noon. And if I can, I'll take Shatin there directly in the evening. And you take the men to do a good job of greeting them. Okay, boss. Do I need to prepare the diamond ring, please? Qin Feng pondered for a while and gritted his teeth. Buy a million or so and prepare for it first. The following day, at noon, the weather was clear. The sun is shining and the breeze is not dry. The ninth building in the villa area of Four Seasons Court in Jiangcheng was bustling with activity at the moment. The surfaces of the villa have been painted to look brand new and completely different from the surrounding cluster of villas. Overhead hangs a huge hot air balloon with a line that reads, "The iron gate at the entrance was removed and replaced with a balloon arch." The yard is filled with a multitude of group shows and atmosphere groups. They stood or squatted together, eating their boxed lunches. Jiangcheng's tycoon is also too rich. Right. A marriage proposal or so big row. That marriage shall not spend a tens of millions of ah. I'm so envious of today's heroine. If my boyfriend proposed to me like this, I'd marry without a house. If you're so rich, how can you not have a house? I heard that the man is giving away this villa today. Zundu fake Zundu ah? As we were chatting, someone from the wedding planning team ran over and shouted over the loudspeaker. Stop chatting. The boss is coming over to look at the venue right away. Hurry up and put the lunch boxes away. Stand according to the position of this morning's rehearsal. The music will start. The screen will open. And the flower confetti will not have to be scattered yet, or else we will have to clean up again. A few minutes later, everyone quickly cleaned up and stood around the table sneaking glances at the door to get a glimpse of the rich. A couple of the male actors thought to themselves, if you're a handsome guy, you don't need to get into all this fancy stuff at all to chase girls. I guess the owner would be a fat, ugly, greasy, balding uncle. Chapter 133, Rehearse. Those male actors are destined to be disappointed. It didn't take long for a Rolls-Royce to pull up in front of the villa. A driver stepped down from the driver's seat and slowly opened the rear door wearing white gloves. A well-oiled leather shoe stepped out, followed by black suit pants. A straight English suit. Under the sunlight, the man soared eyebrows and starry eyes, his straight nose and thin lips, with features that are described as handsome, and especially done hairstyle. He looks well-dressed, good-looking, graceful, and radiant. A few people in charge waiting at the door greeted him with warm greetings and courtesies. There was even a gasp from the crowd in the garden. Wow, the boss is so handsome too. Holy, really? This is the boss? He's about my age. You're nowhere near as big as someone else. I can tolerate being richer than me. I can tolerate being better looking than me. But I can't tolerate being better at pretending than me. So what if you're more handsome? You still can't get me. Sister, wipe your mouth before you say that. Qin Feng walked into the villa calmly under the gaze of the crowd. Lift your eyes and the setup is really nice. There were balloon flowers everywhere. A real rainbow in the sky that had just been sprayed with a mist of water. And a sweet smell in the air. The background wall on the circular stage in front was a huge photo frame, which held a huge outdoor display screen that was currently scrolling pictures of Xia Ting growing up. Some nice campus photos most of all. Collecting these photos took a lot of effort, and Qin Feng had to find many people to get his hands on them. I am sure that the person concerned will be touched by the situation. Mr. Qin, can you see what else needs to be adjusted? Xiu Lily followed beside Qin Feng and asked with a smile. Not bad. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. We didn't have a professional playing band. We just rented some instruments for the actors to sit and pretend. And it was actually the stereo that played the music. Xiu Lily explained. This is done for fear of accidents while playing, and it's cheaper this way. Beyond that, there are some additional preparations. Would you like to pick an actor on the spot to walk you through it? Qin Feng thought it was okay. So after a little picking and choosing amongst the group of actors, I found a girl who was fairly good looking. Pretty girl, can I ask you to help me play the female lead for a while? The lucky girl who's been picked is dumbfounded. She's the same girl who just said she couldn't have me. She was too busy to hesitate and nodded her head. Then followed Qin Feng into the Rolls-Royce, sitting in a multi-million-dollar limousine. Her mind went blank and she did whatever people said, accompanying Qin Feng like a dream. He prepped, and when he got off the stage, he only had Qin Feng in his eyes, and could no longer tolerate anyone else. How she wished it was all true, and Qin Feng just smiled and nodded at her, transferred a little bit of hard-earned money, and then stopped caring about her. The girl was heartbroken. Qin Feng looked at the time and said in a loud voice to the crowd, "For all the hard work you've done to help, if my proposal is successful today, each of you will double your paychecks today." The 40 or so people at the bottom were pleasantly surprised and cheered enthusiastically. They all shouted the boss cowhide and wished the boss 100 years of good luck and an early birth. With the blessing of the crowd, Qin Feng got in his car and set off to pick up the people. At this time, in an ordinary suite, Xia Ting was picking out clothes. Her mom, Akemi Megumi, was sitting on the couch helping her counsel on which one was appropriate to wear. Just that denim skirt with the one-shoulder pink top. It's already bright. I think it's better to wear a white dress for a small wedding. Xia twisted left and right in the mirror, never quite satisfied. Her mom, Ming Mihue, glared at her. Married? Just newlyweds? Shame on you. Humph. You're jealous of me. Xia threw her head up. You were born to me. Do I need to be jealous? Akemi Megumi gave her a disdainful look, then said nonchalantly, I advise you to better hurry up and ask for the house, or else when people ignore you next time, maybe it's useless for you to stick it up. A tangle surfaced on Xia Ting's face as she hesitated. He's in the middle of something big. It's not good for me to bother him now. People have bought Rolls-Royce casually. Buying a house is even what bother. Maybe it's just like buying groceries. Xia Ting thought for a while, but still chose to give up. Forget it, let's talk about it later. He's probably short of money for a business deal. Can't put pressure on him. She changed her clothes and rushed to her mother when she saw the man's message on her cell phone. He's here. I've got to get down there. Help me see what else is wrong. Akemi Megumi glanced around a little and said lightly, It's quite nice. Go ahead. Seeing her perfunctory attitude, Xia Ting was angry and secretly red in her heart. Love me now, and when I get a villa later, I'll let you live downstairs in the nanny's room. Akemi Megumi knew she wasn't holding back any good farts when she saw this expression of her mouth quirking, but sympathizing with the fact that she had a date coming up, she didn't bother to teach her a lesson and casually asked, Not coming back for dinner tonight, are you? I don't know. I don't burn your food anyway. Oof. Next time you make an appointment, bring him up so I can see what he looks like in person. Got it. Xia waved her hand out the door. Akemi Megumi looked at her daughter's back and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say the words out loud. She advised her daughter to get pregnant with a rich man's seed before, and now she suddenly doesn't want her own daughter to have cubs, because it meant she was about to become a grandmother. What a concept grandma is. She's only 50 years old, so young she didn't want to be a grandmother. In the blink of an eye, I'm going to be a grandmother, and it's scary to think about. Xia Ting came to the entrance of the neighborhood and saw the eye-catching Rolls-Royce parked on the curb. She quickly walked over, only to see the car down a man in a straight suit with a formal bow tie, his posture leaning long and straight, smiling with a sunny face. He's gotten so much better looking. His whole aura is different. It gives a feeling of grandeur and spontaneity. Xia Ting walked up to him and looked straight at him, a bit unable to believe her eyes. So men are so handsome when they do a little flip-flop. Baby, I missed you so much. Ignoring her surprised eyes, Qin Feng opened his arms and hugged her, saying softly, I'll never sulk with you again. Xia leaned over his shoulder, slightly shaken, and, it's my fault for losing my temper when you're not okay. Qin Feng rubbed her head, turned around and opened the car door for her and laughed. It's over. Get in the car. I'm taking you to a party. Banquet? Xia tensed. Any of your family? No. They are all ordinary friends. Nothing special, said Qin Feng. Xia couldn't help but suffer a little when she heard there was no family for him. Sitting in the car, holding his hand without speaking. I'll take you to a styling session first and change your dress. Xia looked at her outfit and worried. Is it a formal occasion? I haven't been to many of your rich people's parties. She's only been there twice in her entire life. She doesn't know anyone in that kind of place. The whole time standing there with a glass of wine and giggling at strangers was super awkward. Don't be nervous. You're the prettiest girl in the room. They're the ones who should be nervous, Qin Feng comforted with a smile. Just tell me what to look out for first, so I don't embarrass you, then Xia said uneasily. There's nothing to pay attention to. Just walk with me on your arm. Qin Feng's voice was full of confidence. Xia was still uneasy, thinking that she would surely have to attend such occasions often in the future as well. She hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and began to learn the social etiquette of nobles and the rules of banquets in Baidu. Chapter 134, Let's Love Each Other. In the dressing room of the wedding company, Xiating watched as the makeup artist put on her princess laurel crown, and a couple of assistants brought in white evening gowns with a bit of a long hemline. A photographer holding a camera on himself. Behind them hang hangers full of wedding dresses and red bridal gowns. Plus Qin Feng was dressed so formally. Xiating vaguely felt that things seemed a bit off. Brother, isn't it a bit too flashy for me to dress like this? Qin Feng, who was sitting next to him playing with his cell phone, looked up and nodded uncontrollably. It's okay. Everyone else is just like you. Xiating's heart was a little bit settled, less knowledgeable. She thought that Qin Feng was attending a more high-end banquet and squirmed for a while. I'm worried about stealing someone else's thunder. Qin Feng smiled and quipped, oh, silly, even if you don't dress up, you can still steal their thunder. Xiating's tail went up at the compliment. Happy to have my makeup done. The time came to just after 4 o'clock. The afternoon sun became kindly, like a mother-in-law who has just received a bride price, gentle in its warmth. Qin Feng picked up Xiating's skirt and helped her, who had changed into silver high heels, into the car. Under the starry roof of a Rolls-Royce, the girl caressed by the sun is beautiful. Crystal red lips, butterfly fairy eye makeup, and seductive arched eyebrows. That snow-white skin couldn't hide its radiance even with the white gowns. The one-shoulder style not only revealed her puffy shoulders, but even the sides of her proud peaks showed some of them. Qin Feng got a little excited as he watched. Can't stop trying to turn on the fogging feature on the car glass, but held back. There are plenty of opportunities after this success. A little impatience goes a long way. The car is moving slowly. Qin Feng kept praising Xiating's beauty in the car, stirring up her emotions and paving the way for the courting ceremony later. And the joy of reunion coupled with the man's sweet words made Xiating feel so pleasurable that her whole body drifted away. The eyes that looked at Qin Feng were filled with fascination. For a moment, she wished to be with the man in front of her forever. Her bright eyes made it a bit hard for Qin Feng to top. Luckily, it's not that far. Before Qin Feng broke through his senses, the two arrived at their destination. The car is parked. The show begins. Qin Feng got out of the car and opened the door for Xiating as he had rehearsed earlier, holding her hand to help her out of the car. Baby, we're here. Xiating's eyes had been on Qin Feng just now, and it was only after she got out of the car that she saw that this was actually a villa area, and the shape of the villa in front of him was particularly familiar. But because of the fancy dress, it wasn't recognized for a while. At her feet was a long red carpet that spread all the way across the yard. The sides were lined with pots of white flowers, each one a real flower in full bloom. There were many balloons floating in the sky, white mostly with pink mixed in. Further up, there's a huge hot air balloon with a line written on the face of the sphere in lovely penmanship. Baby, let's fall in love. Standing outside the door alone, you can feel the rich romantic atmosphere inside. Shaitan was very envious. Who can understand this sour feeling of attending someone else's romantic wedding? She glanced at Qin Feng, wanting to tell him that she wanted a wedding like this in the future. But the two of them have only just become boyfriend and girlfriend, and saying that smacks of forced marriage. So he asked instead, brother, is this your friend getting married? Well, almost. Seeing that she hadn't reacted yet, Qin Feng didn't break it down, smilingly leading her in. Bang bang bang. The moment you walk into the balloon arch, 5 or 6 ceremonial flowers explode and ribbons fall from the sky. Claptrap. A large group of people in the courtyard faced the two men, smiled and applauded. Xiating was startled and, immediately afterward, we heard the lilting music of a crew member with a high-pressure jet water gun is seen spraying a beautiful rainbow over the moving scaffolding, and underneath the rainbow was a grand stage with various shapes of chevron panels, tied up with flowers and decorations. In the largest background photo frame, she met her picture. She covered her mouth lightly and stared at the screen in front of her with wide, unbelieving eyes. Just at the right moment the rose petals were falling, spilling in front of her eyes and everything seems to have become dreamy. I've been setting up here for the past few days to surprise you. How's it going? Still happy? Listening to a man's gentle voice and smelling the intoxicating scent of flowers, Xiating finally realized that she was the main character of this party. Her heart was pounding very hard. Unbelievingly, they looked at this as the people around them smiled gently at them. Brother, is this what you said was about a lifetime of happiness? Yes. You are my greatest happiness. Xiating thought of Qin Feng's words last night. A layer of mist floated in his eyes, and his vision gradually became hazy. She opened her mouth to say something, but the guilt made her unsure how to speak. The thought that this man had spent the past 2 days carefully preparing for himself, while he was still petty and sulking with him, blaming him for not coming to coax himself. Xiating felt guilty enough to cry, but with so many people watching, she was afraid of crying her face off and desperately forced herself to hold it back. At this moment, Qin Feng stretched out his arm and placed it in front of her and said with a smile, come, take my arm and accompany me to the stage. I have a special gift for you. Go up there and hear me out and I'll give it to you. Xiating took the tissue Chiu Lily handed over and dabbed at the corner of her eyes. Then a soft taking Qin Feng's hand, he silently walked over. She was a mess inside right now, moved by a mixture of guilt, vanity and expectation entwined. Before she could even bother to guess what the gift was, the answer was revealed. Only two masters working at height suddenly appeared on the roof of the villa. They pulled back a giant red bough and slowly hung it over the surface of the villa. The bough dangled two one-person ribbons, and someone at the side window of the villa tightened the ends and secured them to the side. When white villas are tied with bows and turned into large gifts, Shatine was blown away. She gawked stupidly at this, the pupils of her eyes trembling slightly and teardrops about to brew once more. I'm sorry for buying this villa in your name without your permission. This apology from Qin Feng was something that thousands of young girls wanted to hear. Before you said you wanted to add my name because my father didn't approve. But it doesn't matter now. I'm willing to add my name for you. Qin Feng finished taking out the red real estate license and stuffed it into her hand, laughing. When we're free tomorrow, we'll go to the HOA and add my name. Okay? Overwhelmed, Shaitan took the real estate license and glanced at the emblem on it, the golden glow making her eyes raw. Looking up at the man with a doting smile on his face, she wanted to pounce on him and bite him to vent her current excitement. But Qin Feng didn't let her have her way. He brought a microphone from somewhere and began to make a deep confession. I fell in love with you. It's not because you're good looking or not. Rather, it's the fact that you're in a special time. Gave me a feeling no one else could. It's not like you have all the looks I like either. Rather, it's the way you look that I like. I like you. At all times. And like some people. When they look like you. Chapter 135, The Reward Arrives. Qin Feng finished. Some of the girls at the bottom had started to cry. Beautiful, soothing soft music was playing in the yard. Petals float in the sky. The west-sloping sun was tinted with a touch of red. And the sunlight turned golden. The light fell on Qin Feng's suit. It made him look like a gaijin clad in a seven-colored haze. A boy who gives away a car, a house, and is gentle and romantic. The key is good-looking. What kind of boyfriend is this? The girls on stage were crying more and more. Some of them were making noises, especially that girl who accompanied Qin Feng in rehearsal at noon. Her eyes were red, her mouth biting the corner of her handkerchief, her hands tugging downward in a death grip. I can't wait to go up and kick the crying heroine in the face and stand in front of my boss and enjoy the confession myself. Stage. Xia Ting was touched by how the tears could not be stopped, and the napkin in her hand wet a large area. She looked at Qin Feng with tearful eyes, her heart in great turmoil. Qin Feng brought tissues up to help her wipe her tears. Baby, don't cry. Shatine asked with a huff. Are you telling the truth? Really? Trust me. Qin Feng gently affirmed. Xia Ting couldn't help but hug him tightly, crying and confessing. Brother, I like you too. System alert, Xia Ting favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 99. Cashback amount, 35. 41 million yuan. Qin Feng frowned, not happy with the result. After all that effort, he wasn't happy with only 99. He gritted his teeth, holding out a hand behind her back. She gestured to Chiu Lily and, then not much later, something was shoved in his hand. He gently pushed Shatine away and smiled. I'm glad you like me too. Except I want more than just like. Having said that, the live music changed. Surprisingly, the wedding march is playing. When. The audience looked to see that it was finally going to get real. One by one, their eyes widened as they prepared to watch Qin Feng perform, only to see Qin Feng slowly pull out a jewelry box. Xia Ting was shocked and filled with disbelief. She seemed to guess what the man was going to do. In this moment, time seemed to slow down a lot. All sound was away from her. Only the man in front of him was left, and with a smile on his face, he slowly dropped to one knee. The small, square, red box was opened. There was a diamond ring lying quietly on it. Don't be nervous, I don't mean anything else. I just want to take this ordinary day to say to you that I love you. Will you marry me? The man's words were like a Cupid's arrow, gently plunging into Xia Ting's heart. Shatine was drunk. The surprise came so hard and fast that she was powerless to resist it. All you can do is fall to the ground in stirrups and watch yourself get captured. The man's gaze was so gentle she couldn't feel the pain when she was lost in it. But animal instincts made her sense danger, and she struggled to come to her senses. But the man's hand was too strong, and she couldn't pull it out no matter how hard she tried, until the restraints were placed on her and she resigned herself to her fate. I don't know where I heard that phrase. If you love, love deeply. She never really fell in love with any man over the years. There were guys after her in college and she listened to her mother and picked the rich ones. In fact, she didn't know what she wanted. There were quite a few guys who proposed to her later. The reason why they didn't get married had to do with their own imitation, in addition to the boys' own reasons. She wasn't sure she could be a good wife and mother. Until I met Qin Feng. As we grew to know him, his sincerity and charisma were touching. Shatin thinks she should be brave. Try to really love for once, even if they end up all bruised and skinned and thrown back into the forest. And she has no complaints. I do. System alert, Xiating favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 109. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the goddess exclusive reward. A super strong body. Super strong body, based on the body's own qualities. It gains a 5-fold increase. Increase in regeneration speed, muscle strength, bone density, strengthening of internal organs, etc. In an instant, Qin Feng's body seemed to have been baptized, producing an unparalleled feeling of exhilaration. He clearly felt the pumping sensation of infinite power contained in his body. Brain even gave him the illusion that he could fight 10. Qin Feng couldn't hold back his excitement as he knelt down on one knee and clenched his fist and blasted it into the floor of the stage. Bang! The not-so-thin floor was smashed through on the spot, and he didn't feel any pain himself. Qin Feng shed tears of emotion. Not only that, his eyes were seeing more clearly than before, and his ears were much sharper. The murmurs from the stage were heard clearly. So handsome, I want to marry too. Chow chow. What kind of hot chicken flooring is this? It's also too substandard. Right. The boss smashed it and made a pit. This boss looks like he's playing for real. Look at him crying with excitement. Ugh. These two are really angry when you can't pick a fault with the groom's wealth. I want to have such a sincere relationship. I'll take it even if I'm poor. That girl, add a WeChat and let's try to get along? I'm sorry, you're not my type. Qin Feng was slightly relieved to see that no one was suspicious. Hearing Qiu Lily go to the wedding companies for a statement, he gives Qiu Lily a look to signal that it's okay. Qiu Lily then let the wedding company off the hook, but in her mind she was already planning to use this reason to deduct money from the other party. One knock and a hole. This is obviously a tofu drake project. What if there is a personal safety problem? Xiating saw Qin Feng pounding the floor in agitation and hurriedly squatted down to stop his self-inflicted injuries. Honey, come on. I already promised you. I'm just excited. Qin Feng helped her stand up together. I know. I'm excited too. Honey, when are you going to marry me? With the house and the car. Xiating is now left with this one wish. A man as outstanding as Qin Feng must be surrounded by a group of women like wolves and tigers. Not to mention his gentle and intelligent sister. The owner's wife of the restaurant that day alone did not lose out to himself in terms of looks. If you don't have the identity of the main palace, when the time comes in tear can't even tear other women. After a while, I actually have something to do outside lately, so I'll talk after I'm busy for a while. Qin Feng made up. He had been given a super strong physique, and this body strength made his self-confidence explode. Incidentally, her attitude towards Xiating was also a bit condescending. Xiating took him at his word, not realizing that there was anything wrong. She still held him with a smile on her face and kept the feast going. She touched up her makeup and the two of them followed the photographer's instructions and took a few sets of pictures in the middle of the stage. Then Xiao Lily arranged for the cooks to come in and roast the meat and arrange for the eating table. A couple of actresses wheeled over a manhwa cake. The crowd sat down at the western table and raised their glasses to the. Qin Feng and Xiating held their wineglasses and accepted wave after wave of blessings from the group of actors. Chapter 136. Xiating is angry again. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when the song ended. Tossed around for 2 or 3 hours, Xiating's feet hurt from standing. Assisting her beloved man into the villa, she went up to the 3rd floor, turned on the lights in the room while fumbling. Honey, why don't you take a shower first? Qin Feng drank a lot. He wanted to try to see if he could not get drunk in 1,000 cups with this super strong body of his. In fact, it is possible. He drank from each toast. And it's not red wine, it's whiskey. As per usual, he had been drunkenly sprawled out on his back somewhere. Now there's just a little blush and a little fuzzy head. He figured he should be able to get another round of drinks by washing his face. Sit on the bed and brace your body with both hands back. Looking at the beautiful Xiating under the light, Qin Feng wanted to try super body. He loosened the buttons of his shirt and ordered, "You come here and give me a kiss." Xiating gave him a dissatisfied look. "Kissing is fine, just don't be so mean." She walked over and inadvertently saw that Qin Feng actually had abs and was surprised. "Wow, brother. How come I didn't see you with 8-pack abs before?" Qin Feng admired his abs and said in a godly manner, "I hit it before." "Hurry up." Xiating's eyes were filled with fondness. Her hands caressed Qin Feng's waistline, and she lowered her head to kiss Qin Feng's lips. A kiss in the sky. More than half an hour later, Qin Feng walked to the balcony with satisfaction and beautifully lit a cigarette. The area around the villa was quiet, with only the shadows of the brazen trees swaying in the moonlight. Each cottage is spaced far apart and shaded by trees. Qin Feng was smoking outside with a bare bladder, not worried about being seen at all. Or rather, He'd love to have his body seen by a strange and beautiful woman. It's a shame that a lone flower can only be appreciated by itself. Thinking of getting the final reward from Xia Ting so easily, he couldn't wait to shout to the sky. This skill has helped him so much that the biggest fear of playing recklessly is not being physically able to do so. Xin Feng was now 5 times better than a normal person's physical quality. Totally breaks rice cakes. And the amazing thing about this skill is that it can be boosted. He's a normal person now, 5 times as strong, but not sick enough. If he works out to become a slugger, there's a 5-fold bonus, which makes him the equivalent of a little superhero. Once he thought about it, he decided to go back tomorrow and buy a full set of jerking equipment. Hire another beautiful trainer to teach him fitness, jerking off and lifting people. He finished his cigarette outside, thinking about the flow of today's program. A wedding party will come by later to set off fireworks. It's right in front of your own villa. Xin Feng hesitated to ask Chou Lily to cancel the event. The rewards are already there anyway. But when I think about the fact that the fireworks have already been purchased, for tens of thousands of dollars, I can't return them if I don't set them off. So much for watching the fun. Fireworks are allowed in this side of the villa complex. Just not too late. Xia Ting finished brushing her teeth, covering her vaguely painful cheeks. Xin Feng sighed, with a ghostly face. You've changed. Xin Feng thought that she was praising herself, and was so happy in her heart that she just wanted to fool around a bit. Instead, he heard Xia Ting continue. I can feel it. It's like you got something all of a sudden, and then you don't give a about me. Xin Feng was startled. This girl is too perceptive. But things like systems don't even occur to the average person. So he didn't panic, and casually made a perfunctory remark. Don't get any ideas? I've just had a few drinks and I'm a little excited. Xia Ting came to him and said pitifully, hubby, I'm a little scared when you're like this. What are you afraid of? I told you, as long as you don't leave me, I won't leave you either. Xin Feng thought that he would have to find more girls in the future and might not have the time to accompany her, and he was a bit reluctant to do so. He never had a good heart, so a promise was given to her. If there comes a time when you don't want to waste your time on me, then just ask and I'll let you go. Xia Ting panicked. I won't leave. You're the first man I've ever been attracted to. I don't want anyone but you. Xin Feng slagged off. Then don't worry. You're also the first woman I've ever had my heart set on. I'll try my best to make time for you. Xia Ting froze. When he proposed to confess in the afternoon, didn't he say that he wanted to be together all the time? How did he suddenly say that he took the time to accompany him? Honey, are you busy at work? Yes, very busy. In the future there is a possibility of not returning home at night. You have to be psychologically prepared. Xin Feng said honestly. His journey is to the stars and the sea, to see more and more beautiful landscapes, with so many people to take care of in the future. How can I take care of them? For the girls who have already gotten their rewards, seeing them once a month is about right. Although there are still feelings for Xia Ting, but the old angry character can only rank third in Xin Feng's heart. Xia Ting was silent for a moment when she heard Xin Feng's words and said in a lost voice, does brother resent me? Even the name calling has changed. Xin Feng was very familiar with this. It was a precursor for Xia Ting to get angry. How could it be too much for you, baby? I've been real busy lately. Xin Feng smiled and wrapped his arm around her small waist, comforting her with a few words for the sake of her hard work just now. Xia Ting didn't choose to let him off the hook and asked straight out. Then you said before that you've been setting up the scene for me for the past 3 days. Why would you be free to set up for me when you're so busy? Were you lying just now? Or are you lying now? Xin Feng was dumbfounded. After a moment of contemplation, Sol didn't want to explain. The reward was in his hands anyway, and he had no intention of pretending any longer. I'm not finished with the college entrance exams. Who still brushes up after the exams? Xin Feng had wanted to muddle through. But Xia Ting got more serious and got angry. After the exam? Am I just your exam paper? What do you want then? Xin Feng said with nothing to hang for. Xia Ting was quiet for a moment, took off the ring on her ring finger, and said seriously, I said yes to your proposal. So when are you going to marry me? Xin Feng smiled awkwardly. Just for these 2 or 3 years, until I stabilize my career. Xia Ting stopped speaking, her eyes deadpan on the man in front of her. Seeing a flash of panic in his eyes, Shaitan knew the man was lying. He never even thought of marrying her. If that's the case, is this all a game to him today? Is he or she being played? In an instant, monstrous anger flashed in Xia Ting's eyes. She gave a soft chuckle, then shoved the ring into the man's mouth. Then let's pretend we never did it. I'll give you back your car and house. I don't want to see your stuff. She turned and walked away after that. System alert, Xia Ting's favor -1. System alert, Xia Ting's favor -1. System alert, Xia Ting's favor -1. People are expressionless in times of extreme anger and sadness. Xia Ting, who had turned away, Did not cry. And no drama. Just the light in his eyes was fading. Chapter 137, It's back. It's all back. Qin Feng actually likes Xia Ting. The things he said this afternoon were basically from his heart. Xia is very pretty and enthusiastic, like a rose in full bloom. Although occasionally moody, it is precisely this thorny rose that is even more endearing. Most of the girls Qin Feng met after he got rich were submissive and soft to him. Rarely would he be as jealous of him as Xia was. Sometimes Qin Feng felt that coaxing this kind of frank and cute little girl was quite a happy thing. What's more, she gave herself an extremely valuable mitzvah. He was referring to the superb physique. Compared to the car and house, a strong body is a treasure that many people can only dream of. Now you've just got it and you're pissing people off. It's like he's a scumbag. Qin Feng, who was standing on the third floor, looked at Xia Ting, who had walked out from the first floor. The thought of retaining it could not help but arise. He shouted at Xia Ting's back, "Hey, can you stop walking?" The woman didn't look back, didn't stop walking, and looked very determined. Qin Feng sked, mildly offended at the lack of effect of his retention. It's like giving a beggar $1 and that beggar surprisingly doesn't thank him. You know that you are the master now. What is she tugging at? Qin Feng also got up decisively and said, "You're going to walk out that door, and I'm not going to be there for you in the future." Xia Ting's body froze in place as she sniffed. The scene was suddenly quiet, the only sound being that of the leaves blowing in the evening breeze. At this moment, Xia Ting suddenly wasn't angry anymore. It's just a breakup. How big a deal? Maybe it's just a little quick to get used to the idea of proposing in the afternoon and splitting up in the evening. It's only been played for a few days. He's got money to give, too. I'm the one who's stupid enough to believe in love. What dogs don't believe in the old lady actually believes in. Really deserved to be played. LOL. That's all. What else could it be? Xia smiled to herself and, taking a deep breath, he slowly turned around. Those once soulful eyes were now dull. Don't look for it, and I won't let you find it. The girl's voice was a little hoarse, like she was holding in some sort of aggression. Those empty eyes, as if they had lost all enthusiasm for the future and were left with nothing but a thick dispersed sadness. Qin Feng didn't see her tears. He only saw the forlorn smile on the girl's face. His heart was seized so hard it hurt. "Take care, brother. I'll go first." The girl in a white dress finished and silently turned around with her head bowed. There seemed to be fluorescent light flickering in the corners of her eyes, but it was obscured by her dark hair, so she couldn't really see it. Only the lonesome and beautiful shadow was left to shine in the moonlight, like a princess about to give up her curtain. The dark curtain falls and is never seen again. Qin Feng was a bit flustered and shouted in a hurry, "Wait!" The girl didn't stop, walking fast on her silver heels. She's not an unloved girl. Even though the family didn't have much money, her father had already saved up $1 million for her dowry. Her enlightened mother did not even force her to marry. As long as Xia wanted to, she could stick to her parents into old age without a care in the world. She is entitled to choose to leave. The man who toyed with her feelings, she didn't care for him at all. She likes money, but if it's from that man, she'd rather not. The girl made her way to the doorway and was about to disappear from sight. Qin Feng was so anxious that he wanted to go and rush down to keep her. But a voice in his head kept telling him, "Let her go if she wants to. What's the big deal? We've got the stuff anyway. No point in licking her. And with so many women in your future, she's not far behind. Breaking up is an ordeal that every war wolf must go through. What goes around comes around. And if she doesn't go, how are you going to find the next one? If you feel guilty, just find a way to sneak the money to her so she can be clothed and fed." For a moment, Qin Feng was moved by the words. It was only the system's constant prompts of Shaitan -1-to-1 dropping favorability that made him feel inexplicably scared. Then he thought about how Xia Ting didn't seem to have eaten anything today and had been sipping wine with himself. Qin Feng overreacted and opened his mouth to stay. "Can you eat before you leave? Even if you break up you still need to eat." The thinly veiled words didn't stop the girl, watching the girl disappear into the darkness. Qin Feng's heart emptied a piece. The suffocating guilt overwhelmed him. The urge to jump down and chase her. He's got a super strong body now. Subconsciously, he felt that jumping from a height of 7 or 8 meters would be no problem at all. In order not to upset himself, so Qin Feng went on. He looked solemn, a hand on the guardrail, a confident and dashing leap. And just then, system alert, Xia Ting favorability 1. Current favorability, 99. Reward expires, please raise the goddess favorability as soon as possible. System alert, Xia Ting favorability 1. I'm sorry? Failure? What's failing? Before Qin Feng, who was in mid-air, could react, he instantly felt that his body had been emptied. His eyes widened as he looked at the system in incomparable shock. The body fell sharply. A word of grass is too late to say. There was a bang. He fell solidly to the lawn. Cackle bar. He clearly felt the foot that landed first twist. Grr! Shinfeng's cried out in pain. It's back. It's all back. The body that was once weak is back. Shinfeng never thought that this Tamo licking dog system was a real licking dog. The rewards are actually taken back for not licking the girl. Who can stand this? He had only just had a few hours of fun himself, and there was no more fun to be had. Can you make the game enjoyable to play? Shinfeng cursed in a frantic rage in his heart. If that's how it plays out. The thought of maintaining the goodwill of a group of women made him feel a tremendous amount of pressure. Want to cry? Xia Ting, who had walked out of the villa, heard the commotion coming from behind her, but still didn't turn around to look. She's sad now. I just want to go home soon and hug my mom and cry. Even a beating would be nice. She accelerated away from but the next shout stopped her in her tracks. Tina, come and help me. I broke my leg. She hesitated for a second. Immediately afterward came the cry that, honey, I've just had too much wine and I'm a bit delirious. Listen to my sophistry. This unfamiliar title caused Shaitan to be in a trance for a moment. Then coming to his senses, he angrily walked back to the entrance of the villa and looked at the man on the ground. Angry. You haven't had enough fun yet, have you? I'm not playing. I really like you. So what? What do you want from me? Come here and help me. Shinfeng smiled shyly and tried to coax the super strong body back. The good news so far was that Zating's favorability stopped at 95 and didn't continue to fall. Maybe there's still a chance. Xiaoting saw Shinfeng sitting paralyzed on the ground, his hands scraped with blood and his expression in agony. It looks like it really fell. I don't know why, but the anger was mostly gone, and there was even a little bit of heartache. After all, it was the man he loved, and even if he hated him, he couldn't bear to see him like this. Shatin walked over to condescendingly looking down on the man. He said coldly, I just want to kick your ass right now. You don't want to give it up. Good girl, come here and give me a hug. Shinfeng forced himself to endure the pain and stretched out a hand, making a gesture to hug. What are you pulling again? Xia Ting frowned. It's nothing. I just jumped off and didn't stand still. That one sentence made Shatin freeze. She looked up at the third-floor balcony and it was only then that I realized that the man had jumped from a building 7 or 8 meters high. She moved slightly, looking at the man in disbelief. Why did you jump? I want to keep you. The man's taken for granted words left Shaitan stunned in place. She didn't think the man would jump for himself. At this moment, what little breath was left disappeared. A little hope somehow rose in his heart. Could it be that he had misunderstood him and that he truly liked him? There's no reason why he would have jumped down and chased himself otherwise. Xia Ting saw Qin Feng's foot, which was really swollen with a big lump, and scolded with heartache. You could have taken the stairs. Why did you jump down stupidly? You really think you're Superman? This is not anxious. You said that you want to hide to prevent me from finding. I am afraid that I will never see you again. The excitement did not think so much. Qin Feng giggled. That's a lot of emotion. Plus it sells the pity. It caused ripples in Shaiting's heart. She knelt down and reached out with her small hand, caressing his ankle with a low curse. Fool. Chapter 138, Back Again. Back again. Qin Feng smiled. This woman seems to be quite good at coaxing. Xia Ting put Qin Feng's hand on her shoulder and tried to help him up. Can you still walk? I'll call an ambulance. Qin Feng sat on the ground and didn't follow her vigor to get up. Instead, he wrapped her into his arms. No need to call a cab. Just sit with me for a bit. You're swollen like this. Why are you still trying to be strong? Xia Ting gasped. Qin Feng laughed lightly and said mysteriously, have you ever heard the saying that a girl's true love's kiss can cure all a boy's wounds? Xia Ting spat at him, red-faced. It's that time of year. And you're still thinking about that. I'm talking about kissing. Where did you think of that? Qin Feng was full of surprise. Xia Ting was furious and pinched his arm hard. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you jumped off the 3rd floor for me. Then what do you want me to do? Qin Feng endured the pain and said without changing his face. When I'm healed, I'll show you a 5-story jump down. Okay? No jumping. Xia Ting furrowed her eyebrows and glared at him in exasperation. Just kidding. I'm not stupid. Qin Feng laughed. Xia Ting struggled to get up, wanting to get his cell phone to call Wang Gang to come over and take him to the hospital. I didn't realize the man wouldn't let her get up. He also wrapped his arms around the crook of her legs and placed her across his arms like a princess hug. In order not to press on his feet, Shatin had to reach out and wrap her arms around the man's neck, staying as close to his arms as possible. The man's naked upper body made Shatin slightly hot. To divert her attention, she grumbled softly. I thought you told me to leave and not come back. Qin Feng sat back, wrapped his arms around the girl's puffy shoulders and laughed. How could I let you go? Poof. Baby, I wasn't being perfunctory just now. I'd love to marry you, but my family is a pain in the ass. Qin Feng began to patch up. A serious nonsense. In our family, marriages are arranged by the parents. and I only have the right to say no if I make a certain career. And I'm really on the upswing in my career right now, and I'm going to wait until I've made something of myself before I come out to my parents. But I'm worried that my career won't always go well, and there's a chance my parents might strongly disagree, which is why I said it would take 2 years. Xiating sat in the man's arms, listening to him spit out his heart, that tone full of helplessness. She believed it. After all, rich people are very clannish. It's what they do on TV. The two of them went through a lot of trouble and acted out a 40-episode serial in order to be able to marry the heroine from an ordinary family, before finally getting the consent of the hero's parents. Xiating thought about how she had made things so difficult for the boy she liked. A small pang of guilt welled up in her heart, and she spoke softly. I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. I know, you're such a nice girl, and I'm willing to fight for you. Qin Feng was walking the talk when he said this. He loved the flowery woman in his arms. The point is it's too good to lie. What guy can say no to a good-looking girl with a warm personality and an IQ of 0? Looking at her slightly self-condemning eyes, Qin Feng kissed her appropriately. The sweet entanglement soon opened her heart once again. She moved to respond. The beautiful face gradually reddened. The body twisted restlessly. A long time. The two parted their heartfelt lips and Xiating couldn't help but touch the man's stomach. Immediately afterward, he sensed that something was wrong. Hey, where are your abs? Qin Feng smiled awkwardly and prevaricated. Shrinking in. Can the abs shrink in too? Xiating's head was full of questions, but she didn't know much about men's stuff, so didn't pursue it. On the lawn, the two didn't make the next move. They just snuggled together and looked up at the stars in the sky. After all, the cottage door hadn't been fixed yet. Just no one noticed that not far from the road, a van stopped and a few people carried out many boxes from the car. The man in charge took out his cell phone and looked at the time, nodding to the others. Several people then pulled out their windproof lighters at the same time. Bang! A firework rose suddenly, bursting into the darkness of the night with brilliant sparks. They were followed by many more rays of light that shot straight up into the sky, at the height of their limits, in the most perfect attitude. Dazzling fireworks lit up the starry sky. It also illuminated the girl's face. Is that what you had planned for today? The girl asked dully. Well, just these few strokes cost me $30,000. Qin Feng showed off. The last thing he used to buy was fireworks. A Gatling costs 98. It took less than a minute to release. Might as well go wash my hair. But it doesn't matter now. You can put it away for half an hour for 30 cents. Like it? Like. Xiating eyed one brilliant blossom fire. The black pupils reflected colorful patterns. The summer evening breeze was extraordinarily gentle. And, resting on a man's arm, lying on the lawn where she belonged. She was getting a little tipsy. Women are sensual creatures. The fluttering emotions came quickly. She couldn't help but move. Brother, can you repeat what you said this afternoon? Qin Feng got excited and pressed his excitement, softly saying, Don't worry. You can listen to me for the rest of your life if you want. I like you. The man's words of love were very fascinating to Xiating. Amidst the thumping fireworks, she faced Qin Feng and closed her eyes. You can kiss me now. System alert, Xiating favorability +5. Qin Feng's majesty reappeared, and he was moved to tears. It's a strong feeling that those who haven't experienced it won't understand. He turned his left foot and realized that even the pain had mostly diminished. Looking at Xiating, who was peachy and apricot shy, Qin Feng did not kiss up. Instead, he picked her up securely and headed upstairs. The joy of being lost and found was something he needed to let out. Xiating exclaimed, looking at Qin Feng incredulously. Isn't your foot swollen? Didn't I say that the kiss of my beloved woman can make me forget my injuries? Qin Feng said with a smile. Put me down. Your feet won't get better like this, Xiating said eagerly. She let go of the hand around the man's neck and tried to come down. Normally, it's hard for a guy to princess carry a woman if the girl doesn't cooperate. But Xiating let go and was surprised to find that the boy's arms were not moving. The steady, strong embrace made her feel like a kitten weighing a few pounds. Xiating was surrounded by bursts of security, her eyes mesmerized and twinkling. Brother, why does it feel like you've changed again? The real change. You haven't experienced it yet. Qin Feng laughed evilly. He entered the villa, closed the door with his heel and, changing position to hold the girl, keeping her facing her, like a sloth hugging a tree. He walked slowly up the stairs. Every step was hard, but every step the girl was cheering him on. Chapter 139, How Could I Be Wrong? Early in the morning, Qin Feng, who had only slept for 5 hours, woke up. The girl beside him was still sleeping. Last night had been a long flip-flop, causing a hint of redness to remain in her cheeks now. She was sleeping soundly, not knowing what she was dreaming about, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. That contented smile held the color of boundless spring. Every time he woke up next to her, Xin Feng always had the urge to do push-ups, but today he held back. He realized that he was not only able to control his desires now, but even his mind was much more focused, without the muddled feeling he used to have. I don't know if it's the superb physique. He got up, found his cell phone, and ordered an expensive takeout. Then went out on the balcony and tried to test his fitness. Push-ups first, 2 at a time. A stable core makes each of his push-ups very standard, easy as running. It took 100 of them in a row to get slightly sweaty. The heart rate wasn't too high, either, and the thick pulsations sent blood all over the body at once. Since even push-ups don't feel like much, you probably can't measure anything with squats and other equipment-free exercises. Xin Feng stood up and looked at the ground where he had jumped last night. Then he remembered that his feet seemed to be untreated. He put his leg on the railing and examined it, and miraculously the swelling had gone down and it didn't hurt at all. So is 5 times the speed of self-healing so terrifying? It was largely healed in just one night. If this had gone to the hospital, it would have taken at least a week's rest to heal. Xin Feng was in awe and looked downstairs at the grass to leap into action. When you heal a scar, your skin itches, but he didn't jump with his hands up this time. Instead, they used their feet. I only saw Xin Feng hating the sky for not being high enough, and stepping on the railing to jump up one section. A leap of confidence, drawing a perfect arc in the air. Pop, a soft thud, only to see him land firmly on the grass, his form not even shaking. The big brother who came out for a morning jog across the street was dumbfounded when he saw it. It's a hell of a morning. Someone jumped down from the 3rd floor and landed like a zombie without bending their legs. That big brother rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe what he was seeing. Wanted to go up and see what was going on, but was afraid of being eaten by zombies. While hesitating, he only settled down a little when he saw Xin Feng come down and start running. Being able to run means it's not a zombie, but the speed of Xin Feng's running immediately afterward made him begin to doubt his life again. There really are immortalists in this world, aren't there? Looking at the residual shadows brought out by Xin Feng as he sprinted, that big brother's eyes grew wider and wider. The longing to seek immortality in his eyes could not be dispersed. He decided to buy a book on cultivation tomorrow to try meditating and exhaling. No, get it now. The big brother across the street rushed home in a hurry, abandoning his plans for a 3rd day of running. Xin Feng didn't realize that his unintentional act was taken for a god, but he also sensed several people watching him from outside the archway. It does seem a bit appalling at this rate on its own. As a rough estimate, 100 meters should only take about 4 or 5 seconds. With exercise, it should be a little faster still. He stopped his pace to be inconspicuous and returned to the villa. Call Lily Chiu and ask her to call someone to come and fix the door. Then he walked to the 3rd floor, went into the bathroom and started showering. Touching his bony hard muscles, Xin Feng couldn't stop smiling. This body smells so good. It still can't stop a gun, but an unusual sword should be able to withstand it. Just be careful not to get stabbed in the vitals. With this, the next step is to get the reward of Shifuya, or Zhong Oai. Then there is nothing to be afraid of in this world. Cyborg bodyguard is probably more important than resurrection armor. Resurrection armor can only save your life. The safety of your own woman is not always guaranteed, in case Xia Ting made a mistake. According to the system's pissy nature, it was probably very likely that the rewards would be taken back again. Xin Feng couldn't afford to lose his super strong body. Regarding the confiscation of rewards by the system last night, Xin Feng filed a protest with the system. If you collect rewards for reducing your goodwill, then you'll have more women appearing in the future, and a few girls will think you're not dedicated to her after meeting, and then brush off the goodwill. Doesn't he just turn back into a normal person all of a sudden? Then it would be better to not go for favoritism. Spend money on girls every day, and just swing for the fences when you're done having a good time. It's a waste of effort. What the hell? System tip: a goodwill score of over 100 points belongs to love until death do us part, and unless major changes occur, goodwill won't fall off easily. Xin Feng looked at the system prompt and touched his chin with his index finger and thumb. Contemplation under the shower head. That said, those 100 points up and down are a hurdle. One only drops favorability if one has done something outrageous, like yesterday when he said he was going to dump Shatin. Shatin hadn't dropped 100 points when she was pissed off at the, but when one says, "I won't look for you when you're gone," it was only after those words that she died completely. And Shatin didn't even drop her favorability when she saw herself kissing Shifuya. That means, is it your own fault? How could I be wrong? It's all the system's fault. Warm reminder, the system does not make mistakes. The host's behavior last night was too animalistic. Xin Feng. System spit. Most deadly. Xin Feng had to admit that. It's actually that he's bloated and feels invincible after getting the reward and can't help but want to mess around. Everyone else is lifting their pants and not recognizing them. He doesn't even lift his pants too. Sure enough, arrogance leads one to destruction. Xin Feng said that in the future, he still has to be a good person. Treat every woman around you well, since it is guaranteed by the system. The next goal, then, was to find a way to make Shafiria fall in love with herself. Shinfeng already had a little idea about this. It just takes some time. Shinfeng finished his bath in a happy mood, and when he came out, Shatin woke up, was looking at himself in a daze, with open hands. Honey, hug. Shinfeng smiled and walked up, bending down and allowing her to encircle his neck. Good morning, Your Highness. The girl rubbed her face against his, and made a murmur of uncertain significance. Shinfeng stood up straight and saw that she still wouldn't let go of her hand, hanging on to herself crookedly, so he slapped her and smiled badly. Didn't you get enough to eat last night? Chastain was slowly coming to her senses. Her body was weak and she wanted to say him again, but last night was a little too battered to weather the storm any longer. He had to stay loose and get under the covers. Showing a pair of almond eyes outside, she shyly looked at Shinfeng. Eat up. Oh, so you're still going to eat? I'm talking about breakfast. The clothes have been torn by you. How can I eat? Xia Ting pouted. Don't worry. I've already asked Sister Chiu to send it over. Shinfeng smiled gently, being carefully taken care of by the boys. Xia Ting's beautiful eyes were full of satisfaction. She quietly reached out her hand from under the covers and held Shinfeng's palm, a happy smile on her face. Later on, if you want to add anything to your home, ask her to do it. I'll give you $5 million. Feel free to spend it. Shinfeng pinched Xia Ting's small nose and said dotingly. The way men give money is practically glowing. Xia Ting, who was already a bit eager, was a bit unable to hold back, and she yanked Shinfeng down onto the bed with all her might. Ignoring the soreness of his body, he pounced. Honey, I love you. With that, he kissed Shinfeng on the cheek. Shinfeng was only clad in a bathrobe, and with such a single stroke, he cut through the straps of his clothes, revealing his lean upper body. The two were skin to skin and soon both were moving. Chapter 140, Coach, I want to learn yoga. The delivery boy was so angry that he called and was hung up on 3 times by customers. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a villa and there might be a tip, he'd be tempted to just get the platform to deal with it. He waited at the door for a full hour for customers to pick up their food. Looking at the rich man, who was not much more handsome than himself, he was sour and angry. Luckily, Shinfeng gave him $200 for his services, which made him smile again. Shinfeng put his breakfast on the table and finished eating with Xia Ting, who had changed into a new dress, said he was going to be busy at the office. Xia Ting reluctantly asked politely if she could go to the office with him. Shinfeng said that he had to go to meet a client and couldn't take her with him. Xia Ting knowingly let go of her hand and pretended to ask in a pitiful manner. So can I message you if I miss you? Of course you can. Why can't you send it? Shinfeng asked back as a matter of course. I'm not afraid of disturbing your work. Xia Ting pouted. Oh, there's still time to read a tweet. Don't think too much. After Shinfeng finished, he explained that Xiao Lily took care of Xia Ting. Xiao Lily smiled and said, Don't worry Mr. Shin, I will make Mrs. Shin satisfied. When Xia Ting heard the word Mrs. Shin, she was secretly happy inside, and on the surface, she said in a petulant voice, Sister Chiu, we're not married yet. Sooner or later, our Mr. Shin is deeply in love with you. Some of the flowers that dressed up the villa yesterday were tied by his own hands. Xia Ting was very flattered by Xiao Lily's words. The eyes that looked at Shinfeng became even sweeter. Shinfeng was also very satisfied with Sister Chiu, because she had met Shifuya. Knowing that he had another woman, he still ghosted to help coax Xia Ting. The woman who was making $1 million a year just before did have a little something on her. After Shinfeng was assured that Xia Ting would be handed over to her, he get in Wang Gang's car, going to Shivia's house. On the way, he received a WeChat from Xia Ting. The schoolgirl's enthusiasm is real hard to resist. It's like you can't leave for a minute. Shatin said she wanted to get a swing set in the yard. Shinfeng replied, Agreed. Shatin said she wanted to buy a dog and asked him to go with her to choose one. Shinfeng replied, Okay. After that Shatin talked about planting trees, making a pond, buying deck chairs, and getting a vegetable garden. Shinfeng responded to all of them. Hubby, do you think I'm annoying? No. Then why do you always say 2 words back to me? Because I'm fantasizing about our future happily ever after. Humph. Just know how to make me happy. I'm telling the truth. Actually, Shinfeng was quite moved by the villa life depicted by Xia Ting. Only now is not the time. He got the system, and at the very least, he would wait for a few years to see the flowery world outside before doing so. If Shatin was willing to wait, then he would find a way to fulfill the promise. After all, it was her first woman. In Shinfeng's heart, this girl had an exclusive place. Shinfeng arrived at the entrance of Shifuya's neighborhood and opened the door to get out of the car. Seeing a very pretty girl standing on the side of the road, staring straight at him, Qin Feng recalled, and his strengthened brain instantly found the girl's memories. By seeing, charisma value 91. The running girl I once met in front of Schiffer's house, remember, was an anchor who did yoga. Qin Feng smiled politely at her and prepared to go in to find Shifuya. He wanted to put the Schifferian thing in place sooner rather than later. But I didn't expect the girl to walk straight towards him and strike up a conversation. Handsome, you look familiar. Haven't we met before? Scene, you directed me to buy crab buns, then Qin Feng reminded. We're destined for each other. Let's tweet. Bai Xiying took the initiative to open the QR code and smiled as she came over. My name is Bai Xiying. I study dance, and I do live streaming occasionally. The girl was also quite pretty, with a palm-sized face that was small and delicate, beautiful features, lips like cherry red, bright eyes and white teeth. Especially the dimples at the corners of her mouth look especially sweet. I remembered that the last time this anchor woman saw herself, she wasn't this enthusiastic. Qin Feng smiled and took out his cell phone to scan it. He was now a man with iron kidneys, and he certainly wouldn't turn down a delivery. A self-satisfied smile appeared on Bai Xiying's face when she saw that she had successfully added the Rolls-Royce owner's WeChat. So rich and so young and handsome. A proper diamond bachelor. It's higher quality than all the fish in her fish pond. She pondered how to take Qin Feng down. Can you tell me your name? Handsome, so I can make a note? My name is Qin Feng. You can call me Mr. Qin. Qin Feng said politely. The reason for acting so detached is because this chick is so open. The last time I saw her, the number of relationships was 8. And now look, it's a surprising 9. In just a few days of work, a new member has joined. Not a good girl by any stretch of the imagination. Mr. Qin sounds too old-fashioned. Handsome guy is so young. I'd better call you Brother Feng. You can also call me CC. Why not Ing Ing? Qin Feng knew why it wasn't called Ing Ing when he asked. Because the pronunciation was very similar to Boing Boing. Because my live room is called Thoughts of Thoughts, said Bai Xiying. Okay, let me know when you're on later. I'll come give you a shout out. Qin Feng wanted to see her reward, but he felt that it was not good to hand out red packets in person. Like it's a money deal. Okay, thanks Maple. Bai Xiying operated her cell phone, her eyes constantly stealing glances at Qin Feng. Prying, still don't know what Feng does? I was doing investment before, and now I plan to move into the entertainment industry and get a star agency or something, said Qin Feng casually. Is it the kind of agency that trains newcomers to debut? Bai Xiying asked in surprise. Well, we'll find some newcomers with high face value, spend a lot of money to train them to become idol trainees, and then pick the hardest working and most talented girl from them to tailor-make a few movies with over $100 million of investment for her. Qin Feng put together the plan in his head and roughly stated it. Showbiz is, to put it bluntly, a game of capital. Nowadays traffic can be bought, fans can be bought, and water armies can be bought. With all the ads going down, even a dumb white girl who acts like a zombie can still make a hit. And the last thing Qin Feng needed right now was money. Wow, Feng is awesome. Bai Xiying asked with a surprised gleam in her eyes. Do you think I could be an entertainer? Bai Xiying turned around twice in front of Qin Feng. Spread your hands out to show off your upright stance. Qin Feng swept his eyes twice. The young, pretty girl had a really great body, and wore all tight clothes, plus a super short pleated skirt that, spinning with youthful vigor. It looks extraordinarily watery. Not bad, Qin Feng commented with a faint smile. Bai Xiying's eyes sparkled with starlight. Then I can go to your company? We'll talk about it then. I'll set up an interview if you want. Any 90-point beauty can come into the company, and it costs very little to keep them anyway. Even if you can't make money for yourself, it's nice to come to your office once in a while and help with typing. But now the company has not opened. Qin Feng's words did not say too full. Really? Bai Xi rejoiced. Great. I'm an art school graduate. Not an acting major, but I'll put my heart and soul into it. Most girls have dreams of becoming big stars. Her eyes were filled with hope as she looked at Qin Feng at the moment. Although a few $100 million of investment sounds like bragging, but the man who can afford to drive a Rolls-Royce, even if he is bragging, there are people who believe it. And just as the two were chatting, a Maserati pulled up beside them. Chapter 141, Anyone has the dream of being a star. A well-dressed man got out of the car. White shirt, black pants, well-built, greasy hair, a gold-rimmed eyeglass, less than 30 years old and dressed like a successful man. As soon as the man got out of the car, his eyes were dead set on Qin Feng. His eyes not too polite. See, who is this guy? The man hadn't seen Qin Feng's car and didn't know Qin Feng's class. All he sees is his girlfriend talking and laughing with other guys. It made him very angry. And Qin Feng's Rolls-Royce was looking for a parking space at the moment. Wang Gang is very picky about parking. He doesn't stop without a fee. Qin Feng smiled politely at him and asked Bai Xiying, is this your boyfriend? Bai Xiying panicked a little. I accidentally chatted too much and forgot that I was waiting for my boyfriend. She nodded towards Qin Feng and went forward to take her boyfriend's hand, explaining, Manhwa, this is my brother Feng, who might be my boss in the future. I'm talking to him about work. Chu Wenhao was her new top one and rewarded her with 50,000 to 60,000 dollars. I just happened to be in the same town, so I asked to hang out. I met up yesterday and found the other guy to be okay except for being a little short. Bought her a $30,000 plus bag and all sorts of gifts. It's a very high quality dirt bag. That's why Bai Seeing wants to maintain it properly. What future boss? You don't do anchoring anymore? Chu Wenhao inexplicably said. Feng said that I have the potential to be a star, so I want to try a different track. Bai Seeing explained quietly. Chu Wenhao frowned, feeling that his horse had been set up, and gasped. You believe everything he says? Qin Feng saw that this girl already had a boyfriend and felt a bit spoiled. No more bull **** with them. Turn around and walk away. Stop. Who told you to leave? Chu Wenhao drank. The attitude of the criminal was as if Qin Feng had done something unforgivable. Hearing that her boyfriend seemed like he was going to make a scene, Bai Seeing anxiously tugged on his hand and said, Wenhao, don't be like this. Qin Feng stood still, turned back to look at him and said in a cold voice, You're talking to me? Who else is there if not you? Chu Wenhao shook off the anchor woman's hand and cursed. Pretending to be a talent scout and cheating on my girlfriend and still wanting to run. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Qin Feng laughed lightly, not bothering to argue, looking at the man's aggressive plea for justice. I guess he didn't realize that his girlfriend initiated it on her own. Qin Feng felt sad for this kind of stupidity. He stuck his hands in his pockets and cocked his head arrogantly. So what do you want? Chu Wenhao didn't expect Qin Feng to admit so dryly and froze for a moment. Bai Seeing, who was next to him, immediately stepped forward and said to Qin Feng, Sorry Feng, you can go back first. I'll explain to him. It's okay, I want to see what he wants to do with me. If one is talking about hitting on his girlfriend and the man finds out, then one should apologize for apologizing. But now he hadn't done anything wrong, so what right did he have to be hollered at? Do you really think I'm a vegetarian too? With his super strong physique, Qin Feng was extraordinarily hardened at the moment. Over here, Chu Wenhao saw him molesting his girlfriend and still looking like he was justified, and said angrily, Do you know who I am? Whoever you are, how dare you hook up with someone else's girlfriend? Believe it or not, I'll call someone to kill you? Ha! Qin Feng laughed out loud and said to Bai Seeing, Pretty girl, explain to me if I'm hitting on you. Bai Seeing was caught in the middle and was in a hurry. She didn't want to offend either side, so she said vaguely, Will you guys stop fighting over me? Tea flavored, but the tea was inferior, and neither of the two men at the scene wanted to drink it. Seeing that she refused to make her words clear, Qin Feng smiled slightly and was not surprised. Boyfriends are certainly more important. However, he didn't want to suffer this bird, so he said slyly, Girl, I now feel that your qualifications meet the requirements of my company, and I can make an exception to special recruit you in and give you a chance for exposure. Upon hearing this, Bai Seeing's eyes lit up in surprise as she looked at Qin Feng and asked, Really? Well, it's just that as you know, you can't have a scandal when you're a star, you know? Qin Feng said glancing at Chu Wenhao. Bai Seeing followed his eyes and saw Chu Wenhao, who was full of anger, veins bulging, and gritting his teeth. She understood Qin Feng's meaning in seconds. On the one hand, there's a Rolls-Royce driving president with the potential to give himself a bigger stage. On the one hand, there was the big brother of List 1 who had given himself 100,000 or so. This is the kind of multiple choice question that even a child can't get wrong. And most of what the big bosses say, they keep to their word. Bai Seeing made up her mind and just wanted to open her mouth to Chu Wenhao, only to hear the other party say first, See, do you even believe the words of such a person? Wenhao, if you keep being so unreasonable, I'll really get angry. I'm unreasonable? He's just lying to you. Aren't you stupid? Chu Wenhao's liver hurt from anger. This kind of profession of Star Scout, it was a few hundred years ago. This stupid girl actually still fell for it. He now really had the urge to call someone over and punch the man. You're mean to me. Bai Seeing caught his break and took the opportunity to lash out. You actually called me stupid. Today you dare to scold me. Tomorrow you dare to beat me. I didn't think you are actually this kind of person. My chow, what's gotten into you? Chu Wenhao looked at her with disbelief. From now on, I don't want to see you again. Go away, Bai Seeing said decisively. Chu Wenhao looked back at Qin Feng, who was standing next to him eating melon without saying a word, and viciously said, You've got balls. You were dumped by her, not by me. Get the point right. Big brother, Qin Feng said with a smile. When Chu Wenhao saw Qin Feng smiling with a teasing face, he was so angry that he wanted to jump up and slap him. Just fight. If the other guy fights back, with his connections and relationships, there are ways to make his life impossible, whether using black or white. Chu Wenhao was already dumbfounded. And just then, there was a tall, imposing man running this way, his square face full of seriousness, his cold eyes extremely stern. The visitor is none other than Wang Gang. He sought his boss in a confrontation with someone and hoofed it over. Running to Qin Feng's side, he grimaced and glared at Chu Wenhao with man-eating eyes. He looked at the posture of this kid across the street, and already had a clear intention to attack. To think that the boss almost got beaten up when he didn't watch one of his own. Wang Gang was very worried in his heart. How does this make him feel comfortable pulling Shi in the future? And Chu Wenhao, who was less than 1.7 meters, was currently being dominated by fear. That fierce look, the condescending look down, coupled with the indifference of not uttering a word, tilting his head, Chu Wenhao was afraid that the other party would kill him. Is the car parked? Qin Feng asked. Aha! Wang Gang nodded, not moving his eyes away. Let's go up then. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he instructed Bai Siying again. Take care of your own boyfriend and don't bring your personal business to the office. Okay, brother Feng, Bai Siying answered. Qin Feng turned around and walked slowly. There were constant sounds of quarreling behind them. When you see a rich man, you run to lick him. Aren't you disgusting? Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. Please don't get in my way. I'll you up. If you want to break up, you'll give back the $100,000 I gave you. Yeah, I'll give it back to you. And when I do, you'll be waiting for the cops. On what grounds do you arrest me? Chapter 142. Shifuya was bullied. Qin Feng guessed that Bai Siying held a hold on that man. It's probably just the male/female thing. That girl has to keep her hand in everything like this. You can see that it's not an idle one by any means. Be more careful with her in the future. Qin Feng thought about things and sat in the elevator. Arriving at Shifuya's floor, open the door and go inside. I wonder if Sylvia is up yet. He closed the door and put the breakfast he'd brought on the table. A panicked footstep was faintly heard coming from Schiffer's room. Click. The door to the room was locked. Qin Feng's brows tightened. Feeling that something wasn't quite right, he walked quickly to the door, twisted the knob, and found that he couldn't. From inside came Shifuya's slightly husky voice. Is the brother back? Qin Feng was familiar with this voice, and Xia Ting had almost screamed her throat out last night. Sis, what are you doing in there? Qin Feng said with feigned calmness. No, not doing anything. Wait a minute. I'm not available right now, Shifuya said in a panic. Qin Feng didn't ask why it was inconvenient. It's already obvious. Shifuya is doing bad things in there. Qin Feng was wondering if he should kick the door in. He's confident in his feet. Just kick it off, and what if it really is what you think it is? What to do with that man? Beat him up? Or finish him off? None of this changes the fact that it's already happened. Qin Feng knew that it was useless to get angry at this time. He slowed down for a while before suppressing the annoyance in his heart and said coldly, when is convenient for you? Why don't you come over later? Sis isn't feeling well today, so I might not be able to stay with you. Her tone calmed down, as if she wasn't ashamed of being blocked by her own man. Qin Feng also calmed down because he had a super strong physique. His brain wasn't swept away by anger, and he began to turn and think normally. There's no way to conclude that Shifuya betrayed herself without seeing the man inside. So first we have to make sure there's no one inside. And it's very easy to confirm such things. Just look at the photo. Qin Feng found the photo he had secretly taken of Shifuya and scanned it. Number of relationships, 3. Qin Feng was furious. Mud. She's really stealing a man behind her back. He remembers very well that the first time he met Shifuya, her count was 2. Qin Feng's eyes flared with evil fire, clenched his fists, and his bones made a snapping sound. It's almost time to hold back. The image of Shifuya being all gentle with him came to mind. He's finally gone soft, putting his leg halfway up. I'm going out. There's breakfast on the table. With that, he turned around and headed for the door. But he was 100 times more reluctant to leave just like that. Qin Feng planned to wait outside the door for the man to come out and then bust his balls. Let this man know what happens when he touches his woman. He walked silently to the door and was about to put on his shoes. Suddenly his eyes flickered, finding no other man's shoes on the floor except his own. What's going on here? Could it be that the man came in barefoot? One thought. Qin Feng slapped his head violently. He then remembered that Shifuya's third love interest. Exactly himself. What a hot chick super fitness. Hasn't the brain been strengthened? You didn't figure out such a simple thing? Qin Feng secretly cursed and shrugged off the pot. His heart was rattled and refreshed. Excitedly, he wanted to rush back and ravage Shifuya, blaming her for making him think the wrong way, then wondered what Shifuya was doing in there, being secretive. Qin Feng thought a little bit, opened the gate, took 2 steps in place, made a little footstep sound, and then closed the door. Bang! He just stood still for a second. Wait quietly. Time passes by. About 10 minutes later, there was a choking sound, if any, from inside. Shin Feng sounded a bit off. Shafiria seems to be crying? How is this possible? Shafiria was as fierce as a cold-blooded queen in his mind. Only fierce, not crying. What's going on here today? Shin Feng was puzzled and wanted to go kick the door again. He waited a while and saw that it hadn't died down inside. Taking out his cell phone, he edited the text and sent it. Have you had breakfast yet, sis? It took a while to receive a reply. Eat? Don't lie to me. Well, no kidding. So tell me if I'm getting a bun or an omelet. You have 20 seconds to answer. If you don't, I'm going to punch someone. After Shin Feng finished sending the message, he heard a rush of footsteps from the room. Immediately afterward the door was opened. Shin Feng met Shifuya's appearance. She was at home in a modest, slim black dress that covered her knees and was padded at the shoulders on both sides. Dark hair was draped over her back, as if she had been dressed up. The face was as pretty as ever, except that the fox eyes were red and swollen, and there was a little tear in them, and 4 red bars were clearly imprinted on the white face. Shin Feng took a look and his face went cold, the anger in his eyes even more exuberant than earlier. The slap marks on the woman's face looked like they had hit him in the face. Shin Feng's nostrils all widened in a circle, spewing out a bearish rage as he said in a single word, "Who did this?" Seeing Shin Feng standing in the doorway, Shifuya was startled and retreated back into the room in a panic, ready to close the door. Shin Feng moved quickly, chased after him in 3 steps, steadily resisted the door of the house, and said in a deep voice, "Sis, if you don't make it clear, then I'll have to find out for myself." The door to the room slowly opened under the man's brute force. Shifuya helplessly stopped resisting, turned her face away, and said, "I hurt myself by accident." Shin Feng stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Shifuya's waist, his other hand raised high behind her and fell heavily. Pop! Ah! The slap, despite the collected force, made Shifuya yelp. "I told you, lying is punishable by a beating," Shin Feng said seriously. "I asked for it." Shifuya pushed against the man's chest, trying to wriggle away from but it was held steady by the man, unable to move. She coaxed helplessly, "Don't ask, brother, it's none of your business. My sister was beaten up and you're saying it's none of my business?" Shin Feng was furious and said, "You tell me who it is. I want to shovel his whole family." Shifuya hurriedly covered Shin Feng's mouth and carefully admonished him, "Don't talk nonsense. You can't afford to mess with him." Shin Feng was infuriated and laughed. As long as he was willing to be recruited, then there was no one in the world he couldn't mess with. Whether it's competing in sports to win for your country or going to an enemy country to spend money on financial sabotage, all of Wachovia needs him and will back him up. No one in the world has a harder background than him. Just say who the other guy is. Leave the rest to me. I'll count him as pulling clean if I don't beat the shirt out of him today," Shin Feng said loudly. Shifuya gave him a blank look without a good reason and said the name of the person who slapped her. "Sure, Wagwa, my father. Go fight." Shin Feng was confused on the spot. Chapter 143, You've changed. You're not the old Shin Feng anymore. Shin Feng immediately wimped out when she heard that the one who hit was her father. He thought he'd just gotten his super strong body and some stupid villain was coming over to give away his experience. "I didn't expect a big boss to come. You can't fight back. You can't talk back. What can you do? Why did your father beat you?" Shin Feng asked tentatively. "My dad was hot-headed and didn't want me to work at the bar, so I put up a fight." Shifuya glossed over it lightly. What really happened was that after she dropped Yui off at school one today, her parents wanted her to come home to meet someone. The other had arrived when she returned, and was sitting in her old home constrained to drink tea. It was a man in his 30s, well-dressed and well-mannered, wearing a black-rimmed glasses. He looks quite svelte. After the presentation it was learned, the other guy has a car, a house, a decent job. He's just a bit stuffy, and he's been divorced once. Supposedly the wife ran off with a rich man. Shifuya has told her parents many times to calm down and not to make this whole thing up. She doesn't want another blind date, but her parents refused and insisted on finding a stepfather for EE, saying they couldn't let people look at them funny. Shifuya was helpless, flashing his wrist tattoo directly at the man, and informing the other man of his workplace again. The svelte man was embarrassed. Where are the good girls in a place as messy as a bar? Then again, seeing as how Shifuya was so good looking, I guess there were a lot of men who dealt with her. Marrying over the door will be a big hassle when the time comes. His ex-wife was just too pretty to be abducted. He didn't want to make the same mistake, so he excused himself on the spot. Sure Wagwa, Shifuya's father, was infuriated by his own daughter's performance. "I didn't listen to advice before and had to be with that punk. Now the punk has been stabbed to death for years and still won't find a good family to marry and live a solid life." He had asked her to quit her job as a bar girl a long time ago, and had put it off until now. literally disgracing the whole family. Shirwegwa slapped her in anger and scolded. I don't have a daughter like you. Shifuya covered her face, didn't say a word, and drove back home. He hid in his room and cried all morning until Qin Feng came over to stop. Facing Qin Feng's question as to why he hit her, Shifuya did not spill the beans. She was afraid that if she said it, it would cause Qin Feng to misunderstand. She was content with the relationship as it stood and didn't dare to ask for too much. She brought it up in a light sentence and asked afterward as if nothing had happened. Are you going to eat here for lunch? I'll go cook for you. Don't cook. I'll ask the hotel to send the food over later, said Qin Feng. He was keenly aware that Shifuya was hiding something. Qin Feng did not pursue the question. This is, after all, people's private affairs. Their own rooting to the bottom of the matter appears to be very gossipy. The only way to find out is to sneak around and find out for yourself in private. He sat down on the bed with his arm around Shifuya and touched the marks on her face in indignation. Does it hurt? Your father is too much. How can you hit a girl in the face? It's okay. It wasn't very hard. It'll be okay in a little while, Shifuya said in relief. The more I think about it, the more angry I am. Even if it is your father cannot hit my woman. You see the situation in the future is not right to hurry to hide, know it? Qin Feng heartbroken. I let him hit me on purpose. Shifuya drew circles on Qin Feng's chest with her fingers and said quietly. She's wearing a V-neckline that's white underneath her sexy collarbones, and it's a sight to behold from above, up close and personal. Qin Feng was shaken. It took a while to respond, cursing himself for not being his own woman was beaten and he just wanted to take advantage of it. He asked in a rush. You're stupid. Why do you let him fight? Trying to take the piss out of him. It's not easy raising a disobedient daughter, Shifuya said lightly, with little expression on her face to see her emotions. Qin Feng had nothing to say. This woman is both gentle and stubborn, and knows her way around. Anyone she cares about will try to give the biggest concession possible. Qin Feng subsided and said, when you get the bar straightened out, don't say you work in a bar. Well, I know. Shifuya nodded obediently and snuggled into Qin Feng's arms, closing her eyes. It made her feel much better to have the comfort of someone she liked. Women, no matter how old they are, want to be cared for and pampered. Forget about me, brother. You've changed so much in the past 2 days. I feel like you've gotten stronger. Shifuya pinched Qin Feng's muscles, touching the east and the west. It felt like even the smell of his body became hormonal. She sniffed and inexplicably felt a little hot in the face. Qin Feng's fire slowly went down as he was ruffled by the woman, but his anger gradually rose. Don't touch it. Be careful of being put on the spot, Qin Feng declared. Shifuya laughed softly and stopped moving. Looking at the stoic Qin Feng, he curved the corner of his mouth. She had a good idea of what men came to see her for. Did my face spoil it for you? Qin Feng did not expect her to take a beating, but she was still thinking about that kind of thing for herself, and he could not help but feel that he was a scumbag. And he righteously said, Sister, is that the only thing I came to you for? In fact, he came here with that purpose in mind. He had planned to plow hard the last 2 days to plant a strong seed. Shifuya might have a full favor if she got the child she promised her, but the slap spoiled his seeding plans. Now that Shifuya was in such a bad mood, Qin Feng didn't dare to force the seed at all. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Shifuya winked playfully and laughed lightly. And what are your hands touching? It's not under control, what can I do? Qin Feng rationalized. Shifuya gave him a blank look and said, why don't I turn around so I can't see? When she finished, she ruffled her hair back with both hands and prepared to zip her up her back. This indulgence-like accommodation caused Qin Feng to feel slightly guilty. He hastily stopped it. Sis, don't be like that. I'm a decent person, he said in a fit of excitement, reaching out and accidentally ripping the skirt off of Shifuya's body, revealing his smooth and fragrant skin. A moment of springtime. A long time later. I'll hire a nanny for you, and let you stay here from now on, so you won't have to go back to see your parents so often. Qin Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said slowly. He loved this time of year when he smoked in front of Shifuya. There was a sense of fulfillment after a conquest. No need. I'm not used to having an extra person. I can take care of EE by myself in the future. Shifuya gently shook her head. Qin Feng was a little tickled by her hair, reaching out to help straighten her hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisite side face. Those 4 marks faded over time. It's barely noticeable unless you look hard. Qin Feng lamented. Sister, you're so pretty. How come you're a laborer? You don't even know how to enjoy the blessings. Shifuya explained. I'm a picky person and a bit of a clean freak. I'm afraid of scolding those nannies away. Let's just scold it. Qin Feng couldn't bear to say how hard it is to do everything by yourself. Oh, there is no brother hard. In the morning with all the aroma. Afraid that people do not know you have a girl yesterday accompanied as if. Shifuya lifted her head and nudged Qin Feng's head with her slender fingers. smilingly reminding him. In the future, when you go out to meet other girls, remember to diffuse the smell and be careful not to get caught. Qin lowered his head and sniffed himself. Strangely, do you have it? Why can't I smell it? Of course you can't smell it. You're not a woman. Shifuya glanced at him in disdain. Showing off. Besides, I can tell that you smell like Tina. She didn't mind that Qin had been to Xiating's place. I just don't want Qin to overwork himself. Qin was shocked and incredulous. Chow chow. You can smell this too? Shifuya leaned her chin on Qin Feng's shoulder and laughed. Don't you know? Every woman is Sherlock Holmes when it comes to cheating on her man. Awesome. Qin was a bit tickled and was ready to teach Holmes a lesson. He extinguished his cigarette in the extra ashtray at the foot of the bed. Once again, he bullied his way to the top. Shifuya exclaimed, "You're on medication? Eat AP. I was hiding my strength before," Qin said stiffly. Chapter 144, Catching an Adulterer in Bed. The room with the curtains closed was black as night. No light came in until about noon. Qin was a bit tired as he lay on the bed. This body was no longer strong enough for him to squander so much. It's been less than 12 hours since he got it, and he's been fighting half the time. If I had a previous body, I would have run out of light long ago. Qin touched Shifuya's face and lamented that the female goblin was just too bewitching to hold. Every time I touch her, I get ideas. Her long legs were bent and her head rested in her arms, giving her a slightly more languid posture as she relaxed, the thin blanket covering most of her body. The soft light of the room shone on her skin, which was practically glowing white. Qin swallowed, stopped unhealthy thoughts. The two lay in peace and quiet, enjoying the afterglow of their passion. In this moment, time moves very slowly and the world becomes unusually quiet. It's as if all the strife is gone with the wind. All that's left is to communicate with each other heart to heart. For a while, Qin felt that he should say something, so he searched his stomach and racked his brain for some earthy words to say to Shifuya. Most of it was said yesterday. Shifuya was clearly flattered. But just then, there was a soft thud from outside the house. Drip, drip, drip. Qin ears twitched after his hearing was strengthened. He heard the movement of someone opening the door with the combination lock. Who else in your family knows the code? Shifuya was in the midst of being moved, wondering why Qin asked this question before she could answer, only to hear the sound of the door opening from outside. Someone walked in immediately afterward, closing the door behind them. Bang! The sound snapped at the two hearts in the room. They're both shirtless. The two men looked at each other in disbelief, like an adulterous couple about to be caught in adultery. Shifuya panicked a little and spoke sharply. Quick! You hide! She lowered her voice and pulled Qin. Looking around, Qin was stunned by this operation of her husband coming back and couldn't help but follow the tension. Fear of being cut down by her man for molesting a married woman. He lifted the sheet to look under the bed and realized that there was only a crack in the bottom of the bed in her house, and it was too much of a struggle to reach out and get in. Qin was so anxious that he wanted to jump over the wall. Just then, he suddenly reacted. Didn't her husband hang up? What's the point of panicking? Sis, who is it? Why should I hide? Qin felt ashamed of the expression he had just made and spoke louder. Shifuya was more anxious and explained quietly. It's my parents. They and you are the only ones allowed in my house. What? What? It's your mom and dad? So won't we have to meet the parents now? Qin immediately panicked again. It's worse than Schiffer's husband coming back. He's never seen this before in his life, and he's terrified. Hurry around and find a place to hide. But Shifiria's room was so empty that it was swept away in a single glance, so there was nowhere to hide. At this point Shibuya ran barefoot to lock the door to her room. Today was the second time she had locked the door, and her movements were very skillful. Listen to the footsteps outside getting closer. She was also a little panicked. She didn't want it to be especially awkward for her parents to see Qin at this time. It also makes a bad impression on them. Yeah, are you in there? A softer sounding female voice came from outside. Just by the sound of her voice, I can imagine a very cultured woman. However, this gentle voice made Qin's heart beat faster. He's nervous. Ask Schiffer what to do with the mouthpiece. Shifuya didn't know what to do, planning to wait and see what the parents want. Qin has not experienced the situation of being blocked by the female parents, which is sure to go out and lose face. You might even get your ass kicked when the time comes. It doesn't matter if he is full of iron bones. The key is what if Shifuya's parents won't let Shifuya see him in the future. It's not like he has any intention of marrying Shifuya. In case he makes a scene and her parents come to break off their paternity, then one would be a sinner. Qin was in a nervous cold sweat. At that moment there was another knock on the door outside. Yeah, don't be quiet. I know you're in there. Shifuya's mother's name is Su Jinawa. She enters and hears movement in the room inside, and sees crab cakes on the table and knows her daughter is in there. She sighed softly, reassuringly. Xiao Ya, Don't be angry with your father. He's doing this for your own good. It's ultimately inconvenient for you to live alone as a woman. Shifuya's mom saw her husband's hands in the morning and was heartbroken, afraid that Shifuya would not be able to stop thinking about it. When she had coaxed her husband, she hastened over to try to comfort and console her daughter. By the way, a little persuasion. It's been so many years. She doesn't want her daughter to continue to be stubborn. Listen to mom, open the door, and find a good honest man to partner for life. Today that although divorced, but you are also with children do not look too high. In the room, facing the inquiring gaze cast by Chin Fong, Shivya helplessly interrupted her mother's chatter. Mom, stop it. I know what to do. It's good that you know, and don't take your dad's words to heart. He's just that kind of guy. Sujinoa saw that her daughter finally spoke out, and listened to the tone as if it wasn't much of a big deal. Slightly relieved, and chanted a few more words. Seeing that it was almost noon, she said, "Did you buy groceries? I'll go make you a meal and I'll go back after lunch." Shifuya had a nod of her head, not realizing that her own mother was planning to have lunch. It was only then that Chin Fong realized what had happened in the morning. It turns out that Shifuya refused to go on a blind date and was beaten by her father. Chin Fong was touched for a moment, stepping forward and hugging Shifuya. He whispered, "Sis, I've made you suffer." Shifuya wasn't in the mood for snuggling at this point. Her mom was right outside. She pushed Chin Fong away, found his clothes and pants, handed them to him, and said, "Get dressed. I'm going out later to take my mom out to dinner and you hurry too." After that she started to dress herself, checking her neck and neckline for strawberry marks in the mirror again. Chin Fong was ashamed of himself when he saw her panicking, while putting on his pants. "Why don't I go meet your parents?" Shifuya glared at him and said, "Stinky brother, trying to get me killed aren't you? I just had a fight with my family today and you show up in my room. They'll think you're a wild man." Chin Fong shrunk his neck. "Indeed, even if you want to meet her parents, you can't meet them by getting caught in the act." And just then, a puzzled voice came from outside. "Hey, yeah, why do you have a pair of plus-size shoes on your doorstep?" Chin Fong was nervous when he saw that his shoes were discovered by her mom. Shifuya also had a moment of scalp numbness, looking left and right, pulling Chin Fong and stuffing him into the closet, pretending as if nothing had happened. He said, "The seller sent me the wrong item and I was going to return it and leave it at the door." "Yes?" Sujinoa had a hint of suspicion and ran to the door of the room, knocking on the door. "You open the door. What's the point of locking it in broad daylight?" Chapter 145, a repeat of the same old trick. Chin Fong was panicking now, worried that her mom would run in and check on her. He doesn't think it's safe to hide in the closet. He's trying to find a place to hide, like jumping out the window and hanging from the edge, or jump to the doorway corner ceiling. But it was all very risky, either scaring the hell out of the passers-by outside, or scaring the hell out of Shifuya's mom. And it was all very wrong. Just as he was thinking hard, suddenly it occurred to me that I had 2 more hypnosis spells left to use. How can Shivya's mom be 90 at her age? If she gets caught, big deal. Just erase this memory of her mom. Chin Fong, who was hiding in the closet, instantly faded. This side of the shifter is pretty good mentally, too. Calmly, he opened the door and walked out naturally. "Mom, don't cook. There's no food in the fridge. We'll go out to eat," Shifuya said casually. Her mom, Sujinoa, took advantage of the moment the door opened and stuck her neck out to take a hard look at the situation inside. Didn't see anything manly. Seeing his daughter walk out in a big way, for a moment she thought she was really overthinking it, until she saw her own daughter beaming with a peach blossom like. There was absolutely no look in his eyes that he had been wronged in the morning. Sujinhua resumed her foxing. "Are you hiding something from me? What could I possibly want?" Shifuya laughed. Sujinhua had a rough guess in her heart when she saw her daughter come out and smoothly put the door on. She tugged on her daughter's hand and went into the kitchen, closing the kitchen door and lowering her voice to ask, "You have a man inside?" "Mom, don't get any ideas. If I had a man I'd bring it to you." Shiva's eyes twinkled. Sujinoa has made sure of it. There must be something wrong with her daughter. Thinking that she didn't dare bring it out to see herself in the open, I guessed it was another thing that couldn't be brought to the surface. She's angry, hatefully glaring at her own daughter. She pressed the fire and asked, "Why don't you remember? Girl, where is this one mixed up this time? I can't understand what you're saying," Shivya said helplessly. Sujin softly scolded, "You still want to repeat the same mistake, is not it? Your father's reputation is notorious. Have you ever thought for your father? Even find some unsavory people." Shifuya felt that across the 2 room doors. Chin Fong inside shouldn't be able to hear this. She didn't want to argue and let her old mom scold her. "Why did I raise such an uncaring thing like you? You don't want to talk to a good person. You just look for some social scum. You get rid of him as soon as you can. You hear me? Get a good date and find a man who'll treat you right. And don't go on being willful. Blink of an eye at 30. You need to think about the future. Don't stare at the bad guys all day long. Shifuya couldn't help but retort. How do you know it's bad? Her mom got even more angry when she saw him finally admit it and accused. He hides inside and is afraid to come out. Obviously he doesn't want to be responsible for you. This kind of person is considered a good man? Mom, stop it. I'll handle my own business. You go back, Shifuya said coldly. Her mom was so angry that she wanted to leave her alone. But in the end, it's your own daughter. She sighed in dismay, and was just about to give a kind word of advice. I didn't expect the sound of the gate opening from outside. Then the door slammed shut. This is the door to the entrance and exit of the house, just off the kitchen. Sujinawa closed the kitchen door and couldn't see what was going on outside. Thought it was the man in Shifuya's room running sneaking out of the house. Mentally, he was incredibly disappointed in his daughter's vision. This kind of irresponsible man. She would never let her daughter continue to spend time with him. But just then, a man's voice came from the living room. Honey, are you home? Sujinawa was shocked. What's going on? It wasn't someone inside who ran out, but a man who came in? Why is there a man in here? And the name calling is so intimate? Did this girl keep more than one man? Her mom looked at the equally surprised woman and asked in an eager whisper. And who is this? Shifuya immediately reacted when she heard that it was Qin Feng's voice. Just now, she also thought it was Qin Feng who had left. I didn't realize he hadn't left again. Still standing in the doorway, opening and closing it again. Shifuya felt a twinge of amusement at the thought of his maneuvering. This was the perfect way for him to get out of being caught in the act of adultery by pretending to come in from outside. She replied, my boyfriend, I just got one. I haven't had a chance to tell you about it yet. Sujinawa was surprised. Then who is that one in your room? Shifuya didn't panic and backtracked. What room? What are you imagining? Since everyone was now out, Shifuya simply opened the kitchen door and formally introduced her mother. Mom, this is Qin Feng, a year younger than me. Qin Feng met Shifuya's mother, a woman in her 50s with glowing skin and a rosy complexion. Hair permed in wavy curls is a favorite style for middle-aged women. There were faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and forehead. Her body was a bit out of shape, and she could vaguely see the resemblance to Shifuya in her face and eyes. All people lose their face value once they get fat. Shibuya's mother looks like a regular older mom. Seeing his mother-in-law for the first time, Qin Feng put on a surprised and nervous expression and hurriedly said politely, Hello auntie, I'm Shibuya's boyfriend. Sujinawa's eyes sized up Qin Feng from top to bottom and finally landed on Qin Feng's shoes, only to see Qin Feng wearing a pair of black leather shoes. He had indeed just come in from outside. She kind of took her daughter's word for it. Smiling, he nodded, feeling very pleased with the medium height, regular shirt and decent-looking boy. She was in a better mood and entertained with a gracious smile. Hello, Xiao Qin, right? Come in and sit down. Don't be polite. Qin Feng giggled in response and took off his shoes and walked into the house. Shifuya followed up and said to Qin Feng in a volume just loud enough for her mom to hear. Honey, my mom just happened to be coming over today. I'm sorry I didn't tell you in advance. It's fine. I should have visited earlier. Qin Feng said smilingly as he sat on the sofa. Qin Feng was in the closet when he heard the voice of Shifuya's mother lecturing Shifuya. He expressed his anger at being denigrated and abused in this way. If she didn't stand up for Shifuya, how could Shifuya hold her head up in front of her family in the future? How about it? Your brother, I'm smart, right? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and said softly to Shifuya while her mom didn't come over. Oh, how clever. Where did the shoes come from? Shifuya's beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity. Heaven's opportunity cannot be divulged. Qin Feng said smugly. At the moment, there was a tall man sitting on the stairs outside the door. He wore only socks on his feet, the color of his nativity. He was torn between waiting for Qin Feng to return the shoes to him or going out to buy a pair. It's not about money. The main thing is that size 46 leather shoes are not very good. And it's easy to fight with your own mother-in-law when you come home in other shoes. It's a well-known fact that he's not very good at arguing. Chapter 146, I'm a hobo. The house. After a few pleasantries and courtesies, Shibuya's mother began to step into the breach. What does little Qin do? Oh, before that it was as head of the regional security system, as well as securing the operation of humanity's basic energy needs. Only it doesn't do that anymore. Qin Feng, relying on his backhand, made a few blind nonsense. The big deal is wasting a hypnosis spell. There's nothing to be afraid of at all. Sujinawa was confused, not knowing what Qin Feng had said. Only the key parts are understood, meaning they don't do that anymore. Then what kind of work are you doing now? Sujinawa pursued. National Human Resource Reserve Cadre, with a knack for organic fabrication. Qin Feng humbly laughed, as if it wasn't a marvelous job. Although Sujinawa couldn't understand it, she somehow felt that it was very powerful. I did not expect Xiao Qin young age, career so powerful. Take the liberty of asking. Salary treatment in this regard can be revealed? Ha ha ha, there's no salary. I pay myself. Qin Feng laughed. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Su Jinhua evaluated Qin Feng a little more highly. This is obviously a big boss. She was busy and did not hesitate to cut fruits and buy food to cook to entertain Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't push back, smilingly watching her get busy. Under the enthusiasm of his mother-in-law, Qin Feng had a sumptuous lunch at Shifuya's house. The craftsmanship was unexpectedly good. It has the flavor of a hometown dish. The food was so good that Qin Feng praised it frequently. Su Jinhua's face was wrinkled with laughter. During lunch, Qin Feng thought about the fact that the Shi family didn't have a good reputation in the village. He's thinking about investing in a couple of buildings and renting them out for free in the name of Shifuria. Those villagers, who are living under a fence, should not dare to chew their tongue again. Fame is something that comes naturally if you have the money and are willing to spend it. The question of fast versus slow. Qin Feng had a lunch, and when he saw that Shifuya's mom still refused to leave, he was ready to bolt. There's no rush to build a building. Wait until you find someone who does real estate development. He politely excused himself and left Shifuya's house despite her mom's warm retention. Wore away his white board shorts. Left Wang Gang's leather shoes behind. Shifuya, her mom, didn't have any doubts when she saw it. Think of it only as Qin Feng's spare shoes here. When Qin Feng leaves, Su Jinhua took Shifuya's hand and complained. Why don't you tell your family when you find someone? Shifuya said lightly. I originally called him over today to ask him if he wanted to meet you guys. Su Jinhua thought as if he really did not give her time. His old face reddened and pulled away from the topic. So how did you guys talk? How many in his family? What exactly does he do? It's going well. We're going to have a baby first. Shifuya's calm voice startled her mom. Su Jinhua was so shocked that she didn't even wash the bowl and rushed out to question. What? Having a child without getting married first? How can that be true? Are you being lied to? Mom, take it easy. He wouldn't lie to me. Shifuya soothed. I think you are just cheated by him. Talking in the clouds. Can't understand a word. How much money does he make a year? Su Jinhua pursued. I don't know. Shifuya shook her head. You see, I told you. Stupid daughter, eh? A dime cannot see to listen to his nonsense. You are really angry with me. Su Jinhua sat down next to her daughter and was ready to start cursing. But he gave me $60 million. Shifuya's words were like a hammer blow, interrupting her spell casting. Su Jinhua's eyes widened in disbelief and shock. What? $60 million? Aha. Really? Shifuya nodded faintly and said. Real money turned over. Su Jinhua people were dumbfounded and did not react in half a day. What's $60 million? The villagers in their village don't even need $60 million to build a community building with their own money. How rich does one have to be to talk about a boyfriend/girlfriend giving away so much money? She shuddered. How dare you take this? Much money? Shifuya didn't answer. She just took out 2 cards from her bag, put them on the table and said to her mother, $5 million each. One for you and one for Dad. It's my filial piety to both of you. Take it back and buy what you need to buy. Don't be reluctant to spend money. Su Jinhua looked at the card on the table that hadn't moved and asked worriedly, what if he makes you give it back? No, he's not like that. Shifuya laughed. He's a big shot. Chauffeur and nanny all make $2 million a year. He's not that bad. Su Jinhua worriedly said. This kind of big family. How can we climb up? Oh, people have any requirements? Shifuya took her hand and gently comforted her. Mom, don't worry about it. We're still friends. Don't think that far ahead. Su Jinhua thought of her daughter's initial comment about having a child, and all of a sudden she didn't know what to say. The solid $60 million gave her no reason to blame her daughter. $60 million for having a baby. What in heaven's name is this good? If she could have one herself, she would want to have one. It's just too costly to give birth and I guess I'll have to get a divorce. She'll have to think twice, but it's not like your own daughter has to get divorced, and there's nothing to worry about when you've already given birth to one. With a wave of her hand, Su Jinhua took away the $10 million on the table and said, it's out of my hands. Anyway, you're on your own. Qin Feng returned to his home. Open WeChat. Another group of people looking for him. Not just classmates and friends. Even people I hadn't contacted before came running over. They all asked the same thing. Was that you who proposed in Shakeology? The class group even exploded. And kept it Qin Feng and Xia Ting coming out to talk, asking if they were together. Qin Feng was uncertain. Found 2 familiar ones and asked them. I just realized that the video of my proposal yesterday was posted to Jitterbug and had almost 1 million likes in one night. Qin Feng swiped Jitterbug to find it, and quickly swiped himself. The title is this the rich man's proposal scene? A villa, a diamond ring, and a handsome man. The scene starts with a close-up of the bow on the villa and then moves to the stage. In the midst of a sky of petals, the man confesses his love, then gets down on one knee to set the ring. The stunning woman across the street was so moved that she embraced the man with tears in her eyes. Simply the ideal romantic love. Over 100,000 comments below. I've been hanging and beating my dad for 3 hours and he still won't admit he's a billionaire. Family, who knows? I showed it to my boyfriend and he said it was posed. This guy is so attractive. If my boyfriend looked like this, he'd wake up laughing in his dreams. What kind of young master is this? He's making such a big scene with a hot air balloon? Those who buy diamond rings are intellectually taxed. This comment has only a few thousand likes. This comment below it has tens of thousands of likes. Only people who can't afford it say diamond rings are an IQ tax. Oops. It's clearly on fire. Chapter 147. Noon. Mordor University. In the girls' dormitory, Peony was sitting on her side on the bed and was recording a video of herself with her cell phone. She pouted, one hand clenched in a fist on the side of her face, and cocked her head in a cute expression. After the retouching of the beauty face, it made the girl, who scored less than 80 points, look even cuter than Zhong Oa in front of the camera. The angle of shooting from top to bottom not only captured her whole body in, but also captured Zhuang Xiaoli, who was sitting unseated at the bottom. This kind of video with a girl's dormitory background has attracted a surprising amount of fans online. Older colorful grunts like to look at beautiful women. And even more so, they like to look at beautiful roommates. Especially when it was a beautiful roommate like Zhuang Xiaoli, who had her white and tender jade legs crossed over the desk and was sitting on a chair playing with her cell phone. It inspired their voyeuristic desire. Zhuang Xiaoli was oblivious to this. The chair under her buttocks only had 2 legs on the ground, her whole body leaning backward against the back of the chair, her body gently rocking. This cocky and restful sitting position is reserved for boys, but girls look better sitting up than boys. Peony was secretly excited when she got the picture she wanted. She'll be on the air soon. Need to post a rubbing video first. That way people will click on her livestream if they watch the video and still want to see it. She added some pop music backgrounds with cutscenes and made up a few paragraphs of copy, cutting it into a short video of 10 seconds or so. Just as she was about to finish, suddenly, Zhuang Xiaoli yelled, "Holy!" Peony was so startled that her cell phone almost fell to the floor. She thought Xiaoli had found out she was filming her secretly, and hurriedly apologized with a pout. "Lily, I'm sorry. Your legs are so beautiful. Let me use them." "What?" Zhuang Xiaoli looked back at her and reacted to the fact that she was being secretly photographed and then became angry. "You're filming me again? He. I didn't show my face this time. I just tapped my leg." Hyunhyun licked her face and laughed. She noticed last time that the traffic seemed to be a little higher for the beautiful women who didn't show their faces. Everyone is asking for pictures in the comments, and the fan audience will come out to show off the pictures they took before. Interacting positively can lead to more exposure. "Don't you have one yourself?" Zhuang Xiaoli glared at her without a good look. "Not as good looking as yours, La. Your legs can fool a whole bunch of old colorful people in." He. Peony smiled and flattered. Zhuang Xiaoli was secretly happy in her heart and pretended to be unhappy on the surface. "Say when you're shooting in the future, don't sneak around." "Well, Xiaoli-san is so nice. I'm going to marry you," Peony said happily. Zhuang Xiaoli waved her hand generously and then he got up and walked over to Peony's bed with his cell phone and handed it over and said, "Getting down to business. Look, does this guy look like a boyfriendo?" Peony only looked at her for a second and realized that she was talking about the very hot proposal scene. She had seen this video last night and watched it several times over. Judging by the voice and temperament alone, there's a 90% chance it's the tycoon in the Rolls-Royce. Combine that with a large bodyguard at the scene, and you can almost conclude it's him. It's just that Hyunhyun didn't vocalize it last night and kept the secret to herself alone. Both roommates are having an affair with the man, and they are foolish enough to run and say your man is cheating on you. It's just stupid. At this moment, Zhuang Xiaoli came over to ask, and Peony was still trying to muddle through vaguely. "It kind of looks like it, but it's too far away to see, so I don't think it's the same person." "How could it not be? This look is that scum," Zhuang Xiaoli said angrily. Sister Xiaoli, don't be angry for a moment. This is obviously a posed shot. It's just a traffic cheat," Peony carefully explained for Qin Feng. "I'm not angry. I'm feeling bad for it's not worth it. How can I like such a scum?" Zhuang Xiaoli cursed. By definition it was someone else's business, not hers to worry about. But she didn't know why she was angry. She couldn't help but want to punch the scumbag as soon as she saw him pounding the floor in excitement. This side just cheated and ran off to propose to another girl, and have no shame. Zhuang Xiaoli found a reason for her anger and verbally condemned Qin Feng. "Geez, what if it's not the same person? It's just a bit of a resemblance," Hyunji said. "How can that be? Look at the way he smiles at that girl. It's exactly the same as when he smiles at her. Shoji poked at the screen and showed it to Peony, who was bent over. It was at that moment that the door to the dormitory was opened. Zhong Oai returned with the meal. Zhuang Xiaoli's complexion tightened, and before she could think of whether or not to tell Zhong Oai this cruel fact, she heard Qin Feng's confession coming from her cell phone. I like you, at all times, and also, Zhuang Xiaoli hurriedly clicked the back button and exited Shakeology. Oi back. Oh, said Peony awkwardly. She didn't expect the words to come out of Zhuang Xiaoli's cell phone. The whole thing froze, seeing Zhuang Xiaoli smiling at herself with a flustered expression again. Zhong Oai, even if she was stupid, realized that something was wrong with Qin Feng. Bewildered and somewhat at a loss for words, she stood motionless in the doorway with her meal, not knowing what to do. Zhuang Xiaoli and Peony looked at each other, making eye contact about whether or not to say this to her. Peony shook her head gently. It meant more than one thing, until she found out later. But this is a little too cruel for a simple and lovely girl. She wrestled with it for a moment. It was felt that it was not good to just unilaterally assume that the video was Qin Feng without being sure, so she chose to hide this. Zhuang Xiaoli walked over and greeted as if nothing had happened. What are you waiting for? Come in. Saying that, he took the meal from Zhong Oai's hand and opened it in surprise. Wow, is the cafeteria having chicken today? I think that's the only thing the cafeteria has to offer. Oh, that's wrong. Are you okay? Peony asked as she sat on the bed. She is losing weight, not coming down to eat. Zhong Oaknf gradually came back to her senses and gave her a dumbfounded look, shook her head and didn't say a word. Peony wasn't sure if she heard that it was Qin Feng who was talking and spoke sheepishly. Don't you think too much? Just now Xiaoli-san was showing me a funny video. Yes, it's almost too funny. Zhuang Xiaoli tugged at the corner of her mouth, her expression unnatural, but you could tell by the vacant look in her eyes that she wasn't even paying attention. She was extremely unsettled. It sounded like Qin Feng had confessed to her roommate. If that was really the case, then she didn't know how to face Qin Feng or her roommate. She didn't have the courage to ask them if there was such a thing, and she didn't dare to know if Zhuang Xiaoli had accepted Qin Feng's confession. The timid Zhong Oai just wanted to forget about the words she had just heard, pretend to know nothing. But the more you fear something, the more it comes. Only Zhuang Xiaoli asked seemingly without thinking as she ate her meal. Anyway, what would you do if you found out your boyfriend was cheating on you? In the face of Zhuang Xiaoli's thoughtful question, Zhong Oai's fingers that were pinching the book turned slightly white, nervous about how to reply. He whispered stupidly, I don't know. That scumbag is dishonest at a glance. You'd better be psychologically prepared. Don't think about it when the time comes, okay? Zhuang Xiaoli politely reminded. Zhong Oai lowered her head and hemmed. Peony couldn't bear it and spoke for Qin Feng. It could be a misunderstanding. Your boyfriend is still pretty good to you. Bull ****** misunderstanding. Definitely a scumbag. Zhuang Xiaoli got angry again and said to Zhong Oai, your boyfriend is in Jiangcheng, right? I happen to have something to go to Jiangcheng in the afternoon. If you don't have class, should we go check in together? Chapter 148, Death Song is going to open big. Qin Feng didn't realize that the enemy army was about to arrive at the battlefield. He just saw that his video was on fire and thought it was a little troubling. Being famous in this way means the whole internet will know he has a girlfriend. It would certainly make it harder for him to pick up girls. When the time comes to hit on other girls, they'll think he's a scumbag with a girlfriend. It's not a good thing. Thankfully the shot wasn't very sharp and I only had the side of my own face in the picture. And this heat usually doesn't last more than a week. As long as you don't go hype yourself, people shouldn't care too much when this wave of traffic passes. He was going to go cold turkey. Hopefully the heat will pass sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, send a tweet telling Shatin not to yell around. Xiating knowingly returned. I know. Xiating guessed that it might be because Qin Feng's family wouldn't let him flaunt it, so she didn't think much of it, and no bubbling up in the class groups. Like Qin Feng, he pretended to be dead and didn't admit or deny it. The students could not get the answer to the itch, so they proposed a reunion in the group. A good get-together. Qin Feng doesn't really want to go. There's nothing fun about a reunion. He was now free of the low life and had little interest in such things as showing off his wealth. The prettiest girl was already taken care of by herself, and the rest of them probably weren't 90% beauties. The most he could do in the past was to act like a pussy and show off that he had chased the schoolgirl. Plus it can be embarrassing in case a familiar classmate runs up and asks to borrow money or something. He's willing to lend, but when you borrow it, you might be hated instead. Sometimes people tend to be like that, and they can't fall a little bit better after borrowing money. Qin Feng didn't want to go and get blocked. However, Xiating wanted to fool around with her Porsche and begged Qin Feng to join her. Qin Feng couldn't resist Xiating's pampering and the temptation of cosplaying the fireless dance. Imagine Shatin, such an enthusiastic personality, bouncing around in that revealing costume. Qin Feng is shamefully shameful. After all, some costs have to match personalities to make them work. He finally agreed to Shatine's request. The reunion is scheduled for October 1st. That is, in 2 weeks. Qin Feng didn't put much stock in it. Back to his big flat, took a shower, changed into casual clothes, and got ready to check out the large gym nearby. See if you can fish for a beautiful personal trainer to come back and teach yourself fitness. A score of 80 or higher is fine. Not 90. A woman who is too pretty affects how fast she can draw her sword. To the girls below 90 points, Qin Feng still had more restraint. Even if the ultra-friendship behavior occurs, he is able to do it cold-bloodedly and change it when he says he will. In the past few days he had seen many 80-point girls, each trying to stick it to herself. He'd probably have more than double digits of girlfriends by now if he rained on his parade. One can only imagine how terrifying the power of money can be. Merely showing them a glimpse of their strength had made them all rise to the occasion and fly to the flame. Unfortunately, I didn't have the energy to do it myself before, and now I have enough self-control. Qin Feng shook his head, feeling sorry for the majority of 80-point beauties. Throwing away his disorganized thoughts, he went out and called Wang Gang, who had changed into new shoes, and prepared to go to the gym. On the way, Qin Feng wondered to Wang Gang, "Brother Wang, what do you usually do when you're not doing anything?" Wang Gang laughed nervously. "I usually stay in the car to read novels, but if it's hot, I'll go to the kiosk or lottery store to watch them play." Qin Feng gave him a year's salary in advance 2 days ago. The amount is equivalent to someone buying a lottery ticket and winning first prize. This gave him an extra sense of superiority when he was watching the action at the lottery store. "I see, so you're home all night? Once in a while, if you don't go back, you sleep in the car." "How can I sleep in the car? Why don't you stay up here? My house is too big for one person." Faced with his boss's concern, Wang Gang was slightly moved. It was important to realize that no other man in the world, other than his own father, had ever cared where he slept. But moved as he was, he knew he couldn't stay at his boss's house. If it's a villa it's fine. There's a floor separating it, and it doesn't matter if you live downstairs yourself, but it's not very convenient to live together if you have a large flat. In the future, if the boss's wife also stayed in case there was a misunderstanding, then one's innocence wouldn't be guaranteed. Wang Gang shook his head repeatedly and refused. "It's fine. Don't bother. If the boss wants to settle here, I'll see what happens and rent a house in the neighborhood to live in." Qin Feng thought about people follow their own work is not easy. Even do not have a place to live. Quite poor. So said, "In that case, when I bring my sister over tomorrow to buy a suite here for you to live in, you go to the sales office and look for that pretty girl surnamed Guan from last time, and pick a satisfactory house." Wang Gang was a bit excited that the boss who included accommodation was a good boss. He quickly thanked. "Thanks boss, I'll just pick a smaller house. Don't save me any money. I'll buy you the penthouse if you'd rather live there." Qin Feng spoke out his selfishness. "You probably won't be able to use that much of that 1,000 square foot house. So by the way, let me put in some workout equipment and slip some money to the property owner to see if you can get an outdoor pool or something on the rooftop." Wang Gang listened in disbelief. Nothing against his staff quarters being turned into a gym. He would have loved to jerk off. Only, he never thought he would one day be able to live on the top floor of a rich neighborhood, tang and pissing on the heads of all the rich people. At the thought of this, Wang Gang was a little excited. On the spot, he said he would. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then pinched Wang Gang's muscles and, "It's solid." Felt good practicing too. Unfortunately, he wasn't like those beautiful personal trainers who would daintily yell out cheers and couldn't stock up on their own motivation. Otherwise it would be nice to have him teach himself fitness. He took the giggling Wang Gang to a large fitness club. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a beautiful receptionist. Introduced Qin Feng to their facilities and programs here. Unlike a regular gym, the fitness club here includes more amenities and is more entertaining. On the first floor is a parlor, medical room and a lounge for the personal trainers, of which there are said to be more than 100 signed up. Have a personal trainer provide professional muscle relaxation and massage in the exclusive lounge before training. The second floor is a gym with a machine area, cardio area, strength area, and vent area. The services offered are also more diverse, such as boxing, octagonal cage, exercise room, yoga room and cycling room. On the third floor is the swimming pool and sweat lodge. The beautiful receptionist finally said, "Most of our members here are elite people in the district. In the fitness here, more opportunities to meet the upper class." Qin Feng asked, "How much is it a month?" The receptionist replied, 16,000 for the season card, 60,000 for the annual card. As long as you come to the gym, you will be guided by a professional fitness trainer. You don't need to buy a personal training class. Qin Feng nodded. Then can you pick the private tutor here? The receptionist instructed Qin Feng to add the public number and check the basic information of all the private tutors in it, and said, you can pick from the available private tutors. And if you want one-on-one personalized supervised accompaniment, you'll need to add extra money. Qin Feng wanted a one-on-one accompaniment, and he didn't ask how much it cost. Turn on the scan and look at them one by one. Accidentally found a blonde foreign girl named Sasha. Chapter 149, A Strong Body. Sasha's body is extremely bulging, and in the photo she is wearing a tight little white tank top, revealing her sexy and attractive waistline. Long blonde hair smoothed down towards one side, a strong nose, deep eye sockets, very three-dimensional features, and a cold white leathery complexion with that spirited and enthusiastic smile. One look and you can tell she's a chick who's got it made. Charisma score of 92. Just fell in love once. Very clean and hygienic. Qin Feng pointed at this chick and asked the receptionist, does she speak Chinese? The receptionist looked over and smiled. Yes, but it's not particularly standard. Just her. I want one-on-one. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He had always heard that foreigners were a bit more powerful, and he wanted to compete with this super strong body to see if he could hold his own. I hope it's not an insatiable girl. Of course, this greed refers not to money. Mr. Qin, this is our star coach. The fee is a bit higher than others. It's okay, just name your price. I'll start with a 1-year package. As soon as the receptionist heard that this handsome man did not even ask about the price, and directly operated on a yearly package, she immediately understood that it was a big brother. And some of these bigots are so arrogant and used to it that they don't always treat the service staff like human beings. She was afraid of making some unpleasant trouble, so she warned carefully. It's like this. Before you choose her, it is necessary to inform you in advance that she is an international friend of the Maoist state, protected by all parties, and can easily get into a lawsuit if she encounters unlawful treatment. At the same time, her personality is rather direct, her words are hurtful, and with her own outstanding ability, she has already been complained by several guests. Are you sure you want to choose her? Qin Feng doesn't care at all. It's better to be direct. He likes women who can be straightforward. Well, she's the one. Swipe your card. Qin Feng immediately took out his card and flew over. It was a bit of a pain to shell out my own money, but now that I've seen a beautiful woman who can reimburse me, there's no pressure at all. The price of one-on-one private training accompaniment is 20,000 a month, plus the cost of the venue, a total of 300,000 yuan a year. The training time you negotiate yourselves, and food supplies during the period of time will be calculated separately. Their private tutors may take more than one student. The private sessions will stagger the fitness times of the participants and try to accommodate everyone. Even though Qin Feng didn't ask, the front desk beauty still dutifully explained clearly to Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded his head indifferently. After you swipe your card and sign it, the system prompt rang out. Goddess database updated. Name, Natalia. Age, 24. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Charisma, 92. Occupation, fitness instructor. Characteristics, hot and wild. Favorability, 5. Acquaintance. Number of relationships, 1. Rate or reward, big stomach. Amount spent, $300. 000. Big gulp, animals consumed have a chance to gain the animal's own abilities, such as dynamic capture, odor discrimination, ultrasound, danger warning, etc. It also stores the body's basic energy needs for up to 30 days of consumption. Explained in human languages, eat what make up for what? A full meal 30 days without hunger. This skill is a bit overbearing. Qin Feng kind of wanted it. It is said that tigers can mate up to 50 times in a day and the mating activity can last for 5 to 6 days. But I don't know if it is true or not. With this skill, it's time to give it a go. Although the tiger is a nationally protected animal, but I'm walking alone in the deep forest, and if I get attacked by a tiger, it's okay to have an emergency evacuation, right? In the end I was starving to death and ate the tiger as an emergency escape, right? The only problem is that there are very few tigers in the deep mountains now to eat. Ah shucks. The only way to avoid danger is to go to a foreign country in an uninhabited forest. Qin Feng was sitting in the rest area of the hall. While fantasizing beautifully, he waited peacefully for his big appetite Sasha to show up. She didn't have class today, so she didn't show up for work. The two receptionist ladies looked at Qin Feng's back and kept discussing his worth and guessing which family's son he was from his surname. Finally, through the circle of friends, it was detected that Qin Feng had just bought a house in the neighborhood yesterday, a large flat of more than $10 million. Their eyes turned into the shape of love hearts, and they were defenseless against such rich and handsome men, full of thoughts about how to get up there and strike up a conversation. Even when a new customer comes in, he's ignoring them. Half an hour later, the private tutor, Sasha, arrived and came down beside Qin Feng under the guidance of the receptionist. She extended her hand graciously and smiled. Howl, it's good to see you. The girls of the fighting nations are really unusual, with their big arched smiles, arched eyebrows and snub noses, delicate jewel blue eyes that are electrifying when they look at you. She was very tall and stood up basically about the same as Qin Feng in her sneakers, dressed conservatively. A long-sleeved sport coat zipped high enough to see the depths. The bottoms are similarly unobtrusive with sporty pants. Qin Feng gently shook her hand and smiled. You howl too. Sasha Worth, Ni's personal trainer. Sasha withdrew her hand and introduced herself with a flourish. I will help you with your fitness program in the future and I hope we work well together. Sasha's accent was a bit unusual, but her voice was nice, as if she were a crisp bird. Qin Feng nodded and let out a soft What shall I call you? Sasha asked, flashing her mesmerizing blue eyes. Whatever, call it whatever you want. Qin Feng was very thoughtful of her and wanted her to call her husband. I'll call you boss then. First I'll take you for a full body checkup and then I'll tell you the right fitness program for you. Sasha had served a few rich people and didn't mind Qin Feng's cold attitude. She brought Qin Feng to the medical room and started doing all the physical examinations. First was his weight. Qin Feng actually weighed 120 kilograms now that his bone density had increased. At less than 5'8" and 240 pounds, it was surprising that he was still so thin. The young lady who did the test and Sasha, who saw the report card, both looked incredulous. The subsequent body fat report came out, and Qin Feng surprisingly only had 8% body fat, which made Sasha's mouth fall open. Whether it's heart rate and blood pressure, or a urine test, it's the caliber of a perfect man. Looking at the lean man with his shirt off, Sasha's surprised eyes were filled with appreciation. The man was physically stronger than she thought. System alert, Sasha's favorability +5. It's human nature to admire strength. Qin Feng had a very shapely body silhouette, and even if a man saw it, he was afraid that he would want to touch up. Boss, you are in good health. One of the best bosses I've ever met, Sasha said sincerely. It's not bad. Qin Feng laughed and said modestly. You don't need to lose weight at all. I recommend muscle building related training. Don't get too muscular. It's easy to expose your IQ. You just need to help me with strength training. Okay, I'll take you to the second floor now. For the strength test, Sasha took Qin Feng to the dressing room at the top of the stairs, where she went to change and told him to go put on a loose undershirt as well. When she came out, Sasha's look was instantly recognizable. A short white tank top that would cover her top, and tight hot pants underneath that covered nothing. The fabric, like boxers, clung to her waist, revealing a small, rounded curve. Her snow-colored, cold white skin made her entire body look beautiful and valiant. Qin Feng was a little excited, but luckily his superb control suppressed it. Coming to the deep squat barbell on the second floor, after watching Sasha demonstrate a few standard deep squats, Qin Feng almost broke. That full, rounded arc makes the blood run cold with every squat. It's shaped like a large peach. No wonder there are customer complaints. With foul play like hers, who could stand it? If they were to film it and put it on the internet, those old colorful bastards would be afraid to bleed. Qin Feng closed and took a deep breath, patting his face to try and wake himself up. It's time to work out, not get caught up in the beauty. It's time to show real skill. Chapter 150. Zhuang Xiaoli wants to do justice to heaven. At the same time, Zhuang Xiaoli was sitting in a moving car bound for Jiangcheng. She was accompanied only by a reluctant Guy Unjian. As long as you didn't see it with your own eyes, then none of it happened. If unfortunate to see, then she didn't know what to do. Missy, you don't even know where the person lives. Can you find him by running over there like that? Peony said helplessly. I've asked someone to check. There's a video of the villa. You can go to the villa there first. Zhuang Xiaoli looked out the window at the flickering scenery and replied calmly. Ugh. I really can't figure out if it's you who's in love or Aoeka. Peony live broadcast was disturbed. The mood is not too beautiful. Speak a little direct. She is not in a hurry. What are you in a hurry? Zhuang Xiaoli was slightly stunned at her words. If anything, at first, she was shielding Ashios from being cheated. So now she's in a situation where she's already been lied to. There was no point at all in going after the so-called truth yourself, except to potentially tear the two of them apart. According to his own knowledge of AOA, I guess even if they took pictures of men cheating on her desk, she would still be serious about listening to the guy's explanations. If there was no point, then why must he or she let Ash recognize this man? Zhuang Xiaoli didn't have an answer in mind, but she just wanted to know if the scumbag was really a scumbag. She can do whatever she wants to do in this world. I'm going to act on behalf of heaven. What the law can't sanction, I'll sanction, Zhuang Xiaoli said in a loud voice. The people next to him looked over curiously. Little girls nowadays are really becoming more and more capricious, talking louder than the leaders. Peony covered her face with her hands. not daring to look at the gazes cast by the other passengers in shame. Did you sanction it? If I find out he's having 2 affairs, I'm going to castrate that scumbag for all women. Zhuang Xiaoli waved her pink fist and said viciously. So, what if he didn't step on 2 boats? Peony deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of 2. Humph. Then count him lucky. But I'll keep an eye on him. Zhuang Xiaoli's eyes were determined as she saw the message coming from her cell phone. Four Seasons Court Villa area. Building 9. If we do find him in the villa, we'll beat him up and make him unable to live on his own. No matter what we say. Peony sighed softly. Missy has been sick for more than a day or 2. No one can cure her in school. And when she comes out I don't know if anyone can. Fitness club 2nd floor. Strength area. Qin Feng's deep squat barbell piece is about to fill up. 20 kilograms a slice. With 10 slices added on one side. The whole 400 kilos. The horrific weight caused the barbell bar to deform slightly. And Qin Feng, who was resting on his shoulders, just felt a little heavy. And his center of gravity was a little unsteady when he squatted. Not much of a problem once you've mastered the balance and familiarized yourself with the weight. He whimpered and quickly squatted up 5 or 6 times, scaring Sasha into calling the other fierce trainers over to help. With that much weight, it's easy to get into trouble if you're not assisted. And the few guests who were working out in the strength area at the moment, their eyes dropped after seeing Qin Feng's performance. What the hell is this? What is the concept of 400 kilograms in a deep squat? The world record is just over 500 kilograms. And the normal average person with fitness experience is pretty good at squatting 140. Fitness trainers can pretty much do 200 to 300. Only a very few Hercules dare to challenge 300 plus. There are people here who can actually lift 400 kilos. It still looks easy. As if that's the limit of the pole. Not his limit. They put down the small weapons in their hands and looked at Qin Feng like he was a god. Even Wang Gang, who was behind Qin Feng, had his eyes widened. It never occurred to him that his boss could be better than him. The highest he's ever recorded in the gym was just 210 pounds. He knew very well how strong 400 kilograms of force, riveted fully capable of less than 200 pounds of his own knocked away. If you're so strong, why would you recruit yourself as a bodyguard? Wang Gang fell into deep thought. At this time, 2 strong men rushed over in a hurry and stood on both sides of Qin Feng, making gestures to help. Qin Feng felt a little tired after squatting about 10. I'm new to fitness and my body isn't quite used to it. I was going to do what the weightlifters do on TV and lift the barbell with both hands before dropping it. And fearful of smashing the floor, he slowly cooperated with the 2 strong men in lowering the barbell. Standing up, he felt both legs fill with a pumping sensation, his veins contracting very soothingly as the blood pounded through them. Working out does secrete dopamine. Qin Feng is a bit addicted. Would love to get up there and squat a couple more times. Boss, are you Superman? Sasha looked at Qin Feng incredulously and couldn't help but touch his pectoral muscles and exclaimed. Qin Feng froze at his words and laughed. I don't think so. I can't fly yet. I don't know if the king of appetizers can get the ability to fly birds. Figured it shouldn't be quite possible, since he didn't have wings and flying hard would probably violate physics. You have a fantastic body. I think the only way you can improve is to make the national team, Sasha exclaimed. Doesn't matter. Just practice whatever you want. As long as you can make progress, said Qin Feng. Well, I can only program you based on the highest intensity. Starting with a 100 kilograms weighted run that can be done outdoors, followed by the need for more specialized fitness equipment. Sasha looked at the bent dumbbell bar and felt a little embarrassed. The equipment here was perfectly fine for the average person. But for Superman's words, it's a bit less weighty. Seeing as he wasn't in a very laborious stance just now, I'm afraid it would take a big guy to make it to the end of his strength. You don't have to worry about that. I have the money and the venue. Just buy whatever you think will work for me. Qin Feng took out his cell phone and thought for a while after asking for the other party's bank card number. Transferred $1 million. Most of the professional fitness equipment is more expensive, and he has no idea what to expect. Sasha was stunned when she received a text alert about a bank transfer. How does this man casually give himself $1 million? He didn't even sign the purchase agreement. Isn't he afraid he'll run away? Old boss, are you asking me to buy it myself? Sasha stuttered. Of course, you're a bit more specialized. You should know more about this. Qin Feng dashingly swaggered. You buy first, tell me if you don't have enough. Sasha tensed. It's totally enough. All that money could open a small fitness studio. The 2 fierce coaches finished unloading the barbell pieces and looked at each other when they heard Qin Feng's words. Curiosity filled the eyes of both men. How much was given to get their star coach excited like that? A couple of large dumbbells and barbells, plus racks would be 100,000 tops at most. You're right. I'm just going to get a small gym. Why don't you come with me to look at the venue and see how to set it up better? Qin Feng warmly invited. Having seen men's strong bodies, exaggerated wealth, and gentle smiles, Sasha, who never accompanied her guests to other establishments, answered by God's grace. Followed Qin Feng out. System alert. Sasha's favorability plus 10. Current favorability 20. Chapter 151, Giving Away a House. The first time Qin Feng saw Sasha, a bold idea arose in his heart. That would be to give her the 1,000 square foot house on the top floor. Don't foreign girls like to be direct? Then it's a one-time pokey. It's the system's money anyway, so it's not a gift to anyone. And you can get fit in there. By the way, Qin Feng called up the sales lady, Guan Yuxian, and under her guidance, he and Sasha visited the top floor of Building 8. To be honest, the house is really big, 1,000 square feet equivalent to the size of 2 basketball courts. There's no problem riding a bike in there. Get a dog to sneak around the house too. If you stand on either side of the living room, you have to shout to talk. 6 rooms in total. The master bedroom alone is over 100 square feet, the equivalent of someone's suite. Even the nanny's room is a 3-bedroom layout. Qin Feng thought that the nanny who worked here should also be matched with a babysitter. The overall decor is very fancy, opulent and carved. A 200 square foot penthouse garden pool was given to Qin Feng, sparing him the trouble of having to build a pool. Sasha followed the tour of the rich man's house with a bright gleam in her eye. It was especially surreal to see such an extravagant mansion for the first time in her long life. The stone on the walls has layers of veins to the touch. The 3.4-meter floor height is paired with a main lightless design in black and white with some dark gold elements. There's a tone that's overflowing without being depressing and calm without being dull. Real fireplace scented candles and more. Sitting on the soft sofas in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass windows overlooking the wonders of the river is simply ambience pulling. And with an extremely open view, working out here, both aerobically and anaerobically, is mind-blowing. Qin Feng also nodded his head as he watched and asked Guan Yuxian the price of this house. Mr. Qin, the base price of this set is 28 million. It's already the discounted price. There's no room for discount. Guan Yuxian was afraid that Qin Feng was going to slash the price and hurriedly revealed his bottom line first. If you really want to cut the price, then you can only find the leadership negotiation. She here is not half away. Got it. Qin Feng responded, thinking about how to give the house away. Seeing Wang Gang touching left and right in the kitchen with an obsessed look on his face, he remembered that he had promised to buy this house for Wang Gang, and felt a little embarrassed. But he's a big man. He shouldn't need such a big house. Qin Feng walked over and whispered to Wang Gang, Brother Wang, I'm going to give this house away, and you'll pick out a new set for your dormitory on your own. Wang Gang's smile faltered and he nodded without saying anything, lingeringly looking at the kitchen. He followed Qin Feng and continued to pretend to be a wooden man. The kitchens over here are all decorated pretty much the same, so if you like it, I'll set you up with a downstairs set tomorrow. Aha! Qin Feng comforted Wang Gang and still hadn't figured out how to send the house appropriately. Solely not thinking about it, he came directly to Sasha and said casually, Sasha, how about this? Can we make a space in this house for the exercise equipment? Sure. It's just that this place looks pretty unstable and I'm worried about damaging the ground. Sasha considered the job. It's fine. Just fix it if it breaks. Qin Feng said with a smile, it's your own house anyway. Boss, are you really going to buy this place? Sasha was slightly surprised. It's just too expensive here for her to even think about. What? You don't want us to work out here? Qin Feng laughed. For a man who had just transferred $1 million to himself, Sasha was sure he could afford it. It would be really wonderful to work out here. Sasha's expression was uplifted and she looked happy. Hey. Qin Feng also thought of something wonderful, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. By the way, our China is a state of etiquette, very much emphasizing on etiquette. Our first meeting, I didn't prepare any gifts. Why don't we give you this set of house? Qin Feng's tone was casual, sounding as if he was giving away tea. He had just finished his sentence. The room immediately fell silent, and no one spoke. The 3 guests present, with the exception of Wang Gang, whose face did not change, Guan Yuxian and Sasha both stared dazedly at Qin Feng. Sasha, in particular, couldn't believe her ears. What? A house? Sasha's entire body was shocked and it was a long time coming back. Old boss, what is I talking about? What didn't understand? Her startled accent went wacky. I said, this house is for you. Do you want it? Qin Feng repeated with a smile. Why? Sasha asked incredulously as she finally listened. No reason. Was in a good mood and wanted to give it away. Do you want it? Qin Feng stuck his hands in his pockets. His tone relaxed and casual, smiling with an impish face. Sasha's eyes went wide in shock, seeing that he didn't sound like he was joking, saying such shocking words. For a moment she suspected that she hadn't learned Chinese well enough to pay attention to what the man really meant. After being in China for so long, The friends I know have never heard of a $28 million house being given as a meet and greet gift. It's a $28 million house, which you can't afford in your own lifetime, and he's giving it away? Instead of roaring her agreement, she asked again cautiously. Why? Said there's no reason. If I must have a reason, I want you to work out with me and be my exclusive trainer. Shin Feng said lightly. Is this man trying to possess her? A blush appeared on Sasha's face. There's no reason for a man who can give $1 million off the top of his head to lie to himself. A flash of panic flashed in her eyes as she looked at the boy's smile, her breath catching. But, thinking of her boyfriend, Sasha still resisted refusing the stranger's gift. I'm sorry, boss, I don't think I can promise you that. It pained her to say the words. How much courage it takes to turn down a $28 million house is something only she knows. Not to mention that the other guy is a super strong handsome guy. And more than the money, his body is fascinating. Why? Shin Feng was very puzzled. This was the first time someone had refused to accept something from him. I can't accept your gift because I have a boyfriend. Sasha relaxed slightly after making her choice and continued. Although I'm not a Chinese, I know the significance of giving away a house. I may have to disappoint you. I can't betray my love. Where they come from, love is bigger than material things. People are willing to make sacrifices and even suffer pain for love. They believe that most things should give way to love. A girl can even get married without anything. Shin Feng was in deep thought. At that moment, Guan Yuxian, who was next to him, became agitated. Mr. Shin Ah, if you don't want to considering me, I can also accompany you to the gym. I can go and learn the relevant knowledge. I can give you any service. After saying that, seeing Shin Feng's expressionless face without a response, she gritted her teeth and compromised. If you don't think I deserve this house, you can buy me a smaller one. The little $8 million downstairs. Shut up, Shin Feng said coldly. All of a sudden, Guan Yuxian was in tears. She would have run out crying on the spot if the house hadn't closed. Sha, is your boyfriend from your hometown? Shin Feng asked. No, it's the first friend I met here, Sasha returned. Hearing that it was a Chinese, Shin Feng became slightly more confident and said in a leisurely manner. I don't think your boyfriend has much money, or you wouldn't have to work here. Love cannot be measured by money. So is there a possibility that what you call love can be measured in terms of money in the eyes of the other person? Sasha was annoyed when she saw someone doubting their love for each other. No way. He's not like that. Shin Feng laughed. Want to bet on it? If I lose, this house will be my blessing to you. Sasha asked rhetorically as her eyebrows tightened, not believing in such a good thing. And what if I lose? If you lose. Shin Feng paused for a moment, and after whetting her appetite, he faintly said, then you will immediately accept this house of mine. Chapter 152. Make a bet. I lose and you're giving me the house too? Sasha pointed to her pert little nose with a look of surprise. Win or lose. Is this house for yourself? Aren't the rich a little too capricious? Well, I need a place to work out, and I kinda like it here, Shin Feng said honestly. Sasha mentally spat. The property rates here are in the neighborhood of $100,000 a year for a house that. What's the point of you liking it? I can't always afford to live here. She gulped and had the presence of mind to refuse. But it's a dead giveaway. No one can say no to a house like this. She swallowed half a dozen times and, finally, he asked, what do you want to bet? Shin Feng didn't want to make it too complicated and said lightly, it's simple. You call him over and I'll ask him face to face which one he chooses. 2 million or you. Knowing that you turned down 20 million for him. Upon hearing this, Sasha said with a firm face, don't worry. He said that he would only spend my money in this life. Although her boyfriend loved money and often took his own money to drink and go clubbing, Sasha knew he was true to himself. Her boyfriend can't cook, but cooks pasta for her, gives her a silver ring, and sings for her on her birthday, and that he'll be with her no matter what the future holds. These were tender romances she hadn't experienced before. She was sure he would turn down the 2 million for himself. You know, she could save this much if she tried to save for 10 years or so. If he chooses me, I hope you apologize to him. Such questions are considered an insult in our part of the world. Of course, if your boyfriend can actually resist the temptation of money, then I'm sure I'll apologize. Shin Feng smiled. If they truly loved each other, then he would have apologized and maybe even made them whole. After all, there really aren't many people who can turn down $2 million. Only he heard Sasha say that her boyfriend would only spend her money. It made him feel as if there was something wrong with the boy. Normal boys can't say such shameless things. I trust my boyfriend, Sasha said confidently. Wait and see. How long have you been together? Shin Feng cried. Almost a year ago. He's the one who took care of me when I first came to China. Has the relationship been good? It's not bad. He'll often post pictures of me to show off on social media. Sasha couldn't help but smile as she thought of something and said, Your Chinese boys are very serious and gentle, unlike the males in our hometown, who are drunk and irresponsible and macho. And the girls over there are very attracted to your Chinese boys. Being recognized by international friends, Qin Feng inexplicably felt proud as a male of China. This is the image of the vast number of fellow doglickers coming together to make a splash in the world. Just for the sake of her being so direct, Qin Feng immediately said, "Let's go. You'll get this house sooner or later. We'll do the paperwork now." Guan Yuxian was startled and hurriedly greeted him, bending and bowing to open the door for Qin Feng. For the boss who shelled out more than $13 million for a house yesterday, she doesn't doubt his ability to buy a house at all. She was merely in shock that her boss was buying such an expensive house to give away. This whole house is more than twice as expensive as even his own. She had to be reminded. Mr. Qin, it's more troublesome for foreigners to buy a house, and it's not always easy to get a loan if it's involved. Of course, full payment. This is only a few dollars. Is it necessary to take out a loan? Qin Feng arrogantly said. At those words, Qin Feng's image towered a few more points in Guan Yuxian's heart. It was important to realize that $28 million in cash was not something that even those on the city's rich and famous list would be able to easily come up with. One can only imagine what a cowhide this young man is. And how should the percentage of title to the real estate license be divided? And how much do you want to take? Qin Feng said indifferently. Just write her name alone. There's no need to assign it. Guan Yuxian sucked in a breath of cool air. I didn't realize the man was really planning to give away the house. Not playing false at all. Now she was really a little shocked. From their conversation, it wasn't hard to hear that they hadn't known each other long. This guy was willing to give away $28 million to a girl he just met. Is this how rich people live? She couldn't understand a bit. Sasha also finally realized that she was about to own an expensive house, and her expression was no longer as subdued as it had been before, and there was a slight tremor in her voice. Boss, are you really going to give me this house? Well, if your boyfriend stands the test, then this house will be considered your bridal suite, and if he fails, then this will be our gym. How about that? Sasha thought for a moment. Seriously, if he fails, I am willing to remain your exclusive chaperone in the future. Do it for the rest of your life? Qin Feng winked at her and said meaningfully. Sasha gently said, yes, if he doesn't want me, I'll be your private tutor until I die. The fighting folk are really tough. Much more direct than the euphemistic Chinese women. Qin Feng eagerly told her to call her boyfriend over. He wanted to lift the lid to see if it was big or small. Sasha obediently dialed her boyfriend's cell phone. Following Qin Feng's instructions, she told her boyfriend that she was being pestered by a rich man's client and told him to hurry over and help. When his boyfriend heard about it, he said he'd be there in half an hour. Guan Yuxian went downstairs to prepare the purchase contract, while Qin Feng waited in the suite. He opened a bottle of red wine he'd taken from the liquor cabinet and asked Sasha boredly as she handed her glass of wine to Sasha sitting on the couch. At the risk of asking, did you give your first time to your current boyfriend? No, Sasha said with a surprising shake of her head. The first time I confessed my love to a boy I liked when I had a bar mitzvah, and then he didn't want to be responsible, so I chose to leave him. The ratio of men to women in the fighting nations is 1 to 6, because there are so many choices. Most guys are less dedicated and less responsible. Guys love themselves more than their girlfriends. Once they are made to feel uncomfortable, they choose to break up and move on to the next better one. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He was very curious about the young man who had been talking for so long and hadn't gotten on base yet. You guys haven't had sex all year? He says he's a traditional boy, and every time I have a need, he brushes it off by saying he can't have sex until he's married. Sasha also wondered, but he keeps bragging about himself in his circle of friends and has asked me to admit it, which I don't understand. Qin Feng's entire body was bad after hearing this. The man wouldn't have any hard feelings. Unknown full view will not be evaluated. Soon after, Qin Feng received a call from the security guard, saying that a young man was trying to enter the door and requesting verification from the head of the household. Qin Feng asked the security guard at the door to let him in. After waiting a few minutes for the elevator to arrive on the 31st floor, followed by the doorbell ringing, the Wang Gang was right next to the door and opened it smoothly. A well-mannered boy walked in, blue-striped shirt tucked into black suit pants, wearing silver-colored glasses and a center-parted hairstyle, looked a little scrawny, about 5 feet 7 inches. When he entered, he didn't have that angry look on his face of a girlfriend being bullied. Instead, it's very calm. No way. In front of Wang Gang, few people could be angry. He tilted his head and looked straight at Wang Gang with disdain in his eyes, as if to say, I bet you wouldn't dare hit me. Chapter 153. Have you ever fantasized about bad things? Please. Wang Gang ignored his eyes and slightly bent down to reach inside to welcome him. Zhao Changbin, who was standing in the doorway, reacted to the fact that the man in front of him was not the main man, but an underling. He immediately towed up and grunted softly, tidied up his clothes and walked into the rich man's house. The place is pompously decorated to the max, worth a lot of money at first glance, and the space is ridiculously large. It's hard to walk through a house like this without feeling a little ashamed of yourself. He was fuming inside, but well camouflaged. Come to the couch in the living room. Found my girlfriend sitting with a good-looking handsome guy. In his heart, he was a bit upset, but on the surface, he said with a shy smile, "Brother, I'm sorry, my girlfriend is a foreigner and is more direct. I apologize if I've offended you in any way." After all, he was a rich man, and he didn't dare give a face. Shin Fong carefully sized up the man in front of him, handsomer than himself and fair-skinned, speaks in a shrill voice, kind of girly. From his flippant stride, it was clear that the man was a bit of a weakling. Shin Fong smiled and said slowly, "Your girlfriend didn't offend me. I'm the one who wanted to invite you over." "Ha? I don't think we know each other, right?" Zhao Changbin was a bit surprised. "I don't have any malice. I just want to invite you for a chat and ask you a few questions." Shin Fong smiled. Seeing his careless attitude, Zhao Changbin looked at his girlfriend, who was sitting in silence. A few bad thoughts flashed through his mind. This made him blush a bit and hesitate. "I don't think we have much to talk about." Shin Fong saw his reluctance and snapped his fingers, saying, "How about this? I'll give you $10,000 for every question you answer me." Wang Gang received the signal and took out a leather case from the room and placed it on the coffee table. Opened the box in front of the two men. Inside were bundles of neatly folded bills. The shocking red glow seemed to light up the entire hall. This kind of image, which is only seen on TV, is undoubtedly a shocking thing to see in reality. Shin Fong dragged the suitcase to himself, took out a stack of banknotes, slapped it on his hand, and said indifferently, "Here's $500,000, let's just chat. If you agree, we'll get started. If you don't, you can take your woman now. Don't worry, I'm just trying to make friends with you, nothing more." Zhao Changbin doesn't have much money and has been relying on his girlfriend to support him. When you want money, you go to your girlfriend's house and cook a meal, cooks half a day, and you can only get $1 million. Seeing so much money at once, he was slightly disoriented. It was hard to avert his eyes, but he involuntarily glanced that way again. Shin Fong didn't rush, quietly noticing the boy's expressions. He had greed written all over his face, but looked a little hesitant as his girlfriend watched. "This looks extraordinarily interesting." 10 or so seconds later, Zhao Qingbin's voice rang out, "What do you want to know?" As if he had made up his mind of some sort, his tone took on an ingratiating tone. Sasha looked at him with slightly dimmed eyes. Somehow, before anything had obviously been said, she had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Shin Fong asked with a gentle smile, "What's your name?" "Zhao Changbin." When Zhao Changbin finished speaking, he saw a pile of money flying towards him. He rushed to catch it with outstretched hands. His breathing became heavy as he touched the thickness of the $10,000. "How old?" 25. "Where?" "River City people." Receiving $10,000 for every question answered, Zhao Changbin's eyes gradually became wild. It's such a simple question that it amounts to money for nothing. Who could not want this? The next question is a little harder, so be prepared. Shin Fong smashed 100,000 or so and began to step into the right place. "Do you like your girlfriend?" Zhao Changbin thought about it, glanced at the money in that box, and said with a straight face, "Of course, she's my favorite girl." "Very well, the 10,000 is yours again." Shin Fong smiled and pushed the money on the coffee table. It was a little rude to throw it like that earlier. "I wonder if you ever plan to get married. How are the wedding things coming along? Did you see that she was a foreign girl and didn't prepare a house and car?" Shin Fong asked Zhao Changbin several questions in a row, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. He didn't expect Shin Fong to ask such a hurtful question. At his age, what boy can have a house, car and savings without support from his family? Even Mr. Lei, at the age of 25, was still working for an antivirus software company that was on the verge of collapse, but they had nothing to do with him. He was here to woolgather, only to see that he was about to answer these questions with gusto. But his girlfriend beat him to it. "We're working towards something good, and even though we have nothing right now, I don't care about any of that as long as he truly loves me." Zhao Changbin was afraid that Shin Fong would not pay, and followed with a reply. "Yes, there are plans to get married and am trying to get ready. I'm not working right now but I'm sure I'll have money later." "If you don't work now, you'll have money later? What kind of logic is that?" Shin Fong had a black line on his face at this inexplicable statement. He pretended to take a sip of his wine and let out an exclamation. "I envy you guys for being so affectionate, but the questions that follow are a bit pointed. Do you want me to keep asking?" Sasha secretly shook her head at her boyfriend, signaling not to continue. As long as her boyfriend takes her away today, then they get the house. At the risk of breaking the rules of the game, She also wanted to hint at getting her boyfriend to stop. I didn't expect her boyfriend to give her a hard stare. Zhao Changbin is angry. Answered 3 questions and didn't get a dime. I blame this woman for talking too much. He eyed his girlfriend to warn her to stop talking. Then cut in. Come on. In just a few minutes. It's already made over $100,000. How can we stop at this time? Zhao Changbin only hoped that the more questions Qin Feng had, the better. The next question requires an honest answer. And I won't pay if you just blurt it out or lie about it. Qin Feng gave him a precautionary shot, then leaned back on the sofa and asked leisurely, girls in the Maoist countries are extremely prone to getting fat after marriage, and they may turn into big moms at the age of 30. Will you still like her then? Do you ever wonder about your girlfriend? What would you do in case your girlfriend did something wrong to you? These questions are more vicious. Once you go deeper and think about it, that brings one into the dark side of human nature, thereby losing the calmness to rationalize about it. Most people have a sense of crisis and plan for the worst, but that's just human instinct, and it doesn't mean anything at all. Zhao Changbin was silent. He realizes that if his girlfriend does cheat on him, or is with another man, there was nothing he could do to stop it. He can't take advantage of it at all if he even breaks up. It made him panic a little. Chapter 154, The heart of a man is not enough to swallow a snake. The reason why Zhao Changbin is looking for a girl from the Maoist country is because they have girls there who are so deceptive and simple, don't want a car or a house, and will even make money to support a man. Just a little bit of sweet talk and a little bit of coaxing, and you're back in big bucks. Because of his physical weakness, he also didn't dare to expose his strength in front of his girlfriend for fear that the other party would mind him and thus lose this long-term meal ticket. Now that he's being forced to answer these questions, he's a little embarrassed that, looking at the dozen or so stacks of money in his arms, he gritted his teeth and returned against his will. Even if she's out of shape, I still love him. I've never doubted her, and I'm sure she wouldn't do anything to wrong me. His words touched Sasha a little, and she looked at his boyfriend with a fond look on her face, and if it hadn't been for the fact that he reckoned there were people present, she's afraid she'll get excited and rub her boyfriend into her arms. Well, Qin Feng applauded and praised loudly. Brother Zhao is indeed a man of my generation's temperament. I really appreciate you. I'm done with my questions. Now you can take your girlfriend and leave. Oh yeah, for the following year, Sasha is going to be my personal trainer. She went back late. I hope Brother Zhao won't misunderstand. The other party's abrupt end left Zhao Changbin a bit baffled. He had expected the other guy to hit him with money and force him to give up his girlfriend. He already had a rough price in mind for his girlfriend. For $1 million, he'll give his girlfriend away respectfully. Anyway, with the money, he'll be able to cheat another one back. I didn't realize that this rich man across the street would only give $170,000 and let himself go. It made him a little upset. From what he had just asked, he had recognized the fact that his girlfriend simply couldn't stay if she wanted to leave. This boss is rich and generous. The key is that he looks better than he does. If he was sincere about stealing his girlfriend, there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. He himself is only good with his mouth. If Sasha follows a rich man like this and spends time with him every day, it's only a matter of time before she ends up being abducted. Instead of that, one might as well trade her for some favors. At that thought, Zhao Changbin smiled doggedly and shook his hand in a series of hints. No. How could I misunderstand such a great person like you? It's Sasha's honor to be your private tutor. It doesn't matter how late you guys practice. Just let me know in advance if you want to stay overnight. Sasha didn't feel quite right and frowned. Night is a time for the body to rest and relax, not to do strenuous exercise, and we can't work out all night. Qin Feng thoughtfully glanced at Zhao Changbin and laughed. Yeah, it's not like we're doing anything bad. Brother Zhao is overly concerned. Sasha caught on and raised her eyes to her boyfriend. Seriously, you should have given me a little more credit. I wouldn't have betrayed our love. Zhao Changbin saw that it was inconvenient to talk about things in front of his girlfriend, so he planned to talk to Qin Feng alone. He bowed his head and said as he flashed the QR code on his cell phone. Brother, you add me a friend. We have something to WeChat contact. Everything is good to discuss. Qin Feng glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. It didn't add him as a friend, but just lightly said, no need. I'm a person who prefers to be more direct. If you have something to say you can say it face to face. If I'm in a good mood I might say yes. Promise what? Zhao Changbin secretly pondered Qin Feng's words. Did he want to make the offer himself in front of his girlfriend? But then his girlfriend would absolutely flip out on him. His girlfriend was his only capital, and he didn't dare take any chances without talking about it ahead of time. But there's still more than $300,000 sitting in front of him, and if he misses this time, I don't know if he'll have another chance to chat with this boss. Thinking that his girlfriend might break up with him in the future, Zhao Changbin stiffly continued to hint. Big brother is really generous. I also like to have words spread out. Like this. What do you think is worth something on me? You can just open the price. I'll sell it if it's suitable. Qin Feng was shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm a serious person. Why do I need your body parts? Zhao Chengbin's teeth were itching with anger. Whether this person was pretending to be confused, or he really didn't know what he was talking about. Seeing his serious expression, Zhao Chengbin gritted his teeth and went out on a limb. You can talk about things outside of your body. I might even be able to help. Get drunk or knocked out. Qin Feng was once again startled. Damn. This is a crime. This person is not trying to set himself up. Sasha finally reacted a bit and looked at Zhao Chengbin incredulously, as if she was recognizing him for the first time. Are you talking about me? Zhao Chengbin hurriedly coaxed. I mean the girls I know in the bar. They're all very loose. Sasha's not stupid enough to believe her boyfriend's words. She went back to the couch and sat down, her heart empty, feeling that suddenly this person had become so strange. It was nothing like the man who used to shush her. Qin Feng also saw the man's temperament. Originally he wasn't even going to do that, but to help Sasha recognize the man, he snapped his fingers. Wang Gang walked into the room again and came out with 3 suitcases in his hands. 3 suitcases of the same size, same amount, same color. As they were opened one by one and placed neatly on the table, the reddish color is enough to make your heart sing. No ordinary person can stand the temptation. Qin Feng leaned on the sofa and asked that fateful question. Here's $1,800,000. And over there is your girlfriend. If you had to choose, who would you choose? Zhao Chengbin's heart pounded violently. The palms of his hands were covered in sweat without realizing it. His eyes were firmly gripped by the boxes of money and he couldn't move them any further. I choose money. There was longing in that voice. And as soon as the words were out of his mouth, he was about to lunge for the money. Qin Feng gently pressed him with one hand while pulling out $10,000 from the box and stuffing it over. Laughing, it was agreed in advance. $10,000 a question. Zhao Chengbin, who was splashed with cold water, wanted to get angry, but after seeing Wang Gang beside him, he instantly suppressed his anger. At this moment, he didn't care if his girlfriend was there or not, and said directly and explicitly, Big brother, isn't this woman of mine worth $2 million? Qin Feng said without haste, so what if she's worth $20 million? Who am I to give you money? Zhao Chengbin urgently said, No, big brother, with my help, you will be more comfortable some. I understand her temperament. Then you want to play how to play not cool. His words made Sasha's face grow hard and she couldn't stop herself from standing up and slapping him. Pop! A loud slap exploded in Zhao Chengbin's face. Zhao Chengbin man was hit and spun halfway around. The fiery pain on his face made him shocked and angry. He covered his face and lifted his head, incredulously pointing at Sasha angrily. How dare you hit me? Sasha grimaced and stepped forward to slap him again. Pop! As a fitness instructor, she had a few more points of strength than the average man, and the slap directly swelled his face. Zhao Chengbin screamed miserably and retreated in fear. Seeing that Sasha was unforgiving and wanted to continue, he hastened to threaten. Don't you come any closer, or I'll call the police. Sasha's murderous heart was now in the right place, so she didn't care about calling the police and rushed up and slapped again. Only this time it was blocked by the man's face. Chow! Do you believe I'll find the media to expose you guys? Saying that you cheated on me with someone else, and I caught you and beat you up. Facing the man backwards, Sasha clenched her fists in anger and tried to give him a combination. At that moment, Qin Feng spoke. You put down that $1,800,000 in your arms. Call the police or the media if you want. I can take my time with you. Zhao Chengbin think right and left. To not have the money. Today these 2 under is considered to be in vain. But also take in a girlfriend. All in all, $180,000 wasn't a bad deal. And he made his decision, giving the woman a hard stare that, turning, he ran toward the door. Wang Gang followed, and closed the door in the process. Only Sasha and Qin Feng were left in the room. Sasha sat on the couch, covering her face with her hands and crying. Qin Feng took Sasha in his arms and took a tissue to help her wipe her tears. It's a blessing to recognize a man early, and I never treat my woman like a commodity. Sasha raised her eyes tearfully and glanced at Qin Feng, all of a sudden lying on his shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Don't cry. It's not worth it for a guy like that. Qin Feng wrapped his arms around Sasha and patted her back, softly comforting her. This foreign girl doesn't cry like a Chinese girl who cries like a pear. I feel sorry for her. It's more like an expression of venting. Her voice was loud, and there were many tears, and she wet herself with. Qin Feng had wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to mooch some oil and take advantage of the situation. Seeing how sad she was too embarrassed to do it. After all, the loss of love was not very pleasant, and one could not be an animal at this time. The coming days are long. It took a while for the crying to die down. Sasha looked up with teary eyes. He doesn't love me. Chapter 155, Fire in the Backyard. Shin Fong said, "Nonsense." With that face of his, I could tell he was no good as soon as he walked in the door. The guy barely looked at his girlfriend from the time he came in to the time he left. The eyes stayed on top of the bill, and never asked if his girlfriend was aggrieved when she was pestered. Instead, he kept secretly observing his own expression. Shin Fong didn't know what greedy eyes looked like before. He knew after meeting him. Sasha sat up straight and looked at Shin Fong with tearful eyes. Beneath the long lashes were blue eyes full of longing. Women are the easiest to take advantage of when they're sad. Shin Fong hadn't thought about whether he wanted to be an animal or not when he saw the other party take the initiative to kiss up, and voluntarily unzipped her dress, revealing her snow-white skin, like trying to get the sadness out in this way. It seems a bit insensitive not to eat when you've seen it delivered to your mouth. So Shin Fong was not shy about unbuttoning his shirt as well, but at that moment, the phone rang. Shin Fong frowned and took out his cell phone to take a look at it. It's Sister Chio's call. For normal work stuff, Chio would usually WeChat him. Hardly ever calls. This should be something important. Shin Fong stopped moving, got up, smiled apologetically at Sasha, and picked up the phone. Chio's anxious voice came. Mr. Shin, it's no good. Two girls rushed into the villa and quarreled with Ms. Sa. Asterisk. What's going on? Shin Fong shivered in fear. His desire all but disappeared. If something happens to Xia Ting, I'm afraid I'll lose my body. The time came 10 minutes ago. Zhuang Xiaoli was finally in front of the villa door, waiting for the woman who opened it. In front of her was a strange woman, probably in her 30s, with a gentle smile on her lips. It looks very cultivated. Zhuang Xiaoli asked politely, worried that she had the wrong door. Hello, is this Qin Feng's home? The woman visibly froze, followed by a rhetorical question with a smile without answering yes or no. May I ask who you are? After following the police for so many cases, Zhuang Xiaoli concluded that this woman must know Qin Feng. She stopped Peony, who was about to open her mouth to make introductions. Coldly, he said, "You help me call out Qin Feng." The one who opened the door was none other than Sister Chio. She didn't look too good once she saw Zhuang Xiaoli's face. Seeking this is most likely a fling that his own boss got into. She didn't dare to slow down, and she was busy pushing back. Mr. Qin isn't here today. Why don't you contact him by phone? Once Zhuang Xiaoli heard that Qin Feng was indeed the owner of this villa, the two English eyebrows of the angry man stood up, and his eyes spewed out bearish fury. This dog-like scum. 2 days ago, in front of his own face, he told Ojiango that he wanted to be with her forever. It's only been 2 days of classes and you're running off to propose to someone. Zhuang Xiaoli's teeth itched with anger and said, "Is he hiding inside and not daring to come out?" Sister Chio patiently explained. "No, Mr. Qin went out to work in the morning." Zhuang Xiaoli questioned. "So when is he coming back?" "I don't know about that. Why don't I call and ask?" Saying that, Sister Chio took out her cell phone and prepared to dial Qin Feng's number. Zhuang Xiaoli took a look at this woman's mellow handling of things, like she had been in 100 battles, and was not quite willing to believe what she said. "No, I'll go in and wait for him." She thought it was very likely that Qin Feng was hiding in there. She took advantage of the woman in front of her looking at her cell phone and stepped around her, heading for the cottage door. Sister Chio was a bit flustered. She didn't expect this girl to be so overbearing that she dared to barge straight inside. She said as she hurried to catch up quickly, "Beauty, you're not allowed in." Gai Yunjian, who was following behind her, was also a bit flustered and advised the capricious Zhuang Xiaoli loudly, "My lady, you're breaking and entering. You'll be fine, but I'll be out of luck. I'll just take a look at what can happen. If you don't want to follow, just wait at the door," said Zhuang Xiaoli full of concern. "That won't work. I have to watch you." The reason why Hian Jian said that was to show in front of outsiders that she was just a follower and not the mastermind. In case something happens, don't involve her. She just wants a melon. As soon as Sister Chio heard the conversation between the two, she knew that this prettier girl was a young lady with an unusual background. Now she was even more afraid to make a move to stop the one can only follow along and advise. "Miss, this house doesn't belong to Mr. Qin. The head of the household will be angry if you break into someone else's house like this." "Humph. The head of the household will surely thank me when he realizes what that scumbag did." Zhuang Xiaoli pushed open the door of the room to herself and walked in. There were a lot of flowers and balloons in the room that hadn't been taken care of yet. The purple back wall was plastered with various beautiful patterns, and the stair railing was wrapped in a blanket of snow-white gauze. The neon signs hanging in the air seemed to speak of a previous romance. The more she looked, the angrier she got and cursed. "Scummy guy, he's really good at cheating on girls." Xia Ting, who was organizing her room on the second floor, heard a noisy commotion outside. Things don't feel right. She came to the stairway and listened quietly for movement below. Downstairs, Sister Chio spoke up. Miss, what's your name? I'll call Mr. Sheen and ask him to come back, okay? He's really not home? Mr. Sheen is really not here. Then get the head of the household out here. I want to talk to her about something. A young girl's voice with a hint of a commanding tone to it. Sounds a bit brutal. A number of possibilities came to Shaitan's mind. According to the drama's plot, the girl downstairs should be the fiancé of the male lead's doorstep. This fiancé has a nasty personality but likes the hero just as much. She had trouble with the heroine 3 times because she was rich. And now, she must have seen Sheen foam in herself together and came to find herself to raise hell. Shatin was too scared to squeak at the image she had conjured up in her head. The heart was in a state of flux, hesitating on whether or not to be brave enough to go down and confront her head on like they do on TV. Usually this results in a slap on the wrist. But the upside was that it would make my brother even more heartbroken to know that he hated the other guy. Xiating was a little afraid of pain and stood at the stairway full of tangles. Girl, it's just as well you tell me what you have to say. Sister Chiu was still trying desperately to appease. But Zhuang Xiaoli didn't listen to her at all. I'll go up and find it myself if you don't. Zhuang Xiaoli scanned the first floor twice, found the stairs and, decidedly, he headed for the stairs. Sister Chiu was in a hurry. Seeing the girl's aggressive attitude, it was probably nothing good. She rushed ahead and stopped at the stairway. Miss, please calm down. This is a private place. If you keep this up I'm going to call the police. Peony shrank to the side, trying not to attract the attention of the two. She knew that the one thing her own Missy wasn't afraid of was the police. Sure enough, I only heard Missy say indifferently. You report it. You call the police to come and shoot me. Amount. There's no point in calling the police when a little girl breaks into the house. Is there? What's the most you can do is give her a verbal lecture. No police officer is going to arrest a wild girl for trespassing who hasn't done any damage. What's more, she's the woman who's related to the boss. Sister Chiu now felt that the $2 million salary was really bad. The boss's women do move left and right, and they don't move at all. Without knowing the identity of the other party, neither dared to call the police, nor could she go up to confront Xiating. She was literally caught between the two. Just then, Shatin's calm voice came from upstairs. Sister Chiu, send her up. I want to hear what she has to say. Chapter 156, Palace Drama. The maid is the main output. Xiating met Zhuang Xiaoli at the stairway. A dark glance at her hand showed that her fingernails weren't very long. A quiet sigh of relief. In case she pulls something strange out of her bag. Shatin was ready with a plastic stopper just out of reach. So it's not really false. What do you want to talk to me about? Xiating clasped her hands to her chest to hide the nervousness in her heart. But to an outsider, there's a provocation. Especially in a tight little tank top at home that emphasized that firm figure. Zhuang Xiaoli, who was empty in front of her body, saw the other's callow roundness. It was instantly upsetting. She coldly asked, Qin Feng proposed to you? Shatin stiffened. So what if it is? Do you know what he is? Zhuang Xiaoli approached her with a nonchalant tone, as if she was lecturing someone. Next to her, Sister Chiu was afraid that she would go up and tear Xiating apart, so she hurriedly blocked in front of Xiating and said in a soft voice, Girl, let's talk this over. Don't get mad. Seeing that someone was protecting her, Xiating's boldness was one more point, and she faintly said, It doesn't matter what he is. All I know is that he's my man now. Despite speculating about Qin Feng's family, he knew that he definitely couldn't afford it. But Xiating didn't want to show weakness and set out her attitude in a flat tone. Your man? Zhuang Xiaoli inexplicably felt on fire and tried to suppress her anger and said, Did you know he has another woman out there? I know, but so what? He's definitely going to marry me in the end anyway, Shatin said stubbornly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you want to be shameless? Zhuang Xiaoli pointed at her with her waist crossed and scolded. I can't believe it doesn't matter to me that my own man is screwing around. Like he was brainwashed by the scumbag. A dead giveaway. This made Zhuang Xiaoli very angry. I can do without the face. I just want him enough. Xiating didn't care about any face in order to be able to anger the other party. Zhuang Xiaoli really couldn't take it anymore and screamed. Then call him back, and I'll see who he'll really answer to. Sister Chiu sniffed and also wanted to call Qin Feng back. This is a situation that is better resolved only by the parties involved. She really didn't have much say as an underling. And she's a proper executive. Not much experience with this kind of fixer-upper. She asked Shatin for her opinion with a look. Shatin, however, shook her head. The other man hadn't even slapped him, and calling the man back at this point would do nothing but upset him. In order to win a man's pity, Shatin was ready to start making a demon. She walked out from behind Sister Chiu and stood in front of Zhuang Xiaoli, puffing out her chest. There's no need to yell. Anyone with eyes can see who to pick. As she spoke, her eyes stared straight at her opponent's weak spot, clearly meaning something. Zhuang Xiaoli understood her meaning. and her nose turned crooked with anger, scolding angrily. You are really shameless. Your own man is fooling around outside, wreaking havoc on young girls from good families, and you are fooling around here. Xia Ting's little temper at being scolded also came up and she disliked back. I've got the deuce. Someone doesn't. And how dare you come and steal my man just like that? Funny. Who stole your man? It's shameless stupid women like you who treat that scum like a treasure. Little sister, have you never seen how good he is? Oh, that's right. He shouldn't have much interest in you. Ha! Xia Ting learned her mother's yin and yang and disliked Zhuang Xiaoli beyond words. Zhuang Xiaoli thought of that scummy guy who was indifferent to himself, but cared for these fat and plump girls. Her eyes instantly reddened, her insides churning with grief and anger. Guiyunjian saw that Missy hadn't quarreled, and worried that she was being bullied. She immediately helped out and said, showing off just because you have a few pounds of flesh on your body. Shame on you. Do you know that, mister? Qin has more women than you outside? And who are you? Xia Ting with 1 against 2 is not weak at all. Instead, she is as imposing as a rainbow. I and her matter. Want you to interrupt? I'm just a little maid. Speaking for my lady. Peony laughed. You think you can marry Mr. Qin just because he asked you to marry him? Don't be so naive, okay? What makes you marry him? Guiyunjian's words were like a sharp sword that pierced right into Shaitan's weakness. Shatin's greatest fear was being singled out, and she almost got her defenses broken by the whole thing. With a hint of sullenness on her face, she snapped. What business is it of yours to worry about? It's none of my business. I'm just reminding you not to mess with my young lady, or not only Prince Qin will be in bad luck, even you will be in bad luck. Peony intimidated in a fox-like manner. Xia Ting calmed down from the thrill of disliking someone, and she realized that the other party was a big lady that she couldn't afford to mess with. Seeing that the other party was still clenching his back teeth and puffing out his breath even now. She's a bit of a wimp. Hastily, he swallowed back all the more hurtful words. The heroine on TV has a protagonist's aura, so she won't die no matter how she acts. But one is not a heroine. In case you involve your family or Qin Feng, the car and house may be lost. Shatin winced and a flash of fear surfaced in his eyes. She pondered how to save it and didn't speak for a while. The crowd didn't say anything either, and the scene was a little stiff. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the false cicadas moaning one by one in the trees outside. Sister Chiu took a look at the situation and had to call Qin Feng to inform him to come over and close the show. By the time Qin Feng arrived here in a Rolls Royce, changed his clothes, and hurried to the place. Feel the calm before the storm. I only saw Zhuang Xiaoli with a cold face, sitting on the living room sofa, and Xia Ting also had a cold face and sat next to her with a posture. Only Peony was holding her cell phone, sneaking in a video of the villa. As she approached, several of the girls' eyes all looked to herself. The atmosphere was unusually anxious. Qin Feng organized his mind and separated the pros and cons. Turning to Zhuang Xiaoli, she asked with a puzzled face, what brings you here? I can't come? Zhuang Xiaoli was furious at the sight of this scum. To have 2 feet in 2 boats and still be so calm when they are exposed is simply the scum of the scum. Xia Ting waited until Qin Feng came back and put on a miserable expression of resignation. Brother, you're finally here. Qin Feng strides towards the sofa and sits his butt between the two of them. Wrapping his arm around Xia Ting's waist, he coaxed softly. What's going on here? Who bullied my big baby? When Xia Ting saw Qin Feng come over to comfort himself first, the small aggression she felt just now instantly dissipated. She looked up and didn't say anything, just glanced at Zhuang Xiaoli and, as if to say, she's the one who bullies people. Qin Feng read her meaning. Turning her head to lecture Zhuang Xiaoli, she said, Hey, are you sick? What do you mean by running to my house and bullying my woman instead of going to class? Xia Ting was secretly pleased with what she heard and looked at Zhuang Xiaoli with a smug look on her face, and Zhuang Xiaoli inexplicably felt a little hard to hear him defend other women. She glared, questioning, Are you doing this to someone who really likes you? Qin Feng smacked his lips and said impatiently, Who are you to care so much about me? Zhuang Xiaoli hasn't been in a good mood since she got here. At this moment, the entire person was stunned by Qin Feng's ferocity. Immediately afterward, his nostrils flared and a mist of water slowly floated under his eyes. Chapter 157, I'll take this slap. Asterisk. Missy, you're not going to cry, are you? Qin Feng was stunned and lost his color and stayed still. He has always treated Zhuang Xiaoli as a brother, and has never had any improper thoughts, because it's all flat. He's going to be a hard dent, maybe even bigger than her. We are all men. How can we cry because of one word? What can be done about this? Her old man is so powerful. What if he cuffs himself? Qin Feng hurriedly let go of Xia Ting and stood up to take Zhuang Xiaoli's shoulder, calling out, Missy, let's talk this over. You're being a real pain in the ass. It's like I'm doing something to you. Asterisk off. Don't touch me. Zhuang Xiaoli twisted her shoulders, trying to shake Qin Feng's hands off, but accidentally shook the tears from his eyes. With the first lost tear, a steady stream of others will follow. Zhuang Xiaoli is the kind of valiant type of beauty full of heroic spirit, handsome features, a delicate melon face with a stern brow, looking cool and hot in a loose black t-shirt with a long style covering the denim shorts. Raising his hands and feet gives an image of a spontaneous and uninhibited boy. This cry of hers was much more shocking than the other sisters' cries. Qin Feng was at a loss for words. Not thinking about it that much, he reached out his hand to try to help her wipe away her tears. Don't cry. I'm sorry, what do you want? Xia Ting was not jealous when she saw Qin Feng's intimate behavior. Judging from Qin Feng's lowly behavior, it confirmed that little girl was indeed a big miss who couldn't be messed with. She tensed with it. A worried face looked at Zhuang Xiaoli, fearing that the eldest young lady would be unhappy and deliberately retaliate against herself and Qin Feng. Scumbag, get your filthy hands off me. Because of the comfort of someone, Zhuang Xiaoli felt more and more aggrieved, seeing the sympathetic man in front of her dare to touch her face. Exasperated, Zhuang Xiaoli raised her hand and flung it at his face. The slap came suddenly and moved quickly. The average person certainly can't hide. However, after Qin Feng had evolved, his reaction was an unknown number of times faster than before. Not only could he duck, he could grab the girl's hand with ease. In a flash, Zhuang Xiaoli's waving little hand was held steadily by Qin Feng at a position less than a centimeter away from Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng also cheaply pressed his face against her hand and teased, "That's a slap in the face. So don't cry, okay?" Zhuang Xiaoli was stunned for a moment. She didn't think that much in the heat of the moment just now and only focused on venting. At the moment the wrists were controlled by the man's large hands, touching the man's face. Feeling the gush of warmth coming from the palm of his hand, her little face slowly turned hot, and she even forgot to shed tears. She didn't know what was going on. She just felt as if she wasn't so sad anymore. At the moment the boy was wiping the girl's tears with one hand, and the girl's hand was on the boy's face, and the two looked a bit ambiguous. Peony, who was on the sidelines, saw the two of them pulling this stunt and her eyes bugged out in shock. In her mind, Zhuang Xiaoli had always been the image of a powerful young woman with a flamboyant and domineering personality. She had never seen the young lady cry. Even anger is rare. I didn't expect her to be made to cry. What's even more bizarre is that now it seems to have been coaxed into action in 3 words? What kind of magic did that man have that even such a proud young lady was being played by him? Peony covered her mouth in disbelief and quietly raised her cell phone with her other hand. But after thinking twice about it, he wimped out and put it down again. This melon can only be eaten by yourself, not shared. Hyun Jun said it was very difficult. Brother, what's wrong with you? Xia Ting obviously also saw that the two of them weren't quite right, and immediately spoke out to interrupt their stare down. She has a certain knowledge of her man and softens her heart when she sees a girl shedding tears. She's used that trick a lot before. Zhuang Xiaoli returned to her senses, petulant, and forcefully pulled her hand out. Looking at the innocent-looking Xia Ting, he remembered that he still had a girlfriend, and suddenly became angry again. This scumbag, in front of his girlfriend, actually dared to molest himself. It's a horrible crime to be so horny. She opened Qin Feng's hand on her face and cursed angrily. Scum, I hate you. I chow. Are you still being reasonable? Hitting me for no reason and saying you hate me? Qin Feng half turned the corner and suddenly thought of a shocking possibility and asked incredulously, "You're not falling for me, are you?" Zhuang Xiaoli sniffed in annoyance and raised her foot to kick. "I wouldn't like a scum like you even if all the men in the world died." Qin Feng wouldn't dare to have physical contact with her again. Giving up on the idea of grabbing her tiny feet with his hands, he dodged backward to avoid her attack. Seeing that she still wanted to come up and move her hands, Qin Feng put up his palm and stopped her. "Stop." Qin Feng's expression straightened up and said, "Missy, you came running here today first to fight with my girlfriend, and now you're punching and kicking me. May I ask what I've done to piss you off?" "Humph, what you did is clear in your own heart," said Zhuang Xiaoli, stopping her movements and crossing her arms in indignation. "I'm clear. Is it because I saved you, and then you harbor a grudge and want to return the favor?" Qin Feng tilted his head in doubt. You're the one who's ennobled. So what are you doing now?" Zhuang Xiaoli was momentarily exasperated and took out the reason she had thought of at the beginning and said, "Can you afford to be with this woman? To be with Zhong Oai? Missy, don't you call this a favor? This is between me and her. What are you doing in the middle?" After saying that, he glanced at Xia Ting and saw that her face had indeed become suspicious, and he secretly grumbled in his heart. His mind was rapidly thinking of what to say, and a cold sweat broke out in his haste. Over here, Xia Ting couldn't help but frown slightly when she heard the name of yet another unfamiliar girl. Listening to their conversation, it seemed like this girl was related to Qin Feng. She was angry at her man for always going out and womanizing. There were two that came to the door, and I don't know how many out there. No wonder he reminded himself not to go around blabbing about it. After the proposal video went viral, turns out he's messed with too many girls and is afraid the other side will come after him. Xia Ting's heart was like an overturned spice bottle. Soy sauce and vinegar were all mixed together. It was hard to say what it tasted like. She looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of sultriness, knowing that she shouldn't ask at this time, but she still asked softly, "And who is Zhong Oai?" Qin Feng thought about it for half a day, and couldn't lie in front of Zhuang Xiaoli, and finally confessed helplessly, "A little girl from the countryside. Looked quite poor, so I gave her a little money." After saying that and fearing that Xia Ting would be upset, he hurriedly took Xia Ting's hand and softly coaxed, "Don't worry, I just want to help her. I don't want to do anything to her. You're the most important thing in my heart." Xia Ting's heart settled down slightly when she heard Qin Feng's explanation. "It's just a poor girl with no money and no power. It's no big deal." Chapter 158, You can leave if you want to. Sometimes people always fall for people they shouldn't. Even if you know it's wrong, you can't help but be moved. And as long as there's ever been a heartbeat, you'll keep fantasizing about it. Zhuang Xiaoli didn't know from when onwards. All that was on her mind was her roommate's boyfriend. She knew she shouldn't, but she just couldn't help it. The last few nights, the man would run into her head and flirt lightly with her. The smile was extremely gentle, exactly as it was now. Only the object of his tenderness was not himself. Zhuang Xiaoli held back her emotions and turned around. "Peony, let's go." "Ha, oh, here it comes." Peony, who was watching the show from the side, froze for a moment and hurriedly trotted over. Peony is kind of an eye-opener today. Compared to the dog-blooded dramas on TV, it's true that the reality of rich people's love is much more materialistic. The girl across the street didn't even dare to say anything more when she heard her boyfriend had another woman. Casually 2 words to give a step down. "Do not cry. Not a good and lovely look. Bah, vain women." Peony spat disdainfully in her heart, picked up her own Missy and headed for the door. "Stand still." The man's low voice rang out. Peony stood a step ahead of him and tugged Zhuang Xiaoli to a stop as well. "Come when you say come, leave when you say go. Do you think this is your home?" Seeing that he had coaxed the heartthrob so easily, Qin Feng could not help but feel smug. "What do you want?" Zhuang Xiaoli didn't turn around and said coldly, "Isn't it rude of you to come to my house and make a scene without a word of apology?" Xia Ting didn't want to cause any more trouble and grabbed Qin Feng's hand and said softly, "Brother, forget it, let them go." "No," Qin Feng said firmly, "if we let her go this time, she'll definitely come back next time." Zhuang Xiaoli said with a cold face, "Don't worry, I won't come in the future even if you beg me to." "Oh, that's hard to say. You might be back soon. If I come back, I'm Shabibi." After Zhuang Xiaoli finished speaking, she pulled Peony out of the door. Qin Feng sat on the sofa with a smile on his face, picking up the cell phone that Zhuang Xiaoli had left on the sofa. He lit up the screen and shouted at her, "What's your cell phone password?" Zhuang Xiaoli touched her pants pocket and realized that she didn't take her phone. She turned back and saw Qin Feng shaking his cell phone at her, his eyebrows raised in anger. She rushed to Qin Feng, spread her hands and said, "Give me back my cell phone. Weren't you not going to come back?" Qin Feng said with a smile as he played with her cell phone, "I told you to give it back." Zhuang Xiaoli's face was frosty and her voice was tinged with anger. Qin Feng gently shook his head inside. "You're such a bad-tempered girl. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend," he said and threw the cell phone back to her, and his attitude cooled down. Faintly, "You go away, and you better not mess with me in the future." Zhuang Xiaoli gripped her cell phone hard and stared hatefully at the man in front of her, gritting her teeth to keep from crying out. Peony beside her apologized for her. "Boss Qin is really sorry. Xiaoli is sometimes too impulsive. Don't be angry with her." "I don't dare to be angry with her. In case she gets upset and cries and runs to her father to complain, I'll be in big trouble," said Qin Feng leisurely. "Am I nothing but a bully to you?" There was a tremor in Zhuang Xiaoli's voice, as if she was suppressing some kind of emotion. Qin Feng asked rhetorically, "What else?" Zhuang Xiaoli looked at him for 10 seconds, turned around, wiped the tears that were running out of her eyes, and ran out. Peony glanced around, gave an awkward smile towards Qin Feng and put down a sentence. "Boss Qin, I'll see you in Magic City," then rushed after him. "Missy, wait for me." Qin Feng looked at them as they ran away. Hard to figure out what was going on. "Now if you want to cry, it should also be Zhong Oa, she cried APA. She doesn't really like herself, does she? It doesn't make sense. I didn't do anything to hurt her, much less having a fling." What was with the hurt look on her face? Qin Feng was puzzled. Turning his head, he saw Xia Ting looking at himself with a grimace, as if he was silently condemning the scum. He hastily clarified, "I'm innocent with her. Don't look at me like that." "Brother, what is she? A dignitary?" It's said that her father is the head of that part of Mordor, with a very hard background. Xia Ting's face turned a little worried when she realized her identity. The way that little girl was heartbroken just now, she was worried that something might happen. If something goes wrong, it might implicate Qin Feng. She thought for a moment, hesitantly. You want to go to coax her. The little girl is easy to go to extremes. Just her? Qin Feng killed himself not believing that Princess Taiping would not be able to think straight. However, thinking that she might go back and say bad things about herself, Qin Feng had the heart to comfort people. The White Rabbit is not quite safe yet without 90 points. If that woman keeps blowing pillows with her own affairs, it's easy to get carried away with that kind of simple character of a White Rabbit. Aren't you mad at me for going to coax her? Angry but she ran over from Magic City. In case something happens here, we can't explain to her parents, Xia Ting worriedly said. That's right, in case I go back and talk nonsense. The project I worked so hard on might go down the drain. After Qin Feng finished pretending, he kissed Xia Ting again and rubbed her head with emotion. That's very kind of my wife. So I'll do my part as host and send them back safely. Well, you have to come back tonight, you know, Xia Ting said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm not really interested in tablets. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he had already run out far away, leaving Xia Ting to look at the doorway alone. Xiao stepped out of the unobtrusive corner and comforted. Ma'am, it's okay, that girl doesn't look like she'd do anything stupid. I know, she's so proud. How could she do something so humiliating? Then why are you still letting Mr. Qin go after it? He looks like he wants to go. Xia Ting laughed softly and said, I don't want to make him unhappy. Sister Qiu looked at Xia Ting, who was forcing a smile, and sighed quietly. She didn't think that a scumbag like her boss would have a girl who genuinely liked him. She counted on her fingers, just under 5 women. I don't know where the owner gets the energy. Zhuang Xiaoli cried a lot. Growing up with a brocade coat, she was always smiling wherever she went. It was the first time anyone had ever disliked her so much. The key was still the boy she cared so much about. I should have known better than to come to Jiangcheng. She regretted it very much, and her too long, well-proportioned, white legs ran as fast as they could. And, ignoring Peony's shouts behind her, she tried to run away from this place as hard as she could. Tears wet her eyes, watching the road ahead blur, but she ran forward regardless. In the blink of an eye, he ran into the middle of the road, but just at that moment, a harsh brake sounded in his ears. The sound was as if it were close at hand, accompanied by a nervous honking of horns, and it was frightening to hear the heart. She lurched to her feet and turned around, dimly seeing a car careening toward her. In a flash, her head went blank, froze in place. Chapter 159, 2 saves in 3 days. That driver slammed hard on the brakes and jerked the steering wheel, but apparently it was too late. The girl suddenly came out of the corner, and she herself had blown the gas a little too wide earlier because she was trying to grab the yellow light. The car was approaching 100 yards at the moment. Trying to avoid it for a moment was simply not an option. Eyes on the collision course. Suddenly, a lightning-like figure rushed out from behind the girl. That speed was unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, he was at the girl's side. But, still seems to be too late. The driver saw that the front hood of the car had covered half of the girl's body, indicating that it was now very, very close. No amount of speed is going to change anything. Maybe 2 crashes together. He closed his eyes in despair. As expected, 0.1 second later, bang! The car hit something heavy. Just by the sound of it, you could feel the force of the impact. The driver was sweating too much to open his eyes at all, and Zhuang Xiuli only felt a strong force coming from her. The whole person was light and flew out in the air. Before I knew what was going on, I was sitting on my butt. She thought she'd been bumped into. Dumbfounded. His mind was empty as he watched the cars brush past. She stayed on the ground for several seconds before she came back to her senses when she heard the clamor from the crash site in front of her. Nervously, he touched his body and realized that there was no sign of injury, except for a little pain in the ass, but clearly she heard a loud crash, right in her ear. If not myself, then who? Zhuang Xiaoli recalled when her mind went blank just now, as if she had been pushed by someone. She hurriedly climbed to her feet and walked around the car. Just a short distance ahead, a very familiar-looking man fell to the ground. It seems to be the scumbag. A pang went through her and she stumbled toward the man. The scene of the crash was chaotic, with many people rushing past. The first one to rush to the man's side wasn't Zhuang Xiaoli, but Peony, who was following behind. She had witnessed Qin Feng pushing away her own missy and herself being hit by a car and flying several meters away. She was stunned. The first time she ran to Qin Feng's side, seeing him lying motionless on the ground, she instantly panicked. Sitting on his knees, he cried out, "Ah, Boss Qin, you can't die." Everyone got a jolt. It's a ing hit and run. Something big is going on. Zhuang Xiuli's heart missed a beat when she heard Peony's voice. She accelerated her steps to the side of Peony, and when she saw Qin Feng, who was lying motionless on the ground, she felt her scalp go numb. She couldn't believe that someone who was fine just a moment ago was just lifeless. Zhuang Xiuli trembled and knelt on the ground, reaching out her hand to probe Qin Feng's nostrils. 3 seconds. No warmth at all. Her eyes drifted apart, her out-of-focus gaze falling on the man's face. Seeing the man's eyes gently closed like they would never open again, the light lips were quiet, devoid of the usual flair and bad humor. In a flash, Zhuang Xiuli looked at the man on the ground dumbfounded as if she had been nailed. The look in the man's eyes as he pushed himself away was constantly projected in his mind, and there was nothing but nervousness and concern for himself, like he hadn't thought about his own well-being at all. Tears once again crossed his cheeks. For once her nose wasn't sour at all, just remorse tearing at her heart. If it wasn't for his own capriciousness, this man could have been spared death altogether. It's all about the self. Zhuang Xiuli is crying. Jag off. You can't die. Please, wake up and do whatever you want me to do. Zhuang Xiuli tried to yank Qin Feng to his feet, but Peony stopped her. Missy, we can't move him now. We have to wait for the ambulance. Peony knew more or less common sense about car accidents and knew that fidgeting could cause secondary damage. Boss Qin, hold on. The ambulance will be here soon. Zhuang Xiuli, anxious and guilty, knelt aside but could do nothing, crying and calling out. Will you come back? I will never call you scum again. You can pick up girls if you want to. I won't make a scene and I won't scold you. The passers-by, who were watching, saw the two girls crying for the man, and listened to the meaning as if the man had played quite high in life. Their original sorry and intolerant mindset gradually produced a change. Who's this? He's not very handsome. Why are there two girls crying? Mazel tov. Must have gotten what he deserved for playing with women. Alas, the dead are great. And don't talk like that. Watch out for people coming back for you. Holy, I didn't hit it. Why are you looking for me? Strange. How did it crash and fly so far without any blood at all? I think I just saw the man quietly open one eye. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't scare me. The hit-and-run driver in the car opened his eyes and saw a man lying not far away from the two little girls knelt beside each other, crying with emotion. There were several crowds of passers-by gathered around. He turned white with fear and shivered as he opened the door and took a step toward the man. The going was shaky, one step slower than the next. He knows better than anyone that running a yellow light in an accident is more than the primary responsibility. Not only do you have to go to jail for a hit and run, but insurance doesn't even always cover it. The thought of a dim future almost brought him to tears as well. Came to the wounded man, trembling. How is he doing? Recognizing him as the driver, Zhuang Xiuli angrily stood up and kicked the, "You murderer, I want you to pay for it." Ouch! The driver cried out as he was kicked to the ground and screamed miserably. I didn't mean to. I didn't think you'd come out of nowhere. Zhuang Xiuli went up and kicked her hard, crying, if anything happens to him, I want you to go to jail for the rest of your life. The driver was honestly cowering on the ground with his head in his hands and his mouth agape in defense in the face of the family's beatings. One of you two is running faster than the other. Cars are running into the middle of the road without looking. I'm desperate too. Then why are you driving so fast? You're in a hurry to get reincarnated. So I'll let you. Zhuang Xiaoli's kicks were heavy, kicking the driver who wailed and wailed. She was a person who was used to being pampered, and at this moment, when she was suddenly struck by a misfortune, it was inevitable that she could not control her temper. Hard-soled shoes kicked the driver's head booming. Qin Feng had wanted to pretend a bit more to make her feel guilty and sad. I didn't realize she was looking for someone else to throw a tantrum at. Listening to the driver's screams, Qin Feng was afraid that she would hit something good or bad. Helplessly, he opened his eyes and sat up under Peony's incredulous gaze, shouting to Zhuang Xiuli in a neutral voice, "Let go of the man." The crowd on the sidelines was in an uproar. There was a lot of talk. My chow, this isn't even dead? Just now I heard a duong sound and people flew out. It's too damn hard to look like nothing's wrong. Who's got the video? I'm going to post it online. It's true that the scourge will last 1,000 years. When Zhuang Xiuli heard Qin Feng's voice, she stumbled on her feet and slowly turned her head and met the man was looking at himself helplessly. Zhuang Xiuli's eyes covered with tears again, excitedly rushed over to hug him. Her voice choked. You're alive? Chapter 160, this is a game of parenting. You're hurting me. His body was vaguely sore from being hit by the car just now, and now he was being held in a deadly embrace by the girl. Qin Feng screamed in agony. Zhuang Xiuli hurriedly let go of Qin Feng and worriedly said, "Are you alright? What do you think?" Qin Feng pointed at the dented marks on the SUV and said in a good-natured manner, "Do you want to try?" Zhuang Xiuli's eyes were red, and seeing the shape of that car, she knew how much it hurt the person who was hit. "I'm sorry, it's my fault, I shouldn't have wandered off. I'm sorry there's PUs. Saving you twice in 3 days. What kind of calamity physique are you? Chin Feng spat out. I didn't used to be like this. It's fortunate that it's me this time. If it were anyone else, I guess I'd have to bury you with me at this point. Chin Feng sighed. Her dad is going to be furious when he finds out his daughter went out looking for a man and then got hit by a car. Chin Feng was glad that he had followed him out. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. I'm so sorry. I know it's wrong. With tears in her eyes, Zhuang Xiaoli said with a twitch. The expression was so self-condemning that it was hard to watch. Chin Feng looked up to the sky and sighed. Why wasn't it Bunny's turn? Or Shifuya's? For this kind of heroic opportunity. This is the time for snogging and a little bit of mushy love talk. Maybe the favorability will reach 100. Too bad this chick doesn't have anything on her. And Pops is still someone she can't afford to mess with. She would be in big trouble if she were to fall in love with herself. It might mess up the house later. You know it's your fault and you're hitting someone else? Who told him to drive so fast in the city? Slowing down wouldn't have been so bad even if he'd hit it. When Zhuang Xiaoli saw Chin Feng's colorless and spirited appearance, she gradually lowered her heart and defended herself in a low voice. Chin Feng shook his head. His face relaxed as he coldly said, You yourself violated traffic rules. The first time you blame someone else when something happens, on the basis of having a father to support you also dare to do it. To be honest, you this kind of spiteful princess temper I really can't accept a little bit. In the future, I really hope that you don't come to bother me. We don't interfere with the river water. As the words fell, Zhuang Xiaoli sat motionless on her knees, staring blankly at the indifferent man in front of her. She couldn't believe her ears. For the first time in her pampered life since she was a child, she had been disliked so much, as if she were some kind of filth for this man to avoid. You, she pointed at the man who had almost died trying to save her, tears in her eyes, unable to say a word. Chin Feng simply let go of his dislike. Don't say. Scolding the little girl is quite enjoyable. And what's even more enjoyable is that this girl can't talk back. Zhuang Xiaoli was scolded and cried, tears bearing down her eyes. Raised by a red family, she was willful but knew that the incident had been her fault from the moment she broke into someone's home. She's just been dead set on finding all sorts of excuses because she doesn't want to admit she's wrong. At the moment, she didn't know what to do other than cry when she was abjectly berated by the man. Chin Feng felt that his words had touched the other party's soul, so he didn't say anything else. Tried to stand up, but didn't realize I couldn't move from the waist down and had trouble lifting my legs. Probably caused by the bumper hitting the thigh. As powerful as this body was, it still couldn't touch the oil-eating steel behemoth. If that impact just now had been his before, he might have really died. Of course, the old him wouldn't have dared to go up and save the day. The only reason he dared to get on now was because he subconsciously felt that his car wouldn't do anything to him. And it's true, he just can't move for a while now. Judging by the feedback from the brain, I'm guessing just a few days of rest is all that's needed. Chin Feng sat on the ground and sent Wang Gang a locator. Wang has just been called to drive by himself. I was going to send Zhuang Xiaoli and the others back to the station. I didn't expect such an accident. Big brother, you're okay? Great. Thank goodness for the ancestors. At this time, the driver on the ground struggled to get up and climbed to Chin Feng in front of him excitedly. Peony got angry at the sight of him and snarled. Don't think he's okay and you're okay? Don't run away from this thing without $1 million or so. I'm glad it's okay. I'm glad it's okay. I'm willing to pay whatever you guys want. It's really no big deal to pay out a little money compared to running someone over. After the driver finished in a low voice, he added to Chin Feng's concern and said, Big brother, how are you doing? Should I take you to the hospital first? Chin Feng shot a glance at the driver, a man who looked to be around 30 years old, a bit naive looking, with an inch haircut and a bit of a belly. Smile mellow and speak honestly, like a small business owner. Chin Feng did not intend to do anything about him, just that it was really dangerous for him to drive like this. So he said, How much did you pay for the car? Once the driver heard Chin Feng's words, he guessed that the other party wanted to hit his car. He was embarrassed for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth. It's not worth a few bucks. I bought a Wrangler the year before last. It landed at over $600,000. If you like it, big brother, I'll transfer it to you. Being able to fix this with a car still seemed like a good deal to him. After all, just now that impact strength, to other people is estimated to have cooled down. I don't know what this young man grew up on, but he is so sturdy. Since you're planning to give it to me, listen to my advice. Go to the automobile scrapping plant tomorrow and scrap the car, Chin Feng said indifferently. Big brother, this car can be sold for 3 or 400,000. Scrapped for what? The man said in shock. Let this be a lesson to myself. It's not like the car did anything wrong. Chin Feng glanced at him, seeing that he was full of reluctance, and said coldly, if you don't feel a little heartache, you won't grow a memory. The male driver sniffed and his face changed. He'd never met anyone who didn't want money for an accident. You're making such outrageous demands that you have to scrap the car yourself? He was hesitant to behave. A Rolls-Royce honked its horn to disperse the crowd and came slowly this way. When the car stops, only to see a pugnacious man jumping out of it, running in a panic. Boss, are you going to be okay? It's fine. Shin Fong didn't want to stay at the scene for long, gently waving his hand. Help me. Let's get in the car first. The driver of the car was dumbfounded. What kind of character did the old man bump into? Sorry boss. Wang Gang was full of self-reproach, holding Shin Fong, who couldn't move one of his legs, towards the car. It's none of your business. That girl got herself killed. After saying that, Shin Fong passed by that hit-and-run driver and lectured him as well. You also have a problem with the quality of driving. I advise you to stop driving and ride a small donkey from now on. The male driver was sweating coldly more than even a moment ago. He could disobey the words of ordinary people, but he didn't dare disobey the words of such a big brother. Okay big brother, I'll smash the car tomorrow. Shin Fong took 2 more steps. Noticing that Zhuang Xiaoli wasn't following him, he turned back to look at. Seeing Peony is pulling Zhuang Xiaoli up while Zhuang Xiaoli just sits there dumbfounded and motionless. No good sense in telling her that. How long are you going to sit there? Zhuang Xiaoli heard Qin Feng's words and had a slight reaction, saying with a sobbing voice, do you hate me that much? Stop embarrassing yourself out there and get in the car. Seeing that there were too many people watching around, Shin Fong turned around and got into the car first, then waved at her. Zhuang Xiaoli stood up aggressively and got into the car as well. Wang Gang started the car and left quietly. A crowd of onlookers was left, and a driver with a face like dirt. Rich people are so arrogant, they don't even want compensation and leave. I don't think things are quite right. Why is this rich guy okay with being hit by a car? Who knows? Maybe people drink gene potions or wear exoskeleton armor. Or maybe they're aliens. Alas, we don't understand the world of the rich. At this moment, Qin Feng, who had been treated as an alien, was lying flat on his seat. It looked like he was resting his eyes, but in actuality, he was mentally chatting with the system. System, are there any props that add charm value? None, so hot chicken ah. Other systems have malls, there is everything in it, and they also give newcomer gift packs. This function is not available at this time. Suggest the host unbind and wait for another system. Qin Feng quietly swallowed his saliva, wondering if he had played with women too much. Surprisingly, he detected a hint of jealousy from the system's icy prompt. Then may I ask how to increase the charm value? Qin Feng became disciplined. Feminine charisma only goes up and down over time. And what's the criteria for judging charisma? Looks, size, personality, ability, genes, so it's still a nurturing game. Qin Feng turned his gaze to Zhuang Xiaoli who was imploring herself. It was carefully surveyed from top to bottom. The looks are definitely okay. The body is not. The personality is not. The ability is unknown. But seeing her in this temper, I don't think it would be any better. To improve, try size and character. But people haven't developed until now, so there's certainly nothing to expect. What about character? How? About a little tweaking and tweaking? Chapter 161, I know martial arts. Brother Wang, take them to the station first. Qin Feng saw Wang Gang automatically drive the car in the direction of the hospital and instructed him. He didn't want to go to the hospital for fear that the doctors would take an interest in his body and cause unnecessary trouble. Boss, does your body not matter? Wang Gang worried. It's fine. It's probably a fracture. It'll be fine in a couple days, Qin Feng said confidently. Wang Gang didn't know how to respond to that statement. After a few moments of silence, he honestly pulled over and turned around. The car was a little quiet for a moment. When Zhuang Xiaoli heard that he was so eager to send himself away, her heart became even harder and she kept wiping her tears. Peony was sitting in front of her and didn't dare to venture to speak up seeing as the atmosphere was odd. After a long time, only Qin Feng faintly said, don't cry. His words didn't stop Zhuang Xiaoli from crying, but instead made her accidentally cry out. Really? Weren't you so bossy before? Can't take it anymore after a couple of words about you? Qin Feng handed over the tissues in the car and said, alright, I'm not dead. So what's the point of crying? Zhuang Xiaoli looked up at him without saying anything, her eyes flashing with tears. Be a good girl and behave yourself, and maybe we'll have some fun. Qin Feng smiled at her, his tone as flirty as before. Zhuang Xiaoli choked. I thought you didn't want to see me anymore. She was so beautiful in her pathetic way, like an innocent girl who was comforted after being rejected, that one couldn't help but feel heartbroken. It's hard to imagine such a great lady having such a side. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, if you're going to be like this all the time, I really don't want to play with you. No rules at all. Rushing to other people's homes to show off. If it wasn't because I couldn't afford to mess with your father, I would have already hung you up and smoked you. Seeing that she was dumbfounded and didn't say anything, Qin Feng continued to PUA. I'm not like those people who lick their chops and suck up to you. I'm a person who cares about what you do to me and what I do to you. If you're gentle with me and don't act like such a jerk, we might be good friends. She's less of a nasty character, and the system could potentially give her extra points. With her goodwill from saving her twice, getting the reward should be easy, even without the bonus points. It's good to have such a big shot daughter as a friend. At the very least, it's a bit of a background relationship, which will make things a lot easier in the future. Qin Feng's heart was clattering with small calculations, eyes full of anticipation. He locked eyes with Zhuang Xiaoli. But I can't be gentle. Zhuang Xiaoli's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and she lowered her head looking uneasy. Qin Feng laughed. It's fine. I'll teach you. You just need to bring an intonation auxiliary after each speech. Let's say. He naturally pulled over Zhuang Xiaoli's hand. Daintily made. Is it good? No it la. Hear it oh. You're good ah. Put. Peony in the front row couldn't help but squirt out. She covered her mouth to stifle a laugh and a cough. Noticing Qin Feng glancing at himself, he hurriedly apologized. Sorry boss Qin. I didn't mean to la. Seeing that she reacted so quickly, Qin Feng nodded gratefully and said to Zhuang Xiaoli, that's right. Look at Peony. She's a fast learner. Come on. Why don't you give it a try? Zhuang Xiaoli was already a little bashful when her hand was pulled by the man, and now that she was allowed to say this, her entire face turned a little red. She looked at Qin Feng with embarrassment and saw that his gaze contained encouragement. She summoned up the courage to throw off her face and twisted it in a godawful way. Right. Sorry well. Peony in the front row froze at the sound of it. She didn't expect Zhuang Xiaoli to actually say it. Was this still the mighty and domineering Missy she knew? This man actually managed to tame her? My old swan. She looked at the complacent Qin Feng and only felt incredulous. Missy's shy voice was inexplicably satisfying to listen to, and Qin Feng involuntarily raised an evil smile. Yeah, keep it up, and use that accent when you talk to me. Zhuang Xiaoli relaxed slightly when she saw that he had accepted her apology. She was so full of guilt plus sadness just now that she didn't have time to think too much. This time, she calmed down and felt that it was not quite right. If she had to be like this all the time in the future, then where would she put her face? Definitely not. Just have this one time. Don't go too far haha Zhuang Xiaoli said in dissatisfaction. Don't you want to make friends with me? Qin Feng laughed. Zhuang Xiaoli blankly glanced at him and mentally spat. Which friends talk to each other like this? You might as well let Oyu talk to you like that. I cannot learn. When he finished, he took a napkin and wiped his eyes and nose. The whole person slowly regained their previous state. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. It was unrealistic to try to make the fierce bitch gentle for a while, so take your time. It was a little quiet for a while. Zhuang Xiaoli was a bit worried about Qin Feng's body and said with concern, do you really not need to go to the hospital first? You're all hurt like this. It's not much, just a broken bone. You know you've broken a bone and you're saying it's okay? Zhuang Xiaoli's eyes widened as she reached out to touch Qin Feng's forehead and, have you been knocked out of your mind? You can't feel your brain when you've banged it up, can you? Qin Feng slapped her hand away, expressing his dissatisfaction with her habit of always moving her hands without her consent. There are no rules at all. How can you train them in the future? Don't be mean. Zhuang Xiaoli rubbed her hand, unconsciously bringing on the intonational auxiliary without even realizing it herself. You don't have to take us back first. Let's just go to the hospital and get looked at first. Peony also cared on the side. Yes boss Qin. Are you really not serious? I just saw you flying out from the back. It feels very serious ah. I've practiced light kung fu, and while it looks exaggerated, I'm actually quite skillful at flying. Qin Feng casually found a reason and tried to muddle through, but I didn't think about Zhuang Xiaoli's eyes glaring oversized. You know light kung fu? What? I can't. Does this light power really exist? Since I was a child I wanted to be a warrior woman with world-class martial arts skills. I went to the Shaolin temple and asked those elders about it, and they all said that there is no such thing as internal lightness in the world. You are truly idle. Qin Feng had similar fantasies when he was a child, but because of the difficult conditions in his family, even eating was a problem. How could he have the heart to learn any martial arts? Now seeing this rich little girl running to the Shaolin temple to ask questions, enviously sour. Hey, how do you practice? Zhuang Xiaoli braced her two small hands on the seat, her body slightly raised forward, bringing his white face up to the surface. Her starry eyes sparkled with curiosity. It was obviously all a bit swollen from crying, but it looked overly cute. Qin Feng stabilized his mind and pushed her head against the ground with a finger of zen. Want to learn? Aha. Zhuang Xiaoli nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Qin Feng teased. My martial arts are passed on to men and not to women. Within and not outside. Ha? Would you like to consider being my insider? A flash of red appeared on Zhuang Xiaoli's small face, and she glared fiercely at him. Bah! Scum! Qin Feng laughed out loud. Didn't you say that as long as I woke up, you would never call me scum again? You also said that you would listen to me. And now I'm asking you to call out for your husband and you won't even do it? Shamed and annoyed, Zhuang Xiaoli said angrily. Dare to take advantage of me? Don't think that just because you're injured, I won't dare to touch you. Qin Feng provoked. Come on, I'll let you have one hand. Zhuang Xiaoli puffed up her face and looked away, not wanting to bother with this bad man. With him, you don't realize how angry you are, and your emotions are always manipulated by him, which makes you love and hate him. The favorites can't get mad. This man had just gotten hurt trying to save himself, and now he was running to beat him up. Let's not talk about whether or not he can fight, and even if he does, what if he's lying in a hospital bed with an aggravated injury? Then I'll have to take care of his poop and pee for him later. He thought it was beautiful. Thinking about it, Zhuang Xiaoli thought of the pitiful look of him lying on the hospital bed screaming, and inexplicably laughed again. Qin Feng looked at her in wonder. Is this out of her mind? The two were silent for a while without speaking. It wasn't long before Zhuang Xiaoli couldn't help but make another sound. Husband can't. What? This sudden sentence husband cannot. The Qin Feng hole will not be. Who can't? Why not? Why not? I said. What do you want me to call you other than that? It's not okay to call you that. The girl's face was a little red when she said this, and it didn't taste quite right. Qin Feng pondered over it for half a day, but didn't figure out what she was trying to say. Calling grandpa? Get out. Master? Your Majesty? Zhuang Xiaoli gave him a pink punch in shame and the fist, which had little force in the first place, also collected 6 points of strength. Hitting Qin Feng's arm was just like pampering. Isn't there a decent one? Even the tone of voice was a bit that way. Peony in the front row was secretly staggered by what she heard. The two of them might have been doing something in the car without themselves at this point. Master, it's a very decent thing to say. It's what they call you in private. Zhuang Xiaoli grunted in exasperation and sat down on the chair with her chest clasped, thinking about how a Mastero was occasionally called out twice every night when he talked to this dog man on the phone. Plus Hyun Jiayun shouts master even when she's live streaming, with an ear to the ground. It wasn't that she had a hard time accepting it, she was just bursting with shame. A grand lady of the hall. Such a humble title. She really couldn't open her mouth. Change. No change. You're a scoundrel. Shame on you. Qin Feng was choked for a moment. He didn't force her to shout. This won't work and that won't work. So what do you want to yell? Zhuang Xiaoli's eyes rolled, suddenly thought of something, and lowered her head in shame. Stealing a glance at Qin Feng, he shyly whispered, I'm not going to call you brother too, am I? This kind of high-strung little princess playfully calling out to her brother is still quite a feeling. Much more energetic than the other soft girls. Qin Feng's mind swirled as he teased. Yes, with outsiders call me brother. Without outsiders you have to call your master. Pa, nice try. You dead scum. Most of the way was spent flirting with Zhuang Xiaoli. Qin Feng liked the way he got along with Zhuang Xiaoli. Say what you want. Say what you want. There's nothing to worry about. Although this girl showed that she liked herself, Qin Feng had no intention of touching this great lady for the time being. He wanted to wait until he had enough capital to properly temper this girl. When he came to the parking lot of the station, Qin Feng ruthlessly drove people away. Get your ass back in there and don't ever run into the road with your eyes closed again. Jag off. Are you sure you don't want us to accompany you to the hospital? No. I won't go down to see you off. Have a safe trip. Zhuang Xiaoli opened the car door and looked at Qin Feng reluctantly. See him shaking his hand cheerfully and smiling brightly. Zhuang Xiaoli grunted lightly and jumped out of the car. Zhuang Xiaoli stared back at him and couldn't help but say what was on her mind. Hey, can you stop being such a womanizer? After saying that and realizing that was a bit of a strange request, he added another sentence. Isn't it enough to have our AOAOAOAOAOAO? You go out and fool around all day long. It's not fooling around. I'm just trying to give a home to a girl who likes me. Scum! Go to hell. Zhuang Xiaoli slammed the car door shut with force and left in big strides without looking back. This dog-like man will die on a woman's belly sooner or later. Qin Feng watched them enter the station, and when they've completely disappeared, smiling, he shook his head. Sitting in the car, I tried to move my feet and found it still very difficult to lift my legs, although one could feel the bones slowly healing and the cells repairing the damage. But to walk normally, I'm guessing I'll need to recuperate for a few more days. This injury appears to be quite serious. Qin Feng's thick nerves dropped his pain level by several degrees. Injuries that seemed to others to be dying were to him the same as being beaten with a stick. It hurt, but it was bearable. He was now torn between going to Shifuya's house to recuperate or Xiating's villa to recuperate. Chapter 162 Xiating's villa has a woman breaking in again. Qin Feng eventually chose Xiating, because I promised her to come back, and if I don't go back, I'm afraid she'll think about it. Returning to the villa, he was assisted into the door by Wang Gang. As soon as Xia Ting saw Qin Feng in this state, she panicked to death and immediately rushed over to hold him up, nervously saying, "What's wrong with you, brother? Why is it like this? Don't mention it. That little girl don't know what crazy. Run to the middle of the road. I went to pull her accidentally hit by a car," Qin Feng honestly said. There was no need to make excuses for this kind of thing, and in case the lie was broken up, Xia Ting would inevitably be paranoid. The passerby from earlier had said he was going to post a collection of car crashes on the internet, and he didn't want to make a scene. "Ha? Is it badly hurt? Where was it hit?" Xia Ting was so worried when she saw that Qin Feng couldn't even walk that she hurriedly reached out to check Qin Feng's injuries. Qin Feng put one hand on her shoulder to stop her from moving around and said with a smile, "It's nothing serious. I just can't get this leg to work. I'll be fine." Xia Ting refused and insisted, "No, you need to go to the hospital for a checkup. This kind of thing feels fine on its own, but could actually be very serious." Qin Feng comforted, "Don't worry, you should be fine tomorrow." Xia Ting said anxiously, "You can't even stand up. Don't try to be brave, okay?" Next to her, Sister Chiu saw this and stepped forward and said, "Mr. Qin, if you don't want to go to the hospital, I'll call a private doctor to come over." Qin Feng couldn't argue with the two of them and had no choice but to agree. Private doctors are paid to do their work and keep their clients' information confidential, and they serve the rich, and their medical care and expertise is not nearly as good. Not long after, the doctor brought 3 assistants with him, carrying unknown medical testing equipment, and came to give Qin Feng a full set of checkups. A minor fracture was identified and bed rest was required. Thus, Qin Feng logically became the Earth Emperor in the villa. Clothes come in, food comes out. He moves his mouth when he wants something, and a group of people work for him. Shatin was even more inches away from him, serving him food, drink, and sleep. At night, because of his injury, Qin Feng was not very convenient. Most of the time you can only lie down, and Shatin has a very low posture and does what she says and is well behaved. Qin Feng was so moved that he cried many times and said a lot of love words. Unintentionally got Shatin's favorability to 110. It is evident that deep companionship and a strong body are the secret recipe for a heated relationship. Early the next morning, Shafiria is here. Because before Xia Ting sent a circle of friends fooling himself with a villa, Shafuya saw it and planned to come over to take a look. With her gift, she rang the villa's doorbell. Xiao Lily came out to take a look at the boss's other woman, scared and froze in place, dawdling afraid to open the door. "I'm afraid she'll break in and make trouble too." "Sister Chiu, you're here too?" Shafuya remembered this very knowledgeable woman and greeted her with a smile. "Ms. Sure, what a coincidence. Ha ha ha." Seeing that she was recognized, Xiao Lily helplessly opened the door with an embarrassed smile. "Does Shatin live here?" Shafuya asked casually as she walked in naturally. Xiao Lily was anxious inside, her brain working frantically. This time, her boss and Shatin were resting in their room. If she got caught up in a good thing and made her boss angry, her job would be in jeopardy. "Ms. Xia is sick. Would you like to come back in a couple of days?" "What? Shatin is sick. What is it? Take me to see." Shafuya walked faster. Xiao Lily couldn't wait to give herself a big mouthful. She rushed to the front and reached out to stop Shafuya, tensing. A small cold that could be contagious. "Ms. She might as well come back another time." Shafuya didn't barge in. She had a guess in her heart when she saw how vain Qin Feng's secretary was, only to see her say with a smile, "Is it true that Qin Feng is also inside?" Xiao Lily sniffed and froze, unable to figure out if Shafuya was angry or not. She dared neither lie nor tell the truth. It came back. "Let me call and ask first." "No, I'll go up to them." Shafuya grinned wickedly. The thought of the two of them being caught in bed by themselves must have had a wonderful look on their faces. "No, you can't go up there. What if I have to go in?" Xiao Lily was mad with anxiety. All her years of management experience never taught her how to stop the original partner from catching the mistress. The point was that she didn't even have the information about her boss's woman. And without a targeted setup, she suddenly had to face such a powerful scene. Her heart was so tired. Seeing that Shivya was about to break in like the girl yesterday, Xiao Lily almost wanted to fall to her knees and hug her legs. Just then, a voice came from the third-floor balcony. "Sis, what brings you here?" Xiao Lily looked up, only to see that it was her boss coming out in her robe. As if she had seen her backbone, she looked at Qin Feng with an excited face, and Shafuya stopped and looked at the man she had longed for with a bad smile. "Stinky brother, yesterday he said he liked me, today he comes and sleeps with another woman." Hey, I'm sorry." Qin Feng touched his head and giggled. "Then I'll go accompany you at night." Shafuya gave him a very feminine blank look. "Che, who cares?" Xiao Lily grew her mouth. looking at this scene with disbelief. So these two are aware of each other's existence? The owner is too much of a cowboy. These two beauties just this body and face value. Both do not look like a woman who will be subordinate to others. Find a rich man should be very simple, right? I didn't expect to be willing to follow the boss alone. Xiao Lily was stunned and admired her boss. Shifuya went upstairs and asked strangely when she saw Qin Feng limping and running to embrace himself. Brother, what's wrong with you? Nothing much, accidentally touched by a car. Superficial injury, said Qin Feng. Shaitan, who had woken up and gotten dressed, walked out of the room. She didn't tear Qin Feng down, but only blamed him for running around before his injuries were healed. Shivya asked with concern, why are you so careless? Have you seen a doctor? It's been looked at, and it's just a couple days of rest. Really? You're such a big man and you're still worrying. Xia Ting said, that's right, all you know is to show off all day long. And last time you even stupidly jumped down from the 3rd floor. Shivya was surprised. What happened? Did you fall and hurt yourself? Xia Ting said, the feet are swollen. Just not 2 days and now this happened. Brother, you can't do this. What are we going to do if anything happens to you? Shifuya was so afraid that Qin Feng would have an accident that her tears were coming down in anxiety. I'm sorry, I was just accidentally touched. Don't worry, it's all right now. Go back and lie down. Shifuya assisted him with her other hand and joined Shatin in pressing him back into bed. Brother, don't ever do anything stupid again, okay? I don't want to be a widow again. Xia Ting was infected by the atmosphere and her eyes reddened. Looking at their frightened appearance, Qin Feng felt very sorry in his heart. It took half a day of coaxing and promises that it wouldn't happen again in the future to get them to settle down. At noon, Shifuya made a pot of green vegetables and thin meat porridge and fed it to Qin Feng 1 spoonful at a time. Qin Feng straightly praised the deliciousness and showed off the whole pot, saying it was not enough. He was also now eating 5 times as much as an average person and was a bit underfed. Seeing this, Xia Ting also ran to make a pot of porridge and brought it over to feed him. The flavor, it was outrageous, sweet and sour. A simple bowl of skinny congee with eggs almost sent Qin Feng away. Qin Feng complimented the deliciousness against his will. And then he heard the system prompting +1 favorability. So with tears in his eyes, he drank all the porridge under Xia Ting's eyes full of happiness. When it was over, Shatin was persuaded not to move towards being a housewife. Let her do the traveling. Go out together. Enjoy the mountains, the wind and the moon, and be a happy little twerp. Shatin didn't realize what was wrong with. I was told to aspire to it and gave up learning to cook. Chapter 163, Jealousy. Shifuya's gentle generosity allowed Shatin to gradually accept her presence. The two became close and, it's like sisters when you're together. However, even though they were sisters, it didn't affect Shatin's jealousy all the same. Sister Xiaoya, look, this is a video of my brother proposing to me. Xia Ting placed her cell phone in front of Shifuya as if offering a treasure, her face full of dejection. At the moment, Shifuya was in the living room, helping to organize the house. She stopped what she was doing and curiously took Shatin's cell phone. Watch the man inside get down on one knee and give a deep speech. I like you, at all times, and some people too. It was so familiar, as if I had heard it yesterday. Shifuya gently glanced at Qin Feng, who was playing a game in the study, and said with a smile as if nothing had happened. It's so romantic. It's enviable. I was moved to tears. I didn't think my brother would say that. Oh, he must really like you then. They weren't far from the study, and the conversation wasn't purposely lowered in volume. Even a normal person could hear it. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Feng's forehead. He regretted saying the same words of love to both girls in order to save time. Now that it was revealed to his face, he felt uncomfortable sitting on his hands and was overwhelmed with eggheads. Yeah, that badass is so good at pleasing girls. Shatin continued to show off again. She was seen holding out her hand with the diamond ring to admire it repeatedly with a wide smile. I told him not to buy a diamond ring, but he wouldn't listen. It's a piece of crap. It's not worth $1 million. Wow. Tina is so happy. Shifuya's tone became a bit sultry. I'm envious. I've never gotten a ring from a boy in my entire life. No way. Sister Xiaoya is so pretty. How can no one give you a ring? Xia Ting said in surprise with a volume that ensured Qin Feng could hear. Didn't that guy give it away when you got married? With regard to Xia Ting's intentionally or unintentionally bringing up her past in front of Qin Feng, Shifuya didn't care. She was at peace with herself, and had no intention of grabbing any title with Xia Ting. As long as Qin Feng loved himself equally, it didn't matter who he married. Sis wasn't as lucky as you, when she ran away from home and eloped with a man. Ha? Can you expand on that? Xia Ting's eyes revealed a gossipy gleam. There's not much to say. My parents didn't approve at first. I was bent on choosing him. We didn't get married. He said he'd marry me when he was clothed, and I didn't wait for just that. Shifuya's few simple words made it a little hard for Shaitan to hear. She hadn't realized that Shibuya's husband had died before she was married. It's more than a little sad. Think of a woman who can't wear a wedding dress for the rest of her life. Xiaoting instantly lost her thoughts of fighting for the wind and comforted Shifuya by holding onto her. Sis, it's all in the past. It's fine. Just ask your brother to buy you a ring too. Oh, you're not afraid that your sister will abduct your man? Shifuya said with a smirk. What's to be afraid of? I have a car and a house anyway. If I run away I'll just find another 1-inch. Xiaoting said disdainfully. I'm living in his house, spending his money, and raising other white boys, as long as he wants to. I can't wait to be happy. Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice, glaring at her wistfully. Xiaoting received Qin Feng's eyes and was abashed in her heart, but she hardened on the surface. What are you looking at? If you ever dump me again, I'll find you. Qin Feng knew that he didn't have a general understanding with her and moved his eyes away to continue playing the game. It was just a long-winded remark. Don't worry, I'll never leave you guys in this life. Xiaoting tilted her head and hummed lightly. That's the most shameless promise I've ever heard. When she finished speaking, her eyes dripped at Shifuya. Thinking of Qin Feng sending himself a car and a house, he wondered what he would send his sister. Sis, so what did he get you to trick you? Shifuya glanced at the curious Xiaoting and laughed lightly. Nothing, just bought a crappy bar and asked me to help him clean it up. A bar? Is that the same bar we went to last time we were at your place? Aha. How much for it? Tens of millions. He gave it to you? Aha. Xiaoting didn't say anything. Compared to the tens of millions of dollars of industry, this broken ring didn't smell at all anymore. She thought that Qin Feng had given himself the most, but she didn't realize that she was the clown. She sat on the couch, upset. Even if this woman is pretty, she is better and more generous than herself. The biased character is still too much to hate. If you were a man yourself, you'd definitely like a woman like that. Not knowing who to blame, Shatin just huffed and went up to grab the broom. Sister Xiaoya, don't sweep. I'll do my own house. It's all right. I'm a man of leisure. No, you can't sweep. Qin Feng took a look at the two of them inexplicably grabbing the broom in the living room and for some reason felt a little weak. He threw down his 14-1-5 record and got up and walked out of the den, laughing awkwardly as he tried to pull away. Ting ting, sis, you two don't need to clean. I've asked Sister Chiu to find a babysitter. When Shifuya saw Qin Feng get up and walk around, she hurriedly put down her broom and ran to help him. Don't move around. It takes 100 days to heal. You'll aggravate your condition. It's fine. I feel almost fine. Qin Feng enjoyed the tenderness of Shifuya's arms and smiled in relief. I'll help you to lie down. Tell me what you want. Shifuya assisted Qin Feng and walked towards the room. Shatin gritted her teeth and squeezed the snatched broom, her fingers so hard that they turned white. She realized her tea skills had become regressed because of the man she met. If she had to before, she could have faked it like that. After 4 in the afternoon, Shifuya went back to pick up Yi. She recommended her sister-in-law, Mrs. Wu, who used to help her with her baby. I was told that the cooking and caring were very good and the people were well known. I had to accompany my daughter to her high school exams earlier and went home for a while. Now that her daughter has graduated from high school, she's taking it easy and plans to keep coming out as a nanny. Qin Feng agreed that she should come over and take a look. An older woman in her 40s with a dignified look and a simple smile looked clean and bright. Cooking and working is very neat. People are also real. Do not care whether the boss will hire her. Up is a villa cleaning. 3 floors busy all day. For this kind of nanny with a living eye, Qin Feng was very appreciative. She was immediately hired at a high salary of $30,000 per month to take care of Xiaoting and herself around the clock. Wu Ma was a bit flattered. A salary of $30,000 is at the top of the babysitting ladder. She said she would do a good job and live up to her boss's expectations. For breaks, she wants her daughter to need to take 2 days off when she comes back from vacation, and no breaks at any other time. Qin Feng likes this kind of big sister who loves her work and promises to double her salary next year if she does a good job. Wu Ma's eyes lit up. At $700,000 a year, she never dreamed of it. Do that for 2 years and a house money comes in. She immediately said that she didn't need to rest, and that she would die in Qin Feng's house. Qin Feng arranged a babysitting room for her on the first floor and gave her a credit card to swipe for groceries or things for the house. Chapter 164. Big Star playing with her. Evening. Han Yunfei, the actress who lives across the street from him, weighed in and asked, Jussie, is that proposal video that's been so hot lately your own? Qin Feng replied, you guess. Han Yunfei, it looks a bit like you, and sounds like you, plus you're so rich, I guess it must be you. Guessed right. Too bad there's no reward. I didn't realize you were such an older man. At first I thought you were straight. What about now? A straight man with a little romance. Shin Fong smiled faintly. He thought that since he had a girlfriend, those girls shouldn't be reaching out to talk to him anymore. I didn't expect this girl to not only take the initiative to look for herself, but also compliment herself. It's true, guys with girlfriends are more popular, right? No wonder a former roommate in the same dormitory. Since having a girlfriend, suddenly good luck with women. And several girls are very close. Turns out girls like to talk to guys like this. Han Yanfei, a Jussie, is also too good at what he does. I was moved to tears by the lines he said in the video. Shin Fong, I don't believe you. Send me a video. Shin Fong was just joking. I didn't realize the other guy actually sent a video over. And clicked on it. At first Han Yanfei gazes deeply into the camera, her eyes shining with starlight, and with her innocent and lovely face, people can't help but stare at her. She brooded for 3 or 4 seconds, with a slight wrinkle of the small, delicate nose. Immediately afterward a flood of water came into her eyes, staining her dark, glossy lashes, and 2 crystalline, translucent teardrops traced the pitiful face, lingered for a moment on her pouting lips, and finally landed on the table. This high level of acting skills of the little girl really made Shin Fong, a straight man, a bit uptight. He developed the urge to take the girl home and ravage her. Shin Fong, cowhide. Han Yanfei, hey, am I good or not? There's something better. Do you want to see it? Don't look if you want money. The big boss who lives in a multi-million-dollar house and gives away villas as he goes along is so stingy. Han Yanfei was puzzled. Is he the kind of guy who's particularly dedicated? Doesn't like to look at other ladies? Han Yanfei could only think of this explanation. If that's the case, then this uncle feels like a good guy. System alert, Han Yanfei favorability +5. Shin Fong didn't expect that he would add favorability by rejecting her instead. He reacted to the fact that the other man might have mistaken him for a decent man. Hurriedly deleted one by one the typed. What's the point of just looking at? From his cell phone. Retyped. You don't have to shoot that stuff. If you're short of money, I can loan it to you. Han Yanfei looked at the line and became even more favorably disposed towards this uncle who was willing to lend her money after just meeting her once. I don't like owing people money, so why don't you buy something? What do you have there? I can play with you online, take cost photos, and give your company endorsements, and over-the-top stars are still stars. What's your 101 segment? Top 1, 000, 000 in the country. So it's a golden god of war. Disrespectful. Han Yanfei's small face reddened as she typed. Big stars play with you, and you still care about segments. So straight. Shin Fong, who had never been on gold, was wronged. The words were a tribute from the bottom of his heart. How much to play along? You wait, I'll get a quote. Han Yanfei has not done escorting. Looked around online and found that the unit price of online escorting is pitifully low. Some people are willing to take it for $10 an hour. The maximum is just 100. Only offline escorts are more lucrative. Reportedly 2,000 at a time. She debated whether or not to go to Qin Feng's house to play the game. Anyway, it's close to home, and the older man doesn't seem like the type. Han Yanfei, friendly price, 500 an hour online, offline negotiable. Shin Fong was very excited, not realizing that there was an offline escort service. However, he was now at Xia Ting's house, so he couldn't get offline for the time being, so he could only try online first. Center, go up for inspection. He sent his ID over. Not long after, a girl from Lead Wash added it. The teaming was complete and the other team mic'd up. Hello, can you hear me? The sound was crisp and pleasant, like a warbler's song. Shin Fong didn't dare to open his mouth. Since Zatting was doing diet exercises in the living room, he didn't want to be caught playing games with another girl. Shin Fong put on the headphones and typed that the mic was broken and the delivery hadn't arrived yet. Han Yanfei didn't doubt it and chattered and started asking Shin Fong what he wanted to play. You can play games and make money at the same time. She expressed her happiness. Shin Fong prefers ADCs, but checked the opponent's record with the box. Realized the other guy was also an ADC and said he liked the assist. Han Yanfei was satisfied in her heart when she saw that he didn't take her place. Picked a hero of his own fame, Caitlyn. Shin Fong chose a pussy-poking hammerstone, with 5 times the reflexes of a normal human being, and super fast hands. The caliber of his game today is extremely scary. When it counts, he can slow the game down by focusing, thus increasing his reaction time. A second for someone else is equivalent to a minute for him. It's safe to say that each frame has his own reflection, even the attack trajectory of the minions he could make out. With this body, he has no problem playing professionally now. Pretty sick. On the line, he helped make up for all the pawns that Han Yanfei missed. Go ahead and give the opposing hero a whip when you get the chance. Reach the estimated kill line. Go up for a set of hang ignite. Then throw a lantern for the policewoman to come over and collect the head. It's like feeding the policewoman. A 20-minute 4-piece set that straight up makes her 1v3 in place. It can be a pull-all-over experience. In the voice, Han Yanfei exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, I didn't realize I was this good. Get on it, hook it and I'll kill him. It's really fun to play against silver. The opposite side is so good. I'm in superb form today, taking you to gold and showing you that it wasn't wasted." Han Yanfei in the gold segment didn't realize that it was the auxiliary that was carrying. Thought he was the MVP with the most heads. And January 3rd, 21 Qin Feng was very low-key and didn't argue. Something like strength is sure to be discovered over time. Let her get high for a while, and when she realizes she can't get high without herself, she'll naturally think of herself. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry at all. The two of them played until 11 o'clock. Shatin was sleepy. She had just been watching a movie with Qin Feng in the study. At this moment, she came over and hugged Qin Feng's neck. "Brother, when are you going to sleep?" "Right now. This game is over." It was quiet at night, and Qin Feng was afraid that Xia Ting would hear the female voice in her headphones and close the other party's mic early. Who is this lead washed out? Shatin doesn't like to play games and knows nothing about 101. But with a woman's sharp intuition, she felt that this ID that kept appearing in Qin Feng's screen was very suspicious. "An accompanying player who took me to score points," Qin Feng said calmly. "Male or female?" Shatin asked slyly. "You're even checking this out? Ha, baby." Qin Feng turned his head and kissed her, smiling. "She's just a tool person who plays along and takes me to the top." Xia Ting's doubts were allayed. A game accompaniment was just a game. It was not worth putting on her mind. "Oh, I'm just asking." She leaned her soft body on Qin Feng's shoulder and exhaled in his ear. "Then brother finish soon. Oh, I bought a super sexy lace nightgown in pink." Chapter 165 Visiting Han Yanfei. Qin Feng rested in the villa for 2 days. During the day, he was taken care of by his gentle sister. And at night, he was accompanied by the beautiful schoolgirl. When he was bored, the actress would invite him to play games. When empty, you can flirt with the white rabbit. And incidentally, her roommate. There is no shortage of food and drink. All day long, you don't do your job. You waste your time, and you play with a bunch of girls. Life is extravagant, corrupt and boring. This morning, he got up from his bed and, looking at Shatin's white and silky skin, he almost didn't restrain his impulse again. "Baby, you be good at home. I'm traveling for a few days." Shatin was very reluctant to leave, and reached out her arms around the man's neck. How long will brother be back?" "Not necessarily, it could be a day or two. It could be a week." "Ah, taking so long? I'll try to come back early. If you're bored, you can ask Sister Xiaoya to go out and play." "Where are you going? Can you take me with you? Can't I wait for you back at the hotel?" Shatin wrapped her arms around him tighter, itching to stick to him. For the first man she fell in love with, she didn't want to part with him for a minute. "Be good. You can't take you there yet," Qin Feng said as he rubbed her head. Xia Ting thought it was because Qin Feng was going to take care of family matters. And no more drama. Help him get dressed. Kiss him goodbye. Yui watched him leave the villa. Standing on the balcony, he gently rubbed his stomach. Secretly, he prayed that Qin Feng's seeds would be more powerful. Qin Feng plowed the land for 3 days and cleaned up Xia Ting's obedience. The favorability came to 120. Now he could go out and make waves without fear. Get in the Rolls Royce. Sister Chiu in the front row gave him a report. He bought that office building in the last 2 days. The company has also been registered. Job postings were placed on various job platforms. Now just waiting for the office equipment to come in, the layout to be decorated and the staff to be in place. Qin Feng nodded frequently as he listened. Chiu is still good at her job. In the past 2 days she dealt with various organizations. What with the business office, the tax office, the bank account opening, paying social security, engraving stamps, and so on. There's also the buttressing of various things. If you're a newcomer, you're probably going to be so busy that you're going to break down. But with Chiu's own connections and experience, everything is well organized and on track. There are even written permits from the city, fire, property parking lots, etc. It can be said that old birds are good. Chiu looks like she enjoys doing this kind of thing more than helping with her own chores, even if she's willing to work overtime every day. Qin Feng was also happy to do so. He named his company Wind Up Media. He wanted to try to see if he could stir the pot with his hundreds of billions of dollars. The entertainment industry has been quiet for so long. It's about time for a big wind. After having a super strong physique, Qin Feng was unexpectedly filled with guts. Now the first step, of course, is to go and invite Han Yanfei's classmates over first. Qin Feng returned to his large flat on the 18th floor of Love's Lake New Town, took a shower and changed into something a little more casual. Go out and ring the doorbell across the street. After waiting a while, no one opened the door. Qin Feng took out his cell phone and sent a tweet over. Platinum God, aren't you home? There was no response from the other side. Qin Feng scratched his head and dialed the other party's cell phone. It took a long time for the phone to connect, and a soft, sticky female voice came from inside. Hello, hello, who is it? Qin Feng heard out that this was Han Yanfei's assistant, He Xiaojing. When she was double rowing with Han Yanfei, this little girl often ran to persuade her to get up and move. Jing Jing, I'm Fifi's boss. Fifi doesn't have time to play games right now? He Xiaojing, however, did not recognize Qin Feng. She only knew that her star had privately taken on a business of playing with him. I'm sorry boss. Fifi is shooting a movie right now. It'll be a little late before I can get back to you. Oh, where is she filming? Can I go see? Qin Feng was quite curious about how the crew played, and wondered if there were hordes of pretty girls there. I'm afraid I can't. Outsiders aren't allowed in here. He Xiaojing stammered. You send me an address. I'll go over there and talk about it. Qin Feng said. This, He Xiaojing, is very difficult. Here's $2,000. Find a way to help me blend in. Qin Feng was rich and generous, and opened his mouth for money. He Xiaojing hesitated for a few seconds before being defeated by money and said, Okay boss, I'll get someone to get an entry pass. Qin Feng added the other party's WeChat, received a locator with the address of a small movie and TV base in the next city over. It's an hour's drive. During that time, Qin Feng learned from He Xiaojing that Han Yanfei hadn't received any announcements for almost 2 months. Because of the number of people offended and the bad publicity, she's easy to target and discredit when she comes out. This has led to increasing financial constraints today. In order to compensate for liquidated damages, she had to go out and pick up a web series, and it wasn't even a lead role. Qin Feng asked, how much does she owe? Currently still owes more than $2 million. The previous agency was pressured from all sides and planned to snowball her. Sister Fei Fei disagreed and terminated her contract. $2 million is not a lot for a star. Just be willing to put your foot down and cater to some producer or big director who is interested in her. 2 million should still be easy. Maybe even get on the big list and eat and drink from then on. But this little girl prefers to shoot low-end productions rather than be in the same boat as everyone else. Suffice it to say that she is a tenacious breed. Qin Feng likes this kind of girl. No words on the way. Wang Gang even speed driving. Rules in accordance with the navigation time to the door of the film and television base. He Xiaojing was also waiting at the door. This little girl was holding up a sign with the word Qin Feng written on it, which stood out. Qin Feng had Wang Gang stop in front of her, got out of the car and smiled. Jing Jing, is it? He Xiaojing didn't expect Qin Feng to drive a Rolls Royce, and she looked a bit rushed in the face of such a big shot. Yes. Qin Feng scanned it. 22 years old. More than 70 points. A little bit fat. And the number of relationships is only once. Dressed in a striped polo shirt, baggy jeans, and carrying a duffel bag on his back. Looks rather shy. Hello, I'm Qin Feng. Please. Okay, Boss Qin. He Xiaojing nodded and handed Qin Feng his crew credentials, saying, they're filming now, so come with me. Thank you. Qin Feng followed her through the manned fence. Wang Gang didn't have a license yet. He also came in, simply because they were coming down from the top of the Rolls Royce. No one dares to stop such rich people. The group walked around for a few minutes and took a little tour. There are 10 public space scenes in this movie base. It contains ancient houses, stone bridges and towns, rings, inns and taverns, and other locations. It's all done decently. It ended up in a movie studio that resembled a factory building. The floor height is very high, at least 6 meters. A group of people gathered in front of the green screen. Lighting boards, cameras, radio tubes, and all sorts of props packed the field. Qin Feng met Han Yanfei here, who was wearing an ancient costume. She wasn't overly dressed, but she was slightly powdered, with plain, inked hair, and the turquoise-colored shui smoke shirt looks like it is clad in a thin veil of smoke from the emerald water. Her skin is like congealed fat, her breath is like an orchid, her eyebrows are like the daisies of distant mountains, and her eyes are like the waves of autumn, beautiful as if a fairy had descended to earth. And this fairy is winking at a freshman on stage. Chapter 166, The Director's Face. Click. No. Start over. The director, with a tiger's face, spoke angrily into the microphone. Fifi, can you do it? I want the feeling of seduction. Do you know what seduction means? You see, your eyes have no flavor at all. It's like teasing a dog. Han Yanfei's expression is a bit sad. She was experienced in acting, but she really wasn't very good at playing this kind of wannabe girl image. I'm sorry, director. I'm sorry, Pia. A morning by you alone wasted so much time. Everyone's wages and venues do not want money, right? A man at the bottom, who did not know whether he was a cameraman or a playwright, uttered an indignant accusation. With him taking the lead, the others also vocalized at once. NG 10 times, can you act or not? No wonder he's a has-been star. he's hopelessly bad at acting. You're so pretty for nothing. It's a pity you're a vase. I used to be able to play little girls, but now that I'm older I don't have much of an edge. The scene was in an uproar all of a sudden. Han Yanfei, who was standing in the center, was mortified by what was said. She was now a flower girl in a greenhouse, a role that required exuding femininity. She couldn't imagine how she was supposed to act, and her face was red with anxiety. Go down there and adjust your mind. Try again later. If it doesn't work, change it. The director's cold words came out of the microphone. Han Yanfei lowered her head and silently walked off the stage. The show was a small production and it wasn't the paycheck she cared about. Instead, they want to improve their acting skills. This is the kind of role that, if played well, might subvert everyone's preconceptions. Audiences and other directors might see themselves in a different light when they see their grown-up selves. But I didn't expect to be denied all the time. She was a little disheartened. At this time, Assistant He Xiaojing ran over to comfort him. Sister Fifi, are you okay? Nothing. Don't take it to heart. It's the director who's too strict. I think it's fine. Aha. Sister Fifi, Boss Qin is here to see you. Han Yanfei mistakenly raised her eyes to see Qin Feng, slightly surprised. Why are you here? Qin Feng laughed. Can't I be here? No. What are you doing here? I'm looking for you to play a game. I've got a mic. A Jushi, please. I'm busy. Can't you find someone else? Han Yanfei was a little emotional at the moment, frowning with a grumbling face. Can't this guy see he just got yelled at? No sympathy at all. Just playing games and scoring points. I always lose when I assist people. They're too good. Not as good as you. The flattery of the dull straight man put Han Yanfei in a slightly better mood. Of course you lose when you're silver in the gold segment. Right. It's still the platinum goddess who has to lead. I can only win if you're there. Humph. You don't even look at who plays ADC. Being praised and recognized in times of loss. The corners of Han Yanfei's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Qin Feng said with a smile, it doesn't look like you're very welcome here. Why don't we go back and talk about the price of offline escorts? No. Han Yanfei brutally pushed him toward the door and said, I'm not available right now, so go home and we'll talk tonight. Why do you need this? I'll make it up to you for today. Qin Feng said with an indifferent face. When he stood still, Han Yanfei couldn't push. It's not about money. I have to prove myself, Han Yanfei said seriously. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Alright, then I'll just watch you display your strength here. Don't look. It's embarrassing. Han Yanfei used all her strength, but she didn't push, and she wanted to curse her mother. There's no shame in it. I've seen much worse cursing. Anyway, no. Jing Jing, come over and help. Han Yanfei anxiously started to call out for someone. If you lose face in front of this guy, you won't be able to scam money in the future. He Xiaojing looked at the man who had just transferred 2,000 Dayang to himself and dawdled over. Boss Qin, why don't you go out first? If you call someone, I'll call them too. Wang Gang, stop her for me. Qin Feng's order caused Wang Gang to freeze. He took a step forward, not knowing how to stop, so he simply spread his hands like an eagle catching a chicken and stopped in front of Qin Feng. What kind of a man are you to bully a girl? 2 men and 2 women were pushing and shoving in the back, and it was hilarious. It caught the eye of most of the cast and crew. They had nothing good to say to this woman who didn't know shame after being scolded, especially the director. I wanted to take a break to give her a lecture on theater, but I didn't expect to bring my boyfriend over to flirt. Where does a paste curry get such a big face? Exasperated, he hurried over and opened his mouth to lecture. Han Yanfei, we're in a movie now. Can you please be more serious? You even brought your family here to play. Do you think this is your home? Get out if you don't want to act. No one is begging you to act. Han Yanfei was scolded and instantly stopped squeaking, coyly bowing her head to be lectured, and Qin Feng wasn't happy about it. What's wrong with having a little fun during break time? I mean, aren't you kind of not taking me seriously by lecturing my people to my face? Qin Feng's words caused Han Yanfei to nervously tug on his clothes, gesture him to be quiet. Who are you? The director looked at Qin Feng suspiciously. Never mind who I am. You apologize to Fifi now or I'm going to get you in trouble. Qin Feng exuded an unrivaled arrogance as he said these words. The director has seen some powerful rich kids. People really have the strength to dare to say such things. He endured the breath and said calmly, I admit I was a bit harsh just now, but I still mean the same thing. If you don't want to shoot you can leave now. Don't delay our scene. He thought that Qin Feng was some rich second generation who had picked up Han Yanfei and wanted to pretend in front of her. This kind of person he wasn't very afraid of. After all, it's not a circle of people who can't move him, but it's certainly best if you can stay out of trouble. Uncle, you go out first. Don't get in the way of our shooting. Okay, Han Yanfei also advised Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled and said to the director, I still like your character of having a say. Do you want to hang out with me? The director looked a little confused. You're a director too? No, I'm an investor. The director's brow furrowed as he said. I don't want to waste people's time. We're a small production. We don't have that kind of money to splurge. 100,000. Qin Feng said calmly. Is it okay to delay you for an hour? The moment Qin Feng quoted the price, the director's face went from cold to warm in just a second. It's all theater. What face do you want? He said with a smile on his face. Young master, what is your name? Please feel free to tell me what you want. Chapter 167, The Director is a Brother. Han Yanfei dumbly looked at the director who was changing his face like a Sichuan opera and stupidly asked, Director, so is my scene still on? Shoot later, after you've rested. The director received a transfer of 100,000. His face smiled a little more eagerly, and his waist bent a little lower. He sincerely invited Qin Feng to his office. Mr. Qin, this way please. What kind of tea do you like? The conditions on my side are simple. Don't you mind? Han Yanfei felt a bit uncomfortable as she watched him smilingly lead Qin Feng away. Just now, he scolded himself without ceremony. And now, when he sees others with money, he lowers his head and looks like a lackey. She looked very uncomfortable. Director, I'm not acting. The director turned back to see Han Yanfei making a fuss and said helplessly, My aunt, you tossed and turned all morning. I put up with you, and now you come to me and tell me you won't act. Can you afford me? Han Yanfei's character doesn't have much to do, just a few scenes and a dozen lines. It's done in about 2 or 3 days and pays less than $10,000. It would have been only half a day's work lost if we hadn't acted. He didn't care. But it's different now. The big boss next to her is the one who rushed her, and just met her and dropped $100,000 on herself. How can she talk to her boss when she's gone herself? So the director had to smile and stay. I was also angry for a moment just now. Don't take it to heart. This scene is very important. If you can perform the feeling of a flower girl, it will be very helpful to your future acting career. You've made a bit of progress just now. Figure it out again and don't give up so easily. The director persuaded Han Yanfei with a few good words before coaxing her back. Then he glanced at his watch and realized he didn't have much time, so he clapped to get everyone's attention. A loud announcement was made to the crowd. Everyone go ahead and rest. It's almost 11 o'clock. That's it for the morning. Wait for the meeting to have lunch and we'll start shooting half an hour earlier. The site staff sniffed, and each of them listlessly began to pack up their belongings. They heard the director's conversation with the man and knew that the director was going to pull an investment. But it's none of their business. They just think it's interfering with the rest of their day. One whispered complaints about the director as well as the investors. Money is great. Our time is not time, is it? That's right. We've worked so hard for so long and it's all useless. It makes me angry just thinking about it. One day at a time. One day at a time. Don't think too much. You get paid by the day anyway. I really envy that Han Yanfei. She's got the backing of her father, so she's going to be on fire from now on. That's right. Nowadays actresses don't need acting skills at all. They just need to find good fathers. The voices were all so small that only Qin Feng could hear them. He didn't say anything when he thought about how he did interrupt their normal filming. But just then, a handsome-looking boy stood up, huffed, and walked up to the director, questioning, Director Su, my sister Hua invested so much money just to invite you to Playhouse? Qin Feng looked him up and down, dressed in an ornate robe, about 20 years of age. The little milk boy with red lips and white teeth is handsome and cute. Only a pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with an untamed look. It's unpleasant to watch. I'm sorry, young Feng. This is a special case. Please forgive me. The director smiled awkwardly. The boy known as Feng Xiao is the male lead of the drama called Feng Jiejun. The show was also born because he wanted to experience what it was like to be the lead. His half-brother's own sister dropped $8 million on him to put together the show. It's the same as everyone on the scene who feeds off of him. The movie can't be made and you're still in the mood to drink tea with others? What kind of bull **** director are you? Feng Jiejun pointed at the director's nose and cursed. He had been impatient in the morning because Han Yanfei wouldn't seduce herself. This time, I heard the director saw the rich kid and did not shoot again. So he was furious on the spot. Feng Xiao, what are you talking about? I'm more anxious than anyone else when things don't come out. Why can't I see that you're in a hurry and have time to run around licking rich people? Is that how you get paid to do your job? The director was said to be red in the face. At least he was a director. Being scolded like this by a little kid, he was more or less angry in his heart. He said with an expressionless face, I promise to finish this drama on time. Don't worry, young Feng. Feng Jiejun saw that his face also put down, and slightly collected his temper. After all, he still has to cooperate. Changing the director would require reshooting the entire drama, and his sister probably won't do it. But changing actors isn't as much of a problem. He turned his head to Han Yanfei. You don't have to act anymore. Take your man and get the hell out of here. Han Yanfei was a bit aggravated, having been scolded a couple of times by the other guy while acting opposite this little white boy. At this moment, when she heard him kicking people out, she was so angry that her eyes were on the verge of tears. The man acted like a pile of sugar. It was only in the face of him that he did not have the idea of seduction. Another person might have passed. She couldn't help it. Why are you kicking me out? The director didn't even say anything. Fang Jejun said condescendingly, I'm the investor. I'm in charge here. Get the hell out. You. Han Yanfei had gasped that she couldn't get out, and her little face went red. Only then did Qin Feng realize why people were so arrogant. Qin Feng's faint gaze swept over and leisurely said, Little friend, watch what you say. Fang Jejun asked cautiously as he looked at Qin Feng's extraordinary temperament and the bodyguards behind him. And who are you? Whoever I am. I'm just reminding you that it's better to keep a low profile. None of your business. Listening to the meaning of Qin Feng just now said to invest, Fang Jejun is not quite dare to offend this rich man. Put down such a sentence and then ran to give the director pressure. Director Su, are you still shooting this? If not, I'll find someone else. The director's expression was difficult, and he stammered and hesitated a bit. Qin Feng snickered. Director Su, you don't seem to have much status in the drama. The director tugged at the corner of his mouth and didn't say anything. After being messed up by this big young master, he had lost all his face in front of Qin Feng. Tell you what, Director Su, getting scolded here is still scolding. You might as well go to my place to get scolded, and I can offer you more pay to compensate for your mental loss. How about that? After he finished his words, Fang Jejun refused to do so at once and angrily looked at Qin Feng and shouted, What do you mean by that? What do you mean what? What do you want? Qin Feng laughed. There's no need to explain to you yet when I do things, right? Fang Jejun was angry and annoyed when he saw his underhanded stance, but he didn't dare to get angry at him, because the big tall guy across the street came toward him and stood right in front of him looking down at him. That cold look in his eyes stressed him out, as if he was going to get a slap in the face if he said another word. He was beyond suffocating. It didn't matter if people's bodyguards beat them up. You might have to get a nosebleed yourself. He who relied on his face to eat didn't dare to take risks and could only stare at Qin Feng with hatred. Qin Feng didn't continue to pay attention to him, but turned around and patted the director on the shoulder. You get your people together and we'll go to lunch and talk about a couple $100 million in big projects. After saying that, he walked over to the dumbfounded Han Yanfei and tried to pull her out of here. Fang Jejun over there heard a few $100 million and only thought he was blowing awesome. Shady mocked. A big shot who can invest hundreds of millions of dollars comes to play with an over-the-top star? Laugh me to death. Qin Feng stood still, gently glanced at him and said calmly, Maybe after a while, she'll be the hottest star around. Fang Jejun laughed disdainfully. If you can make this woman famous, I'll eat Xian live. Qin Feng smiled faintly. I hope you're true to your word and don't wait for others to feed you. Fang Jejun tapped the director straight on the shoulder and urged, Come on, you're going to follow him to the big production. If you miss your chance, it won't come again. Oh. Qin Feng ignored that idiot. It's useless to say anything now. Let him laugh for 2 days at these jumped-up clowns until he gets results. We'll see what he'll say when he's got a hit show with his own money. Qin Feng calmly took Han Yanfei's hand and smiled gently. Do you want to come to my company? I can promote you to the sky. Han Yanfei was slightly disoriented. The man's hand was broad and strong, not like he was joking. It made her have a touch of fantasy. What if it's true? Chapter 168, Making a Fairy Romance Drama. Lunch was at a very upscale hotel. Qin Feng set up 3 banquets and entertained more than 20 people, ordered abalone and lobster, mountain treasures and seafood, full of famous dishes. The camera assistant people who had rushed over from home were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Did you kill it in 2 days of shooting? And this time, it's a bit hard to kill. In the past, it was just a couple of tables at a regular restaurant. This is such a big scene today. Even the wine is Mao Tai. I haven't had Mao Tai yet. The photography assistant looked at Mao Tai with bated breath. His heart filled with longing. Just when he was wondering when he could move his chopsticks, the voice of his own director was heard coming from the next table. With all the people here, I'll say 2 things. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, all of them did not dare to make a sound and waited quietly for him to speak. Number 1. The web series we just shot is now out of contract with the producers because something went wrong. The line came out and everyone just clapped happily and wasn't very surprised. After they had just seen the director and the male lead arguing and cursing each other for half a day, they had expected this situation in their hearts. That sissy-like little puppy is really not easy to serve. When his sister is here, she pushes her buttons and acts cute, but when she leaves, her true nature is revealed. Lawlessness and wantonness. In the theater gives a posture of, the sky is the boss. I am the second. Everyone endured in silence. The show will only be shot for a month or two, so just bear with it. I didn't realize that the director couldn't stand it today and had a direct falling out. It's great that people are happy, except that without the play, there's no paycheck. After being happy, you can't help but start to worry. But immediately afterward, the director's excited voice rang out again. The second thing, Mr. Sheen from my side is willing to invest in us. We're still talking about what exactly, but it's definitely a big production. Now let our Mr. Sheen say a few words to you. Amidst the enthusiastic gazes of the crowd, Sheen Fong stood up and said aloud with a gentle nod to everyone. There's not much to say. I can't say anything else, but as long as you're going to be willing to work hard and be serious about what you're doing, so that you can double or triple your wages from what you're already making, I can still guarantee it. His voice was calm and strong, and his confidence soared. One can't help but want to take him at his word. The scene erupted into thunderous applause, and everyone, believe it or not, had very excited facial expressions. There are a few bold ones who shouted at Mr. Sheen's cowhide. Well, without delay, everyone, let's eat. Sheen Fong casually greeted him and sat down. A laborer only cares about two things: what he eats today and when he gets paid. Nothing else matters. All this talk about making them study hard and try to roll doesn't help at all. How much money for how much work? For $5,000 a month. I'm going to be touching fish for half a day. For $50, 000 a month. I can pull sure and write programs at the same time. Rest? I don't need to rest. Only people who don't contribute to society rest. Sheen Fong knew it by heart and didn't say any other nonsense. The director, who was standing and trying to say something, was a little embarrassed. He held back the rest of his words and sat down as well, accompanying Sheen Fong to eat and drink. When he walked out of the movie base earlier, he saw Chin Feng's Rolls Royce, so he was confident in Chin Feng's promise. Anyone who can afford to drive a Rolls Royce must be a big shot. Do you have any ideas for a new drama? Mr. Chin, is it a drama or a movie? The director inquired as he poured Chin Fong a glass of wine. Which one is faster? Chin Fong casually replied. If they're all big productions, they're all pretty much the same. And some of them screw up for a year because movies are more buttoned up on details, and the TV series scenes built can be reused. 20 or 30 episodes of the drama, plus overtime small half a year can also come out. The director's name is Su Yu-kai. A few years after graduating from a prestigious school, I'd been hitting Netflix, having made a few well-received web series. He's a little-known director, but because everyone is learning to do skits and self-publishing these days, the director's circle is becoming more and more competitive. The newcomer director role is just excessive. The pay is as little as 20,000 to 30,000 an episode, and in some cases as little as 10,000. That's why Su Yu-kai is now embarrassed to have nothing to shoot, and can only get some of these small multi-million-dollar productions. I have a lot of scripts saved up in my hand, movies and TV shows. Would you like to take some time to read them? I don't understand. You let Fifi see it. She can shoot whatever she likes. After you guys settle, I'll have my secretary sign an agreement with you, and try the water by getting 300 million for the first drama. When the director heard the amount of investment in billions of dollars, he was busy picking up a small cup and taking a sip of mutai to suppress his shock. Without moving, he looked toward Chin Fong and Han Yanfei, who was on the side. Mr. Chin is trying to promote Mess Han, isn't he? Aha. Then I have a fantasy romance fairy drama here about two men who have lived for tens of millions of years, an upper immortal and a god of war, who fall in love and kill each other over an 18-year-old girl. What reincarnation? Gouge out the eyes. Jump on the platform of exorcism. People who love each other stab each other, die and then have to come back to life to transform and blacken and continue to stab. The two join hands to make enemies with the sky full of gods and Buddhas, disliking the sky and the earth and the air. But in the end, they want to preserve mankind and sacrifice their lives, so great that they can sing and cry. This is the kind of plot that's outrageous, just to hear it. Chin Fong asked uncertainly, is this kind of thing really seen by anyone? Su Yu-kai swore, there are some things that once you accept the settings in them, you'll be addicted to them after watching 2 episodes. It's very cool. Chin Fong didn't understand the drama and didn't really want to get involved. Leave it to the professionals. He's not afraid of losing money. Anyway, it's impossible to invest $300 million and not even get back the cost of $30,000, right? Even if you can't come back. It's good to hear the sound. Fifi, what do you think of the play? I don't know. Han Yanfei looked as if she had just returned from a divine journey. She was silent from the time she got into Chin Feng's car until now, and even ate her meal absent-mindedly. I don't know what I'm thinking. Chin Feng inquired. What's wrong with you? Nothing, Han Yanfei said nervously. Qin Feng guessed that it might have been because it was so sudden today that it scared this little girl a bit. He smiled and relieved. Don't be afraid. You just have to act well. I'll take care of the rest. I'm not afraid. Han Yanfei looked deeply at Qin Feng and said quietly. I'm just wondering why you're holding me up. She was raised to understand the truth that when people treat you well, they must have something in mind. She subconsciously felt that Qin Feng was plotting against her and wanted to subvert her. However, through the exchanges of playing the game in the past 2 days, she felt that Qin Feng did not look like that kind of horny man. She was very puzzled and didn't know why Qin Feng was doing this. Actually, there's no reason. It's just that I think you're quite cute and want to help you, Qin Feng said honestly. Han Yanfei looked straight at Qin Feng, only to see that his eyes were full of honesty and without any pretense. A stirring inexplicably grew in her heart. If what he said was true, wouldn't he be playing the female lead? A few $100 million of drama that just fell into your hands so lightly? But is there really such a thing as a free lunch? Looking at a table of exquisite dishes, Han Yanfei stiffened her head and swallowed. Big, uncle, even if you hold me up, I won't sleep with you. Qin Feng gnawed on a roasted leg of lamb and said with blissful indifference. Meh, I have a girlfriend. I don't need you to sleep with me. Han Yanfei suddenly became unhappy when she saw that he really wasn't interested in her at all. She was very hurt by the explicit rejection of such a rich, handsome and devoted man. Why should all the good men be someone else's? Obviously he wasn't so bad himself, so why would he have no idea? The competitive spirit instantly rose. Han Yanfei said without a brain. If I don't want you to be responsible, will you sleep? Chapter 169, The Emperor is in no hurry. If I don't want you to be responsible, will you sleep? Her delicate, pretty eyes were narrowed slightly, and her full mouth pouted gently to one side as she. It looks a bit of a gamble. The little girl was bright-eyed and sweet-looking, especially just wore the ancient dress very, especially flavorful. Qin Feng likes it as it is, but he's got too many girls around him now. Plus he's been plowing for so many days in a row. There's not much need for it at the moment. And after all this time of refinement, he wasn't as eager for girls nowadays as he had been in the beginning. Anyway, there's always a woman to serve whenever you want. It's like a person doesn't feel hungry when they're full. The food is in front of him, and if he wants it, he can eat it or not. He spoke calmly and naturally. Don't worry, I have no interest in your body. When he finished, he saw the little girl's face fall, rather stricken. Qin Feng added with a smile, but I do like to see you smile. I used to. The little girl all of a sudden showed another look of surprise. When you used to play that little princess, I thought that when I got rich someday, I would pamper you and spoil you. Qin Feng's words made Han Yanfei happy. It's something to brag about when one's performance is enjoyed. But the thought that the man only liked his old self, and not interested in his current self, Han Yanfei couldn't help but spit out a suspicious glance at Qin Feng. Uncle, you're not a pedophile, are you? Put. Qin Feng nearly spewed out a mouthful of wine and coughed several times. After slowing down, he said, asterisk 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 off. I'm not a pervert. Han Yanfei said fervently. Perverts don't usually admit they're perverts. Qin Feng squinted at her. Do you not want to be the female lead? Han Yanfei immediately shrank her neck, revealing a pleasing smile and apologizing obediently. I'm sorry. How can a guy as nice as uncle be a pervert, right? Qin Feng snorted coldly and looked at her wistfully, as if he was trying to figure out how to deal with her. Han Yanfei's smile faltered, and she looked around sheepishly, seeing the juice in front of her. Aura said as she brought it up. I have said something wrong, so I'll punish myself with 3 glasses. After saying that, he picked up a tall glass filled with juice and tons of it was poured down. Then with gusto, he reached for the large drink bottle on the table. Her assistant, He Xiaojing, clenched her fists. That's 3 cups of sugar down and you're over the calorie limit for the day. The assistant wanted to go and stop Fifi from continuing, but it was a drink that fell within the realm of socializing, and she didn't know what to advise. All you can do is sit on the sidelines and do nothing. And when Han Yanfei drank the 2nd cup it didn't matter. But after the 3rd cup she was a bit full and didn't have an appetite for anything. Sometimes 3 full drinks in is no better than a small glass of white wine. Qin Feng also kept on badgering her with food, smiling as he watched her eat it. Han Yanfei's face showed bitterness, and under the temptation of the heroin, she swallowed it with tears. Then he picked up another half cup of juice and defiantly went to honor Qin Feng. Su Yukai saw them joking around so intimately, and don't dare run over and try to persuade them to drink. So he chatted with Xiao Lily, who had rushed over next to him, about work. Xiao Lily heard her boss say that she would drop $300 million on the drama. She was stupid in person. I rushed to the hotel on a moving train, and I wasn't even in the mood for dinner. It's just a dry spell. Keep in mind that their company just landed and now they don't even have a kitten or even sanitation. You're just going to start working on a $300 million project? And it's still the most complicated and troublesome drama to shoot. Their company doesn't even have a treasurer now. Suddenly she's rushing to be a producer. Who can stand this? At this point, the director is faced with a variety of highly specialized questions. She could only be vague. Let's eat first. We'll talk when we get back. She was under a lot of pressure, and she really had no experience with this kind of program, despite having spent the last 2 nights desperately trying to brush up on this knowledge. But after all, it was too short a time. Only 2 days of learning. She braced herself to finish her meal and say goodbye to the director. Sitting in Qin Feng's car, he ignored Han Yanfei's presence and said directly to the boss in the back row, "Boss, our company is in urgent need of recruiting. We can't wait on the internet anymore. We have to find a specialized headhunter to recruit experienced people in the industry." Qin Feng doesn't know much about this. He didn't much like the senior guys' mouths, though. Those people, on the basis of their connections and contacts, tugged their noses in the air as if they were asking for his job. He didn't expect to make money up front with this company. Anyway, this is the time to burn money any way you want. Give new graduates a little opportunity. Do not recruit the old man. Make a few mistakes and lose some money. It does not matter, as long as the attitude is serious on the line. Xiao Lily said anxiously, "Boss, could it be that the chief planner, supervising producer, production director, coordinator, finances, and operations are all recruiting young people? Why not?" Qin Feng said indifferently, "This project is considered to be a practice for you. Give you half a year to grow." After half a year directly eliminated those who do not meet the standard, leaving behind those who are willing to learn and willing to work hard to continue to be responsible for larger and more projects. This, Xiao Lily opened her mouth in shock. How much money does the owner really have to practice with a $300 million project? Don't this and that. Qin Feng interrupted Xiao Lily impatiently. You don't have to worry too much. The money is for you. Just spend it on Fifi. Our priority at this stage is to promote her. 300 million is just the production cost of the TV series. You boldly go and get a quote for the rest of the PR costs. Xiao Lily in the front row turned her head with her mouth open, dumbfounded, and, inside, a huge wave turned up and could not be calmed for a long time. You've invested $300 million and you want to continue to add more money? And telling yourself not to worry? Damn! How can you not worry about so much money? You as the hands off the cupboard comfortable. When the time comes where the money to spend you ask, how can I report to you all? You have money. You can be capricious. Big hundreds of millions of dollars of projects to say a word in Finnish. I'm responsible inside and out. In the early stages, the project has to be submitted for approval. The core creators have been formed, and the costing of the filming has to be done. Medium-term control and coordination of filming production to move forward effectively. Interfacing with all units and personnel. At a later stage, we also have to negotiate to find a cooperative distribution platform to give our film momentum and promotion. With all this going on, if you don't care and I don't care, who's going to care? Do you just throw $300 million at that little director and tell him to go fly off the handle? No one's watching. Who knows if he's taking the money and messing around? Xiao Lily had always thought that Qin Feng would only be irresponsible to little girls. Now it seems that he is equally irresponsible to an old girl like himself. Now that there are just 2 people in the company, it's amazing that the boss doesn't even care about recruiting. What in heaven's name is a boss like that? Xiao Lily was about to collapse. She saw Wang Gang, who was driving next to her with an expressionless face, and that rippling look was an inverse comparison to herself. It's the same getting $2 million. Why does this guy just have to drive while he has to deal with so many things? She was so angry that she wanted to grab Wang Gang by the neck and shake him to death. Chapter 170 Gathering the Wool of the System. Qin Feng looked at Han Yanfei beside him as if he had thought of something and said to Xiao Lily, "Right. Later on, you go prepare an acting agent contract and sign Fifi up. Remember she still has a breach of contract on her. You go take care of it." Faced with her boss's extra demands, Xiao Lily returned in despair. "Okay, boss. There's also a girl named By Seeing. You also go and make contact. Help her find a professional to see if she has the potential to be a star. If you can then sign up, and then see if you want to find a drama for her, or work with Fifi in a supporting role to exercise." Xiao Lily heard her boss rambling on and on. There was a soft closing his eyes in agony. He leaned his head back against the seat and, destroy it. Tired. She doesn't want to struggle. If the company goes down, big deal. Quit. There's nothing to be afraid of. Her tightly closed eyes left 2 lines of unbearable tears. Qin Feng, who was sitting in the back row, on the other hand, was completely unaware of how complicated these things were. He doesn't care if the company goes out of business, because he doesn't play like everyone else. He can't spend all the money in his system, so he's not starting a company with the intention of making money. Rather, They are holding out for spending money. He personally spends money, and he can't get much of it back if he spends more. And if the company spends money, that more or less comes back. The more you spend, the more you'll get back. The system has no restrictions on him dropping money to support his goddess, nor does it have any restrictions on him indirectly laundering his dog-licking funds. The only restriction is that the goddess needs absolute freedom. In other words, there can be no liquidated damages on a signed contract. That is to say, in case you work hard to make a girl popular, and then she runs away, Jin Feng couldn't do anything at all. Lick, it's too much of a lick. But, after all, it's spending the system's money. Jin Feng had nothing to protest. Spending the system's money and picking up your own girls is already earning its keep. It would be rude to protest with the system again about defaults not being defaults. What's more, you can't get your own superpowers until the girl falls in love with you. So what he needs is a boost in favorability, not screwing the company. It's like the bully never has to work on the TV show, just hang around the women. Jin Feng hoped to be like those overbearing chiefs, who had nothing to do all day and fell in love with their female subordinates every day. Fifi, what do you think of the play that director was talking about during lunch? The car was a bit quiet, and looking at Han Yanfei who didn't say anything on the sidelines, Jin Feng casually found a topic to ask. I'm going to head back first. I've just had a bit too much to drink and my mind is a bit scrambled. Han Yanfei burped a burp filled with the flavor of orange juice and rubbed her stomach. I don't know if it was the whole bottle of drink she just drank. She still can't believe it a little bit. Just 2 or 3 hours ago, he was being scolded by the director for $10,000. And now you're actually going to be the lead actress in a mega production. Life sure doesn't know what's going to happen next. It's not like anyone forced you to drink it. What's the point of blindly toasting with orange juice? Jin Feng scolded. It's been a long time since I've had a drink and I got a little out of control for a moment. He. Drink less. It's all saccharin and coloring. I know. The lines are exactly the same as my assistant's. Which one of you is the repeater? Jin Feng choked and stared at her without saying anything. Han Yanfei hurriedly smiled and pulled away from the topic, saying, right uncle, you just said you want to sign a contract. Can we sign for a shorter period of time? 1 or 2 years a year kind of sign. Jin Feng said indifferently. You want to sign shorter? Signing for a long time is a pain in the ass when it comes time to fall out. Oh, you want to mess with me? Hey, I just wanted a way back. You don't know. I've been screwed over before. Han Yanfei began to spit on her previous company. She signed a 10-year deal with that previous entertainment company. It was the most precious decade of her life. Everything was going so well, and when the fire was on, everyone came to compliment it. But then she was ostracized by the entire entertainment industry and lost her star. Instead of supporting her, the company wants to squeeze the last value out of her, arranging for her to perform at some entertainment venues or appear on stage at events organized by rich people. When Han Yanfei disagreed, the company snowballed her. Snowing is like cutting off all her financial resources, because she's on a full contract, with all her commercial activities represented by an agency, so she couldn't even go out to work on her own if she wanted to. She had no choice but to terminate her contract, and after a long lawsuit, she ended up losing. How can a little girl fight an entertainment company with a professional legal department? So she has a natural fear of contracts. Hearing Jin Feng say that he wanted to sign, she hoped Jin Feng would show mercy and not sign for too long. For the sake of her taking him to the top, she was afraid she wouldn't make it through. Jin Feng understood the beginning and end of the matter, and did not have a soft heart, and asked with a straight face, I spent $300 million to make you famous. Do you think it's appropriate to sign for a year or two? Han Yanfei said with a bitter, pitiful face. Then I'll work for you for nothing these 2 years. Can't I? 9-1. 9-1. You 9. I 1. And as long as nothing unpleasant happens in the future, I promise I'll renew my contract. Thinking about it, the contract must be signed until your legal retirement age. Jin Feng sneered. Ha, isn't this a death pact? Han Yanfei shouted. Otherwise, what? I've gone to the trouble of investing so many resources in you, and if you pat yourself on the back and walk away, won't my company be yellow? Jin Feng argued reasonably. 55-55 you bully. Han Yanfei brewed her emotions and prepared to start crying. She didn't want to miss out on the show, and no pasteurizer would turn down an opportunity like this. She also knew that Jin Feng was right. With such a large investment, it was unlikely that any company would accept a 2-year contract. But even though she knew the capital was ruthless, she wanted to try to pout and act pathetic to fight for it. What if this big brother who looks so nice and talkative is a good guy? She pouted her little pink mouth. The corners of her mouth turned downward, and her soulful eyes twinkled as she looked up at the man. 3 seconds. Emotions in place. A mist of water brewed in his eyes and his nose began to huff continuously. A look of crying if you don't give candy. Jin Feng looked at her with interest. I don't know. It's fun to make little girls cry. Okay, don't get into this whole thing. You can't negotiate the length of the contract. But Han Yanfei's curiosity got the better of her, and she lost her desire to cry. She grabbed Xin Feng's arm and asked eagerly, "But what? But there are other things to talk about." "What other stuff? Like your base salary, percentage of the contract, liquidated damages, that sort of thing." Hearing that she wanted to talk about this, Han Yanfei asked in surprise, "Is there still a base salary? Celebrities aren't bandwagon anchors, and they generally don't get paid a guaranteed salary. Only individual agencies that train newcomers for their debut will give the newcomers a little bit of living expenses to ensure that they don't starve to death." "Well, let's give you 50,000 a month. My nanny 40,000. You're a star at least. Too low doesn't look good." Xin Feng's words made Han Yanfei feel that there was something wrong somewhere, but she didn't respond, and asked dully, "What's 50,000 going to do?" "Don't have to do anything. Take me to the score after work after shooting if you can." Han Yanfei is a bit baffled. At first glance, though, it seems reasonable for rich people to screw around like this. It's not uncommon to spend $50,000 to get someone to play with you. Chapter 171. Since he's giving a guarantee, it's not like he doesn't want to give me a 91% cut, is it? And to think that some vampire companies take all the proceeds from their artists. Han Yanfei was a bit flustered and said with a trembling voice, "Uncle, 1 point out of 9 is already very low. You can't suck all my blood." Xin Feng laughed. "How could I possibly do this to you?" Han Yanfei was secretly relieved to see him smiling. "Scared the hell out of me. I thought you were a chowderer. Don't think so badly of people. We're neighbors at least. I won't bully you." Xin Feng slowly asked, "How much do you want for the split? Can I make an offer?" When Han Yanfei saw him gently nodding her head, hope flashed in her eyes and she carefully said, "Is it okay for you to give me a 280 for the first couple of years?" "Oh, little girl, be bold. Why don't you take it one step at a time?" Then I agree to sign for 10 years if it can be 30 to 70%, Han Yanfei said expectantly. 37 is quite a lot, and many artists in the stick country have only been 28 all their lives. She has nothing right now, and if she gets the company's support to catch fire, she'll definitely earn the 3 sevens. So 46. How long can you sign for? Xin Feng said with amusement. "I'll work for you for the rest of your life." Han Yanfei tilted her head and said, "As long as you don't force me to do those disgusting things, I agree to sign the death contract." Xin Feng teased as he saw how excited she was. "What would you do if you were 6 and I was 4? Han Yanfei couldn't believe her ears and asked in a trembling voice, "Uncle, are you serious?" Xin Feng laughed. "Of course, if you agree, we'll sign like this." Xiao Lily in the front row sniffed, as if a thread had collapsed in her brain. With his mouth open, he tried to persuade his boss to take back his orders, but after seeing his boss smiling like a flower in the rearview mirror, he finally gritted his teeth and endured. The treatment sounds outrageous, but if it's a permanent partnership, it's barely acceptable. And Han Yanfei's eyes were filled with shock. 50-50 is already the top of the line for brokers, except for some superstars who run their own studios and don't need an agency. A star like her who has to rely on her company to provide resources for everything. Don't even think about a 50-50 split, not to mention a 40-60 split. And now you're going to turn it around and take 60% yourself? For what? It's not profitable anymore, is it? Han Yanfei probed her head and looked left and right at Xin Feng, never finding where his fox's tail was hiding. Skeptical. "Uncle, I remember you only drank 2 bottles of Braveheart at noon. You're not drunk, are you?" she said and brought her body closer, putting up 2 fingers to gesture in front of Xin Feng. "How many is this?" The little girl was quirky and lively, much like Xiao Zhao in the movie, wearing a printed, slim-fitting dress with a V-shaped neckline that opened wide because of the front leaning over. Xin Feng looked at it twice and withdrew his gaze, blandly reminding, "You're naked." Han Yanfei looked down at herself and realized that she was indeed naked, but she didn't look half shy. Instead she kept her posture and dejected. "Well, I have a better body than your girlfriend, right? Shatine can be much more voluptuous than the majority of girls. This girl is not enough. Not even close." Xin Feng laughed, "But Tiny is cute too." Han Yanfei's small face reddened. Asterisk. Take advantage. Xin Feng played his scummy nature and said in a tone full of justice, "You sent yourself to me. Wouldn't I look uninterested if I didn't look?" Han Yanfei shrank back and grunted. "Men really are all big hogs. Enough of this nonsense. Let's talk about the final breach of contract," Xin Feng asked as he gazed into her eyes. "I give you investment, give you guarantee, and also give you a share. What do you think is more appropriate to set the liquidated damages?" "This must be an astronomical liquidated damages. 9 figures are possible." Han Yanfei was rarely serious, biting her nails, thinking for a moment, and testing the offer. $50 million? It was a bit of a low price, so much so that it gave her pause. Sure enough, only the man shook his head gently and asked rhetorically, "Do you think I'm missing you by tens of millions of dollars?" Han Yanfei said sardonically, "How much do you want? I can't accept too much. It's best if you can pay it off in 5 or 6 years, so you have something to look forward to in life." Qin Feng sighed with a faint sigh. "Forget it, it's better not to have such a small amount of money. If you want to leave then, just go." The car was instantly quiet. The two women were completely shocked. Qiu Lily in the front row was even more anxious on the spot, calling out in the tone of a loyal minister who died admonishing a dim king in ancient times. "Boss, it can't be. So much money spent on her. The company can't afford not to have a little bit of protection. If she runs off to another company after she's red, we'll lose our pants over." Qin Feng interrupted. "It doesn't matter. I can afford it." Qiu Lily was choking on her breath and her eyes were filled with despair. It was like he couldn't wait to die in front of Qin Feng in order to expect him to realize the seriousness of the matter. Han Yanfei also swallowed her saliva and said coyly, "Uncle, you're not thinking of sending an assassin to finish me off when I cancel my contract, are you? The other side doesn't want money, so they must want their lives. Big bosses with money will do anything. There's so much filth in the entertainment industry. A whole lot of celebrity depression and suicide. Hell, if it's really suicide." Han Yanfei cringed at what she had brainstormed. Immediately afterward, a brain crash hit her on the head, interrupting her thoughts. A cold voice rang in his ears. "Be normal. We have nothing against each other. Why would I want to kill you?" Han Yanfei covered her head and said in an abashed manner, "Why don't we sign for $300 million? I'll help you make your capital back before you terminate your contract. Do you think it's okay?" Qin Feng realized that the current situation was the same as the first time he had to deliver Xiating's house. It's all about the other side being suspicious. In order not to repeat his mistake, he took her small hand in his and whispered soothingly, "Don't worry. I just don't want you to be bound by these rules and regulations. I don't care about the breach of contract. I care about your person." Han Yanfei misunderstood something and looked at Qin Feng in a pitiful manner. But I thought you said you didn't need me to sleep with you? I'm not the kind of person you think I am," Qin Feng said righteously. "Then why are you being so nice to me?" Han Yanfei was skeptical. In the face of this problem, Qin Feng had prepared for it. Only he said in a tone so gentle that it would make us so pregnant, "Do you believe that there could be someone in the world who is genuinely good to you? Who gives without expecting anything in return? And who just wants you to be happy and joyful?" "I don't believe it," Han Yanfei said decisively. As an entertainer in the entertainment industry, she was used to seeing the darkness of human nature, and those people would do anything for money. She never fantasized about the day when a man would come along who would love her, spoil her, and set her free. In the face of Qin Feng's deep love, she could only think of one possibility. "Uncle, you're not trying to be my father, are you?" Chapter 172. "I didn't realize you were still in love," Qin Feng helplessly replied back. "What's wrong with this brain of yours?" Han Yanfei acted on the spot. "Uncle, I've heard that you don't have any children, and although my parents aren't dead, they're pretty much as good as dead, so if you don't mind, I'd like to give you my old age." The little girl was half crouched in the car, acting out her feelings. That implied and longing look was a naked seduction. Qin Feng was fortunate to have a bit of power in him and stifled the bad thoughts. He rubbed the little girl's head with a gentle smile. "The most I can do is treat you as a sister. No need for old age. I'll take care of you from now on." One sentence made the relationship between the two instantly become delicate. Han Yanfei had originally been just fooling around, but seeing how serious the other party was, she suddenly felt that things had become strange, especially the moment the man's palm was placed up. There was an inexplicable feeling of happiness that could be relied upon. It had been a long time since she had felt this way, drifting around alone. She narrowed her eyes, enjoying herself for a moment before speaking in an off-key tone. "So does uncle like it when people call you brother? I'm more of a traditional man and can't take all the weird showbiz names. It's not very nice, uncle." Qin Feng glared at her without a good look. Han Yanfei hemmed and hawed and leaned on Qin Feng's shoulder. System alert, Han Yanfei's favorability plus 20. Qin Feng was puzzled and couldn't figure out what was going on with this girl, but the money hasn't been spent yet, so I cheated my way to 35 points. He was reasonably satisfied with the progress. On the way back, Qin Feng said a whole lot more to trick the little girl, promising to do whatever she wants from now on. Even if she wants to go to heaven, he will help her. Han Yanfei didn't add any more favorability. Qiu Lily listened to her boss pick up girls, couldn't help rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. The deep love of a rich man was too much for her, a woman in her 40s, to resist. If she had been 20 years younger, she might have been able to have a meaty relationship with her boss too. At that time, her face was not old, like a flower. And there were people in the school who named her the school flower. Nay, I was born before the king was born. And the king was born when I was already old. The creation of the world. The car steadily returned to Jiangcheng and parked in the parking lot of the Love's Lake community. The three of them came to the 18th floor together and entered Qin Feng's home. After visiting the 480 square foot luxury bungalow and admiring it for 3 seconds, Xiao Lily then immediately took out her laptop and started typing the contract numbly. After repeatedly confirming to Qin Feng that there was no default, and after checking with her own lawyer friend, she printed out the contract. With the help of the sales lady, got the red seal clay. The two signed and drew a pledge on the spot, and Xiao Lily stamped the seal for Qin Feng to take effect, then turned around and walked away. She was very pressed for time right now, with 1,000 things waiting to be sorted out at the company. Qin Feng promised her to be the CEO, and she was energized by this whip. Add to that the $300 million that arrived on the company's books, and she is now waiting to be whisked away by the money. Had to catch all the time to work. Once Xiao Lily left, Qin Feng and Han Yanfei were left in the room. The two were silent for a while, neither one speaking. Han Yanfei finished signing. Her heart was very emotional. She'd never seen such an outrageous contract in her life. It's not clear if this rich guy is serious or not. Without seeing the real money, Han Yanfei can't help but suffer. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was wondering how this girl's strategy was better. I'm sure the normal routine doesn't work too well, judging by her oily attitude. Only sincerity can impress such a belabored maiden. The two were quiet for a few minutes. Qin Feng asked as he went to the refrigerator to get a drink. What would you like to drink? Coke, please. With a man and a woman alone in the same room, Han Yanfei behaved a lot better. No more big jokes. She was somewhat prepared for what might happen next. The man's house, car, chauffeur secretary, and $100,000 for the director offhand. None of it shows that the other side is really rich. If she could please the man today, the investment of $300 million should be very hopeful to materialize. Though ultimately it's the flesh that gets the glory. But this handsome, gentle man, she felt she could still accept. Here, your mineral water. Qin Feng opened his own Coke and swirled a small half bottle in one gulp. Han Yanfei stared blankly and asked, "Isn't this Coke what I want?" I suddenly remembered that Jing told me when she left that you can't have any more drinks today. No way, uncle. You're such a rich big boss. Listening to a little assistant? Well, she said your blood sugar is high. That damned girl. Saying everything outside. Come back and I'll tear her mouth off. Han Yanfei huffed. Better drink mineral water. Qin Feng said. Han Yanfei took the mineral water. Her heart a little messed up. It was both touching to be cared for and irritating that he was drinking Coke in front of her. Half the time, it calmed down a little. Looking at the knot in the man's rolling throat, Han Yanfei developed a strange urge. Hey, uncle, be gentle later. It's my first time. Put. Qin Feng almost sprayed Coke in her face, but fortunately he didn't turn his head away in time. It was the first time he had ever seen a girl so bold as to say such a thing out loud, and it doesn't sound right. At this point, if you took the other's blood, it would be nothing more than a trade between the two. It's going to be hard to improve the other person's favorability in the future. Now is not the time to show your fangs. Qin Feng chose to endure. Don't get any ideas? I didn't mean that. Han Yanfei stood up, and with the graceful steps she had learned all morning, she walked to Qin Feng in a graceful manner and said with charming eyes, "Don't pretend, uncle. It's just the two of us here. You can do whatever you want." Oh. She smiled flirtatiously, her eyes teasing. Qin Feng then realized why that director shouted card. It really doesn't look like a seduction. Rather it gives the impression that I'm going to molest you. He took 2 hasty steps back, pulling away, and a book. Please behave yourself. Girl, you just said you were going to pension me off. Han Yanfei didn't expect this man to refuse at this time. She had a difficult expression on her face and squirmed. I was acting, okay? The girl's shy look was even more lethal than when she had just teased. The petite and delicate figure stood there in a pavilion, like a budding lotus. What a showy beauty. Qin Feng sat awkwardly on the sofa. Fifi, I think we need to talk about this. Joshi, come on. Han Yanfei's entire body stuck up. Her hands wrapped around Qin Feng's neck, and one leg knelt on the sofa. Qin Feng felt the need to let her know how powerful she was. Only he raised his hand, and, as the girl closed her eyes for a kiss, slap it hard behind the girl. Pia. The fiery pain made Han Yanfei scream and jump. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're getting serious. She twisted her head to see an instant red patch of skin below her waist, and then the fingerprints were invisible behind her. Han Yanfei turned around and glared angrily at Qin Feng. Don't think that just because I have a good temper, I won't beat you up, Qin Feng said indifferently. You. Han Yanfei was furious. The first time I took the initiative to put my foot down and commit myself. I was surprised to be rejected by a man. Who's going to believe that? Is he so unattractive? Or did this man really not like his body? Han Yanfei was on the verge of tears. Chapter 173, The Strange Attributes of a Little Girl. Xin Feng saw the little girl's red eyes. Knowing that he hit her too hard hurt her. He didn't go up and apologize. This girl had to be punched to get it. Otherwise, the next time you get a wave, you might not really be able to carry it yourself. I could smell the unique scent of a young girl when that little ninny pressed up against me. Could still feel her nervous heartbeat. Fifi, do you realize what you're doing? Xin Feng sat on the sofa and slowly calmed himself. I know. Isn't that what you men like? Han Yanfei rubbed the place where she had been hit with a grim expression. What I'm asking is, do you like doing this? The man's voice was so calm that one couldn't help but think about his words. Han Yanfei didn't know if she liked it or not. She just felt like she should do it. I like it very much. He's young, rich and loves people. Who wouldn't like that? Are you sure? Xin Feng said expressionlessly. A Jussie wouldn't be afraid that his girlfriend would be upset, would he? Han Yanfei said indifferently. The big deal is that when your girlfriend comes, I'll just hide. The girl's words were a little heartbreaking. What kind of experience would it take to make a 22-year-old girl willingly cheapen herself? Xin Feng got up, reached out and cupped her face, gently shaking it. Did you not even take my words to heart? Oh, it hurts. Spill it. Han Yanfei gripped the man's hands with both of hers, trying to peel him away. This stinking man. Why did he pull his mouth? Was he hinting at it? Han Yanfei thought about it in a skewed way. But who knew the man's next words would take her by surprise? I told you I'd make you happy and joyful without having to worry about money or catering to anyone. Not to mention not having to think about all the bad things. With me you can be happy and carefree like you used to be. Han Yanfei was stunned for a moment. Lifting his head, he looked into the man's calm face, the deep eyes daring him to look directly into them. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. And she said in shock, Uncle, you're really going to raise me as your daughter? If you go back to the old days, I'd raise you as a daughter. There was tender pity in this man's eyes, genuine kindness, and a faint fondness. She had never seen such clean, clear eyes. Those rich people from the entertainment industry used to look at themselves when they were, to what like picking out a piece of merchandise with outrageous calmness, to be what it is like looking at a toy, unbridled and undisguised. And the eyes of the man in front of her, unadulterated by a little desire or greed, were tender and intoxicating. Han Yanfei inexplicably wanted to cry, but she held back. Uncle, are you infertile? Why else would you recognize me as your daughter? Xin Feng's expression, which had been concave for so half a day, was dried up by her sentence. Such a pretty girl, how come she has a long mouth? He was so angry that he couldn't resist the urge to strike again. Han Yanfei sensed something bad and hurriedly retreated a few steps back, jumping out of the opponent's attack range and calling out, Don't fight yet, I want to talk. Say, Ajushi, let me state in advance that the me you saw on TV before was fake. It was me acting. Don't be fooled by my cute appearance. In reality I'm not that well behaved. It's okay to misbehave. Just don't break the law. Xin Feng said. I'm lazy and stupid. I'm a good cook. I like to curse. And I really don't have much going for me except that I'm slightly better than the average person at playing games. Han Yanfei blushed herself as she spoke, sneaking a glance at Xin Feng's expression and seeing that he seemed indifferent. She continued weakly again. If I don't act, eat and live with you all day long, watch dramas and play games like a nerdy girl, and spam those online celebrities every day, will you still be willing to support me? Xin Feng gave her a serious look and saw that her eyes were full of hope, as if these were her ultimate dreams. Xin Feng covered his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache coming on before he even started raising it. Do you think I'll keep you? The little girl shyly pulled Xin Feng's hand and delicately said, You're such a nice guy. I don't suppose you'd mind if I laid flat and swung for the fences. Would you? You wish. Xin Feng shook her off with one hand. It's really hard to fake deep feelings in front of such a naughty little girl. The only way to soothe yourself is to freak out. Han Yanfei said weakly. Didn't you say you wanted to make me happy and joyful? I can only feel happy when I'm lying down. What are you going to spray those stars with if you don't act? You're going to eat yourself into a 300-pound fatso. And guess if I'll slap you away. Humph. A set of words. As soon as it comes to the actual action, it reveals itself. Man. Xin Feng was so angry that he cupped her face with both hands and pulled back and forth. It made her little pink face red. Han Yanfei begged for mercy in pain. System prompt. Han Yanfei's favorability plus 20. Xin Feng didn't think that beating her up would add to his goodwill. Does this chick have some weird attributes? A ravishment that brought the two closer together. After that, Han Yanfei shamelessly ran to pull Xin Feng to play pesticide. Xin Feng helplessly accompanied her in a double row, because the operations were all done on a small cell phone. It caused Qin Feng's strength to drop a lot. Still, it's easy to win a bunch of diamonds. The two sat on the couch and giggled and played all afternoon. The other side, Fang Jiajun, who didn't win the argument, was furious. He went to an agency called Skyjoy Entertainment, ran into the general manager's office and cried to a fat woman in her 40s. Sister Flora, they bullied me. The fat woman's face shuddered with a shiver of fat, and her heart ached as she cradled her little puppy in her arms in comfort. What's going on here? Who bullied you? The director of that show, in order to hold an expired vase, won't shoot my show. Ha? What's going on with the director? Today when we were shooting the drama, a rich kid came and said he wanted to drop $300 million on that vase, and that director made a fuss about terminating my contract in order to lick him. Fang Jiajun added more fuel to the fire and talked about today's events. The general idea was that Qin Feng was brutal and unreasonable, pretending to rob his people in order to coax his woman. The fat woman sounded a little angry. Where did the little Yakuza come from? Dare to come to 2-year-old to move the earth? The fat woman's name is Hua Yanan. From the Hong Kong side, is a well-known agent and producer in the Chinese acting circle, and has made several big stars. She is so famous in the entertainment industry that everyone calls her Sister Flower. Who's that vase the rich kid is going to hold? It's that Han Yanfei who publicly scolded you before. So it's that guy who thinks he can turn over a new leaf just because he found a backer, right? Hua Yanan angrily took out her cell phone and flipped out a number to dial. Hey, look up a rich kid named Qin Feng for me. See if he's from the Qin family. And tell your men to dig out all of Han Yanfei's black information. I remember before her mom seemed to find her messing around, saying she wanted money or something. You go and find out. Take a little more pictures of her now. You should have the address, right? Fang Jiajun smiled happily when he saw Hua Yanan's angry face. Like a sunny, cheerful teenager. Chapter 174, Robbery. Han Yanfei's entire body relaxed in Qin Feng's home, laying on the couch playing with my phone, legs crossed to the back of the chair. No image at all. Qin Feng looked up and caught a glimpse of her indecent posture. He sighed helplessly. This girl really didn't treat herself as an outsider. Fifi, can you pay attention to your image? A girl's family? What's decent about this? Han Yanfei said without lifting her head when she heard the man's lecture. I'm like this in my own house. If you don't like what you see, you can close your eyes. After an afternoon of hanging out together, she had gradually let herself go and started talking out of turn. Qin Feng raised his bushy palm and sneered. Nonviolence is not cooperation, is it? Han Yanfei immediately sat down obediently and behaved herself. Ha ha ha. Wrong. Really, I haven't even gotten undressed yet. Qin Feng, uncle, I'm hungry. I want a burger and fried chicken, without the star filter. This little girl is a bummer. Qin Feng can do nothing. Who told the little girl to look beautiful, with tears, but also have to spoil? I'll call and ask your assistant if you can have it. Han Yanfei was anxious. Where would that dead girl agree to her eating these? She threw down her cell phone and tugged at the man's hand, shaking it around and pouting. Come on, uncle. I'll just have a chicken drumstick, or a chicken nugget. Qin Feng couldn't stand the little girl spilling her guts, and after thinking about it, he compromised. Let's go downstairs for some proper Chinese food and order you a pot of braised chicken nuggets. That's fine too. Let's go. Han Yanfei gushed and pulled Qin Feng up and ran. Call your assistant, too. She's trying to lose weight. I can't wreak havoc on people. There was a hint of revenge in her tone. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and had to call that little assistant himself. The little assistant was next door and came over when she got the call. She saw Han Yanfei intimately holding the man's hand and mistakenly thought that her star had been taken. He Xiaojing sighed quietly and, behind every glamorous star, there is a man who quietly pays sweat. I didn't realize that even the stubborn Han Yanfei was no exception. The young assistant's dreams of stardom are shattered. The three of them went downstairs and out of the neighborhood. By now it was dark, and the streetlights along the road began to work, glowing dimly in a blur. Qin Feng took them to the private dining room where they had eaten last time. As he passed a business car parked out front, he felt as if someone was watching him. He frowned slightly as he looked over at the car with the black car wrap. The enhanced vision could only make out a few vague figures inside. I wonder what the people inside are doing. What's wrong? Han Yanfei asked curiously when she saw Qin Feng staring straight at the car. Nothing. It's just that I feel like someone is watching us, said Qin Feng. Asterisk. Han Yanfei realized something and hurriedly let go of Qin Feng's hand. He Xiaojing in the back also nervously fished out the mask from her bag and put it on her. Qin Feng immediately reacted as well when he saw them covering up. You're surrounded by a star. And even if you're over the hill, you're still a topic of conversation. If there is a scandal, it will affect her career in the future. Also, there is a chance that he himself will become famous because of her. He didn't want pictures of himself with another woman to be seen by his girlfriends. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also hurriedly asked He Xiaojing for a mask. Then follow their example and walk with your head down. The three men bowed their heads and left. She's going to be younger and look more tender. Two lewd voices rang out from inside the parked business car. Who's the guy next to her? It's not the rich kid who adopted her, is it? Whoever he is, just happened to film the two of them to turn in. Just hold a hand. It's not strong enough to shoot. See, they are so close. Maybe they are going to get a room. Let's quietly follow them up and see. That's right. Most of these guys have families, so maybe they can make some extra money. With that, the two opened the door and got out of the car, following far behind with their cameras. Qin Feng discovered them at the first opportunity. As he walked, he said to Han Yanfei, Fifi, let's go down that alley over there. Han Yanfei wondered. Why? Qin Feng wrapped his arm around her and turned to the right while softly explaining. There are no cameras there and it's easy to run errands. Han Yanfei said incredulously. Uncle, so you like being outside? Qin Feng knocked his head over and said in a bad mood. Can't you think of anything normal all day? We're being followed. I'm going to the alley to take care of it. Han Yanfei protested in a small voice. Hitting your head will make you stupid. Don't hit my head. I don't usually see you as smart. He Xiaojing was a little nervous when she heard that she was being followed, wanting to turn around to see if there was anyone, but desperately trying to hold back. I don't know how many people are on the other side, and how Boss Qin plans to think of solving it. What if there's a fight? Worried, she followed the two men into the alley, and the two men behind them looked at each other a little hesitantly as they saw them turn into the alley. They didn't know if the alley was open, whether to follow or wait for the other side to come out. The two men talked it over a little and decided to follow it up and see what happened. There was no reason to be afraid of him with two big men on his side, and he didn't do anything. He just took a picture. Even if you get beat up, it's still blood money. The nobler the status, the more money they lose, and they're very experienced. The two hurried over, walking into the mouth of the alley. I realized that only two girls were walking in front of me, and the rich kid was gone. The two of them were secretly amazed and quickened their pace to follow closer. Suddenly a cold voice sounded behind him. Robbery! This road is mine. The two men were startled and turned around to find that the rich second generation had come around behind them at some point. The two of them laughed awkwardly twice, not taking Qin Feng's words seriously. It's just slightly embarrassing to be caught stalking. A slightly older man stepped forward and said, Boss, I'm sorry, we're just trying to make a living, so please make it easy for us. Qin Feng found it funny. You're following us and you want us to make it easy? He walked up to them, put two hands on each of their shoulders, and said cheerfully, So do I still have to pose for your photos and videos? The older man only felt a weight on his shoulders, an irresistible force coming from the, trying to break free. He found that his body could not move as if it was held in place by steel bars. He blanched, turned his head to his stronger companion, and, only to see him also gritting his teeth and reddening his face, as if he was enduring great pain. The older man's heart was in shock. The force was horrible. He immediately begged for mercy. Big brother, gently, have a talk. We know we're wrong. Qin Feng laughed. What's wrong? Han Yanfei, who heard the commotion in front, ran back excitedly and yelled, Uncle, did you catch the paparazzi? Behind her, He Xiaojing anxiously said, Fifi is in danger. Don't go over. Chapter 175. Qin Feng drops camera in anger. In the dark alleyway, a not-so-tall boy was putting his arm around two socialites with a smile on his face. The two people who were straddled were full of sardonic smiles, like they were trying to impress some big shot. And the man hitching a ride on them had an extremely relaxed posture and was affectionately saying something to them. The three of them seemed to be very cordial on the surface. And there were two other girls in masks not far away. Passers-by were walking by at the mouth of the alley and were a little surprised to see this scene. Instead of flirting with the girls, what do these three men mean by hugging each other? But they didn't ask much. It was just a quick glance and then it was gone. What did you two shoot? Qin Feng asked the two. Just a couple of hand-holding pictures, said Moneymaker. You've got a lot of nerve. Daring to film us secretly? Qin Feng once again exerted a slight force in his hand. The two just felt like their bones were being pinched. Xian Ming even directly screamed out in misery, causing passers-by to look at him frequently. Brother, the photos are in the camera. Please be generous and let us go. At this time, Han Yanfei arrived and felt a bit incredulous when she saw the two of them in a submissive manner. Why are they so well behaved? Aren't all doggies shameless? Maybe they just did it not long ago and are more honest. Qin Feng turned his head and asked them both, right? At this moment, the two people who were under control didn't dare to move around, and smiled bitterly as they said yes again and again. Han Yanfei was a bit strange. How can an honest man be a paparazzo? Could it be that they were so honest because they knew Qin Feng's identity and felt they couldn't afford to mess with him? It was the only possibility that came to her mind. Han Yanfei couldn't help but be suspicious of Qin Feng's identity, only that now was not the time to ask him about his identity. She pushed her curiosity down and stepped forward to take the paparazzi's camera and look through the pictures they had taken. Over here, Qin Feng felt that they should know how powerful they were, so he let go of his hand and asked indifferently, "What company are you two with? What are your names?" The elder old money immediately stepped in and replied, "Boss, we're from One Click Network Information Company. My name is Qian Ming. His name is Li Daxiang. Why are you filming us?" Boss, you ask this? I don't know how to reply. Our job is to secretly photograph the stars. We happened to see you guys walking on the road, so we took a few random shots. Qin Feng walked over to accompany Han Yanfei to look at the pictures in the camera. Seeing that there was a picture of himself and Han Yanfei holding hands inside, he was unhappy. "You're breaking the law. You know that?" Qian Ming rubbed his shoulders and said bitterly, "Can't help it. We have to eat. If we don't do it, someone else will do it. People like these gossips, we don't want it either." Qin Feng had what seemed like so much sense when he heard it. It's not just the seller's fault that the chain has formed. Anything in this world, if someone buys it, someone will do it. The cost of the crime is so low for something like clandestine filming that you get out after a couple of days in jail, and there's not much that can be done about it at all. Qin Feng asked Han Yanfei and her assistant, "How have you guys dealt with paparazzi in the past?" "Usually just call the police to lock them up for 2 days, or let the legal department sue them for some money. Basically they won't do anything to them," said he Xiaojing, who carefully rushed over. Han Yanfei saw that those two had a good attitude and didn't want to make a big deal out of it, pleading on their behalf. "Uncle, forget it, don't bother with them." Qin Feng didn't bother to teach these few people a lesson and raised his head to say to those two, "I'll let you go, but you have to promise not to shoot Han Yanfei again." Qian Ming was ecstatic and excitedly responded, Okay, thank you big brother for being understanding. We will never appear in front of sister-in-law in the future. It better be, Qin Feng said softly as he stared into their eyes. "If I ever see you again, I won't be as nice as I am today." Thinking of the man's strange power, Qian Ming's heart flinched and hastily conceded, "Don't worry big brother, I won't appear before you even if I die." He meant it when he said it. This kind of rich kid with huge strength, in case he got excited and crippled himself, he might not be able to take care of himself for the rest of his life. People can afford to lose a lot of money, but he's in deep. He felt that it was more important for him to live than to earn the few $100s. Qin Feng saw that they were sincere and did not look like they were being perfunctory, so having personally deleted the photos from the camera and returned it to them, remember what you said, get lost. Qian Ming and Li Daxiang were like amnesties, bowing their heads and thanking them repeatedly. Then he turned and was about to trot away. At this moment, he Xiaojing suddenly spoke out to Qin Feng. "Boss Qin, paparazzi usually have other filming tools. Cameras are just what they use in plain sight." Qin Feng sniffed and immediately shouted at them. "Wait." Qian Ming's steps stopped, and he said with a dark cry of, he did have a pinhole camera that was recording in his belt, and if he was found out, the other party was afraid that they wouldn't let themselves off so easily. He glanced at the horrified Li Daxiang and saw that his young partner did not have the slightest intention of splitting up and running away. He hesitated for a couple seconds before stiffening and turning around with a shy smile. "Boss, we didn't bring anything else today. Just this camera." Really? He bet the other guy couldn't find his camera. And it was true that Qin Feng couldn't find out. Normal men rarely paid attention to other men's belts. "If you have any other pictures, you'd better delete them yourselves. Don't wait to make me do it. No more, absolutely no more." Qin Feng saw his eyes flickering and leisurely added a sentence. "No, it's for the best. If I see a picture of myself on the internet tomorrow you'll be out of luck." Qian Ming's expression became difficult. Big brother, if other people film it." Qin Feng sneered, not waiting for him to finish. Swish, snatched his camera over. At his astonished glance, Qin Feng held the camera with one hand and held it up in front of him, slowly exerting pressure. Only the solid SLR camera was gradually deformed under Qin Feng's strange force. Cluck, 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 with a chilling sound. That camera looks like it's been thrown into a pulverizer and blended. Branches shattered and glass lenses splattered. In the end, under his violent destruction, it actually turned into a lump of iron. Qian Ming and Li Daxiang were dumbstruck. Their eyes glazed over in shock. They couldn't have imagined that someone would use one hand to flatten a camera made of aluminum. Previously, he had thought that Qin Feng was just a fitness bodybuilder with more strength. Now that I look at it, it's not even a human being at all, with a body of flesh. How can you do this? Is this Superman? Qian Ming and Li Daxiang felt that their outlook on life had received a shock. Han Yanfei also looked dumbfounded, stepping forward to break Qin Feng's hand and scrutinize the pile of scrap iron. Incredibly, he exclaimed out, Asterisk 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 uncle. Are your hands made of iron? Qin Feng didn't answer her question, just tossing the squashed camera at its owner. There's no one there to pick it up. The camera arced through the air and landed on the ground in front of its owner. Splat. Shattered more thoroughly. Chapter 176, It's You, Iron Man. Qian Ming then looked back at the scrap metal on the ground and he drew in a cold breath and a cold sweat broke out on his back. What happened when you just said that you wanted other people to take my picture? Qin Feng smiled faintly at him. Qian Ming realized that the person in front of him was extraordinary, and was by no means something he could afford to mess with. He said solemnly, Big brother, I will never let pictures of you and MS Han appear on the internet. And in case something like this does happen, I will do everything I can to help you make things right. Qin Feng nodded without a trace. In the face of absolute violence, no one dares to remain naughty. Add a friend. If you have the ability to control public opinion, I have a list on my side for you to work with. Qian Ming was unwilling to come into contact with this kind of Superman, but he didn't dare to disobey the other party. He shakily pulled up his QR code and held it in both hands. After adding a friend, the only thing that came out of the phone was the beep of a transaction. He fixed his eyes on the good guy. It shows a $100,000 transfer message. What do you mean? Old boss, you are. Pay for your camera. After the show of force, something has to be sweetened. This kind of small person don't look at him insignificant, but actually can do a lot of things. It will be a good weapon when used properly. Facing Qin Feng's generosity, Qian Ming's jaw was about to drop to the ground in shock. He stared blankly at the glib man. He gave $100,000 for a $10,000 camera? How rich does this man have to be to spend money like this? It's too posh. At this moment, he had already placed Qin Feng in an unattainable position in his heart. Boss, there's no need for so much. That crappy camera isn't worth a few dollars. Qian Ming said excitedly. For the rest of the money, I'll hire you to put in a good word for Han Yanfei on the internet. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he pulled over the stunned Han Yanfei and headed towards the entrance of the alley. He was hungry and didn't want to make small talk with these people. Boss, don't worry. I can definitely clean up Han Yanfei's image on the internet. Wait for your good news. If you do well, I'll consider you for my PR department. Qin Feng dropped a sentence and left the alley with the two women. Qian Ming gazed at Qin Feng's departing direction in fascination, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. He didn't expect the olive branch Qin Feng would throw at him. Deeply unseen strength, generous and quick-witted. Following such a boss may be the only way to get to the top of the ladder. He was secretly determined to hold on to this thick, massive leg. Wait a minute. Han Yanfei has cooled off so much over the years. How come the company is suddenly asking itself to dig up black news? Did something happen? He pulled out his cell phone and dialed the owner of his company. Hey boss, I've got a situation on my side. Yeah, their bodyguards found out and had the camera smashed by them. I know. I'll pay for it. I just want to ask good reason. Why suddenly want to shoot this over the top star? Sister Hannah? Oh, I see. Aha, that's it. Qian Ming hung up the phone and nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. He was ready to catch up with Qin Feng and remind him, but in retrospect, running up there like that seemed like a no-brainer. So he might as well wait until he found out what was going on before reporting it to the big guy. He went back to the business car, instructed Li Dashan not to tell anyone about today's events, and then called people one by one to ask them. Over here, the three of them, Qin Feng, were eating. Han Yanfei took a spoon and placed it in front of Qin Feng, her eyes full of anticipation. Uncle, can you bend this iron spoon? Qin Feng slanted a glance at him and buried his head in dry rice. I'm sure it doesn't work, but why did you do it just now? Han Yanfei was very curious. Qin Feng's performance just now had successfully bluffed her. She'd seen a lot of special effects in all her years of filming, but she'd never seen anyone who could rub a camera with their bare hands, and the glass inside the camera was shattered, and the man's hand actually had no scratches at all. This is so unscientific. Eat well, and don't pry into men's affairs. Qin Feng faintly returned. It wasn't very easy to explain, and he was too lazy to think of an excuse. Geez, just tell me, how did you change just now? Did you install a mechanical arm? Han Yanfei's mind was wide open. Just take it as it is. Qin Feng said non-committally. The little girl stopped asking questions. Only his eyes couldn't stop glancing towards Qin Feng, as if he was looking for something. Her assistant ate in silence. The expression was bemused. Today's events didn't come as a shock to her. She'd read 10,000 male novels. What strange and bizarre settings hadn't she seen? What cultivation, inner strength, fighting spirit, heavenly gods come down, demons become spirits. It's just a bit of strength, nothing to get worked up about. More than that, she was surprised that Qin Feng had eaten 5 bowls of rice and would continue to add more. The point is that his body doesn't look fat at all. This made He Xiaojing, who would gain weight even if she drank water, very envious. The three of them ate $600 for a simple meal. Sneaking home, when I passed the entrance to the neighborhood, I saw that the business car was still parked there. Xin Feng was a bit puzzled. Why don't those two leave? What are they doing here? He walked up and was ready to knock on the window and ask, but he didn't realize that the other person opened the door and got out first. Only Qian Ming bowed his head and laughed. I'm sorry, Mr. Xin. I lied just now. In fact, I didn't meet you guys unintentionally. Xin Feng nodded non-committally and said, well, then what? Qian Ming moved closer to Xin Feng and lowered his volume. Someone paid money to dig up dirt on you guys. Han Yunfei, who was next to her, came over and heard this and came to a realization. I told you, it's been a while since we've seen any paparazzi. So why did two of them suddenly pop up to sneak a peek at us? Who's checking us out? Xin Feng was a bit puzzled. Good for nothing. He didn't find anyone to mess with. Qian Ming said, a big agent named Hua Yanan. Didn't Mr. Xin offend her recently? He Xiaojing remembered who Hua Yanan was and reminded. It's that Feng Jiejun's sister from the morning. Could it be that the breakup of the crew pissed them off? Han Yunfei nodded and said, it's possible. Sister Flora spoils her little puppy. The kind she's afraid of melting in her mouth. Xin Feng had a head full of black lines, not knowing why. A very usual adjective coming out of this girl's mouth felt very wrong in flavor. He Xiaojing realized the seriousness of the problem and said nervously, then what should we do? They have so many big-name stars in their hands. If they deliberately target us, their fans will curse Fifi to death. Don't be afraid. It's not like we haven't been scolded before. She's nothing, Han Yunfei comforted. Not caring. She is now a person with a godfather. If she is scolded for not being able to act, then simply lie at home and let her father raise her. It's not like she's not trying. The enemy is really too powerful to do anything about it. Xin Feng secretly nodded his head when he saw Han Yunfei's bemused expression. Be fearless and calm in the face of danger. That's what a big star should look like. Yes, don't be afraid. If she can get someone to throw dirt on her, I can also pay someone to buy a favorable review. Chapter 177, Your Highness the Princess, please take your seat. Seeing that Xin Feng had the idea of smashing money, Qian Ming couldn't help but reveal a smile and said, indeed, it's normal to be targeted in the entertainment industry. Not afraid of being scolded, but afraid of no one paying attention. If she dares to let her artist smear our sister Fei Fei, that might still be a good thing. Xin Feng asked, how so? Qian Ming smiled and explained, doesn't that make it a topic of conversation? It's best to let the fans on both sides get into a fight, and we'll hire a bunch of mercenaries to make things bigger. If we spare the money, we can also make the fans who were supporting them become our people. And the owners of those fan bases are very nice to talk to when they see money. And the more money we throw at it, the more people will support us, and then we'll say whatever we want and bite them back. Seeing his words and familiarity with this set, Xin Feng asked curiously, you can handle these? Qian Ming smugly said, of course, do our line of work is dealing with those water army. A common comment 10 cents, likes 10 30 cents, likes over 100 is only $3. Online a post can be grouped two groups of people. Xin Feng wasn't interested in listening to this insider information and interrupted. Okay, I'll call out to you if I need you then. Okay, Mr. Xin, I'll leave you guys alone then. Qian Ming could see that Xin Feng was lacking in interest and guessed that he might be in a hurry to get back to his business. So he had the good sense to get in the car and get ready to say goodbye. At that moment, Xin Feng suddenly thought of something and shouted at him. Wait. Chiming lowered the window and waited for instructions. Come on. Can you get me a little bit of blackmail on that woman named Hannah? That's fine, Mr. Xin, but she's just an agent, so the black material probably doesn't have much of an effect on her. Then you help me check if she has done anything illegal and disorderly. I see those agents on the internet engage in any yin and yang contracts, or tax evasion or whatever. We're just doggies. That kind of stuff is harder to get. Qian Ming paused, and then added, to get also get, most people in the circle play this set, only need to use a lot of money. To buy off a lot of people. Xin Feng asked indifferently, how much does it cost? Qian Ming quoted stiffly, it's almost $1 million. Xin Feng nodded his head in agreement without thinking. Yes, send me the card number. Qian Ming was overjoyed and said excitedly, boss atmosphere. Don't worry, I will definitely get things done for you. A $1 million bill for himself. A stranger he'd only met twice. Said he'd give it. I am afraid that even the rich people on the rich list cannot do this kind of boldness. Qian Ming felt happy for his choice at the moment. It's true that following this kind of big shot is the way to go. Xin Feng said smilingly as if he had guessed his thoughts. Well, if things work out beautifully, you can come work for my company for $1 million a year. Thank you, Mr. Sheen, for your appreciation. We'll definitely help you get things done within a week. Qin Feng transferred money to Qian Ming, saw him excited to get off the car to respectfully send himself home, immediately said, "Get on with your business. No need for all this nonsense," he said, waving his hand to signal him to drive. Qin Feng doesn't have many men in his hand right now. Chiu is busy and doesn't know much about the business. Since fate had brought them together, he wanted to use the money to try out this middle-aged man who seemed to be on the up and up. The agent called Sister Flower sounded like she wasn't to be messed with, and her secrets were certainly not something that the average person could get their hands on. If you can really handle that flower girl, it means you're also a talented person. Anyway, one has plenty of money and it doesn't take much to raise one. After Qian Ming's car left, Han Yunfei, who was quietly at the side without disturbing, finally couldn't hold it in. She grabbed Qin Feng's hand and shook it around, her eyes filled with longing. "Uncle, what for?" Qin Feng laughed. "You're so rich." Han Yunfei's voice was sweet and cloying. "Did you just realize that now? I knew you had money. I just didn't realize you were so rich." Han Yunfei's eyes glowed as if she wanted to swallow Qin Feng. $1 million just dumped out just to take the heat off of myself. How can one not like a man who calls for such a thing? Thinking about that $300 million he promised for the TV show. It should be a sure thing. Han Yunfei excitedly hugged the man in front of her and pecked him on the cheek. "Uncle, give me $1 million to spend too." Han Yunfei hadn't worn a mask since she'd eaten, and at the moment, she didn't know if it was oil or lip gloss on her lips, which shimmered under the streetlight. The bright little face was all sweet smiles, the beautiful Danfang eyes flickered, and the longing in them looked like they were trying to trick one's stomach into growing. Qin Feng was flashed a little dizzy. This little nymph spilling her guts really can't hold up too well. "What do you want to buy?" "I'll buy it for you. I want to buy girl stuff." "You don't understand." Han Yunfei's words caused Qin Feng to have bad associations and instantly calmed down. "No. Why? People can give it. Why can't I? People get paid to do things." "What do you get paid for?" "I can't buy candy." "I'll buy you candy." Han Yunfei was anxious, flinging her arms back and forth in place and stomping her feet again and again, looking like she was going to splash and roll. "No, you give me money. I'll buy it myself." Qin Feng couldn't stand this kind of cuteness attack. Seeing her assistant beside her, she said helplessly, "I'll leave the money here with Jing, so if you want to buy girl stuff, you can ask her to buy it for you." "How can this little housekeeper let me buy what I like?" "That can't be helped. You can't buy those immodest things anyway." Han Yunfei was so angry that she stomped her foot fiercely and turned around. It's immodesty that she wants to buy, like charging money to play the game, buying fashions and rushing equipment, as well as a reward for the little brother who rubbed it in the live stream, either trying to get a date, or trying to do it on the air, in front of other women. Listen to those little brothers yell at her. "Your Highness is here, please take your seat." "But these things, I'm afraid I'm going to get beaten up for saying them." Han Yunfei sulked, walked into the cell on her own, ran quickly to the elevator, pressed the door open button and waited for Qin Feng. Then when he saw Qin Feng appear, he immediately pressed the door close button again, shut them both out of the elevator. This childish behavior made Qin Feng helpless. He shook his head and stepped into the next elevator. When he reached the 18th floor, he exited the elevator door at the same time as Han Yunfei. Han Yunfei was obviously not very happy, and gave a light grunt, tilted her head, and went back to her house. Qin Feng hesitated whether to go across the street to coax a little, but thought better of it. After all, it's not too familiar. It's not good to go wandering around her boudoir. He opened the door to his room and stepped inside. A cold, empty room, not as lively as it was in the afternoon. In the afternoon the little girl was here chirping and dancing and making the house come alive. Qin Feng kind of liked the way she had no scruples and did as she pleased. He took out his cell phone and opened WeChat. Didn't bother to look at the red dots on the top 4 or 5 contacts. I found Xian Ming and learned some information about Han Yunfei. After that, he opened Han Yunfei's chat box again and typed, "Do you want to come over and have a chat about pocket money?" Chapter 178, Why don't you eat it when it comes to you? Less than half a minute after the message was sent, the door was opened. With a chirpy, "Uncle, I'm coming," Qin Feng turned his head, only to see a mass of white silhouettes, pouncing in the air with lightning speed. He rushed to catch it with both hands, holding the girl steady. The girl jumped so high that her whole body crashed into his face. Being hit by the young girl's softness, Qin Feng took several deep breaths before he slowed down and hurriedly said, "Hurry down." His voice jarred a little through his clothes. Han Yunfei felt the hot breath he exhaled before pulling away slightly. Seeing Qin Feng's face slightly flushed, his breathing was a bit disorganized. A wry glint flashed in her eyes. Does Uncle like it?" The two were in a less than elegant position, with the girl standing a head taller than the boy and wrapped around him like an octopus. Xin Feng was holding back a bit. He kind of regretted calling this crazy girl over. Don't be ridiculous. You're too old to be ashamed. Just make a scene. What can you do to me? Han Yanfei provoked. Xin Feng issued a warning. If you don't come down, I'm going to do it. Han Yanfei thought of the slap in the afternoon and didn't dare to be reckless. Instead, he turned to using the spoiler attack. Come on, let me hold you a little longer. On the count of 3, 1. Uncle, you're so boring. Do you treat girls like that? 2. Okay, stop. I'll just come down. Han Yanfei jumped down indignantly, grunting in disgust. Straight men are so annoying. They can't even hug. Why are they so serious? Xin Feng skimmed his lips. He didn't want to be more serious. It was just that he preferred the intimacy he had now to eating the little girl up. I'm not being serious. I just don't want you to regret it. I regret a hammer. It's not like you're responsible for it. I don't know what you're afraid of. After Han Yanfei finished speaking, as if she had thought of something, her expression was solemn and she said seriously, could it be that uncle isn't actually a real human, but an android? Or a robot? She began to run her hands all over Qin Feng's body, and her mouth was still chanting, do you have a switch on you? The kind that turns off when you push it? Qin Feng slapped away her restless little hand, but the little girl didn't care, and asked again, sticking up with a face full of curiosity, Uncle, do you eat oil or electricity? Qin Feng had a black line on his head and pressed the girl's head to stop her from fooling around. I'm a proper human, don't get any ideas. Han Yanfei was still unconvinced and skeptical. Then prove it to me. Prove it how? Take your pants off first. Qin Feng felt a great deal of egg pain. How did she put that in a natural way? And shouldn't you be saying that yourself? Qin Feng felt that he couldn't be let off the beat by this little girl. He used a serious tone and forced deep feelings. I know you're scared right now, terrified of this inexplicable love, desperately wanting to do something for peace of mind. You're so insecure that you're desperate to give yourself away. But the truth is that it's not your body I like, it's your whole person. According to the information, this girl is actually quite pathetic. The family's parents have a strong patriarchal mentality and the father is a gambler and alcoholic. The uneducated mother didn't treat the daughter well, either. When Han Yanfei was 10 years old, she thought of selling her simply because her youngest son had a lot of expenses and they couldn't afford to raise two. As a result, by chance, her parents contacted a talent scout. The talent scout saw that the little girl had a clear look and was a total beauty, so he sent her to the theater. The young girl entered the acting world and managed to catch fire with her talent and hard work. She's been a cash cow for her parents ever since. Instead of appreciating her for it, her parents took away her hard-earned money from the movie. The reason was to hold it for her and return it to him when she became an adult. In fact, they took the money, a large portion of which they squandered on themselves, and a small portion of which they spent on her brother. Once, the younger Han Yanfei was interviewed and answered questions into a microphone. All the money went to the family. I only had $2 a day pocket money to work on my act, so I didn't have much free time. The audience loved the well-behaved and dutiful little girl. Often take her quote to teach their children. But who can understand her heartache and helplessness? 10 years ago, prices weren't high, but they weren't cheap, either. 2 was just enough to buy a popsicle. She had to secretly save up for any game console she wanted for fear of people finding out she wasn't doing her job. Then the person got hotter and hotter, and her parents wanted more. So they ran to the agency and made a fuss about terminating the contract. Thinking of coming in as her agent myself. How can brokers let go of this fat? In the pulling and testing between the two sides, Han Yanfei foolishly stepped into her competitor's trap. This caused her acting career to fall apart. Later, she lost her value and was snowed under by her agency. And her parents are still asking her for more and more. Talking about how my brother has to study and buy shoes, and how he has to pay for accidentally touching someone at school. It was up to her, as a sister, to find a way to get the money. Or, they can help introduce a few rich dates. It's really hard to imagine how helpless a girl growing up in this environment would be. She now lacks the warmth of a family and has suffered a career Waterloo. Is at a low point in his life? Xin Feng felt that he should give her something to rely on instead of taking the opportunity to possess her. After all, he's not short of women right now. He said a bunch of lovey-dovey things similar to what he did to Shifuya, and finally said with deep emotion, "Don't worry, I'll be with you in the future and give you a happy home. Uncle, if you don't do it, you don't do it. Why are you getting yourself all these explanations?" Han Yanfei's expression became puzzled as she carefully looked Xin Feng up and down and asked in a low voice, you can't? Grass. That's not quite what one would expect. Shouldn't this girl have been talked out of her disguise, dropped her defenses, and then been truthful? How come you seem to be fine at all, and even have the nerve to molest yourself? Xin Feng won't be able to be whole. He's a man with a superb physique, and he's being told he can't buy an untouched little girl? Feng simply stopped pretending and said as he wrapped Han Yanfei in his arms and stared viciously at her. Girl, do you believe I'm going to make it so you can't get out of bed? Come on. Han Yanfei said with a smile. Feng was angered by her frivolous expression and had the intention to scare her. How could he, a man who had been in the field for a long time, not be able to restrain a fledgling girl? He bent his head and probed forward, inch by inch. A hot snort sprayed the girl's face. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes, and the hot temperature of his body seemed to melt people. The two are getting closer and closer together. The house smelled of testosterone. The girl could sense the other's desire and slowly closed her eyes, waiting to be favored. Despite acting fearless, the fluttering eyelashes revealed her inner nervousness. Her face was pure and flawless, as if soft as lamb's fat jade, with beautifully defined contours outlining the flavor of youth. Plump, full lips, like the petals of a blossoming rose, a look of being left to chance. Feng swallowed with difficulty, feeling a little bit of a hard time riding the tiger. Chapter 179, Feng endures. Han Yanfei is an unloved and unlovable child. She learned a lesson early on. There's no such thing as love without a reason, more than a favor that could not be repaid. She wanted to trade only the simplest of things. After all, it's good to lie down and get paid. She'd regret it for the rest of her life if she didn't grab a deal like this. That's why she can't wait to deliver like this. At the moment, feel the man's intense desire. She was nervous and a little worried at the same time, because she's heard from many people online that the first time doesn't always come with saffron. She was afraid that if she didn't bleed, it would make the man think she wasn't worth the price. She's thinking about biting her finger or something, when the time comes. She was just a little afraid of the pain and wasn't sure how much blood she'd have to get out to make it better. Fifi, actually you don't have to. The man's words drew her attention away. She quietly opened one eye and peeked in. The man's face was filled with a gentle smile, and there was a light touch of pain in his eyes. No one's forcing you to do this. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Han Yanfei's heart moved for a moment for some reason. She opened her eyes and looked straight into the man's eyes. Uncle, don't you like it when I'm so forthcoming? It's not a matter of initiating or not initiating. It's that I don't want you to be so condescending. No complaints. Compared to those fat, old, bald men, Uncle is the best father I've ever seen. Feng was a bit embarrassed by the compliment. Can't stand these gung-ho words. I can be your golden father, but I don't need you to return the favor with your body, because I want you to be happy more than your body. Feng let go of her and returned to the sofa, drinking a glass of water and letting out a long breath. Just as I love the birds in the sky but don't want to keep them in cages, I want you to be free. Freedom? Han Yanfei repeated, smiling sagely. I can't afford it. Feng said. You can try to trust me. It doesn't cost you anything anyway. Why did you come to me? Because you're pretty, and I love a cute little girl like you. Han Yanfei nodded lightly. Thank you. I like myself too. Uncle, I actually like you too. I'd like to be caged by you. The girl's gaze was sincere and her words were full of fondness for him. If it wasn't for the fact that the system shows a good feeling of only 55, Feng was almost fooled. He knows that this girl can't be subdued overnight. Since words were useless, there was no hurry. Then you'll stay in the cage with the door open for you to go wherever you want. Han Yanfei saw that he no longer continued to be a bit lost, and at the same time a bit of an indefinable feeling. She didn't look deeper and recovered. Remembering what I came here for, she rubbed her hands together and smiled broadly. So let's talk about pocket money? $5 a day, and you can reimburse me for the rest of your expenses with an invoice. Han Yanfei's smile froze, and she suddenly made a scene again. In the end, Feng promised her $50,000 of salary as her pocket money before he closed his hand. In the evening, the two played a game on the couch for a while. Feng was always disturbed by messages popping up on his phone, so he didn't play for long. Han Yanfei leaned intimately on Feng and watched anime on her own, catching up on her favorite tomes, and Feng was returning messages from his women. It was as if the two of them had returned to their afternoon mode of being together, each playing with their cell phones and not bothering each other. Subihi, pictures. Subeishi, Mr. Sheen, you're talking about these clothes, right? In the photo, some strange clothes are laid out on the bed. Some flight attendant's uniform. American girl soldier's sailor suit. Open front cheongsam. The flowers are green and eye-catching. The text does not show the emotions of this restaurant owner's wife, but just looking at the pictures she sends over can make you blush. Feng, aha. Subeishi, then are you free tonight? I can model for you. Feng, not tonight. Subeishi, so when do you want to shoot? Feng, wait for my notice. Subeishi's face was slightly shocked. She didn't think the man would be uninterested in her body. Knowing that she had endured the humiliation and mustered up the courage to be willing to wear these embarrassing clothes. I didn't think it would be dismissed with a flippant wait for my notice. Su Beishi was slightly angry, but it's not their place to say anything. Thought maybe he had too many women to keep him busy. Mr. Shin, feel free to contact me when you're free. Aha. Shin Feng is indeed very busy. This side, Xia Ting is looking for him. Brother, I miss you so much. Shin Feng, where do you miss me? Shatin, nasty. Shatin, everywhere. Shin Feng, don't worry, I'll be back in a few days. Shatin, can't you come back today? It's been less than a day, and Shatin's clingy streak has flared up again. He patiently coaxed her a little. Then it switched to Shafiria. Shafiria sent a whole bunch of concerned questions during the day. Have you eaten? Did you get some rest outside? Is your leg really okay? It was thought that he had gone to Shatin's villa and was so worried when he saw that he wasn't there. Shin Feng, it's okay, don't worry. Shafuya didn't return the message, presumably busy at the bar. Shin Feng didn't wait for her to reply and moved on to the next chat. Sasha has been hiding and crying for the past 2 days because of her lost love. And she's talking about going back to her own hometown. Don't even want this side of the house. It was useless to comfort Shin Feng in any way. She was only advised not to make decisions on impulse. He said that if he still wanted to go back after 2 days, Shin Feng promised to send her back. A few short, heartwarming words harvested 10 points of favorability from this little girl. Being king of the sea is still a bit tiring, with 7 or 8 sisters to care for. Shin Feng, who was chatting on 3 lines, felt distracted. I don't know how those time management gurus get it right. It's surprising that up to 10 girls can be in a relationship at the same time. When he had the chance, Shin Feng intended to learn from that kind of expert. A brother, did Shelly go to Jiancheng to look for you the day before yesterday? Shin Feng, well, passed by and stopped by to see me. I don't know why, but Shelly has been fidgeting for the past 2 days and doesn't even talk to me much anymore. What am I going to do? Just ignore her. Is she like this because of me? Don't get ahead of yourself. Why are you bothering her if she's crazy? Sister Shelly is very nice. I don't want her to be unhappy. Every now and then, I reach for my cell phone, as if I'm waiting to hear from someone. Plus that day, she heard Shin Feng tell her that he liked her in his cell phone. Ojango was afraid that she would lose them both. Then you'll drag her out for a while, and it just so happens that I've hired you a chaperone, so the 3 of you can go wherever you want. Shin Feng thought about it and made up a reason and said, I'm on a business trip for the next 2 days. If you want to come to me, you can come to Yangcheng. Jiangcheng was such a small place. It would be troublesome if the white rabbit knew he had other women. Does it bother you? No, don't worry. Well, I'll ask Shelly if she wants to go. Shin Feng was so busy chatting that he didn't realize that the girl leaning on him was watching an animation while stealing glances at his cell phone. Chapter 180 More Than Physical Pleasure. I want your heart. Shin Feng didn't deliberately avoid her, because there's not much need. This girl knew he had a girlfriend and he wanted to be honest. However, Han Yanfei was seeing Shin Feng chatting with the 4th girl. Finally couldn't hold it in. Uncle, are these your wings? Shin Feng froze for a moment. I mean, are these all your girlfriends? Han Yanfei asked. She thought Shin Feng was a very dedicated straight man. I didn't realize there were so many girls on the phone. This made her think that Shin Feng was a deeply dark man. Sort of. There's only 1 or 2 formal ones. Shin Feng said indifferently. Sort of? 1 or 2 more. Faced with the man's candor, Han Yanfei teased. Wow, uncle is so powerful. It's true that the male son of a big family is different. Not only do they have more girlfriends, but they are also divided into formal and informal ones. Han Yanfei wrapped her hair around the strands and said in a conspiratorial manner, but it's too normal for a man as rich as this to surround himself with a few beautiful women. It's not that uncommon. She asked again. So do I count as official? Shin Feng glanced at her and said indifferently, you can only be considered a brat. Open your eyes and see where I'm small? The little girl straightened her back and said with an aggressive voice. She's on the thin side. Not particularly well built. And less tense than the bejeweled Shatin, but with a hint of more bony beauty. Despite this, she still had a much better figure than the average girl. Shin Feng laughingly flipped to Su Beishi's chat box. Voice said, give me a picture that shows off your body. Su Beishi over there was instantly in a good mood again, picking out a few photos of today's Cheongsam trials and sending them over. Shin Feng flashed his cell phone to Han Yanfei. Su Beishi, who has a devilish figure, wore a tight-fitting Cheongsam and showed off her figure by posing shapely in the mirror. In front of the proud peaks, Han Yanfei, who was only the size of a pear, felt inferior. Han Yanfei said with envy and jealousy, she's so big she'll definitely sag later. In the face of strength, all words seem powerless. Shin Feng gently shook his head and didn't say anything, looking somewhat disdainful. Han Yanfei was irritated and a bit unhappy. Kicking Shin Feng with his foot, he said, if you want to like this style, why don't I get a rhinoplasty? Shin Feng immediately refused. I don't like fakes, Han Yanfei said with a smile. You're afraid of a pinch, aren't you? Pretty much. There's no point in having a major fake. Might as well get 2 balls of Play-Doh. This stuff doesn't feel like much after you've played with it for a long time. Nothing more than 2 pieces of meat on a woman's body. This time Plak Oaoaa sent a message. She doesn't want to go, so I won't go either. Brother, get busy first, when you're free. Over here. Han Yanfei also brought her head over, saw the message, and shook her head in vibration. This little girl looks like a good liar. Qin Feng ignored her trash talk and typed, "Oit's so thoughtful. I'll make time for you. A with grave, A with ring above, A with grave, A with ring above, A with grave, A with ring above." Send it before coming to hitch a ride with the girl beside him. Fifi, it's late. You should go back to bed. Can I sleep here with you? The girl said expectantly. Qin Feng flatly refused. Let her live here. That would be less convenient for myself later. Do you have any other girls with you tonight? Han Yanfei asked. No, nor do I need your company. Qin Feng replied indifferently. Han Yanfei left in a huff. Night. Han Yanfei, who had taken a bath, lay on the bed and couldn't sleep with her eyes open. Today was too dreamy. A man came out of nowhere and offered to support himself and said he would spend $300 million to make himself famous. Are there really such bizarre things in the world? Or is it just a neat show with a bunch of unseen cameras pointed at you like Truman's Hero? Do those viewers want to see themselves ecstatic or embarrassed in public? But she couldn't figure out why Qin Feng didn't move her. It stands to reason that being duped yourself is the viewer's favorite part of the show. She lay in bed, her head rambling uncontrollably, thinking of the man's gentleness and the way he pinched the camera today. Simply Dio exploded. The camera was real. She saw it clearly. No one in the world can do that. If this was all true, then wouldn't he now have a cheap godfather? The thought of her godfather having an outrageous amount of money, $300 million to spend at will, excited her again. It's all up to him to eat and drink in the future. You have to find a way to behave better yourself. She thought of Qin Feng's chatting record with Zhong Oaoa, thinking that men might like that kind of well-behaved, sweet, innocent girl. I don't know if it's too late to open the show at this point. Life was all about acting, and she felt sure that with her baby face, she would have no trouble playing the good girl. Han Yanfei hugged her sweet fantasies and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Qin Feng and Sasha, who had an appointment, went out for a run. He wore a 100-pound training suit and came to the door of the cell. Sasha was waiting there early. A cool workout tank top with tight shorts. A very common workout outfit. Snow-white skin reddened by the rising sun. Delicate features, tall figure, and a head of blonde hair. It's unbelievably beautiful, like a stunning painting. People passing by kept sizing up this exotic beauty, and none of them dared to take the initiative to go up and talk to her. After all, words can screen a whole lot of people. No one else knows she speaks Chinese. Qin Feng waved her over. Hello, Flower Girl Land. Sasha smiled and greeted. Boss, you're here. After getting closer, Qin Feng realized that her eyes were a bit puffy and her dark circles were obvious, like a bit of a heartbreak. He sighed and said, Don't be sad. There are always breakups. It's hard not to meet a few scumbags in your life. Well, I'm well enough that it won't hold me back. Sasha brought Qin Feng to an open lawn and instructed him to press his legs and stretch. She demonstrated in front and Qin Feng followed. She stood up straight with her feet together, holding her legs with her hands. Qin Feng looked at her pressurized mass of flesh and was slightly distressed. After a series of warm-ups, the two started running. The two were in good physical shape and were able to chat while they ran. Boss, I thought about it for a long time and decided to go back. The pace here is too fast for me to adapt. It could be just a month or two. Your private tutoring expenses and the house. We need to take care of that. Qin Feng knew that the best way to keep her now was to bring her back to the house and comfort the empty her with his actions. But he didn't. Instead, they are quietly supportive and plan to go along for the ride to the Maoist country when the time comes. Chapter 181. Sasha is not very open. Han Yanfei got up early in the morning as well, pulling her little assistant around to compare clothes. Wanted to pick one that looked cute. After trying on different styles, she finally settled on a Japanese sweet school-style sailor suit. Pulling on her white bubble socks and her little round-toe leather shoes, she ran across the street with gusto. Unlock the door with your fingerprint and come to the master bedroom door. She checked her instrument first to make sure it was perfect, then gently knocked on the door and called out, Uncle, wake up at. Half a dozen times, there was no response from inside. Han Yanfei said, I'm coming in. Still no response. Thinking about sleeping more. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened the bedroom door directly. This room is huge. Over 70 square feet. Check room, bathroom, balcony, everything. She had no time for him and went straight to the large bed in the center. The covers on the bed were gathered to one side, and it was impossible to determine if there was anyone inside. Uncle, a day's work is in the morning. Get up and have breakfast. In order for Qin Feng to see his well-dressed self as soon as he opened his eyes, Han Yanfei naturally grabbed a corner of the quilt. "If you don't get up, I'm going to pull the covers off. I don't suppose you're in the habit of sleeping naked?" There was a hint of anticipation in her voice as she said, lifting upward, and the bed was empty. She flinched slightly. They disappeared early in the morning? Where to? She searched the house and saw no one. Her heart was empty. Called. No answer. Han Yanfei sat withered on the sofa with her cell phone, lost in thought. That man didn't just disappear, did he? Or did the man run out of energy and go back to another planet to replenish it? Just as she was wondering and pondering how to summon a man, the door was opened and Qin Feng walked in. Han Yanfei, who was sitting on the sofa, had a happy face and immediately stood up and shouted crisply, "Uncle, you go back to." She was instantly stuck when she saw a blonde beauty following in behind Qin Feng. That sexy, spirited foreign woman, in her figure-hugging tights. Delicate cheeks were tinged with a blush, and there were a few drops of crystallized sweat on her forehead. "This one looks like it just finished exercising. I just don't know what kind of exercise they do." Morning. Qin Feng came in and saw that little girl in his house and greeted her with a smile. "Why are you here? Why can't I be here?" Han Yanfei said gamely, her eyes staring straight at the foreign girl. "Am I not supposed to be here?" Qin Feng heard a bit of sultriness in her tone and explained, "What do you mean this is? She's Sasha. Come and sign a housekeeping power of attorney. Since I couldn't accept her withdrawal, I had to help her with the penthouse under a power of attorney. By signing this, he can operate for her whether it's a matter of buying, selling, renting, mortgaging, etc. Or you can let the house stay empty or live on your own." In order for Sasha not to push back, Qin Feng said to her at that time, "What I give away, I don't take back. Think of it as an insurance policy. When you get into trouble later, this house can still be exchanged for money." Those words touched Sasha so much that her favorability was increased by 10 points. At this moment, Qin Feng pointed at Han Yanfei and introduced herself to Sasha. "This is my sister. You can also call her Fifi." Sasha had been watching the girl since she came in. The girl stood there playfully. Very cute. Not only was there a bow in his hair, but even his black and white school uniform was tied with a red bow tie in the center. Under the pleated skirt that exuded youthful colors, 2 milky white legs stood out, so much like a delicate flower. There was just a hint of hostility in the way he looked at himself. It was obvious that she had a special affection for her boss. Sasha smiled and nodded in greeting. "Hello." Han Yanfei walked over and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, sis can speak Chinese. Amazing. It's not a very good way to say what you need to say for work. I think it's great. It's better than any foreigner I've ever seen." "Yeah, well, thanks for the compliment. Don't mention it. Come sit here. I'll get you a glass of water." "Thank you." Qin Feng looked at Han Yanfei's hospitality like a hostess and always felt that there was something wrong. But seeing as they seemed to be getting along, they didn't say anything. He stripped off his sweat-dampened waitsuit, revealing his lean upper body, and prepared to take a quick shower. The two women were unconsciously quiet at the same time, and, compared to Han Yanfei sneaking around and being embarrassed to see it, Sasha's gaze was much more direct. The chest is broad and thick, and the abdomen is well furrowed. Not very big, just a good-looking body with every bunch of muscle like a carving. Despite having seen it once, to see such a figure again, Sasha still couldn't help but swallow. People are the ones who are out of love and have a wonderful person of the opposite sex around them. It will create a longing in an empty heart. Sasha kind of wanted to have a deep conversation with him. She was leaving anyway, and she didn't want to have any regrets. But there were other girls present in the house at this time. She was very loose, but not to that extent. So she just watched in fascination. "How's that for handsome?" Qin Feng sensed their gazes and posed a few times, denting his tantalizing shark lines. Han Yanfei's eyes instantly turned into love, and she couldn't help but want to go up and touch it. But the thought of being the cute and well-behaved persona today was too much to let loose, so she pretended to be shy and said, "Hate it. Uncle is shameless." "Qin Feng? This girl is afraid she's not broken," Sasha commented. "Aside from a few instances of substandard posture and not enough power to bring out the muscles fully, the boss's body is perfect." Qin Feng's nose was tilted up to the sky when he received the desired compliment. When Han Yanfei saw the foreigner, who had always been straightforward, say such flattering words, she spat darkly, equally defiant. "Uncle, you have such a good body. Why don't you go start a live stream to rub it in? How about I give you a reward?" Qin Feng said boredly. "Not interested." He finished tossing his clothes around and headed for the master bedroom's bathroom. Live streaming is not as fast as picking up chicks for money. Han Yanfei now had over $311 million on her. It's still 25 points short of goodwill. And with a little bit of effort, it'll be there in no time. Isn't that faster than the hard work of rubbing it in? He closed the door to his room and began to shower. Han Yanfei and Xia were left in the living room. Han Yanfei's eyes rolled around a few times, and after asking some painless questions, start poking around for foreign girls. Sister Sasha, how do you and uncle know each other? I'm his fitness instructor. Wow. No wonder uncle's body is so good. So it's all because you helped him practice. Sasha was more honest and said sincerely, no, it's only my first day on the job today, and I'm curious as to why he's looking for me to be a personal trainer when he's in such good shape. Knowing that the two of them hadn't known each other for long, Han Yanfei let out a soft sigh of relief. At the same time, the heart slandered, you this kind of front and back, flavorful big foreign girl, not to find you to find who. Does Sister Sasha like older men? Chapter 182, $300 million can't buy a little favorability. Sasha sniffed and didn't know what to say. She wasn't in the mood to think about those things right now. Just thought the boss would be a good person to vent to. And the girl in front of me looks to be very close to the boss. She wondered if they were really siblings. After all, what kind of sister calls her brother uncle? She didn't dare tell the truth and stammered. The boss is brilliant and it's normal for women to have ideas. Han Yanfei came a little closer, covered her mouth, and whispered, watch out for that guy. He's a womanizer. He can talk to 8 girls as pretty as you at once. Sasha gave her a surprised look and nodded. I know, but it doesn't matter. I have no plans for a relationship right now. I just want to have fun in time. Han Yanfei saw that she looked like she wanted to give it for nothing. It was angry, but there was nothing to be done about it. There's no reason to get involved in what other people do when you want them to. And in the room, Qin Feng heard her bad-mouthing herself. After a little rinsing he stepped out in his bathrobe. He glanced wistfully at Han Yanfei. You want a beating now, don't you? Why? I'm complimenting you on your good looks. Han Yanfei didn't believe that he could hear himself bad-mouthing him with a questioning face. Qin Feng was considering whether to teach her a lesson in front of outsiders. That's when the doorbell rang. He dropped the thought and went to open the door. It turned out to be Guan Yuxian from the sales office who came up with the contract. She smiled awkwardly when she saw Qin Feng and the two beauties in the room. I'm sorry, I'm not interrupting anything, am I? Qin Feng laughed. What's the disturbance? I'm innocent with them. Don't think anything. Yes, I trust Mr. Qin's character. Guan Yuxian said she believed it on her lips, but actually scoffed in her heart. The actress she couldn't guarantee, but the foreign girl who had taken over the house had definitely had sex for so many days. Who can stand the temptation of a sweet? Guan Yuxian placed the power of attorney on the table and took out a pen for the two to sign. Han Yanfei curiously came over to take a look, and was immediately startled by the tens of millions of dollars. After asking that it was from Qin Feng, the eyes that looked at Qin Feng were filled with resentment. On what grounds? He's only getting $50K for making money for him by filming himself. People work a day shift and get $28 million. Not fair. After Qin Feng signed the papers and sent Guan Yuxian away, seeing Han Yanfei pouting, her face was full of unhappiness. What are you doing? Uncle, I want a house too, Han Yanfei said impatiently. Qin Feng thought about it and faintly asked, how many sets do you want? Han Yanfei's good-looking Danfeng eyes were rounded. What kind of Dubai question is this? Doesn't a normal person where you want the house? Or how big and expensive a house? Come up with a couple of sets? Han Yanfei's heart pounded wildly. Suppressing his inner joy, he replied in the same Dubai manner. As many as it takes. Okay. Qin Feng thought that Wang Gang's house was still unsettled, and there were also staff dormitories to be arranged. So he picked up his cell phone and dialed Guan Yuxian's number. Ms. Quan, come here for a second. Guan Yuxian, who had just returned downstairs, went up the elevator again with a sad face. Rich people are so full of. It's not like you're sleeping on your own, and you're calling yourself all day long. That's nasty. Come to the 18th floor. Knocking on the door, he asked with a wide smile. Mr. Qin, what else can I do for you? Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. How many houses do you have here that are unsold? Guan Yuxian was stunned and reacted to Qin Feng's intention to buy a house, and was suddenly thrilled. She guessed it might be buying a house for that star. Hurriedly taking out his cell phone, he looked at the information and introduced it to Qin Feng as if he were a family member. The total number of unsold homes is 16. Qin Feng listened patiently and said indifferently, what's the total price? Guan Yuxian did the math on her cell phone and shuddered. Just over 300 million. Qin Feng thought about the head artist. 10 or so is almost the same. Not let them trainees or something 4 people squeeze a house. Fine. Pack it up and sell it to her. I'll pay for it. Qin Feng said with a smile as he pointed at Han Yanfei. As the words fell, Guan Yuxian's entire body froze. How could she not expect this man to want it all? She swallowed and asked cautiously, want a loan? No. Hearing that it was full payment scared Guan Yuxian. Rich people have all their money on top of their assets and very little cash to liquidate. People who are willing to take $300 million out to buy real estate either want to invest, or they really have too much money to spend. Based on the current market, he probably falls into the latter category. Looking at such a rich and handsome man, Guan Yuxian's eyes were drawing silk. I can't wait to push him down on the spot and have a bully. Okay, hold on. I'll go down and get the purchase contract. Guan Yuxian bowed deeply before rushing out. Her whole head buzzed at the thought that she too could handle a list of several $100 million. Han Yanfei's eyes were also filled with incredulity. Is this a real buy? Although I knew from the beginning that this man had money, but to take $300 million out so lightly, just because of his own casual words? You're going to buy it for yourself when it's dry. This is too magical. Big. Uncle. You come for real? Han Yanfei said expectantly. Well, how about that? Do you like it? When Qin Feng encountered the occasion of spending money, his aura was all of a sudden majestic, like the king of the world, so that people did not dare to look directly at him. It was all thanks to the super strong physique that gave him a certain amount of stamina to spend money in such a reckless manner. After all, the bondage that was there for humans could no longer trap him. Uncle, just how rich are you? Spending $300 million a day? Han Yanfei couldn't help but spit out. You can't rob a bank for $300 million in cash. Qin Feng asked strangely as he didn't wait for the goodwill prompt for half a day. Never mind for a moment whether I have money or not. These houses, don't you like them? He now looks like the faceless man from 1001, who keeps pulling out gold and wanting the other person's favor. But it was obvious that this trick didn't work on the innocent Han Yanfei. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. From today, you're my real dad. Qin Feng, facing Han Yanfei, who had sincere eyes and a well-behaved face. Qin Feng sighed softly. It really wasn't as easy as he thought. The human heart is unpredictable. He really wanted to open the girl's head and see what was inside. So much money down the drain and no response at all. But that's fine. At the very least, you can justify using her house. When Guan Yuxian ran up with the contract in a fiery rage, Qin Feng leisurely spoke to her. You're going to prepare 16 more house commissions. Guan Yuxian ran out again in a fiery hurry. Her expression didn't look impatient at all. Uncle, what do you need a power of attorney for? Han Yanfei asked curiously. I'll help you manage these houses in the future, Qin Feng said. Han Yanfei's smile became awkward as she sniffed and said in a far-fetched manner. No, I'm sorry. Qin Feng laughed. It's fine. There are so many houses. You can live in whichever one you like, and you don't need to worry about the rest. Han Yanfei said stiffly. But what if I want to sell? Qin Feng raised his eyes to look at her and said indifferently. You can talk to me if you want money. I'll arrange it for you as long as it's reasonable. Han Yanfei had a lifeless look on her face. She knew it would be. Growing up, money was never really your own. Chapter 183, Highly Cold Qin Feng. Guan Yuxian brought a bunch of contracts and the leader of her sales department over to visit Qin Feng. Under their flattering flattery, Qin Feng readily paid out the money. 16 homes sold without incident. Han Yanfei signed with an expressionless face the entire time, as if these houses in her name had nothing to do with her. Sasha watched as a set of house plans passed in front of her eyes, the smallest of which was a large flat of over 300 square feet. Each one is worth tens of millions of dollars, a house she could never afford in her entire life. She looked at Qin Feng with shocked eyes. So the way rich people buy houses is actually like this. She felt the gap between the common people and the upper class, when everything is taken care of. Guan Yuxian and her leader said that they wanted to buy dinner, but Qin Feng did not give any face and directly refused. He was perfectly capable of rejecting these useless socializations now. The leader looked at the two beautiful girls on the couch and wisely got up to leave. After they left, Sasha had no reason to stay on. The boss's sister was sitting on the couch, steady as an old dog, with no intention of leaving at all. Sasha didn't think it was possible to try to talk to his boss alone, and so followed suit. Only Han Yanfei and Qin Feng were left in the room again. They looked at each other wide-eyed for a moment. Eventually Qin Feng spoke first. He wondered how the girl had the money to live across the street from him when she was in debt. Do you own the house you're living in now? Han Yanfei said breathlessly. No, my fan rented it to me. Qin Feng asked, male or female? Han Yanfei glanced at him and said, female, mommy powder, liked me for a long time. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, if you want to like the current house, I'll have someone go talk to her. How about buying it for you at a more expensive price? Han Yanfei said in a bad mood. What's the point of buying it? You can only live in it. Qin Feng smiled faintly. In a few years, when you grow up a bit, I might give you all these houses too. By then, he'll have had his fun, too. A real freedom can be given to these girls, as well as a lucrative security. Han Yanfei thought of something and said expectantly, is it true that when you die, I'll have free reign of these houses? Such treacherous words. I wonder if her own father could bear it. Anyway, Chin Fong couldn't endure it. He had the little girl over his knee on the spot, lifted up her pleated skirt, and punched her 3 times as hard as he could. Pia, Pia, Pia. Not to mention, the little girl does feel nice and soft and bouncy. The skin that had been slapped was instantly red and exciting to look at. Ah, pain, pain, pain. Amidst the girl's screams, Chin Fong lectured. Dare you curse me again? Han Yunfei tearfully begged for mercy. 555 don't dare. I'm wrong. The little girl's acting skills were online, and that aggrieved little expression looked very pitiful. Chin Fong let go of her hand and said with a cold smile, next time, it won't be so easy. Han Yunfei, who broke free from the clutches of the devil, jumped out a long way, at a safe distance, rubbing his ass as he jumped and winced in pain. After slowing down a bit, he glared at Chin Fong with a huff. His mouth muttered, dead pervert, so heavy-handed. To the other day, I high and low collapse you a hand of blood. Chin Fong. Chiu Lily was busy these days. In order to prevent a mess, she still spent a lot of money, invited a few friends from the film industry to come over to the company to sit down. Because networking is so important in the entertainment industry, it is difficult to carry out work without the help of experienced people. There was a rush to shoot over here, so she had to make do with this for now. When the company is up and running, then we'll take in fresh young people. After finalizing the script with the director that the boss had set, the next step was the preparation of the crew and the recruitment of the actors. The actors can be as per the boss's request. Instead of hiring big stars, they all use small, unknown actors. Spend all your money where it belongs. Encouraged by strong funding, these things are grabbed by specialized people without her having to worry about them. She mainly had to go and make sure that Bai Seeing, who was accounted for by her boss, could act or not. Chiu Lily brought a professional casting director with her and personally came to Bai Seeing's door to find her. Bai Seeing, who was live streaming in her yoga outfit, was ecstatic. She felt that this could potentially be a turning point in her life. She apologized to the audience and went off the air at light speed, then went to the living room and let the director tell her what to do, making happy and sad faces in cooperation. MS. Bai, your image is quite good, just that your acting lacks some spirituality, which may have something to do with your lack of practice, the director said politely. What he actually means is that this girl has no acting skills. Director, I'll try to learn. Please give me a chance. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, Bai Seeing folded her hands together and begged bitterly, even covertly giving a wink full of innuendo. The director didn't want to have any problems with the role he had chosen, and he knew that this was the woman the boss had appointed to not be touched at all. So the strong words were that you had to wait until you had some growth. Seeing that begging him didn't work, Bai Seeing turned her head to beg Sister Chiu. Chiu Lily also felt her head spinning as she thought for a moment and said, in this case, sign a contract first. Then we'll send you to training, and if your acting skills improve in a short period of time, then you'll still have a chance to catch up with this drama of ours that cost $300 million. Shocked and delighted, Bai Seeing took over the contract and took a closer look. The people were dumbfounded. No strings attached. 50,000 guaranteed? Really? She didn't even have 50,000 a month on the live broadcast, and she relied on individual tycoons offline to support her. Chiu Lily gave her this month's salary on the spot in order to dispel her doubts, and that you don't have to return it if you don't sign it. Bai Seeing was thrilled and bowed repeatedly to thank Sister Chiu, and Chiu Lily tells her that it's the boss's idea. Bai Seeing understood, and when she had signed and sent them off, she then sent WeChat to Chin Fong. Thank you, Mr. Chin, for cultivating me. I will definitely try my best to repay you. System alert, Bai Seeing favorability plus 20. Chin Fong received the message and glanced at her profile. Goddess database updated. Name Bai Seeing. Age, 22. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Charisma, 91. Profession, dance anchor. Characteristics, money worship. Favorability, 30. Number of relationships, 9. Rate or reward, camouflage. Amount spent, $50. 000. Disguise, ability to transform into other forms. Change appearance and shape. This disguise should be able to transform, right? This ability, when used properly, is unbeatable in the city. And the woman's features look good for rating. The last thing Chin Fong needed right now was money. The ones he'd met before were normal girls, and he wanted to see what the system recognized a gold-digging girl was like. I don't know if sending money directly will add to the favor, but there have been instances of spending $300 million without a shred of goodwill. He didn't dare to pike it all at once again. How about delivering $1 million a day? It also feels weird, like an ingrate. Forget it. Just leave it for now. I guess it's just as likely to be stuck at 99 if you give more money. He's got 2 sisters stuck at this juncture now. Let's not rush the rest just yet. You work on it, come on. After Chin Fong replied, he saw a message immediately from the opposite side. Thank you, Mr. Chin, for giving me this opportunity. Can I treat you to dinner tonight? Chin Fong scratched his head, feeling that the other party was not treating him to a meal, but rather like treating him to noodles. In the face of many female goblins who want to eat the monk's meat, Chin Fong felt that he had to maintain his domineering persona and couldn't be easily won over by them. When she's stuck at 99, she might be able to one-shot it. He typed, "No, more dedication to my work would be the biggest thank you I could get." By seeing wasn't at all surprised to see the message. This kind of big man can't be hooked up so easily. If he hadn't been destined to meet him, he might not have seen him in his life. Prepared for a protracted battle, she typed in a question. As an entertainer, can I still go live now? Asked Secretary Chiu. Seeing the other party's high and cold attitude, by seeing immediately humbled herself. Alright, I'll leave Mr. Chin alone. She didn't bother to ask Xiu Lily. She knew that as a boss, she usually let her people say no, and the boss is always the nicest one. Chapter 184, Casting. The next day, Chin Fong received a report from Xiu Lily that the company was preparing to start casting. Casting? Isn't that just picking girls? Chin Fong immediately threw down the PS5 controller he had just bought, said goodbye to Han Yanfei, and tried to run away. How could Han Yanfei easily let her father slip away? Immediately throwing down the handle as well and hugging his thighs. Let's go together. I'm going to get busy with my work, so don't make a mess, okay? Bull asterisk 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 job. I've seen it all. You're going to choose a princess. Chin Fong was glad that he hadn't eaten this girl, or else he wouldn't be able to justify leaving her behind and going to find other young ladies now. Good boy. Obey. Hurry up and go to read the script given to you yesterday to familiarize yourself with it. Figure out the characters, or find someone to practice the scene. This drama will start shooting soon. Don't make a fool of yourself at that time. Chin Fong said a good persuasion. Han Yanfei kneeled on the ground, holding his legs. Just do not let go. No, 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 she said, shaking her head desperately and capriciously. I'm going with you. Aren't you worried you won't be able to keep up? That's something you should worry about after filming starts. Why stress yourself out now? This girl's sophistry left Chin Fong speechless. He didn't dare to break free violently, so he reluctantly agreed. It was just a visit anyway, and it wouldn't have mattered if I took her with me. Riding in Wang Gang's car, he arrived at the hotel where the crew was preparing. Su Yukai, who had gotten the news, was waiting at the door with the crew and the company's producer. Sharp-eyed, he saw Chin Fang's car and immediately brought the others to welcome him. When Chin Fong came out of the car, he bowed his head and said, Mr. Chin, you're here. Chin Fong smiled and nodded. I just came to take a look. Don't you guys mind? Su Yukai apologized. I really didn't expect you to come over. We didn't prepare anything. I'm really sorry. Chin Fong laughed. Your current attitude is not quite the same as the last time we met. Hey, I didn't know who you were at the time, Su Yukai said, introducing the names of several other people to Chin Fong one by one. Chin Fong didn't listen carefully, and only when he said that the producer was from his own company did he look up and survey him for a few moments. It was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor, very decent looking, with a gaze full of shrewdness and a very soft smile. Hello Mr. Chin, my name is Yang, a single name with the word Mu. You can call me Xiao Yang. Well, I'll trouble you guys later. Chin Fong nodded and said to them, no matter what, it's my honor to serve Mr. Chin. Yang Mu smiled and said, but his eyes unconsciously glanced at Han Yanfei, who had just gotten off the car. Secretly, I wondered if this was the star the boss wanted to promote. Sure is good looking. Han Yanfei stood next to Chin Fong, not saying a word, her expression calm. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and start, Chin Fong urged. The group hurriedly led Chin Fong into the hotel room. The room was empty. A couple of cameras, pointed at a carpeted stage with a white backdrop standing behind it. There were a couple of tables and chairs set up in front of it with some paper and pens and mineral water and things like that. Chin Fong sat in the very center seat, with the producer written on the table card above him. The handwriting should be handwritten. A couple of the other positions are printed out as lead director, assistant director, and producer. They didn't expect Han Yanfei to come over, so they thought about it and kicked the assistant director out. The four men took their seats. Chin Fong heard someone shout from the next room alone, please invite actor No. 12, Lu Songda to enter the audition. Chin Fong frowned, feeling as if things were not quite what he had imagined. Sure enough, he only saw a bronze-skinned, hard-looking, thick-browed man come in at the door. Hello teachers, my name is Lu Songda, 24 years old, height 182, weight 70 kilograms, like to perform, fitness, have martial arts skills, and can also play the eru. His voice was as loud as a bell, and he was so powerful that looking at him gave people the feeling of an iron-blooded man. Han Yanfei heard that he could play the arrow and didn't hold back a whimper. Lu Songda paused for a moment and then introduced himself to the school he graduated from and the experiences he had acted in. After that, the scene was quiet for a moment. It was only then that director Su Yukai remembered that the assistant director wasn't there, and that he should be the one to speak, show form, make a few faces, and do a scene. Lao Sung Tak throws a big punch, then cries and laughs for the camera. Finally acted out a scene where he saw the heroine hanging and was heartbroken and cried on his knees. Su Yukai solicited Qin Feng with his eyes, and after seeing that he had nothing to say, he and the producer exchanged glances and said, "Not bad in every way. Wait for the second round of interviews." Lu Songda was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, director." After he leaves, Su Yukai discusses with Yang Mu, who is next to him, which role this actor is suitable for. The two were extremely serious, and they even called over the assistant director and the screenwriter who had been squeezed out earlier, and had a lively discussion beside them. That level of seriousness made Qin Feng, the asshole who had come over to look at the beautiful woman, very ashamed. Then came the second audition actor or male, named Chi Fai. He blinded the crowd with his handsomeness as soon as he entered the room. He was wearing a black t-shirt and a bouffant haircut, a face that was exquisite in just the right way, with a face like a crown of jade, sword eyebrows and phoenix eyes, and narrow eyes in which coldness and gentleness coexisted in a very demonic way. "Hello, my name is Chi Hui. I'm 22 years old, height 1.75, weight 62 kilograms, hobbies are singing, dancing, graduated from Nortel, never acted." He looked courteous and his voice was very soft, like a gentle gentleman. Qin Feng turned his head to look, only to see Han Yanfei's hands with her 10 fingers crossed and clasped together, placed diagonally on the side of her face, looking at the other party with a face of infatuation. He was furious, coming out to choose a consort, but letting this girl have a good time. "What about all the beautiful women? How come they're all men? Show some form please. Any dance you're good at is fine," the assistant director voiced. "Okay." When Chi Fai finished, he opened his hands and danced, occasionally turning his head and glancing back. The handsome Qin Feng, a big old man, couldn't stand it. Su Yukai and the producer looked at each other and nodded even more frequently. This image, it matched the male lead in their drama. "Director Su, let him play the male lead. The ratings are definitely guaranteed." Han Yanfei sidled over and whispered to the director next to her. Su Yukai was completely fine with it and just wanted to shout at the stylist to take him to change his ancient clothes to see the image. Turning his head, he saw Qin Feng with a sullen and unhappy face. He realized at once that his boss didn't like the actor. As a very sensible director, he knows well that he can't have anything that his golden father doesn't like, even if it's good. He immediately said, "No, it's too girly, no pizzazz at all." The producer gave him a surprised look and, "This man is not bad smile very taste, there is a kind of dusty temperament. How to try not even try directly rejected." He wondered and wanted to open his mouth to persuade him, but he saw the director tilting his head back, revealing the side of Qin Feng's face. He responded immediately, gravely, "Yes, dancing like a woman. Girly, the culture of the movie industry is spoiled by you people." Chapter 185, all of you have some responsibility for Akoan being on fire for so many years. Chi Hui was dumbfounded on the spot when he was given such a big hat. It's not his fault he's good looking. Besides, showbiz is supposed to be crooked. What's it got to do with him? He's just a kid who just graduated and is ready to run the show. "You go out," producer Yang Mu coldly said, giving an expulsion order. Chi Fai was humiliated but didn't dare to speak up. Dropping his head, La shrugged his shoulders and prepared to leave without a word. "Hey, what's wrong with you guys? There's nothing wrong with him dancing. It's supposed to be a unisex dance." Han Yanfei couldn't stand them mocking that handsome guy like that and spoke out righteously. "His image doesn't match our requirements." Yang Mu didn't dare to offend her and found an excuse to excuse himself. "So handsome and still doesn't match? I think it's fine for him to play the male lead," Han Yanfei said angrily. The director and producer looked at each other and felt that things were a little bad. This girl defending another man in front of her boss? She's the one with the problem, right? The two of them were too wimpy to pick up the slack, fearing that a bad one would involve them. Over here, when Chi Hui saw that someone had spoken up for him, he gratefully glanced at the woman whose sign said assistant director. He's been exceptionally good with women since he was a kid. There are more women than I can count who want to chase after me when I grow up. When I was in college there were rich women in scissor-door sports cars who wanted to bag themselves, but he didn't say yes. He didn't like the women who were like wolves, all of them vulgar and shallow and short-sighted. I'm sure this assistant director wants to rub himself in it. Although the woman's looks were good, She was just a mediocre girl with a pretty face. Women were too much trouble and he just wanted to stay away. Thanks to the assistant director for speaking up for me. I may not really be suitable for this movie. Don't bother. She FAI bowed with a decent smile, turned and headed for the door. The calming gesture looked good on people. Su Yukai secretly said a pity. This drama's Shangxian should be so pampered and cloudy. Changing into a snow-white robe with long silver hair was definitely a highlight of the show. Uncle, say something. I'm about to leave. Han Yanfei shook Qin Feng's hand and said eagerly. It's not like I know anything about this. They're all professionals. It's my turn to say anything? Qin Feng didn't have the good sense to say. The handsome man did shine, but having said from the start that he was just coming over to check it out, he didn't want outsiders bossing insiders around. Besides, I'm not in the mood to see a pretty girl. Plus that girl was so into handsome guys. He had a headache. I think he can play the male lead with this face. Uncle, this drama might explode because of him, Han Yanfei said fervently. Qin Feng thought a little bit. Holding one is holding. Holding two is the same price. The guy looked pretty good, so as long as he wasn't the messy type, he could be considered to take him in. Pretending to be helplessly compromised, he shouted, "That who? Wait." Qin Feng's retention caused Han Yanfei's face to light up. It was so nice to be accommodated, especially by the most vocal man in the entire crew. She held Qin Feng intimately and looked at the director and producer with pride. It's like a deus ex machina. I have a father and you all have to listen to me. System alert, Han Yanfei's favorability +5. Qin Feng froze, not expecting that this could also add favorability. Could it be that boosting this girl's favorability needs to be done on set? Qin Feng stroked his chin and thought. Then Su Yukai and Yang Mu both looked at me and me at you, simultaneously shaking their heads and sighing. They are prepared for the possibility that the investor might screw around. Often when casting is done, these bigwigs arrange to have their own people in the group, and possibly pull the scheduled actresses as well. These are routine operations, but the problem is that a lead actor bossing them around at will on the basis of having a golden father behind him is something they don't want to see. The thought of having to put up with this girl's bullying for the next few months, or most of the year. Su Yukai let out a bitter laugh. It's like going back to the last play. Teacher, my name is Chi Hui. Is there anything else you need? Chi Hui returned to the room and said respectfully. He didn't think that the assistant director could persuade the producer. He looked at the man with the assistant director's arm around him with some surprise. This man looks no older than himself, a few years old. Essence is very full. There is also an unruffled imposing body. Hands and feet is more dashing and casual. Looks like a big deal. Qin Feng pushed away the dead girl who was sticking to his body and slowly said, I've got a few questions here, and if you answer them well, maybe I can sign you up and pick a movie for you. Chi Fai's eyes lit up. He saw that the recruitment information for the drama stated an investment of $300 million. Bragging rights or not, with a director who can be found online, and a producer who's fairly well known. It should just not be a crew that just fools around with things, and as the golden father of their show, that's certainly not far behind. He was secretly excited. Yes, please, teacher. Qin Feng asked leisurely. You're so handsome. You must have had quite a few girlfriends in school, right? Have they all broken up now? He just wanted to ask if the boy was clean, but I didn't think that the other party replied without changing his face. No, I haven't had a girlfriend since I was 18. You can look into it at my school. Qin Feng was shocked. So handsome and no girlfriend? Who would believe it? Are you? No, Chi Fai retorted hastily. While he wasn't interested in women, he wasn't very receptive to men either. After all, it hurts too much. Qin Feng threw out another question as soon as he saw that this was hard to beat. Did you become an actor to make money? Or to become famous? Chi Fai said sincerely. All of them. Qin Feng couldn't help but follow up with, what if I can only choose one? Chi Hui thought for a moment and said, these two shouldn't clash, but if I have to choose, I'll go with Naruto. Are you willing to sell your soul in order to become famous? Qin Feng asked with interest. I'll do it if I have to, Chi Fai said, full of concern. They're all adults. It's just a bit of manual labor. As long as they don't come over with a rich woman's happy ball, anything goes. And next to her, Han Yanfei heard their conversation so strangely and looked at Qin Feng with a suspicious face. As a troubled young girl who watched anything and everything, a bold guess flashed vaguely in her heart, and a perverted smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Qin Feng didn't see her expression and asked some more personal questions, seeing that the other party answered with sincerity. Gradually, she developed some interest in the man called Chi Fai. As an actor, the man is pretty much trippy and has all the awareness he needs. If you look at the face alone, it is not at all inferior to those Akan Ahan on the market, and even a little more handsome. Chapter 186, Show me your face, baby. Qin Feng was happy to see the hunt. If you want to make a career, You can't rely on women alone. It's only right that there should be an obedient little wolfhound charging in as well. If you want to come to my company, the first 2 years of the split 28 open, guaranteed 20,000 a month. The back of the 4/6 split, liquidated damages of 10 figures, signed for 20 years. Do you want to do it? The price Chin Fong offered shocked the crowd. That's a condition that is much higher than what the average agency gives. At least this guaranteed 20,000 is something those companies don't have. It's the defaults that are scary high. Han Yunfei, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. Happiness is about contrast. Her own contract is 50-50, no strings at all, and others don't have that at all. Thinking that she was being pampered so much, Han Yunfei couldn't help but wrap her arms around Chin Fong once again, and in front of the crowd, she kissed him on the cheek with an unbridled mouthful. System alert, Han Yunfei favorability +5. Chin Fong pushed her away with a look of disgust. Really, smashing 300 million didn't move at all. Now you see that you're going to recruit the dudes in, and you're clunking up the favorability. This girl is afraid she's not going to make it. Can I go back and discuss this with my family? Chi Hui hesitated. These are the most youthful 20 years of your life, and it's irresponsible of you to say yes so easily. Still, if the place packs food and shelter and is still strong enough to help you take off, it's something to consider. As you wish. The resources I'm giving you are definitely higher than your breach of contract. I've invested $300 million in this drama, and I might even get 2 more this year, so it's only a matter of time before you're read to the core. Chin Fong faintly finished pretending, and then advised in a good voice. Our company doesn't recruit many male actors, 1 or 2 at the most, so you have to take your chances. Chi Hui was keenly aware that the director's eyes were filled with envy as he looked at himself. This made him somewhat believe Chin Feng's words. If the Gold Master's father was really so powerful, then one's starting point would definitely be much higher than one's peers. Most of those handsome boys and girls in his class are now working as crossdressers. He suppressed his inner excitement and gave it some serious thought. There's no way to go back and verify that this guy wasn't blowing smoke. Life is a big gamble. Whatever else, get on stage first. If the boss can let me be the lead actor in this movie, then I can sign the contract now, he said firmly. Chin Fong looked at Su Yukai with a bit of difficulty and asked, Director Su, can this boy be the lead actor? Tell me the truth. Su Yotsai's face was delighted. At the moment this was the male lead he was most satisfied with. Sure, he may look a little girly, but a little makeup makes him look a lot more mature. Chin Fong politely said, I don't know much about filming. You mustn't choose people indiscriminately just because it's my idea. Big deal. I'll get him another one alone. It just so happens that Bai Seeing doesn't know much about acting either. So it just so happens that she'll get together with him and play a silly white sweet heroine. Su Yukai hurriedly said, No, his look is perfect for playing the male lead. Producer Young Max sings the opposite. I don't think his style is suited to acting, more so to variety shows, or singing competitions, seeing as how that Han Yunfei admires that actor so much, in case he's shoehorned into the cast. In the future, the two of them will have some kind of bad incident on set that will cause their boss to get angry and say they're pulling out. Then wouldn't all his hard work be for nothing? Mr. Yang seems to have plans for him. Why don't you work part-time as his agent? Chin Fong proposed. Yang Mu froze and immediately said with a bitter face, I don't have the resources in this area. He will definitely have a lot less opportunities if he follows me. Chin Fong couldn't hear his euphemistic refusal and laughed. It's fine. We don't need him to pick up other variety shows. We'll do whatever we want to do ourselves. And if we want to rub off on any star's traffic, we'll pay for him to come over. Chin Feng's words startled everyone. This is so ho-hum that it's close to buying a TV station to show your own TV show. Yang Mu glanced at Chi Hui and sighed. It's good to have this handsome guy on your side. At least he won't make a mess under the watchful eye. Otherwise, if such a powerful boss started a fire, he might have to go on a killing spree and shed blood. It would be a problem if he hurt himself. An innocent. When the time came, Yang Mu nodded helplessly in agreement. Seeing such a difficult expression on his face, Chin Fong encouraged him a couple of times, saying that in the future, when Chi Hui becomes hot, he will definitely earn more than now. Yang Mu adjusted his emotions and said yes again with a smile. Seeing that this male lead was considered settled, Chin Fong asked Su Yukai again, Director Su, how many more actors are going to audition next? Su Yukai touched his head and said uncertainly, There's about 20 more. It seems. Chin Fong ordered, Get on the girl first. I'm in a hurry. Su Yukai froze for a moment. The assistant director reacted first and said, Okay. Then he ran next door and shouted, You girls come over here and light up together first. That auntie doesn't have to go. The crowd looked at Chin Fong with different expressions. The producer and director saw it coming and were very laid back. Han Yunfei, on the other hand, propped her head up with her hands in a bored manner. She didn't want her great uncle to choose a consort, but she was in no position to stop it. I had to watch listlessly as the assistant director led the 10 or so girls to appear one by one. A group of flamboyant girls stood before them, waiting to be admired, commented on, and picked out. The image still packs a punch. Qin Feng knew that as long as he asked, a large portion of these girls would be willing to serve him. But Qin Feng didn't shout, "I want to fight 10. He turned on the scan and looked around, surprised there wasn't a single 90. What's going on here? The director saw that Qin Feng's expression was not quite right and explained. Mr. Qin, we only have a few female supporting roles left in this drama, so we picked the ones that focus more on acting skills and experience. Only then did Qin Feng react. Han Yanfei is the main character, so naturally the other actors can't be cast too beautifully and steal her thunder. Qin Feng waved his hand without a trace, signaling the assistant director to bring them all down. Then suddenly thought of something and asked, I see those other big productions. The casting is thousands of choices. How come we just have so little? We're here to finalize the main cast first. Those other minor roles don't matter. There's a special casting studio and drama handling. Su Yukai patiently explained. We also screened these main actors. Otherwise there would be too many people to squeeze in. No wonder. It stands to reason that a drama of this magnitude would have a lot of beautiful actresses coming forward. I didn't see it on site, so it turned out to be passed. Qin Feng secretly said that this was the case. Actors looking for a play have definitely cast their profiles. All one has to do is ask the company for their files and look at their pictures. What's the point of running around fooling around? He got up and explained to him. You still have the information of those actresses who were not chosen by you before, right? Organize them all and send them to me. Su Yukai nodded his head and said, Okay, Mr. Qin. Well, then I'll leave you to your work. Qin Feng said as he walked to the door, and after thinking about it, he turned around and said to Qi Hui, Do you have a place to stay? Want to stay at my place? The crowd went quiet at those words. Everyone didn't expect the boss to have such a wide range of tastes, not even the men. Qi Fai even covered his butt and stammered. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Qin Feng knew that they were not thinking in a favorable way and immediately declared, Don't think nonsense, I just bought a few houses. I want to use them as dormitories for my staff. And Mr. Yang can come and live here. Yang Mu blushed and said shyly, Boss, I have hemorrhoids. Chapter 187, If you're leaving, you have to say so in advance. Mr. Qin, can I rent a house outside by myself? Qi Hui said hesitantly. Whatever. This is just a perk. If you don't want it, you're not forced to do it. Qin Feng didn't care, and after saying that, he took Han Yanfei and prepared to go home. Qi Fai struggled for a while, but finally gritted his teeth and followed. This kind of thing eludes the first day, but not the 15th. There is always something to face. If this big boss really means that kind of thing, whether it's defiance or obedience, you have to see it before you make a decision. Arriving downstairs, Qi Fai met a burly man waiting for them in a Rolls Royce. He believed what Qin Feng had just said. Anyone who can afford to drive this car must be a big shot. He thought darkly in his mind that he would tolerate it if he could. He cautiously sat in the front row and followed the call after learning that the driver beside him was called Brother Wang. Wang Gang gave him an expressionless look and, seeing that it was a milky white boy, he smiled stiffly at him. Despite his dislike, this ferocious smile could startle Qi Fai. In an instant, he thought of something terrible, and his face became unusually ugly. That's when the girl sitting in the back row spoke to him. With that image, you should look pretty good in a woman's costume. Qi Fai turned around and shook his hand desperately. No, I'm determined not to wear women's clothing. Han Yanfei sighed. It's a pity. You'll have to be a big shot in women's clothing. You might be able to have both men and women. There's absolutely no need for that. I still want to be a man in a dignified manner. Qi Hui said with a straight face. These words made Wang Gang feel that he was much smoother. A little bit prettier looking, but still a strong boy. Wang Gang drove and extended a hand, giving him a thumbs up as a sign of encouragement. Looking at the fist as big as a sandbag in front of him, Qi Hui gulped and shuddered. I can only wear women's clothes once at the most. Wang Gang frowned slightly, feeling a bit strange, and squinted at him. Qi Fai immediately surrendered and resigned himself to his fate. Okay, I'll wear whatever you guys want me to wear. Qin Feng saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly came out to save the day. Play your scene properly. Don't listen to this girl's nonsense. Han Yanfei sophomorically said. I'm not bull ******** ting. I'm offering him a path with less competition. Qin Feng faintly said. I don't need to go through all those crooked ways. I can make him famous just the same. Qi Hui burst into tears and said gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Qin Feng laughed. Thank you for what? If you really want to thank me, then accompany me for a drink at night, Chi Fai weakly asked. How much to drink? Chin Feng said slowly. Drink as much as you can. You can't tell if someone is really honest until they're drunk. Chi Fai stared blankly out at the scenery outside the car. He didn't know where he would go on this journey. Whether it would be the abyss of 10,000 fathoms or a leveling of the ground. All he knew was that after drinking too much, he was most likely going to have an eye-opening experience. If this is really the case, then this sky-high wealth and fortune is not related to oneself after all. While the contract is not signed, it is better to run away. The road isn't very far. The car drove smoothly. Before Chi Fai could make up his mind, he had arrived at the rich man's neighborhood. After passing 2 rows of standing guards watching, the car entered the underground parking lot of the district. He noticed that this huge parking lot was decorated like a fine house. Just see the floor all paved with granite, wall columns pasted with wood grain tiles, ceiling suspended, a strip of warm light irradiation. The whole visual sensation is full of bright sense of high class. None of the cars parked in the other spaces in the quay are less than $800,000. The garages of the rich are just unimaginable. From here to there, I bought all 40 or so parking spaces in this area. So if you want a car for yourself, you can park over here. Chin Feng, who had gotten out of the car, patted his shoulder and said. Chi Hui was shocked beyond words. Are rich people so arrogant to buy a parking space? And from here to there? What was even more shocking was that the owner asked him which floor he preferred to live on. How many houses does he have here? There are no floors 1 to 4. I'll send you the ones that are empty right now and you can pick one for yourself. Chin Feng operated his cell phone and sent him the floor schematic that was integrated into a single image while saying, the house is a bit big, around 300 to 400 square feet, and in the future, if we have more people in the company, I'll arrange for other male artists to live with you. Chi Hui was confused when he heard about the 300 to 400 square foot house. Is this staff quarters? He trembled and chose a 16th floor house. Chin Feng took him to the 16th floor, called Guan Yuxian, and gave him fingerprints and a key. Chi Hui pushed open the door, and what he saw at a glance was the quiet and wide hall with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows designed for light, opulent decoration and luxurious and expensive furniture. He was dumbfounded. This house was literally what he had been striving for his whole life. Who would have thought he would get to live in it right out of the gate? That's a bit too hoity-toity. Sure, this is where he lives? Well, not bad, right? Chin Feng asked smilingly. Chi Hui nodded his head dumbfounded. 1,000 words of praise converging into one sentence. Awesome. The accommodations alone would surpass 99% of the current cast. He's completely submissive. Luckily, he came over to take a look at it. If he had missed a house like this, he would have regretted it. See what necessities are missing. Go down and buy them yourself. Then rest for a while, and I'll call you for a barbecue in the evening. Okay, thank you boss. Chi Hui bowed repeatedly. Chin Feng waved his hand and threw down Chi Hui, who was looking east and feeling west. Take Han Yanfei back to her 18th floor. After closing the door, Chin Feng sat on the sofa and typed back a message. Shivya asks if he's free tomorrow and says Yui misses him. Tomorrow just happens to be Saturday. Chin Feng had planned to go to Zhong'oaoi to cultivate his feelings. Since Yi wanted him, it was of course better to coax the little one first. Uncle, are you tired? Fifi will squeeze your shoulders for you. Han Yanfei is singing opposite the director on the set today, and feels very overwhelmed. She never thought that one day she would be able to take a shot at deciding who to cast in the lead role. In order to be able to make her way on the set later, she had to please the biggest boss first. No, you go back to the script and read the lines, Chin Feng said indifferently. Han Yanfei sensed that Chin Feng's attitude wasn't quite right and ran in front of him, squatting down and probing at his expression. Are you angry? No, obviously. Han Yanfei hugged his hand and pouted. Don't be angry. She swayed for a while and saw that Chin Feng just wouldn't budge no matter how much she twisted her body and pampered her. Han Yanfei had a sense of crisis. Uncle, are you mad at me because I don't listen to you? Although Chin Feng liked this girl's quirky and straightforward mind, but there's no sense of boundaries at all, which is a little reassuring. Fifi, I said I'd give you your freedom. If you want to leave me someday to find your happiness where it belongs, make sure you tell me ahead of time and I'll support you. Han Yanfei's eyes widened as she looked at Chin Feng in shock, seeing his calm eyes with a faint hint of indifference. The man is serious. She panicked instantly and tears welled up in her eyes, and she said in a resigned voice, Uncle, you just tell me what I did wrong. Is it necessary to get real? Chin Feng rubbed her head and said softly, don't cry. I'm just making it clear to you that you've done nothing wrong. Really? You have no intention of leaving me? No, I'm not leaving you. Han Yanfei wiped her eyes and flung herself into Chin Feng's arms, muttering, scared me to death. Uncle is so annoying. Just now, Chin Feng's words scared her to the point of trembling. She'd only just gotten a little bit of hope. A little bit of trust in men. I didn't expect him to just say he was leaving. The man's departure means she's going back to her old self. She'd had enough of the old days and would die before going back. Chapter 188, never seen it before. Curious. On the couch, the two stopped talking, the girl's small face unconsciously rubbing against the boy's neck, like seeking a little comfort. She was wearing a very cute halter-top puffy dress today, with a very empty neckline at the top and a hemline that only came down to mid-thigh, making her bare thighs stand out. Sheen Foam looked down from the top and saw that it was full of justice. Smelling the girl's hair, feeling the soft, delicate body of the girl at the edge of he suddenly wasn't so angry. Uncle, were you jealous just now? Han Yanfei, however, asked in a raw manner. A little bit, Sheen Foam graciously admitted. So uncle likes me too? Han Yanfei raised her head, and there was much joy in her bright eyes. I call this caring, Sheen Foam defended. Che, you just like me. Pretend. Han Yanfei hummed lightly before blinking her eyes again and looking at Sheen Foam. Uncle, let me have a kiss. Why? Sheen Foam asked. There's no reason. I want to kiss you. You're not allowed to hit me. After Han Yanfei finished speaking, she closed her eyes and came over with her mouth closed. Soon she was kissing two pieces of warm skin, a little hard to the touch. When he opened his eyes, he saw the man grinning and holding two fingers over his mouth. Han Yanfei was furious and twisted her body to take that nasty hand away, and sat up on his knees for better power. Young girls are especially attractive to look at. Sheen Foam didn't want to go off the deep end. In an attempt to keep her honest, raising his hand, he gently patted the area behind the girl's back end. Stop it. Sit still. Han Yanfei hammered his chest with her small pink fist in anger. Really? Why are you holding back when it's obvious that you're in love too? She could feel his urge. This man fulfills all her fantasies about men. She loved it and was more than willing to give her body back to this man. I want to wait until you really like me. In order to avoid his animalistic behavior, Sheen Foam removed her from himself and placed her on the sofa next to him. Taking her hand, he said tenderly, I know you're scared. I've tasted what it's like to have no one to turn to, so I'm willing to give you more time. I will tolerate you, love you, indulge you, and like I just said, if you find your own happiness, I will spread my hands and give you your freedom. Han Yanfei didn't talk flirty this time like last time. Instead, he raised his head and stared blankly at Sheen Foam, dumbfounded and unable to speak. For once, she had a little bit of faith in the other's words. System alert, Han Yanfei's favorability +5. Sheen Foam felt very cute when he saw her being silly for the first time. Smiling, he pinched her face and said, You purposely pissed me off today because you wanted to provoke me into eating you, right? Han Yanfei was jolted back to her senses and, lowering his head to not let Sheen Foam see his expression. In reality, she just saw a handsome guy, had a brain fart, and didn't hold back to look at him more. Not at all what he meant by deliberately provoking him. Then, purely on a case-by-case basis, I thought there was something wrong with that director and disliked him on the strength of having someone behind me. At this moment, Han Yanfei's eyes rolled around, and after thinking carefully, she felt that it seemed better to admit it. So she said sheepishly, I just wanted to test if uncle likes me too. Sheen Foam laughed, Don't do that in the future. I'll really get angry. Han Yanfei said seriously, Well, don't worry. If I ever look at another handsome guy again, I'll poke my own eyes out. Sheen Foam froze and said awkwardly, There's no need to be like this. You still have to shoot the movie. No way. I was born as uncle's man. I will die as uncle's dead man. How can I look at another man? Looking at the little girl's remorseful expression, Sheen Foam was very touched, rewarded her with another brainbuster, knocking her hands over her head. Act again and I'll throw you out. With this girl, there was no time when she was touched like other women. A heartless optimist. Of course, if you don't have an agenda, it's still fun to spend time with a girl like that. Sheen Foam decided to go with the flow and stop saying false words of love to her for the sake of goodwill. But who knew that the other side was sensationalizing the situation? Uncle, actually you can rest assured. You spent $2 million to ransom me and so much money to help me make a comeback. My life has been yours for a long time. The girl doesn't know if she's broken or if she's just acting out. Take the man's hand and look him straight in the eye. Deep in love. According to the original trajectory, my future was nothing but death. And it was you who saved me and gave me a new life. So whether you want to play with my feelings or my body is fine. I'm willing to be your toy. Sheen Foam froze. So the girl was so wary that she thought she was playing her the whole time? I'm not playing with her. I'm just. Before Sheen Foam could think of how to defend himself, he saw the girl's beautiful face come into view. This life is only for you. It was too late to speak, and the next second he tasted the girl's lips. Very soft, moist and sweet. The girl was like a blooming flower that mesmerized him beyond belief. He couldn't help but reach up and caress the girl's cheek, gradually turning the tables on her in a silent lull. A long time, the misty-eyed girl asked. Why? The man gasped, and pressed her naughty little hand against the. Now is not the time. Night falls and the lights come on. Lianhu New Town neighborhood across the street. A good business barbecue restaurant. The doorway aisle set up a good table and chairs. A somewhat overly handsome man was sitting in one of the chairs. The girls walking by couldn't stop looking back. He looks like a star. It's so handsome, isn't it? Is there really such a handsome man in reality? He has such sad eyes. It's heartbreaking to watch. Please, can you get me his cell phone number, honey? There was no shortage of bold girls who ran over to sit next to him and hit on him. Ask for the number to be weighed. At this point, the man would put up a sign with the words, I'm deaf and mute. I'm not at liberty to tweet. Thank you. This man is Chi Hui, and he carries this sign with him every day. The excuse of being deaf and dumb might be a good way to get some money to spend compared to other means of rejection. Usually the girls who come over to hit on me are embarrassed to throw down $10 in cash or scan the QR code on the sign. Not much luck today. He didn't leave money with a single sister after holding up the sign 5 times. What happened to the promised rich neighborhood? How come there's not a dime in it? He spat silently in his mind. Meanwhile, wait quietly. Soon the owner came over with her woman. The woman had changed her clothes for some reason. Chapter 189, he's so beautiful. He wants to punch. Qin Feng is a good drinker now. You can drink white wine as beer. First, he poured 3 glasses of white wine into Chi Fai, and then advised beer. Drink him high quickly. When Chi Hui saw that the tall, fierce man didn't come, he simply let go of his drink. Under Qin Feng's very skillful condescension, he told all of his experiences one by one. His parents are divorced and each has a family. He was average in his studies, and with his face value, he conquered his art exam teacher and went to a prestigious school. He was a softer character, too good-looking as a child, ostracized by the boys, and hung out with the girls all day long. It wasn't until after I accidentally made a mistake in high school and almost got someone killed that I distanced myself from girls. From then on, neither men nor women loved each other, but only thought of getting ahead. Qin Feng was his first boss. To get in front of the boss, he got drunk clutching a guitar he borrowed from somewhere and started playing and singing to himself in front of the barbecue restaurant, attracting everyone's attention. Blue thoughts, wave to me and say the seasons stay the same. But for a season, it's back to the old days again, that windswept summer. He sings so softly that one can't help but be reminded of the time that Qin Feng was even more goosebumped by the singing. Being sung to by the boys like this was just too meaty. He'd have to be the main character in any other story, for sure. Unfortunately, here it is, only to have bottles thrown at it by an angry guest. Sing your mom's song. Go home and sing it. There were 5 or 6 bare-chested socialites at that table, not to be messed with at first glance. Chi Fai wimped out and stopped singing. No one in the room helped him out either. Only Qin Feng stood out, similarly smashing a bottle of beer in front of the other party. If you don't sing, don't sing. Why are you yelling so loud? Han Yanfei covered her mouth and snorted a laugh. The provocations of those people around the man who was so secure made her feel amused. She expected Qin Feng to show off his skills and teach them a lesson. But unfortunately, a few people on the opposite side of the room had their IQs online and were more sensible. Seeing that Qin Feng wasn't too easy to mess with, the few friends of the man who threw the bottle didn't dare to act rashly. The people in this area are either rich or expensive, and they can't afford to have anything happen to them. A peacemaker got up and apologized to Qin Feng. Dude, sorry, he's drunk. You guys carry on. At this point the owner of the barbecue restaurant also rushed out, and both sides accompanied a round of drinks to defuse the matter. It's just a hiccup. Qin Feng didn't care, but Chi Fai took it to heart. He looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of adoration. This aura of heavenly confidence made him very envious. He wanted to be that kind of man. Unfortunately, the body is too weak and bottomless, and male friends are almost non-existent. The only one that still covets his beauty. It made him a little desperate. He had a little too much to drink and said through his drunken eyes, Mr. Qin, thank you for your support. From now on I'm your man. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Just give me a good acting job, and kind of fight for your own career and goals. Qin Feng was going to snicker and say I am going to let you eat, sure do you eat it or not? But then it occurred to him that whichever the other answered, it wasn't the answer he wanted. He himself was now his boss after all, and he couldn't possibly joke around as recklessly as a normal friend, and had to say these grandiose things. Then, seeing that he was almost drunk, he called the owner to settle the bill and prepare to disperse. Can you still walk? I can. Chi Fai staggered to his feet, and before he could take 2 steps, he sat down on the ground. Never mind. I'll just sleep here. Seeing that he was about to lie down on the ground after he finished, Qin Feng was stunned. Men who drink too much are really loose. The street can also be slept on. Han Yanfei then drank a bottle of beer, and was now watching the fun from the sidelines. Congratulations, uncle. You'll soon be able to hold a beautiful woman. The little girl's teasing made Qin Feng give up the idea of carrying that handsome bastard back. He took out his cell phone and ordered takeout. The note reads, "Come 2 strong men. Come and lift people. 200 each." The delivery boy came quickly. The 2 men lifted the man on the ground with ease. It was then found to be very laborious to carry, and it was better for one person to carry it. So the 2 men took turns carrying him towards their destination, which was not far away. Gfai was dazed and confused when he felt someone touching him, and the movement was extraordinarily strong. He panicked a little and struggled to say no, but was too sleepy to keep his eyes open. Vaguely, 2 people were heard conversing. "Oh, my God, what is this guy or girl? That's so beautiful. With a larynx, male, numb nuts, looking so pretty, didn't realize it was a guy. If it was a beautiful woman, it would still be your turn to come over and carry it. I hate this kind of sissy. Hush, keep your voice down. There's a big family living here. Don't be a knight." In another luxury villa, after the passion, Fang Jejun was lying flat on the bed, his eyes staring at the ceiling listlessly. "What's wrong with you today? It's only been a while?" Hannah dragged her 200-pound frame with her, and then tried to roll over and continue. Fang Jejun desperately resisted. "I'm in a bad mood when I think about the drama being gone. I don't have much motivation." Sister Hua coaxed. "What's wrong with that? Big deal. I'll find you another crew. Good girl. Listen. Fang Jejun is dying." To divert the woman's attention, he said hastily, "I'm not just angry because of this. When that rich kid was against me before, I called your name and he taunted you and said some really nasty things." Hannah managed to get her curiosity piqued, and she cared a lot about people saying bad things about her. "What did he say?" "He said, you're a dead fat pig, with 3 layers of swimmers hanging from your belly, and you can scrape enough oil off your face to fry food, and you can smell your fox odor from a distance." Enough. Sister Hua's interest was lost, and a bearish anger emerged in her eyes. "He really said that? 1,000 times over. It's hard to say, and the tone is arrogant, not putting you in your eyes at all." The crew had broken up anyway, and she wasn't going to ask for proof. In order to escape the crush, Fang Jejun said something about it. Sister Hua was so angry that the flesh on her face was trembling. She picked up her cell phone, regardless of the late night, and dialed a number. "How did you find out about that rich kid named Qin last time? What does his family do?" The person on the other end of the line was half imploding before he uttered a reply. "The parents aren't big shots, but he does have 2 properties under his name, and he just recently set up a media company and signed 2 artists. One is Han Yanfei, and the other is an unknown anchor. It is said to spend $300 million and hold Han Yanfei up. I don't know if it's true. I guess he just made some money and wants to come to the entertainment industry." Hearing him say this, Sister Hua sneered. How dare an outsider run the entertainment industry? Is really not taking himself seriously. Showbiz isn't that easy to get into. You tell someone to contact Han Yanfei's parents and say that her daughter now has $300 million. Then give me the contact information for that anchor woman. She wanted to let the other party know that the entertainment industry did not understand that the more money was thrown at it, the harder the losses would be. Chapter 190, Raising Children is a Headache. Qin Feng didn't know that his company was already being watched even before he started messing around with it. He doesn't care, so he doesn't have much affection for the company. It's like there's a company just for saying one thing to Lily Chiu. Getting it cheap doesn't hurt after all. He doesn't feel it at all, and doesn't really care if the company loses money. Anyway, the more you lose, the more dog-licking money it equates to spend on the girl. Right now, Han Yanfei has 600 million and over on her. Good sense is 70. Waiting for the rebate is straight up awesome. This girl seems to have a little easier time adding up her good feelings when she's on set. Qin Feng wanted her to shoot the movie quickly, so he asked the director when the shooting would start. The director said that the selection of almost a week to get done, rent a venue to build a scene, buy costumes and props and other miscellaneous work, is expected to be half a month to start shooting. For a big production like this, the pre-production was done in just under a month, which is pretty quick. Casting for some tens of millions of dollars invested in a drama can drag on for 3 to 5 months, and Qin Feng is still not too satisfied. Asked the director to add acceleration. Not enough money, he recharged 200 million. This statement excited the director. As if he had gotten the imperial sword, he hung up the phone and ran to Mr. Chiu to ask for money. Chiu Lily understood Qin Feng's acute nature, sighed helplessly, and started spending money to grab time. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Qin Feng took half a day's effort to shake Han Yanfei off in his room. This girl cried out that she could be her wingman if she wanted to go out and pick up chicks, and said she was determined not to hold herself back. Qin Feng didn't believe a word of it. How can a girl with just this kind of toxic attributes hold back from spewing and tearing down? Besides, although Shifuya indulged herself in looking for girls outside, it was too much to take her seriously to bring them there in a dignified manner. It might even bring Yui down and steal snacks from her. Qin Feng didn't want his sister to be angry and hurriedly ran into the car. Han Yanfei acted into it, chasing into the underground parking lot, crying, "Daddy Gold Master, don't go." Qin Feng sat in the car and squinted at her. "Your skin is itching again, isn't it?" The little girl visibly wimped out, stopped picking at the window and backed up to a safe distance. With a longing face, he asked, "When are you coming back?" "I don't know. Maybe in a couple days." Qin Feng was a little fired up from being plastered by his little girl for the past 2 days, and wanted to go find Shifuya to relax. "Will I see you again? Uncle, be happy when I see you again. Okay, be happy, be happy. It doesn't matter if you don't have me in your world anymore. You have to be happy on your own. Uncle, how can I live without you?" In the rearview mirror, the girl was seen running 2 steps after the car. Qin Feng resisted the urge to stop the car and punch someone. This dead girl is a little too jumpy. It's hard to imagine if she's going to make a mess of the house when she has to live with herself in the future. "I don't think my own gentle sister could stand this one." All the way to Schiffer's neighborhood. Get on the elevator to her house and open the door. Seeing Yui sitting on the couch cheered and jumped up when she saw herself. "Uncle, you're back." Qin Feng smiled as he squatted down, opened his hands, and picked up this little girl who rushed towards him. "Has Yui been good lately?" "Good boy," Yui exclaimed, dragging out a long, grinning voice. Qin Feng was about to praise her for her understanding when Shifuya spoke out from the kitchen and broke it down. "Don't listen to her. Yesterday her teacher said she made a little fat boy cry again." Qin Feng looked at Yi in surprise, not expecting her to be able to make the little fatty cry. Why did Yi punch someone? Sun Haoxuan grabbed Chen Kerson's hair, and Yi thought that was wrong, so she went to grab Sun Haoxuan's hair. The little girl milked the story. The general idea is that she punched a bully's bad guy. It's kind of hard to comment on this one. Qin Feng didn't know whether to educate her to mind her own business or not. She was already a little girl, and meddling in her own business could easily spill over into her own. It's important to develop a courageous nature, so that when she gets a little older, those schoolyard bullies might turn on her. Qin Feng didn't want her to play the hero while feeling that she was doing the right thing. It's because no one is helping the kids who are being bullied that this has led to so many tragedies. But none of this would have happened if someone had spoken out to stop it. Looking at the little girl's big innocent eyes, Qin Feng walked to open the kitchen door to ask for help from her own mother. "How are you handling this, sis?" Shifuya wore a blue and white striped home pajama top with a hem that was not too long and not too short, just enough to cover the key areas. The bottom half was a pair of baggy shorts that showed off her long white legs. She was turning her back to Qin Feng, messing with the fried chicken nuggets. The kitchen was filled with aromas. "I told her to live within her means, not to do more than she can do, and that it would be best to go and tell her teacher if something happened." Shifuya turned around and smiled. "But I figured she couldn't understand, so I just said the last sentence." Her daughter's safety trumped everything, and she didn't want her daughter to get hurt. As for violence in schools, it is of course best to have the ability to stop it, but if you don't have the ability, don't put pressure on yourself. After all, it's not you who made the mistake and it's not you who should be held accountable. Running to tell the teacher is the right thing for a student to do. Qin Feng secretly nodded his head as he looked at the beautiful and moving Shifuya. Most parents, I'm sure, teach their children this way. However, Qin Feng did not intend to do so. The world needs good people after all. He said to Yui, "Yi did the right thing. In the future when you encounter something like this, don't worry and boldly beat him up. Uncle will back you up." "Yay! I knew Uncle was the best for me," Yi shouted as she sat on Qin Feng's arm and danced around. "Brother, she's prone to accidents like this," Shifuya said worriedly. "Don't be afraid. Give me some time. I'll give her an absolutely reliable bodyguard to protect her 24/7." Qin Feng stared at Shifuya and said gently, "With a bodyguard, everything is fine. At the very least, you won't let your little girl be bullied." And as the number of people he cared about increased, Qin Feng realized that he couldn't take care of them alone. Not only did his own company need security, but there was also Han Yanfei, a big trouble that needed someone to protect her. Add to that the fact that Zhong Oai, who was now holding her head up, must have had a circle of flies around her. It would be a problem if one of the bold ones made a move to bully her. So now the priority is to get Schiffer's reward. With 10 King of Soldiers level cyborg bodyguards, there would be no need to worry about those headache mishaps. Qin Feng's gaze toward Shifuya was filled with determination. In the last few days, there must be a way to rip off this very well-spoken sister. Shifuya caught Qin Feng's resolute eyes and sighed. "You're her lord. You're in charge. Qin Feng felt a bit strange hearing the word adult and didn't think too much about it. I only heard Shifuya ask, "Have you had breakfast yet?" Qin Feng replied, "I ate a few buns. I'm not full. Just in time for a little more then. Try my own squeezed soy milk, and eggs and bacon on toast," Shifuya said, laying out the breakfast one by one. Then he sat on the chair and crossed his legs naturally, smilingly greeting Qin Feng as he took his seat. Looking at the plump, snow-white jade legs stacked on top of each other, Qin Feng's fingers twitched. Unfortunately, having an obstructive goblin in his arms prevented him from experiencing the mysteries of that leg. "Uncle, do you like toast?" "Why do you ask?" "Because he likes to eat fried eggs and meat." The little girl blinked her eyes and looked at Qin Feng expectantly. Chapter 191, Unrequited Love. Ojango's sitting in the library reading a book. It was still covered in the same yellowed cartoon t-shirt that had been washed. The loose, fat pants covered all of her beautiful legs. It looks pretty much the same as before. She still wasn't used to wearing those pretty dresses, and so many people came over to bother her every time she did. The boys in her class asked for her contact information in various ways, while the girls marvel at the change in her and run to ask what they can do to suddenly become beautiful. She was too embarrassed to say no, and she didn't know how to answer that. Every time he kept his head down and didn't say anything, he made the atmosphere stagnant. Over time people kind of disliked the condescending girl. Rumors spread in the class that she was being groomed. There are also testimonies of people who have seen her get into Rolls-Royce cars, and when unsuspecting boys from another class came over to hit on her, and saw the $200,000 plus watch she was wearing, thought she was a $1,000 lady, stalking even more vigorously. There were even some licking dogs who said they would like to drink her foot wash. Realizing that there was so much trouble in wearing pretty clothes, she silently put back on what she once wore. She continued to walk with her head down in order not to draw attention to herself when there were a lot of people. Only in a safe place like the library did he dare to raise his head as Qin Feng requested. "She's been a little distracted by her reading today. It's all in the eyes themselves, while the brain is thinking about men. Should I send a message to my brother? Will it bother him at work? Is his stomach better?" She hesitantly took out her cell phone and typed a few words and sent them. "Brother, I miss you." And Qin Feng, the scummy guy she'd been pining for, was riding a mini roller coaster with his big and little ones at the moment, laughing with such joy that he didn't care about the WeChat alert from his cell phone. This place was recommended by Chiu, a large family amusement park in Jiangcheng. It's not expensive, just a couple bucks. Play is a crowded place with kids everywhere. A bunch of little kids can have fun together, even if it's just a playground with nothing on it. Not to mention that there are quite a few programs here. Large rainbow slide, autumn dry, jungle adventure, pit roller coaster, bumper cars, gunfire, bungee cloud air, all kinds of slides. The 5,000 square feet of playground is not only fun for kids, but also joyful for adults. Young moms everywhere. If it wasn't for Qin Feng never wanted to come over to this kind of place to play. Yui was having a great time and the smile on her face never stopped. Qin Feng had wanted to go and take them to Disney. He had money now. "I want to go and see what Disney looks like." When people say, "Don't come to Disney if you don't have money." How much more expensive can things get? Does it really have the guts to sell grilled sausages for $40 a piece? Ice cream for $80 a pop? Qin Feng didn't believe these rumors and wanted to go and see how it was done in person. But Shivya stopped him. She said places like that are for grown-ups. Kids aren't that sophisticated. There were plenty of fun places to go, and she didn't want to go cramming with people. She also said that Yui prefers the little snowman from Honey Snow Ice City or the froggy brother who sells pups at the mall to the unfamiliar cartoon characters. Qin Feng truly felt that Shifuya was virtuous and understanding. Combined with such an adorable little these two mothers together make for a special rarity. "Sis, I'm so lucky to have met such a wonderful woman as you." Shifuya was being held by Qin Feng's hand as she walked slowly behind. In front of him Wine Gang was like a bear, chasing after the little rabbit that was running and jumping and barking nonstop with a cheeky grunt. "The picture looks extraordinarily cozy and I'm lucky too. I never thought I'd meet you, my brother, in a bar." She was wearing sunglasses, bright lipstick, and a khaki sheath dress with a light white jacket over it. Very much a hot mom. Looking so good at talking, Qin Feng couldn't hold it in. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, "Sis, I want to ask you something." It was then that Shifuya turned to give him a curious look, noticing that his expression wasn't quite right, like it's a little embarrassing. She blushed and whispered, "Not here, go back." Qin Feng was shocked. "Am I a beast in your eyes? Your brother? Thinking about that all day long?" Shifuya face apologized. "I'm sorry." Oh, sis thought poorly. Qin Feng interrupted aloud. "That's right, I am such a beast. Shifu. Hey, just kidding. I was just wondering, under what circumstances would sis truly fall in love with someone?" Qin Feng didn't know what she wanted. which was why he asked this question. Waiting too long for her to get pregnant and have a baby. He's trying to make it quick. Genuinely like someone? Shifuya faceted a faint smile. Sis is past the age of liking. Now as long as you and EE are safe and happy, I'm content. Don't you have anything you want? I am already happier than the vast majority of people and dare not ask for more. Shin Fong was a bit at a loss for words. This Buddhist character really doesn't seem to want for anything. I think it's better to think of Shatin. One house and one ring and you're done. After that, do as she pleases, and go shopping all over the place. She bought her kittens and puppies yesterday, and with the pet's house food and odds and ends, she spent over $50,000. Today again. I said I went shopping with my girlfriends and saw a bag for $88,000. Give her the $5 million not knowing if it will last 6 months. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Shin Fong had no choice but to clean up his mood and continue to accompany the mother and daughter on their tour. They came to a Seaball Castle Park. He and Shifuya sat outside under the parasol and rested, while Yui mingled with a group of children inside. It's a bit of a shame that adults can't get in on this kind of ride. Shivya was talking about some of the minutiae of life and the future nurturing of EE. She wanted to send EE for piano lessons, to get the wild girl to collect herself and learn to be demure and elegant. I went and asked. Offline training costs $100 a lesson. Online is much cheaper, and there are many teachers to choose from, so you don't have to run around. But it's just that you have to buy a piano, and it costs tens of thousands of dollars. Raising kids is still pretty expensive. The average family getting a hobby class can be stressful. Some parents who are climbers will even want their children to take several interest classes. Everyone brags that their kids know taekwondo, calligraphy and painting, violin and programming. I don't know if it's useful or not, but anyway, what they didn't have a chance to learn is children themselves. What they like, they give to their children through and through, and it doesn't matter if the kid likes it or not. If EE likes it, I'll ask a famous teacher to come to my home to teach me. Buy a better piano, and then specialize in getting you a big house. Your original one is too small. Shin Fong faintly arranged. Then where is the best place to buy a house? Shifuya didn't refuse to buy a house for EE. Do you want a villa or a large flat? The villa. High buildings are not conducive to escape in case of an accident. Want to live next to Xiating then? Shin Fong said with a smile. Shifuya glanced at him and was about to reply. Suddenly an exquisitely dressed woman approached. A big blonde floral-colored wave with a standout vibe. Wow. You're Liu Yi's mom, right? What a coincidence to meet you here. The woman was fairly good-looking, except when she got closer she saw that the powder on her face was a bit thick. Shin Fong opened the scan and saw that the woman was 32 years old, with a charisma score of 79, and her name was Gung Mingxia. I think it would have been an 80 before she turned 30. Chapter 192. Madam, you don't want your husband to know, do you? Your son Haoxuan's mother, right? I'm so sorry. I haven't apologized to you for what happened yesterday. Shifuya had a good memory and recognized the identity of the other party and politely rose with a smile. Sun Haoxuan's mom waved her hand sagely and laughed. Children playing around. Too normal. No need to take it to heart. That little brat is also more mischievous and capricious. In the family lawlessness is accustomed to. No one tube. She said as she naturally walked over to Shifuya and took her hand to survey Shin Fong. Is this Yi's father? I've never seen him in kindergarten. He looks so young. Shin Fong politely stood up and extended his hand. Hello. I'm Yi's stepdad. My last name is Chin. He introduced himself so graciously that Shifuya couldn't help but look at him. The man's eyes revealed a gentle smile, as if he was talking about a very common thing. For some reason, Shifuya felt a twinge of delight at the title of stepfather. Boss Chin is a talented man, and Yi's mom is really a talented woman. Gung Mingxia sat down next to Shifuya, and gave Shin Fong a burst of compliments. Shin Fong smiled and made a few polite remarks. She chatted with Shivya some more about the kids in kindergarten. Only his eyes glanced at Shin Fong from time to time, as well as the big tall man standing behind him. Whether a person has money or not can be seen by looking at the temperament. A posture like Qin Feng's, which was all laid back and written with candor and spontaneity, would not normally be found in ordinary people who were bent over by life. As relaxed as they may be, there is always a nerve in their heads, always ready to get back to work. Gung Mingxia, who was in his 30s, had seen some people, and he could tell that Shin Fong was really relaxed. That, and the man behind him, forced her to drop her posture a bit in front of Shifuya. I wonder what kind of business Boss Chin is in. Adult conversations are often 3 sentences long about something related to money. It's either a job or a house and car and kids. Shin Fong didn't like this kind of question. There was always a feeling of being spied on. He said lightly, no business. I'm a soft touch at home. Oh, Boss Chin is so humorous. In the face of Qin Feng's great truth, Gung Mingxia froze for 2 seconds before picking up the words with a smile. and her chubby little son went into the ocean stadium at that point to play after Yui's butt. Yui was mean to him from time to time and he giggled. Shinfeng looked at that little fatty's smiling face as if he had seen the birth of a licking dog. No kidding, my wife owns a bar now. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. Where do I need to go into business? Shinfeng felt the need to blow up Shifuya to give her some face, but he didn't expect to be rewarded with a hopeless blank stare from Shifuya. Really? So Yi's mom is a very rich woman. Ha ha ha. Gung Mingxia didn't believe it at all and thought it was a joke. She smiled a pompous smile. Shivia didn't explain anything. It was a pain in the ass to explain in front of outsiders. Since men like to say that, let them like it. By the way, why didn't your husband come? Shinfeng asked curiously. Don't mention it. My husband is a writer of novels. All day long he just yards words to the computer, saying that it is freelance, but it turns out that it is not free at all, and he doesn't have the time to go out of the house. Gung Mingxia spat out. Oh, Shinfeng became interested in the writer and asked, what great works has he written? I'll go and pay a visit. As a man who has read 10,000 novels intensively, he is very curious about the reality of the emergence of such creatures as authors. Gung Mingxia tapped her index finger on her head and thought hard for a while. He used to write what's called Rebirth of the Mighty. Shinfeng nodded, recognizing the name. Most teenagers didn't have much money. He's now writing Rebirth of the Middle-Aged Poor. Shinfeng. Good lord. That's a bit of a sad title for a book that, followed by another one, Don't Deceive Your Old Age, and finished with People Dying as a finale. Just looking at the title of the book makes me depressed already. Okay. Does he make much? It's just like that. It's like going to work. It's a couple $1,000s a month. It's barely enough to get by. It's okay. With the accumulation it will surely be better in the future. Shivya reassured. Good. I want to leave. Gung Mingxia sighed, then said, I'm not complaining. It's just that he yards all day long. He doesn't have time to accompany me and my son. The family can't help at all. If I had known that I wouldn't have married him. Shinfeng searched Tomato for the two books as she nagged him. The first book looks like a middle-of-the-road school romance with a fantasy of being liked by the goddess at your desk. With a dismal readership and only a dozen or so reviews. 500,000 words finished. The punt can't be beat. The second book had good stats and clicked through. Nice guy. Messing with the colors. Shinfeng read a few chapters with gusto and found that it was quite catchy. The main character reads minds and deals with all kinds of beautiful women. It opens with a threat to a beautiful boss in the office. You don't want your husband to know about you and your boss, do you? I also know that you took kickbacks and embezzled money from the company. And I don't need to tell you what happens when the boss knows. Do I? Obey me, and I may be able to make you more. The next 10 or so chapters of the story take place between the two in the office. Tens of thousands of words throughout. It's just so vulgar that it makes people very angry. Shinfeng felt the need to go back and slowly criticize. He now crawls up in the morning and sits there gripping his hair. He doesn't care if his kids are bullied outside. I've argued with him several times and he blames me for not caring about him. Gung Mingxia was still complaining to herself. It was at this moment that a loud and clear wail sounded. All I see is a little fat man in the ocean dome, bawling on the ground, snot coming out of his nose. In front of him stood a pretty little girl with an exasperated expression. Gung Mingxia was startled and ran up in a hurry. Baby, what's wrong? What's wrong? That little fatso cried even harder when he saw someone backing him up. Yi won't play with me and hits me. Shinfeng followed suit, picking Yi up and asking softly, what's going on here? Are you bullying people again? The little girl pouted her lips and said in dissatisfaction, Sun Haoshuan tugged on my clothes. So you hit people? I just pushed him and he fell on his own. The little girl's eyes were unblinking and her expression was innocent. Shinfeng didn't think it was a big deal and was about to go apologize. But I heard that little fat man shout, liar, you clearly kicked me just now and hit me in the face. Shinfeng stared into the little girl's eyes and chided softly, no lying, did you hit him? Yui lowered her head, her eyes flashing. It looked like it had moved. Shinfeng felt a little angry at her for lying. Chapter 193, I want to be your father. Shinfeng's face sank slightly, as if he was ready to get angry. Seeing this, Shifuya opened her mouth to speak. I want to persuade but I don't know how to say it. It's not right to hit people. Shinfeng educated his daughter for him. He should be happy. But the feeling of parting with her most important treasure to be disciplined by someone else made her very apprehensive. I was afraid that he would start a fire and make Yi cry. She wanted to educate Yui herself. But thinking that Shinfeng was going to be Yi's father's man in the future, she held her words back again, looking worriedly at her baby girl. The little girl sat on Shinfeng's arm, her head drooping, her mouth aggravated. It looked scared and pathetic, crying along at the drop of a hat. Do you know why I'm angry? Shinfeng said seriously. Yui said periodically, because I hit the other kids. 5-year-olds actually understand a lot of things. They know exactly what's right and wrong. And the adult who says the child is young and uninformed is often uninformed himself. No, he pulled your shirt first. You could have done it. And uncle supports you in doing so. Shin Feng thought of something and added, only don't do it yourself when you grow up in the future. I'm afraid the person who gets hit will think it's a reward. Yui's eyes lit up for a moment. This wasn't quite what she expected. She thought her uncle would lecture her, scold her, and, how could I not have expected to support her? She was very happy and thought her uncle was the best for her. But since it wasn't for the beating, what was it for? She was instantly curious and, then why is uncle angry? Shin Feng raised a finger and said seriously, you lied to me, and I don't like little children who lie. Yi tried to argue that she had just used her feet to help because she couldn't push with her hands, but seeing her uncle's serious look, she obediently admitted her mistake. Uncle, I'm sorry, Yi won't lie anymore. Shin Feng revealed a smile. Daughter is good. Admit wrong attitude is good, no words. Whether it is sincere or not, at least in their own anger, she is not stubborn at all. And then looking at the little fatty who was splashing and rolling on the ground and couldn't be coaxed in any way, Shin Feng felt that he should think carefully about having a son in the future. Shifuya didn't think he'd teach Yui this way. This is clearly a beating. How can you be so accommodating? She came over and said to Yi, apologize to little son Haoshuan first. Yi's expression wasn't very willing, thinking that it was clearly him who had messed with her first before she did anything about it. Does the one who cries have more sense? She looked to her uncle. If her supportive uncle wanted her to apologize as well, then she would. Yi doesn't need to apologize. Although it's wrong to hit someone, you're justified in self-defense. Uncle has your back. Shin Feng doted on him. This instantly put the little girl in a better mood, and her voice became a little sweeter. Uncle is so nice. Shifuya was in a bit of a bind. It's not easy to explain to someone's mom. After all, she hit someone's child. Shin Feng raised an eyebrow and said softly, this is something between adults. At this point, the little fat boy couldn't wait for the little girl to apologize and started crying again. His mom, Gung Mingxia, saw that he hadn't suffered any injuries and scolded with hatred. Cry, cry, cry. Just know how to cry. As useless as your father, being bullied by a little girl. This time, her son cried even louder. Shin Feng could not bear to see the child's pitiful appearance and opened his mouth. I'm really sorry. The child is still young and uneducated. I apologize for my daughter. Usually when two children are in a scuffle and nothing serious happens, the adults usually just apologize to each other and it's fine. But Gung Mingxia inexplicably felt heartbroken. Other people get their children's stepdads who are handsome and gentle and have bodyguards following them. Nervous as your own daughter when something is wrong with your child. Caring care, gentle education. The key is also the bottom line. Determined not to let the child suffer a bit. Then look at your own side. The child was bullied, his own father is not even a shadow. With a husband like that, she had every intention of divorcing and finding another one. Shin Feng was embarrassed to look at the woman in front of him with her sultry eyes. Don't worry, Ms. Gung, I will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. After saying that, he put Yi down, squatted down and said with a smile to the little fat man lying on the ground, don't cry, little friend. Uncle will buy you Transformers and Ultraman, okay? In the face of Shin Feng's goodwill, the little fatty did not appreciate it at all and continued to cry. This way, what do you want? You tell uncle. Uncle, fulfill a small wish, how about it, said Shin Feng still in a good voice. The little boy slowly stopped his voice at the sound of his wish being granted. Turning his head to see the condescending Yi, he immediately raised his voice. I want Yui to play with me. Shin Feng had a head full of black lines. Fatso, you're killing yourself. You can't touch my Yi? And didn't this fat ass just get beat up by Yi? So he doesn't remember? I didn't realize that at such a young age he was a professional dog licker. Shin Feng shook his head. This kid was hopeless. He stopped paying attention to the little brat. Getting up decisively, he picked up Yi and smiled apologetically at Gung Mingxia. I'm really sorry. I'll take the kids and surprise you later. It's my child who doesn't know any better. Always pestering your daughter and causing you trouble, Gung Mingxia said with a bitter smile. One size does not fit all. This is also mainly because your husband is not available to take care of him. Don't worry. As of today, your husband should be available. Shin Feng finished mysteriously and left the ocean ballroom holding Yi, leaving behind Gung Mingxia, who didn't react. She looked at his back suspiciously. What does this man mean? Is he hinting at something? Before she could think of anything else, she was interrupted by a cry from beside her. Mom, Yi is gone. Gung Mingxia's forehead veins jutted out at the noise, and she couldn't help but slap her son on the head. Shut up. Little fatty obviously felt the killing aura and immediately covered his mouth, crying with only tears and no sound. Gung Mingxia looked at her miserable son's heart overjoyed. Don't cry. Mom will take you to KFC. The little fatty had a stubborn expression and cried. I don't want to eat KFC. So what do you want? I want EE. Gung Mingxia was infuriated. This little brat who didn't even have all his hair growing could already tell if a girl was good looking or not. She gave her son a hard time and told him to stop being so unambitious about playing with that girl in the future. To play you have to play with older boys. The chubby little man scowled and looked at her mom, nodding frantically. Over here, Shifuya asked Qin Feng, puzzled. What kind of surprise are you sending her? Qin Feng smiled and said, I'm going to send her husband an ancestor. Ha? Shifuya was confused. It's just a little gift for his book, being his bread and butter. Qin Feng explained why. His son was beaten up by EE for so many times. He deserves to give some compensation. Shifuya let out an oh-so-quiet sigh, a little less than understanding. Why do you have to beat around the bush to give a gift? Qin Feng replied, at least it's a big man. More or less face. It's not good to send money in person. Shifuya nodded. How much are you giving away? Qin Feng faintly said, $1 million, so that he has some money. Good control of his precious children. Do not run every day to bother my daughter. Instead of marveling at Qin Feng's throw of money, Shifuya was a bit amused at his last word of daughter. She didn't say anything, but next to her EE raised her head curiously and asked in a milky voice, the daughter that uncle is talking about, is that EE? Chapter 194 Wrong Opportunities. Does EE want me to be your father? Qin Feng squatted down and asked with a smile. The little girl looked at her mom, who was just as happy next to her, and hesitated for a short while. But if I'm going to rob my uncle, what about his children? EE's personality is very much like her mom's in that she thinks of others. She thinks about how if she steals someone else's dad, that someone else won't have a dad. She used to long for a father, but as she slowly grew up, she realizes that her dad is unlikely to come back, and she's somewhat prepared for that. She wanted to be as strong as her mom, so don't want to steal someone else's dad. Qin Feng was adored by her adorable speech. How in heaven's name could there be such a kind little angel? He said in a childish tone. I don't have any children yet. When my children are born in the future, EE will help me take care of them as a sister. Okay? Yui cocked her head, thinking, my uncle takes care of me, and I help him take care of his kids. It seems to be okay. Her eyes lit up and she agreed with a smile. Okay, I'll protect my uncle's kids in kindergarten from now on. Qin Feng picked up the little girl and rubbed her face affectionately. EE is so good, but you can't call me uncle anymore. The little girl froze and quickly responded with a sweet shout. Dad, eh? The little girl's sticky voice really made the heart feel crispy. Qin Feng couldn't resist at all. He rubbed and kissed his big faceplate towards the little girl's face. Yui was tickled a little and giggled as she kept resisting with her little hands. Ka! Shifuya held up her cell phone and captured the scene. Then look at the photo in fascination. It was a sunny afternoon with just the right temperature and wind. In the background is the lawn of an amusement park with white clouds in the sky. My daughter was wearing a little white dress, sitting in the arms of that big, gentle boy. Smiling and carefree, there was a vision of the future in her eyes, and a fondness for her new dad. At this moment, she inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, as if the heavy burden weighing on her heart had been taken over, and her entire being relaxed. What's the shot? The man's near voice startled her. She had just looked up when she realized the man had his arm around her waist and was staring curiously at her cell phone along with her daughter. Shifuya gave him a scolding scrape before sharing the photo for both of them to see. I'll record the first time EE calls out to your dad. Qin Feng looked twice and made a joke with color. When are we going to record you calling out to my dad? The joke instantly washed away Shafiria's touches. She glared at him and gasped. Don't ever say that in front of EE again. Qin Feng hemmed and hawed, realizing that this was indeed not good and could easily mislead a small child. So he obediently admitted his mistake. Yui looked at her mom and then at her new dad with a happy smile on her face. The three of them played all afternoon and ate out before getting ready to go home. Qin Feng was driven to the front row, because it is said to be less safe for children to sit in the front. The impact of airbags popping is too strong and can easily injure children with underdeveloped bones. Qin Feng naturally had no opinion. Yui fell asleep as soon as she got into the car after a crazy day of running. After Wang Gang saw the situation in the rearview mirror, he drove the car more gently, and the brakes were applied in a way that he could barely feel the stutter. No one was talking in the car, and Qin Feng was a bit bored. Start giving gifts to that son Haoxuan his dad. Open tomato and there's a little gift box to the right of this chapter's discussion at the end of each chapter. After clicking in, I chose the most expensive, King of Gifts, clicked on gift, and paid. It took 3 seconds to give away $500. The speed was a bit slow, and Qin Feng wasn't too satisfied. If you're going to deliver $1 million, it's going to take hours. He was in a bit of a quandary. thinking that he might as well just ask someone to send the money over. Wasting such a long time for a guy was a bit unworthy, he thought. While hesitating, the other person sent a thank you. A million thanks to the reader's dad. The author kowtows to you. Xin Feng had a peculiar fondness for this kind of person who knelt down and asked for money. Ready to give 2 more. He tapped on the gifts again and realized that 3 hidden gifts appeared at the top. Respectively, Gold Medal Hypnosis, 1,000, Great God Certification, 1,588, Divine Works, 1,888. And you can pick the number, up to 52. This now makes things easier. Without saying a word, he clicked on the most expensive 1888, the quantity pulled full, and gave it away. $98,000 swiped away. It's a little more exciting than a water fight. Xin Feng was satisfied with such efficiency. 9 more deliveries, almost $1 million. On the other hand, Sun Zhengzi, who was in front of the computer, had just seen someone rewarding, King of Gifts, was getting excited. It was the first time he had ever received such an expensive gift. A 500 gift comes to 250. It was more than he'd worked hard to code all day. This kind of earthy father must be maintained. He started with a modest thank you message that, after that it was a hunt for a 10-chapter burst to thank the boss. It's very difficult to pop in 10 chapters, but you can still get it done if you stay up 2 all-nighters. When the time comes, buy some Windex and wipe your brain. If you can't do it, do it. He's typing and swearing to make a big one. Suddenly, a notification flashed through the system on the computer. Gourmandi, who loves egg fried rice, has gifted Fairyworks X52. Sun Zhengzi didn't react at all. His eyes were huge. This, what is this? Did I misrecognize a word? He took another look at the amount on the back and was instantly shocked on the spot. It's actually real money in this treadmill. $100,000. What family dares to reward like this? He'd never seen anyone casually give away so much money in his life. I'm afraid this man is not a godly man. OMG. The Godhawk has read my book. The Godhawk has read my book. Sun Zhengzi was so excited beyond words that he jumped up from his chair and angrily smashed the $10 keyboard. A shout of uncertain significance escaped his lips. The commotion was so loud that Gung Mingxia, who had just finished cursing next door, was attracted over. You're sick. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Sun Zhengzi yanked his wife in as soon as he could, locked the door, and sat down on a chair. Don't talk, kiss me. At this moment, his tone was unquestionable and lonely like a king. Whether it was his wife's affection or his own dignity, he wanted it all back. Gung Mingxia frowned when she saw how excited he was, feeling that there was something odd. A few minutes later, she asked, wiping her mouth in disgust, what the hell is going on? What's the sudden seizure? Someone read my book and rewarded me with $100,000. Seriously? You have people rewarding you for your kind of little blue book? $100,000? Did you dream about it? Gung Mingxia asked incredulously. Facts speak louder than words. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Sun Zhengzi shakily lit a cigarette and exhaled. He has worked hard for most of his life and doesn't even have $100,000 in savings. Instead, he owes the bank nearly several $100,000. That money takes care of many problems, kids' school fees, wife's expenses, and miscellaneous daily expenses. And the gift value of this $100,000 reward would allow his book to take the top 3 spots on the gift list this month. This will give his book tremendous exposure. It might set his book on fire. He planned to put in more effort and fight to the death to explode 100 chapters to return the big brother's favor of knowing him. Didn't you say just 100,000? Why am I seeing 10 messages of 100,000 here? Gung Mingxia screamed. Chapter 195, I'll believe anything you say. His wife's cry startled Sun Zhengzi. He thought the system was malfunctioning and rushed back to take a look. There are 10 bounty records on it clearly. 100,000 each, averaging 1 in 5 seconds. His jaw dropped to the floor in shock and, I'm a mother ********. 1 million. So simply brushed over? It's too damn bossy. It was $1 million. And he didn't even know if he could make that much in his life. How rich does one have to be to give away $1 million out of hand? He wouldn't dare to do such a thing even in his dreams. Pop. He slapped himself in the face. It hurts. It hurts too much. Pain's good. It's not a dream. It's true that some godly bigot sought his book and gave him $1 million bounty. He was so excited that he couldn't resist the urge to celebrate with a horseback dance. Don't be crazy. You quickly add this big guy over. Coax him into being good, and our family won't have to worry in the future. Gung Mingxia shouted at him. My wife is right. This big shot appreciates me so much. He might adapt and shoot my novel. Sun Zhengzi thought of a bright future and immediately rushed over and sent a message to the other party. Father, thank you for your great kindness. Anything you want, just say it. It was quickly answered by the other side. I'm Yi's father. Today EE accidentally pushed your child a little. I'm really sorry. This amount of money will be my compensation for what I said to your wife. Another thing is that I wish you'd make more time for your kid and not let him keep bothering EE. Those two words brought instant silence to the room. The couple looked at each other, neither of them having things the way they were. Sun Zhengze only felt his brain go blank. What? Turns out it wasn't a reward for liking my book. It's my son who's messing with the daughter of a big shot. People spend $1 million to show their muscles to themselves? He experienced the feelings of the heroine in the drama. Here's $5 million. Leave my son. He was happy and sad at the same time. The sad part is that he realizes he's not the main character after all. Happily, his son seems to be the main character. Now this scene, like a novel in the scrappy protagonist by the other parents cannot see. Spend money to withdraw from the marriage? 30 years on the river. Pop. Deng Mingxia's slap woke Sun Zhengze from his fantasy. Surname Sun. Hurry up and get back to Yi's dad's message. I'm going to call my son over and tell him to stop harassing his daughter. She saw that it turned out to be Yui's stepfather and instantly realized what he had said about the surprise before he left. I can't believe I lost so much money for just a child's fight. She was no less shocked inside than her husband. It's a pleasure to get so much money, but she couldn't laugh at all. The thought of someone else's husband talking about being a soft touch, only to reward their man with $1 million with the wave of a hand. You're rich and you spoil your wife and daughter. And then you look at all the things in your own house that don't make it to the top. Deng Mingxia angry wanna find someone to beat up. The husband just had the money to beat up cannot be. Then there is only one option. She opened the door angrily and shouted sternly. Sun Haoshuan. It was clear that he wasn't the one who was named, but Sun Zhengze still felt a chill run down his back. He scowled and honestly typed a reply in front of the computer. I'm sorry, Yi's father. I'll teach my child seriously and never let him bother Yi in the future. He meant it when he said it. Reality is not fiction. $1 million thrown out like that. He shuddered to think what class of person that was. This time it's the other side that's not taking advantage of the situation. So they're spending money to make amends. If your own son beats up another girl, then how much money people would spend to teach themselves a lesson? He couldn't even think about it. $1 million is definitely enough to pinch yourself flat for a little old person like yourself. Son, it's better to listen to your father and fall in love later. You're too young now, and when you soar later, you'll make the other side climb higher. He said to his son silently in his mind. Over here, Xin Feng saw that the other party was so knowledgeable, so he didn't say anything more. Returning to Shifuya's neighborhood, he got out of the car and picked up the sleeping Yi. Kids have so much energy when they play. They can sleep anywhere when they want to. It doesn't even wake up when you pick it up. Xin Feng held her in his arms and heard the little girl cry out for her father in a daze. The little hand was still clutching the corner of his coat, like he was very afraid of losing it. Xin Feng shook his head with a light smile. To be honest, suddenly being a father is a bit of a feeling somehow. It's like there's suddenly an extra responsibility and attachment. He was going to be a prodigal son and treat it all like a game. But the dependence from this little guy made him feel like he suddenly had a center of gravity. This is probably the sense of mission engraved in human genes. Xin Feng softly coaxed a few words and slowly walked towards the house. Shifuya followed behind and watched the cozy scene between their father and daughter, the corners of her voluptuous lips raising a faint smile. Entering the room, she laid out the man's shoes and then he pulled his newly purchased men's pajamas and shorts out of the closet and placed them on a hanger in the bathroom. Coming to Yi's room, she signaled with her eyes for Xin Feng to take a bath first. Xin Feng squatted beside the bed, helplessly displaying the corner of his coat that was grabbed by Yi, indicating that he didn't dare to break her hand. Shifuya walked over and squatted down to unbutton Xin Feng's clothes while whispering, "Stupid, won't you take your clothes off?" Xin Feng didn't even think of this. His old face reddened and he sophistically said, I want to spend more time with Yi." Shifuya's eyes flashed and she stopped her movements, coming over to Xin Feng's ear and exhaling, "You don't want me to call you that anymore?" The woman's fragrance drilled into Xin Feng's brain at once. At the moment the woman was wearing only a tight little tank top, her snow-white skin glistening in the light. Without saying a word, Xin Feng roared and left his shirt for the little one. Then he picked her up bare-chested and was about to rush to his room. "You go ahead and take a shower," Shifuya shouted softly. Xin Feng thought about it and thought it made sense, so he carried her into the bathroom, took an hour-long shower. At night, the two lay in bed with their minds free of distractions. The man said a lot of heartfelt things and the woman just listened with a smile on her face. Seeing that the favorability didn't increase at all, Xin Feng was a bit discouraged. "Sis, do you not believe what I'm saying?" Shivya lay on her side and wrapped her arms around him, a contented smile on her face. "I believe it. I know you'll give me happiness and I'm looking forward to our future." She had a starry-eyed look in her eyes that was impossible to look at for too long. Xin Feng said emotionally, "If you still have any wishes, you can tell me." I will definitely help you fulfill them. Sis doesn't have any wishes. She just wants you to stay out of too much flirtatious debt for a little while, Shifuya said softly. I'm just you and Shatine. So where's the affair? Shin Feng opened his eyes in order to cheat goodwill. Yeah? I just saw someone send you a message saying they missed you. Who was she? Shifuya asked with a smile. Shin Feng was shocked. His cell phone, he hadn't even looked at it himself. He didn't even know who Shifuya was talking about. Sis isn't trying to control you. It's just that if you have too many women, I'm afraid that you won't have time for E&I in the future. As he was talking, Shin Feng's cell phone rang. Chapter 196, Gold-digging women don't need to worry. Shin Feng felt like a scumbag, wanting a girl to be devoted to herself, only to end up being a jerk herself. Imagine if you were a woman lying in bed with a man you liked, and it turned out that some other woman came over and disturbed your man. Who can stand that? I'm afraid that the favorability is going to be reduced to bursting. But Shifuya was still smiling gently, and there was also a slight gesture to cover her mouth, signaling that she would not make a sound. Shin Feng looked at the incoming call from the little white rabbit on his cell phone and didn't know whether to answer it or not. Thinking about that timid character of Zhong Oas, who never dared to call herself, this call might be something. He gritted his teeth and picked it up, forcing his composure. Hey, what's up? There was silence on the other side for quite a while, and just when Shin Feng was getting a bit impatient, came the slightly trembling voice of Zhong Oai. Brother, I'm afraid. Shin Feng was startled and asked eagerly. What's going on? Who bullied you? Where are you? I'm in the dormitory. Zhong Oao said weakly. What are you afraid of in your dorm room? Did that Xiaoli bully you? Shin Feng wondered. No, they're all out. I'm the only one in the dormitory, Zhong Oai replied hurriedly. Then what are you afraid of? Shin Feng said helplessly as he glanced at Shifuya, who was beside him with a bad smile on her face. But now that he was in Shifuya's house, he couldn't talk to her much. You haven't returned my messages all day. I'm worried something happened to you. The girl's slightly crying voice caused Shin Feng to faintly freeze. He steadied himself and laughed. Don't get any ideas. I'm a little busy today. I don't have time to check my phone. So am I interrupting your rest? Shin Feng said stiffly. No, I'm busy. Yes. Sorry, brother, work first. Shin Feng held his cell phone and smiled awkwardly at Shifuya. Sis, would you believe me if I said she was just my sister? Shifuya winked and smiled. I'll believe anything you say. Shin Feng stammered for half a day and couldn't find anything good to say, so he simply used his actions to convince Shifuya. And on the other side in the girls' dormitory, Zhong Oao's expression had a tangle as she looked at the screen of her cell phone in the empty dormitory. She wanted to send a message to Shin Feng to advise him not to work too hard, but then I don't think it's helpful to say that. She felt that she should help Shin Feng work so that he could rest early, but I'm worried that I'm not capable enough. After hesitating, he sent a message. Brother, can I help you with something? However, the message was stone cold, and like those 3 tweets today, there was no reply. She couldn't help but feel a little lost. An hour later, just as she was forcing herself to close her eyes and go to sleep, the phone beeps. Zhong Oai woke up in a flash and huddled under the blankets and reached for her cell phone to take a look. Silly girl, go to bed early. Messages from people you like seem to have a kind of magic power that clears away the gloom of the whole day and puts people in a better mood instantly. She smiled involuntarily and typed. But I can't sleep. What does it take to sleep? I don't know. Shin Feng felt that the little white rabbit must be very happy to have to appear in front of the other party at this time. It's a shame the split was so bad. Shifuya was sleeping next to her and couldn't get away at all. He could only be comforted by words. Be good. Go to bed early and I'll see you next week. Well, I'll be waiting. Good night. I'll see you in your dreams. Brother, I like you so much. Me too. Perhaps the light from the cell phone was too bright, and the person next to him moved slightly. Shin Feng immediately extinguished the screen. There was no talk all night. The first rays of the morning sun lazily filtered through the window, and the house was illuminated in a golden color. Outside the window, birds were chirping among the trees, and the dew had not yet fallen from the leaves. Shin Feng woke up leisurely and looked at the sleeping beauty next to him, leaving a kiss on her face, then get dressed and get up for a morning run. Stopping to get breakfast for the girls and their mother, moved the joints and warmed up a little, running outside into the morning breeze. His strong frame made him fit as a fiddle, and it took him only 10 minutes to run to the breakfast place. He didn't want to go back so soon, so he kept running. A chance encounter with Bai Siying, who was wearing a white tracksuit. Her short white skirt bounced up and down with her body, just as pleasing to the eye as the last time. As she ran, she took a selfie with her cell phone and, seeing the man behind him from the camera, he immediately turned around and confirmed that it was his boss. Her smile looked even brighter. Mr. Shin, what a coincidence. You're out for a run too. Yes. Hello? Shin Feng nodded with a bossy smile. Hasn't Mr. Sheen been running in the morning lately? I haven't even seen you. Traveled recently. Qin Feng exchanged pleasantries with her. As a boss, he felt that he should still care a little about his subordinates. I heard you took an acting class. How did it go? Bai Xiying ran after Qin Feng's pace and answered with some gasps. My teachers praised me for my talent. And I spent time at home every day reading lines and practicing my expressions. And they said I could basically act. Not bad. A few days of work and you can act, Qin Feng praised. Hey, it's just slow to get into the scene. Well, you're going to have to step up your game. I will. Bai Xiying saw that Qin Feng was talking very close to her, and summoned up the courage to say, for that immortal drama, can I book a role as the second female? Qin Feng thought about it. He had originally planned to get another movie for this woman, but now that I see her look of impatience, I think it's good to go into the group first and practice. So he smiled and agreed. If you want to act, go try out for the part. They're still auditioning actors today, if the director says it's okay. Yay! Thank you, Mr. Qin. Bai Xiying jumped up in excitement. With the boss's words, I don't think that director will say anything. System alert, Bai Xiying favorability +10. Qin Feng felt that this girl was not bad, and without spending much effort, he added the good sense to 40 by himself. It's still the gold-digging woman who smells better and self-raids at the slightest favor. He smiled and encouraged Bai Xiying a few more times, telling her to keep up the good work before speeding off. I found a breakfast place and ate 8 drawers of Xiaolong Bao while the boss's wife gawked at me. Also packed up some breakfast and wandered back to Schiffer's house. Noticed that Shifuya had woken up and was helping Yui tie her hair. Daddy, you're home. When the little girl saw Qin Feng come back, she sweetly shouted and rushed over, hugging Qin Feng to ask him to braid her hair. Can't really stand it. Being glued to such a cute little girl, Qin Feng's heart melted and he simply didn't know how to refuse. Under the guidance of Shivya, the girl was given a braid and at the same time when she finished her breakfast. Tina has puppies at home. Want to take Yui to see them? Shifuya's proposal made Qin Feng a bit strange. Shouldn't the two of them be in competition? Why did it feel like Shifuya was leading herself towards Xia Ting? Next to her, Yi heard a puppy and immediately yelled to go play. Qin Feng had to agree and call Xia Ting. Hey baby, are you up yet? Nope, in bed. Xia Ting's voice was soft, with the usual pouty flavor of a girl before she woke up. I'm taking my daughter to your place to play with the dog. Get up. Qin Feng's words caused Xia Ting to wake up. I thought you said you weren't married? Where did you get a daughter? I just recognized her yesterday. Xia relaxed and muttered. No play for her. Chapter 197 Xia Ting, comparing me to a bar girl? Xia mouthed off about not letting her play. But by the time Yui ran over to call out to her godmother, she greeted her with a smile. The little girl was dressed in a light hanbok, with 2 pills on her head, a crushed hair accessory, and fluffy bangs curved and curled up to her eyebrows. The pink skirt veil swings like a fluttering butterfly when you run. Innocent eyes sparkled and her voice was even sweeter. Godmother, is the dog home? This appellation was suggested by Qin Feng when he was in the car, and Shifuya didn't object to it, and was even a bit supportive of it. Xia Ting's jealousy disappeared completely the moment the little girl's tiny hands grabbed her. No one in the world could resist such a cute little girl. She crossed Qin Feng's eyes and acquiesced to the title. At home. Oh, he's timid. He's hiding there. Xia Ting held her with one hand and pointed to a freshly constructed dog kennel at the edge of the yard. He followed her direction and saw a small wooden house that, inside, a small dog, snow white in color, was cowering goosely inside, poking his doggy head out and watching her constantly. It looks like you want to come out and play and you're a little afraid to. Yi excitedly pulled Shaitan and ran over, crouching down to look at each other with this fluffy little puppy. I want to reach out and touch it, but I'm a little afraid of being bitten. What's its name? The name is still up in the air. What does Yi want to call it? The little girl pondered for a moment, when the puppy hesitantly burrowed out and kept sniffing her hand. Yui bravely stroked the puppy's head and smiled. Let's call it White. Xia Ting had wanted to call it Xiaobai too, but Qin Feng said it was too common. It needs to be a more atmospheric name, the kind that people don't feel bad about when they hear it. Your father doesn't like white. Yui blinked. So we'll call it Big White? Xia Ting expressed her approval. I think it's fine. The Great White is not to be messed with once you hear it. It's very imposing. At this point the puppy sensed Yi's kindness and lay down revealing his belly to be touched. Godmother, look, Big White can roll around. It's so cute. Dogs can roll. How old is Great White? A little over 2 months. It's so small. Does it still need milk? You can have milk or dog food. I had my aunt feed him goat's milk and dog food. Will it bite Yui? No. This little guy is a pet dog. A Samoyed. A breed that rarely bites. Oh, what about its mom? At the pet store. Oversized. Xia Ting has a very good personality and temperament. cheerful and enthusiastic and love to play and have fun. In addition to love a little bit of vinegar, there is nothing wrong. And Yi is one of those naive and lively little girls, not afraid of being a stranger at all. A mouthful of a godmother shouting made Xia Ting's heart blossom. The two of them, a small one, squatting there chattering non-stop, not long to get acquainted. Qin Feng was happy to see this scene from the doorway and said to Shifuya beside him, Yi is so cute. Anyone would love it. Shifuya smiled faintly, not surprised that her own girl had taken Xia Ting down, only a little surprised that Xia Ting had accepted the title of godmother so easily. It's not always true. Only a simple-minded girl like Ting Ting can tolerate her. Qin Feng couldn't help but spit out when he heard her compliment Xia Ting. Sis is also too good at coaxing people. Xia Ting even eats the vinegar of a child. And you're still saying she's simple-minded? Shifuya smiled and gave him a blank look. Ting Ting is a good girl. I can tell. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's still sister who is good enough to have the temperament to tolerate others. Shifuya smiled, without explanation. And she really thought Shatin was good. She'd seen too many indulgent girls in bars, and the images of scantily clad girls with their hands on the shoulders of 60 and 70-year-old men, tossing their heads wildly, were impressive. One by one, they were tattooed with designs of unknown significance, swallowing clouds in drunken debauchery. They don't care who they spend the night with, just how much money they get tonight. And Shatin's eyes were bright and clear and it means that she has a fundamental belief in her heart. Wouldn't give up the bottom line for money. Such a girl is simple-minded. Like is like. Not like she will clearly express it. Shifuya loves girls like Shatin. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw the puppy chasing Yi all over the yard, while Xia Ting stood still and kept coaxing Dabai to run back in order to save her strength. They looked like they were having a good time, so they were relieved to pick up Shifuya and go into the villa to rest. Wuma welcomed her and asked with a smile, Boss, what would you like to eat for lunch? I'm going to the supermarket to buy food now. Whatever, Qin Feng said without thinking. Wuma's smile faltered. Casual was a world-class problem. She looked at Yi outside and carefully asked Shifuya beside Qin Feng. Yeah, Yi can eat fish now, right? Perch has no thorns and is still high in protein. Shifuya laughed. It's all fine. Trouble's sister Wu. It's okay. I kind of watched Yi grow up. I didn't realize that it's only been a few years that she's grown so beautiful. Ha. Wuma smiled a bright smile that made people feel closer to her. She's one of those mild-mannered middle-aged women who doesn't speak in a loud voice and doesn't really pry into the privacy of other people's gossip. She made small talk with Shifuya, asking questions about Yui's life, and said nothing about Shifuya. Greeted Qin Feng to take a seat, brought cut watermelon and fruits, and then went out to buy food with his own basket smilingly. Qin Feng appreciated this kind of aunt who was sharp and generous in her work and smart and kind. He sat down on the couch and asked Shivya if he wanted to give her a raise. Shivya says that once people have money, they lose their motivation to work. That's fine for now. She'll probably be a little happier when it's added after a while. Qin Feng felt that she had a point and didn't insist. The two of them sat on the couch and watched the movie in peace and quiet, while outside the room the two of them, Yi and Xia Ting, bickered and laughed. At this moment, Qin Feng experienced the light and quiet and joyful hilarity of time. The life of the rich is always so comfortable and cozy. No worries, no panic. It's as if nothing needs to be worried or bothered about. Everything is taken care of. You just need to enjoy it. Qin Feng rested on his side on Shifuya's lap and closed his eyes, feeling the woman gently pulling out his ears for him. That careful, gentle movement made him not want to change an ear, because the longer this one lasts, the longer the other one is sure to get the same amount of time. Besides, you can't face her if you turn around. Qin Feng was very greedy, his eyes glancing over her body. Shivya wore a V-neck white shirt today with a black A-line bustier underneath. It looks like a big heroine. Only the gentle and careful expression on his face at the moment made for a contrasting look. Sis, you're so good to me. I feel like I can't stay away from you anymore. Shifuya's fox eyes curved up gently, and a light smile hung at the corners of her mouth, swirling and tickling the heart. Slick talker, save that for some other little girl. You don't believe me? Qin Feng feigned anger. Believe. I believe everything my brother says. Shivya smiled and coaxed softly. Alas, what will it take for you to believe me? Qin Feng said helplessly. Seeing that he was still going to make a scene, Shifuya's eyes flashed with a sly glint. When Tina comes over later, if you can repeat it, I'll believe you. Chapter 198. The tea brewed by Xia Ting has a strange taste. Qin Feng was shocked. Saying love words to other girls in front of Xia Ting? What's the difference between that and just spilling the vinegar? Granted, Shaitan wouldn't drop her favorability, and at most, she'd be angry and have to be coaxed. But with Shifuya's character, even if she said love words in person, she shouldn't be able to add her favorability. This is clearly an attempt to catch himself. Seeing Shifuya's impishly bad smile, he wouldn't have it, and got up on the spot to conquer her with his superior kissing skills. Unexpectedly, just as he put his head over, he heard the sound of Xiating's footsteps outside getting closer and closer. Qin Feng could only give a quick kiss and immediately lay back down again. Shifuya also heard Shatin's approaching movement and covered her mouth with a smile. Shatin ran into the house with Yui, who wanted to see the kittens. With a single glance, he swept over to Qin Feng, who was lying on Shifuya's lap. Her mouth immediately bulged, and she crossed her arms and glared at the smelly man, exasperated. Well, wow, so you made call me godmother just so I could take care of the kids while you hide here and enjoy yourself, right? Qin Feng had a helpless look on his face. Even lying on someone else's lap was jealous. So imagine what would happen if you were to say those lovey-dovey words. He didn't want to have to coax someone just back, so he had the cheek to stretch his voice. I've been working so hard for so long. What's wrong with enjoying myself? Shatin choked. I really shouldn't dislike my husband anymore, when I think of how hard he works, but it was uncomfortable to see them close. Run. She hummed softly and said nothing more. At this time, the understanding Shifuya lifted Qin Feng's head up, moved out of the way, and smiled at her. Ting ting. Why don't you come and empty it out for him? I want to play with EE for a while. This generous remark gained Qin Feng's favor. Compared to Xiating's little jealous woman, it was still her sister who knew how to love people. Xiating heard this kind of tea talk but got even more angry. Knowing that there was nothing to be gained by pretending to be a generous pushover at this point, she simply walked over and grabbed the silicone ear scooper and sat down on the couch. I'll do it. I'll make him deaf. Ha! Shifuya laughed softly and left her seat. Qin Feng half supported his body, glancing at Xiating's short pleated skirt and her slender, large white legs. Gulping, he lay on it anyway. He hadn't changed sides. It was still the same ear that Shivya had pulled out. It was a little refreshing to smell the ethereal fragrance of Shatin's body and feel her smooth, plump skin on the side of her face. Even if she was slightly more technically clumsy, the experience wasn't at all worse than Schiffer's. Godmother, where is the cat? EE asked crisply, holding the watermelon that Shifuya handed her. Upstairs, in my room. Xiating focused on the movements of her hands and casually returned. Oh, the little girl dutifully ate her watermelon and had no intention of going up. She wanted to wait until her godmother was finished. Shivya said, after eating mommy will show you. EE's eyes lit up, and she brushed and nibbled the watermelon clean in a few swipes, then raised the rind proudly. Shifuya smiled and wiped the watermelon juice from her face, took her to wash her hands, and then went upstairs to find the kitten. Qin Feng and Xiating were the only two left downstairs. Shatin looked halfway through with the searchlight that came with her ear spoons and wondered, is this ear so clean that it's been hollowed out? You change it to another one for me. Qin Feng closed his eyes and said, my ears are all clean. It's quite comfortable for you to just scratch them like this. It's not like you have to pull something out of your ears. Xiating's attention was all on Qin Feng's ears, and at this moment, when she heard his voice, it was only then that I realized that the two of them were in a somewhat ambiguous position. She blushed slightly and pouted. Bad man, trying to find ways to take advantage of me. Qin Feng cried out. No, you grabbed it yourself. Xiating hummed lightly. Then you're trying to take advantage of Sister Xiaoya by asking her to pull out your ears? Qin Feng innocently said. It's not like I initiated it. It's because she said she bought a very good ear-pulling spoon and wanted to give me the experience. Xiating sniffed, and her heart was alerted. No wonder the stinky man ran to her side first as soon as he came back. So Shua is so good at pleasing men. I'm afraid her tea skills are above her own. If she herself were to play her little game again, she would probably upset the man and probably fall out of favor. Looks like it's time to talk in a different way. She moistened her throat and clamped down. A girl as considerate and gentle as your sister. Your brother must really like it, right? Qin Feng felt that the vinegar flavor had turned into a tea flavor all of a sudden, and was a little less accustomed to it. It's okay. I prefer pretty, sweet girls like you. Xiating's heart was sweet and felt effective as she continued to feign guilt. My brother is so busy every day. I'm so heartbroken. It's all my fault for not taking good care of him. Brother works so hard, but unfortunately I can't help at all. I can only think of you every day at home. Qin Feng drew in a cold breath, secretly saying that he couldn't eat. Sitting up with a brace of her hands, she craned her head to observe Shatin's expression and, baby, can you talk properly? Xiating pinched the corner of his coat with a very pitiful expression. Does brother dislike people? Playing innocent, mindless boasting, and more pampering. She had spent real money on the internet to learn these 3 styles of green tea. She wanted the man to know that not only could she make tea, but that she was quite good at it. No, what are you doing with this sudden stunt? Qin Feng said in shock. I'm so stupid. I made my brother angry again. He won't hate me, will he? Stop. Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore. Be normal for me. If you keep this up I'm going to move the family law. Xia Ting's eyes rolled and she put her face over to test. What family law? Qin Feng sneered, familiarly tugged her over and gently slapped her behind. How dare you? Xia Ting's small face slightly reddened and whined. Hate it. Qin Feng. Lunch was scrumptious. All of them are Wu Ma's specialty. Braised spare ribs, beef with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded potato with hot and sour sauce, cordyceps and chicken soup. It was some ordinary home-cooked food, but the flavor was quite good. No worse than those in big restaurants. Yi secretly hid a piece of ribs, which was discovered by Shifuya, and another lecture was given. Seeing her pity, Xia Ting secretly hid 2 pieces for her. After dinner, she took Yi to feed the great white. The little puppy hugged the ribs and nibbled on them. Yi was going to feed the kitten, but was stopped by Shatin. Cats are more delicate and he can't eat these foods with too much sauce. After Yi played with Big White for a while, she was taken by her mom to the 2nd floor for her lunch break. Xia Ting led Qin Feng to the room on the 3rd floor, showed him the kitten he had bought. A 3-month-old orange cat, chubby as a tiger cub and not at all afraid of people. When he saw Qin Feng reach over and sniff, he then started rubbing himself in all sorts of ways. I thought you would have one of those expensive ragdoll cats or Maine cats. Qin Feng laughed. So people are such a vain girl in brother's mind? Xia Ting said in a pitiful manner like Lin Dayu. Speak properly. Don't force me to make a move. Qin Feng said with a raised eyebrow. Xia Ting closed the door and threw a wink at Qin Feng. Then come if you can. The cat's still here. It's not like it can read. Chapter 199, Meeting Sylvia's Parents. Sunset. The slanting sun tinted the evening sun. The early fall wind blew away the heat. Shatin woke up leisurely. This nap was very solid and lasted all afternoon. Confused, she reached out and felt around the side. And sure enough, she didn't touch the bad man. She got up and changed into a fluffy little white dress. The dress is a gathered style with bubble sleeves, a one-piece neckline and a not-too-long hemline. Wear it like a misguided fairy. It's especially tea-flavored and specializes in those philanderers. She gushed out of her room and looked around the 3rd floor, then went to the 2nd floor, and finally found Wu Ma in the living room. Who was cleaning? Auntie Wu. Where did they go? The owner and Ya have gone back and said they won't be here for dinner. Shadamu was in place. You're just going to run away after you've had your fun? What do you think I'm doing here? At this moment, Qin Feng and Shifuya were in the car, preparing to send Yi back to her grandmother's house. The little girl is going to kindergarten tomorrow and is sad to be separated from her daddy. Qin Feng comforted her for a long time, and finally said in passing, Daddy will accompany you to Grandma's house, okay? The little girl cheered, but Shifuya was surprised. Is it convenient for you to go over there? Qin Feng laughed. What's so inconvenient about it? Your mom has seen it all. Why don't you just formally recognize a face, so that they don't force you to get a blind date in the future? Shivya said. I told them last time and gave them a sum of money. They know that. Qin Feng asked. How much? Shifuya honestly said. $5 million each. Qin Feng was delighted. Is this considered bride price money? Shifuya's eyes twinkled for a moment, unsure if this was a joke or not, and she gave a soft Then I'll go meet my old husband and give you a long face. Qin Feng laughed. My dad is a rather screwed up person. He might not quite be able to accept you yet. Shifuya worried. It's fine, as long as you're on my side, Qin Feng said indifferently. After some purchases, Qin Feng was carrying 10 strips of heavenly leaves and a large pile of deer antler ginseng cordyceps and other high-grade tonic. Behind him Wine Gang was holding 2 cases of Mao Tai, almost $50,000 or $60,000 worth of gifts in total. Come to the door of Shivya's house. In the eyes of the next-door neighbors, I was welcomed in by my mother-in-law, who had been notified early and was waiting downstairs. Shifuya's parents' house is in an old neighborhood, on the 2nd floor. The outside looked shabby, and when I entered, I found the inside to be almost as old. The color-coordinated stone tile floors were clean, but showed some age, judging by the signs of use. A few chunks of siding were peeling off 4 walls, and the wooden furniture everywhere made the house look like a product of an older generation. In a chair in the living room sat a stocky, spry old man, wearing a quaint old pair of glasses. He was squinting at a newspaper. He didn't even pay attention to the several people who walked in with wind and fire. Qin Feng, come in and sit. Come in and sit. Look, how to bring so many gifts. Casually take 2 cigarettes on the line. Her father also does not love to drink. Shifuya's mother Sujinoa fell smiling brightly. She greeted Qin Feng and the others as they entered, said she was sorry, and hurriedly ran to the kitchen to turn off the fire. Shifuya secretly pointed at the old man in the living room and told Qin Feng that this was her father. Sure Wagwa. Qin Feng swept him away. This expressionless old man should be the boss he was going to fight. Finish him off and maybe we can get Schiffer's heart, thus rewarding 10 soldier bodyguards. Qin Feng's mind spun rapidly. Thinking about how to break the ice to make that old man talk, Ee took the lead and flew over, shouting sweetly, "Grandpa, Ee has a daddy." The cry of father was no less than a general's, and directly shook the old man's expression as he shouted. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at Qin Feng and Wang Gang behind him. One was a good-looking man with an unusual temperament, and the other was hard-looking and tall. He was just about to ask which one when Qin Feng signaled Wang Gang to just put the wine at the door, then took the cigarettes himself and put them on the coffee table, smiling politely. "Hello uncle, I'm Xiaoya's boyfriend, Qin Feng." Seeing that it wasn't the big tall man who just looked honest, Sherwagwa's attitude cooled down and said with a salty nod, "Sit down, make yourself at home." Then he admonished Ee. Dad is not to be shouted no, this is to be called uncle, Yui said with her eyes wide open. Mom agreed that I shouted too. Sherwagwa glanced at his own daughter and faintly said, "Your mom doesn't know how to do things. You need to learn to know how to do things." Yui looked back at her mom, who had a helpless look on her face, and her new dad, who was grinning, and thought for a moment, "Doesn't Grandpa want Ee to have a father?" The innocent words fell, and a silence ensued. I didn't expect Ee to be so strong in combat, directly inflicting bludgeoning damage on her grandfather. Looking at the little old man's tangled expression, Qin Feng couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth and quietly gave Ee a thumbs up. "Grandpa didn't mean that. Grandpa meant to say, well, Sherwagwa stammered and couldn't say anything. He wanted to say that the rich man in front of him was no good, and that he was only with her mom to have a baby, but they were too embarrassed to say it in front of each other. And Yui didn't always understand all this. He blew his beard and turned his head to look at Qin Feng. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're rich. I don't care about your money, even if the money is given. Life is only a few dozen years, and when you close your eyes, everything is gone." He had lived most of his life and was not particularly obsessed with money. It's best to have money, of course, but you can live without it. What matters is family harmony and happy children. He didn't want his daughter to go to another man with no guarantees. "Uncle, you've misunderstood. I just want Xiaoya to have a better life." Qin Feng slowly sat down across from him and said with a smile, "Xiaoya is the most understanding girl in my heart, and I'm willing to take care of her for the rest of my life." Sherwagwa said coldly, "If she knew better, she wouldn't have brought someone to piss me off." Qin Feng was silent for a while and issued a soulful question. "You are not wishing for a good life and a peaceful old age, are you? You want your daughter to get taken advantage of at the bar every day and get up early to make money, don't you? Would you like your granddaughter to grow up without a father?" Sherwagwa was anxious and retorted, "That's because she didn't listen to me. If she had found an honest family earlier, would she have suffered so much?" Qin Feng laughed easily. "I won't argue with you about whether to listen or not. Every stage of life has different ideas, and I won't say whether it's right or wrong for you to forcefully instill your own ideas on your children. Since things have come to this, and your daughter is already divorced with a baby, do you think you can find an honest family for her? Are those honest people really that honest?" As the words fell, Sherwagwa was dumbfounded. It was a good half a second before he lifted his head and looked deeply at the smiling young man. That kind of confident candor was something he'd never had before. Is this the bottom line for the rich? At this time, Sujinoa walked out with peanut fruits. "What are you guys talking about? Each one of you has such a serious expression." Chapter 200, Smashing Money on the Old Man. The little old man wasn't very good-tempered, and he was still pulling a face even at dinner. It's true that the older you get, the more stubborn you become. And the mother-in-law who receives the money is enthusiastic as hell, constantly chilling and saying that the hospitality was not good, hoping that Qin Feng would not mind. Auntie has no problem going out and opening a restaurant with this handiwork. Qin Feng ate 2 bowls of rice in a very cuddly manner and couldn't stop praising it. In fact, usually he is at home as 5 bowls of rice. The dishes are still all swept empty, just afraid of scaring the mother-in-law to hold back only 2 bowls of food. "Ha ha ha, I won't go out and make a fool of myself with my 3-legged kung fu." Sujinoa was complimented and laughed straight away, only that there was a hint of constraint in her smile. This kind of big shot who could take out tens of millions of dollars with his hands, she had never come into contact with before, and she didn't quite dare to ask a lot of questions, and asked some simple ones. "How many brothers and sisters are there in Xiaoqin's family?" "It's just me, an only child." "Are your parents in good health?" "My father is gone and my mother is still here." Sorry, you didn't even talk to me about this." "Check it out. It's okay. Auntie, how did you and you meet?" "I met her in a bar. I was having dinner with a friend in Metya, and even though she was tattooed, drinking, and beating people up, I thought she was a good girl and bought the bar for her." Sujinoa and Sherwagwa looked at each other. It all feels like a weird thing to say. Drinking and tattooing and beating people up are considered good girls. What about all the other really good girls? Shifuya blushed for a rare moment and tenderly gave Qin Feng a blank stare. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Xiaoya and I belong to love at first sight. Xiaoya is very nice, smart and understanding. I like her very much. I heard you bought Ya a bar? Well, I don't want her to work too hard. How much is more? A few tens of millions, I guess. Not too expensive. Sujinawa sucked in a breath of cool air. Tens of millions of dollars? Not expensive? That's more money than an ordinary family could save in 10 lifetimes. His own daughter was simply lucky to have picked up such a great bargain. She was shocked by Qin Feng's vigor. After this question, she subsided and greeted Qin Feng with a shy smile, eating more and more. After dinner she brewed a cup of tea and carefully served it to Qin Feng, politely saying to eliminate food. After that, he went to clear the table. It was a treat that even her husband didn't get. Sherwegwa sat on the chair opposite Qin Feng, smoking a cigarette and staring at him with an indignant face. Qin Feng leisurely sipped his tea, not embarrassed at all. Uncle, don't worry. In the future when Xiaoya follows me, I will treat her well and make her happy for the rest of her life. And I will also honor you too. Sherwegwa looked at his daughter, then at the calm and collected Qin Feng, and sighed softly. Ask the question you most want to ask. Do you have plans to marry my daughter? All parents in the world want their children to have a secure home. Qin Feng expected that Shifuya's parents would press for marriage. He had planned to talk to Shivya about having a reception without a license. A little cajoling for the old man to put a smile on their face, but that might not go over too well with Shivya in mind. Might as well get the word out. He was only seen to be unperturbed. Uncle, do you think a marriage license will be enough to preserve Xiaoya's future happiness? These days, there are fewer marriages and more divorces. Even if your daughter and I get married, can you guarantee that we won't get divorced in the future? Since it's all about whether I can keep my word, what's the point of getting married or not? This piece of sophistry brought silence to the living room. Shifuya had never had the luxury of being able to marry Qin Feng, so she didn't feel surprised to hear this as she said on Qin Feng's behalf, Dad, don't worry about us. We have our own plans. Sherwegwa thought for half a day not knowing how to refute Qin Feng. Seeing that his daughter was still speaking in favor of an outsider, he knew that any further words from him would be redundant. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. Okay, you young people will do your own thing. Anyway, you chose the road yourself. Just don't come back crying when the time comes. No, uncle. Instead of worrying about us, you should spend more time on yourself and make yourself happy. Qin Feng saw the other party looking over and explained with a smile. I heard Xiaoya say that you like fishing. I'll pack you a piece of fish pond and find someone to raise that kind of dozens of pounds of grass carp for you to fish. How about that? Sherwegwa froze, not realizing that the topic would change to himself. How does this work? Why not? You are not looking at the small fish pond. Right. Then I will buy you a caravan. Hire a driver for you. Let him take you to the reservoir, the river to catch 100 or so pounds of big head carp, or to go abroad to fish at sea. I will take care of everything for you, and the rods will be at your disposal. So you just need to go fishing happily. Looking at the mouthy Qin Feng, Sherwegwa's entire body froze. What he wanted to do more than anything in his life was to go out on the water and fish for the big guys. His whole body burned at the thought of a real possibility of fishing abroad in the future. He didn't doubt the possibility of what Qin Feng said in the slightest. This money was definitely a piece of cake for him. He clutched the cigarette that burned his fingers, his eyes misty and twinkling. A daughter for a big fish. That doesn't seem like a bad deal. But it didn't take long for him to lose heart. He said with disinterest. The kid's mom wouldn't approve. Qin Feng saw him take the bait and smiled faintly. Don't worry. Auntie has money now. She can go out traveling with her sisters. Or she can buy 2 sets of storefront houses in the neighborhood and open a chess room to play mahjong in it herself. She doesn't need you to worry at all. A little separation is better. You'll travel apart for a month or two, and you'll feel better when you see each other again. Qin Feng thought of something, covered his hand and came to the old man's ear and said quietly, By the way, I heard that foreign women are very passionate. The little old man's face flushed as he tried to berate him, but the thought of the beautiful picture Qin Feng had painted, he swallowed the words again. Having worked part-time for most of his life until this moment, he had never clearly felt the impact of money. It was as if he just nodded his head, someone might drive him fishing tomorrow, just as he was getting a little bit of a heart attack. Sujinoa, who was washing dishes in the kitchen with her ears open, threw down her rag and ran over to join the discussion. She wants to go on a trip but doesn't know her way around and can't buy a ticket and needs someone to help her. Qin Feng said that he would hire the most professional tour guide for her, with round-the-clock service. And he would also let her invite a few friends to hang out with her. You guys have worked hard for most of your lives. It's time to let yourselves relax and enjoy life. If you don't have enough money you can ask Xiaoya for it. If you don't have more than that, tens of millions of dollars I can still afford it. Sujinawa's eyes flashed with the same excitement. She got that $10 million before, listened to her husband's arrangement, and deposited $9 million in the bank on a regular basis for EE's sake. It's $1 million if you can use it, and you're a little hesitant to think about getting a new house. Now that I heard Qin Feng say that he was bold enough to go and let himself go, there are still tens of millions of dollars here. For a moment she heard her heart pounding like it was calling her to see the greatness of her country. At the moment, she only felt that Qin Feng was incomparably smooth. While others are still fighting over tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars in dowry, her son-in-law has already given away tens of millions. And everywhere I think about the elderly and make them happy. You can't find a son-in-law like that anywhere. Chapter 201 Rating Shifuya. Sujinawa was exceptionally excited and couldn't stop discussing the details of the tour with Qin Feng. How much clothing is appropriate to bring outside for an extended period of time? Just wear one over there and just buy local clothes when you get there. What if I meet a bad guy over there in the middle of nowhere? Don't worry. You have the most professional tour guide, and then give you 2 life assistants. Let them do all the dirty work. You just enjoy it. Shirwagwai interrupted. Assistant male or female? Sujinawa's eyes went cold and she wrinkled her eyebrows at her husband. What's it to you? Aren't you going fishing? Shirwagwa was torn for half a day, and finally hesitantly said, I'll accompany you on a tour first, and then I'll go fishing. Sujinawa's eyes flashed with a touch of joy, but her tone was haughty. No need to bother you, great Buddha. I'll just take my sisters. Shirwagwa said seriously. No. If you can go fishing alone, why can't I travel? It's not the same. What's different? I see the 2 old men are about to start sniping at each other. Qin Feng pulled Shifuya and quietly retreated, hiding his work deeply. Back in the car, the 2 smiled at each other. Qin Feng, in front of Shifuya, sent a voice to Chiu Lily, asking her to arrange for someone to come over to serve the 2 old men to go out and play. Chiu Lily, who worked overtime at night and couldn't even be bothered to eat, saw the message and remembered that she was still a house sitter. She was busy and didn't hesitate to start looking for guides and professional anglers. Seeing Qin Feng's attentive vigor, Shifuya let out a light laugh and asked, Bad brother, what do you want to do to me now that my family is on your side? Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said decisively, Sister, I have a bold idea. Shifuya's eyes flashed as she said softly, What are you doing? Qin Feng said with a bad smile, Although we don't have the name of husband and wife, we can have the reality of husband and wife. Shifuya propped her head on one hand and looked at him with a smile, her eyes flashing with the color of infatuation. How do you want to be husband and wife? The man's badassery was very distracting to her. She'd do anything for him in the car if he'd just ask. She could submit to him. I see those happy couples. All the wives manage the money. How about, you manage the money for me? Qin Feng pinched her chin, raised his eyebrows and laughed. Shifuya didn't expect him to say that and asked dumbfounded. What do you mean? Qin Feng explained. That means I'll give you all the money I have on me, and you'll be in charge of our family from now on. How's that? Shifuya reacted with surprise, staring straight into the man's eyes. Are you serious? Aha. Shifuya suppressed her inner fluttering and shuddered. How much money do you have? Qin Feng pretended to do some math and affirmed. Around 1 billion. Shifuya's eyes widened, her fox eyes hardening into round almond eyes. So many that I'll manage? Qin Feng liked her surprised look and couldn't help but probe his head to kiss that cherry mouth. In a couple of moments, she was calmed down and, after his lips parted, he looked at the slightly flushed woman and asked softly, Yes, I like you. Will you be my housekeeper? Shifuya gasped, still a little flattered. Brother, you don't want this. Qin Feng saw that she was easy to bully and grabbed her hand. I wanted to play a wave of villains, colorfully saying, No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Be good and obey me. Another hard restraint. He'd already wasted an opportunity last time by having Yui call himself dad, and he definitely couldn't screw it up again this time. He continued to use sweet talk to attack. Sis, don't stress. The money is just a safeguard. For your peace of mind, he said softly as he smoothed her hair from her temples. Didn't we talk about this before? I'll give you the money and then you'll support me. You promised. Shifuya looked into the man's deep gaze, incapable of thinking about whether or not she had said yes at that moment. Such a perfect man who not only sends her bars, takes care of her daughter and makes her parents happy. And now you're talking about letting her manage the money? Was he dreaming? Or was he hallucinating? Was a broken woman like herself really worthy of a man like him? She smiled bitterly and advised softly, Brother, with that $60 million I'm already yours. You just need to spend some time with me. You don't need to do that. Qin Feng has no resistance to this kind of gentle big sister. He put one arm around her and looked her straight in the eyes, compassionately. Sis, you are priceless in my heart and I would give it all for you. Shifuya's eyes flickered. I know, but I don't deserve you to be so nice to me. Shin Fong once again cupped her chin and laughed. Good girl. There's no such thing as worth it or not. I'm willing to do this. Accept your brother's gift. Like last time. Okay? Shifuya was forced to lock eyes with the man. Those eyes were filled with nothing but deep love and the same longing as last time. Obviously she gave him everything and was willing to have children for him. She wondered what else he craved. But whatever he wants, Shivya is all set to give. This time, she finally believed in Qin Feng's love. Relatively speaking, it is only right that she should offer herself without reservation. Nothing more than a life. Brother, I can manage the money for you, but you have to keep a little on yourself. You don't have to give it all to me. Having made her decision, Shifuya's face was composed, and she was willing to follow this man no matter the ends of the earth. System alert, Shifuya's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 109. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the goddess exclusive reward. 10 biochemical bodyguards. Please ask the host to complete the look customization, character summoning, and identity granting despite. Ha 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 ha, it's finally done. Still, Schiffer's reward smells better. It's actually sample customizable. Isn't that a face pinch? Qin Feng was still quite fond of pinching faces. When he used to play the game, he could play the pinch face interface alone for days. He's going to get a super unbeatable beauty queen. Even if you can't enjoy it, it's nice to have it in front of you to feed your eyes. But when he thought of following a woman around, it would most likely affect his ability to pick up girls. He dismissed the idea again. With so many stunning beauties around himself, there was absolutely no need to get a fake one in the way. It's still more fun in real life. He giddily studied the biochemist's profile in his head. Cyborgs, like humans, age slowly over time. They are more than twice as physically fit as humans, and their brains come with all the skills. They have no feelings, and only mimic human emotions, with fixed patterns of behavior, and logical arithmetic. In layman's terms, it's an NPC. The force value is high, but even more valuable is the status conferred. Qin Feng had always thought that the identity was given by the system, but he didn't realize that he could choose it himself, as long as its identity is set. When summoned, it automatically generates all identification. For example, Qin Feng could get a 6-year-old bodyguard for EE, and go into EE's class to accompany her. Teachers and classmates in EE's class automatically generate memories that have information about the cyborgs. Fine thoughts. This is rewriting the data of the entire world. Thinking about your endless money, your superhuman body. It was only then that Qin Feng realized the power of the system as an afterthought. Chapter 202, The Rebellious Shifuya. What are you thinking about, brother? Shifuya reached out and waved her hand in front of Qin Feng's eyes, looking at him with a curious expression. First he was laughing and frowning, then he was godawful and fuming. I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm wondering if this world is a piece of program code, Qin Feng said, lost in thought. I thought you were aching for your $1 billion. Shifuya snickered. I'm not too upset about this amount of money. I'm just trying to think about the meaning of life. So did you think it out? No. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, looked at the starry roof of the car for a while, and inexplicably laughed out loud. I don't know the meaning of life, but I know what I have to do now. Do what? Shifuya wondered. Spend money to mess around. Do whatever you want. The bodyguard arrives, and he now has money, people, and a particularly hard on himself. Wave as much as you want. Of course, as long as you don't break the law and protect the two fundamentals, Shatin and Schiffer. He can get away with reckless boldness. Qin Feng brought Shifuya Lu over, and said with a spirited voice, to thank you for supporting me, I've decided to give you the $1 billion to make your own arrangements. Startled, Shifuya looked up at him. Isn't that all the money you have? It's all my money, but I didn't say I couldn't ask my dad for more. My dad has plenty of money, Qin Feng said. Shifuya stared blankly at the man in front of her, listening to his couldn't care less tone. Shifuya really wanted to ask him what kind of family he was from to not take this money seriously. Even if he's the son of the richest man in the world, he can't take $1 billion and give it away to a woman. Can he? Sis, forget about whether I have money or not. What do you want to plan to do with this money? Do you want to invest it or start your own business? Qin Feng wanted to give Shifuya something to do. He thought the woman was capable. It's definitely better to give her the money and let her toss it around than to mess it up herself. What were you going to do before? Shifuya asked. I was planning to set up an investment company to go around and invest in some promising small companies, but those internet companies don't know much about it, so I haven't made any moves. Qin Feng hemmed and hawed. Shifuya said after a moment of silence. As far as I understand, the internet landscape is now set, and there's no room for newcomers, whether it's chat tools, online shopping platforms, or short video live streaming. If you want to maintain stability, I suggest that it's better for you to open a few factories or hotels and restaurants. Even after a few more decades, People still can't live without food, clothing and shelter. If you want to be more radical, you can get some entertainment venues, such as KTV bars, bath centers and the like, to facilitate the establishment of their own forces to take root in Jiangchang. Just that this is easy to offend your peers, and it will also attract the attention of the above. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, do you want to be more stable, or more aggressive? Shifuya smiled. It's up to you. I don't care if Yui is taken care of now anyway. Qin Feng saw a small flame in her eyes, like the color of ambition. Guess she would have preferred a more aggressive approach. I didn't realize that the normally gentle and considerate woman would like to do such outlandish things inside. No wonder she was willing to follow her big brother blindly in the first place. So she wanted to become a human being who holds power. Qin Feng appreciated her impulsiveness. And as her man, he definitely had to back her up. Let her be bold as a human being. Then we'll take them all. The factories too. And the entertainment venues. You get a group of companies. And get all the venues you want to open. And if you don't have enough money, you can ask me for more. Enough. The initial capital of 1 billion is already exaggerated. I've never been so rich until now when I've done something. Shifuya said excitedly. With that kind of money, what can't be done? Money is strength. And in this society nowadays, most things can be solved by money. Only that the billion is just going to be left to fend for itself? Should I say the man had a big heart? Or was he too trusting? Svea felt some pressure too. What if we're going to lose money? Qin Feng comforted. It's fine. I trust you. In case I have to lose money. Big deal. I'll ask my father for money again. Shivya asked. Will you break in with me? Not for now. But you can talk to me if you have any difficulties. I can help you with everything. He's going to pick up chicks and get superpowers. He doesn't have time for this. Otherwise he would have wanted to accompany Shifuya to get into the wind and see the world at night. I'll arrange 2 more super powerful bodyguards for you, who are good at everything, and can even fight 10 at a time, and give them some weapons, so they shouldn't have any problem dealing with those dark forces. Shifuya was very touched by to give money, to give people to people, to spoil her man so much she really didn't know how to repay him well. Don't worry brother, I will build up your power. Qin Feng laughed and said that as long as she was having fun, it was fine. Then suddenly remembering something, he said, by the way, sis, the owner's wife of that drunken immortal house we went to last time is said to want to open a chain of stores, so go talk to her when you have time and see if you want to start a business with her. Shifuya glanced at him with a slightly deeper meaning and smiled. Got it. Qin Feng was afraid of her misunderstanding, explaining that he and the boss's wife have nothing, is to lend people 8 million. Shifuya smiled and listened without interrupting. This kind of thing is inevitable. She's prepared for it. It's normal for men to want to change their tastes once in a while, and it's better to block than to block, as long as his heart is in himself. After talking about work, Shifuya leaned into Qin Feng's arms. Close your eyes and enjoy the warmth the man gives you. Qin Feng said a bunch of sweet words again, coaxing her heart. Back home, the two soon cuddled together, wrapped around each other, forgetting to ask for more, until late at night. The clouds and rain were closing in. It was only then that Shifuya closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep. Qin Feng lay down next to her and started pinching people in his head. For the first one, he was going to pinch a bodyguard for Shatin. Moderately good-looking. Female. Status is bodyguard. The second pinch goes to Yui. Female. 22-year-old teacher. It's easy to pinch a playmate and get attached to Yippee. I don't know if it's good to make friends with a biochemist who has no feelings. Qin Feng just wanted to protect her and didn't want to get in the way of her normal friendships. A teacher is much better as a teacher. Just watch over her silently, and to drive her to school for myself. In the future, when EE changes schools, let the bodyguard take the money to find a way to mix into the school by himself. No matter what his identity is, as long as he continues to guard her. The third and fourth would be Shifuya's bodyguards. All male. You need a man to hold down the fort when talking business. As for Shifuya and Xiating's elders, Qin Feng did not arrange for bodyguards. The bad guys shouldn't be able to put their hands on old people. After all, everyone has a mom too. The fifth one was Zhong Oaoas. Qin Feng was torn for a while and finally pinched a female classmate. It was always weird. Even though her male classmates could help keep a lot of flies away, there's a sense of greening yourself. Sixth Han Yanfei, female bodyguard. How to say is also their just recognized sister. There are still 600 million cashback on the body. Can be guaranteed, of course, is to be guaranteed. Finally, get 2 more men to put in their companies and residences in case of any unforeseen circumstances. His media company would be hiring many beautiful women, and he needed to have one of his own watching over the place where he lived. There's no rush with 2 spots left. This skill of fabricating identities might come in handy later, like infiltrating the enemy and stealing secrets or something. You can store it permanently anyway, so it's not too late to pinch it later. After pinching the person, Qin Feng slipped out of the room and stood in the hallway and started summoning the biochemicals. Chapter 203, Qin Feng created 8 people. He stretched out a hand and opened his 5 fingers. A blue light shot straight out from his palm, casting itself not far away to form a transparent 3-dimensional image of a body that was spinning. As the consciousness tapped the summon button in the system, only the virtual image became real bit by bit from the head down. There was little movement, as if a 3D printer had punched a person out. It took only 3 seconds to show it from start to finish. It was only when the first of Xia Ting's bodyguards landed on the ground and walked towards him that Qin Feng came to his senses from this high-tech shock. "Master, what can I do for you?" The female bodyguard spoke flatly, and her eyes were colorless and, looking at each other for 2 seconds, he couldn't see a bit of emotion from the other side. Just like an emotionless killer, Qin Feng carefully tried to communicate with her. "Hello, can you take your pants off for me?" The female bodyguard dangled for 2 seconds before responding. "Yes, master." Late at night in a hallway, a beautiful 23-year-old woman, in front of an animal, with no expression on her face, starts to take off her pants. As a piece of clothing slipped off, the woman stood naked. "Master, do the clothes need to come off?" Qin Feng was slightly embarrassed by the question. He just wanted to make sure that the biochemist had that function or not. No other ideas. He went up and examined it carefully. It was discovered that this biochemical man was really just a futile-looking thing, with neither intestines nor various organs in his stomach. "Are you going to die?" "No. No matter what happens to us physically, you can give us new life by summoning us again." Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Then wouldn't selling them and resummoning them be a way to make a living? Then shaking his head to dismiss the idea himself. I have plenty of money of my own. Why sell them? Human trafficking is punishable by life imprisonment. Qin Feng crouched on the ground, his hand stroking his chin as he surveyed the biochemical man in front of him. "Do you guys need to eat or rest?" The female bodyguard replied. "Just water and sunlight. No rest." "Cowhide," Qin Feng exclaimed. With a hint of interest, he said, "Smile for me." The female bodyguard gave a stiff smile. A woman appears out of nowhere in the middle of the night with no pants on and an oozing smile. How to see how to feel weird. Qin Feng is also a little creepy. Hurriedly said, Okay, put your pants on." The woman meticulously fulfills his orders. When pinching the person, Qin Feng had already set her name and the target to protect, so nothing more was said. Casually, "Do you know your mission? Protect Ms. Shatin. Well, go ahead. And remember to try to fulfill Zating's requests while keeping her safe." "Okay." The female bodyguard named Qin swept the camera on the threshold and turned to leave. Just like that, Qin Feng summoned 7 bodyguards in one breath and had them each set off overnight to protect their targets. There were 3 male bodyguards left who hadn't left, 2 of whom were protecting Shifuria and 1 of whom was a company bodyguard. Because Qin Feng didn't know his company's address yet. "Planning to take a look at my own company tomorrow and bring this guy along." He went back into the house, closed the door softly, and climbed back into bed. The moment he wrapped his arms around Shifuya, he felt her shudder softly. "Wake you up? Aha. I'm sorry baby, go back to sleep. Good night." "Well, good night, husband." Shifuya lay into the man's arms, her eyes open, her thoughts reeling. Looking at the side of the man's blandly sleeping face, she eventually closed her eyes. The next morning, Qin Feng woke up and realized that his arm was a little numb from being pillowed all night. He tried to gently pull his hand out, but didn't think to wake the beauty in his arms. "Did I wake you up again?" Qin Feng's tone was filled with self-reproach. You're awake?" Shifuya rubbed her eyes and said sleepily, "I'll go make you breakfast." When she finished, she pulled on a nightgown and got out of bed. That blue lace nightgown hid her stunningly beautiful body, but it couldn't hide Qin Feng's morning cravings. Sometimes wearing one is more seductive than wearing nothing at all. Qin Feng divinely followed her into the kitchen as well. Soon, the sound of cooking came from the kitchen. It took over an hour for breakfast to be ready. Toast bread with milk. It was Qin Feng who did it himself. Shivya was weak in her feet and lay down on the couch to rest. It's been over an hour. From the kitchen to the couch. She didn't know why men were so talented at cooking. She was a little overwhelmed. The two casually dealt with a few bites. Qin Feng said he had to go to the company today and couldn't accompany her. Shifuya was very understanding and took out the newly purchased men's shirt and suit pants from the closet and dressed up for Qin Feng. "Gently ask if you want to come back for dinner." Qin Feng kissed her and said, "Not necessarily at night. You don't have to cook for me specially. If I'm going to be hungry, you can cook noodles for me." Shifuya blushed and hummed softly. "By the way, the 2 bodyguards at the door are for you. In the future, one will do things for you and one will protect your safety," Qin Feng said with concern. Shifuya's eyes became a little strange, but said nothing and nodded in the affirmative. Wait for Qin Feng to leave the house. She called in the two bodyguards at the door. Your names are Qin San and Qin Si? Yes, MS. Sure, the two said in unison. This name is too casual. From now on, your nicknames will be Qin Long and Qin Tiger. Okay. Shifuya sized up the two men. One looked like the general male lead in Rulong, with thick eyebrows and an imposing presence. One, however, looks like the villain, all cross-faced and menacing. At a glance, you could tell which of the two was the fighter and which was the bodyguard. I'll take you guys to recognize our own people this afternoon. Try your skills first. I'm meeting some important guests for dinner tonight and need your protection, Shifuya said. Swear to protect MS. Sure to the death. Qin Long and Qin Hu exclaimed. Call me Mrs. Qin, Shifuya faintly said. Over here. Qin Feng went downstairs with a bodyguard. Get in Wang Gang's car. Wang Gang, with his beastly intuition, immediately sensed that the man sitting in the co-pilot's battle power was extraordinary and might not be below himself. And look at his smooth aura and cold eyes, exactly like the killer in the movie. Wang Gang is a little bit unable to sit still, so for the first time, he took the initiative to talk to Qin Feng while driving. Boss, who is this brother? Qin Feng returned the cell phone message and casually said, I arranged bodyguards for the company. Wang Gang was quietly relieved that, it's good that it's not the enemy, but then he heard about the bodyguard, and a sense of crisis arose. Chapter 204 Opening a Treasurer. Qin Feng didn't see Wang Gang's expression like an enemy and continued to reply to the message in his cell phone. Last night he sent a message to all of his women one by one telling them that he had sent his bodyguard over. Han Yunfei, who played the game until very late, saw it and was the first to reply. Male or female? Is it Li Lianjie's kind of Zhong Nanhai bodyguard? Qin Feng replied back then. Female, if you don't go to sleep, I'll yell at her to spank you. Han Yunfei, *******. So it's here to supervise the work. Qin Feng told her to go to bed quickly. Han Yunfei was reluctant. Thinking that she would all be under strict supervision soon, she decided to play a game all night tonight first. And at that moment it happened that Zhong Oaoa's message came over. Qin Feng then didn't ask Jing to check the room. Zhong Oaia, thank you. Brother. Qin Feng, why are you up so late? Zhong Oaia, couldn't sleep. Qin Feng shamelessly said. Can't sleep because you miss me? Oh Zhonggo, aha. That's the bad thing about long-distance relationships. You'll get to that point in 3 words and can't wait to meet. At that time, Qin Feng thought about the bunny's shy demeanor and magnificent figure, and was so tickled that he almost wanted to go into the bedroom and wake up Shifuya, but it felt too beastly, so he took a moment to slow down in the living room before replying. I miss you too. Go to bed early. Next time we meet you don't have a black eye. Peony knows how to do makeup. She can help me cover my dark circles. That's not good either. I'd be heartbroken if you stayed up all night. Alright, brother, go to bed early too. Don't work too hard. I can help you share a little if you're too busy. What a good-hearted girl to think she was working. Qin Feng is a bit bashful. He himself eats and sleeps, wakes up and plays, wins up everywhere, and sows seeds day after day. I don't even know where the address of the company I run is. Where have you done a bit of business? Faced with such an innocent little girl, he had a twinge of guilt and planned to meet later to make it up to her. That night, only Xia Ting didn't reply to the message, presumably asleep. This girl can eat, drink and sleep without a care in the world. It's only 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. How can she sleep at this age? Qin Feng was indignant and very envious of her carefree nature. Until 9:30 the next morning, Qin Feng got into the car before Xia Ting sent a lazy voice. Honey, I'm awake. Qin Feng typed a reply. Pig you. Xia Ting, hate it. I'm not working today. What's wrong with taking a break? Qin Feng, may I ask what day you work? With her years of experience in being scolded, Xia Ting predicted that she would most likely be reprimanded if she said anything more, so he hastily changed the topic. Brother, why do you want to hire a bodyguard for me again? Are you going to fire Wang off? The words were in voice form and released to be heard by Wang Gang in the front row. Wang Gang's heart tightened, and his eyes flushed with worry. Food and shelter, and $2 million a year. Protect the boss who acts like a Superman. There's little to do every day except be a driver. If he loses this kind of fairy job, not only his wife can't forgive him, even he can't forgive himself. He was secretly searching for a way to show his loyalty to his boss. However, he heard Qin Feng say to him, Brother Wang, don't think too much. I can't afford to fire you. After so many days, Qin Feng had a good idea of how much Wang Gang had supported himself, so he hadn't even thought about replacing Wang Gang. Besides, he preferred interacting with real people than the cold, dead cyborgs. Wang Gang froze at his words. The melancholy was swept from his face and he instantly smiled like a 200-pound child. He rubbed the 8mm inch of hair on his head with a sardonic expression. Didn't think much of it. Xin Feng did not explain for fear that the stupid big man thought he was going to fire him, but it felt weird somewhere after saying it. Hearing Wang Gang's naive laughter, Xin Feng couldn't help but rub the goosebumps on his arms. No more hitting on Wang Gang. Typing to Xia Ting, he said, "This is the female bodyguard that was hired specifically for you for fear of your safety. If you don't want her to follow, you can have him protect you in the shadows." Xia Ting perfectly changed the topic and said happily, "Got it. Thanks brother, love you yo." Xin Feng looked at the translated text and couldn't help but click on the sound and put it in his ear to listen with the microphone. Xia Ting's voice was crisp and pleasant, with a sweet petulance. She didn't think she received surveillance like Han Yanfei did. Instead, he was very happy that he had sent someone to protect her. Favorability are added by 1 point. Currently it's 121. Xin Feng smiled and shook his head. The silly white sweetness was really sweet. The car drove at a steady speed as he chatted with Shatin along the way. Arrived at a separate 3-story office building behind the River City Cultural Plaza. Surrounded by lush greenery and spacious roads, the environment is pleasant. Parking his car in the parking space in front of the door, Xin Feng came down and saw Chiu Lily welcoming him with 3 men. "Mr. Xin, you're here." Chiu Lily habitually bowed and greeted the honorable Rolls-Royce owner. Then one by one, I introduced the people around me. One is the project director of the whole play, and the other is the marketing executive who manages the distribution and promotion. Xin Feng smiled and shook hands respectively and exchanged polite pleasantries. At the end there was a middle-aged man who looked unusually shrewd. "This is our treasurer, Lu Renjia, who has 20 years of experience in the field and is very knowledgeable about how to save taxes wisely." Xin Feng's brows tightened as he looked towards the man with a smile on his face who had some self-satisfaction in his demeanor and interrupted. "Wait, what kind of tax savings are you talking about?" Instead of offering his hand like the others, the man smiled with a stance. "Hello Mr. Xin. There are many ways to save tax. You can move your company to an area with preferential policies or donate in advance to a disaster area for a reasonable tax exemption. Currently your company has only outgoing and no incoming, no tax savings at all. But this is the time to go ahead and register multiple micro and small businesses as the income tax rate for micro and small businesses is 5%, after which we can pass the profits through these small companies." The other party finished in 3 words. Xin Feng, who had studied at the university, broke out in a cold sweat when he thought about it. This is not tax saving. This is simply tax evasion. I'm glad I made the trip or I wouldn't have realized I had a mine planted next to me. He's got so much money. Where does he need to get into all this crooked stuff? Realize that the more taxes you pay, the more the people above you will value you. He immediately cooled his face and said to this treasurer, "I'm sorry, our company doesn't need tax savings. You don't need to come to work." As the words fell, the crowd clearly didn't react and stared blankly at the boss. The air was still for a moment. Lu Renjia was even more confused. "Boss, isn't it good to pay less tax? Many people operate this way." Xin Feng said indifferently, "My company will only pay in truthfully according to the standard. How others do it is none of my business." After saying that, he greeted Chiu Lily and walked straight towards the company's gate. The hearts of the people were shaken. Full of horror, he looked at the man who had gotten out of his car and fired the treasurer in less than 2 minutes. They looked at each other in disbelief and hurriedly lowered their heads to follow Xin Feng's pace. Lu Renjia watched them walk away and questioned loudly and anxiously, "Is it wrong for me to help the company save taxes? Why are you firing me?" Xin Feng's footsteps lurched, sighed, and returned, "I don't want to nag at you. Just take it as me looking at you in a bad light." After saying that, the head did not return into the company's door, leaving a face full of dismay. Lu Renjia in the wind messy. Lu Renjia can't figure it out. When he worked as a financial advisor for others, all the bosses were polite when they saw him and wanted to ask for ways they could save money. How is it that this young man is even driving here? Is there really anyone who runs a company and doesn't care about money? He looked at Xin Feng's departing figure for a long time.